A baby's cry echoed through the mountain pass. The sound carried on the wind, a mournful wail in the darkness. Meanwhile, a treacherous swamp lay in wait, rigged with deadly traps. A question hung in the air. A baby crying in the middle of the mountains? He reached for the door, his grip tightening on the handle. A hulking figure emerged from the doorway, axe in hand, a shadow against the dim light. Muscles coiled, the hunter prepared to strike. He didn't believe the intruder was average, having avoided the traps and hidden their presence, but they couldn't fool his ears. He would kill them so quickly they wouldn't have time to retaliate. The axe swung down with brutal force. The hunter stood over the fallen figure, a question mark hanging in the air. He scanned the room, a furrow in his brow. No one was there, so it seemed. He wondered if he was hallucinating. After all, he had been told they couldn't have a baby. This, before him, nestled in a makeshift crib, lay a child. What was this? Vincent gently lifted the infant from its resting place. He cradled the baby, his expression a mixture of disbelief and burgeoning affection. Bathed in the soft light, Vincent held the child close, a silent question hanging in the air. Turning, Vincent heard a voice. Alina approached, asking what all the fuss was about. Alina's eyes widened as she took in the sight of the baby in Vincent's arms. What? A baby? He looked down, a dawning realization in his eyes. About that, it seemed. Standing together, they gazed at the child. It's our child. Something magical happened then. His closed eyes opened, and he shook his hands. The wind blew, and the clouds started to gather. Soon after, rain fell from those clouds. The dried-up land started to glisten, and the village people sang songs of joy. He also started to protect the village from outside threats. Because of his mysterious powers, the village found peace. No villagers went thirsty or hungry. However, the village people did not have access to scientific research. The people thought his powers were mysterious, and he was called a Mei. A book? Arian Chiron, at 12 years old, sits reading. Chiron, a voice calls. Dad, he replies. Arian Vincent, at 40 years old, smiles warmly. Vincent says, my cute son, I found enough wood, so let's go home and eat. Chiron exclaims, wow. He held the young boy close. Chiron, curious, asked what he needed to do to use magic. Vincent wondered if the book he gave him was about that. He mused that magic was something else entirely. With one strike of an axe, you can fell a tree, Vincent explained. Isn't that what you call magic? He laughed. Nearby, two children watched Mr. Vincent and Chiron. They always asked him to play, but he was always reading books. One of the children wondered what was with that huge book. The other wondered if he could even read. He was so scrawny and didn't look like Mr. Vincent at all. Vincent, unaware of the children's gossip, stood with an axe slung over his shoulder. The children continued to whisper, saying his real parents abandoned him because he was weird. Vincent's expression hardened. How dare those brats? With one strike to a tree, it's magic, right? Vincent held Chiron's hand. Chiron asked, yes. Vincent replied that since he helped Dad. Today, let's go to the city together tomorrow. Vincent said, I'll buy a lot of your favorite fruit. Chiron exclaimed, wow, really? He apologizes to Chiron, feeling like a lacking father. The boy, however, is filled with excitement. Vincent places a reassuring hand on Chiron's head, telling him that no matter what anyone says, he is his son. Chiron, engrossed in his book, expresses his desire to learn more. Chiron's eyes sparkle with curiosity, his mind consumed by thoughts about magic. The sun shines brightly through the clouds, illuminating the world with its radiant light. Elsewhere, a sprawling city stretches out before them, a testament to human ingenuity and ambition. They approach the city gates, a grand entrance to Craze, a city in the rural part of the kingdom of Thormia. Chiron sits with anticipation, eager to explore the wonders that await him. The pair browse through a shop, taking in the sights and sounds of the bustling marketplace. As the cart rumbles along, Vincent tells Chiron that he needs to wait for him at Martin's grandfather's shop until he finishes all his work. Vincent warns Chiron not to go into dark alleys or run into nobles, reminding him that his son has never gone against what he said. Chiron assures him that he knows and won't worry. The horse-drawn cart continues its journey through the town, the sounds of the city echoing around them. Chiron is seen writing Bloober 50 euros on a sign. The boy offered his assistance at the fruit stand. He insisted it was okay, that he wanted to help. Dong-hoon thought to himself that although the boy was young, he was quite bright. He mused that his own Martin was the town's troublemaker. Chiron called out to the old man, and Dong-hoon hummed in response, looking up from his clipboard. The boy wondered what they should eat, but then quickly changed the subject. What did he need to do to be able to use magic? Chiron held up a book titled The Story. Dong-hoon chuckled, admitting he didn't know much about magic either. But if Chiron was looking for books about it, there were lots of them there. A finger pointed towards the direction of a library. Dong-hoon suggested Chiron look around for a little bit and come back. The boy's eyes lit up. Really? Then he'd be right back. Dong-hoon began reading a book, a thoughtful expression on his face. Something in the book surprised the old man. Chiron recalled how he had asked Donghoon how he could use magic. A voice boomed, warning that he couldn't touch those books with his dirty hands. He gazes at the towering shelves, lost in thought. He wonders if he can just take a little look at the books. The woman behind him scolds him, saying a commoner can't look at these expensive books. She asks if he thinks these books are the same as the practical books sold in those general stores. The woman exclaims that the landlord is here. She wonders if all the books she ordered have arrived. Chiron continues to look at the books, thinking that these are the same and there isn't much information. He realizes it was this hard to look at a book. He wonders what's going on. Meanwhile, the landlord carries a box of books. Chiron runs down the street, wondering if the landlord is a noble. He runs away from a pile of books, wondering where the landlord is going. Chiron looks surprised. The street stretches out before him. Chiron stands in front of a pile of books and bags. He wonders if this is the place his dad got the book from. He pauses, a realization dawning on him. The sign declares this area for nobles. Elegant shoes click on the cobblestone streets. Chiron wonders how they are different from him, remembering Vincent's warning. He wonders why they are allowed. Chiron thinks to himself that he is not one of them. A hand reaches out, stopping the boy in his tracks. Hey kid. The guard tells Chiron that this isn't a place where a kid like him can go around by himself. Beyond the gate lies the area for nobles. Another guard approaches. Pardon? Ah, they're around here, he asks about Chiron's parents. One of the guards thinks he's a little suspicious, and the other is sure he's an orphan. The guard says he might be an errand boy that those thieves are raising, telling Chiron he needs to come with them. Huh. The guard's brow furrowed as he noticed the missing boy, a piece of discarded fabric clutched in his hand. From above, the order rang out. Find him, and quickly. To lose a child, a truly embarrassing oversight. He peeked out from behind the planter, catching his breath. Did they leave? Phew. Aryan Chiron let out a sigh of relief. He worried, I'm going to get in trouble from Dad, right? Chiron tugged at his shirt, adjusting his disheveled appearance. His eyes fell upon a discarded shoe lying on the cobblestone street. He continued down the street, lost in thought. Let's talk about the topic of, what is magic? Looking up, Chiron heard a voice demanding, No, headmaster, show me how you extinguish the fire. And this place is a magic school? He slid down the stone wall, muttering to himself about the trouble he'd be in if he used fire at school. If he could just answer this question correctly, he'd show the magic. Aryan Chiron wondered, what talent was needed the most in order to learn magic? Was it wisdom? Or was it money? Magic was for your whole life, and it seemed like you needed to buy a lot of things. He hadn't yet told them the answer. So, it wasn't wisdom, effort, or money. Then did you need to be a noble? Insight. What's insight? Then can anyone explain why it's two? Because it's obvious. That word feeling you have right now is what's called insight. Those who lived long ago didn't know that. 1 + 1 was 2, until the efforts from countless scholars proved that it was. But we understand that 1 + 1 is equal to 2 without needing the complicated verification, right? Because from the existing rules of the world, beyond knowing things you learn, there are things that you need to feel and accept through conceptualization. And as magic, too, is a law that exists within the world, you need to feel it wholly and accept it through your insight. So, insight is more accurate than wisdom and faster than effort. Ha ha ha. Of course it's, wow, that's ingenious. Ingenious. The voice echoed, a promise hanging in the air. Cultivate your talent, and you, too, can become a mage. Become a mage. Would a chance like that ever come to him, too? Of course, the child who's standing behind the wall. He pressed against the stone, a sudden dread washing over him. He'd been caught. Do I need to run away? Or reply? On top of that, I look like a mess. He didn't know what would happen, but all of a sudden, a thought came to him. If I don't jump over this wall, I will regret it forever. He scrambled to the top, heart pounding in his chest. His eyes widened in surprise. Had you come to accompany this old man? Below, Aryan Chiron glances up at the headmaster of Alpia's Magic Academy. Milch Alpia's a 4th class official mage. His brow furrows, sweat beading on his forehead as he steels himself. The world outside beckons. He leaps. Aryan Chiron stood quietly, the stone wall looming behind him. Elsewhere, whispers carried on the wind. The other children surrounded Headmaster Donghoon, their voices laced with disdain. He's a lowly commoner, one of them spat. Another demanded that Aryan get out. Aryan's expression shifted, a flicker of hurt crossing his face. But Donghoon simply chuckled, waving off their concerns. It's fine, he assured them, beckoning Aryan closer. Looking up, Aryan confessed his desire. He wanted to see magic. Surrounded by the other children, Aryan stood out, his simple clothes a stark contrast to their academy uniforms. They questioned if he had ever seen magic before. The other children scoffed, incredulous that a commoner would even read books. It doesn't matter what kind of books, one of them declared. He clasped his hands together, pleading with an unseen force. Magic, he begged, please let be real. The old man chuckled, dismissing Aryan's desperation. It was really no big deal, he claimed, before offering to demonstrate the magic of wind. A chorus of voices exclaimed in awe as the wind began to pick up. Arian stared up, a question forming on his lips. Wind? Arian's eyes widened, a confused huh escaping his lips as the ground beneath him vanished. The wind magic took hold, sending Arian and the other children spiraling into the sky. Screams echoed as the children were lifted higher and higher, the ground shrinking beneath them. Arian's stomach lurched as he looked down, a strangled cry escaping him. Some of the children, however, seemed to be enjoying the unexpected flight, their cheers carried away by the wind. The scene became a chaotic swirl of bodies against the backdrop of the sky. The wind continued to buffet them, a force both exhilarating and terrifying. Upside down and flailing, Arian could only scream as the world spun around him. He was going to crash. Arian's Chiron plummeted through the air, his stomach lurching with each passing moment. A strangled cry escaped his lips. A distant, mocking laugh echoed as Arian's confusion grew. He continued to fall, now hurtling towards a group of uniformed students. Dong-hoon, surrounded by students, declared with a smile, "This is what magic is." Meanwhile, Arian landed hard, the impact jarring him to his core. Dazed, he looked up, the word magic echoing in his mind. What was it? Dong-hoon chuckled, stroking his beard. Let's see. Magic is, for example, it doesn't matter how I don't understand it. Arian, frustrated, demanded an explanation. Just tell me exactly what it is. The students made their way towards the headmaster, their hushed voices betraying their disbelief. Even the teachers, they whispered, couldn't act like that. The headmaster's gaze followed them, a knowing glint in his aged eyes. Arian's brow furrowed, a hint of frustration creasing his young face. His academy uniform seemed to weigh heavily on his shoulders, a symbol of the knowledge he sought. Dong-hoon chuckled, a mischievous glint in his eyes. He decided to speak in more difficult terms, ready to challenge the boy's understanding. Logic, he explained, was a mental activity that explored the truth of a phenomenon. The explanation seemed too hard for Arian, yet he sensed it brought him closer to the truth. Under the shade of a large tree, Arian stood surrounded by his peers and the wise Dong-hoon, ready to absorb more knowledge. Dong-hoon continued, his smile widening as he described magic as something that surpassed mere logic. Arian's eyes widened in surprise. He had found a common point in the books, a connection to this elusive magic. The group discussed how many famous people's thoughts were initially ridiculed before being accepted as the foundation of new logic. Indeed, the truth might be hidden in the unusual. Looking up with newfound determination, Arian finally asked the question burning in his mind. How can he learn magic? The students stand around, listening intently. Dong-hoon is considered a wise child. Someone wonders if Arian really believes he can do it. Arian looks on with a determined expression. The old man is a commoner. Dong-hoon decides to show a demonstration, calling out to Shaman to head into the spirit zone. One of the students agrees, addressing Dong-hoon as headmaster. Arian wonders what the spirit zone is. Shaman announces that he has entered the zone. A close-up of Shaman's face reveals glowing eyes. Dong-hoon asks if anyone can guess how many coins are in his hand. Someone answers correctly, questioning how it's possible. He manipulates the coins with practiced ease, explaining that skilled mages can even sense the number of leaves on the ground from far away. Mages within the spirit zone, he continues, can sense the outside world in an extrasensory way. Dong-hoon holds out his hand, the coins glowing faintly, and states that they must control the phenomenon. The situation in front of Arian Chiron was sensed as a whole. Then maybe he could do it, because anyone can do it. Dong-hoon instructs them to practice in a quiet place, and first, to feel themselves. Anyone can do it, but not everyone can do it, Dong-hoon says. He asks if Arian understands what he said, because if he can't feel himself, erasing himself would also be impossible. Dong-hoon chuckles, amused that he keeps surprising him, and asks if he will try it here. Anyhow, if he can't go into the spirit zone, he won't be able to learn magic itself. If you can do that, then a whole new world. What defines me? Is it merely the brain, the organ of thought? No, that's just a physical component. It's the senses, the reality one perceives, that become intertwined with the very idea of a brain. Instead of trying to define it, one must simply feel it. Erase the things that are felt to be me one by one. The existence of oneself isn't becoming sensitive, only the mind remains. A surge of energy, a concentrated will. The sensation intensifies a focused intent. Elsewhere, a serene scene unfolds. A group gathered beneath the shade of a large tree. Dong-hoon, seated amongst them, inquires, "How is it?" The elderly man leans forward, his expression gentle yet probing. "What did you feel?" Arian Chiron's eyes widen, a gasp escaping his lips. Sound. He could hear all the sounds. The rustling of leaves, the distant chatter, the soft breeze through the trees. Dong-hoon observed, noting that the things that happen in the spirit world are in another dimension. He could smell from sound, taste the light. The shape of scenery touched his skin. Good work, he was told. If he worked hard, he'd be able to hear even more sounds. Donghoon patted Arian Chiron on the head, a gesture of approval. Now, this was it for the special class. They would go back to the school, Donghoon announced. How unfortunate. He was just a kid with talent. If that child was a noble and trained from a young age, wouldn't he have had similar achievements as these children? But there are too many talented kids in the world. Arian Chiron began to climb the wall. He fell. He was pinned, sweat beading on his brow, tears welling in his eyes. A single word echoed in the space. Worked. A booming sound echoes, resonating through an ethereal space. The energy expands, taking the form of a celestial bird. A sense of fragmentation washes over him, as if he's been separated into countless pieces. The energy spreads far and wide, encompassing the world. The light intensifies, piercing through the ethereal plane. Vastness overwhelms him, a sense of scale beyond comprehension. He feels himself becoming one with the world, his essence expanding to fill the void. Tears stream down Arian Chiron's face, a mixture of awe and sorrow etched into his expression. The endless path stretches before him, a journey into the unknown. The vastness makes him shudder, but only for a moment, as he breaks away from his physical form. He was sent hurtling through the air, the world outside a blur of brick and cobblestone. The impact was inevitable. The cobblestones met him with brutal force. A pained ache escaped his lips as he hit the ground. He groaned, the rough stone grating against his skin as he tried to push himself up. Arg! Struggling to rise, Arian Chiron could only manage a whispered apology. Sorry. A voice boomed from above, laced with disdain. You think you are? A group of men loomed over him. The man holding him down clicked his tongue, clearly annoyed. He was yanked up by the collar, the man's grip tight and unforgiving. Have you gone nuts? The man sneered, his face inches from Arian Chiron's. You need to pay the price for hitting me, right? Who cares if you're sorry? You're a... The man continued his interrogation. So, member of the Wolf Gang, aren't you? You came here to kill me, didn't you? Arian Chiron's expression was a mix of fear and confusion as he was held. The green-haired man looked down at the scene, a curious expression on his face. What are you guys doing? Did something fun happen? He then addressed someone unseen. Lady Amy. Arian Chiron, still held captive, looked up in desperation. Lady, I need to beg for her to save me. A young woman in a gothic dress stood behind the man, her expression unreadable. Lady Amy observes the scene with a composed expression, her thoughts drifting to the boy's youth and apparent nobility. One of the men accuses Arian Chiron of attempted murder, declaring his intention to teach him a lesson. The man scoffs, questioning if Arian expects him to believe his excuse. The sound of a heavy blow echoes. Coughing, Arian is told he needs to pay the price. The man demands to know where Arian's mother went, adding a cruel insult. He orders someone to bring her over. The man observes the change in Arian's eyes, mockingly asking if he hurt his feelings. Another blow lands, accompanied by a string of curses. The beating continues. One of the men cautions the others to be careful not to leave bruises on Arian's face. She finally speaks, ordering them to stop, warning that they're going to kill the kid. The thugs loomed over Arian, who remained prone on the ground, his fate hanging in the balance. He weakly insisted that he had done nothing wrong, his voice barely a whisper against the looming threat. Tears welled in Arian's eyes as he lay helpless, the weight of his situation crushing him. Lady Amy, standing tall, commanded them to cease their torment. One of the thugs mused aloud, wondering if there wasn't a more fun way to deal with Arian, suggesting selling him off to the southern village. Arian, hearing this, looked up in stunned disbelief. His voice cracking with fear, Arian called out for his mother and father. Lady Amy considered the situation, her expression unreadable. She pondered the implications of Arian being sold into slavery, and what little he would have left. Lady Amy considered her next move, her mind racing. The thugs, emboldened, suggested a full-body inspection of Arian, their laughter echoing cruelly. They demanded that he strip down, their threat hanging heavy in the air. Do you want to get hit again? Lady Amy watches as the thugs demand Arian strip. She wonders what is up with him, thinking of tormenting him a bit, then letting him go, and questions if he's gone insane. Suddenly, his eyes begin to glow with an unnatural light. A strange, digital world flickers into existence around him. The vision intensifies, revealing more of the bizarre, geometric landscape. Arian, startled, wonders what this is. He is enveloped in a blinding light. A blinding light erupts, a surge of cyan energy reaching towards the heavens. The energy coalesces into jagged, lightning-like patterns, crackling with raw power. A single, concentrated bolt descends, striking a lone tree silhouetted against the ethereal glow. Elsewhere, an old man gestures, his words echoing with arcane knowledge. This place, let me show you some magic which creates wind. He is enveloped in a sphere of radiant energy, a voice echoing in his mind, my memory. The light intensifies, pouring into him, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and trepidation. A furious voice cuts through the ethereal atmosphere. "This punk, have you gone deaf?" The aggressor grabs Arian by the collar, his face contorted with rage. "Are you ignoring me?" His eyes blaze with an otherworldly light, a silent warning to his attacker. Amy's expression is one of desperate urgency. "Jay, just a second." Her voice cracks as she cries out, "Wait." A group of figures plummets downwards, caught in a vortex of swirling energy. A desperate cry pierces the air as a figure plummets downwards, arms flailing. Below, the ground rushes up to meet the falling forms, a dizzying perspective of impending doom. Arian looks up, his expression a mixture of shock and concern as he witnesses the unfolding catastrophe. Arian gasps, his eyes wide with alarm. The descent continues, a chaotic jumble of bodies against the backdrop of the city. One of the falling figures glances down, their face a mask of terror. Debris rains down alongside the bodies, adding to the destruction. Arian stands in the street, the scene of devastation unfolding around him. His blue eyes reflect the horror of the scene, a fallen figure lying broken nearby. A man cries out in agony, his leg twisted at an unnatural angle, begging for salvation. A voice rings out, cutting through the chaos. "Hey, you!" A figure with fiery red hair appears, her expression a furious storm. The red-haired figure's eyes glow with an ominous light as she demands, "Where did you learn magic?" Arian Chiron's eyes widen in fear, his voice trembling as he thinks, "How could a commoner?" The red-haired figure and Arian Chiron run down the street. Arian hears someone shout, "Over there! There's some kind of loud sound." The red-haired figure descends, magic swirling around her. The red-haired figure attacks with magic. Arian Chiron looks up in terror. Arian Chiron wonders, how can she move like that? He notices someone has collapsed. Arian Chiron's eyes fill with tears. The street is littered with bodies. The sounds of people crying out for help fill the air. Arian Chiron reaches out, crying, "Dad!" The town lies nestled beneath a vast, blue sky, its buildings a patchwork of roofs and spires. A closer view reveals the intricate details of the architecture, a blend of old and new. Beyond the town, mountains rise against the backdrop of a golden sunset. The Karmas household stands proudly, a testament to their noble status. Karmas Shikora, head of the household, sits comfortably, reading the newspaper. Amy is back, and Karmas Shikora asks if she skipped class again. Amy thinks to herself that she has learned everything and it's no fun, and Karmas Shikora wonders when she will grow up. Karmas Shikora warns Amy that even though she is a genius, she will stay complacent. Karmas Shikora continues, saying that Amy could get taken by surprise one day. Karmas Shikora notes that Amy is quiet today, and Amy thinks that he is unemployed. Suddenly, Amy realizes something about magic. Standing on the balcony, the red-haired figure requested that if anyone knew someone at a magic school, they should introduce them to her. The call echoes through the snowy expanse. The voice cuts through the winter air, searching. The snow blankets the ground, undisturbed. The woman explains that Chiron has already left for the lumber yard to get more wood. He wonders why the boy would go for more wood when the snow hasn't even stopped falling. He decides to go look for him. He remembers the spring when he first brought Chiron to the city, and how he nearly lost him then. The man recalls that the child merely said he got lost. What actually happened? The bare branches reach towards the sky, dusted with snow. The forest stands silent, a maze of white and gray. Snow fell softly in the forest, blanketing the trees in a layer of white. He trudged through the snow-covered landscape, an axe resting on his shoulder. The magic that had been activated that day resurfaced in his memory. It was a power he hadn't been able to use again since. The magic he had once wielded subconsciously. There was no way to tell what had happened through insight, because the process was omitted because there wasn't any knowledge of magic. But it was possible to enter the spirit zone. A surge of energy crackled through the air, illuminating the forest with an ethereal glow. He walked through the transformed landscape, the air thick with unseen energy. The sensation, form, and scent. He could feel everything about this tree. What is? He gripped the axe tightly, unable to explain the connection he felt. He could feel it, the energy thrumming within him, a familiar surge of power. The energy coalesced, crackling around the head of the axe. With a focused breath, he swung the axe, channeling the raw power. The tree, cleaved in two, a clean cut delivered with a single, decisive strike. The boy's thoughts echoed with confidence. He could even cut down the tree with one swing. Arian Chiron's eyes shone with the thrill of the successful strike. Nearby, a man watched in stunned silence, wondering what he had just witnessed. The man recognized the technique. That's Thunderstrike. The observer's expression was a mix of disbelief and awe. The memory continued, the narrator noting it was merely one success out of 100 attempts. Chiron's face was filled with determination, remembering the magic from that day. The man's eyes welled with tears, a deep emotion stirring within him as he recalled the event. A hand presses down on the cover of a thick, red book. Elsewhere, 3 years pass. Arian Chiron sits in quiet contemplation atop a weathered tree stump. He rises, the sound of his boots on the wood echoing in the stillness. The axe bites deep into the wood, a sharp crack splitting the air. Arian leans against the tree, the axe resting in his hand. I don't see it through my eyes. His expression is obscured, but the intensity is palpable. My eyes. A close-up reveals the determination burning in his blue eyes. He unleashes a surge of energy, the air around him shimmering with unseen power. The raw energy crackles and dances, a testament to his growing abilities. He continues his practice, the energy swirling around him like a protective aura. Chiron nearly went home after just meditating. It's been 5 hours already. If that's possible, there will be a different world than today. A world that's different from back then. It's really an accurate expression. Let's go back home. The sky was painted with the warm hues of sunset, but a question lingered in the air. White horses. The question was answered by the sight of 2 white horses, their massive heads nearly touching as they stood patiently, awaiting their next task. A lone figure knelt before a grand carriage, the question hanging in the air. Was there a guest arriving? He stepped through the doorway, announcing, "I'm home." His blue eyes reflected a mix of weariness and anticipation. Inside, his family greeted him. "You're back, Chiron. Come and greet him." A distinguished man with glasses offered a polite greeting. "Pleasure. My name is Temurin." Chiron replied, "Nice to meet you. I'm Chiron." If he was the associate butler of the Ogent family, they were second only to royalty. Chiron wondered, why would someone who works for nobles look for him? Temurin's expression shifted, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He cupped Chiron's face in his hands, his voice laced with curiosity. "You know how to read?" Chiron met his gaze, replying, "I've been reading books here and there since I was little." The man's words hung in the air, a compliment laced with an underlying purpose. Temurin acknowledged Chiron's reputation. Temurin continued, noting the boy's literacy and filial nature. He then posed a question, an offer veiled in polite inquiry. Would Chiron like to work for the Ogent family? Chiron's brow furrowed, a single word escaping his lips. "Pardon?" Temurin elaborated, explaining the task involved transferring everything from the main house's great library. He cautioned that some of the 10,000 books could not be disclosed to the public. The physical labor, Temurin clarified, would be done by servants, but the sorting, that would be solely Chiron's responsibility, along with his. A flicker of interest sparked in Chiron's eyes. If it was a library, Temurin continued, his tone shifting slightly. The Ogent family, he assured, possessed classified knowledge for mages. But, Temurin warned, the time limit was absolute. The only people who would know about this transfer project were their families. If, for any reason, the books were leaked or even a rumor started, Chiron and his family would be as good as dead. Meanwhile, in the background, a man and woman exchanged a worried glance, their expressions mirroring the gravity of the situation. Chiron's face was etched with seriousness, the weight of the offer settling upon him. The reason their facial expressions were so serious. Temurin sweetened the deal, explaining it would be an amount Chiron could never earn, even during a good hunting season. He would be reaping the benefits by bringing up a good child. Temurin's expression turned grave. Money, he admitted, wasn't the reason he wanted to hear Chiron out. He merely wanted their Chiron, too. He stood, the weight of his words hanging heavy in the air, to be able to see Arian Chiron achieve his dreams. The thought was both a comfort and a burden. The scene around him was a reminder of the stakes involved. The gathering of feet below spoke of a silent audience, each member a player in this unfolding drama. A burst of laughter shattered the tension. The man with the glasses, the observer, seemed to find amusement in the situation. "What are you thinking, man? What, you think he's actually going to become something? Dream on." The room held its breath, waiting for Temurin's response. "Of course he can read," came the reply, though the words held a hidden meaning. "But I'm not telling you to read the books." The underlying sentiment echoed. It was impossible to watch over Chiron at all times, but someone clearly wanted him to achieve his dreams. A silent accusation hung in the air. Was that how someone had been lying to their son this entire time? Temurin's face betrayed a storm of emotions, a conflict raging within. A sudden thought struck him. Was Chiron reading right now? Earlier, Olina had taught Chiron a few words for fun, but by the time he was 6 years old, he was able to read on his own. Even then, his appearance stood out, giving him the air of a noble. But above all, he was highly intelligent. Could he be from a royal family? If it wasn't their house, and he was brought up by a noble, he could have been educated in school. No, what am I thinking? Chiron is my son. The words hung in the air, a stark declaration of what was expected. But when Arian Chiron began his work in the mountains, a different path began to unfold. Fear gripped the young boy. He had brought up that child, after all. As the son of a mountaineer, a heavy weight of expectation settled on his shoulders. A desperate plea arose amidst the practical concerns. They needed a commoner who knew how to read, and he begged them to hire his son, who had been able to read fluently since he was a child and was very smart. Kneeling, the man begged them to just let him. Tears streamed down his face as he pleaded for Chiron to be allowed to read some books. The cold response cut deep. They didn't need a single penny from him. Regret laced the words. If he had known things would turn out this way, he would not have begged them like that. Temirin's face contorted in rage, demanding that they get out of his house right now. His scream echoed with a lifetime of frustration and pent-up anger. The older man, face etched with displeasure, declares that he doesn't need any of the others' money. He continues, regretting having to beg if he knew what was going to happen. His voice booms, demanding someone get out of his house immediately. The younger man stands nearby, listening to the older man's tirade. The older man's anger flares as he accuses someone of mocking his family for having little money. He mutters that it can't be helped. The older man continues, speaking of those who don't know their place. The younger man interjects with a calm, "No, father." A close-up reveals the older man's intense gaze, his expression unyielding. The older man's face contorts in anger as he shouts. The older man questions if the younger man is serious, stating he isn't just trying to scare him. The older man warns that even the smallest rumor will have someone's neck cut off. The younger man responds that it's all right and asks to be allowed to handle it. The younger man states that he will never leak it, and even if things go wrong, he won't resent the older man for it. The older man, a sinister smile playing on his lips, says that if the younger man is that invested, he will come. A disembodied voice lays out the terms. He will be picked up in a week, but can decline before entering the manor. Elsewhere, a man in a long coat strides confidently through a doorway, a second man watching him depart. The terms are clear. He'll never be able to leave until it's over. The man with long blonde hair, a bandage across his forehead, is being confronted. He is told that those bastards needed someone to die for them, and that it's his father's fault, so he should decline. The man's accuser points a finger, his face contorted with anger and frustration. Arian Chiron smiles, offering a simple, "Thank you for giving me such a big gift." The man's face is a mask of anguish, tears streaming down his cheeks. Temirin embraces Chiron tightly, urging him not to worry. He asks if Chiron thinks his father won't be able to protect him. Tears welling in his eyes, Temirin shouts for Chiron to come back safe. Clutching Chiron close, Temirin vows to make sure that they won't be able to lay a finger on his family. A voice echoes, "Chiron, have I finally?" A woman cries, wiping her eyes with a tissue, as a voice asks if they raised him well. Chiron is embraced, a silent farewell hanging in the air. Tears stream down his face, the reality of his impending departure sinking in. A man in a suit gestured with a pen. "Sign here. Yes, all done." Temirin's face contorted in anguish. Temirin placed a hand on Chiron's shoulder, guiding him forward. "Now, time is ticking, so let's go. This way." Luggage was loaded onto the carriage. The carriage door stood open, awaiting its passenger. Chiron sat between two men, the weight of the situation heavy on his small shoulders. Temirin embraced someone, a silent farewell. Temirin's hand glowed with an unknown power as he bid farewell. The carriage rumbled along the uneven road, each turn of the wheel carrying Arian Chiron further from his past. A faint, ethereal light danced around an outstretched hand, a silent promise of power and peril. Arian Chiron clasped his hands, his eyes glowing with an inner light, a reflection of the immense power stirring within him. He steeled himself, remembering the words echoing in his mind. This was a chance of a lifetime, one he couldn't afford to squander. The carriage continued its journey, carrying Chiron towards an uncertain future. Meanwhile, between people with immense power, could Arian Chiron safely survive 2 years? The carriage wound its way through a snow-covered landscape, the trees standing like silent sentinels along the path. Elsewhere, the kingdom of Thormia, home to the Ogent family's house, stood as a bastion of power and tradition. The city of Krays, within the capital Bashuka, housed a warrior family that often raised official swordsmen. The man explained that the predecessor family head was an official 3 third-class swordsman, and the current head, Bishop Ogent, was an official 4 fourth-class knight. In short, they controlled the forces of power in the city. The man in the hat paused, leaving Chiron to ponder the weight of his words. The famous Ogent family's attraction, the Great Walkway, stretched out before him. Leaves drifted down the path, carried by a gentle breeze. One of the men accompanying Chiron chuckled, a dark warning in his voice. "Scared already? The family is full of monsters." He added, "Watch your—" The man urged him forward. "Come now, we're supposed to go down this pathway." Arian Chiron thought to himself. Now it's starting to feel like reality. A statue of a horse stood guard. This, the man explained, was the 2 second-class noble. "Wow, the Ogent family." This, the man said, was the office as well as the lodging for the butlers, and the place where he'd be staying. An older man with glasses stood in a library. He said, "I'll explain your tasks, so follow me." Chiron replied, "I'll do my best." The older man led the way through a doorway. The sheer scale of the library is breathtaking, a testament to the Ogent family's vast collection. He follows the butler, a bag slung over his shoulder, deeper into the labyrinthine stacks. The disembodied voice explains that the books here will be moved to the new library, and his task is to organize them. The voice continues, stating that he will be given a list every week, and he must find and put those books together. Work is from 9 in the morning to 5 in the evening. The voice adds that it's free time after that, but he can't go outside, and he cannot enter the manor without special permission. Temurin, the common butler, will teach him the butler rules. He asks if he has any questions. He thinks to himself that it's worth risking his life. He wonders when he starts, and the voice replies that he starts tomorrow. Elsewhere, the exterior of the library stands tall, a testament to the Ogent family's power. The butler stands, holding a stack of papers. A hand places the papers down. He understands why one person has to take on the book organization task. He sat at the desk, the organization standard echoing in his mind: consistency. Swordsmanship, he mused, was inextricably linked to history. Each person, Shiro knew, would have a different opinion on whether it belonged in the professional swordsmanship category or the comprehensive history one. He had also discovered, while undergoing the systems of organization, that all knowledge was connected, and the backbone that connected it all was history. Knowledge, stacked on a line called history. History is the backbone of knowledge, a vast, interconnected web of the past. After learning history thoroughly and using it to reinforce other areas, learning becomes faster. Across 10,000 books, there were around 850 history books. He resolved to read them all in the 2 years he had here. Was he being watched? Was it the vice butler? He couldn't let himself be seen reading, because it wasn't officially allowed. Temurin's voice cut through the air. Are you organizing well? He confirms that he is, indeed, working overtime again. Temurin advises Chiron that he still has a long way to go and shouldn't ruin his condition too fast, reminding him that he has to take all the responsibility. Temurin assures him that he will not. The young man stops, turning back, a question forming on his lips. The air thickens with unspoken tension as Temurin continues to speak. Chiron wonders if he got caught reading during overtime hours. He reflects on the fact that in this library, not only butlers, but also the family head and the young masters come in. Temurin instructs him to take good care of his uniform and make sure not to lower the quality of the Ogent family and to do something about his long hair. Chiron smiles, relieved that it was about that, and reminds himself that he has to be focused for 2 years, wishing Temurin a good night. He thinks to himself that he'll have to be careful to not get into any trouble, wondering if he should tie it like his father. Elsewhere, the library stands bathed in the cool light of the evening. But a bigger problem loomed. He sat at the desk, poring over the text. 3 emperors, 7 kingdoms. Just thawing a kingdom alone is hard. How could he understand this much? Chiron sighed, finding it all so dull. Did he have to memorize more? No, if he wanted to access it any time, he had to understand every single event clearly. Just one line. The book became too much, and he drifted off to sleep. To hold. Temurin observed the sleeping boy. Was he thinking he could be successful by studying? If he were digging into practical books, he would have banned him from entering outside of work hours, but he's just an idiot that dreams big. While working at the Ogent family's library, 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Chiron is asked if these are the books he sorted out today. He confirms, telling the other butler that he can take those 4 stacks. He got used to the sorting work, and it got easier. He also learned several facts from the butlers. The second young master will be borrowing the book. Chiron wonders if the books borrowed last time have been returned. He worries it'll be a problem if they go missing. Another butler reveals that he's been thinking that too. He kept asking him about them, but he just says that he'll deal with it himself. The butler thinks that honestly, the higher-ups won't worry about books going missing. The ones who will get in trouble are us butlers, anyway. The most shocking thing was that the nobles don't pay much attention to the books in the library. Well, the really important books are not in the library, anyway. Chiron is told to make sure he keeps this conversation a secret. However, that doesn't make it any safer for him. He'll be heading off, and tell Chiron to keep up the good work. The carelessness of the nobles is only possible because of the loyalty of the commoners. Commoners put their lives on the line for things that the nobles will not even remember. They will be killed. They will do whatever is necessary to ensure that there are no mistakes. It's best to just mind your own business quietly. He cursed under his breath, sprinting down the hallway. Someone was hot on his heels, and they sounded furious. Arian Chiron's eyes widened in surprise. What could the reason be? A young man with striking blue hair paused, muttering about needing a break. That blue hair, it belonged to Ogent Rian, the youngest child of the noble family. Arian dove behind a desk, narrowly avoiding detection. He knew he was in for extra laps around the garden if he was caught. Ogent Rian, seemingly oblivious to the hiding boy, warned him not to tell anyone he was there. The sound of hurried footsteps grew closer as Ogent Rian continued his search. A booming voice echoed through the halls. I know you're hiding here. The man's fist clenched, his knuckles white with anger. The man continued his tirade, asking if a tiny fellow with blue hair had come in there. Arian watched from his hiding spot, unseen. Arian overheard the man muttering about the youngest young master, wondering who he was. The man's face contorted in rage as he declared himself the sword master, the teacher who could beat the hell out of that tiny rascal. Temirin responds to the unseen speaker, acknowledging the threat with a composed, "I see." He notes that the young master is hiding under the desk, while someone nearby expresses murderous intent. A blue-haired man insists it's all a misunderstanding, as a bald man grabs him roughly by the collar. Temirin watches the scene unfold. The bald man yawns, seemingly unconcerned with the blue-haired man's pleas. The bald man, ignoring the blue-haired man's protests, declares he should beat some sense into him and drags him away by his feet. The blue-haired man is dragged upside down. Temirin, with a sinister smile, thinks to himself to just wait, as the teacher holds the power of the noble family, so he had no choice. According to rumors, the blue-haired man was dragged into the mountains by his teacher and did not return until the next month. 2 days. That's how long it took to read the first book. However, after completely understanding its contents, Arian Chiron had already read a whopping 82 history books. It was just as he expected. The beginning is always the hardest part. No book is completely different from another. Now that Arian has read about 200 of them, the remaining 650 books should be much easier. While reading history books, Arian had a suspicion. Is studying history right now really the right choice? However, when Arian Chiron studied the accomplishments of past magicians, he became certain that he had made the right choice. Magicians are like scholars. Then magicians are those people who bring those theories to reality. Despite that, the reason that not all scholars are magicians is due to the latter's extremely sensitive state of mind. They cannot enter the spirit zone. In that case, if Arian Chiron uses a large amount of information as the foundation of information in his spirit zone, then he might be able to become a real magician. A furious voice echoes, laced with profanity. Someone approaches, sweat beading on their brow as they look down the long hallway. Bound and seemingly helpless, the blue-haired man declares he has waited for this day. Arian Chiron observes the situation, finding the other's persistence notable. Arian questions if the man came all this way because of what happened, to which the man replies, of course. The blue-haired man, consumed by rage, demands to know if Arian understands how much he suffered, recalling his countless climbs. He recalls running out of strength, facing death, and enduring it all with only revenge on his mind. It's worse than Arian thought. The man's rage has reached its peak. Arian Chiron's expression remains unchanged. The man demands an answer, questioning if Arian thinks he's acting this way just because he suffered a bit. The blue-haired man recounts how he requested Arian's help, believing in him, but Arian betrayed him by telling on him. The man's fury intensifies as he confronts Arian, who calmly states he only told the truth. The man retorts that Arian should have refused his request if he was going to betray him. Arian Chiron reflects that people with power always use logic in their favor. He exhales, a visible cloud forming in the cool air. Arian Chiron's expression is one of grim determination. The blue-haired man wonders aloud what he can do to improve the situation, his inner thoughts revealing his disdain for the blond boy. The man's eyes narrow, his focus solely on Arian. He questions the boy's calm demeanor. A sneer curls across the blue-haired man's face. He accuses Arian of looking down on him. Elsewhere, Arian Chiron, bathed in moonlight, declares his intention to reveal his true self. He finds himself in a familiar place, the training grounds. Arian realizes it's the training ground, wondering if the blue-haired man intends to beat him until his anger subsides. He steels himself, resolving to endure whatever punches come his way, seeing it as better than dying. Arian prepares to take what's offered. He is surprised to find a wooden sword. The blue-haired man, holding a wooden sword, declares, "Let's duel." He declares, with a visible intensity, that he is no coward. The declaration hangs in the air, unanswered. Arian Chiron's expression shifts, a flicker of doubt crossing his face as he wonders if he truly was cowardly. The swordmaster accuses him of selling him out to avoid a beating from his teacher. His eyes burn with accusation. Arian's gaze hardens, his resolve seemingly renewed. The swordmaster, as a butler of the Ogent family, declares he must defend and challenges Arian to come at him. Arian, considering the difference in their abilities, offers to let him strike first 3 times. Arian's eyes betray a hint of worry as he wonders what to do. He steels himself, realizing there's only one thing he can do. Arian decides that's it. He's going for it, even if he only has 3 chances. With a yell, Arian attacks. The swordmaster lunges, his blade aimed directly at Arian. Arian Chiron meets the attack head-on, blue energy crackling around his blade as he blocks the blow. "One!" the swordmaster shouts. The swordmaster struggles against Arian's strength. "Ack, this strength!" he grunts. His hands tighten around the hilt, knuckles white with effort. "Arg!" With a surge of power, Arian pushes the swordmaster back. The sword clash with a resounding impact. The swordmaster's face is strained, sweat beading on his brow. A smile creeps across his face. 2. Arian's expression hardens, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. Have you even held a sword before? He steels himself, knowing what he must do. Now I only have one more chance. His eye glows with determination. Let's go. Arian prepares to unleash his next attack. The swordmaster takes a stance, his body glowing with a faint blue light. He wonders what is with that stance. With a yell, the swordmaster brings his wooden sword down on Arian. He thinks it's harder for him to not block it. The swords clash, sending sparks flying. Arian smirks, thinking it's his turn now. Debris flies as Arian prepares to attack. He braces himself, ready to unleash his power. Arian's eyes glow with intense power. A surge of power slams into the wooden practice sword. With focused intensity, the blue-haired mage steels himself for the final strike. He declares that now is the moment. The practice sword shatters under the force. He stands over the remains of his training implement. His golden eyes reflect the power he now wields. Splintered wood rains down. Meanwhile, Arian Chiron gasps, clutching a similar broken sword. He recalls sensing the first attack, calculating the timing of the second, and succeeding on the third. The blue-haired mage remembers the thunder strike he practiced for 3 years. Arian's eyes widen with worry. Arian Chiron holds the broken remains of wooden practice swords, his expression a mix of frustration and disbelief. He demands to know where his sparring partner learned their swordsmanship. The blonde-haired man in the suit calmly replies that it isn't swordsmanship at all, but something far more potent, thunder strike. Arian can only respond with stunned disbelief. The blonde-haired man explains that his father worked in the mountains, and he followed in his footsteps, cutting down trees. Arian wonders what the man is talking about, realizing that he must have mastered that technique while cutting down trees. He thinks to himself that he's held a sword in his hands for 15 years, and there's no way that technique can be learned just by cutting some firewood. The air crackles with unseen energy. The broken wooden swords lie scattered on the ground, testament to the force of the thunder strike. Meanwhile, Rise prays for her amazing sword skills, with one onlooker marveling that she can use sword slaughter. The man in the suit tells Rai that she's only 12 years old, yet she already knows how to use Ojin's secret technique, and that he has nothing more to teach her, as she's already far more advanced than her peers. The man in the suit declares that Rai must have inherited his genius. The man in the suit proposes celebrating this by having a grand banquet today, laughing maniacally. She's being held, a question echoing in the air. A voice wonders if it can catch up to Ojin Rai. The young master is addressed, a hint of concern in the speaker's tone. Arian Chiron's voice booms, demanding acknowledgement. The young master is questioned, the speaker wondering if they have caused offense. Arian Chiron declares he won't. He raises the wooden sword. Arian Chiron commands, "Take this." The wooden sword strikes, and the blonde-haired character is caught off guard. He notes that the match isn't over yet, since both weapons are destroyed. Arian Chiron states that if sword slaughter has been mastered, he should treat him accordingly. Arian Chiron declares that in 1 month, they will be fighting in this place with real swords. He lowered his gaze, a shadow of apprehension crossing his face. The gravity of his recent declaration seemed to weigh heavily on him. Real swords? The thought echoed in the air as a pair of hands gripped the hilt of a wooden practice sword. The possibility of death loomed large. Arian Chiron's voice cracked with a hint of desperation. "Young master, please reconsider this. I've never learned swordsmanship." A figure with piercing orange eyes declared, "Before in my life. That's why I'm giving you time." The disembodied voice continued, explaining that if one is capable enough to master sword slaughter by cutting down trees, they'll be able to make it somehow. Don't even think of running away. Arian Chiron stood tall, the wooden sword held firmly in his hands. Determination began to solidify in his eyes. Arian vowed, "For I will definitely surpass you." Elsewhere, a sigh escaped as someone understood what was happening now. The Cogent family is said to have black and blue hair in the family. The Bischoff family was led by the patriarch, Ogent Bischoff, who had 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son was a 6th fourth-class swordsman, while the eldest daughter also possessed exceptional talent. She chose music over the sword and was currently a pianist in the palace. The second son, Ogent Rai, was also a genius. Rian, however, was different from his siblings, who were exceptional. He was quite untalented, even though he had an exclusive instructor. Anyone in the family would know that fact. Arian Chiron, head in his hands, berated himself. He had done something unnecessary and should have just let the other person hit him. Now, he had hurt the pride of someone who had always been compared to his siblings. The boy thought to himself that the nobles always think they're above everyone. But if he did die, then his parents. He didn't have time to be like this. Arian thought he's going to become a mage. Since he lived in the mountains, he was confident in his stamina. If he learned how to defend, he might be able to survive. Arian looked down, a new resolve forming in his eyes. He steeled his resolve, a singular thought driving him forward. He needed to do everything that he could. The sky stretched endlessly above, indifferent to his struggle. A scream echoed, a testament to the grueling training. Driven by an unseen force, he continued to push his body to its absolute limit. The announcement boomed, declaring that he had passed 100 laps. Despite his exhaustion, the man with the beard watched him intently as he lay prone. The bearded man muttered to himself, questioning the intensity and obedience of the training, wondering what kind of training it was. The blue-haired trainee, struggling to rise, heard the man's words. He demanded to know what he had said. Pushing himself up, he glared, defiant. He challenged the man, asking if he had nothing worse to offer. The bearded man looked down, concern etched on his face. He asked what had happened to him. A voice declared that nothing had happened. A separate thought wondered if it was Rai's influence again. His eyes burned with an unyielding intensity, a testament to his unwavering spirit. Had Rai achieved some new technique again? The man wondered, his brow furrowed in thought. But Rai had also unlocked schema. The arena buzzed with anticipation. Don't blame me if you die, one voice shouted. Bring it on, another roared in response. Schema, a virtual body, a schematic diagram of the human body. Mages have spirit zone, and swordsmen have schema. All humans have an image of their own physical body, but schema is able to manifest that to the extreme. Thanks to it, a master in schema is able to perfectly control and use every single cell in their body. The scholar paused, a blue book in his hands. Wait a minute, this is the total opposite of the spirit zone, though. Shall I give it a try? He must first feel himself. It's easy up to this point. It's the same as spirit zone. For spirit zone, I erase myself now. But for schema, I need to dig into my own existence. Once I take away this black veil, it'd be the completion of schema's first page. However, he considered the girl he'd met 3 years prior, a schema user already reaching incredible heights at such a young age. It would be better, he mused, if he learned a few swordsmanship skills with the spirit zone as the base. Arian Chiron stepped outside, drawing his sword. He'd start with the 8 directions of slashing first. First up, a strike from above. The blade cut through the air. Meanwhile, a voice cried out, Rian, stop it already. Your muscles will burst at this rate. Rian strained, surrounded by debris. They haven't burst yet, have they? Another slash echoed. The man watching Rian thought, damn it, why are my muscles bursting? Why are my arms getting broken? Rian cried out in frustration. Why can't I learn schema? His grip tightened on the sword. Rian strains against the tall figure, his grip tight on the wooden sword. Rian, enough, the masked figure commands. Let's stop here today. A foot comes down hard on a wooden sword. The sound of splintering would echoing through the training area. Quam! Sweat drips from Rian's brow as he wipes his face. His expression a mix of exhaustion and frustration. What are you thinking about? The two sit, the masked figure fully clothed while Rian is shirtless, catching his breath. Then my arms hurt like hell, Rian admits. The masked figure responds, Rian, you know? Rian looks up at the masked figure, his expression questioning. The masked figure continues, I've never written you as being talented in my report before. That's why I'm working so damn hard, aren't I? The masked figure places a hand on Rian's shoulder. But I think you did great. Have you thought of what you did great before? Rian looks away, replying, I don't know. I only know what I didn't do well in. That's why you're not A. Rian's face contorts in annoyance. Genius. Ark, stop saying that already. I already know that well. Are you messing with me now? The masked figure smiles smugly. Geniuses know that they're geniuses in what they did well. Meanwhile, someone kneels, diligently writing on a scroll, surrounded by books and papers. A sword lies on the ground. The thing that those geniuses are really scared of would be hard work, a burning will, challenges that seem impossible. Rian wipes the sweat from his brow, pushing himself further. The natural enemy of genius. The words echo in his mind as he grits his teeth. If talent is something he can't get from the start, then he'll just grit his teeth and work for it. Rian's eyes burn with determination, a stark contrast to Arian Chiron's calm resolve. The weight of expectation, the burden of effort, all resting on his shoulders. If it's a talent he's never possessed, he must endure until he does. He will win no matter what. The entire mechanic behind the exercise has the objective of ending a life. Inside it, however, there is psychology deeply embedded in determining life and death. So, he trained to slash in 8 different directions for a month. And block in 8 different directions. Just these 2 things. One attack and block is complete. Next, power gathers, coalescing into a vibrant display of raw energy. The air crackles with unseen force. His blue eyes reflect the swirling power around him. He stands at the center of a vortex, ready to face whatever comes next. The energy intensifies, a prelude to action. Arian Chiron stands in the forest, a hollow laugh escaping his lips. I guess swordsmen have chosen. He muses, his sword lying discarded at his feet. He gazes up at the night sky, contemplating his destiny. The realm of the sword is as he grips his sword tightly, a somber expression on his face. Mom, Dad, I'm sorry. Against the backdrop of the moonlit sky, Arian reflects on his choices. I don't know if I'll be able to return. I have no regrets, though. Even if I may be a crossroad of life and death, I have seen such a wondrous world. Elsewhere, the arena awaits, a silent testament to battles yet to come. Arian stands before the grand structure, his resolve hardening with each step. With a determined gaze, Arian declares, let's begin. He thinks to himself that in just 1 month he has come this far. He could emit an aura like that. That child at the time, he may not have learned swordsmanship. Where did you learn to wield a sword? As well as the tranquility he possesses while holding a real sword. If that bastard really possesses the same talent as Rai. Arian thinks he must. Defeat him all the more. Here go. Arian charges forward. What incredible swordsmanship. He's on a completely different level from me. But I can feel it. The sword glows with power. His sword path. He grips the sword tightly, the metal cool against his palm. A silent question hangs in the air, a prelude to the coming storm. His opponent's gaze is fixed, studying the blade with an intensity that borders on obsession. What could the reason be? Is he afraid of it at all? Arian wonders, his own resolve hardening with each passing moment. Arian cannot overcome the fear of death by himself. The thought echoes in his mind, a challenge to his very being. The future is just an illusion that doesn't exist yet. Arian understands this, the weight of the present moment pressing down on him. Any human could leap off of a cliff. The image flashes in his mind, a symbol of the ultimate test. That's not just determination against death. It's something more, something deeper that fuels his resolve. Bathed in an ethereal glow, Arian stands firm, radiating an almost palpable sense of purpose. If they do not imagine the next moment, however, Arian's thoughts swirl, converging on a single point. Also do not fear death. The words echo in his mind as Arian steels himself, his grip tightening on the sword. It's as if he's blocked off his emotions completely. Arian's face is a mask of pure focus, devoid of fear or hesitation. On the right, Arian prepares to strike, his sword glowing with an inner light, ready to unleash his power. He cries out, the unseen force pressing down with immense power. His grip tightens on his weapon, knuckles turning white as he fights to maintain his hold. The unseen attacker declares that even if Arian Chiron struggles, he cannot bypass the wall with cheap tricks. The disembodied voice continues, noting that his blade is both heavy and swift. Arian grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow as he struggles to maintain his stance against the relentless assault. A surge of blue energy envelopes him, a desperate attempt to ward off the inevitable. The attacker presses his advantage, his hand moving with blinding speed. Arian is struck, the force of the blow sending blood splattering as he cries out in pain and frustration. The attacker's eye glows with an eerie light, power surging as he prepares to deliver the final blow. Terror grips Arian Chiron as he realizes the end is near, a desperate scream escaping his lips. His body contorts in agony, a final, desperate plea against the inevitable. The attacker's blade descends, a final, decisive strike. He swings his sword, the force behind it creating gusts of wind. Arian Chiron's eyes widen. Something about the exchange feels off. Asterisk, that's strange. How is that possible? Asterisk. The swords meet with a resounding clash, blue energy crackling around the point of impact as the unknown scholar stands firm. A smirk plays on the scholar's face. Asterisk, he's completely dumbfounded. Have you realized it now? Asterisk. Arian clutches at his chest, the force of the blow still resonating. Asterisk, this is the Ogent swordsmanship intended for training with a big sword. There's no way you could withstand my blade. Asterisk. The scholar's blade gleams, a silent promise of power. Every strike contains enough force to crush your bones. The scholar's expression contorts with fury. Asterisk, I will crush you with my strength. Here go. Asterisk. Again, the swords collide, the impact sending tremors through Arian's body. That's strange. Arian's eye reflects a growing realization. He thinks, asterisk, if he had slashed upwards after striking my chest, he could have severed my side and it would have been over. Why is he only using big movements to attack? Asterisk. The scholar's eyes narrow, a hint of disdain in his gaze. Asterisk, I see. He has a lesser understanding of the sword than I thought. Asterisk. The scholar's thoughts solidify into a plan. Asterisk, though he may be good at using skills, he lacks the insight to apply them. If that's the case, asterisk. Arian Chiron focuses, lowering his estimation of Rian's expected battle abilities. He brings his sword down in a powerful strike. The swords meet, a blinding flash erupting between the two combatants. Arian changes his plans, preparing to attack once more. He moves with blinding speed. The unknown scholar is caught off guard. What was that? He can't believe Arian attacked him. He thought the boy was running out of strength. Arian only uses basic slashes. The scholar struggles to block him. Why is it so hard to block him, though? The scholar is hit. Arian thinks to himself that his opponent's physical strength has dropped significantly. He needs to maintain the rhythm so that he won't waste his strength. The scholar is in disbelief. No way, no way. The figure in the foreground voices their disbelief, followed by amusement. Rise the subject of their amazement. The figure is lifted up as those around them propose a grand banquet in their honor, their laughter echoing. An embrace is shared between two figures, a moment of connection amidst the surrounding events. A sinister smile spreads across the figure's face, their yellow eyes gleaming with an unknown intent. The figure's expression hardens, a clear warning in their words. Don't make me laugh. A furious yell erupts, the figure's face contorted in rage. With unwavering resolve, the figure declares their ambition, swinging their sword with fierce determination. I will become the greatest swordsman in the world. The figures stand with their back turned, the scene filled with tension. The clash of swords fills the air as the two figures engage in combat. One of them cries out in surprise, W. The figure questions their opponent's strategy, their thoughts racing. Did he give up on winning? To use such brute force? Is he even thinking? Arian Chiron looks up, a surprised expression on his face as he utters a simple huh. A sword path is revealed, a testament to the skill and power of the swordsman. The figure becomes enveloped in a torrent of blue energy, their form flickering, almost gone. It's no longer visible, the ability making them unpredictable. A piercing scream echoes through the air, a raw expression of shock and alarm. The figure with blue hair is caught in a moment of intense emotion, mouth agape, eyes wide with fury or fear. Arian Chiron's eyes blaze with azure power, the sword held firm in his grip, ready to unleash its energy. The intensity of the power is focused in his gaze, a concentrated point of magical energy. A sharp, echoing sound cuts through the air, a signal of impending action. The sword path unfolds, a torrent of arcane energy. The patterns are too complex, impossible to decipher at a glance. The strike lands with a resounding impact. The force of the blow reverberates through the air. The sword is wielded with precision, a conduit for immense power. The wielder's eye glows with an intense, focused energy. The sword rests, waiting. The blade hums with latent power. The sword is poised, ready to strike. The sword stands tall, a symbol of power and authority. He cries out, wounded and vulnerable. The swordmaster's expression shifts, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Something like this, he muses, the thought barely audible. The swordmaster stands opposite Arian, the question of what is possible hanging in the air between them. That last moment, blades flash as the two combatants engage, a whirlwind of motion and steel. In that short moment, the swordmaster changed his grip and struck upwards, the force of the blow immense. Arian cries out, a fresh wound marring his chest. He didn't know he would actually win. Even if it's a match, he thinks he's against a noble. Since his pride got stained, what will he do to blame it on him? The two stand facing each other, swords still drawn, the tension palpable. The swordmaster admits defeat. He lost. Still on the ground, the swordmaster spits out that he has nothing left to say, even if Arian Chiron were to kill him. The swordmaster, his voice rising in disbelief, asks what Arian thinks will happen if he kills him. Does he think he'll be able to live? He continues, stating that their lives were both on the line, and he admitted defeat. The swordmaster's voice cracks as he insists that only Arian Chiron did, and that he himself fought to live. He demands to know why Arian would blame his hiding because he didn't want to train on him, adding that the duel didn't even make sense. His face contorted in rage, the swordmaster shouts, demanding to know what Arian said, calling him a bastard. The swordmaster continues his tirade, asking if Arian has ever thought of the pressure he feels undergoing a swordsmanship match with the son of the family head. He accuses Arian of lacking loyalty, stating that if he really had it, he wouldn't put pressure like that on a butler, before threatening to delete his existence without a sound. He and Arian Chiron share a surprised glance, each seeing the world from the other's perspective. Chiron collapses to the ground, clutching his neck. Rian stands over him, seemingly unharmed. Ow, I almost really died. Rian's expression hardens. He wonders if they should compliment each other after a fight. And Chiron, still on the ground, wonders what happened to the cold warrior that was fighting him just now. What is this? From the shadows, a figure muses that Chiron is surely a genius, but instead he clashed with all his might. Chiron looks up, injured and confused. Rian introduces himself. I'm Ogent Rian. Chiron replies, Arian Chiron. Chiron wonders why he's suddenly using his full name. Rian offers a hand to Chiron. Let's be friends, how about it? The Ogent Great Library stands tall, its stone facade weathered by time and knowledge. Inside, the library bustles with activity as scholars and workers organize the vast collection. A year has passed since Chiron began working at the Ogent Great Library. The progress he has made is evident. The fewer books there were, the more efficiency was multiplied. And in his goal of the 850 history books, there were only 200 left. Chiron's reading capacity could handle over 3 books a day, and the backbone of knowledge that he dreamed of will soon be complete. Outside of that, he experienced swordsmanship and understood the nature of fear. Thanks to that, his spirit zone stamina also got better. Even if the start is rough, if you don't give up, soon the finish line will be before your eyes. But more importantly than anything, Rian, surrounded by towering shelves, marvels at the sheer number of books. He wonders if his family has read all of them. He is reminded that of course they have. The family head and 2 second young master come here a lot. After getting close to him, compared to his huge body, Rian was caring and quite playful. The youngest son title certainly seemed to fit him, as Rian casually leaned against the bookshelf, a smirk playing on his lips. The scholar approached, holding a blue folder, his expression a mix of concern and exasperation. "Don't damage it, I'll die," he pleaded. A sudden, sharp exclamation pierced the air. Rian gave a thumbs up, a wide grin plastered across his face. "No way a book is more valuable than a human's life. Even if you burn," he seemed to say. Rian's thoughts echoed, a promise and a challenge intertwined. "Down the library, I'll protect you. So don't worry. I can't hate you if you don't talk." The scholar sighed, running a hand through his hair. "I think I'll be safe if you stay still," he thought. "But why are you here again today? What about training?" "Only basic training." Rian had said he wanted to study at the library. "Then you should study. What are you doing?" Boredom radiated from Rian as he stretched dramatically, scattering books around him. "I'm bored. I'm bored." It's not that Rian got lazy, a voice seemed to whisper. Rian is like fire, a fire that can't be controlled once it starts burning. If a trigger happens, it burns bright again, regardless. 10 minutes later. "If you're here to study, you should study," the scholar exclaimed, watching Rian with a stern expression. The sound of rustling pages fills the library as the scholar speaks, his voice carrying a hint of exasperation. "Chiron, you said you were studying to become." Rian, holding a book, looks up, a bemused expression on his face. "A mage, right? Is there a reason to read so many books?" He thinks to himself, 800 books, no way. The scholar responds, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Of course. I'm behind, in fact. I didn't have a chance to study before I got here." Rian's eyes widen slightly as he flips through the pages of his book. Is that so?" he wonders, his expression shifting to one of fascination. "It's fascinating everything I see it." The scholar watches Rian intently, a thoughtful expression on his face. He thinks, how can he read that fast? He's gonna get sucked in. He's the same age as me, but he seems so much more mature. The scholar clears his throat, attempting to regain Rian's attention. "Ahem. Oh, this book looks." The scholar continues, his words dripping with sarcasm. "Interesting. Introduction. I'm sure you threw out this question at least once before." The scholar's hands are seen holding the book, the pages filled with text. "If a swordsman and a mage clash, who will come out on top?" The book shows a picture of a mountain range. "I travel the world in search of that answer." The book shows a picture of a forest. "I close my eyes, I see the Artusna Mountains that is 6,000 meters above sea level. Over there are predatory trees that eat birds. Even now, when..." Rian, looking at the scholar, says, "So disgustingly boring." The scholar, looking back at Rian, says, "Why? It's fun to me." The scholar grabs Rian's hands. "What's fun about this? There's no pictures, and there's nothing about swordsmanship." The discussion turned to the hypothetical battle between a mage and a swordsman, each participant firmly entrenched in their opinion. The scholar and Rian stood together, unaware that they were being observed from behind. A servant bowed low, welcoming the second young master. A hand placed a book on the table, the sound echoing softly in the room. The scholar's expression was unreadable, his thoughts hidden behind a veil of professional courtesy. Rian's brow furrowed, a flicker of concern crossing his face. Had he been overheard? The observer held a red book, his gaze distant and contemplative. It was said that a normal conversation between a butler and a noble never ended lightly. Rian challenged someone off-panel, questioning their bias towards the swordsman. The observer's gaze remained fixed, his expression unreadable as he listened to the exchange. Rian retorted with a smug grin, dismissing the need for such an expression. The observer finally spoke, addressing someone with a simple, "Hey you." An unseen figure demands attention. The question catches Rian off guard. The man with blue hair wonders if there's more to Rian's words than meets the eye, though he always considered him an open book. The man with long black hair finds it difficult to discern the truth in this situation. Rian considers how to respond. A woman argues that a swordsman's physical prowess could overcome a mage's magic, but Rian disagrees. The man with long black hair stands beside Rian. Rian's eyes widen. The blue-haired man explains that if a swordsman and mage are evenly matched, the swordsman will have a hard time winning once the mage's spirit zone is activated. He concludes, addressing him as Ojent Rai. A voice recalls a time when, from a young age, the figure crushed what they didn't like. The man with long black hair smiles, remarking that the figure enjoyed crushing what was precious to others and seems to enjoy history. Rian and the blue-haired man discuss the 5 godly generals' armor and the artifact that disturbs the mage's spirit zone. The man's gaze held a certain intensity, the words anti-magic hanging in the air like a challenge. A smirk plays on Rian's lips. It seems he enjoys the subject of history. The scholar asks if the others have heard about the 5 godly generals' armor set. The scholar explains that it's an artifact that disrupts a mage's spirit zone, calling it anti-magic. Rian listens intently, his expression unreadable. The narration describes fighting a mage in this domain as being in the spirit zone. It's similar to going against sharks that are freely circling you in deep water, but taking away the shark's senses by disrupting the water. The disruption ripples outwards. This is what anti-magic is. If you can't go into the spirit zone, then you also can't touch magic. If you are equipped with such an artifact, no mage will be able to attack you. However, up to a certain extent, it's just theory. First, anti-magic is described as an amazing ancient technique made from the magic flowing from a dragon's heart. The nature of the waves is such that no matter how much money is spent, its efficiency does not increase even in the slightest. Even Yakra, the master of the waves equation, could only increase the 5 Ghoulie generals' armor set's efficiency to 65%. Because of that, the price. The scholar states that the amount is astronomical, with one part being around 1 year's worth of the kingdom's budget. Rian asks what that then is. On top of that, it has a mage. The scholar wonders why a mage would. Rian explains that it's obvious. There are many places that need anti-magic, so it's the best way to sit on a throne of money. The scholar states that those kinds of mages are lining up for themselves to be used, so there's no need to buy those ancient artifacts. The scholar asks if Rian gets it now, stating that mages are a pathetic class. Rian says that mages sell their own kind's weaknesses for money. However, someone asks if Rian isn't being too harsh. The scholar states that that's what a mage is. The scholar says that, just like Rian said, anti-magic was made by a mage. The Grand Hall stood as a testament to the intricate blend of magic and anti-magic, its very structure designed to both harness and suppress arcane energies. It was a world where anti-magic wasn't just a disadvantage to mages, but a fruit of the world, used to reap its benefits. The scholar chuckled softly, a hint of amusement in his eyes. The man with long black hair watched as the other considered his words, his expression unreadable. He declared that idealism and reality were 2 different things, and that it didn't matter if a mage couldn't win against a swordsman. The blue-haired man sighed, the weight of the conversation settling on his shoulders. The blond man, ever the optimist, admitted he thought he was going to die. A voice boomed, declaring, "You're the best, Chiron. It's my first time seeing him with that." Chiron was told that his tongue was a sword, and he was going to be the best swordsman in the world. Chiron declared that he felt so refreshed. As Rai had said, Chiron wasn't sure if idealism and reality were different, but he embraced the research mentality where he could put his weaknesses into experiments without hesitation. 6 months later, time had passed since Chiron's discussion with the scholar. The scholar, seated at his desk, seemed to be in good spirits. "All right," he muttered to himself, reviewing the library transfer categorization status report. He took a sip of his tea, the clinking of the cup against the saucer echoing softly in the room. The scholar mused, "It ended faster than I anticipated." He continued to reflect on the task, thinking, but categorizing the books that had been neglected for 20 years was a tough job. The scholar took another sip of tea as he was told, "You're saying something that's unlike you. Go and do your work." He responded, "Ahem, I'm sorry, associate." The scholar flipped through the pages of a book, lost in thought. He considered, although, isn't it a shame to send away such a useful child? If we extend the contract by making up some sort of an excuse, then it'll also be a little easier for us. The scholar smiled softly. It's like a dream, finally. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the halls. A frantic voice called out, "Chiron, have you finished all your work? You haven't gone home yet, right?" Shiro's eyes widened. A mix of shock and disbelief etched across his face as he calls out. The question hangs in the air, a challenge and an accusation all in one. Had he truly finished it? Rian beams, a confident "yeah," escaping his lips as he rests his hands on the book before him. Shiro embraces Rian tightly, showering him with praise. He notes that there's nothing left to read there, at least, and calls him an amazing guy. Shiro continues to congratulate Rian, his excitement palpable. Before he leaves, he calls out Rian's name. Shiro asks if he can go over to Rian's house, prompting a surprised, "What?" from the blonde-haired man. Rian seems taken aback by the suggestion. He asks if that's really something to be surprised about, noting that they've hidden their relationship thoroughly, and that Shiro was quite upset. Rian admits that saying something so unexpected was kind of regretful for him. The place they usually met was the library. A voice calls out to Shiro. Shiro opens the door, offering a simple, "Okay, good luck." He reflects on the fact that there was never enough time for themselves. Shiro declares that they lived like that for a year, and before he leaves, he wants to see how his friend is living. He exclaims, "Okay, let's go." Rian, his eyes wide, asks if they're going right now. He gazed upward, a soft gasp escaping his lips. The sheer scale of the place was breathtaking. The building loomed, its facade imposing. Was it really okay to enter through the front like this? A question hung in the air. Inside, a hushed silence reigned. It was quiet, almost unnervingly so, and the size of the chandelier alone was astounding. Rian led the way, his posture relaxed as they walked deeper into the estate. The sheer number of servants was startling. Each room seemed larger than his entire house. It was almost frightening. Rian truly was the young master of a wealthy family, though he certainly didn't act like it. Arian Chiron's eyes widened, taking in the opulence of the surroundings. Rian's room, he explained, was the smallest room at the end of the hallway. He welcomed Chiron to his room. It was like a lodge where one might temporarily stay after training, filled with swords and armor. Rian lived in a place like that. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating a desk and a neatly placed letter. Rian's brow furrowed slightly, while Chiron smiled, seemingly at ease. Tears welling in his eyes, Arian Chiron can only utter a defeated groan. He slams his hands on the table, scattering cards everywhere. Chiron rage quits, declaring, "I quit. I lost again." Ogent Rian, unfazed by the outburst, calmly gathers his winnings. He asks, "He another round?" Chiron, face contorted with suspicion, accuses Rian. "You're using that spirit zone, or whatever it's called, to scam me, aren't you?" Rian calmly explains, "And the time it takes for you to bet when you have a pair and when you don't is different too. It's so obvious." He continues, a finger to his lips. "It's not just looking at your opponent's small details, but also looking at them as a whole. Then, you can get a sense of that person's intentions." Chiron clutches his head, overwhelmed by Rian's explanation. Rian tilts his head, a playful glint in his eyes. "Then, will using a schema help?" "Maybe, because when I go into the spirit zone, it helps." Chiron, still struggling to grasp Rian's methods, admits, "I think I know, but I don't." "Oh, this is fun." Rian, holding a book, asks with a smile, "Rian, can I borrow this? I've only read." Chiron is taken aback by Rian's request, exclaiming, "Oh my." Rian, holding a pocket watch, casually mentions, "He said his family members would be back in the evening, right?" He paused, tilting his head. The distinct sound of a piano drifted through the air. Rian knew there was only one person on the estate capable of playing with such skill. The panel reveals the source, Rian's older sister, also the court pianist. Her fingers danced across the ivory keys, filling the room with a delicate melody. Reina Ogent paused, turning her gaze towards the doorway. She inquired, curious about her audience. "How was it?" Chiron, peeking through the doorway, realized he'd been discovered. "I got caught," he thought. Rian, trying to be polite, offered a compliment. "It was really great." Internally, Rian panicked. "What do I do?" Reina turned her attention to Chiron. "It's my first time seeing you. Are you new?" Chiron responded, Yes. I was entrusted with categorizing the books." Reina smiled knowingly. "It's been a year." Say that, child. Not just anyone can categorize books. You must be quite intelligent." Rian's internal monologue revealed his concern. "Have you played the piano before? I can't let my guard down. She's a skilled person who uses schema to play." Rian nervously denied it. "No, never," he thought to himself. "I'm also sure Rian told me that the person who's the most awful in the estate is his older sister." Reina smiled warmly at Chiron. "Then I'll teach you. Want to take a seat here?" The boy looks up, a confused expression on his face. "Pardon?" he asks. The man in the suit leans in slightly, his voice smooth. "You want me to sit there?" The man in the tuxedo reminds himself to stay vigilant. Not even once, he thinks, and Rian definitely said that was within his family. The one with the nastiest personality is his older sister. The woman with blue hair, seated at the piano, offers an invitation. "I'll teach it to you then. Why don't you sit right here?" The man's eyes widen slightly. "What? She wants him to sit there?" The woman smiles knowingly. He thinks she will punish him since he allowed it. She's saying it so nicely, there's no way he can reject that offer. And when will he ever sit in front of a piano again? Now this key is due Remy. Reina Ogent guides Temurin, instructing him to press those 3 keys together. Temurin thinks it sounds great. Reina admits that was pretty good, then quickly apologizes. Reina seems to be thinking seriously about something. Reina tells Temurin to go ahead, though she thinks to herself that it might not sound very nice, since he's playing it for the first time. Temurin's hands move across the keys. Temurin continues to play. Seriously, Reina thinks it's all wrong. But Temurin doesn't hesitate in pressing the keys. Should she stop him? Reina wonders, thinking how strange it is. It's completely wrong. But it's perfectly the same. It felt to Rian as if he was playing what she had played earlier. The sound was getting more and more accurate, Reina Ogent thought. It couldn't really be called a performance, but it seemed to have seen through the essence of the performance. Why was someone like him working as a butler? Rian offered his apologies. "It's so fucking noisy. You devilish old granny." A man with blue hair yells, telling someone to clean up and go to sleep instead of acting like a crazy woman. The camera focuses on the man's shirt. Meanwhile, Temirin and Chiron are at a piano, where Temirin asks why Chiron is there. Chiron stammers, saying he can explain. Temirin then asks if they know each other. Chiron stutters, unable to form a coherent response. Chiron thinks that his relationship with Rian will be exposed at this rate. Temirin says, "Ah." The man with blue hair is sweating. Temirin asks what Rian is talking about. Chiron thinks, "What? Don't be ridiculous. Why wouldn't she care?" Temirin tells Reina Ogent not to worry, that even though the devilish old granny might have a nasty personality, she doesn't care about things like that. Chiron thinks about what he was thinking while playing the piano, and he's really curious about that. He also asks what that was by Chiron because he thought it was just acting crazy. The unseen figure's question hangs heavy in the air. She doesn't care about him being friends with a commoner? The accusation flies, aimed squarely at Rian. Why did he lie? The speaker continues, stating that Rian's sister is a good and kind person. Temirin warns Chiron not to be taken in by her. Reina Ogent defends herself, even as she's called a witch. She notes that Temirin is being immature, but is glad that Chiron is his friend. A memory surfaces. Chiron is thanked for everything. Reina questions how close Chiron is with Temirin, stating that she doesn't understand nobles. Temirin scoffs at the idea of giving his sister's hand to Chiron. The thought seems to enrage Temirin. Another memory flashes, this one is someone falling. Reina reiterates that she really doesn't understand nobles. Temirin snaps, questioning why Reina came back home when she was supposed to be on vacation. He then reveals that Rai is taking the official swordsman qualification exam, and he's there to fetch him for it tomorrow. Grandfather will come later because he's meeting a friend now. Reina is shocked, wondering if things have already gone that far. The narrator explains that Rai had taken such an incredible exam at the young age of 18, and that geniuses get tons of support from their families. Reina places a hand on Chiron's head, telling him to cheer up, as she needs to go prepare for tonight's dinner. Reina mentions that there's seafood from the palace, so she needs to prepare it personally. She then says, "Nice meeting you, Chiron." Reina smiles, saying that she hopes to exchange greetings the next time they meet again. Chiron, looking surprised, says yes and bids Reina farewell. A montage shows Reina and Chiron at the piano. Chiron wonders if they would meet again, and the narrator says that they probably will. As Chiron leaves, Temirin observes him, thinking that Chiron will be leaving the mansion tomorrow. Chiron thinks to himself that Rian is Reina's sister. Temirin wonders if Reina has a boyfriend. He looks away, a slight blush rising on his cheeks. A small, floating head appears above him, stating that's not it. He claims he only asked for fun, and that they should ignore what he just asked. The name Reina is emphasized. Temirin's face is flushed as he denies asking. He insists that it's nothing. Chiron asks about Reina. Temirin is shocked by the question. The question of whether Reina has a boyfriend hangs in the air. The maids are surprised. Temirin covers his face, embarrassed. The maids gossip about Temirin's question, while Reina stands nearby. The man in the suit addresses the maids, stating that now that they've gotten rid of the poison, they should steam it. He calls out Ahanis. The head butler is asked if the third young master's friend came by today. He responds that, based on what he knows, there was no appointment. The head butler thinks to himself about Chiron, wondering why that name sounded so familiar. Remembering now, the head butler asks that Temirin come to his room. The order is given with urgency. Elsewhere, the sky stretches out, vast and blue. A chilling wind whispers through the trees. The blue-haired man calls for a 10-minute break, panting heavily. The older man observes him, thinking that his eyes are on fire again, wondering if it has been a year since that last happened. He muses that things would be different if Rai goes to the palace. The third young master thinks that the problem would be schema. A message arrives, relaying that young Lady Reina has requested his presence. The third young master sits, contemplating the message. If it was about Rai, he wouldn't be interested. But that's not it. News arrives that Chiron is in danger and might die. The third young master is shocked. Why? Chiron was supposed to return home today. Butler Lewis gave a report to the patriarch, and it's related to him. The third young master realizes he needs to meet his father now. What on earth happened? A butler known as Chiron is his friend, but the third young master suspects his father found out. If he explains everything to him, he'll definitely forgive him. He'll train later on. The third young master stands with Hannes in what appears to be a forest. Meanwhile, a figure looks up, calling out to teacher. Elsewhere, a mountain range stretches into the distance. Elsewhere, a grand estate stands in stark contrast to the wilderness. Within the grand hall, a gathering of nobles and servants stood in silent anticipation, their attention focused on the small figure kneeling before the dais. Aryan Chiron remained on his knees, his expression unreadable as the weight of the moment settled upon him. One of the men, holding a document, prepares to speak, the word "you" hanging ominously in the air. Chiron, the contract butler, is in grave danger. The head butler, Lewis, shivers as he delivers the grave news. Why was Chiron supposed to return home today? It's because of his relationship with you. Master, I must go meet my father. What's going on? The butler Chiron is my first, I guess. Father knew that. If I speak to him, he will certainly forgive him. We can delay the training. No. Huh. The young master seems determined to meet his father. Meanwhile, a figure stands tall, gripping his sword. Aryan Chiron kneels. You are sentenced to death. The assembled nobles and servants stood in silent anticipation. The gravity of the situation hung heavy in the air. How could this have happened? Whispers rippled through the ranks of the maids. A commoner and a noble. The implications were scandalous. Reina Ogent sat beside her father, the tension palpable even from a distance. Reina Ogent, her voice laced with urgency, pleaded, Father, just a minute. I have something to tell you. The elder noble slammed his hand on the table, silencing his daughter. What more was there to say? Other nobles murmured amongst themselves. There were statements from countless employees recording how badly that child treated Rian. One of the nobles, his expression unreadable, stated, when he joined us, he knew the contents of the contract. He shouldn't have any complaints. He then asked, Do you have anything else to say? The blonde-haired noble looked on, a flicker of concern in his eyes. He wanted to ask something. The older nobles continued their discussion, their faces grim. What would happen to the young master? Even in this situation, he's worrying about Rian? Reina Ogent was cut off. There's one more thing I want to ask you. The elder noble glared at her. How dare you ask a question? The elder noble sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. I can see you're just as stupid as one would expect of a commoner. Do you think something will happen to the son of a noble for hanging out with the likes of you? Aryan Chiron offers a gentle smile, stating plainly, It's true that me and Rian are friends. Rian, standing tall, acknowledges, We've built up our friendship for over a year. The assembled men declare in unison, their voices resonating with conviction, and we will continue to do so. The elder noble's eyes narrow, his voice laced with a chilling warning. Do you not know how scary of a place the world is? A voice echoes, laced with a hint of bitterness. All right, I guess the name of Ogent doesn't mean much to you. The kneeling figure cries out, Father, wait, as the man above him commands. Deal with him quickly, and don't let word of this be exposed in any circumstance. The woman with blue hair pleads, her voice filled with desperation. Please listen to me. A stern voice declares, Didn't you hear him confess? The order has already been made. One of the men questions, his tone laced with concern, Sir, isn't this a bit? The man with gray hair responds, his expression unwavering. There's no need for all of us to die because of one person. The family is our life and our well-being. In order to protect that, we must wipe out any seeds of dispute, no matter how small. As the guard escort their charge, one says, You must think that is harsh now, but just you wait. You will be thankful for this decision. A defiant voice booms, says who? A figure strides purposefully through the doorway, light framing their silhouette. The blond man finds himself the center of attention, flanked by others whose expressions are difficult to read. Fury contorts his features as he demands to know who dares threaten his friend. A voice cuts through the tension, declaring, It is I. The blue-haired man stands on the stairs, the woman with blue hair watching from the side as the dark-haired man looks on. He continues to rage, questioning the point of any benefit if it means sacrificing a friend. The man's eyes burn with intensity as he questions the need for the other to die. The blond man is flanked by two figures, one questioning if the commoner truly sees him as a friend, demanding proof. The boy's outburst cuts through the tension, a raw, defiant challenge hanging in the air. A low voice questions the very foundation of trust, the words laced with a hint of suspicion. The demand for proof echoes, a desperate plea masked as an accusation. Confusion and disbelief ripple through the air as the pair struggle to comprehend the situation they've stumbled into. The moment he admits he can't prove it, the man declares it's over, the finality hanging heavy in the air. Sir, one grapples with the impossible task. How can one truly quantify and demonstrate the intangible bonds of feeling? A dark figure muses on the nature of answers, yearning for the strength to deliver a response worthy of Chiron. What would he do? What would he say if he were Chiron? A flicker of determination ignites within his gaze, a silent promise to find a way. The memory surfaces, a look that once held an all-consuming intensity, a moment of profound connection. Rian's name hangs in the air, a whispered invocation of a bond that transcends mere words. Perhaps the answer lies not in dissecting the individual pieces, but in perceiving the whole, in understanding the complete tapestry of a person's being. A man in a suit presents a playing card, the ace of spades, his expression unreadable. A sense of foreboding hangs in the air, a glimpse into the hidden agendas at play. Rian's mind races, grappling with a decision that could change everything. The weight of family legacy presses down, the expectations of the Ogent family a heavy burden. Lineage and duty intertwine, a knight bound by tradition and government. The grip tightens on the sword, a symbol of power and responsibility. 30 minutes earlier, a desperate cry echoes, Master! A figure races against time, fueled by the fear of losing a friend. Rian's face is etched with worry, the conflict between duty and friendship tearing him apart. He struggles to reconcile his master's teachings with his own burgeoning sense of compassion. Then anyone can be a friend, Rian thinks, clinging to the belief that connection transcends all boundaries. The older man's words hung heavy in the air. What truly defined nobility, he wondered as he gazed down at Reina. When one befriends a commoner whose life is more worthless than a fly, the man continued, did he consider the weight he placed on his friend's shoulders? With such little resolve, the man stated, Reina had made that child his friend. He shouldn't think he could solve things just by complaining. Reina's hand clenched into a fist, the memory of Chiron flashing through his mind. He wouldn't be a coward, Reina thought, his voice rising with conviction. The older man's eyes narrowed, a hint of approval in his gaze. He liked to see the look in Reina's eye. Enthusiastic, honest, and pure, the man mused, those were not the things that made a great swordsman. But, the man continued, it got his hopes up, and it made him cheer for him. A sword, wrapped in white cloth, was presented. The older man instructed, if he took this sword and went to the family mansion, he would let him go, but only if he was truly committed. The man warned, he shouldn't even take a step from this spot. Master. Reina's eyes narrowed, a fire burning within them. He would never forget this debt to him. The older man muses that throwing away a friend is akin to throwing away oneself. The stakes are made clear. This is where lives are on the line. Reina laughs, the sound echoing with a manic edge as he grips the offered sword. A voice acknowledges the strength of their father, admitting they almost fell for it. The man shouts, declaring his belief in their friendship. Another voice declares their friendship with Chiron, dismissing the situation as nonsense and threatening to leave. The conflict is revealed to be more than just a disagreement between father and son. The woman cries out to her father, as the text reveals that the prestige of countless nobles is collapsing. A figure states their intention to protect their friend, no matter the cost. Reina looks down, a hint of sadness in his eyes as the gravity of the situation weighs on him. A man's rage boils over, demanding that sword be drawn. The challenge is laid bare. Put your life on the line for your friend, here and now. The grip tightens on the sword's hilt, a silent promise of conflict to come. Truly, the words must have stung, judging by the man's wide, disbelieving eyes. He leveled the blade, the question hanging heavy in the air. Would he draw it against his own father? The air crackled with unspoken tension, a clash of beliefs and strained relationships laid bare. He was merely trying to prove his belief to them, but they questioned how he could be friends with someone not of noble birth. The man's expression twisted with distress, his hand rising in a gesture of desperation. The words cut deep. He was not on the same level as them, merely keeping that commoner around to feel better about himself. This time, the intensity in his gaze burned like a forge. He stood firm, the sword a symbol of his resolve. He simply wanted to help Chiron reach higher places, regardless of what others thought. The man's voice dripped with scorn, questioning if he had been this deluded all along. Could he truly be convinced that a noble could be friends with a commoner? He insisted that he did not persuade him, telling Chiron to be quiet, that he would certainly. A flicker of concern crossed his face, a silent plea for understanding. He was being reassured, told that it was okay not to shoulder every burden alone, but Ari and Chiron knew he would take responsibility for what he needed to. He had been expecting this offer of friendship, even if it meant choosing between his friend and his life. Even if he were to die, Arian wouldn't regret being friends with him. That's right. That's exactly how he felt. Even if he were kicked out of the family. A stern face watched, unreadable. Even if they put forward rock-solid logic, in the end, they are humans with emotions. An honest friend who won't turn their back on you. But anyone ever had such a friend? And wanted such a friend? Haha, what a masterpiece of storytelling. Reina Ogent was called by her grandfather. The man's eyes widened, a booming laugh escaping his lips. He hadn't expected to witness such a spectacle so late in his years. One man assures another that even if he were to lose his life, he wouldn't regret becoming friends with him. A man with blue hair yells, his expression conveying intense emotion. A man with glasses states that even if he were to be disowned, they'll still remain friends. Exactly what he wanted to say. Two men are seen, one exclaiming, "Pwah! What a masterpiece!" A woman with blue hair is seen with a man, as she calls out to her grandfather. A man with blue hair exclaims that youth is the best. A woman with blue hair says nice, as a man with glasses states that if it's grandfather, he got here quickly. A man's torso is shown, as he mentions hearing from Reina that someone might be taking a few more days, and that his friend made a run for it because he liked his young wife more than him. The general of Thormia and a certified Class 3 swordsman is seen, looking surprised. The topic of discussion, Rian's grandfather. The previous patriarch, Ogent Clump, finds this place more lively and fun, declaring that youth is great. A close-up reveals the inscription, previous patriarch Ogent Clump. Ogent Clump doesn't believe it's necessarily a good thing, since the family's honor has been questioned. He admits to watching for a while, but it seems like they all have a lot. Ogent Reina wonders why they don't decide after everyone has expressed their opinions. It's noted that Chiron has completed everything stated in his labor contract, and today's the day he is supposed to go home. With this in mind, it's hard to say that Chiron bears hard feelings against Rian. Ogent Clump doesn't believe there's any dishonor in their family, remarking, I see. In that case, Ogent Rai asks about the prospective patriarch of their family, his second grandson's opinion. Ogent Rai thinks to himself that it's of luck, and of course, if it's Rai. Ogent Rai states that it's got nothing to do with him. Someone asks Ogent Rai what he is talking about, questioning why he cares since he doesn't like him, but it has got nothing to do with him. It's just as Ogent Reina thinks that bastards out like him. But what does it matter who Rian befriends? She just wants it to be over, so she can go take her examination in the kingdom, remarking on his personality and how this is why no place is better than home. The man with blue hair strokes his chin, considering the situation. The focus shifts to Associate Butler Temurin, his expression unreadable. Another man adjusts his glasses, seemingly confident in Temurin's knowledge. The man with long black hair states that they are not people who voice their opinions, but beings who achieve the will of their master. An older man with a white beard utters Chiron's name. The associate butler and another man stand together, noting they are 6 months ahead of schedule. The man with long black hair is asked what he is doing, while the others look on. Temurin recalls knowing that Chiron was on friendly terms with the youngest master, but he was not aware of the fact that they were friends. He also thinks that if Chiron were a child who would act rashly without proper judgment, he would not have been able to categorize all 10,000 books in the first place. The associate butler stands with another man, his expression serious. Reina Ogent states that the scale has tipped. The man with long black hair thinks that the only person who insists on punishing Chiron is father. No. Ogent Clump's face is set, his gaze firm. He cannot accept this. The words hang heavy in the air. Accept this. Reina Ogent's voice trembles as she questions. Father? Grandfather? Temurin interjects, attempting to defuse the situation. He insists that the two are merely friends. Temurin's expression hardens as he declares that this is where it ends. Clump continues, explaining that all members of their household have a status granted to them by the kingdom. He adds that Rai has an official examination ahead of him, and they have countless months to feed him. What shall they do? Reina looks down, her expression conflicted. She knows Chiron is a smart boy, so she's sure he can understand. But Chiron is taken aback by the conversation. Clump chuckles, noting that Rian is able to possess quite the aura now. The weight of the family's expectations hangs heavy. They understand Chiron's feelings, but he should know well the importance of the family since they're accountable for so many lives. The group looks to Chiron, awaiting his response. Clump asks, how about it, Chiron? He adds that he won't provide any punishment since Chiron provided his childish grandson with precious friendship. The question lingers, but would you be able to let Rian go now? Temurin remains silent, his expression unreadable. The Ogent family continues their discussion. Clump Ogent looks displeased, while Reina Ogent appears worried by the turn the conversation has taken. Two other figures stand silently by. Tension etched on his face, Rian grits his teeth, a single word escaping his lips. Hearing his name, Chiron's eyes widen in surprise as Rian declares that he will never see him again if he poses a threat, a sentiment he cannot accept. Chiron reflects on the fact that their friendship ended because of that. Because Rian and he are friends, Chiron will do anything that Rian asks. Rian feels ashamed, thinking it was a relief that Chiron is alive. At least that's what Rian was thinking in the corner of his heart, a tear escaping his eye. To desert a friend is to forsake another part of yourself. No, this was never up for negotiation in the first place. Rian swears an oath, his voice filled with determination. The Ogent family looks on, their expressions a mix of concern and disapproval. Reina Ogent pleads with Rian not to do it, not knowing what he is planning. A surge of magical energy crackles in the air. Standing in the rain, Rian is surrounded by the downpour. Ogent Rian, the third son of Ogent, begins to speak. Rian swears to become the sword of Chiron, starting from that very moment. What? Someone watches Rian, muttering about a crazy bastard. The scene shifts to a grand estate. The origin of the Knight's oath goes far back to when the kingdom of Thormia was established. It was a chaotic time when small and big nations were constantly battling to claim territories. Adolf I, who had the strongest forces, managed to unite the lands and establish the kingdom of Thormia. However, a new kingdom needed more power to battle opposing nations nearby. In unifying the lands, the defeated kings were allowed to rule over their own territories, rather than purging them completely. In that process, what was formed was a knight's oath, a promise to live on as their master's sword. In exchange for a noble status was provided. And this was the origin of the knight's oath, as well as the birth of the nobles. Thus, denying a knight's oath would be equivalent to becoming the dumbest noble across the lands. Rian, with a fervent expression, declares, how about now? You can't revoke this, right? Kneeling before the assembled nobles, he admits, I caused some trouble this time. Sir One, grabbing Rian's arm, demands, Rian, what have you done? This isn't why I gave you that sword. The older man states, since you claim to want to become his sword, that boy must have the qualifications, right? Then answer me. Sir One is asked, these qualifications, are they that boy's remarkability? Or is it your? Rian smiles. Rian declares, a sword does not judge. It only protects. The nobles laugh. The older man says, yes, even if you act like a child, you should be at least this childish to be considered number one. The elder statesman, Ogent Clump, speaks with Arian Chiron, his words carrying the weight of expectation. A nearby attendant listens intently. The boy insists that he is fine, urging them to wrap it up. But Ogent Clump reflects that Chiron, though not yet sharpened, will never betray his master. Ogent Clump asks Chiron to take something, the request hanging heavy in the air. Arian Chiron's grandfather adjusts his tie, a subtle gesture betraying his concern. He asks that Chiron be taken care of. The grandfather expresses his gratitude for their permission. A hand rests on a shoulder, a silent gesture of reassurance. The scene unfolds as Ogent Clump explains that since they have vowed to become lifelong friends, they cannot simply let him go like this. He orders the butler to bring back Chiron's parents with the carriage that was supposed to bring Chiron home. The butler responds affirmatively, while another man expresses his inability to fathom these nobles. Elsewhere, a bright sky fills the view. Temurin throws his head back, exclaiming how refreshing something was. Temurin, still prone, asks if they saw the faces of his family, stating it was so great. The speaker reflects on Rian making a knight's oath, stating that he didn't have to go that far, just for him. Temurin insists that he didn't make the oath just because Chiron is his friend. He explains that he simply decided to put his life into Chiron's hands. Chiron looks embarrassed, finding the statement awkward. Temurin tells Chiron that he'll have to try much harder to protect him. Reyna Ogent, looking surprised, wonders what's the matter. Temurin is on the ground, claiming Chiron struck him where it hurts most. The speech bubble indicates someone is saying that Reyna helped them out earlier and asked them to come in. Reyna claims to have brought in classified information about the enemy party, wondering what her father and grandfather are doing now. Reyna wonders if what Rian said about losing to Chiron by sword is true. The speech bubble indicates someone is talking about the future again. With that being said, Reyna looks on. Chiron is told that he is incredibly talented in swordsmanship, and that's what he said yesterday. Reyna states that he is part of this family now, and they're willing to invest in his talents as long as there's potential. Temurin's face contorted in frustration. Why were they even bothering with school, when Rian's future success was all but guaranteed? Reyna, towering over someone out of view, berated them for the mess they'd already made. What now? Temurin's outburst continued, declaring that Chiron wouldn't be attending the Swordsmanship Academy. Reyna revealed that Chiron had already accessed his spirit zone, a revelation that clearly surprised Temurin. Wait, that means... Reyna smirked, pointing out that someone had lost to an aspiring mage. Temurin's frustration reached a boiling point, questioning what knight could possibly be less skilled than their master. Get out right now, you freaking witch. Olina considered the situation, the density of the spirit zone, making it a viable strategy. The spirit zone gets harder, she thought, as she heard from school. Instructor Kite already knows, so he finished his contract yesterday. He's so shy like that, he won't be able to date. The man with blue hair looked surprised. He asked what about their instructor. Olina stated that he said he bid his goodbyes this morning. She then asked what. The man with blue hair gripped his sword tightly, thinking of the instructor. Elsewhere, a lone figure walked through the snowy forest. A servant bows slightly, informing the young master that his family awaits him in the reception room. He adds that the family head has granted permission for a meeting, should he desire it. Olina looks at Chiron expectantly, her expression a mix of curiosity and concern. She asks what he will do. Chiron's face breaks into a wide, almost manic grin. The servant, struggling to keep pace, warns Chiron to be careful on the stairs. The servant continues to follow Chiron up the grand staircase, repeating the family head's message. The servants whisper amongst themselves, relieved that Chiron doesn't seem to hold their noble status against them. Meanwhile, a door stands closed, a sign indicating it leads to the reception room. Chiron reaches for the door handle, his expression unreadable. Elsewhere, a man and woman stand in a lavishly decorated room, calling out Chiron's name with obvious emotion. Chiron's hand rests on the door, his body tense. The man, presumably Chiron's father, embraces the woman, Chiron's mother, their faces etched with a mixture of hope and anxiety. His father's voice, thick with worry, cut through the air. They're so thin. He began, recalling the hardships they endured. Chiron's mother added, her voice laced with concern. Every day, they must have had trouble eating because they were so worried that I wouldn't make it back alive. Vincent's father continued, his brow furrowed. But why did you call us? You should have come home if your work was finished. His mother's concern deepened. They're not holding you captive here, right? Chiron offered a reassuring smile. Of course not. I just had a good opportunity. His father remained skeptical, muttering, Hichem? A good opportunity. That's. Chiron's smile widened, trying to ease their worries. The parents exchanged concerned glances, their worry palpable. Vincent's father's expression remained troubled, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. Chiron continued, trying to lighten the mood. Haha, so? You became friends with a noble young master while working at the library, and he took a knight's oath to you and asked you to be friends? He looked towards someone out of view, seeking confirmation. Yes, right. A voice responded. The father's gaze sharpened. Chiron, be honest. Vincent's father's voice rose, his concern turning to frustration. A smart kid like you wouldn't have that kind of delusion. The father's worry intensified. Someone gave you a hard time, right? He demanded. Chiron insisted. No, I'm telling the truth. The father's thoughts raced. Oh my, that's why they said he won't come back the same once he enters a noble's house. Olina stepped forward, trying to defuse the situation. Vincent, she exclaimed, attempting to calm the escalating tension. The tension in the room crackled like static electricity. The words hang in the air, a declaration of authority. A man in a sharp suit steps forward, flanked by two others. He announces himself as Bishop Ogent, the family head. Another man introduces himself as Rian, Chiron's father and Chiron's blade. A woman beside him introduces herself as Reina, the eldest daughter, stating she has heard much about Chiron. The declaration is met with visible shock from onlookers. The scene unfolds in a grand hall, the layout suggesting a formal gathering. The man with the beard seems incredulous. Had they heard the news from Chiron? Was that news, that delusion, the truth? The disbelief is palpable, echoing in the air. The gathering is centered around a long, ornate table laden with food. The woman with red hair seems surprised by something. Her companion wonders what in the world is happening. The man with the beard seems overwhelmed by the number of forks. He wonders what happened. The tension is thick, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken questions. The scene returns to the grand hall, the arrangement of people around the table emphasizing the formality of the occasion. The family wouldn't be welcoming to a lumberjack family with nothing. Bishop Ogent sips his tea, a thoughtful expression on his face. He has to make sure first, he thinks, thankful for the moment. The words hang in the air, that they've taken a liking to their son, but they are honestly a little worried. An oath from such a famous family as the Ogents making an oath to Chiron. Bishop Ogent admits he feels a little discomfort and has an unpleasant feeling. However, as the Ogent family regards warriors very importantly, a knight's oath is absolute. If he keeps expressing discomfort just because of the difference in class, he would be dirtying Rian's pride of duty. Bishop Ogent states that due to this, he will be using honorific titles from now on, so do not worry, and their family will not hesitate to support Chiron. One of the attendees thinks he finally hears all the right things. Another tells him to shush. It's such a great decision for the family, and high faith and pride really do fit him, although the hard choice of whether to embrace a commoner remains. No one is afraid at all. Bishop Ogent states that to get to the point, Chiron is actually a Spirit Zone user. Spirit Zone is not something you can earn with mere effort. It is the territory of talent. From what he hears, Chiron wants to be a. The man's expression hardened as he considered the fastest path. To get the unofficial qualification certificate, Chiron would need to become a mage. In the distance, the imposing structure of Alpia's Magic Academy stood, a beacon of magical learning. The man with blue hair, Ogent Petro, didn't see attending school as a requirement to becoming a mage. However, he discouraged the idea of not attending, as it was the territory of the underprivileged. He thought Alpia's was fitting for the Ogent family level. The father paused, considering the implications for commoners. The father's voice rose with a hint of disbelief. Their son, becoming a mage? Ogent Petro seemed to be in a daze, as if the idea of a magic academy was like a dream. The father acknowledged the situation, but the biggest problem remained. The father exclaimed in frustration. The father explained that the Magic Academy was a special school that didn't allow commoners. Ogent Petro realized there was a way. Ogent Petro was shocked by the idea. The father stated that after a family meeting, there was no other way. The father explained that the problem would be solved if they registered Chiron as family under one of their immature cousins that didn't have any children yet. However, they had no intention of taking Chiron, Ogent Chiron, as their child. It was just for the documents. The father's eye twitches with a barely contained intensity. With this adoption, Chiron would become a noble, he thinks. The idea echoes in his mind. Chiron, a noble. Who else would ever get a chance to change their class? But isn't this like... The thought of getting his child taken away flashes through his mind. He needs to know what Chiron thinks. Tell me, Chiron, he urges. The father's face is shadowed, his expression unreadable. What should this father of yours do? The father looks down at Chiron, a desperate plea in his eyes. Then, has he already chosen? Chiron sits stiffly, his hands clasped tightly in his lap. A hand reaches out, grasping another in a silent, desperate connection. Chiron's eyes widen, a fierce determination hardening his gaze. Of course not. I am my father's son. I will not get. The mother attempts to reassure him, but the father's expression remains strained. Chiron, it's just for the documents. The disembodied voice attempts to soothe him. Of course, we'll consider your real parents your true parents. You'll be able to achieve your... The mother smiles, but her eyes betray a hint of desperation. You'll become a noble. It's not a fortune given to just anyone. Chiron's face is set in a grim line, his voice filled with defiance. If I must change fathers, I'd rather live as a commoner. He stood firm, the words echoing in his mind, a refusal to compromise his dreams. The elder's words hung heavy in the air. Commoners cannot get into a magic academy. The man's declaration was absolute. Then you can't become a mage. The woman's expression was one of concern, but Chiron's resolve was unwavering. He would not become a mage if it meant sacrificing his principles. The shout echoed through the room, a desperate plea. Chiron stood his ground, his gaze fixed on the horizon. The question hung in the air, laced with frustration. Why are you being so stubborn? The world isn't fair. The man's face contorted in anger, his voice booming with the weight of expectation. He insisted that Chiron must give up things for success. The woman's voice was softer, laced with a hint of doubt. Maybe so, she conceded, but the question remained. What? Meanwhile, Chiron's thoughts drifted back to his parents, the source of his dreams. No matter how great his dreams were, he received them from his parents. He considered his parents the roots, and himself the fruit that dreams with nourishment. He remembered learning how to read. If that wasn't true, was his dream all a lie? He recalled getting an opportunity as a butler in the Ojans. It was all possible from the roots called parents. His parents made his dreams possible. He clutches his hands together, the weight of the decision pressing down on him. This one opportunity, he thinks, pales in comparison to the endless chances his parents provided. The man with the blonde ponytail turns, his expression troubled. To give up his roots here, he feels is akin to a slow, agonizing death. The words hang in the air, a polite refusal masking a deeper conviction. His only parents are the two before him. A tense silence settles over the room, the three figures seated around the table, radiating unspoken emotions. The man with the blue hair grits his teeth, a storm of conflicting emotions brewing within him. Guilt? Ethics? He dismisses them with a silent no. The plea echoes in the room, desperate and heartfelt. Please, adopt Chiron. The man with the blonde ponytail attempts to reason. I understand how you feel, but Chiron's feelings are also important. His face contorted in anguish. The man's inner turmoil spills out. Isn't my biological son? The figure kneels, a silent supplication amidst the swirling emotions. The declaration hangs in the air, a defiant refusal to compromise. If changing fathers is the price, then magehood will remain forever out of reach. He reflects on the immeasurable debt he owes his parents, a debt that makes any request to forget them unthinkable. The man's brow furrows, his expression a storm of internal conflict. Is it guilt or some twisted sense of morality that drives his refusal? The plea echoes through the room, a desperate entreaty. Please, accept Chiron as your foster son. He turns away, the silence a heavy answer to their desperate request. He claims to understand what the other is thinking, but his words offer little comfort. The importance of what Chiron wants is also considered. The man's voice booms, laced with a chilling truth. Chiron isn't his real son. Vincent's name is called out, a desperate question hanging in the air. What are you saying right now? The couple's secret spills forth, a painful admission. The two of them cannot conceive. The truth is revealed. Chiron is a child they got by coincidence, a fact they expect the others to understand, given their noble status. The father's face is grim as he declares he doesn't deserve a son like Chiron. The mother sits beside him, her hand covering her mouth, a look of distress in her eyes. Another man observes, suggesting that if Chiron becomes a noble's foster son, he'd be where he truly belongs. He insists that the father isn't rejecting Chiron's roots. The truth, it seems, was something most people had already guessed. Chiron appears shocked, realizing he looks totally different from his parents. A woman behind him covers her mouth, equally surprised. The man from before contemplates the father's words, wondering if that means he's giving up his son. Chiron embraces his father, questioning what he thinks he's doing. The father expresses his regret, wondering how he could say something like that without even talking to Chiron first. The father continues, stating that Chiron is all grown up now, and it's something they had to tell him eventually. He asked if Chiron really thinks he had no idea about this. Chiron explains that the reason he didn't ask, despite knowing, was because he too had wanted what everyone else has, one set of parents. The father asks if Chiron is thinking of making him the child of someone else now. The father apologizes, expressing his sadness that Chiron had to give up his dream because of him. Chiron declares, with a determined expression, that he isn't giving up his dream. Another opportunity would come eventually if he kept working hard, but did he think about how Chiron would feel being abandoned by his parents a second time? Tears streamed down the young man's face, his heart aching with a pain he couldn't quite articulate. What have a lousy father of yours I done? The man embraced Chiron tightly, confessing, I was wrong, Chiron. I definitely wasn't thinking of abandoning you. Please forgive this. You're my everything. The man held Chiron close, the weight of his actions pressing down on him as he whispered those words. Meanwhile, in another room, the scene unfolded as others looked on. Sometimes things that are done for the child would become what hurts them. Being a parent is very tough indeed. You also went through a lot trying to raise your siblings alone, didn't you? He sat with his head in his hand, a picture of despair. The other man stood beside him, a silent observer to his grief. The man with blue hair stood alone, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek. His expression was one of profound sadness. The man with dark hair spoke of a special screen at Althea's magic school, urging the other to do something about it. The man with blue hair, however, questioned what power an old man like him could possibly possess. Doubt clouded his features. Was there really nothing he could do? He had heard there was a long-standing debt, though. He grimaced, thinking, well, when going up against someone who's been on principles. The man with dark hair smirked, thinking to himself that reckless strategies were often the most effective. The man with blue hair looked up at the sky, a sense of resignation washing over him. He would leave that reckless strategizing to the other man, as it was all for his sake after all. The building stood tall and imposing, its flags fluttering in the wind. 3 days later, his family was able to stay in the Ojin estate thanks to the patriarch's consideration. The father still felt sorry for what he did. Rian, however, was worried that he wouldn't be able to let this go for a few years. Rian and someone else were able to spend some free time together for the first time. The two boys lay in their beds, the dim light casting long shadows across the room. The air hung heavy with unspoken anxieties. Rian peeked out from under the covers, a mischievous glint in his eye. He smirked, while Chiron, in the bed beside him, smiled softly, a hint of sadness in his eyes. The crisp collar of Chiron's shirt seemed to emphasize the gravity of the moment. 3 days later, the sky stretched endlessly above. The flags fluttered atop the Swordsmanship Academy, a symbol of Chiron's impending departure. Chiron walked away from the building, his back to the viewer, a sense of finality in his stride. He paused, glancing back, a single word escaping his lips, cook. Rian's face was contorted with grief, tears streaming down his face. Rian, don't cry, he exclaimed, his voice cracking with emotion. How could I not? The carriage awaited, a symbol of the separation to come. Carriage, I'm going to the Swordsmanship Academy. We'll be completely separated. Can't I just be admitted to the academy next year like you? Two figures walked away, their future uncertain. I still don't know if I'll pass the special screening yet. Let's meet when there's a school break. Chiron waved, his voice filled with forced cheerfulness. Chiron, let's also write to each other every day. He clenched his fist, a fierce determination burning in his eyes. Chiron vowed to become the strongest knight, a sword to protect Rian, promising to keep him safe. Olina reached out, placing a hand on Chiron's shoulder. She urged him to graduate first, reminding him that he was the most worrying of the two. Olina reassured Chiron, telling him not to worry and to enjoy his time with his family. She added that his grandfather would definitely help him get into the academy. Rian, his voice soft with gratitude, thanked Olina for her help. The train platform stretched out, the tracks disappearing into the distance. Olina watched Chiron, a gentle smile gracing her lips. She thought to herself that he was such a unique child. He was very thoughtful, and he even possessed a strong mind that didn't allow his beliefs to be broken, even in a scary situation. Olina's thoughts drifted back to Chiron, a hopeful smile on her face. She mused, Chiron, if you graduate. Olina's eyes softened as she considered what she was thinking. He's someone who'll be living in a new world known as the magic school in the future. Chiron reassured Rian that it was nothing, urging him to work hard together, confident that he would become a mage. He asked Olina to look after Rian. Olina waved goodbye as Chiron departed on the train, a mix of emotions swirling within her. He waved a final farewell to those seeing him off. The carriage awaited, promising a journey to the magic school. The horse's hooves struck the cobblestone, the sound echoing as the carriage began to move. The carriage picked up speed, the rhythmic clatter of the wheels a steady beat against the backdrop of the city. From within the carriage, Chiron called out, his voice filled with excitement. He looked back, a promise hanging in the air, once he joined the magic school. Ojin Rian, watching the carriage depart, clenched his fist, a mix of frustration and encouragement on his face. He shouted, urging Chiron to crush the competition. A close-up revealed the intensity in Rian's expression. Chiron responded, his voice echoing back, a promise to meet Rian's expectations. The carriage continued its journey, a small speck against the vast landscape. The path ahead stretched long and winding, promising both challenges and opportunities. Meanwhile, the journey to Althea's magic school begins. A nest sits undisturbed, life quietly unfolding within. A dove takes flight, soaring through the clear sky. The majestic Althea's magic school rises in the distance, its spires gleaming in the sunlight. The sign proudly proclaims the institution's name, Althea's Magic School. A hand reaches for a cup, the clink of porcelain echoing softly. A dry cough breaks the silence. Someone is about to speak. The voice carries a hint of impatience. He can't help with that request. Neutral Bishop Ogent sits calmly, a cup of tea in hand, his expression unreadable. The memory of past suffering lingers in the air, a weight unspoken. Neutral Bishop Ogent pours another cup, the gesture precise and deliberate. A mischievous thought flickers behind narrowed eyes. The old man hadn't been thinking of anything at all. He chuckled, a low rumble in his chest. It would likely be different this time, he mused, a hint of amusement in his eyes. The bishop seemed to have something on his mind. Rian rested his chin on his intertwined fingers, his expression unreadable. Since the bishop was making an expression he hadn't seen in a while, it must be something important. He was not asking him to take in some trash. It was actually the opposite. The bishop continued, explaining that his youngest grandson had a friend who was very extraordinary. He wondered if Rian knew what he thought after seeing him. Ogent Rian's gaze intensified, his brow furrowed slightly as he listened intently. It felt like he was looking at his younger self. Bishop Ogent took a sip of his tea, his gaze steady. He guessed Rian had an idea of what he was talking about. The conversation continued, the bishop explaining that if he's that talented, then can't he just be admitted the official way? He couldn't think of any reason why he couldn't do so. Ogent Rian's expression turned serious, his eyes narrowed slightly. There was one, though, a huge problem. He's not a noble. The younger man leaned forward, listening intently as the bishop was talking about something. Bishop Ogent held his cup, his gaze distant. The boy with the blonde hair and blue eyes, are you? Even if it meant losing his life, he wouldn't regret becoming friends with them. That was his first impression of him. He really talks well. He thought he was an intelligent child who knew how to manipulate the minds of adults. However, when he offered adoption, to reject his origins now is to tell him to go and die. Does this make sense to you, huh? Becoming a noble. He understands the nature of cause and effect. Yes, if there's no cause, then there's no effect. However, not many people know this logic and lose their way. A new opportunity may come anytime, but the moment they themselves deny their foundations. To reject, they end up losing everything. Doesn't it remind you of when you were young? The old man's expression was grave. The fact that they didn't compromise meant that everyone can accept what they think is right. Alpias clicked his tongue, finding something dangerous in that sentiment. Bishop Ogent sat across from him, a cup in his hands. He still hadn't forgiven himself. Ogent did what he could, teaching so many talented people. Wasn't it time he forgave himself? That was being arrogant, the bishop thought. The reason why he taught children was so that another person like him didn't appear. Alpias considered the bishop's words. If that child, as he said, was like him, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't walk that horrific path that he did, right? Alpia's gaze drifted off, lost in thought. The bishop recalled that Alpias was a genius that was born every 100 years or so. Ogent remembered that Alpias, called the light of the Milch family, went on the wrong path once and almost ended everything. But in the end, he came back. Alpias heard Ogent's exclamation. What? Then the heavens have helped you. The fool with no talent became an official class 3 swordsman. Alpias was worried about the future of the Thormia kingdom. The bishop watched Alpias, a sense of unease settling within him. Standing before the expansive window, the man with long blonde hair considered the implications. If there was no cause, then there could be no effect. Across town, a man with short blue hair sat with a cup of coffee, a wry smile playing on his lips. Wasn't it fate to think that he was acquainted with him? The words hung in the air, unspoken but understood. The boy who was chased away 4 years ago had come back. Bishop Ogent chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. He didn't believe in fate. The talent, once distant because of a status barrier, now stood within reach. Taking a detour of 4 years, he was now standing in front of him. Was this really fate? Bishop Ogent would admit Chiron. Elsewhere, a path wound its way through a serene landscape, leading towards a distant house nestled amongst the mountains. Footsteps echoed on the stairs. Mom, Dad. He offered a reassuring smile, his blue eyes sparkling with determination. Chiron Arian, now 17, declared his return. His mother embraced him tightly, her voice thick with emotion. She would miss him dearly. Chiron promised to write often. Chiron couldn't help but wonder if his hair looked all right. It felt awkward, so different from how it usually was. He recalled Miss Reina's words about short hair being trendy among nobles, and he tried to act natural. His father's voice broke through his thoughts, asking if he was forgetting something. His mother, already missing him, vowed to write. Chiron responded with a playful, "If you don't, I will." His father's gaze softened as he told Chiron he was proud of him. Enveloped in a warm embrace, Chiron felt the love and support of his family surrounding him. Chiron pondered his family's words, remembering the family head's offer of a house in the city. He knew his father was a hunter, and a hunter's roots were in the mountains and fields. The family continued to shower him with gifts, a testament to their affection. It was a happy day in the village because he was entering the Magic Academy, but his father hadn't told anyone. Chiron was certain that the reason his father declined the offer to live in the city was so he wouldn't be used against him. Meanwhile, an older gentleman stood near a carriage, his expression unreadable. He burst through the doorway, a wide grin plastered across his face, practically vibrating with anticipation. His first day at the Magic Academy was finally here, a path stretching out before him towards a distant, promising future. Inside the carriage, the anticipation was palpable, a silent hum of excitement filling the air. His hand grips the ornate golden handle, ready to open the door to a new chapter. Chiron stands beside the older gentleman, a mix of excitement and nervousness etched on his face. The pair, their hands clasped together, have arrived at their destination. Aldea's wizard school looms before them, a grand archway framing a bustling scene of students and carriages. The fees for the teaching materials would be paid through him, the young master only needing to study well. The associate butler's thoughts drifted, a sense of duty weighing heavily on his mind. The older gentleman expressed his gratitude, acknowledging the kindness that had allowed him to come this far, a sentiment Chiron echoed. Chiron's thoughts turned to the social hierarchy, the ingrained belief that no matter how talented a commoner might be, they could never truly surpass a noble. The older gentleman, his face etched with years of wisdom, spoke with a calm assurance as he walked alongside Chiron. However, not just anyone is given an opportunity like this, but you must persevere if you can. Persevere until the end will come, the older gentleman stated. Chiron responded, "Thank you. I will definitely become a mage." The man continued, "Now, if you're ready, please follow me." The sound of their footsteps echoed as they ascended the grand staircase, the weight of Chiron's future pressing down with each step. "We need to register you into the school now," the older gentleman said, referring to Althea's wizard school. "The cradle of geniuses, what will I learn? And who will I meet? We will do our best to serve you." Meanwhile, the school loomed in the distance, a beacon of knowledge and opportunity. "I will get going now. If you need anything, please contact me," the older gentleman said. Chiron responded, "Yes, thank you very much. Who will come and get me?" He descended the grand staircase, the older gentleman beside him. The scale of the academy was becoming clear with each step. The older gentleman paused, his brow furrowed. Something strange just walked past me," he muttered, a hint of surprise in his voice. They continued onward, the sounds of the academy growing louder. The air crackled with unseen energy. Students soared through the air, bubbles of magic trailing behind them. The academy was alive with arcane energy. They passed a student holding a book, her expression serious. The sheer variety of students was becoming apparent. A sudden commotion erupted as a student tumbled from the stairs, another reaching out to catch them. Magic was everywhere, even in unexpected moments. The older gentleman chuckled, observing the scene. "That's right, everyone's using magic," he exclaimed, a hint of amusement in his voice. They continued their walk, the academy stretching out before them. The sheer scale of the place was becoming overwhelming. Chiron overheard other students talking earnestly. "The atmosphere's different because they're all around the same age as me," he thought, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. The text details the potential for a refrigerant to be more efficient, but warns that the reverse reaction would also be accelerated. Suddenly, Arian Chiron's eyes widen, a surge of blue energy erupting around him as he blurts out, "What?" The blue energy shifts to a fiery orange, but the confusion remains etched on Chiron's face. He wonders aloud why he can't understand what's being said, even though they're speaking the same language. The orange energy intensifies, swirling around a brown coat, the air crackling with unseen power. Coughing, the headmaster, a woman with fiery red hair, calls out a greeting. In the background, Chiron stands amongst other students, oblivious to the discussion about a problem that has occurred during an experiment. The headmaster gives a thumbs up, assuring someone that she'll try again, having been instructed to check if the electricity is uniform. A sense of disbelief hangs in the air. The headmaster isn't stopping him? On top of that, she's trying again? It's as if something strange is happening. From above, Chiron is seen with the older gentleman, the boy's thoughts echoing, "I'm in another world." The scene focuses on figures in dark robes, their expressions obscured. The headmaster walks alongside the older gentleman, their destination unknown. The headmaster stands holding a pink folder, surrounded by other students, seemingly unfazed by the earlier chaos. The air crackled with unseen energies. Ogent Rian observed the subtle shifts in the atmosphere. "They're all using magic," he exclaimed, a mix of awe and concern in his voice. The older gentleman, his brow furrowed, considered the implications. "Yes, but where we're heading now is..." The man's voice trailed off, lost in thought. Maybe because they're my age, it's a different atmosphere. The group continued onward, passing between suited figures. The air grew thick with anticipation. A hushed discussion filled the air, the topic a complex blend of science and magic. A convection current can bring air under a freezing point? Wouldn't condensing a refrigerant be more efficient? But then you can't promote a reversal reaction. Ojit Rian's eyes widened, struggling to keep up with the conversation. What? He blurted out, confusion etched on his face. Frustration began to mount within the young man. Why can't I understand them if they're talking in the same language? The trench coat billowed slightly as they continued their journey. The older gentleman coughed, his hand raised to his mouth. Ah, hello, headmaster, he greeted, his voice raspy. It feels like I'm in a different world. Elsewhere, a sprawling city stretched out before them, its architecture a blend of the ancient and the futuristic. The air hummed with magical energy. He walked alongside the older student, the ornate architecture of the academy a testament to its prestige. The sunlight glinted off the polished stone as they approached a large notice board. The board displayed the grade leaderboard of the advanced class. At the top of the list, a name stood out, Karmas Amy, a first-class noble. Ojit Rian's eyes widened. Amazing, everyone here has the same talent as me. His gaze intensified, but someone is in first place out of all of them. He looked up at the leaderboard, determination hardening his features. I want to try that too. I want to go against them. Here, I'll study from the start again. A burning resolve ignited in his blue eyes. I want to challenge them. The name echoed in his mind. Amy. Karmas Amy? Ojit Rian's eyes widened as he heard someone call out. In the advanced class? He turned, a confused expression on his face. Huh. A girl with long, flowing red hair called out, Hey, Amy, wait up. The air crackled with unrestrained fury as bodies lay scattered, the aftermath of a magical outburst. Crimson energy still pulsed around the scene. Amy stood amidst the chaos, her expression a mask of cold rage. The aftermath of her power lay strewn around her. Elsewhere, a young man with blonde hair floated through the air, his face etched with fear as he desperately tried to escape the unseen force pulling him. Her rage echoed in the air, a furious question hurled at an unseen target. How could a lowly commoner dare to possess such power? Amy's hand shot out, her eyes blazing with fury as she pointed an accusation. In a different setting, Amy, now composed, walked through a grand hall, a book clutched in her hand. Her expression was unreadable. Her green eyes narrowed, a silent intensity radiating from her gaze. A glimpse of her red hair hinted at the fire still burning within. Amy's voice echoed through the halls, a furious demand for someone to wait up, laced with a vulgar insult. The blonde boy, face averted, pleaded silently that she wouldn't see him. Two figures watched the boy pass, one whispering, Did you see that? That boy we just passed. Another girl, her cheeks flushed, thought only one thing. He's so hot. Someone new? The student with crimson hair eyed the entrance, a thoughtful expression on her face. He certainly looked a bit old to be joining their ranks. Her gaze lingered, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. The student with orange hair tilted her head, a teasing glint in her eyes. What? Are you interested? She asked, a playful smirk dancing on her lips. The crimson-haired student waved her hand dismissively. No, not that. I genuinely think I've seen him before, she insisted, her brow furrowing in thought. The orange-haired student scoffed, unconvinced. Don't lie. You changed, right? I'm right, she exclaimed, her voice laced with playful accusation. Meanwhile, a notice board displayed the name Karmas Amy, celebrated as first place in the advanced class. The most popular student of the advanced class, the top of the top student who blocks out all of the older, younger, and the same years that ask her out. Elsewhere, a figure with long white hair, possibly a headmaster, stood with another person. Are you cold? She asked, her voice gentle. A muffled voice responded, I don't know. Meanwhile, an aerial view of the Magic Academy. Magic Academy, 3/3 testing area. Back at the academy, the headmaster and the blonde man watched over a group of children sitting on chairs. The older gentleman advises to watch the child carefully, his gaze fixed on something beyond the frame. The younger man listens intently, his expression thoughtful. Elsewhere, 6 figures sit at a long, ornate table, their expressions unreadable from this distance. The room is bathed in a soft, golden light filtering through the tall windows. A young boy stands at the center of a large, circular pattern etched into the floor. 2 figures stand behind him, their forms cloaked in shadow as they observe the proceedings. The runes on the floor shimmer faintly. A disembodied voice explains that the letters will feel different upon entering the spirit zone, but based on what remains unsaid. The older gentleman reiterates the importance of answering the teacher's questions honestly, his gaze intense. The younger man nods, seemingly understanding the gravity of the situation. At a desk, Kemi is asked if he can use magic. He sits poised, pen in hand, ready to answer the question. The young boy proudly declares that he can make objects float in the air. An unseen observer coos at the display of power, before instructing him to enter the spirit zone. Kemi looks down, a determined glint in his eyes. He declares that he is ready to enter the spirit zone, his voice filled with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. A man asks what the furthest number someone can see, his expression serious. The person being tested sits across from him, their face obscured by shadow. The young man confidently states the number 6. A voice responds, seemingly pleased with the answer. The younger man seems to have understood something, his eyes widening slightly. The older gentleman looks on, a knowing smile playing on his lips. A man asks what color someone feels most clearly, his gaze intense. The person being tested sits across from him, their expression thoughtful. The pen glides across the page, the ink bleeding into a declaration of sensory overload. It's as if the world has been filtered through a single, dominant hue. The word divergent looms large, a concept defined by the chaotic dance of particles, light, and fire. The unseen observer muses that they can now understand why the zone is the way it is. The disembodied voice notes that the zone is larger compared to the subject's age. Another voice chimes in, asking if they can see the big tower. The pen continues its work, diagrams of hemispheres and brain structures taking shape on the page. A small voice declares, it's on. The temperature is being measured, the density reading at 24.8%, flexibility variable. A voice notes that it's hot, and they're sweating. A man with reddish-brown hair offers a good work to Kemi, who stands before a panel of judges. The blonde-haired man remarks that this year's results are incredible. Ojent Rian, writing, notes that Mike's zone was 12 meters. The unseen observer chuckles, noting that the results seem to get better every year. The final evaluation reads good application power, but lacking stamina. The blonde-haired man places a hand on the shoulder of the older gentleman, encouraging him not to get nervous and to show off his skills. The older gentleman responds that he will. A disembodied voice declares that the child is the special type the principal was talking about. The blonde-haired man looks down thoughtfully, his hand on his chin. Ojent Rian stands beside him. The unseen observer finds Arian Chiron's resume interesting, but old. It notes that Arian is 17, an Ojent family guest, and has high potential for improvement. It seems like the type where people's talents often develop late. The instructor, peering through his glasses, wondered aloud if Arian Chiron could use magic. He mused that even if Arian were special outside of the school, he'd quickly be buried within its walls. Arian Chiron, standing before a backdrop of ornate paintings, admitted that he hadn't learned yet. The older gentleman acknowledged this, adding that even without formal training, Arian should still be capable of a few things. He seemed sure of it. The gentleman's thoughts drifted to the nature of magic itself, the externalization of inner knowledge. He contrasted this with the nobles, who grasped magic from a young age, and then returned to the present, noting that Arian had no such knowledge. Arian was instructed to enter the spirit zone within the designated circle. Arian, his brow furrowed with determination, resolved to do his best. The older gentleman, observing alongside the others, was thankfully surprised. Arian didn't seem to be a doomed parachute, after all. Arian stood within the circle, a faint, ethereal glow beginning to emanate from him. The world seemed to fade away, replaced by an encroaching darkness. Energy crackled around Arian, arcane symbols swirling into existence around him. The symbols pulsed with power, a language of magic unfolding before him. Arian's eyes widened, a sudden realization dawning on him. So this was it. The man with blonde hair is asked to tell the number. Chiron stands in the grand hall, a sense of unease washing over him. Someone laughs, remarking that he seems embarrassed. The older gentleman urges Chiron to be honest, assuring him it's not for ranking, but for an education plan that fits him. Chiron struggles, admitting he sees a number, but it's so long he can't read it. The older gentleman responds that his eyesight doesn't matter. He'll be able to read it with synesthesia. He clarifies that he does see it, but it's too long, getting longer and longer. The older gentleman assures Chiron it's fine and to just roughly say the number in front of him. Below, the glowing symbols and numbers swirl. The endless string of digits stretches into infinity. The number 3.14159 glows brightly. 3.14. The man with the purple hair addressed Chiron, stating that there was no 3.14 among the numbers they had said. Chiron looked down, questioning if the man was sure and confirming that was what he saw. The purple-haired man responded that of course there were times where pi came out, and it seemed the size. The woman at the table observed that the zone exceeded the set measurement parameters, wondering if he really exceeded 30 meters. Then a voice asked what color Chiron saw most clearly. Chiron, surrounded by blue light, stated that it was blue everywhere. It was said that blue is convergent. The older man questioned if his zone was that big, noting that convergent types have stamina stronger than the size of the zone, the opposite of the divergent type. The white-bearded man, Clump, stated that he saw why someone vouched for him, telling him to hold on. The older man's gaze intensified. A diagram of a brain, showing flexibility in both hemispheres. The older man then asked how many balls were around him. He gazes into the distance, the blue orbs shimmering around him. Chiron wonders about these things, deciding he doesn't need to count them. The blue orbs pulse with an inner light, a silent energy that permeates the air. A voice, seemingly from nowhere, declares, "I can feel it." The orbs swirl around him as Chiron stands within a glowing circle of arcane symbols. A number materializes in the air above, 867. The glowing circle pulses with an otherworldly energy, its symbols hinting at forgotten knowledge and ancient power. The older gentleman pauses in his calculations, a flicker of concern crossing his aged features. He mutters, He studies the calculations, the numbers swimming before his eyes. This is a bit. He trails off, his expression growing more troubled. The older gentleman's brow furrows, his gaze fixed on something unseen. A single word hangs in the air, heavy with foreboding. Dangerous. A voice echoes, posing a question to Chiron. How many balls are there in the air? There's no need to count them one by one, because he can feel them. 867. The older gentleman pauses, pen in hand, seemingly deep in thought. The density is at 86.7%. This is a little dangerous. Chiron, how cold is it right now? It's quite cold. He can feel it. I see. The assessment continues, the document highlighting the subject's convergent type, defensive form, and exceptional endurance. However, the assessment notes that the spirit zone is still abnormally large. A voice booms out declaring, "Great job." The instructor, his expression unreadable, instructs, "Everyone, please wait outside the room." The observers remain seated, their faces betraying nothing of their thoughts. Chiron stands alone in the center of the ornate circle, the silence amplifying the weight of the assessment. The other students depart, leaving Chiron to face his evaluation alone. The instructor holds the door open for a young girl, a silent gesture of dismissal. A palpable tension fills the air. One of the observers muses, "Ho ho, what a unique student that is." Another replies, "That's right. How could a 17-year-old boy be able to sense the spirit zone that has a diameter of 30 meters? The discussion continues amongst the observers. The bigger the spirit zone, the thinner the density should be, one states. Yet that student's spirit zone density is at 86.7%, another adds. The older gentleman observes, and that's just pure mental power without using any buffs. Could he be a monk that meditates in the mountains every day? The instructors gathered, the air thick with unspoken doubts. One wondered aloud if Chiron had perhaps exaggerated his assessment. Another instructor considered the implications. A spirit zone with 90% density and a 30-meter diameter was a considerable claim. The sheer improbability hung heavy in the air. Such a spirit zone, belonging to a 17-year-old boy who claimed to know no magic? One of the instructors scoffed, suggesting that Chiron might have simply fabricated the numbers to appear more impressive. The instructors knew that even if Chiron were placed in a high-ranking class, he would likely struggle to keep up, let alone pass the tests. Another instructor questioned the motive, wondering why a student would lie when they were there to learn. More concerning was the fact that not even the teachers could recall the error code producing a circular constant. The instructor with blonde hair scoffed, suggesting that the student was simply trying to attract attention. The instructor with pink hair seemed annoyed by this. The blonde instructor, visibly irritated, pressed the matter. Where should they assign him, then? The instructors turned their attention to the headmaster, awaiting her decision. Class 6, it was noted, focused on spirit zone development and theoretical studies. Alifer Siena, an official of the 6th Fourth class, seemed exasperated. Magic properly, right? The assessment of the student was nearly complete, or so it seemed. Another instructor recommended the student be assigned to Class 5, but the suggestion was immediately met with resistance. "I object," came the sharp reply. The instructor with purple hair found the situation irritating. The blonde instructor countered, "He's a 17-year-old boy who doesn't know magic." Instructor Thad, an official of the 6th class, was adamant. If we put him in a high class, he might let it get to his head and cause trouble. Thad continued, "I think we need to teach him the basics first." The purple-haired instructor retorted, "That could be the case, but not all students are like you, Instructor Thad." Thad's expression hardened. "What did you just say?" The other instructor accused, "Be honest. You just want him to be in Class 5, which you're in charge of, because you want to teach him." The argument intensified, sparks flying between the two instructors. "What's the problem?" The purple-haired instructor questioned Thad's motives. In wanting to teach a talented student, what Instructor Thad said does make sense even if he's... They ended up quarreling. One of the other instructors suggested, "Very talented, he's still just a young student. How about teaching him from Class 10? If they send him to a class that only teaches the basics," she muses, "he may lose the drive to learn because his classmates are much younger than him." Another suggests postponing any permanent assignment and observing for now. Class 7, he thinks, would be a good fit. The man strokes his beard, considering the options. He thinks they're right. The man with the white beard considers the name, Chiron. His hands clasped, the decision seems to be forming. Yes, he will be assigned to Class 7. The wizard school has a system of 10 classes. Based on the student's evaluation, they're divided into 10 classes, and these classes can be categorized into 3 larger categories. Class 10 to Class 8 would be the basic classes. They'd receive special education for the talented with a focus on developing their spirit zone. And from Class 7 to Class 4, they'd be in advanced classes. They learn how to use the spirit zone and also get into advanced lessons that teach how to use magic. Lastly, Class 3 to Class 1 would be the graduating classes, and would need to undergo harsh training in order to be raised as professional wizards. And, meanwhile, the grand architecture of Althea's wizard school stood tall against the clear sky, a beacon of magical learning. A badge bearing the number 7 marked the students of Class 7. Whispers carried on the wind as students made their way through the school grounds. The halls bustled with activity as students moved between classes, their robes flowing behind them. The announcement echoed through the school. A new student would be joining Class 7. Murmurs rippled through the classroom. Some thought it strange for a new student to join an advanced class. Others commented on his appearance. But one thought was clear: he was handsome. The new student, Chiron, stood with an older gentleman, his expression calm and collected. The students' reactions ranged from shock to excitement at the sight of Chiron. Chiron's eyes reflected a quiet determination as he prepared to face his new class. He was finally at the wizard school. Althea's wizard school used all 75.425 kilometers of the mountains. The Althea's wizard school boasts impressive facilities, including over 30 buildings and 40 training grounds. Though students are restricted to campus on weekdays, the school provides every amenity. Students often spend their time in the school's library, which remains open around the clock. Others organize research meetings, engaging in discussions fueled by their passion for learning. This atmosphere is what drives the school to maintain its esteemed reputation. Classes are as challenging as expected, with numerous subjects and a high level of knowledge required. Even nobles who studied from a young age would find the material difficult, so it's no surprise that it's a challenge. However, Arian Chiron is determined to catch up somehow. The backbone of knowledge, the chronology of history has been engraved into Chiron, helping him to slowly accumulate all the knowledge of the world. Countless books lay open, their pages filled with arcane knowledge. The air crackles with unseen energy. The older gentleman announces, "All right, this is all for the morning." Chiron says, "Great work, everyone." The instructor explains, "Afternoon classes will be practical classes concerning Spirit Zone." The location isn't written in the timetable, though. Chiron wonders who he should ask for directions. Fortunately, there's someone around the same age as him. He asks if they know where the practical class training ground would be. The student with pink hair is surprised that he's talking to her. The other student says that today's practical class should be the 2-second combined training ground. There are 2 combined training sessions for advanced classes weekly, taking place today along with the orientation. Chiron is shocked. Combined training for advanced classes? The school looms in the distance. The sign reads 2-second combined training ground. Students greet a senior, thanking them for last time. More students greet the senior, asking them to sit over here. The students greet Amy. Students in black school uniforms walk down a hallway, the sound of their footsteps echoing. A crowd of students gazes towards the front of the hall. The air crackles with excitement. "She's so popular," one of them murmurs. A student thinks to himself, "I wanted to avoid her as much as possible." The students discuss the combined training sessions and the strict hierarchy of the school. One student wonders, would it be possible to stay out of her sight? A woman with orange hair and glasses stands at the front of the hall, radiating confidence. The text identifies her as Romy Itella, an advanced class Spirit Zone exclusive instructor. Romy Itella announces, "I'm Itella, the instructor in charge of your Spirit Zone classes this year as well." The students discuss the new semester and the students who have been promoted, as well as repeat students. Romy Itella stands before the students, her expression serious. "But today we have a new face." The students whisper about the new student in the advanced classes, wondering if the rumor is true. Romy Itella turns her attention to a student with blonde hair. "Chiron, can you stand up and introduce yourself?" Chiron looks nervous, sweat trickling down his face. The classroom buzzed with anticipation as the students settled in. Amy, with her vibrant red hair, leaned forward, a curious glint in her eyes. Suddenly, a voice cut through the murmur. Arian Chiron, standing tall, introduced himself to the class, stating he was in Class 7. A wave of surprise rippled through the room. The declaration hung in the air, punctuated by gasps and murmurs of disbelief. The collective reaction intensified, a palpable sense of shock and intrigue filling the space as the students processed the unexpected introduction. Chiron, seemingly unfazed by the reaction, wore a confident smirk as he uttered, "Give up." The words echoed with an unsettling cheerfulness. Amy turned to her companion, her brow furrowed. "Amy, isn't he the boy we saw yesterday?" she questioned, a hint of recognition in her voice. Amy rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. "I've never heard that name before. Who is he?" She mused, Her eyes narrowed in contemplation. The other student leaned in, adding, "He looks familiar. I remember most of the faces I see, though. Do you know?" Whispers spread through the classroom. The instructors are paying a lot of attention to him. One student observed, her voice barely audible. Another student chimed in. "I heard his results during the test for new students were quite surprising." The rumors swirled, fueled by curiosity and speculation. Amy's expression shifted, a hint of intrigue coloring her features. Well, I'm liking him even more. I wonder which family he's from," she mused. Her interest piqued. A sense of anticipation hung heavy in the air as Amy's gaze intensified, her mind racing with possibilities. Chiron had certainly made an impression. Amy's eyes glowed crimson, a surge of magical power emanating from her very being. A figure was sent hurtling through the air, a blur against the dark background. She descended, the red-haired girl's expression unreadable as she followed the trajectory of her attack. Amy gazed down, her features sharp with a mixture of anger and disbelief. The question hung in the air, laced with accusation. Where did he learn magic? The unspoken words echoed. How could a lowly commoner possibly wield such power? Tears streamed down Chiron's face, his small body trembling with fear and confusion. Amy's face twisted in frustration, the curse words bubbling to the surface. The Karmas family is known throughout for possessing a genius bloodline, their name synonymous with exceptional talent. Central to their lineage is the unique ability known as red eyes, a trait passed down through generations of Karmas family members. The arrow is drawn back, the fletching brushing against a steady hand, ready to be released with deadly precision. With a satisfying thwack, the arrow finds its mark, piercing the very center of the target. Arrows fly in rapid succession, each one striking the target with unerring accuracy, a testament to the Karmas family's innate skill. Such talent, it seems, renders the need for diligent study meaningless, as a servant praises the young Miss's incredible skill. The youngest daughter, Amy, is said to possess the most talent among them all, a fact her father proudly confirms. The genius lineage of the Karmas family has certainly been passed down to her, as she demonstrates her skill in another pursuit. A servant inquires as to what is wrong, but Amy's expression suggests a deeper dissatisfaction. It's boring, she thinks, having grown to hate everything. Amy wonders what her family's ability has truly done for them, a question that lingers in the air as she walks away. A man amidst a crowd declares his independence, stating he can achieve his goals without relying on his family's name. The city lights blur beneath a declaration of absolute freedom. He can do whatever he wants. The sound of impact echoes as a figure is struck with brutal force. A detached thought drifts through the air. How boring. The text reveals that the person who sent the rebellious Amy back home is being discussed. Amy stands tall amidst several prone figures, the cobblestones beneath her feet slick with an unseen substance. The rough texture of the cobblestone street fills the view. A young boy is enveloped in a bright blue aura, his expression a mix of surprise and apprehension. Elsewhere, a formal gathering is in progress, the attendees smiling and applauding. Amy's expression hardens, a single word escaping her lips. Foo. The unspoken frustration boils over into a single, emphatic curse. Two classmates react with surprise as Amy approaches. One stammers, questioning if she is a senior, before quickly changing the subject to uncomfortable shoes. The memory, captured by her crimson eyes, couldn't have been wrong. Amy forced a laugh, but the problem gnawed at her. She had found him among the nobility. Who knew he was that low-class boy? But how was he here, in this magic academy? However, Amy was very embarrassed. Lost in thought, Amy continued to read. Of her past, she could not escape. I won't die. I tidied up my past without leaving a single loose end. Don't tell me he remembers me. 5 years ago, a scene of violence unfolded. In these memories, to be a slave, he can't have any possessions, right? How about we confirm that? Were they brushed past each other? Stripped down? Senior Amy? Canis thought, she's not the person everyone thinks she is. Milchalpia is considered Amy's past, the whispers of her hanging around gangsters in an alley 5 years ago echoing in his mind. He wondered why he, someone the professors trusted, would lie. Was that all? Of course not. Was she the Magic Academy's official ice princess? A sinister smile crept across his face as he mused that she's actually very interested in men. The pages of a book blurred as the memories surfaced. Well, she took off all my clothes. A chill ran down his spine as the implication settled in. Amy's face contorted in denial. No, absolutely not, she exclaimed, her voice laced with desperation. Her hands clenched, a desperate resolve hardening her gaze. She couldn't allow that misunderstanding. A wave of determination washed over her. She needed to stop it from happening. She could feel it. A chill permeated the air as Milchalpias sat alone, contemplating the situation. A professor, standing before her class, began her lecture. Now, everyone, what is a spirit zone? A mage's mentality. The lecture hall stretched out before them, the professor's words echoing through the chamber. That's right, It's the embodiment of a mage's mentality. Footsteps echoed on the stone floor, drawing attention to a diagram etched into the center. The first form is a circle. That's what focus is. She explains that in actual combat, there are certain circumstances where the circle form is not efficient. Amy gestures, conjuring what she calls an image zone. The glowing symbols within the zone pulse with arcane energy. One of the students gasps, eyes wide. He can see it. Another student, equally astonished, declares that he can see the spirit zone with his own eyes. Amy stands within the image zone, a circle 10 meters in diameter. It's the basic form of the spirit zone, she explains. The mage smiles, stating she will show a simple example. A faint, ethereal glow begins to coalesce into a small orb. The spirit zone is 10 meters in diameter, and the target is 20 meters away, she narrates. Concentric circles ripple outwards, the air shimmering with magical potential. Another student, eyes alight with excitement, declares he will use a 10th circle magic fireball. He can see her use magic. A surge of heat washes over the room as a massive, fiery explosion erupts. She conjures a small fire, a ball of energy crackling in her palm. Amy focuses, muttering, "Let's see." The fireball intensifies, swirling with heat and light. The instructor wonders if she can hit the target. The flames dance around her, contained within an unseen boundary. The air shimmers with heat. A blue target hangs in the distance, its concentric circles glowing faintly. A shimmering, blue curtain descends, marking the edge of the image zone. The fireball flickers, then vanishes completely as it crosses the boundary. A collective murmur rises from the students. Amy extends her hand, a determined glint in her eyes. Thus, if I extend, the spirit zone expands, a circular pattern of light spreading outwards. The text explains that the spirit zone must reach the target. A beam of blue light shoots forward, connecting the image zone to the distant target. The fireball reappears, now contained within the extended image zone, crackling with renewed energy. "We can." The students gasp, their faces alight with awe. "Wow." The students of Class 7 listened intently as Amy stood before them, ready to continue her lesson on spirit zones. One student commented on the appearance of the Class 7 students. Another student expressed surprise, realizing the depth of control one could achieve by changing the form of their mentality. The explanation prompted confusion among some of the students. Amy clarified that changing the form of one's zone consumes a great deal of concentration, a point that seemed to resonate with the class. Amy continued, explaining that the spirit zone is used in 4 different patterns. First, the defense form is a basic deltahedron shape. In most defenses, the spirit zone is maintained to not be broken. It'd be more faces you have, the higher the defense. Next is the star-shaped form that we call the attack form. It's easy to locate the target with it, and it's useful when fighting against many enemies. Continuing from that, the cross form, which allows the zone to extend in 4 different distant directions. However, for fast-moving targets, it's not suitable. As the distance from the center is far, it's hard to change the direction. You can say that the main idea of the cross form is to increase the speed of the spirit zone's rotation. The students watch as one whispers, noting that Amy is using those techniques without even blinking. Another wonders if she wants them to do that as well. A text bubble explains that using that method, one can use it in a real battle even if the diameter is 10 meters. Amy states that the last form is the detached form, a form that's difficult to get right even if you're a. Amy declares that she will first show a demonstration. One of the students wonders to themselves if Amy succeeds, will she get promoted, noting that her spirit zone achieved full marks when she was a Class 8, so that much. The students react with shock. A student thinks about her spirit zone. A blue glow emanates from Amy's feet. The students are shocked as Amy's spirit appears to have left her body. A blue spirit zone surrounds Amy's body. One of the students admits that they don't get it, thinking that the spirit zone is a mage's mentality. Another student wonders if it is possible to detach your thoughts from your body and what is at the center. She demonstrates the detached form, a technique so difficult it's reserved for specialized mages. However, because the mage doesn't have a center point, the spirit zone cannot move. The detached form allows one to move the zone to the target and instantly activate it to chase after them. It also has the advantage of having an infinite scope of activity. Instant activation allows one to ignore the process of aiming at the target and activate the magic on the target itself. One of the students wonders how the professor can do that so easily. One student remarks that just using the spirit zone gets him out of breath. Another student comments that she's on a different level, an official Class G mage. Despite her looks, she's very skilled. The student adjusts her glasses, remarking that if they don't do a demonstration in the first class, everyone will be upset. The student got first place in speed for the cross form. The students exclaim in awe. The student with orange hair announces that student Amy Karmas from Class 4 will show them a demonstration. Another student comments on how cool it is that she's the head of the class's honor, and that all the male students will fall for her after seeing it once. The student with red hair asks if that's right, Amy. Amy doesn't want the attention right now. The instructor adjusted her glasses, a knowing smile playing on her lips. She mused aloud, wondering if a demonstration in the first class was in order, lest the students be disappointed. A wave of excited murmurs rippled through the classroom as the students anticipated the upcoming demonstration. The announcement echoed. Amy Karmas from Class 4 would be giving the demonstration. One student gushed about Amy being the head of the class's honor, while another agreed that it was expected. The instructor's words hung in the air. This year, all the male students would fall for her after seeing it once. Amy, however, was not thrilled with the attention. Amy stood beside another student, a nervous expression on her face as she prepared for the demonstration. Her eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down her face as the pressure mounted. She thought to herself that she didn't want the attention right now. The advantage of this technique lies in its long range. However, its shortcoming is that it's hard to use when dealing with fast, moving targets and multiple targets. But if the spirit zone is supported with a mental power, it's capable of spinning it quickly. The technique intercepts incoming projectiles with ease. Amy Karmas demonstrates the technique, a red aura surrounding her. Its shortcoming ceases to exist as the technique adapts to the situation, and it becomes a long-range interception fortress hated by everyone. The students watch in awe. Amy is really amazing. One student wonders, will I be able to become a mage like her? Even though I'm just a layman, I know that technique is amazing as well. Nothing is left in the areas the zone sweeps past. A 100% hit rate. The speed test. Despite that, Amy looks relaxed. She moved with a grace that belied the storm brewing within. Beautiful. One student sighed, lost in a daydream. He imagined a school life transformed by her presence. Another voice cut through the reverie. Stop dreaming. She doesn't even look at any guys, no matter what family they are from. The student continued, a hint of envy in his tone. It's no surprise male students want to date her. She's a first-class noble and is perfect in every way. Unseen, unheard, Amy continued her walk, the whispers swirling around her like a gathering storm. A subtle smile played on her lips, a mask concealing the growing irritation. Another student, overhearing the conversation, could only manage a surprised, huh. The murmurs continued. What was that? Amy The whispers finally broke through her carefully constructed facade. Goddamn. Her thoughts raged. I looked at him subconsciously. He bothers me so much that I can't take it anymore, though. With an air of certainty, a student declares his conviction. Whispers ripple through the room, questioning if he and Amy know each other, with one voice incredulously noting his recent arrival. He remembers, the student thinks, his gaze intense. Across from him, Amy also remembers. Amy reflects, deciding that she can't allow him to spread rumors about her. Her thoughts race. Does she need to silence him? No, she tells herself. She needs to calm down, reminding herself that she is the academy's best and a model student. Amy considers that no one would believe the words of a new student, would they? She knows that if she moves too rashly, it might cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Another student asks Amy what happened in the image zone, noting that her face is red. Amy exclaims that nothing happened. After the demonstration, practical lessons take place in individual classes. The defensive form is something. The defensive form first. The defensive form is something. You should always practice, a student advises. A mage needs to be able to focus even in a chaotic battlefield. After all, the trick is to feel like your mind is being squeezed. Compress the spirit zone, build the structure. A diagram illustrates the process. Form the frame, and prevent the structure from collapsing. Arian Chiron believes he has succeeded. But since it can't be seen physically, it can't be confirmed. It would be easier if his spirit zone could be seen in the image zone. Amy asks the instructor if she could try using the image zone. Arian states that there's no need to care about others when he's learning magic. Amy thinks about how opportunities to improve one's skills don't always come by. The new student is being watched by other students, who find him cute and courageous. Another student points out to Amy that the new student is going into the image zone. Another student questions what the hell he is doing, and what he can do when he's just in class 7. Amy is acting strangely. It's starting to get scary. The image zone is now filled with many people, including Arian. He stood in the center of the hall, a faint luminescence beginning to emanate from him, the air itself seeming to crackle with unseen energy. Suddenly, a digital display materialized above, starkly announcing, Image Zone Diameter 0M. Arian Chiron's expression hardened with resolve. He was finally meeting. The words echoed in his mind, a declaration of intent. My spirit zone. From Arian, a sphere of pure, shimmering energy erupted, pushing outward with unstoppable force. Other students watched in stunned silence, their faces a mixture of awe and apprehension. What is with that size? One whispered. The digital display flickered once more, now reading. Image Zone Diameter 12M. Come to think of it, Arian wondered if he had told them about the size of his spirit zone during the admission test. No, They didn't get to measure it. The sphere continued to expand, the energy intensifying, threatening to engulf everything in its path. Sir stood at the epicenter, arms raised, a conduit for the raw power surging through him. Still, a desperate cry pierced the air. Stop! The edge of the image zone shimmered, a boundary between the ordinary and something far more potent. Its diameter, 20 meters. The students of Class 5 watched with growing unease. 13 meters was considered average for their level, but this was far beyond that. Whispers rippled through the class. Could he have intentionally made his spirit zone so large? If so, the density would decrease, becoming more like droplets. A collective gasp escaped the students as the zone continued to expand, the air thick with anticipation and a hint of fear. The zone barely stopped expanding. That was good, but Arian Chiron knew he needed to focus. Now the defensive form. But the frame wasn't forming. It was collapsing, the energy becoming unstable. It had worked well when he was practicing, though. What was different now? The other students murmured, certain there was no way he'd do well in the first lesson. Was it because he got scared due to the image? No, that wouldn't cause his concentration to drop. What was the difference between now and when he was outside of the image zone? Something was causing it. He saw. Instructor Athela had demonstrated it with such ease, so he was mistaken. To change the form of the spirit zone, mental power must be consumed. That means intentionally maintaining the zone size at a smaller size. It also consumes mental power. Sir realizes that making his spirit zone small might be the problem. He decides he'll just revert his spirit zone to its usual size. The spirit zone begins to expand. The students can only utter WH as they feel the shift. It's getting even bigger. Bigger? Sir grits his teeth, focusing intently as the spirit zone grows. The image zone diameter is now 27 meters. The students watch in shock. What? One of them whispers. The students look up in awe and fear as the spirit zone continues to expand around them. The image zone diameter is now 41 meters. It's huge. A palpable energy filled the air, the spirit zone's power almost visible as it expanded. A voice wondered how anyone could possess such a vast reserve. Arian Chiron, his brow furrowed in concentration, carefully manipulated the edges of his creation. He knew he needed to be precise, lest he accidentally remove a side. The energy crackled around his outstretched hand, a vibrant blue that pulsed with contained power. With a focused intensity, he folded the energy inward, shaping and compressing it with practiced ease. The sheer scale of the spirit zone was becoming apparent, dwarfing the surrounding structures. A collective gasp rippled through the observing students, their faces a mixture of awe and disbelief. The spirit zone expanded further, encompassing the entire training area in a shimmering blue dome. A student could only utter the word student in disbelief. The voice marveled at how he had really succeeded in the 4 forms on the first day. Within the zone, Arian stood bathed in the ethereal blue light, his expression serene. He gazed at his hand, feeling the immense power contained within. It was as if he were within a jewel, protected and secure. The energy swirled around him, a tangible manifestation of his control and skill. Athela observed from a distance, a thoughtful expression on her face. Although he's a convergent type who's better at the defensive form, it's still amazing for him to succeed on the first day. It was also heard that he surprised the instructors during the admission test. The student with orange hair beams, remarking that it must be true the instructors are paying attention to him. She then asks Amy what she thinks. Huh. Amy's expression shifts, a flicker of annoyance crossing her face. Why did she forget it? He's the culprit who humiliated her. Seeing as how he's joined the academy, she's sure someone is helping him. He'll catch up in terms of the class numbers soon, and his influence will grow as well. Change of plans. Amy's eyes narrow, a determined glint in them. She needs to approach him stealthily. A complex magic circle hums with power, its intricate design glowing with an ethereal blue light. Whispers ripple through the crowd of students, all focused on the new student's progress. He has apparently succeeded in the 4 forms on his first day. The pillars of the training hall seem to shimmer with residual energy. The orange-haired student exclaims that the instructors are paying attention to him. Amy is asked what she thinks, but only responds with a silent, dark chuckle. Amy's expression hardens, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple. As expected, it's dangerous to leave it like this. Amy resolves to approach him stealthily. Her gaze sharpens, a plan forming in her mind. The blonde-haired student observes that omnipotence was outstanding, comparing him to someone who has trained in the mountains his whole life. A professor notes that the size has decreased a lot. Another professor remarks that its size decreases, but its density increases. With such a high density, most physical shocks won't break the spirit zone, and resistance towards psychic magic attacks will also form. A voice declared that he could now remove his spirit zone. Arian Chiron gratefully responded with a thank you. The other students congratulated the newcomer on his success. A sudden exclamation echoed through the hall. Arian Chiron wondered why everyone was looking at him. Chiron offered a quiet thank you. The other students acknowledged that it was his insight that made the shield successful. A woman with glasses noted that Chiron was helped by his abnormally large spirit zone of the convergent type. Someone thought that they needed to keep an eye on him. Many people were watching Chiron, wondering if he would advance quickly, acknowledging that he had incredible talent. The students continued to discuss Chiron's progress. The competition was amazed by Chiron's performance on his first day. The air hangs thick with unspoken thoughts as one of the students clicks his tongue, the sound sharp in the otherwise quiet room. Two others stand behind him, their expressions unreadable. Jealousy and envy simmer beneath the surface, a silent chorus of discontent directed at an unseen target. A chilling glare pierces the atmosphere, a silent promise of future conflict. The academy stands tall, its golden towers gleaming under the bright sky. The following day, another particular gaze falls upon the scene. A hand reaches out, pushing open a heavy wooden door. A wave of excited whispers erupts from the students. It's Professor Sienna. A student gasps, realizing who it is. The students watch with anticipation. The students recognize Sienna Alifer, the scary person who was at the entrance exam. Within the confines of Class 5, two students marveled at the prospect of attending Professor Sienna's class, even when they were supposed to be in Class 7. The reason Sienna Alifer had purposefully found time to teach Class 7 was becoming clear, as one student noted that Professor Thad was also amazing. It was said that someone with such talent would do anything to catch up if placed in Class 5, and Sienna Alifer was determined to prove that statement true. Sienna Alifer, adjusting her glasses, mused that she would promote student Chiron quickly. A wave of magical energy emanated from the professor, causing a visible shift in the atmosphere. As the first lesson began, one student wondered aloud if it was just him or if Sienna Alifer was looking directly at them. A visible wave of disgust washed over Sienna Alifer's face, accompanied by crackling magical energy. The air shimmered as Sienna Alifer began to weave her magic, a faint blue glow enveloping her hands. A swirling vortex of ice magic materialized, its intricate patterns hinting at the complex principles at play. The classroom windows began to frost over, the sudden chill causing the students to react in surprise. The temperature plummeted, and a student questioned what ice even was. The cold intensified, and another student wondered what cooling meant in this context. One of the students shivers, complaining to the professor about the cold. Sienna Alifer retorts that if he's cold, it means he's lacking energy, adding that cold energy doesn't exist. The professor explains that temperature can infinitely increase, but it cannot infinitely decrease. She continues, stating that the state when energy is zero is a specific temperature. Sienna Alifer elaborates, explaining that if you take a little energy from the room temperature, ice crystals will form, calling it absolute zero. She poses a question: what will happen if they break this down into particles and turn it into a convection current? The professor states that one can create a temperature low enough to kill a human, like she just did. She then asks how a mage can absorb energy. Sienna Alifer wonders how they can trigger magic without any equipment or tools. One of the students looks on, questioning if it's magic. Sienna Alifer explains that a mage can control the world inside the spirit zone. She continues, stating that although it's a small area, they become something like a god, activating their sense of space, touching light, seeing smells, and smelling with a sense of touch. A mage's special senses are required to use magic. It becomes an ability to rule the present. One must know what to do. Even though they possess the same ability as God, in order for a mage to trigger magic, they need to satisfy two conditions that God possesses. Their omniscience. Through omniscience and omnipotence, a mage can trigger magic. Even if they're omnipotent, if they don't have the knowledge, they can't trigger magic. This is the reason why mages need to understand the world, like a scholar, even if they possess superior senses. That's it. That's the reason why Almighty couldn't use magic. It's because I trained to be omnipotent without knowing what omniscience was. Various things in this academy. The spirit zone is the only half of the start to magic. Sienna Alifer states that if you don't study hard, you can't become an amazing mage. The announcement rings out, declaring the start of basic chemistry lessons. Sir 1, clad in his school uniform, steels his resolve. He can do it. His blue eye reflects a burning ambition. He thinks, I can become a mage. The academy tower pierces the vibrant sunset sky. The sprawling school grounds are bathed in the warm light of the setting sun. One student asks, you go to the library today, right? Another replies, yeah, we have exams. Sienna Alifer walks with another student, a book in hand, muttering too. Around a table, students discuss, what's the research topic? What we need to develop first is... After normal lessons, the students choose to either go to the library or join a research study group. Sir 1, clutching his books, thinks, I hole up in a library every day. Even after doing that, he's barely able to follow the lessons of the nobles, his body exhausted because of his lack of sleep. His mind felt clear, unburdened by the weight of his studies. Arian Chiron felt a sense of purpose. He was determined. After all, to make his dream a reality. As he walked, Arian wondered if anyone had ever invented magic to eliminate the need for sleep. Suddenly, he paused. Why does his body feel so light? Looking down, Arian realized something was amiss. No, wait. A strange force lifted him higher. The ground rushed by beneath him. I'm flying. Panic set in as Arian felt the wind whipping around him. What on earth is going on? Looking up, he saw something above him. A person? The world spun beneath him as he ascended higher and higher. The trees blurred into streaks of green and brown. The wind howled in his ears as he continued to rise. He plummeted through the air, a startled cry escaping his lips as his books and briefcase scattered around him. Below, a cloaked figure watched his descent, a silent observer in the forest depths. Arian continued to fall, a growing sense of dread washing over him. His eyes widened in confusion, the ground rushing up to meet him. What was happening? The wind whipped through crimson hair, a silent prelude to the events about to unfold. Amy Karmas watched him fall, a strange stillness in her gaze. Arian's mind raced, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. He knew they would meet again, but never imagined it would be like this. Amy's expression hardened, a hint of something dark lurking beneath the surface. Was she really the child from 5 years ago? She watched him, a knowing smirk playing on her lips. As expected, he seemed to recognize who she was. Arian's eyes widened, a dawning horror creeping in. Suddenly, a surge of raw power erupted from below, bathing the forest in an ominous glow. A hand reached out, channeling the chaotic energy into a focused attack. The blast engulfed Arian, the force of the magic threatening to consume him entirely. He could only manage a strangled cry of disbelief. Amy's eyes glowed with malevolent intent, a sinister smile spreading across her face. That's right. Her gaze hardened. Amy Karmas vowed to eliminate her target then and there. The woman in the cloak pauses, her name, Amy Karmas, hanging in the air like a challenge. As expected, the trap has been sprung. The boy sits perched on a rock, his expression thoughtful. It seems like she recognizes him. With a flick of her wrist, Amy Karmas conjures a swirling vortex of fire. The flames erupt, engulfing the boy in a searing inferno. That's right, she thinks, a cruel smile twisting her lips. Amy Karmas vows to get rid of him, right here and now. He cries out, begging for it to stop as the unseen force slams into him again and again. The men surrounding them seemed ready to strike. You're gonna kill the kid, one of them said, the words hanging heavy in the air. At first, he was someone she was going to let go. Tears streamed down his face. But when Amy Karmas saw him crying, should she say she wanted to see him cry more? A memory flared, burning bright. Her eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple as the past resurfaced. This guy, Amy Karmas thought, the realization dawning on her. Is he the same guy from 5 years ago? Of course. Amy Karmas remembered. You ordered the gangsters to forcibly take my clothes off. How about we confirm that? Stop. I remember. Wait, that's not it. I was wrong. There's a really big. The situation takes an unexpected turn, leaving Sir utterly bewildered. Amy Karmas begins to speak, her expression a mix of defensiveness and agitation. She vehemently denies any involvement in lewd behavior, her voice rising in protest. Cyrone's confusion deepens, his brow furrowing as he tries to understand the situation. Amy retorts, placing the blame squarely on the gangsters who had targeted him. The red-haired woman quickly adds that she never ordered them to do it, though she admits she wanted to see it. Amy's denial is emphatic, her eyes wide with what appears to be genuine shock. The blonde-haired boy denies any interest in men, his tone laced with disbelief. Sir questions why he was kidnapped to discuss this matter, his voice tinged with annoyance. Amy internally questions why she is making excuses, her thoughts swirling with anxiety. He suspects that she is worried about rumors being spread about her. A shared sense of discomfort hangs in the air between them. The hems of two figures' robes brush against the floor. The blonde-haired man speaks, his expression serious. He understands that it's a memory she wants to forget. Amy Karmas thinks that apologizing is the right thing to do as well. Her eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down her face. This guy really has a way with words. He's saying the right things to make the other person embarrassed and put himself above them. The chessboard looms, a silent battlefield of unspoken intentions. Amy Karmas's expression hardens into a smile. Apologize? The blonde-haired man's eyes widen slightly. He asked what she said. Amy Karmas says that she apologized. She wonders if she can trust that he won't betray her after she accepts his apology. Amy Karmas thinks that if she carelessly apologized, that would mean she admits that what happened in the past was her doing, and wouldn't that become a more disadvantageous situation for her? She challenged him, her tone laced with disdain. Did he truly believe apologies were transactional, a means to an end? Amy Karmas scoffed, questioning Arian Chiron's grasp on reality. Apologies, she implied, were mere courtesy, not a bartering chip. The air crackled with unspoken threat. Amy declared her intention, a promise to turn the tables on him. A cruel smile played on Amy's lips as she voiced her low opinion of Arian's naivete. She found it foolish that he would say such a thing. Arian's expression darkened, a flicker of fear in his eyes. He wondered aloud if he could even survive in the academy without her. Amy paused, a predatory glint in her eyes. Should she elaborate, twist the knife further? Her gaze intensified. Amy revealed what she considered the most frightening aspect of the academy: the seniors. The weight of her words crashed down on Arian, the implications of crossing the upperclassmen hitting him hard. Amy pressed her advantage, hinting at another vulnerability. What if his commoner status became public knowledge? He would surely drop out. Her eyes narrowed. Amy questioned if Arian was truly afraid of her spreading rumors, forcing his hand. Arian's face was a mask of worry, the threat of social ruin hanging heavy in the air. Amy concluded, her tone dismissive. She would observe him, assess his trustworthiness before making any decisions. Amy giggles, covering her mouth as she speaks to Arian. What would she be plotting? Her smile widening. Amy demands that he bring her coffee every morning. Arian looks away, a flicker of discomfort crossing his face as Amy declares him a special case. The redhead's smile tightens as she reminds him that for a commoner to be here, he must have pulled some strings. It would be a shame if he were to drop out. Defeated, Arian agrees, resolving that if becoming her shuttle means she'll trust him, he'll do it. Amy's smile returns, now laced with a hint of warning. She tells Arian to make sure he conducts himself well, since his future is on the line. Her eyes narrow, the threat clear. If he tells the professor. The threat is punctuated with a chilling promise. She'll kill him herself. Arian walks away, the weight of her demands heavy on his shoulders. He thinks to himself that this is better than dropping out, though it looks like her schema skill hasn't changed. He sits down, frustrated and angry because he let her do what she wanted. Arian reflects that it's a wreck from the get-go. Meanwhile, the next day dawned, casting a bright light on the first library. The library grounds bustled with activity as students made their way to their classes. Two students noticed someone whispering amongst themselves. One of them wondered if he wasn't a freshman, while the other was simply taken aback. Ari and Chiron walked through the crowd, holding a cup of coffee. Amy Carmus stood with another student, the aroma of coffee filling the air. The pair began to walk away. The other student exclaimed in surprise, asking Amy what was going on. Arian spilled some of his coffee. The student with Amy asked if she was just going to leave. Amy and the other student continued walking, the other student stating that they needed to study. Arian blushed. Whispers rippled through the hallway as the students observed the aftermath. Had Arian confessed to Amy? And why had she left without a word? One of the students wondered if Arian was interested in Amy. Amy dismissed the notion. She was simply disciplining her junior. It wasn't as if he was the only one. A feeling of satisfaction washed over Amy. It felt so good. A wave of humiliation crashed over the unnamed character. How did it feel to be humiliated by her? The blonde-haired student thought to himself that he would become the stereotypical junior that has an unrequited love for her. Amy Carmus was a pervert and a gangster. No matter what he said from now on, no one would believe him. Amy seemed to be in a great mood. It felt like the congestion she had for 5 years was finally going away. Amy felt great. The unnamed character felt that this was bullying. What the hell did he do? He knew he'd be on the losing end if he got swept away by negative feelings. The blonde-haired student resolved that there was no trust. If he needed to do it, then he'd do it perfectly. Everything is determined by his mindset. From then on, 10 days later. Meanwhile, a buzz rippled through the academy grounds. He's here again. The whispers grew louder, the crowd more eager. The academy's romanticist. Rumors spread like wildfire. I heard he's been confessing his love for 10 days straight. The academy tower stood tall, a silent witness to the unfolding drama. The crowd had grown, students gathering to witness the spectacle. A student with red hair watched the scene unfold, a curious expression on her face. Oh, the audience had indeed gotten bigger, filling the courtyard. The red-haired student spoke with another student, a plan forming in her mind. If there are that many spectators, there's probably no one who doesn't know about this. Let's slowly put into, but you. Her expression shifted, a hint of annoyance creeping in. No one are you going to accept, Chiron? What? What are you? The audience was indeed talking about her. The audience talking about, Sariel? What do you mean accept? Have you forgotten who I am? But the rumors have spread so. The whispers had grown louder, bolder. It was one thing to be the subject of idle gossip, but this was different. The rumors had taken on a life of their own, fueled by the smallest of gestures. Sariel's eyes widened, a knot forming in her stomach. What was this all about? The academy buzzed with a collective gasp, the sound echoing through the halls. A coffee, offered with a polite senior. A simple gesture, now twisted into something more. Here's your coffee. The offering, a daily ritual, now felt like a spotlight, burning with unwanted attention. The whispers turned into a roar, a chorus of voices demanding acceptance, demanding a story. Sariel walked, trying to ignore the stares, the pointed fingers, the weight of expectation. The senior, oblivious or perhaps feigning ignorance, wondered if he had spilled the coffee. He needed to go to the library. A wave of revulsion washed over Sariel, a physical manifestation of her disgust. Her eyes narrowed, a storm brewing within. Was this some kind of joke? Are you kidding me? A steaming cup is offered, the gesture insistent, almost demanding. A chorus of voices rises, a wave of peer pressure washing over the scene. Accept it, they chant, their faces a blur of expectation. Two figures stand apart from the crowd, their backs turned, observing the unfolding drama. The blonde-haired student watches with a knowing smirk, a silent question hanging in the air. Why isn't she taking it? The red-haired student, Sariel, extends the cup further, her expression unreadable. A bead of sweat trickles down Sariel's face, her eyes wide with a mixture of anxiety and forced determination. With a sharp cry of frustration, Sariel throws the cup away, the sound echoing in the tense atmosphere. The cup clatters to the ground, the contents spilling across the stone. A student cries out, "Amy!" The dark liquid spreads, staining the steps, a visual representation of the rejected offering. The blonde-haired student, observing the scene, chides Sariel, reminding her that she is a student who isn't even studying. The accusation hung in the air. Someone was already chasing a female student. The blonde-haired student offered a quick apology. "Hey, Amy," he called out. A chorus of disapproval echoed, the sentiment clear. "That's mean." Amy's expression hardened. What would they do if strange rumors started circulating? Who cared? These people clearly had nothing better to do. A voice, filled with determination, declared that advancing to the graduating class would end it all. Whispers spread through the crowd. Had Chiron, once thought of as an ice princess, truly been such a bad person? Some suggested reporting her for wasting coffee, while others simply pitied her. Chiron descended the stairs, each step heavy with thought. Doubt clouded his features. Really? Did he really need to do this now? As Chiron walked past, onlookers whispered about his hurt appearance, their voices laced with sadness. A sudden burst of elation. He was free. The world blurred, a sense of liberation washing over him. Amy sits hunched over a book, pen in hand, frustration etched on her face. The weight of her actions seems to press down on her. She grits her teeth, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple. She had done this to stop the new student from spreading weird rumors. But the truth was a bitter pill to swallow. Amy was the one starting the rumors. It was fine, she reasoned, since she ended it before the rumor got too big. That wasn't what was important, she thought, her red eyes narrowed with determination. Amy's red eyes, a mark of her unique ability, were known as self-imaged memories. It was a skill that allowed her to remember her state in the exact moment when it manifested, a powerful tool for understanding the past. Bag in hand, Amy approached Chiron. "Senior, here," she announced. For the past 10 days, Chiron had been receiving coffee from Amy, standing before a crowd of students. Amy had memorized what Chiron looked like during these errands. His reaction on the first day had been so amusing. But the days continued, the second, the third, the fourth. The 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th day, all etched in Amy's memory. Aryan Chiron holds a cup, his expression unreadable. For the remaining 9 days, the look in his eyes didn't change at all. Not even the movements in his irises. What does that mean? No matter how much someone wants to hide their feelings, they can't hide the look in their eyes. Because the autonomic nervous system can't be controlled. If he could keep his eyes still, or he can either control his emotions like a robot. He was completely sincere. A tap echoes in the library. Another student asks, "Oh, Amy, are you going already?" Amy replies, "Yeah, I'm a little tired today. If you're going, let's go together." She then thinks, "No, you don't need to do that because of me. I'll go by myself." Amy thinks, "Go by myself. Is it because you feel guilty about not accepting Chiron's coffee?" Amy says, "I said I don't." The other student says, "If you want to talk about something honestly, let me know, okay?" Amy offered a quick thanks, her expression unreadable. The long hallway stretched before her, the ornate ceiling a dizzying display. She was tired, her mind a mess of tangled thoughts. She needed to rest, to find some semblance of peace amidst the chaos. A voice echoed from the end of the hall. Jake Artius noted her early departure. The question hung in the air. Was he Jake Artius? Jake crossed his arms, a hint of amusement in his voice. He had expected to wait until midnight. Amy challenged him, questioning why he was waiting for her if he was simply bored. Jake's words were met with a sharp retort. Amy dismissed his concern, having heard the rumors. She scoffed, dismissing the idea that he was there to mock her. Jake presented a cup, boasting of the coffee's quality and implying that Amy deserved to be treated well. Amy, holding the offered coffee, demanded to know what he was doing. He claimed he was trying to win her heart. He continued, contrasting himself with a sloppy guy called Chiron, and emphasizing his own inheritance of the title of Royal Financial Marshal. The man's words hung in the air, a veiled proposition wrapped in arrogance. He seemed to believe he was a superior choice. Amy's face contorted in anger, her crimson hair seeming to bristle with her rising fury. The implication was insulting. She scoffed, making it clear she was in no mood for games. His joke had fallen flat. Jake Ardius, unfazed by her reaction, watched her with a calculating gaze. The air crackled with unspoken tension as he held his coffee mug. Amy stood firm, her expression hardening. He seemed to think they were on familiar terms, close enough for such a loaded conversation. Amy's voice dripped with disdain as she accused him. She hadn't realized his association was actively trying to undermine her at every turn. The details of Jake Ardius's uniform came into sharp focus, the subtle insignia a silent testament to his affiliation. Amy's eyes narrowed, a flicker of disbelief crossing her features. She insisted there was a misunderstanding. She warned him, her tone icy. His attitude towards her was a direct reflection of his attitude toward her family. Jake Ardius's smile was thin and condescending as he invoked her family name, the Karmas family. He found her outrage pathetic. The word exploded from Amy's lips, a raw, unfiltered curse. Bastard. Her voice rose, laced with scorn. She accused him of being nothing without his family support, a loser who formed a weird association and secretly bullied others. Jake Ardius's face contorts in a sneer, his teeth bared. The question hangs in the air, dripping with malice. What is honor? You little, he hisses, his hand raised to his forehead, a gesture of barely contained fury. Jake continues, his voice dripping with condescension. It seems like she wants to show off because she's from Class 1, but does she know who has the same power as the Karmas family? Amy's expression hardens, her eyes narrowing. Her family name might be the best, but it has no power with its. Her footsteps echo with determination as she advances. Power, her family can make. Jake's eye twitches, a vein throbbing in his forehead. Now, how does she understand? Amy's smile is tight, her gaze unwavering. The air crackles with unspoken threats. A disembodied voice declares, that's right. These eyes are the eyes of a bad guy. Amy's smile widens, revealing a hint of malice. Unlike Chiron, her eyes are like rotten fish eyeballs. Jake's face is a mask of disbelief and anger. What? He sputters. Is she saying he's worse than that sloppy guy? Jake sighs, holding a mug. Fine. He did things in the wrong order. Before he tried to win her over, he should have removed the interference. Amy's eyes glow with power. She can make sure a guy like him will never be able to use magic again within a day. Amy Karmas's crimson hair swayed as she spoke, a challenge hanging in the air. I'll show you how great I. With a swift, brutal motion, she launched a kick downwards, sending a nearby cup flying. The force of the blow connected, sending shards of what appeared to be ice scattering around the room as the man in the suit was struck. His face contorted with rage, the man spat out, arrogant bitch. There's a limit to how much I can overlook things just because you're pretty. A flicker of shock registered in his widening eye. The pair stood in a brightly lit hallway, the tension palpable between them. A sudden surge of blue light pulsed from an unseen source. What? A voice echoed. From the shadows, a figure with burning red eyes emerged, their voice laced with menace. Are you doing to who? The man in the suit, his expression a mix of disbelief and fear, muttered, she can use the 4 forms this quickly. Are you crazy? A disembodied voice boomed with laughter. Don't you know it's against the rules to use magic here? Puha! The red-haired woman stood her ground, unfazed by the unfolding chaos. Sariel smiled, her eyes gleaming with amusement. At least Chiron doesn't act out while relying on his family. He's someone who could take responsibility for his decisions. The man with glasses seethes, questioning if his target will be out of reach for half a year. He mutters about the girl's audacity. Jake Ardius's rage fills the room, the air thick with his frustration. He wonders if entering the spirit zone would cause her to set it ablaze. Jake Ardius admits to himself that he can't win against someone who's first in the advanced class. But Jake Ardius vows to humiliate her in return. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to a room with a red-haired woman standing on a balcony. Sariel sighs, remarking that it's been a while since she's been this excited. Why'd she do that? Meanwhile, a blonde-haired man in formal attire states that if he can gain someone's trust by doing errands, he'll do it. Sariel stands pensively, looking out a window. She curses under her breath, realizing that someone won't be coming tomorrow. But thanks to him, her head's all clear. A canopy of stars glittered in the inky sky, their distant light painting the clouds with hues of violet and gold. A few days later, the academy bustled with activity, students milling about the courtyard beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient stone walls. Amy clasped her hands together, her expression a mixture of worry and apprehension. A chilling message, scrawled on parchment, threatened dire consequences. I have Chiron. Come to the 14th training hall by 6 p.m. before I castrate him. A concerned voice broke through her thoughts. Senior Amy, the man called out. Another note, stained and crumpled, bore a desperate plea. When to go save me? Black Magician Dash. Came back as a wave. The bell tower stands tall against the sky, its bells silent. The castle looms in the distance, its walls strong and imposing. Below, the courtyard bustles with activity, figures moving about like ants. A student strides confidently through the halls, his robes flowing behind him. Two students exchange hushed words, their expressions suggesting gossip and intrigue. "That's him, the guy who's hitting on Senior Amy," one whispers. After that incident, for days prior, a scene of spilled coffee and frustration unfolded. A voice echoes with inner turmoil. "How can I walk around with my head held up now?" The student muses to himself, hoping his recent actions have quelled any suspicions about him. He pauses, recognizing someone in the distance. Senior Sariel's name floats in his thoughts, accompanied by well-wishing emoticons. A confession surfaces. "There was a very big misunderstanding, but I don't hate her. She was always..." The orange-haired student walks along the path, the sounds of the academy filling the air. She stops, a look of shock spreading across her face. "Senior Sariel?" she wonders. The student recoils, a scream escaping her lips. A voice booms out, demanding answers. "Why are you here? What about Amy?" "Amy?" Chiron's expression hardens. "What are you talking about all of a sudden?" His eyes widen as he stares at something in his hand. What's this?" The note reads, "I have Chiron. Come to the 14th training hall by 6 p.m. before I castrate him. If you tell the teachers, I'll make you regret it your whole life." Black Magician. The orange-haired student looks on in concern as Chiron reads the note. "I was kidnapped? And who is this?" The two students stand together, the gravity of the situation settling in. The words echo in their minds. Black Magician. 30 minutes ago. The red-haired student approached, calling out to a senior, inquiring about their well-being. An annoyed expression crossed her face. An unseen figure retorted, demanding to know how she dared speak to them, reminding her that they had told her to get lost. Jake Artius smirked, holding up a note. He mused that it would be best for the recipient to stop acting arrogant, as the boss wanted to see them. Jake Artius dismissed the red-haired student and her companion, stating that the reason he was still a Class 5 was to ignore people like them. A disembodied voice threatened that if a message were relayed in this manner, it would be listened to. The note demanded acceptance of the invitation if they didn't want their man to be destroyed. The orange-haired student looked back at Sariel, a shocked expression on her face. Sariel questioned what they were talking about, finding it disgusting. She urged them to hurry and go to the library. A hand dropped the note, a sound echoing as it fell. Jake Artius seemed surprised. Sariel read the note, which stated that Chiron was being held and threatened to harm him if the invitation was not accepted. The words "Chiron was kidnapped" were emblazoned on the panel, as Sariel realized was responsible. Sariel exclaimed that Jake Artius was the one responsible, adding that he would never be able to use magic again within a day. Jake Artius crumpled the note in his hand, dismissing the situation. The orange-haired student approaches Sariel, a look of concern etched on her face. A messenger, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, shrugs. "What is it?" she asks, before adding, "I'm just a messenger." The orange-haired student's thoughts race. The Black Magician? Aren't they the bad circle? She wonders, her voice laced with worry. The orange-haired student clutches a crumpled piece of paper, her expression troubled. "They're bullies who pick on and bully good students," she thinks, her brow furrowed. "So why did they kidnap Chiron? How does it relate to you?" Sariel's expression darkens, a memory flashing through her mind. "Because I couldn't hold back and retaliated that night," she recalls, her voice barely a whisper. The orange-haired student looks at Sariel with concern. "Let's tell the professor," she urges, hoping to find a solution. Sariel's expression hardens, her gaze distant. "It's not just Chiron. You'll also be in danger," she warns, before muttering. "The professor, huh?" She thinks that's the right thing to do, but the problem isn't that simple. Sariel's thoughts drift to a gathering of professors. If the Council of Professors interfere in the process of finding out the truth, Chiron and I will need to explain our relationship. Sariel's face is partially obscured by shadow, her expression troubled. "And my past will be revealed," she thinks, a hint of fear in her voice. The scene shifts to a close-up of the unknown blonde student, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He's a commoner, he thinks, his eyes narrowed. The blonde student continues to muse, his gaze fixed on Sariel. "For a commoner to come here, you must have pulled some strings. It'd be sad for you to drop out then, right?" Sariel thinks. "If becoming your shuttle means that you'll trust me, I'll do it." The blonde student's figure is blurred, his expression unreadable. "I didn't do anything," he claims, his voice devoid of emotion. Chiron is shown kneeling on the ground, surrounded by shadowy figures. His fate remains uncertain. She stood in the downpour, the rain plastering strands of red hair to her face as a storm brewed within her as well. Meanwhile, Chiron lay prone on the cold stone floor, a desperate plea escaping his lips. Sariel looked up, the heavy rain intensifying her resolve. Her uniform, usually pristine, was now soaked and clinging to her form. Elsewhere, the orange-haired student stared in disbelief at a note, a gloved hand hovering nearby as she wondered what could be the reason for all this. The air crackled with unspoken questions. Why? What was she planning to do going there alone, without even knowing what awaited her? Sariel turned away, her voice echoing with a hint of regret as she said she had her reasons. Her expression hardened, a fierce determination replacing the earlier distress. Even if they were 10 like Jake, they were nothing to her, she thought. The threatening note spoke of a dark ultimatum. Come to the 14th by 6 p.m. or face castration, with a chilling warning to regret telling the teacher. Jake Ardius, holding the note, was shocked to learn that Senior Amy had gone to save him. The sentiment echoed with disbelief. No way. A wicked person like her? The orange-haired student questioned if Amy had gone alone, wondering what they were doing there then, as Amy had her reasons for not ignoring this. He thinks back to being told to wait until 7, an hour buffer for assurance, but something is clearly weighing on his mind. Time is of the essence, as Jake checks his pocket watch. The reason she didn't want to tell the professor was to keep their secrets that are intertwined, meaning in the end, she went by herself in order to keep his secret safe. Jake realizes he also has to go. He has to go, but someone is calling after him, asking him to wait. Amy is surprised by his sudden departure. Jake rushes towards the 14th training hall, wondering if he'll be able to make it on time. Amy is hot on his heels, trying to catch up. She catches up, telling him that if he just runs, he'll never get there. Amy thinks it'd be better for her to come with him. She announces that they'll photonize, telling Jake to hold tight. Jake wonders what's happening as a strange energy envelopes them. Golden light erupts from Amy's hands, runes materializing on the ground beneath her feet. The air crackles with arcane energy, a silent promise of the journey to come. The light intensifies, bathing the surroundings in a blinding radiance. The very air seems to shimmer and distort, bending to the will of the spell. A concentrated beam of golden energy shoots skyward, piercing the heavens with its raw power. The ground trembles faintly, resonating with the unleashed magic. A cry echoes through the air as the light reaches its peak, a testament to the sheer force being unleashed. The air vibrates with palpable energy. The golden light spills through a nearby window, momentarily eclipsing the outside world. The scent of ozone fills the air, a telltale sign of potent magic. Nearby, a student notices the surge of power. What? Who's using magic? She wonders, her eyes widening in disbelief. A simple, escapes her lips, a clear indication of her surprise at the unfolding events. Her eyes widen further, and she cries out in shock. Ah! The world dissolves into a swirling vortex of golden light as the teleportation takes hold. The air thrums with an otherworldly energy. Amy clutches Jake Ardius close as they are enveloped by the teleportation spell. Wow! He exclaims, marveling at the spectacle. Amy explains, it'd be dangerous to hit a tree when teleporting, so let's fly from here. The teleportation continues, a beam of light hurtling through the landscape. The destination remains unseen, but the journey is well underway. She and Jake are enveloped in a flash of blue light, the air crackling with displaced energy as they complete their teleportation. The world snaps into focus, revealing a dense forest. Amy's eyes widen in surprise, a gasp escaping her lips. The sensation of arrival proves too much. Amy gags, while rising in her throat as she doubles over. The forest vanishes, replaced by a desolate, sandy expanse. Amy, where are you? She calls out, her voice echoing in the emptiness. Back in the forest, Amy pants, her chest heaving. There's no one here. That's strange. We came here 10 minutes earlier than the promised time. Jake's voice cuts through the air, a note of concern lacing his tone. I think they changed the location. Since the location on the paper got revealed, they probably took into... Jake continues, his expression thoughtful. Then what about Amy? Their plan is quite meticulous. Jake's eyes widen, a flicker of urgency in his gaze. Senior, he calls out, his voice laced with worry. Jake's voice is firm, his words carrying a weight of responsibility. Please go back and tell the professor everything. Jake's expression softens, a hint of resignation in his tone. You'll be faster since you'll be going back alone. But Amy said she had her reasons and told me to wait until 7. It's okay. Amy's expression is a mix of urgency and confusion, question marks practically radiating from her as she demands an answer, quickly. Her voice rising, Amy's hands fly to her head, the question echoing. The important reason was you? The unseen person is pressed further, Amy demanding to know what truth is being kept from her. Amy's brow furrows with worry, the urgency of the situation weighing heavily on her. There's no time, she thinks. The more time passes, the more dangerous it'll get. Meanwhile, Jake Ardius, eyes closed, exhales slowly, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He mutters that he will wait here. A memory surfaces, a voice echoing in his mind. Mountains are something I'm used to. Jake's magic surges, a torrent of blue energy erupting around him as he focuses his senses. The air crackles with magical energy, the the sound echoing as Jake pushes his abilities to their limit. With a determined expression, Jake focuses his magic, hoping he might be able to find a trace. The magical energy flows through the environment, illuminating the surroundings with an ethereal glow. A surge of power, and Jake declares that he found it. Footprints materialize, faint but visible, a sign that someone has passed this way. Footprints, the text declared, made by two people not too long ago. Jake Artius stood between the trees, his gaze following the trail as it abruptly stopped. Kneeling, Jake examined the source of the disjointed sound, a faint glow emanating from the earth. Meanwhile, Jake walked away, deeper into the forest, leaving the strange phenomenon behind. A surge of power, barely contained. A voice echoes, laced with surprise, "Gosh, my hand slipped." The blonde student, attempting to recover from the mishap, explains, "I was trying to create fireworks so that you could make a grand entrance, Amy, but it almost hit you instead." Amy watches as the attempted fireworks erupt into a more dangerous display. The air crackles with heat as the magical energy explodes outward. A shimmering barrier flickers into existence, deflecting the worst of the blast. Amy stands amidst the trees, for glowing orbs of energy circling her. With a surge of power, Amy unleashes the contained energy. The blue energy slams into its target. A disembodied voice observes the attack, noting, "Really did come? As expected of the boss. To catch such a big fish." One of the figures calls out to the others. The figure in the center instructs the others to be courteous to their guest. The group continues to walk forward. Amy is surrounded by the others, who question if she really came alone and if she treasures that guy enough to come here. Amy retorts that there's no need to set fire to a house to catch a few people. One of the figures comments that Amy seems confident, but she won't be able to do what she wants with so many people around. The figure declares that he didn't come here without a plan either. Amy states that she's not interested in what he's planned and asks where Chiron is. The figures laugh, saying that he's probably reading books in the library and has no idea what his girl's going through right now. Amy wonders where that guy is. The figures menacingly state that they have a bone to pick with her. The figures say that they're all waiting to pay back what she did to them. His face twisted into a mask of resentment. The man's voice dripped with venom. "Of course, you did something quite bad to me last night, too." Amy exhaled, a visible sigh of relief escaping her lips. The tension seemed to momentarily dissipate from her shoulders. But the relief was fleeting. A sinister smile crept across her face, her eyes gleaming with a dark intent. "Chiron's not here. This will be simple." A disembodied voice echoed, "Like you said, it's troublesome since there are a lot of people watching." A surge of power emanated from Amy, a vibrant aura enveloping her form. The air crackled with energy as she muttered, "I just need to get rid of them, right?" Meanwhile, three figures stood together, their expressions a mix of concern and confusion. One of them questioned what? The man's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice a strangled gasp. "No." From the forest's edge, a chorus of voices exclaimed in unison, "Way." The group watched with a mixture of awe and apprehension. A blinding inferno erupted, consuming Amy and the surrounding area in a vortex of fire. The heat intensified, radiating outwards in waves. The magical energy surged, a chaotic blend of blue and orange light exploding outwards with immense force. The man recoiled, his face contorted in agony as the intense heat seared his skin. That's hot." "You're crazy," he screamed. Panic spread through the group. One of them yelled, "Get a hold of yourselves and put the fire out." Another, however, seemed impressed. "She really did that." A dire warning cuts through the air. The cross formation is critically vulnerable in a major battle. The order rings out to move with haste and defend the location. Figures streak through the forest, trails of blue energy marking their desperate flight to reinforce the lines. Without warning, a wave of force slams into one of the figures, the air crackling with unseen power. The figure cries out, a mix of shock and confusion etched on their face. The unseen assault intensifies, and the figure's cry turns to a pained shriek. "Ack!" A burst of searing energy erupts around the figure, the force of the impact threatening to tear them apart. A glimpse of red hair, a hint of malice. The source of the attack begins to reveal itself. The assault continues, each blow carrying the weight of calculated cruelty. Amy's face contorts into a sinister smile, her red eyes gleaming with dark satisfaction. The question hangs in the air, laced with venom. On whose watch? The attack intensifies, the air shimmering with fractured energy as the unseen force continues its relentless assault. The onslaught continues, the defenders seemingly helpless against the barrage. Surrounded by a vortex of fire, she channels the inferno's energy, preparing to unleash another devastating wave of destruction. With a burst of speed, Amy rockets forward, leaving a blazing trail in her wake, a crimson comet hurtling towards her bewildered opponents. The concentrated blast of energy erupts, a blinding flash of light and heat that threatens to incinerate everything in its path. The shockwaves ripple outwards, tearing through the environment, the air itself shimmering with the intensity of the heat. Another cataclysmic explosion rocks the area, the defenders struggling to maintain their formation amidst the relentless assault. Caught in the inferno, one of the defenders cries out in disbelief, the heat searing their skin as they question Amy's sudden shift in tactics. Wait, you said it was a cross formation. How can she switch so quickly? Another defender is struck, the force of the blast sending them reeling back, a strangled isike, escaping their lips as pain courses through their body. Observing the unfolding chaos, one of the defenders realizes this is not the formation they practiced, a chilling thought crossing his mind. What's this? This is different from what I saw in the practice hall. The question hangs in the air, unspoken but palpable. Does she even have real combat experience? The heat intensifies, the air shimmering with fiery energy. From above, Amy descends like a vengeful angel, another wave of destruction poised to crash down upon the beleaguered defenders. Even so, there's always a weakness. Analyzing the assault, one of the defenders recognizes the shift in formation, a desperate attempt to adapt to Amy's unpredictable attacks, a horizontal formation that switches to a four-directional cross formation. From below, the figure observes the incoming attack, recognizing its nature. It's definitely a perpendicular attack. A swirling vortex of wind blades descends, a deadly dance of sharpened air. Caught in the center, the figure braces for impact, the wind threatening to tear them apart. The wind cutter continues its relentless assault, a vortex of destruction. The figure struggles against the onslaught, desperately trying to maintain their footing. Amy watches with a knowing gaze, confident in her strategy. A voice rings out, filled with triumph. I got you. Amy's expression remains unchanged, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. A cry of disbelief pierces the air. How? Amy's eyes gleam with amusement as she retorts, it's called a schema, you brat. With a flick of her wrist, Amy unleashes a devastating fire strike. The forest floor erupts in flames as Amy's fire strike engulfs her target. The air crackled with emerald energy, a blast of raw power unleashed. A voice, filled with frustration, echoed as the attack hurtled forward. Damn it! The green energy detonated in a blinding explosion, scattering debris and light. A strangled cry pierced the air, a sound of agony as the blast made contact. Keioke. The figure was consumed by a swirling vortex of green and yellow energy, the force of the impact reverberating outwards. Another pained cry, a desperate gasp for air amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, his face contorted with rage, the man spat out a venomous curse. This damn bitch! Elsewhere, footsteps echoed across the grassy field, each stride purposeful and unwavering. Because you waste your time doing stupid. A chilling smile spread across Sariel's face, her eyes gleaming with dark amusement. Personalities twisted. Her hands glowed with residual energy, the aftermath of the attack still lingering in the air. The man grimaced, his expression a mixture of pain and fury. Keuk. Sariel tilted her head, her voice laced with condescension. What are you doing? There's no point in struggling. Sariel's eyes glow with an eerie blue light as she mutters. You think I'm easy? A surge of raw energy erupts around her, the air crackling with unseen power. The energy intensifies, a silent roar building in a confined space. Bathed in the ethereal glow, Sariel stands defiant, the embodiment of unleashed potential. A wave of dark energy pulses, a guttural Ichioke, echoing from its depths, followed by a questioning what. The dark energy writhes, a sense of disbelief permeating its form. I ask this? It seems to scream. Tendrils of dark energy cascade down, framing Sariel's determined face. The air vibrates with chaotic energy, a symphony of destruction waiting to be unleashed. Surrounded by figures in blue robes, Sariel stands at the center of the storm, as one of them shouts, More! We were scolded trying to catch you. Ha ha! Meanwhile, with a sinister grin, the man declares, Checkmate, you bitch. A disembodied voice booms. You'll go crazy if you don't lift your spirit zone. The energy crackles with anti-magic, a desperate cry echoing. This crazy bastard. He dares to stoop so low, resorting to forbidden magic like some craven coward? A surge of emerald and azure power crackles around the figure, their crimson eyes burning with contempt. But something is amiss. A flicker of desperation crosses their face. Shit, they curse. I can't restore it. Not even with my red eyes. Elsewhere, a hand extends, crackling with pure, white energy. The energy intensifies, a silent promise hanging in the air. Meanwhile, Sariel's cloak snaps in the wind as she steels herself, a silent, escaping her lips as she prepares to act. The white energy blurs, moving with impossible speed. Jake Artius throws his head back, a manic laugh escaping his lips. Ha ha! Finally, she's in our hands. This damned bitch. He turns to Sariel, a cruel smile twisting his features. How is it? Doesn't it make you want to accept the offer I made yesterday? A pained eek escapes her lips. His eyes glint with malice as Jake Ardius brandishes a knife. You should answer well. The threat hangs heavy in the air. Right now, I want to act impulsively. I'm warning you. If you mess with me, you're going to die. Sariel grits her teeth, her red hair whipping around her face. It won't break. A desperate thought echoes in her mind. Is it too much for my schema, which stopped growing when I was 12 years old? A desperate plea echoes in the air, the speaker unseen, but their desire palpable. There had to be another way. Elsewhere, Jake Ardius, a crimson glow reflecting off the blade in his hand, wonders aloud if she has finally grasped the situation, if the others are annoying her. His intentions become clear, a twisted offer of help laced with a threat, marking her face so men won't bother her anymore. Jake Ardius's smile widens, a manic edge to his eyes as he presents the glowing knife, the promise of violence hanging heavy in the air. A gasp escapes Sariel's lips, her expression a mask of dawning horror as the reality of his words sinks in. The crimson blade draws closer, the heat of its glow searing her skin as Sariel struggles against an unseen force, her eyes wide with terror. A triumphant roar erupts from Jake Ardius, relishing her fear, declaring that this is it, the moment he's been waiting for. Tears well in Sariel's eye, a desperate plea forming on her lips as she begs him to give her a chance, any chance. A demand cuts through the air, a single, forceful word. Say it. Sariel's face contorts in anguish, her inner turmoil evident as she struggles to find the strength to comply, to utter the words he demands. A single, pained sound escapes her lips, a whisper lost in the oppressive atmosphere. A memory surfaces, a scene of past humiliation and fear, the question hanging in the air. Is this what he felt? She raises her hand, a surge of energy crackling around her fingertips. A desperate plea echoes through the air. Stop! Sariel's brow furrows in concentration, her green eyes focused as she channels her power. The magical energy intensifies, swirling around her outstretched hand. A voice erupts, filled with rage and frustration. You bad bastards! Her fingers clench, the power thrumming beneath her skin. The air crackled with tension as a figure, silhouetted against the fading light, bellowed a single, commanding word. Stop. The blonde student's face contorted with fury, his voice echoing with righteous indignation. You bad people! The wielder of the staff stood firm, its polished wood gleaming in the dim light. A ripple of confusion spread through the assembled students. What? He's... Sariel's expression tightened, her emerald eyes narrowed. The blonde student, breathing heavily, gripped his staff with renewed resolve. The staff, held firmly, seemed to hum with latent power. A chilling laugh echoed through the trees. You're alone? Ha ha! The laughter intensified as the group advanced, one of them brandishing a knife. Prince is here now. Prince, what are you going to do with the stick? Sariel's voice cracks with fury. She demands to know why someone would come here alone. Jake Ardius considers his options. There are enough of them to capture the top student of the advanced class. What should he do? One of the students remarks that Senior Sariel should have talked to the professor. Jake Ardius thinks to himself that he just needs to drag the time out a little. He reminds himself that he did beat Rian in swordsmanship. A surge of power emanates from Jake Ardius as he grips his staff. Another student shouts at Jake Ardius to let go of Senior Amy right now. He questions if Jake Ardius thinks he's crazy, asking if he won't attack them together if he lets her go. The group of students stand ready. Jake Ardius is surrounded by a bright, magical aura. One of the students remarks that the bastard is running towards them. Jake Ardius asks his friends to open up a path. Jake Ardius senses that something strange. Magical energy swirls around Jake Ardius. A wave of raw, chaotic energy pulsed outwards, its source unseen. The sudden surge caught someone off guard, their face contorted in a grimace of pain and confusion. The energy intensified, forcing another to clutch at their head, a silent scream trapped in their throat. The chaotic energies continued to spread. The force of the blast sent another reeling backwards, struggling to maintain their footing. Two figures, their eyes glowing with an unnatural green light, watched with growing unease, their words laced with disbelief and suspicion. Sariel's voice cut through the chaos, her declaration ringing with certainty. It was anti-magic. A towering crystal formation erupted from the ground, its jagged edges radiating an ominous energy. Surrounded by the swirling energies, Jake Ardius questioned the nature of the assault, his voice barely a whisper. Anti-magic? The air crackled as shards of crystal materialized, their presence a stark warning. The implications were dire. Magic would be unusable, and insanity would follow. Sariel, her expression unreadable, demanded confirmation that her words had been heard. His senses began to fade, the world around him blurring at the edges. Consciousness itself feels like it's breaking apart, the very fabric of his being unraveling. A mage, Sariel thinks, must not lose consciousness until the very end. The defensive form is what helps one maintain focus in a chaotic situation. A spirit zone, Sariel knows, will not break from most physical shocks. It will also form a resistance to psychic magic attacks. In the end, anti-magic is just a ripple in the spirit zone. If he increases the zone's density to the point where it cannot be broken through. Jake Ardius grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow as he fights to maintain control. The anti-magic swirls around him, a chaotic vortex of energy. He focuses his will, channeling his inner strength to resist the encroaching darkness. A blonde student watches with wide eyes. What? It seems like he's enduring it. Another student remarks that it might be because he's a prospective student. A student with glasses clenches his fist. How dare this freshman? Sariel's voice cracked with urgency as she commanded them to increase the output. But another student, fear lacing their tone, shouted for them to stop. There were too many. It was too much to withstand. The students, a mix of determination and worry etched on their faces, extended their hands, forming a shimmering barrier of magical energy. The barrier flickered, its integrity wavering. With strained expressions, the students poured more energy into the defense, their hands glowing brighter. The magical lattice pulsed with power, but the strain was evident. They pushed harder, channeling more of their energy into the weakening shield. A desperate plea echoed. They needed a stronger frame. The barrier continued to shimmer, close to failing. Panic set in as one student cried out, questioning what was wrong with the defense. The magical barrier buckled, the energy being deflected away from them. A green aura surrounded Jake Ardius as he taunted, asking if they wanted to be engulfed by anti-magic. Jake Ardius stands firm, a faint blue aura emanating from him as he watches the students struggle. What could the reason be? Below, the students stand in a circle, a white mist rising from the ground as they attempt to erect their magical barrier. But something goes wrong. A figure plummets downwards, surrounded by a blinding blue light, the barrier beginning to crack. The glowing blue sphere, once a symbol of hope, now shows signs of failing, the students' efforts proving insufficient against Jake Ardius's power. The students scream in unison as the barrier shatters, a chaotic surge of blue and purple energy erupting around them. One student cries out, blue energy crackling from their hands as the anti-magic takes hold. Another is assaulted by tendrils of purple and green energy, the attack relentless. A desperate scream echoes as purple energy engulfs another student, their efforts to defend themselves proving futile. Huddled together in fear, the students cry out, "Save me," as the anti-magic wreaks havoc. What on earth is happening? But then, a glimmer of hope. Sariel, her hands raised, realizes, I have no idea what's happening because I can't use the spirit zone. Spirit zone. With newfound resolve, she declares, I can use it. The anti-magic is disappearing. Sariel stands amidst a swirling vortex of fiery orange and red energy, a look of stunned surprise on her face. Whoa! The barrier, once a symbol of hope, shimmers and fades, leaving behind only a lingering sense of disbelief. The word hangs in the air, heavy with the weight of the impossible. Sariel surveys the scene, her gaze sweeping over the fallen forms of her classmates. The spirit zone, she realizes with a chilling certainty, is far more hostile than she ever imagined. Jake Ardius, despite his apparent victory, is not unscathed. Blood trickles from the corner of his mouth, a testament to the power he now wields. From Jake's perspective, the spirit zone writhes beneath him, a living entity struggling against his presence. He can feel its energy, a sensation akin to stepping on a fragile insect. He stands defiant, his feet planted firmly on the shifting plane of the spirit zone, a lone figure against an impossible landscape. One of the students, still reeling from the defeat, voices the collective shock. 6 of them, defeated so easily? The fallen student struggles to comprehend the situation, questioning how they could be defeated by someone like Jake Ardius. Another student, observing Jake, offers a possible explanation. He must be an anti-magic specialist, brought to the academy under special conditions. Jake Ardius, fueled by the energy of the spirit zone, throws down the gauntlet. He challenges them, daring them to believe they can defeat him in a magic fight. Blue energy crackles around Jake's legs, a visible manifestation of the power he commands. The air itself seems to vibrate with anticipation. The anti-magic specialist recognizes the danger, a flicker of fear crossing his face. This is bad. He realizes the situation's spiraling out of control. Surrounded by swirling energies, Jake Ardius stands ready, a vortex of power waiting to be unleashed. The fate of the students, and perhaps the academy itself, hangs in the balance. He stood amidst a swirling vortex of blue energy, a stark contrast to his declaration. Jake Ardius claimed, with an almost desperate tone, that he didn't know any magic. The blue energy crackled around him as Jake's expression twisted into a sinister grin. The question hung in the air, laced with malice. Where should he cut them? A surge of red energy erupted from Jake, a violent counterpoint to the calming blue that had surrounded him moments before. From above, the scene unfolded, a chaotic dance of red energy lashing out, the students struggling to evade its deadly embrace. A sudden, sharp impact reverberated through the air as Jake Artius was struck by an unseen force, the sound echoing with a painful resonance. The assault continued, each blow landing with brutal force. "You're done for, you bastard." The words hung in the air, a promise of retribution. The blonde student's voice cut through the chaos, a desperate plea for restraint. "Senior, calm down." Sariel's face contorted with rage, her voice a raw snarl. "What are you going to do to me? Say it." Again, the unseen assailant struck, each impact driving Jake Artius closer to defeat. "Say it again, you bastard." A strangled cry escaped Jake's lips, a desperate plea for mercy. Please." The blonde student intervened, restraining Sariel's fury, holding her back from delivering further blows. The air crackled with residual energy, the echoes of the battle fading into the twilight sky. A pained groan escaped him. Jake Artius lay on the ground, a trickle of blood running from his nose. Sariel knelt beside him, her expression etched with worry. "Are you all right?" she asked, her voice laced with concern. He offered a weak smile as Sariel helped him sit up, her grip firm and reassuring. Her voice barely a whisper, Sariel's eyes searched his face. "Senior?" Jake Artius slumped in her arms, unconscious. "Please get a hold of yourself," she cried out, her voice filled with desperation. Her anguished cry echoed through the air. "Senior!" Elsewhere, bodies lay scattered across the forest floor, the air thick with the metallic tang of blood and the rasping sound of labored breathing. A voice, strained and weak, cut through the heavy silence. It didn't sound like she was unconscious. Supported by Sariel, the orange-haired student's face was a mask of pain, his breathing shallow and ragged. Is she exhausted, he wondered. Despite his injuries, the student managed a weak smile. "Thank you, Senior," he rasped, his voice barely audible. Sariel's thoughts drifted back to the battle. "You became like this while trying to save me." Her expression softened as she looked at the injured student, a flicker of guilt in her eyes. Sariel, now standing over the fallen student, drew her sword. "Ahem, I'm so refreshed now," she declared, her voice ringing with renewed energy. She continued, her tone laced with disdain. "Seriously? You're so weak. I wondered what gave you the confidence to come here and fight." The student lay prone, his face pressed against the ground. "There's really nothing good about this," he thought. Sariel scoffed, her, "Ahem. In any case, let's get out of here quickly." She listened as the orange-haired student explained that he had asked her to report the incident to the teacher. Sariel retorted that she had already discussed it with herself. The student questioned her actions, wondering what she expected him to do in such a serious situation. Sariel's expression grew more distressed, her brow furrowed with worry. She muttered about needing to understand everything logically, insisting that they couldn't gloss over something so important. Her voice rising in frustration, she asked if he was trying to expose their secret. The orange-haired student, equally distressed, questioned if that was the real problem, reminding her that they had almost died. His eyes narrowed, a thought bubble forming above his head. A secret? Sariel, panicked, urged them to escape first, promising to think about the rest later. She declared that they were running. A blinding light enveloped them as they tried to flee. Sariel groaned, hoping that the teacher pursuing them would be old and wouldn't investigate too deeply. A small image of a smiling teacher appeared, musing that things like this do happen. Images of Sienna of the Ice and Thad of the Flames appeared, both certified as Class 6. A voice declared that they were screwed, lamenting that they had attracted the attention of the two most passionate teachers in the academy. As they walked away from the light, a voice asked if they were all right. The orange-haired student asks Sariel if she is hurt anywhere, wondering what's wrong with her head. Sariel dismisses her concerns, asking why she came so quickly. A burst of light and heat erupts, the air shimmering with displaced energy. The orange-haired student observes that it's the fire-sun magic, adding that she heard it's a very advanced magic. A beam of light pierces through the forest canopy, illuminating the trees below. Two figures lie prone on the ground, seemingly unconscious. A voice cries out, demanding to know what's happening. A man looks down at the fallen figures, his expression a mix of concern and disbelief. Amy, cradled in the arms of another, is asked how such a thing could happen to such an exceptional student like her. Amy asks if anyone is hurt, her voice filled with worry. Amy tells the orange-haired student that she heard Chiron and the others were in danger, asking her to explain what happened. A voice declares, "I'll do it." A figure in dark robes stands imposingly, overlooking Amy and the orange-haired student. The air hangs thick with unspoken questions, the academy robes of the assembled figures rustling softly as they await answers. The man with the scar on his face chuckles, a dark amusement dancing in his eyes. It's a common occurrence in the age of storm and gale. Ha, he exclaims before pausing, as if considering something. A duel. Amy, her expression grave, speaks to the orange-haired student. I heard a letter of threat is involved, though, and Amy's gaze sharpens, her voice laced with suspicion. Anti-magic was used, huh? The scarred man's smile widens, a hint of menace in his tone. You know the academy rules, don't you? A voice, muffled and indistinct, confesses, I had no choice but to use that because Amy was too strong. Amy's expression darkens, her eyes narrowed. But just look, we're the ones who actually suffered great loss. The scarred man places a hand over his heart, his smile unwavering. I only requested a duel because I was angry at her breaking. Sariel's face is contorted with anger. I'm sure that they're also hiding something. That's why they came here without reporting it to the teachers. The scarred man's expression turns serious, his eyes glinting with suspicion. So, did we really kidnap Chiron? You were the one who attacked us first today. Two figures in robes stand in the shadows, their intentions unclear. The two of them are hiding something. The brown-haired teacher looks on, his face a mask of concern. Teachers, do you understand now? Sariel, face contorted with rage, accuses someone of being a culprit, her voice echoing with fury. Elsewhere, a man with slicked-back hair grins menacingly, suggesting it's time to reveal the truth. A disembodied voice boasts of the fearsome power of a black magician, hinting at raising the stakes, regardless of the cost. Two figures stand silhouetted against a grand building, as a voice declares their intent to dig up secrets and spread rumors in the regional newspaper. A group pores over documents detailing the facilities of the kingdom and the rest of society, their expressions unreadable in the dim light. The woman with purple hair, Jake, is warned not to be so cocky. The woman strides forward, her purpose unknown. Sariel and her companions are confronted with the accusation of using anti-magic, and worse, using it with malicious intent. Jake Ardius expresses concern that Amy and Chiron's minds could be destroyed, or they might even lose their lives. The woman with purple hair believes there is enough reason to be expelled from the academy. The woman's expression hardens, her resolve unwavering. The man from before shouts, dismissing someone as just a mere teacher. He faces an unseen challenger, the accusation hanging heavy in the air. Does he truly possess the authority to expel someone? The gravity of the Ardius family's support for the academy underscores the weight of the question. Sariel watches, her expression a mix of concern and defiance. If they can't even guide students onto the right path, she thinks perhaps it would be best for them to quit being teachers. Jake Ardius raises his hands, a surge of green energy crackling around him. He declares that they will see who among the two of them would be. His face contorted in a manic grin. The teacher's eyes gleam with an unsettling intensity. In this world, he believes everything boils down to money. The unseen challenger's words echo with a chilling conviction. Everyone has to bow before money. Sariel watches, a growing unease settling in. The unseen challenger taunts that the teachers can both learn about the world this time around. Before she can react, Jake Ardius unleashes a torrent of blue energy. The energy explodes outward, filling the space with an ominous glow. The wave of power washes over the unseen target, engulfing them in a blinding light. Sariel cries out in terror as the scene unfolds before her. Two other students watch in awe. The teacher is sent hurtling backwards, a desperate cry escaping his lips. Sariel shouts, her voice filled with desperation, that they can't kill students. A surge of frigid energy erupts, the air crackling with the formation of intricate ice crystals. Jake Ardius finds himself trapped, the ice rapidly encasing him as he cries out in pain and frustration. The ice tightens its grip, sharp shards forming around him, each point a potential threat. The blonde-haired man watches in disbelief, exclaiming that the ice didn't even touch Jake's clothes. Whispers spread, acknowledging the caster's ability to exert fine control down to the molecular level, solidifying her reputation as an ice magic genius. Sariel, standing calmly before the icy prison, questions whether money can truly buy everything. The ice continues to tighten around Jake, the sound of cracking ice filling the air. A strangled cry pierces the air, a testament to the pain Jake is enduring. From above, the scene unfolds. Sariel and Jake, surrounded by cloaked figures, the academy seemingly turning a blind eye to recent misbehavior. Jake, struggling within the ice, retorts that his family's wealth is likely the reason for their inaction. His voice strained, Jake warns them not to be mistaken. Sariel calmly explains that the academy isn't a place that teaches because of money, but rather imparts lessons that even money can't buy. He recoils, a visible tremor running through him. What exactly was that? To dream. Don't you want to become? To dream with your friends, and to study together to become mages. Isn't that why you've come this far? A mage? Teacher Sienna. If you allow me to advance into Class 5, I'll thank you by becoming an amazing mage. The memory surfaces, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Are you intending to trample on such a precious space with your own feet? Jake Ardius looks up, a bead of sweat trickling down his cheek. The woman with pink hair stood tall, her gaze meeting the young boy's. The crest on his back gleamed faintly in the soft light. His head hung low, an unspoken weight pressing down on him. The air crackled with unspoken tension. Elsewhere, a group stood beneath a canopy of stars, their faces tilted towards the heavens, lost in contemplation. A scene of aftermath unfolded, bodies strewn across the ground, the air thick with the metallic tang of blood. Arian Chiron looked up, a faint smile gracing his lips, as if remembering a cherished dream. The most precious place. The stars twinkled in the inky blackness, distant and unknowable. The starlight filtered through the trees, casting long, dancing shadows on the forest floor. He started to dream of becoming mages again, but that's a story that would take place way later, after their treatment in the punishment room is done and after they paid for their wrongdoings. The hallway stretched onward, signs pointing towards the punishment room and the consultation room. A voice echoed, urging gentleness. Meanwhile, Chiron, the teacher, questioned why the matter hadn't been reported immediately as a hand wrote on the statement. The unseen speaker emphasized the importance of reporting incidents to teachers and questioned the decision to save a senior of a higher class alone. The woman with glasses stood silently as the other, pen in hand, seemed to struggle with what he was writing. The scratching of the nib against the paper filled the air. The pen stopped moving. Doesn't make sense at all, the man muttered, the words echoing the sentiment of the small, red-haired figure at the bottom of the page. A sigh escaped unseen lips. All right, came the resigned response. The red-haired student, Sariel, looked to the blonde one beside her. I'll tell you the truth, she began. Yes, we can't hide this forever anyways. A disembodied voice echoed. I don't know who the headmaster told this to, but... Sariel's expression was serious, her gaze fixed on something unseen. The words hung in the air, pregnant with anticipation. Actually, Chiron is... I am. Sariel beamed, a mischievous glint in her eyes as she declared, my boyfriend. The revelation struck the onlookers like a physical blow. The blond man's mouth hung open in disbelief, the woman with glasses stared wide-eyed, and even the orange-haired student seemed taken aback. The pen scratched furiously across the paper, the sound of frantic counterpoint to the shouted, what? Elsewhere, the academy stood bathed in the ethereal glow of the night sky, its spires reaching towards the heavens. Ice tornado, a fusion magic of ice and air, a highly advanced technique requiring precise control and understanding of elemental forces. A desperate plea echoes in the darkness. Is there anyone who can hear their cries? Hanging upside down, suspended by rough vines, a voice cracks with desperation. She begs for anyone to hear her, to offer salvation from her predicament. From the shadows, mocking laughter rises. The unseen tormentors revel in her despair, confident that no help will reach her in this remote place. Heavy footsteps crush the earth as the captors gloat. Their twisted logic blames the victim, claiming this fate could have been avoided had she only yielded to their desires. A defiant question rings out, challenging the unseen enemy. Who dares to perpetrate such cruelty? The unseen figures remain shrouded, their intentions unclear as they continue to lurk in the shadows. A desperate warning pierces the air. He's behind them. A swift kick connects, a sign of resistance against the unseen threat. A voice cuts through the darkness, a beacon of hope in the face of despair. Chiron has arrived. He declares his presence, assuring Amy that he is there for her. A glimpse of the rescuer, a figure cloaked in red, hints at the power he wields. Chiron catches Amy as she falls, their names exchanged in a moment of profound relief. In a tender embrace, Chiron holds Amy close, a promise of safety and comfort in the aftermath of terror. Amy is the center of attention, a wave of excitement washing over her as the news spreads. Whispers erupt among the students, their faces a mixture of shock and delight at the unfolding romance. Sariel, addressing the students, confirms the rumors with a knowing smile. It really happened. The teacher seems pleased with herself, as if she orchestrated the whole thing. Sariel's name is whispered, perhaps in disbelief or admiration. The news spreads like wildfire throughout the academy, carried on the wind. Students gossip about Amy and Chiron, some expressing jealousy over their relationship. Sariel's voice cuts through the air, laced with a sharp edge. Do you want to die? She demands, her gaze intense. Her expression shifts, a defensive flare in her eyes. You didn't even see anything, she exclaims, her tone rising. The folds of her dark uniform sway slightly as she moves, the red accents a stark contrast against the black fabric. Amy giggles, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Do I have to see it? You said you were dating. Amy crosses her arms, a knowing smile playing on her lips. It turned out great either way. Thanks to that, the annoying male students won't bother you anymore. A memory surfaces, a glimpse into the past. That's true. It did turn out good. A few days before the day of the incident. A hand clenches, crumpling a piece of paper. Teach, that's a lie, right? Amy's voice echoes in the room, surrounded by other students. Then wouldn't the Amy I know isn't interested in dating, right? And Chiron is a freshman who just started attending the academy. Sariel's thoughts drift back, a wistful expression on her face. To be honest, I met Chiron when I was young. To think we would meet again here. You can call it fate. Sariel smiles, a hint of playfulness in her eyes. Right? Chiron. Another flashback flickers, a scene of chaos and destruction. What about the aftereffects? Yes, that's right. Ha ha ha. The other students whisper amongst themselves, their curiosity piqued. If that's the reason, that explains why he went to save her. Pretending to date is better than our past getting revealed. Yeah, Sariel knew something was off from the start, as Amy beams, seemingly unconcerned. The red-haired girl sighs, taking a long sip from her drink. Seriously? Amy's a dummy, she thinks to herself. The possibility of seeing Chiron in today's combined class is mentioned. The girls resolve to focus on studying, as usual. Amy seems surprised by the idea of just studying. There's so much to do, so I can't waste my time on pretending to date, she thinks. Sariel reflects that Chiron is doing well, living his school life normally. He's doing very well. She muses. Affirm and is declared. Someone expresses their strong dislike for the current situation, likely in reference to the second advanced class combined training hall. Meanwhile, the academy looms in the distance, bathed in sunlight. A blonde-haired boy waves, calling out, "Hello, seniors." The boy, neutral senior, approaches the girls. How are you feeling today? Did you miss Amy? He asks. Sariel responds to the senior with a chuckle. Senior, seriously. Amy observes the situation, noting how formally they are addressing each other despite their familiarity. The senior clears his throat, seemingly uncomfortable with the observation. His thoughts betray a different concern. However, Amy's attitude makes him feel like he's keeping her at arm's length. He wishes they could just talk comfortably when it's just the three of them. Amy's comment strikes a chord with Sariel, who marvels at hearing her friend say something like that for the first time. She wonders if this is the power of dating. The senior smiles, reassuring them that it's all right and reminding them that he is their senior. After all, with a slight pause, the senior announces that he'll be heading into class now. Sariel responds with a confused before agreeing with a hesitant, yeah, okay. The two girls watch him leave, a sense of unease settling between them. Sariel voices her confusion, wondering what's going on. The senior walks away, his back to them. He thinks to himself that it's good for them, but also notes how they really wanted to show it off. The senior's inner monologue reveals a cynical perspective, questioning dating during class time and implying he lacks skills, suggesting he only got in here with his looks. Two students whisper amongst themselves, their faces close as they share a secret. The reason for the senior's recent struggles becomes clear. He is unable to use any magic. His hand clenches into a fist, a visible sign of his frustration. 2 days ago, the gossip gradually began to spread throughout the academy. Official announcements and student-made posters plaster the school walls, all centered on the senior and Amy. Within Class 7's classroom, students gathered, their whispers filling the air. The news spread like wildfire, reaching even Class B11. The students couldn't believe it. Amy dating a freshman? Apparently, they revealed it in front of the professors. Jealousy simmered among those who had their eyes on the freshman, while others simply mocked the situation. It seemed like those of the same feather flocked together, as students gossiped and laughed. One student, however, found the situation a little strange. Another student declared that senior Amy was theirs, sparking confusion among the group. Whispers spread among the students, their voices hushed with intrigue. The topic of conversation, the freshman, Chiron. One student presented something of interest. A hand hovered over a document, the contents obscured. What could these midterm evaluation scores reveal? A student questioned what it was. The students leaned in, their expressions a mix of shock and curiosity. The document revealed that Chiron was last in his class. The scores were laid bare, 30 points in all subjects. How could this be? Wasn't Chiron supposed to be an honor student? The whispers intensified, the students' faces shrouded in shadow. It was then that someone realized something. Chiron didn't know how to cast any magic. The murmurs grew louder, a sense of unease permeating the air. What was going on? The students wondered. The speculation continued, fueled by suspicion and doubt. Wasn't it obvious that Chiron had been admitted under special considerations? He had trusted and used his family, personally spreading rumors that he was a genius. The rumors swirled, painting a picture of privilege and manipulation. He had only wanted to get a girl from a good family. The world was so unfair, a son of a wealthy family who played around for most of his life. The gossip reached a fever pitch, fueled by envy and resentment. Chiron had come to the academy and gotten a girlfriend? Did that mean he got in through connections? The students' voices rose in indignation, their frustration palpable. Now that they thought about it, wasn't it really suspicious? The rest of them were working so hard for their future. The resentment festered, hardening into a bitter resolve. One student declared that they could never forgive him. The anger simmered, directed at both Chiron and the academy itself. Why was the academy being negligent about something so unfair? The only sound was the echo of footsteps in the otherwise silent hallway. Chiron paused in the doorway, a question forming in his mind. Something felt off. It had been so loud before, but now... The classroom was eerily quiet, students seated at their desks, seemingly oblivious. The sound of footsteps continued, each step measured and deliberate. Two students stood near the bookshelf, seemingly unaware of the unsettling silence that had fallen over the academy. Chiron's expression hardened. He didn't even need to ask what the reason was. They had been talking loudly, as if they wanted him to overhear their conversations. Because of him, Amy might get. The present was affected. The room was divided, the students clustered in separate groups. It was practical time for spirit zones for every class. The glowing figure stood before him, partially obscured, a sense of foreboding hanging in the air. A figure stands silhouetted against a swirling, ethereal background. The presence of another nearby is clearly unwelcome, judging by the annoyed thoughts. The source of the annoyance is revealed, a young man, his face partially obscured by the light, his spirit zone apparently far too expansive for the observer's liking. The spirit zone shimmers, a collection of glowing orbs and swirling energy. Inside what appears to be a grand hall, a woman with auburn hair and glasses asks a question, her expression a mix of concern and curiosity. A figure in a dark robe walks past a pillar, carrying a book. The figure pauses, and the woman from the hall calls out, "Professor Ithella." The young man beside her, with neatly styled blonde hair, expresses a strange sensation. It feels, he says, as if his consciousness is leaving his body. The woman explains that his convergent type, spirit zone, follows nature's logic, and his mind is in the shape of a circle. The young man seems to ponder this information. The woman asks about the other forms, her gaze intent. The young man responds that he doesn't think he has a problem with them, though his expression suggests otherwise. Professor Ithella states that it is good, then proposes that they get him to demonstrate it in the image zone. Arian Chiron, looking up at her, asks for a pardon, questioning if it should be right now. Professor Ithella explains that the deviate form is difficult. Chiron admits that when he tries to detach his spirit zone from his body, it feels like his consciousness is leaving his body too. Chiron doesn't think he has a problem with the other forms. He seems to be having a problem with the other forms. Professor Ithella says good and suggests they demonstrate it in the image zone. A group of students are present. Chiron thinks that if he's not in the best condition right now, he can do it next time. Professor Ithella thinks that Chiron is a student who wanted to use the image zone from the first day. She wonders if he's cautious of the other students. Chiron says that he'll. An unseen figure requests feedback. The other students murmur, noting that someone is about to repeat a familiar action. The students of Class 7 speculate that the reason is to impress a girlfriend. Another student chimes in, suggesting that being attractive is the only thing he's good at. Meanwhile, Chiron stands alone in the center of a grand hall, ready to begin. The blonde instructor requests that each of the four forms be demonstrated, one at a time. The text explains that skillfully switching between the four forms is a requirement for advancement. Earlier, in Class 4, a student wonders how much Chiron has improved. Another student resolves to avoid Class 7 to correct the situation. The blonde instructor looks on, a hint of concern in their eyes. The text indicates that the first form to be demonstrated is the defensive form. A blue, glowing pattern materializes, suggesting the activation of the defensive form. The air crackled with anticipation as the students watched. One wondered aloud if it was stronger than when they faced the dark magician. Another group of students observed the display. The energy surrounding him was so intense. One commented that it was no exaggeration to say he was armored up. A surge of power emanated from Chiron, a bright blue aura enveloping him completely. The energy intensified, the air vibrating with raw power. He stood within a cross-shaped beam of pure, concentrated energy, the light almost blinding. Professor Ithella watched with a keen eye, noting that he was a student with a very good foundation, able to switch forms faster than those in Class 6. She mused that there wouldn't be a problem if she advanced him to a higher class. Chiron prepared for the final form. And lastly, the deviate form. His thoughts betrayed his anxiety. He had never been successful, so it was a little burdensome to show it, but in order to get feedback from the professor, he needed to show her that he failed. The blue energy pulsed around him, a visual representation of the power he was about to unleash. The sign read Class 5. The students murmured in surprise. The other students watched with bated breath. One wondered if he was planning on doing the deviate form. The crowd of onlookers watched with bated breath. One student, however, voiced his skepticism, stating that one needed to be at least a Class 5 student to even attempt such a feat. Surrounded by a swirling blue aura, he knew what he had to do. The zone needed to shrink, and its center had to be moved before it was completely destroyed. Sweat beaded on his brow as he struggled, his breath coming in ragged gasps. It was the same sensation he'd experienced during practice. When the zone was close to his body, he could move the center. But as the zone stretched further away, a disturbing sensation began to creep in. It felt as though his very consciousness was being pulled away, dragged along with it. He steeled himself. One more time. From the sidelines, a student scoffed, unimpressed by the display. The atmosphere grew tense as the other students whispered amongst themselves, some questioning his abilities, others simply finding the spectacle embarrassing. The blue aura intensified, swirling around him as he continued to grapple with the technique. Was this what they called the four forms? The observers continued to murmur, some wondering why he was faltering after a promising start, others speculating about the nature of Chiron's spirit zone. The energy surrounding him fluctuated wildly, causing concern among the onlookers. They wondered if the attention was proving too much for him to handle, if it was enough to shake him. His expression clouded with doubt. He wondered if something had happened recently to disrupt his focus. A dark question arose in his mind. Why did humans seem to derive pleasure from the failures of others? A chilling thought washed over him. Did this mean that everyone wanted him to fail? A crimson haze hangs heavy in the air, the scent of ozone and something metallic clinging to the back of the throat. Elsewhere, a silent judgment echoes, "Don't fit in here." The weight of expectations presses down, a silent crowd observing every move. The crimson lines blur, a visual representation of the turmoil within. He frowned, the weight of his own thoughts pressing down on him. As expected, he was thinking about too many useless things. A stern voice cuts through the noise, a sharp command, "Stop hesitating." A different voice, laced with encouragement, urges him, "If you want to do something, just do it." The question hangs in the air, a reminder of his purpose. "Hey, you came here to become a mage, didn't you?" Sir One stumbles, the realization hitting him hard. Who? No, wait. Just what was he thinking about? A surge of determination hardens his features, the doubt momentarily banished. The words resonate within him, a renewed vow. "I came here to become a mage." He steps forward, drawn into the swirling vortex of blue energy, ready to embrace his destiny. A ripple of surprise courses through the assembled students. The sentiment is echoed by another group, their expressions mirroring the same shock. A figure stands encased in a torrent of vibrant blue energy, the source of the students' unease. The energy intensifies, a silent question hanging in the air. Will it break free first? Or will the raw power consume him, leaving nothing but destruction in its wake? A primal scream tears through the air, a testament to the agonizing struggle. The report details how he resisted the forbidden anti-magic, relying solely on a defensive form. Anti-magic, the woman reading the report muses, is so dangerous that even specialists require artifacts to wield it safely. It's likely the students didn't use proper anti-magic, but to win against 6 of them. Professor Athela contemplates the implications, a thoughtful expression creasing her brow. It seems Chiron's mentality was stronger than those 6 combined. She sits at her desk, a question forming in her mind. Could it be because of his talent? Meanwhile, Professor Sienna's voice echoes from the tower. Professor Sienna considers Chiron's progress. Had he successfully used the deviant form? Elsewhere, Professor Athela sits with another instructor, listening intently. It had only been a month since he started learning the 4 forms. The other instructor remarks that it lasted around 4 seconds, finding it amazing. Professor Athela sips her tea, stating that she knew her perception was correct. A slight smile plays on her lips. She thinks to herself, amused. Both professors are thinking about the same thing. Elsewhere, Professor Athela stands before a class of students. She gestures towards the complex equations on the board, indicating that it's the end of today's lesson. Professor Athela watches as the students begin to stir, a sense of excitement building within her. The professor pauses, a glint in his eye as he addresses the class. "Student Chiron, please stand up from your seat." A hand rests on the desk, fingers twitching slightly. A voice whispers, "Pardon." Chiron's eyes widen in disbelief as the professor continues. It has been decided that he has advanced to Class 5. A ripple of whispers spreads through the classroom. "Did you hear that? He skipped 2 classes." A thought echoes, laced with disbelief. Just what family is supporting him? The shock reverberates. For him to skip 2 classes. The other professor, a book in hand, attempts to regain control of the class. "I would like everyone to further devote yourselves to your studies." A student rises abruptly, interrupting the professor. "Please wait. I have objection." The thought hangs in the air, heavy with skepticism. "I think it's very rare to skip 2 classes." The murmurs continue, now tinged with a new concern. More importantly, how can a student who doesn't know any magic commands advance? The professor with purple hair interjects, her expression troubled. "Professor Athela didn't say that at all." All eyes turn to Chiron, the question hanging in the air. "Is that true, Chiron?" The sentiment hung in the air, a dark pronouncement against the impossible. The classroom buzzed with unrest, the student silhouettes a stark contrast to the figures standing before them. A voice, laced with disbelief, declared an inability to perform even the simplest magic. The purple-haired professor mused on the unexpected curiosity surrounding basic magic, while acknowledging the lack of magical evaluation in Class 6. Frustration began to simmer, a hand clenching tight. One student, eyes blazing behind his glasses, refused to accept the situation. The tension was palpable, hands gripping desks. Another student decried the obvious discrimination. The question hung in the air. Was Chiron truly skilled at anything beyond his spirit zone? Some would only acknowledge Chiron's advancement if he could demonstrate any magic, while others boasted of surpassing him with their grades. The whispers grew louder, the sentiment clear. Chiron couldn't even follow the theory lessons properly. The purple-haired professor, faced with the prospect of a hearing with the student association, could only murmur a quiet, "Oh no." The professor understood the student's thoughts, but it seemed like she was quite careless. She would announce it again after having an official staff meeting. The matter weighed heavily on her mind. Lost in thought, she gazed out the window. To think the other students were that angry. Professor Athela didn't think that was a simple objection of unfairness. It was likely an emotional issue, too. Footsteps approached Professor Sienna. Maria asked, "What's wrong?" Maria had something to tell her. About. The memory began, a recollection of events that transpired not long ago. At first, they were ignored, their concerns dismissed. But the situation soon escalated. The professor sat, recounting the troubling events. Tears welled as she confessed. "I saw it all. They were spreading bad rumors about Chiron and instigating them." The weight of the situation hung heavy in the air. The listener absorbed the information, a simple "I see" all that was offered. The scene reflected through the window, a silent testament to the unfolding drama. A glimpse into the wisdom of ages, captured within the pages of an ancient book. The words of Thorcolin echoed, a reminder of the importance of rest. The conversation turned to the topic of sleep and whether it was truly necessary for a superhuman. The man gestures emphatically, declaring that his sleep habits are inconsequential to his actions. The hands of a clock approach midnight, the mechanism ticking ominously. A young man in a suit stands in a grand room, a thoughtful expression on his face. Fingers trace the pages of an open book, illuminated by a soft light. The grand hall is filled with desks, a student noting that it has already gotten so late. Two figures converse in a study, books lining the shelves behind them. Elsewhere, a crescent moon hangs in the night sky above a towering building. A cobblestone path winds through cherry blossoms under a starlit sky. The text urges a young master to endure, despite the unkindness of other noble young masters of the Magic Academy. An older man with a kind face is shown, with the text promising that endurance will bring an end. A lone figure walks a cobblestone path, resolving to overcome something for the sake of those who believe in him. A collage of faces, a reminder of those who believe. Bathed in a soft, ethereal light, a younger version of him receives a blessing, a memory tinged with warmth and hope. Elsewhere, the academy looms against the night sky, its silhouette a stark contrast to the gentle memory. He walks with purpose, each step echoing on the cobblestone path, a silent vow etched on his face. No matter who stands in his way, he will become a mage. The graduating class building stands tall, its iron door a silent sentinel. The building's windows reflect the dim light of the night. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he seems to be catching his breath. He glances at the papers before him, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Who's that? At this time, a sudden surge of energy, a feeling of dread. No way is it them. Figures gather, their faces obscured in shadow, their presence ominous. Chiron, are you available for a moment? He seemed taken aback, a simple "huh" escaping his lips as if jolted from a dream. Professor Sienna stood framed in the doorway, her expression unreadable. "I can come. So that's what this is about," she mused, her voice soft. Chiron's eyes widened, a flicker of recognition crossing his face. "Ah, yes," he exclaimed, then paused, a question hanging in the air. "Would you like some tea?" From across the room, Professor Sienna watched him, her gaze thoughtful. "No, I'm fine," she replied. "I had something to ask you, but you weren't in your—" The professor stood at her desk, a faint smile playing on her lips as she considered the boy before her. Her thoughts drifted to Chiron's test results. When she first saw them, she thought it was strange. His scores were low, but remarkably consistent across all subjects. It seemed like he was trying to remember everything at once. He wasn't studying for the present, but for his future. It wasn't that he didn't learn magic. He wasn't learning it on purpose. But why now? Chiron sat quietly, lost in his own world. Did he not learn it when he was young? It might be because they were not in class. He averted his gaze, a faint blush rising on his cheeks. "I'm a little shy," Chiron confessed, his voice barely a whisper. During class, he stares straight at her face, but he unexpectedly gets quite shy outside class. "Is your school life okay?" Yes, it's fun. Studying. The professor with purple hair listens intently. Word had reached her that students were being bullied recently. Chiron assures her it's all right, that she doesn't need to worry. He insists she can tell. He insists it's honestly not something embarrassing, that he's really okay. But he can't bring himself to fully believe it. The professor asks if he doesn't despise his classmates. Chiron replies that he's human, too, and is forcing himself to think he needs to maintain good relationships, even if they don't like him. Chiron admits he doesn't want to be dishonest to himself and obsess about the relationships, though. Class 7 says he's wrong. Chiron thought about it and realized that it's just 40 people. He's sure of it. The professor listens, a thoughtful expression on her face. The professor understands what Chiron means. She will keep this in mind during the staff meeting. Chiron wants to advance early. So, the disembodied voice echoes with a declaration, I will finish. Professor Athela holds a book, her expression unreadable. The other professors listen intently, their faces etched with concern. One professor voices his outrage. Because he can't use magic, the whole grade is bullying one student? The conference hall stretches out, the weight of the discussion hanging heavy in the air. This is something that can happen in the low-ranking class. Another professor suggests, since it's a class with lower discrimination, it would be better to advance Chiron quickly. The purple-haired professor adds that Chiron is someone who will be able to graduate within 4 years. For the sake of the school, it is better to have more students who graduate early. The blonde instructor expresses his disagreement. I'm a little against it. The professors consider the matter, their expressions thoughtful. The professor clasps his hands, his gaze intense. He states, I understand that Chiron has talent. The blonde instructor explains, the problem is that he cannot use magic. Professor Athela reiterates her concern, stating that Chiron's pursuit of knowledge is delaying his magical development. Thad counters, arguing that professors shouldn't interfere with a student's learning process. Professor Athela clarifies that her issue isn't with Chiron's methods, but with Professor Siena's apparent favoritism. Thad retorts that even if the other students' magical abilities are weaker than Chiron's, they prioritize omniscience. He continues, stating that an institution shouldn't exist to diminish a student's will. Athela counters, suggesting they can't ignore the twisted jealousy of the younger students. She argues that a talented student isn't something an institution should simply allow. Thad insists that this decision will instead deprive the students. And the professors' debate continues, their personalities clashing as always. It's a wonder how they both became mages. Sienna and Thad face each other, their argument reaching a fever pitch. Suddenly, an older man's laughter fills the room. Maria interjects, telling them that's enough and requesting they sit down. Professor Thad, hands outstretched, acknowledges that both sides of the argument have a point. He understands the school's concern for balance and agrees that they need to stop favoring students. The headmaster's point is taken, as Professor Sienna listens. Professor Sienna simply responds, so, Professor Thad asks, how about this? The professor raises a finger, a smile spreading across his face. Meanwhile, the next morning, students walk through the halls. The halls are filled with students. A student exclaims, what's this? An advanced classes notice board is surrounded by students. The notice announces a class advancement examination due to numerous objections to early advancement. The school will offer the whole of Class 7 a chance for early advancement. The students will be chosen based on the advancement exam, and upon selection, they will be advancing to Class 5. The contents of the test are about magic, and the detailed area is teleportation. As there are many opinions that testing spirit zones is unfair, they plan to evaluate an area of magic from Class 5, teleportation. An early advancement exam for the whole Class 7? The announcement echoed through the hall. Passing the exam meant skipping 2 classes and advancing straight to Class 5. The word teleportation hung in the air, followed by a question. Did anyone actually know how to do it? Of course not. It was officially appointed magic for Class 5. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Learning the theory was easy, but applying it? That was the hard part. One student recounted how a senior they knew had practiced teleportation and ended up hospitalized for a year. A wave of concern washed over the students. How were they supposed to do this? If it was this difficult, would anyone even advance in the end? The students began to disperse, the weight of the upcoming exam settling upon them. A stunned silence followed the announcement. The crowd of students milled about, contemplating the challenge ahead. The students murmur amongst themselves, the news of skipping 2 classes and going straight to Class 5 spreading like wildfire. Teleportation? One of the students wonders aloud if anyone knows how to do it. Of course, they don't. It's officially appointed magic for Class 5. Learning the theory is easy, but applying is hard. One student mentions that a senior they know was practicing teleportation and got hospitalized for a year. What? How are they supposed to do this? If they can't, then no one will advance. The end? The students walk. Teleportation. Word spread quickly. The incident was known as the loner of Class 7. The story spread to the upper classes and became a hot topic of discussion. The whispers echoed around the advanced class notice board after class. The students murmured amongst themselves. Things like that still happened? A loner? Pitiful. It was Class 7 again. The students wondered why it mattered. Class 7 didn't learn magic. It was obvious to some that they were jealous because he was dating Amy. The news hit hard. He was bullied, so that's why he was avoiding her, because he didn't want her to get involved. It was a common thing that happened in Class 7, she heard. Because they were immature. Something similar almost happened to her, but it never happened because she advanced quickly. Meanwhile, Amy turned, her expression hardening. She would find Chiron. What? Wait, what was she going to do? A surge of red energy flared around Amy as she declared, I'm going to beat him up. How dare he not tell her? Amy would gather up everyone from Class 7. Are you crazy? No, a voice cried out. Why? This had something to do with her too. If it was her, would she want the person she liked to find out that she was getting bullied? She considered the implications, the words hanging heavy in the air. Would interfering truly help, or would it simply wound his pride? A skeptical expression crossed her face. Really? Amy's frustration began to boil over. Who cares about his pride? He doesn't even like me. Then why the hell didn't he tell me? The other woman watched Amy's outburst with a concerned expression. Amy, however, was already lost in thought. Teleportation. Isn't that too hard for Class 7 to learn? It was good that it was hard, the disembodied voice seemed to say, but for someone who hasn't learned how to use magic, teleportation is very dangerous. The other woman leaned in, suggesting a solution. How about you teach him, Amy? For you two to make up? Amy's chibi form expressed her vehement disagreement. He won't even accept my help, and I don't have time to worry about him because of my exam prep. Oh, that's right. If he can't do that much by himself, then tell him he's not worthy of being my boyfriend. Elsewhere, the stars twinkled in the night sky, indifferent to the drama unfolding below. The academy stood silent and imposing under the moonlight. A quiet park offered a moment of respite from the pressures of magical training. A rapid descent begins, the world blurring into streaks of color as something plummets earthward. The trees become a dark, impenetrable wall, the ground rushing up to meet the unseen figure. Hanging precariously from the building's edge, the figure plummets, gravity's relentless pull hastening their descent. Perched high in the branches, Amy watches, a conflicted expression on her face. She mutters to herself, justifying her actions. She's helping him because she needs to take responsibility. The world continues to streak by, the destination drawing ever closer. A burst of speed, a shower of petals, and the unseen figure hurtles towards their target. The figure clinging to the building whispers a promise of retribution, vowing to make him beg for forgiveness. The impact is imminent, the air crackling with anticipation. Meanwhile, lost in the pages of his book, Chiron is startled by a sudden presence. A hand clamps down over his mouth, silencing his cry. A voice declares, filled with malice, that they are here to beat him up. From her perch, Amy's eyes narrow, a cold fury hardening her features. How dare he? Chiron is helpless against the assault, his face contorted in pain and fear. Her eye twitched, a subtle sign of the annoyance brewing beneath the surface. The question hung in the air, thick with unspoken accusations. The scene shifted to the interior of a room where two figures sat, seemingly waiting. The professor with purple hair leveled her gaze at Amy. You, Amy, she questioned, her tone laced with suspicion. Amy threw her hands up defensively. Don't tell me. This is how you've been seeing each other, she exclaimed, her voice rising in protest. Every night, you come to the male dormitories. It's a misunderstanding. The unseen character's voice boomed, filled with disbelief. Professor, it is a big misunderstanding. Elsewhere, the sound of a door latch echoed in the night. The purple-haired professor continued her interrogation. I was wondering why the two of you were so quiet and never met each other. Amy attempted to explain her presence. But why are you here at this time, Professor? I came to give him advice about the advancement test. The class atmosphere isn't that great, you see. The blonde instructor offered a polite response. The blonde instructor offered Amy a cup of tea. Tea first. Senior, please have some. Amy tilted her head, a silent, escaping her lips. Amy inhaled deeply, her expression shifting. It smells really good? Where did you learn to brew tea? That's not what I should be saying, you rascal. Whose fault is it that I'm being humiliated like this? She blurts out an apology, her expression a mix of fear and regret. The question hangs in the air, unspoken but heavy with accusation. Why hadn't she revealed the bullying? Elsewhere, the academy looms against the night sky, its windows glowing with warm light. The blonde instructor suggests they sit down to discuss the test. The instructor takes a sip of tea, her gaze steady. A silent question echoes. How did this happen? The three share a moment of quiet contemplation over their tea. Amy questions whether the teleportation test is too dangerous. The purple-haired professor explains that the decision was made by the headmaster, assuring them that he has a reason. The blonde instructor remarks that the headmaster is up to his tricks again, implying the test's danger. The blonde instructor confirms that she has heard of the photonization theory, a formula created by the genius mage, Argos, that controls light. Amy considers the implications of light's absolute speed, a concept that seems to defy the very laws of physics. The theory suggests that magic can manipulate this speed, transcending the limitations of time and space. Ser one escuta atentamente, absorvendo a explicação complexa. Ele repete o conceito central, que alguém poderia transformar seu corpo em luz. A professora Siena toma seu chá, com uma expressão pensativa no rosto. The photonization theory categorizes light into 4 distinct speeds, each with its own properties and applications. The speed needed to teleport is also shown. Amy explains that speed of light magic can be achieved if one understands that the speed is 1/100th of the speed of light. Cyrone's brow furrows, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he contemplates the implications of this knowledge. It's easy to learn, but dangerous upon collision. So it's the speed of sound. Ser one understands why teleportation is forbidden within the academy. Amy sips her tea, pleased that he grasped the concept so quickly. A disembodied thought wonders when the two got so close, lamenting being ignored. The disembodied thought wonders if Professor Siena has always been this friendly, and how they will take the exam if it's so dangerous. Amy asks Ser one to pardon her, but a place like that doesn't exist. Amy insists that it does. He tilted his head, a question forming on his lips. Up. A realization dawned on Chiron, his eyes widening slightly. In. The wind howled through the mountain peaks. The bridge that can't be crossed. A teleportation training area, 1,000 meters above, 700 meters long. It's not confirmed, but that's the only place. It will be a race from one mountaintop to the other. Chiron gasped, wow, that's amazing. Amy chuckled. If you fall, you'll probably die, right? Ha ha ha. So the person who arrives on the other side will be the winner? I think it'll be difficult for Class 7 to even complete this. If no one can complete it, the student who travels the longest distance wins. The purple-haired professor explained that the location will also be set to level 1, and there will be safety measures, so it won't be dangerous. What we're worried about are the students. 2 figures plummet, covered in blood. The potential for collisions due to strong competition was a concern. The stakes of the upcoming exam weighed heavily. Sariel's expression was troubled, a slight frown creasing her brow as she considered the implications. Chiron, sitting on the edge of his bed, seemed lost in thought. He wondered if he could truly do it, if he could face the challenges ahead. The thought of competing against his classmates alone was a heavy burden. The silhouetted figures seemed to represent the pressure he felt. The thought of someone getting hurt because of the competitiveness of the exam was even more unsettling for Chiron. Chiron looked up, his expression softening slightly. I'm sorry, Chiron, he heard. The professor, her face etched with guilt, explained her motivations. From the entrance exam, I wanted you to join Class 5. Chiron's eyes widened, a hint of surprise in his voice. No, you didn't, Professor. Sariel's resolve seemed to harden. So from today on, I will exclusively take charge of teaching you. Chiron looked at the professor, a question in his eyes. Why are you going so far, Professor? The professor's thoughts were heavy with responsibility. Responsible for this greatly difficult advancement exam taking place. I want to do whatever I can to help. Sariel, her hand over her heart, spoke with conviction. An important advancement exam like this, if word gets out that a professor who... The implications of the exam weigh heavily. It seems that even success might not be enough to prevent disaster. Sariel's expression hardens with resolve. She declares that she will teach Chiron. Chiron, looking anxious, wonders if Amy is still angry with him. The purple-haired professor is on the phone, inquiring if she has time to teach Chiron, since there aren't any living things in the level 1 difficulty. The professor's words echo in the room as Chiron and Sariel listen. The professor on the phone exclaims her excitement for the graduating class. Sariel begins to explain something to Chiron, her expression unreadable. The revelation hits Sariel hard, her anger flaring. It's all your fault, you bastard, she exclaims. The rate of growth was astounding. Chiron thought the only place to run away to was the graduating class. He glanced up, his thoughts drifting to Sariel. She didn't care about the competition and had the confidence to apply first at such an important... No matter how busy she was, this much was fine, the professor thought, hoping she would give up. It was for her boyfriend, but she should leave it to her at such a time. That's so cool. She's not satisfied with being. Because this is the first time Chiron is learning how to use magic. It will be more effective if a professor taught him, Sariel thought, her temper rising. How about you choose, Chiron? The professor asked. Me or the professor? Chiron began, Of course you'd like it more if your girlfriend taught you, right? I will. Sariel's eyes widened in shock and anger. Chiron, seated between Amy and Professor Siena, poses a question, his tone laced with playful uncertainty. Should he choose Amy or the professor? The question hangs in the air, and Chiron's expression shifts to one of genuine surprise, as if he hadn't fully considered the weight of his own words. He stammers, searching for the right response, while Amy, partially visible, interjects with a hint of playful jealousy. Of course, he'd prefer to be taught by his girlfriend, wouldn't he? Professor Sienna, composed as ever, sits with a teacup in hand, listening intently to the exchange between Chiron and Amy. A confident smile spreads across Chiron's face, hinting at a deeper plan or understanding. Amy and Professor Sienna react with exaggerated expressions, their faces conveying a mix of shock and playful annoyance. The focus returns to Professor Sienna, still holding her teacup, as Amy stands beside her, their reactions mirroring each other. Elsewhere, a distant building is shown, as if to emphasize the distance between the current conversation and the events to come. Amy confronts Chiron, her voice laced with frustration. She questions if he realizes the magnitude of the opportunity he's been given, and reminds him that she doesn't want to be a burden, especially with his important exam ahead. The unspoken tension rises as Amy reveals that Chiron's classmates are already hostile towards him. Chiron's expression hardens, as he acknowledges that one of the reasons he's joining the graduating class ahead of schedule is because of the hostility he faces. Amy looks down, a somber expression on her face, because you can't dwell here while looking at higher horizons. Clearing her throat, Amy attempts to regain her composure. Ahem. Professor Sienna speaks calmly, her expression neutral. Please have faith in me, Professor. I cannot guarantee I will pass. Sienna leans against the chair, a slight smile playing on her lips. If that's what my student desires, Amy's voice echoes in the room. We'll accept it. Amy bows slightly to Professor Sienna. Thank you so much, Professor. Professor Sienna addresses them both. That applies to all students. You should finish this discussion and finalize your decision. And you, Amy? Amy responds with determination. Yes. Professor Sienna continues, her tone firm. I'll let you go just this once, but you know what will happen if you enter the boys' dorm through the window again, right? A chibi version of Amy expresses her relief. Phew, I survived. Amy sits down, visibly relieved. Phew, I was scared. The atmosphere is thick with tension as Amy and Chiron sit on the bed. The word awkward hangs in the air. Amy stands, breaking the silence. I should get going too. She stood with her back turned, the soft glow of the room illuminating the long, crimson waves of her hair. A silent invitation hung in the air, a prelude to a conversation long overdue. A voice cut through the stillness. Chiron's tone held a note of hurt, demanding an explanation. Why did you avoid me? He continued, his brow furrowed with concern. It wasn't just about her, he insisted. Others had told him she was being bullied. It's not like this only concerns you. Amy's expression flickered, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple. The accusation, or perhaps the concern, struck a nerve. A silent hurt escaped her lips. A whirlwind of thoughts seemed to engulf her. If it were him, would he want the person he liked to find out he was being bullied? Her face contorted, a twitch betraying the internal conflict. The word hung heavy in the air. Your pride? Amy tried to explain, her voice strained. She just didn't want to distance herself from Chiron. A fit of coughing racked her body, each cough a painful admission. Teaching, it was true. The truth spilled out, raw and unfiltered. Because you're my goal, senior. Understanding dawned on Chiron's face. Oh, that. I knew it would be something like that. He confessed, a wry smile playing on his lips, that when he came to the academy and saw her name in first place. Meanwhile, the two walked together, a shared understanding settling between them. He thought he wanted to catch up by trying his... Chiron looks up, a flicker of confusion in his blue eyes as he tries to understand the situation. Amy laughs, a nervous edge to her voice. She admits, I didn't know things would turn out like this. Huh. She thinks to herself that things are already awkward between them, and telling him she was being bullied would only make it worse. Amy's smile tightens, a determined glint in her eyes. In her mind, she declares his goal. Her internal monologue turns sharp, laced with frustration. Shit, to think I was defeated by such a brat. If there's anyone you know at the Magic Academy, please introduce them to me. Amy stands on a balcony, looking down with a strange expression. She thinks to herself, what a strange fate. A close-up on Amy's face reveals a complex mix of emotions in her emerald eyes. Amy's voice rises in disbelief. Hey, are you kidding me? Chiron responds with a confused, pardon? Amy thinks to herself, goal my ass. Amy's frustration boils over. But you're trying to catch up to me behind my back like a coward? No. Chiron is confused, thinking, how is that the same thing? Why are you being like this? Chiron looks out a window, his expression thoughtful. He wonders to himself, what a strange fate. Amy's voice is sharp as she says, stop calling me your senior. Chiron's eyes widen in surprise. What? Amy's frustration is palpable. But if you can't catch up to me quickly, Amy, her expression stern, declares that Chiron will address her as senior for the remainder of his days. Her name echoes in the air. Amy stands with her back to Chiron, a sense of urgency permeating the air. She moves with incredible speed, leaving Chiron to wonder at her swift departure. So fast, he thinks. Chiron, with a determined look, vows to catch up to her in no time. Amy's voice echoes, a stern warning that he must study as if his life depends on it. Chiron watches as Amy disappears into the distance, thinking she will have graduated already. He realizes he can't even see her anymore, a sense of awe and perhaps a touch of despair in his voice. Chiron laments that it's too bad he can't receive her help. He knew the bullies were watching his every move, their eyes like shadows in the corners of the academy. This Chiron knew he had to do on his own. The weight of expectation settled on his shoulders. 1 month, 30 days remained until the early advancement exam, each tick of the clock a reminder of the challenge ahead. The next day, after lessons, a new day dawned, bringing with it the promise of further lessons and the looming presence of the exam. The academy loomed, its grand architecture a testament to the knowledge and power contained within its walls. Whispers echoed through the courtyard as students gathered, their voices a low hum of anticipation and anxiety. The question hung in the air. Are you preparing for the early advancement exam? There were about 20 applicants, each vying for a coveted spot. The path to omniscience, they said, was easy as long as you applied the equation. The omnipotent part, however, was the true challenge. Its application was what separated the wheat from the chaff. That guy applied too, right? Chiron carried a stack of books, his brow furrowed in concentration as he navigated the crowded courtyard. The rustling of papers and hushed whispers filled the air as the students prepared for the trials ahead. Stacks of books on photonization theory surround the table. He knew he'd said he was going to learn it by himself, but the application was proving to be the real problem. Chiron lets out a weary sigh, the weight of the task pressing down on him. In real life, the environment, the mage, is in changes constantly. When it comes to teleportation magic, information about the terrain is vital. Depending on the situation, one must fine-tune the omnipotence and the value of light. Calculation takes about 10 to 20 squares. Is there anyone who can do such calculations? No. Don't give up, he mutters to himself, tapping his pen against the desk. They wouldn't have given them an impossible exam. Even Professor Sina said teleportation is pretty easy to learn. Chiron rests his head in his hand, frustration evident in his downturned gaze. The children from Class 7 will succeed for sure. They were educated from a young age. A vision of a wise instructor and his students flashes before him. And with the resources available, expensive tutors are within reach to impart the necessary knowledge. Chiron stood in the training grounds, the distance to mastery stretching before him. Could he truly close that gap? Leaves drifted on the wind, a silent ballet of nature. The headmaster's words echoed in his mind, a subtle clue he hadn't fully grasped. Professor Thad watched with a knowing gaze. That's how it is. The headmaster had already given him the answer. The realization dawned on Chiron, a spark igniting within him. A surge of energy crackled in the air. A beam of light pierced through the training hall, illuminating the path to success. He focused his mind, channeling the energy. The air shimmered with magical potential. Professor Thad clapped his hands together, a gesture of impressed acknowledgement. Incredible. He could already demonstrate teleportation perfectly. Chiron vanished in a swirl of dust, the impossible now reality. The voice declared that he was truly the son of Sir Slider, the skill advisor for the Magic Association. Slidermark responded, not at all. A voice stated that he was being taught by an officially certified Class 9 instructor. The instructor stated that it was very simple since the exam. The voice explained that mastering teleportation is quite simple. One can make their decision and focus at the same time. The voice continued, stating that if one learns the required portion for the exam and spends the remaining time practicing, they may be able to finish the course. Slidermark chuckled, thinking he had that special parachute to thank. The voice boasted that he had been able to advance 2 levels at lightning speed. A sinister smile spread across a face in the shadows. Meanwhile, one man wondered what that bastard was up to right now. Another responded that they were observing him as per instructions, but he seemed... The voice stated that he was studying by himself using books. Self-study with books? The man wondered what the hell. He thought Slidermark would use his connections to hire an amazing instructor. He wondered if it was a... The voice questioned if it was a facade, instructing to please keep observing him, as they couldn't let their guard down. He sat hunched over the desk, the dim light casting long shadows across the cluttered surface. Books and papers surrounded him, a testament to countless hours of study. The sound of rustling pages filled the quiet room, a soft whisper against the weight of the silence. A sigh escaped his lips, the pen still clutched tightly in his hand. He had reached the limit of what he could achieve through study alone. So much time spent deciphering the secrets of omniscience, memorizing every essential theory. The ink flowed as he wrote, each stroke a testament to his dedication. Doubt lingered, a shadow in the back of his mind. He wasn't entirely confident, but time was running out. This was the 41 First Class 7 exclusive training grounds. Elsewhere, the training grounds lay bathed in the fading light of dusk, the air still and expectant. Now, Sir One rose, stretching his limbs as if preparing for a great undertaking. He had to demonstrate the magic. There was no other way. He steeled himself, his breath catching in his throat. It activated according to what he thought. First of all, he needed to. His eyes flared with an intense blue light, the first sign of the power awakening within him. A blinding light erupted from his forehead as he began to grasp the theory of photonization in the spirit zone. Blue energy crackled around him, illuminating his determined face. The person blocking the path between omniscience and omnipotent was none other than him. The energy swirled and coalesced, a vortex of raw power ready to be unleashed. He focuses his energy, a swirling vortex of power gathering around him. Arian Chiron declares his intent, a whisper lost in the building storm. He must erase. The energy intensifies, coalescing around the me in between, a concept both abstract and intensely personal. The air crackles with unseen forces. It's working. Golden light erupts, bathing the room in a radiant glow. The spell is activating, the air thick with the scent of ozone and raw magic. Now, Chiron must teleport. The thought echoes in his mind as the energy reaches a fever pitch. His eyes widen, a flicker of apprehension crossing his face. The sheer complexity of teleportation begins to dawn on him. A phenomenon, vast and intricate, unfolds before his inner eye, a tapestry of interwoven energies. When a mage focuses, the mind becomes so sensitive that they can sense everything around them, the whispers of the wind, the tremor of the earth. This is the extremely sensitive mindset spirit zone, where mages can sense the outside world in a way that defies ordinary understanding. Extrasensory, and eventually, a connection is forged, a bridge between here and there. Control the phenomenon. If you don't calculate the values, the consequences could be catastrophic. But sense everything all at once. The key to unlocking the secrets of teleportation lies in embracing the totality of existence. Raw power surges, a conduit of pure energy ready to tear a hole in the fabric of reality. No human could calculate the true value of light. A soft sound echoes. When a mage focuses, their mind becomes so sensitive that they can sense everything around them. Skilled mages can even sense the number of leaves on the ground from far away. This is the extremely sensitive mindset, the spirit zone. Mages in this zone can sense the outside world in an extrasensory way and, eventually, control the phenomenon. If you don't calculate the values, you can still sense everything all at once. The mage is enveloped in golden light. The light intensifies, forming intricate patterns. Time remaining until the teleportation exam. D13. Darkness. A sense of anticipation hangs heavy in the air. The countdown continues. D09. The pressure mounts as the final moment approaches. Elsewhere, the academy looms, its grandeur a stark contrast to the anxieties brewing within its walls. What could the reason be? Inside, students fill the classroom, their faces a mixture of apprehension and determination. Sariel stands beside another student, her expression unreadable as she observes his face. The thought hangs in the air. Without any protection? No way. At his desk, a blond-haired man with bandages on his face diligently corrects the errors in his notes, a determined set to his jaw. His thoughts echo with the sting of failure. My first attempt at teleportation was a failure. He steels himself, resolving to correct the errors. I have no choice but to just go for it. A surge of power emanates. The world distorts around him, a vortex of energy threatening to consume him. Quaff. He plummets through the air, the sensation of falling a stark reminder of his precarious situation. In order to, his knee, it seemed, was the culprit this time. The countdown continued. D08. A hand meticulously transcribed notes, the error margin debated, plus or minus 0.02 microseconds. The blond-haired man in the suit acknowledged the method's absurdity, but D06. A glimpse of the world outside, a forest under a starlit sky. D05. The foreseen blurred, the countdown relentless. A frustrated yell echoed. Again. The body, it seemed, needed to remember better. D03, D02. The numbers ticked down, each one a step closer. D01. The final moments approached. A moment of pure anticipation. 1. Silence. Huff. The sound of exertion, hanging in the air under the vast expanse of the night sky. He walked along the path, each step accompanied by a heavy, anxious breath. The weight of the upcoming test pressed down on him. What was he supposed to do? Tomorrow was the day. For every error he corrected, another seemed to appear, an endless cycle of frustration. There was nothing left to change now. It had to work. It had to. His breathing grew more ragged, the pressure mounting. He reached out, his hand trembling slightly. He clenched his fists, trying to pull himself together. He steeled his resolve. He would do it. With a surge of determination, he screamed. He initiated the teleport. A blinding light engulfed him as he vanished. a blinding light erupts, scattering debris in all directions as the teleportation takes hold. His eyes squeeze shut, the world a blur of motion. Chiron grits his teeth against the disorienting sensation. A grunt escapes him as the process continues. Suddenly, he finds himself plummeting through the open air, limbs flailing. A gasp of surprise and fear. He hits the ground hard, but tries to convince himself it didn't hurt. A weak chuckle escapes him as he lays sprawled on the ground, wondering how much further he can push himself. With a groan, he forces himself back to his feet, knowing there's no time to rest if he wants to master linking. Elsewhere, birds soar through the sky. A peaceful town basks in the sunlight. Inside a tall building, a man stands at the window as an older gentleman addresses him as young master. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he poses a question, gauging the other's feelings. He leans against a railing, the city stretching out before him. Today, he thinks, is a day of historical significance. His gaze hardens with determination. He will advance to Class 5, he resolves, dismissing the distance as trivial. His eyes narrow, focused on the task ahead. Elsewhere, a grand building stands tall against a bright blue sky. Inside, rows of desks sit empty, awaiting their occupants. A figure approaches an ornate door, a satchel slung over her shoulder. A voice cuts through the silence, questioning if Maria gave up on the exam. Maria stands with Mark, who is being addressed. Mark's laughter echoes, the thought of her studying seemingly absurd to him. It had to be him. Maria's expression hardens, retorting with a sharp question. Mark confronts Maria, implying her presence there is the reason for her poor grades. He continued to press the issue, suggesting Maria should be training instead of studying. Mark stated that watching and learning from better people is a good way to study. A disembodied voice wished her luck, hoping she would pass. A hand reached for the door, a voice dripping with sarcasm, questioning if he truly hoped she'd pass. Mark changed his tune, complimenting Maria and implying she was amazing, while also suggesting she was snitching to someone. Maria, caught off guard, stammered, trying to understand how he knew. Mark revealed he was just testing her. The two stood close, the tension palpable between them. The sound of footsteps echoed as Mark stated he had ways of getting information, finding it strange for a shy kid like Maria to be going to the teacher's office. Mark's voice dripped with menace as he reminded Maria that he had only been nice to her because she was a classmate. He leaned in, his expression predatory, hinting at what would happen once he was her senior. Fear etched itself onto Maria's face as she imagined the possibilities. Mark, his back turned to Maria, muttered about her cowardice and questioned how she even planned on becoming a mage. The thought hung in the air, a silent acknowledgement. She was in the same class despite being 4 years older. He watched, a predatory smirk playing on his lips. He looked forward to it. Tears welled in her eyes, a silent testament to the pressure she was under. His face contorted with a fierce determination, a silent vow to make him fail. The plan was in motion. Meanwhile, in the classroom, the question hung in the air. All set up, right? So there would be exactly 2 chances to. The first turn's distance was 10 meters, so get him out in at least. 10 turns. You're really going to do as you promised if we get this done, right? Mark's eyes narrowed, a hint of menace in his gaze. That? Of course. Once I advance, I'll make sure to get you tutors. You won't have to worry about getting jobs, even if you don't graduate. A voice echoes through the room, declaring that their father is the technical advisor at the Magic Association. One student implores another, promising that if they help him today, he won't ever forget it and will return the favor in any way he can. A student with a sinister smile seems to be plotting something, stating that not even a small change can happen. A proverb hangs in the air. A genius isn't supposed to let their guard down. Elsewhere, a serene landscape unfolds, revealing mountains piercing through a sea of clouds. The camera pans down to a precarious bridge connecting 2 towering cliffs. Someone remarks that this is the bridge that cannot be crossed. A group of students, identified as Class 7, huddle together, their faces etched with exhaustion. One wonders aloud if this is the finals, while another laments the unexpectedly large crowd. The students murmur, the word especially hanging in the air. The Class 5 sunbays stand together, one of them declaring that if a young kid is going to be in their class, they want it to be cited. A disembodied voice exclaims, "Cute one." In Class 4 and Class 6, students listen to a lecture, one of them remarking that it's going to be so fun, followed by laughter. The judges observe the proceedings. Professor Thad raises a wooden gavel, the air thick with anticipation. A blank sheet of paper sits ready, awaiting the start of the examination. A sudden flash illuminates the sky, a signal perhaps, or a magical surge announcing the impending trial. From a distance, the examination ground sprawl, a verdant landscape punctuated by a precarious-looking bridge. The purple-haired professor stands near a glowing formation, her expression unreadable as she observes the arena. A disembodied voice echoes, declaring that the examination will commence in 10 minutes. A wave of nervous anticipation washes over the assembled students as they approach the starting line. One student voices his disbelief at the sheer drop, questioning how that could possibly be a bridge. The precarious bridge stretches across the chasm, a daunting challenge for the students about to embark on their examination. The air crackles with magical energy, a palpable tension hanging over the examination grounds. From their vantage point, the students survey the scene, recognizing this as the best spot to observe the challenges ahead. Sariel, peering through binoculars, boasts about her excellent view, while another student questions her choice of entertainment. A chibi figure declares that those who will pass, and those who will fail, offering a sardonic cheer to the competitors. She plucked a few wildflowers, their delicate fragrance filling the air as Amy wondered aloud, her voice soft, if teleportation was even possible. Meanwhile, Slidermark and another man continued their search. The man asked if Chiron had been found. The man shook his head, his expression grim. Chiron was not here. Elsewhere, a sudden, sharp intake of breath broke the silence. A wave of confusion washed over Chiron as he lay on the ground, the rough earth pressing against his cheek. His vision swam, the world a blurry mess of green and brown. An ant crawled across his face, unnoticed. He bolted upright, panic seizing him. What time was it? Driven by an unknown urgency, he scrambled to his feet and ran. Arian Chiron's fist connects, the force of the blow enough to make his opponent's head snap back. The dark-haired man is sent flying backwards, sweat beading on his brow as the shock registers. A blinding light erupts, engulfing him. What? The light intensifies, searing his vision. Sorry, but let's fail together. The light becomes unbearable. Arian Chiron's eye glows with an otherworldly power. The energy crackles around him. The sound of the blast echoes. The man's face contorts in pain and disbelief. His eyes widen, sweat dripping down his face. He plummets through the sky, defeated. He twisted in the air, barely avoiding whatever unseen force had sent him spiraling downward. Had he dodged it, though? The ground rushed up to meet him, a dizzying array of rock and shadow. He flailed, grasping at nothing but empty air. Each breath came in ragged gasps, the air thin and cold. His vision swam, the edges blurring as a grim realization dawned. This was really bad. His body screamed in protest, every muscle aching. Because his routine was broken, all the fatigue was setting in at once. He fought the encroaching darkness, the pull of unconsciousness attempting siren song. He couldn't faint. Focus. A surge of power coursed through him, his eyes burning with an inner light. He channeled the energy, desperately seeking a way to arrest his fall. Then, a blinding flash erupted before him, a beacon in the abyss. A strange calm settled over him as he fell towards the light. He plummeted through the chaotic sky, the swirling clouds a disorienting vortex around him. A muttered curse escaped his lips, directed at the monster-like bastard who'd sent him spiraling. Elsewhere, a sense of unease began to spread. The movements of someone or something felt distinctly strange. Within Class 5, a growing suspicion took hold. Had they somehow taken a wrong turn? The near miss was almost catastrophic. He nearly crashed into the person directly in front of him. A knowing smirk played on his lips. It had been done on purpose. The question hung in the air. How could he possibly know that? Who would intentionally create such an incident? The group stood in silent contemplation, the implications of the intentional act weighing heavily on their minds. Seated calmly, the figures seemed detached from the growing tension around them. One person halted his advance, another struck him head-on. Slidermark explained the tactic, a potent combination of teleportation and space leaping used simultaneously. Had the new student not intervened, something truly horrific would have transpired. Slidermark boasted of his escape, achieved with his equation of motion. The student clicked his tongue, a visible vein throbbing in his forehead. He muttered about the other's arrogance. His companion, however, recalled a different perspective, a sentiment once shared by Ariki. Meanwhile, the professors observed from afar, their expressions unreadable. Professor Thad's colleague was certain they had a plan. Professor Athela stood with her arms crossed, a silent observer of the unfolding events. Slidermark began to glow with golden energy, a manic grin spreading across his face. He laughed, declaring himself the first. He reveled in the thought of his colleagues' jealousy, envisioning them as his future subordinates. With a glint in his eye, Slidermark urged everyone to watch, confident in his genius. He continued to gather energy, his laughter echoing as the golden aura intensified. Slidermark focused intently, assuring himself that his condition was optimal and that he would finish first. He knew he needed to overtake Mark quickly. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. He might get destroyed. Instead, Slidermark resolved to increase his tempo, pushing himself to be half a beat faster than Mark. The golden energy reached its peak, engulfing Slidermark as he prepared to teleport. The crowd watched with bated breath. Chiron was closing the gap. Only two remained in the lead. The urgency was palpable. From the stands, a voice cut through the air, imploring Slidermark to push himself harder. Concern rippled through the onlookers. Overusing magic in his condition could be catastrophic. The woman with red hair peered through binoculars, her expression a mask of worry. A sudden shift in the air. Something was happening. Slidermark raced toward the distant mountain, a golden aura enveloping him. Energy crackled in the air. The ancient seals began to glow with crimson light. With a surge of power, Slidermark unleashed his magic, a dark ring forming around him. He gasped, relief washing over him. He had survived. Meanwhile, the figure with dark hair oversaw the activation. The engine system of the bridge that could not be crossed was now running. Level 10. The words hung in the air, a stark declaration of the challenge ahead for Chiron. A surge of power emanated from somewhere nearby, a palpable shift in the atmosphere. He moved with purpose, a glowing figure amidst the mechanical labyrinth, driven by an unseen force. Chiron's own body began to glow, mirroring the energy that propelled him forward, a beacon against the encroaching darkness. The boy's thoughts raced, a whirlwind of questions and disbelief. What the hell is this? What do you mean, level 10? Meanwhile, Professor Thad, hearing the commotion, broke into a sprint, declaring, I will go. Chiron's destination was clear, to the engine room, a place of vital importance. The air crackled with unseen energy, a tangible force that permeated the very structure of the bridge. Elsewhere, the purple-haired professor urged, Headmaster, we need to stop the exam. But the blonde instructor countered, however, this is an exam for an advancement of 2 grades. The stakes were high. If they canceled it, complaints from every family would be severe. What should they do? The headmaster, his face etched with concern, pondered the impossible choice. What do we do? His voice rising in disbelief, the headmaster demanded, Are you asking me that right now? A piercing beam of light shoots skyward, cutting through the clouds. A figure turns towards the radiant pillar, another watching from a distance. Bathed in a golden light, a student looks up, the word test hanging in the air. Meanwhile, another beam of light pierces the sky. Brad stands before the light, concern etched on his face. He wonders if they canceled the exam, fearing the complaints to come. Elsewhere, a voice booms, questioning Brad's sobriety. Brad strides towards a building, a sense of urgency in his steps. His hand grips the doorknob, a sense of importance weighing on him. Brad's expression shifts to concern as he finds the door locked. It seems like it wasn't a mistake. He conjures a swirling sphere of fire, the air shimmering with heat as he prepares to unleash its power. The orb crackles with raw energy, a miniature sun held within his grasp. Inside the room, the purple-haired professor looks up, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. Meanwhile, the security system registers an anomaly, a figure detected outside the locked door. Brad's voice rises, laced with a threat. If they don't open the door, he's going to blow it up. The fire magic intensifies, ready to obliterate the door and anything behind it. The professor's expression hardens, a grim acceptance in her eyes as she thinks that no one will know if someone like her dies anyway. But then, a flicker of recognition, a dawning realization. That voice. Meanwhile, Brad, accompanied by Chiron, continues his assault on the door. Her eyes widen, a desperate plea forming on her lips. Please do that. Fear grips her, her body trembling as she curls up, bracing for the inevitable explosion. But then, a surge of anger, a burning question. Does he even know what he has done? She was beyond reasoning. The professor's voice cracked with a desperate edge, demanding the door be opened immediately. This wasn't some minor infraction. This was a full-blown crisis. The purple-haired woman's expression twisted with a grim realization. If Mark advanced, she would need to prepare herself for a new reality, a new life. A voice, perhaps Brad's, echoed from the other side. What could the reason be? He had to do something else instead of that. Instead, the professor recoiled, clutching herself tightly. Her eyes widened with a mixture of terror and fury, a silent scream trapped in her throat. From elsewhere, the blonde instructor's gaze narrowed, a flicker of understanding in their cyan eyes. A sigh escaped the instructor's lips. They understood. They would do as they were told. The professor stood firm, arms crossed, her resolve hardening. If they didn't want to open the door, then so be it. The thought echoed in her mind. The door, then, didn't need to be opened. To be honest, it wasn't urgent. A voice declared that, since they wanted it, the exam had been stopped. A blinding light erupted, a surge of energy tearing through the air. 2 figures, blurred by speed, raced towards their destination, propelled by an unknown force. The blonde instructor's eyes burned with determination. The test had been stopped? Bullshit. They were so close. He was advancing, every step fueled by an unwavering resolve. Victory was the only option. Retreat was not a possibility. His breath came in ragged gasps, sweat beading on his brow. He knew this might be his only chance to eliminate the threat. With a surge of power, An energy blast erupted forth, a searing beam of pure force. The energy crackled, a destructive wave unleashed upon the world. The blast tore through the air, a beacon of raw power. Elsewhere, the headmaster watched with growing fury. The energy surged, a destructive force aimed at an unseen target. Meanwhile, Professor Thad's eyes widened in disbelief, a gasp escaping her lips as she witnessed the unfolding chaos. The headmaster's face contorted in rage, his voice a low growl. Foolish. The unseen figure demanded to know why they weren't stopping whatever was happening, wondering if it was due to their pride. A voice declared that they needed to stop them right now, stating that it was too dangerous. Professor Unknown Purple Hair questioned what Professor Thad was doing. A voice called out to the headmaster. The headmaster looked on with a stern expression. The headmaster sat at his desk, his hands clasped. The headmaster thought that they were a little bit different, warning that if they made a poor decision because they got blinded by his greed. A voice warned that they wouldn't be able to find the path of the future. Panic set in among the onlookers. Sariel, peering through binoculars, exclaimed in alarm, while another student voiced their concern. Those idiots, someone muttered under their breath. Level 10, the level for specialists, was proving to be a deadly gauntlet. Projectiles launched from unseen mechanisms. The air crackled with energy as more traps sprung to life. A web of destruction tightened, each passing moment bringing new dangers. A blur of motion, a desperate attempt to evade the onslaught. The traps continued their relentless assault, each strike carrying the force of a battering ram. Bathed in a golden aura, he dodged and weaved through the deadly barrage. His breath hitched. The speed of the trap was too fast. Did he not have enough time? Could he avoid one trap and figure out the next one? At this rate, his mental prowess would be exhausted. He knew they were both going to be eliminated anyway. The person who goes the furthest will win. He huffed, pushing onward. If he could impress them, he could be acknowledged. The traps continued to fire, each one a test of his resolve. He is enveloped in a radiant aura, a whirlwind of golden energy blurring his form. The golden energy intensifies, and a voice echoes, questioning the effectiveness of the technique. Streaking between towering structures, the figure appears as a distant, golden comet. The figure recoils, a sharp intake of breath escaping as he cries out in denial. A crimson screen flashes, displaying a stark warning, level 10. At a computer, a voice inquires about the nature of competition, only to be met with a suggestion to manipulate and deceive opponents. The figure at the desk is resolute, believing that only one can prevail. A sardonic smile plays on his lips as he wonders if such ruthless tactics are what the school truly desires. Meanwhile, the man in the suit dismisses something as a misunderstanding, addressing someone named Maria. A question hangs in the air. What does a professor praised as a genius truly know? The answer is obedience. The school, it seems, only acknowledges those with exceptional talent. The man in the suit reflects on his own graduation, a time when he was considered a freak compared to the current freshman. Tears streamed down the professor's face, her expression a mask of anguish. A silent pause hung in the air, punctuated only by her sobs. A disembodied voice echoed, demanding remembrance. The unseen speaker urged them to delve deeper into their memories. Professor Thad's lips curled into a knowing smirk as he posed a question. Had they ever heard the rumor of a genius named Thad? The purple-haired professor's tears continued to fall, her face etched with confusion and pain. A silent question escaped her lips. Chiron sat alone, reflecting on his past failures. He had always been last, stuck in the same class for 5 long years. The professor, still seated, muttered under her breath, finding the situation impossible. She recalled being scolded by the headmaster. A voice, filled with indignation, exclaimed that someone else had started first. The words hung in the night air, echoing off the stone walls. The man's voice, tinged with a hint of disappointment, questioned what was making Chiron so anxious. He usually didn't care about students, but in times like this, the man continued, his tone laced with warning. He asked if Chiron knew what a mage should never do, compare themselves to others. Professor Thad's expression hardened as he stated that another lecture was in order. A mage, he declared, is a person who erases themselves. The old man's voice, filled with ancient wisdom, urged focus on oneself. Only then, he claimed, could one truly erase themselves. He warned against running forward while looking at others. The man's voice echoed with finality, stating that one would definitely lose their way. Chiron glowed with an inner light, the words resonating within him. He plummets downwards, the light above him growing ever more distant. Suddenly, Mark's eyes widen, glowing with an eerie light. A lattice of energy blocks his path. Had he miscalculated? He continues to fall, the barrier looming ever closer. Tears well in Mark's eyes, the glow intensifying. Regret washes over him. He knows he shouldn't have taken this path. His hands reach out, grasping for purchase on the energy grid, a desperate plea hanging in the air. A silent cry for salvation echoes in the void. A primal scream tears from his throat as golden energy erupts around him. Meanwhile, the cry reaches an older man, his face etched with worry. "Mark, no!" he shouts, his voice filled with anguish. The students around them erupt in screams, two girls clinging to each other in terror. Mark's hand glows brighter, reaching out as if to grasp something just beyond his reach. The sound of shattering echoes through the air. He continues to fall, now completely enveloped in golden light, his fate uncertain. He continued to plummet, the golden light intensifying around him as the ground rushed ever closer. A wave of murmurs rippled through Class 7. Chiron had saved Mark. Confusion and disbelief spread among the students. Why would he save a competitor? One student exclaimed that winning wasn't important when someone was dying right next to you. The urgency of the moment hung in the air. The woman with the red ribbon declared that something else was more important. A question arose. How was he able to perform such movements? A desperate cry echoed, pleading for salvation. Bathed in golden light, Chiron reached out, intercepting Mark's fall. Chiron, his eyes glowing with the same golden energy, began to analyze the pattern of the traps being assembled from afar. A surge of power. Something hurtled through the air. The trap closed in. The trap was following. Panic spread through the observing students. Vertical teleportation, it seemed, was proving useless against the relentless trap. The air crackled with unseen energy as the trap continued its pursuit. Increasing his altitude had proven pointless. Chiron, suspended in midair, desperately searched for an alternative. What should he do? A spark ignited in his eyes. Yes, this was it. He needed to. A golden beam erupted, not upwards, but downwards against all expectations. The trap continued its relentless descent, unaware of the shift in strategy. The realization dawned on one student. Going forward wasn't always the answer. A murmur of surprise rippled through the crowd. Going back was an option too. Whispers began to circulate. It had only been 1 month. Could it be true that he had practiced this by himself? Some students began to question their initial assumptions. Had they misunderstood him? The thought struck one student with sudden force. Despite the danger, the students rallied, their voices rising in support. He could do it. Eyes darted around, searching for an opening. Over there. Dodge. Chiron might. Amy speaks, the reason for his intense training being something other than excelling in the test. That guy. Chiron thinks, a slight smile playing on his lips. In the end, advancing is just part of the process of becoming a. Amy's expression hardens, her focus solely on mastering magic. Competition is merely a tool to maintain order. To get to the finish line faster, Chiron muses, his eyes gleaming with determination. It's fine to go slow. The crowd watches on, the purple-haired professor among them. When we cross the finish line, everyone will still become a mage in the end. A dark blue suit. Now, Chiron thinks, a sinister smile spreading across his face. I will help you, so why don't you muster up some courage again? Proceed with the exam. The older man stands partially obscured, his long gray hair cascading down his back. The purple-haired professor and the blonde instructor stand nearby, listening intently. The older man's face fills the view, his expression intense as he emphasizes a point. His words hang in the air, heavy with meaning. A wave of nervous energy emanates from the group, their faces etched with a mixture of anticipation and dread. You can do it, one of them shouts, trying to encourage the others. But the words, "It's dangerous over there," hang heavy in the air, a stark reminder of the challenges that lie ahead. A voice booms out, simply stating dodge. The blonde instructor's lips curl into a knowing smirk. To get to the finish line faster, he muses, his eyes glinting with a hint of amusement. The older man's voice echoes, "It's fine to go slow." As the group approaches the forest's edge, the air grows heavy with anticipation, the unknown dangers lurking within the trees. Standing at the edge of a precipice, the students gaze out at the expanse before them. The wind whispers through the trees, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and the promise of adventure. The purple-haired professor clutches her hand to her chest, a pained expression on her face. Everyone will still become a mage in the end, she whispers, her voice laced with a hint of melancholy. The older man's voice booms. Proceed with the exam. His gaze sweeps over the students, a silent challenge in his eyes. I will take. He continues, his words hanging in the air. A disembodied voice declares, responsibility for everything. A cacophony of screams pierces the air. Wah, go. Arian Chiron, eyes glowing with an inner light, narrowly avoids a deadly blow. It's dangerous. Dodge. A voice cries out as he throws himself out of harm's way. A labyrinth of broken structures stretches into the distance, the path ahead uncertain and fraught with peril. He could feel it, a subtle vibration in the air. The trap wasn't just a static obstacle. It was alive, constantly shifting and adapting. The pattern was too chaotic, too unpredictable. He couldn't rely on simple calculations. And with Mark in danger, His position was far from ideal. A desperate cry echoed through the structure, a plea for survival. I don't want to die. First, he needed to understand the whole. He would feel the entire structure, its flow, its rhythm. A network of glowing energy pulsed around him, the trap's intricate design revealed in shimmering light. He had to focus, to maintain his awareness of the present danger, while simultaneously delving deeper into the trap's essence. The trap's architecture shifted and reformed, a kaleidoscope of geometric patterns. He'd done it before. It was like the time he'd used the deviate form. A surge of golden energy erupted from Chiron, the air crackling with power. The energy slammed into the trap, a blinding flash of light, and a deafening boom echoing through the chamber. The trap shuddered, its geometric structure momentarily disrupted by the force of the impact. He unleashed a torrent of golden energy, the air crackling with unseen power. The golden light intensified, pushing against the very edges of the room. The surge continued, a blinding wave of pure energy. The golden torrent threatened to overwhelm everything in its path. The power level spiked, reaching an impossible percentage. The students gasped, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. Sariel's eyes widened, her hand flying to her mouth in stunned silence. The woman with purple hair, her glasses askew, wondered what she should do. The older man mused that danger increased one's ability. He thought that usually satisfaction led to reaching one's limit. However, the older man felt neither satisfaction nor desire from that child. The question hung in the air. Did he not have a limit? Bathed in a golden light, he hurtles through the skeletal remains of the city's infrastructure. The sight is shocking, yet the boy doesn't have any distracting thoughts or obsessions. The older man observes the density of his spirit zone is approaching 99.9%. He's calculating the route in a trance. The older man acknowledges Chiron's prominent talent, but this time he might really be in danger. The city blurs past. The air crackles with energy. The distance between obstacles has gotten smaller, around 1 meter. He realizes, I can't get past that space of 10 meters with teleportation. Then, Chiron decides, I'm going to split my teleportation to 10%. The order is given. The air shimmers as the teleportation splits. Right, left, right, left, right, left, left, right, left. Cracks of pure energy spiderweb across the surface, the air crackling with unseen power. A single glyph blazes into existence, burning bright against the stark white. He plummets downwards, wreathed in a corona of golden light. A voice echoes, announcing the next obstacle. The next trap is... The older man observes the geometric prison tightening around them. It's trying to block him from going straight, the space drastically getting smaller. Confined within the hexagonal barrier, Chiron prepares to drastically alter his approach. A torrent of liquid gold cascades downwards, shattering the geometric restraints. The command rings out, resonating with power. Split it up. The energy intensifies, the very air shimmering with untold potential. The golden stream divides, branching into countless rivulets of light. Neutral rainbow drop guy watches with manic glee, exclaiming, Rainbow drop. So you're going to do that? A voice filled with awe whispers, What's that? The light. A hush falls over the assembled crowd as they gaze skyward. The light itself seems to warp and bend around a central structure, defying the very laws of nature. Aryan Chiron raises a finger, a thoughtful expression on his face. Is he being asked to consider such a simple, fundamental thing? The diagram illustrates a concept. From a circle, an infinite straight line is formed. The onlookers can only utter a single word in response to the display. 1. Aryan's eyes widen, a hint of disbelief in his voice. 1,000? Insight dawns on the faces of the students as they watch Chiron. One remarks that he's a genius with the opposite tendency. Amazing. A surge of raw power erupts, the air crackling with unseen energy. The world blurs, reality itself seeming to fray at the edges as the energy intensifies. From the heart of the chaos, tendrils of pure shadow writhe and coil, a manifestation of some unknown force. The shadows twist and turn with increasing speed, their movements erratic and unpredictable. Within the swirling darkness, two figures ignite with golden light, their forms barely visible amidst the chaos. One of the figures, now bathed in a blinding golden aura, plummets downwards, a voice exclaiming that it's huge. A collective cry of denial erupts from the assembled group. The declaration hangs heavy in the air, unspoken but understood. Something is terribly wrong. The source of their dread becomes clear. A monstrous, metallic dragon head, its intricate design hinting at a labyrinthine structure within, the dragon's maze. The dragon's visage warps, the metal seeming to twist and contort as if reality itself is being reshaped. A figure with flowing purple hair and a billowing cape plummets downwards, a radiant aura enveloping them as they fall into the unknown. A blinding beam of iridescent light pierces the sky, prompting a desperate question. Is Professor Thad responsible for this? A man looks up, his expression a mixture of concern and confusion as he tries to make sense of the unfolding chaos. Disoriented, a voice echoes from the depths, a simple question betraying a profound sense of displacement. Where am I? The descent continues, a lone figure hurtling through a vortex of darkness and swirling energies. The sensation of falling intensifies, the ground rushing up to meet them with terrifying speed. Two figures plummet together, one desperately trying to memorize the sequence of events, while the other cries out in terror, recognizing the presence of a monster. Glowing blue eyes widen in desperation, a plea echoing in the void. He must move to the left in a circle and begs to be saved, promising to be kind. The world blurs into a kaleidoscope of light and color, the chaotic descent continuing. Professor Thad stands bathed in ethereal light, the forest floor barely visible beneath him. A voice cuts through the tranquility. What exactly is he doing? Meanwhile, Professor Sienna, accompanied by the older man in a suit, exchanges worried glances. There is a situation, it seems. The older man's voice rises in urgency. They don't have time. The device must be stopped now. His face contorted with alarm, the older man reveals the dire news. The test has already been canceled, but Chiron and Mark are still inside the test area. Panic sets in. The situation has clearly deteriorated rapidly. Professor Sienna and the older man rush forward, their destination, Professor Thad. Elsewhere, Professor Thad remains in the clearing, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding crisis. A desperate cry echoes, Professor Chiron. A swirling vortex of darkness consumes everything, the name, Chiron, echoing from within. They plummet through a tunnel of light, the wind screaming past them. The two figures continue to fall, the white void offering no sense of direction or escape. The sensation of speed intensifies, blurring the world into streaks of light. The sound of rushing wind fills the air, a deafening roar accompanying their descent. A wave of terror washes over the assembled students, their faces contorted in fear as a collective scream pierces the air. The students' expressions mirror the chaos, while below, Professor Thad of the Flames' face is twisted in a shout, his arm extended as if trying to stop something. Meanwhile, an ornate clock sits silently, oblivious to the unfolding drama. Tick, the second hand advances, each movement a stark reminder of time slipping away. Professor Sienna and Professor Thad walked away, their figures receding into the distance. A voice echoed, questioning Professor Athela. Bathed in light, a figure addressed them, Professor Chiron. A desperate cry, Chiron. A grandfather clock stood silently. Tick, the clock's hands crept towards midnight. A minute before Athela came. The clock ticked onward, each second heavy with anticipation. The sky stretched above, vast and indifferent to the events unfolding below. A looming shadow fell over them, a monstrous presence descending upon Chiron and another figure. A raw, primal scream tears through the air, the man's face contorted in anguish as his hands reach upward, grasping at something unseen. Elsewhere, Professor Thad gestures emphatically, his white hair and beard flowing as he addresses an unseen audience. The scene is formal, set with tables and shadowed figures in the background. A wave of sorrow crashes down as a woman with fiery red hair embraces another, her face buried in her companion's shoulder as tears stream down her face. His blue eyes burning with an inner light, Chiron weeps, a bandage stark against his cheek. The weight of some unseen burden seems to crush him. Tears continue to fall, each drop a silent testament to the pain he endures. A single, reflective sphere hangs suspended in the air, its surface mirroring a distorted reality. A minute before the collision, he stands before a colossal structure of glowing energy, a declaration echoing in the void. I'm still alive. So let's think. A single, luminous eye pierces the darkness, lines of energy radiating outward. Energy crackles and dances, a chaotic display of raw power. A blinding light erupts, a convergence of energy focused on a single point. Time fractures, the span of a tenth of a second stretching into an eternity. The world dissolves into fractured geometries, a chaotic dance of light and shadow. 100th of a second now, the light intensifying, burning away the edges of reality. 6 turning points flicker into existence, each a potential path, a possible escape. 9 teleportations in total, including the escape route, yet something is amiss. 1,000th of a second, the moment stretched impossibly thin. A focal point emerges, a nexus of energy, a potential gateway, or a trap. The realization crashes down, a terrible, sinking feeling of being utterly wrong. The voice echoes with desperation. Escape through this path with Mark is impossible. Another way must be found. Tick-tock. The relentless march of time continues, each second a precious commodity slipping away. A monstrous visage looms, its eyes burning with malevolent intent, a terrifying guardian or a harbinger of doom. Panic erupts as the group cries out for Chiron, their voices laced with fear and desperation. The air crackled with unseen energy as Professor Thad leveled a pointed finger, his expression grim. A silent anticipation hung heavy, the only sound the faint hum of building power. His eyes burned with an azure intensity, a storm gathering within their depths. Then, a blinding flash erupted, the air shimmering with raw magical force. The energy coalesced into a bolt of pure light, crackling with destructive potential. It streaked forward, shattering the very air in its path, a harbinger of devastation. A series of explosions echoed in the distance, each one a testament to the spell's terrible power. Meanwhile, a wave of shock rippled through the gathered students, their faces etched with disbelief and fear. "In no way," one cried out. The magical energy arced through the sky, an unstoppable force seeking its mark. The final impact sent a shockwave through the land, a blinding light followed by a deafening roar. The earth itself seemed to crack and writhe under the assault, the air thick with the smell of ozone and burnt earth. Elsewhere, amidst the smoke and dust, a lone figure stood silhouetted against the devastation, their fate unknown. Had he really made it through? The crowd murmured, their voices a low hum of anticipation. Doubts lingered in their minds. Were they truly not facing ghosts? The air crackled with residual energy, the sky above a swirl of fading colors. He knelt, gasping for breath, his mind struggling to catch up. Had he truly passed? A system message appeared, confirming the disarming of the engine system for the bridge that couldn't be crossed. Level 0. Level 0. The onlookers murmured, impressed. He had cleared level 10, passing the specialist level for the advanced class. Silence descended, heavy with anticipation. Exhausted, he lay sprawled on the ground, sweat plastering his hair to his forehead. A wave of relief washed over him. He really thought he was going to die. The crowd erupted in cheers, their voices a wave of congratulation. Some among the crowd noted that he was almost cool, but those who pass using all their strength will not show off or act pretentious. The crowd surged forward, congratulating him. He had advanced straight to Class 5, and the guys from Class 6 would be so jealous. A wave of anticipation hangs in the air. The sound of approaching footsteps echoes as the question is posed. Did Chiron really pass? Someone laments missing the important scene because of Professor Thad. One of the onlookers promises an explanation later, insisting they did their best. Another voice bursts out, frustrated that they aren't any help. The purple-haired professor states that since both crossed the finish line at the same time, they need confirmation, and the headmaster needs to announce who it is. The headmaster's expression is unreadable. He wonders if he was worried for nothing. The crowd surrounds the blonde-haired youth, congratulating him for showing them such a great light. The headmaster sits across from the young man, his expression thoughtful. The Milch family's light is a nickname given to the person who established the new definition of something. Photons wonders why he is acting like that, and it is revealed that he was granted the Gold Circle award by the Emperor. However, a small spark of greed ignited within him for a moment. The headmaster, witnessing Chiron's outstanding talent, is approached by another. He is asked to acknowledge the Academy's bright future. Another feels jealous of Chiron's innocent aspiration about magic. Someone declares they don't believe in fate. It has been a long time since his heart has beaten this fast. Although only one person will pass, the speaker wants to applaud all the students who participated. The courage they showed today will be the driving force that will lead the world in the future. The person who passed today's test is Aryan Chiron. Chiron stands amidst the congratulations. A student reacts with shock. Slider Mark observes that the newcomer saved him, and the collision incident was suspicious too. How can this be? He stood tall, back to the onlookers, his words carrying the weight of authority. He had seen it with his own eyes, and there was no doubt in his mind. Someone was a true genius. All this time, the realization washed over him. He had been mistaken, his head hung low in shame. Now kneeling, the man offered his apology to the senior, his voice filled with regret. As a mage, he would take full responsibility for his error, the words echoing with solemn resolve. A ripple of murmurs spread through the assembled students, their faces a mixture of shock and apprehension. The students, a sea of upturned faces, watched as the kneeling figure confessed his mistake to the senior, their expressions a mix of fear and anticipation. The word hung in the air, heavy with implication. Punishment. The senior's gaze fell upon the kneeling mage. A cold okay escaped his lips, followed by a chilling, "I hope you do." The senior stood, an imposing figure, his silence more threatening than any shout. The students, their faces etched with fear, echoed their agreement, their voices trembling. He was indeed a figure to be feared. Even Chiron, in his chibi form, confessed his exhaustion, admitting he wasn't in his right mind. Meanwhile, elsewhere, two students watched with wide-eyed admiration. One of them, turning to her companion, exclaimed, "Let's go, Sariel." She considered the situation, thinking it might be better to be with Chiron on a day like this. But there was no time for that. He had proven himself. Elsewhere, a figure stood among a crowd, declaring it was his turn. Suddenly, Amy's name echoed through the air. A hand pointed towards an unseen target. The blonde-haired boy, not in his right mind, asked if he had kept his promise. The girls reacted with surprise and excitement. Someone remarked that her name was being used as some sort of signal, expressing jealousy of her girlfriend. It was noted that Chiron would not remember any of this when he woke up later. Chiron had advanced to Class 5. Meanwhile, a woman with a long braid looked up, a soft gasp escaping her lips. She wondered if it missed him. The somber atmosphere of the disciplinary committee meeting settled over the room, the air thick with anticipation. Before the committee, Maria obediently confessed to her wrongdoings, accepting the consequences of her actions. Chiron, Mark, and even the caretaker, Brad, who was under sleeping magic, watched with concern as the proceedings unfolded. The other students, realizing the gravity of the situation and their own pathetic behavior, began scrambling to confess their own wrongdoings, revealing schemes of interference. The weight of Chiron's exam hung in the air, a reminder of the pressures and expectations placed upon them. And with the confessions pouring forth, the situation blew up, spiraling out of control. Was he trying to keep his promise that he would take responsibility? Chiron wondered, observing the unfolding chaos. Unfortunate, the committee concluded. Maria hadn't manipulated the machine to harm people, and so the situation was resolved. The older man, seated behind the imposing desk, declared that disciplinary action would be taken, as per the regulations. But the blond man resolved to do what the headmaster wanted. It was stated that they would also receive disciplinary action. The blond man admitted he had ignored the signal that the test was paused and went inside the maze. The older man pondered, realizing he had no choice but to take Mark through a dangerous space as well. The blond man stood alongside the purple-haired professor. Who would have thought he would see this in this school? The students couldn't see the truth, blinded by competition, pride, and jealousy. Right now, in order to become honorable mages, they were confessing their wrongdoings. The blond man smiled, thinking that they could teach the students this way. The older man stood with the blond man, who stated that he was always teaching him things. The older man, the teacher, held the gavel. The gavel struck the block. The students sat in the audience. The blond man bowed to the purple-haired professor. The professor with purple hair sits at her desk, a stack of documents before her. This was the first time a ruling like this had been made since the school was built. The disciplinary committee meeting record lies open, a pen resting on top. The document states that everyone involved would be punished. Details of the punishments are laid out. A 2-month suspension for Mark and Maria, and a 1-month suspension for the other students. And Arian Chiron, 17 years old, Class 7, is to submit a letter of apology. Why did he go into the maze after seeing the signal? In that moment, Chiron thought to himself, I didn't want to lose. The only thing that came to mind was to solve the maze. He doesn't really remember. The professor with purple hair reviews the documents, noting that Chiron has an aggressive side she didn't think he'd have, although he looks docile. Arian Chiron, 17 years old, Class 5, is it because he's a boy? Chiron sleeps soundly. Chiron. The title blazes forth. The Dragon's Maze. A concentrated beam of light pierces through the darkness, a focal point of raw energy. A voice echoes, urging greater focus. More, focus more. Bathed in golden light, a figure seems to ascend, drawing power from an unseen source. The eye, a window to the soul, glows with an intense, otherworldly energy. Abstract lines of energy pulse and writhe, a visual representation of inner turmoil. A stark declaration hangs in the air. I'm erasing myself. Silhouettes stand as silent witnesses. Erase myself. The words echo in the void. Cutting myself into small pieces, the eye reflects a profound sense of fragmentation. It feels like I'm scattering around the world, the figure dissolving into particles of light and energy. That's what the world is, a whisper as the last vestiges of form fade away. I became. The figure ascends, bathed in a radiant glow, towards an unknown destiny. He shatters, his form dissolving into countless fragments of light. Each shard, a piece of what he was, now scattered across an unknown expanse. Infinite. He plummets through the fractured reality, a lone figure amidst the chaos. The light intensifies, consuming everything in its path. A blinding flash, and then nothing. Meanwhile, a faint melody drifts through the air, a distant echo of a forgotten tune. Chiron stirs, his eyes fluttering open. The sound of a piano? He straightens his tie, a frown creasing his brow. Chiron doesn't remember it all, but why was it so difficult for him to dream about it? He picks up a notebook. Right, this is the notebook that Amy lent him. It helped him a lot in memorizing the rules of magic. He should return this during today's combined class. Chiron wants to repay her, since she supported him till the end. He stares at the notebook, a puzzled expression on his face. The second combined training hall stood tall, its stone facade gleaming under the bright sky. A voice called out, "Amy," echoing in the open air. Sariel approached Chiron, a concerned expression on her face. "Chiron, how are you feeling?" "Okay," she asked, her voice filled with worry. He accepted a basket from Sariel. "Yes, thanks to you. I want to give my thanks," he replied. She seemed confused. "I shall—" "What? Apples?" Sariel held the basket, a green book tucked under her arm. "I didn't mean to peep, but it seemed like you like apples." "I like cherries, though." "I like apples?" "What?" A hand flipped open the pages of a book, the sound echoing in the quiet space. The book was filled with complex equations and diagrams. Scrawled notes read, "What do I think? I think an apology will be best." "Apology, apple?" "An apple, huh? The problem is timing." "No, no." With a shout, Sariel turned and ran. Whatever." A voice called after her, "Amy, where are you going? Class is starting?" Another student watched Sariel go, a puzzled expression on his face. Why is she like that? But it seemed like there was a problem that big brain of hers couldn't solve. A month later, a group of students exclaimed, "Senior, we've saved you a seat." Chiron stood in the classroom, a slight smile on his face. "You don't need to do this every time." A text box explained, back after their 1-month suspension. Strangely, in every combined class, the class 7 students started to save me a seat. He walked down the hallway, lost in thought. It felt as though he was becoming that scary senior. Chiron wondered if there was a seat for him. Sariel, ever cheerful, waved to Chiron. "Of course, Senior Sariel. Please sit here," she offered with a bright smile. A classmate teased, "Girlfriend's not here. You don't look energetic?" He chuckled, adding, "Haha, you're the one who's lonely, Senior. You were always dating." Another classmate chimed in. Together, Sariel added, "Yeah, that's why I'm going to go to the graduating class." Sariel reflected on her initial plans. She had been planning on graduating and living a normal life, but after seeing Chiron and Amy, it got her fired up. Chiron, overhearing, thought to himself, "I thought my youth was going to waste a little. It seems like Amy wants to become a soldier." "A soldier? So you're saying—" A sense of unease settled in the air. "Isn't that really dangerous? Although Thormia is peaceful right now, if a war breaks out later." Chiron and Sariel sat together in class, the earlier conversation lingering in their minds. The implications of war were clear. If a real war breaks out, all mages will need to participate because it is their duty. That's the reason why we get numerous benefits and support. Outside, Chiron and Sariel stood with another student. The weight of their potential future hung heavy in the air. "That's true," Chiron affirmed. A voice echoed, filled with concern. "Why am I worried about the rank 1? A specialty, huh? Starting from—" Back in the classroom, the professor addressed the students. "Class 5, you will need to think about a job as a mage. One thing is clear, there's a significant competitive edge at play, but the reason behind it remains elusive." Another student approaches Chiron, remarking, "Hey Chiron, are you training by yourself again?" This very sociable guy is Nade. Nade beams. "If there is something difficult, ask me anytime. He's a friend I'm thankful for, as he's the only one who talks to me, because I'm awkward." Although his grades are mid, he has an unusual omnipotence that lets him control lightning. His omnipotence isn't being friendly. Everyone has their own unique trait. Class 5 is really different from Class 7. The students remark. They're more mature, since we're the same age too. Hey, Chironiad, hear us out. What do you think?" The other students call out to Chiron, wanting to know what he thinks. One of the students says, "I said I can't agree. Do they want to have a debate? This is bad, is it?" Another student exclaims, "Again, because I can't understand their conversation." He wonders, what will it be? Chemistry? Biology? Or literature? The students look up to the professors, calling out, "Professor Athela or Sienna, hear us out. What do you think?" Will they distance themselves again because he can't understand their conversation? What will it be? Chemistry, biology, or literature? The question hangs in the air. Professor Athela or Sienna? Who do you like more? What? "Yes, Nate. I'm Team Professor Sienna. Don't you know that Professor Sienna is the intelligent and pretty type, huh?" "No. Professor Athela has a hidden side that draws out your protective instinct." Adolescent male students. "What do I think?" "Oh no. In order to have a good school life, I need to know how to get along with everyone. But both of them are professors I respect. F for me." Two students, seemingly in a hurry, apologize as they depart. The boy with blonde hair looks back, a confused expression on his face. He mutters that their departure is because of someone. A voice calls out, greeting someone named Iruki. He wonders what the others are talking about so excitedly. The blonde-haired boy, Chiron, is introduced to Iruki. The other student explains that they were discussing which professor is prettier. The green-haired student remarks that it's the first time Chiron and Iruki have met, clarifying that Iruki is Class 5's outsider. Iruki extends a hand, introducing himself to Aryan Chiron, stating that he knows him. Chiron hesitates, a question forming in his mind as he reaches out to shake Iruki's hand. Who in this school doesn't know him? Elsewhere, a shadowed figure speaks, urging someone to stop hesitating and to do what they want to do. The figure continues, reminding them that they came here to become a mage. The figure's identity remains obscured. A sudden realization strikes someone. It's the voice from back then. Chiron exclaims that it's him, thanking him for enabling him to successfully use the deviate form. Iruki smiles knowingly, his expression suggesting a deeper understanding of the situation. Someone remarks that Chiron is the boring type. Aren't you? The blonde-haired boy simply replies with a huh. Another student reassures, saying not to worry, as he usually talks like that. Another chimes in, questioning the first student's tone, who replies that it was a compliment. A student advises to do their best, warning that Class 5 is made up of weirdos, so be careful. Chiron wonders where they are going and what about class, but then decides he can't be bothered. Chiron thinks to himself that he can't be bothered to attend the magic class. Another student remarks that he is a little unique, adding that he'll only get tired if he wants to get to. Someone says to know more, adding that to be honest, he's a genius too, but the problem is he's a genius. In a strange area, Chiron thinks to himself that Iruki is a genius. Someone exclaims to look over there, it's Iruki. Another wonders why he went to the image zone again. A student states that he's not going to strip and lie down there, right? Another asks, strip? Someone exclaims, oh no, what you gonna do? Let's go see. Iruki stands within a circle of glowing symbols. A surge of cerulean energy crackles in the air, the arcane symbols almost too bright to look upon. He stands at the epicenter of the swirling power, the very air around Iruki shimmering with untold potential. Iruki moves, a trail of raw magic cascading behind him like a comet's tail, the scent of ozone sharp in the air. The air vibrates with unseen forces, the glowing symbols pulsing with an eerie light. A wave of murmurs ripples through the classroom as the students crane their necks, their faces etched with a mixture of confusion and awe. The air crackles with energy, the deviate spirit zone expanding at an alarming rate, a silent testament to the power being unleashed. A collective gasp rises from the onlookers, their eyes wide with fascination as they witness the unfolding spectacle. A knowing smirk plays on one student's lips, a low murmur escaping him. There's probably no one else in the kingdom who can do that. Confusion deepens in the crowd, the students struggling to comprehend the strange phenomenon unfolding before them. A hushed question hangs in the air. Targets? The students exchange worried glances, a sense of unease settling over the classroom. A desperate cry pierces the air, someone pleading with Iruki to stop now. The glowing symbols intensify, the air thick with anticipation and a growing sense of dread. A single eye, glowing with an unnatural blue light, stares intently ahead. Panic erupts as the word ignite flashes ominously. Students scramble, shouting for everyone to dodge. One student, face contorted in rage, shouts at the source of the chaos, calling them a crazy bastard. A figure brandishes a glowing blue, sword-like weapon, accompanied by a simple poke. The student's fear intensifies as the glowing weapon is revealed. A violent burst of purple energy explodes outward. The students scream in terror as the energy surges around them. Bathed in the purple light, Iruki laughs, waving a carefree goodbye. Chiron lies prone, surrounded by the lingering purple energy. An authority figure scolds Iruki, reminding him that his suspension had barely ended before he started causing trouble again. Iruki insists he didn't destroy anything. The punishment is swift, another 3-day suspension. Iruki, still glowing with residual energy, admits that perhaps he went too far. The text describes a specialization in the deviate spirit zone and igniting magic. The question hangs in the air, what is his deal? Iruki is known as Class 5's biggest weirdo. His social skills are considered low, and his personality is described as mid, but there's a reason for Iruki's genius. It's because Mercadane Iruki specializes in one area, as evidenced by his midterm test grades. Savant syndrome is a phenomenon that sometimes follows recovery from brain damage, in which victims possess abilities far superior to normal people. Iruki, in particular, is the king of calculated physics. For example, he can calculate what will happen in extreme environments of sub-zero temperatures or above 100 million degrees. He can also calculate the date after 40,000 years. If he really wanted to, he could memorize pi for the rest of his life. However, in other areas, Iruki is being called out for looking down on a professor's authority. The literature exam is held up, the student's face contorted in anger. The professor slams his hand on the desk, the sound echoing through the room. Iruki sits calmly, seemingly unfazed by the outburst. The professor had asked for a literature exam, but Iruki had answered with a complex mathematical equation. The professor's face begins to redden. He accuses Iruki of showing off his genius, but insists that there are many things that cannot be explained with math, such as deep images or emotions. The professor adjusts his glasses, his expression a mix of frustration and disbelief. He argues that there is nothing that cannot be explained with numbers. The professor's eyes narrow, his voice rising in anger. He warns a rookie that his face might explode at any second, explaining that anger is a chemical phenomenon inside the body. The professor continues to lecture, explaining that stress upsets the balance between hormones and autonomic nerves, causing blood pressure and pulse to become irregular. The professor's face is now completely red, his veins bulging. He explains that excessive contraction of the veins causes them to protrude and turn blue. The professor explodes, yelling at a rookie to get out and declaring that he will receive a 0. Nade, another student, is shocked by the professor's outburst, exclaiming that it's amazing. A rookie confidently talks about what he believes in, while Nade observes that he can't believe they're the same age. He thinks there's someone like him too. The narration states that the professors actively tried to take care of a rookie, but all of them gave up. It also notes that someone would have thought he would be curious about Nade. Nade says that he sees, and that he was happy that a rookie started talking to him, but that he is a little unexpected. Nade says that everything is an excuse. A rookie and Nade are taken aback by the professor's invitation. The shock is palpable, hanging heavy in the air. Professor Athela extends an invitation to Chiron, inquiring if he would like to join their research group. She explains that they are researching material teleportation magic. The professor continues, explaining that someone with Chiron's high achievement level in photon magic would greatly accelerate their research. She adds that submitting a research paper would make good use of his time during the holidays. Chiron smiles apologetically, declining the offer. He seems genuinely sorry. Chiron explains that his current studies aren't going well, and he needs to focus on improving them. He apologizes for turning down the professor's offer. Professor Athela responds that there's nothing they can do then, but if Chiron changes his mind, he is welcome to join any time. Chiron expresses his gratitude, thanking the professor for the offer. An excited, high-pitched giggle fills the air. Nade remarks that it's a shame, as the research group is quite outstanding. He adds that with Senior Amy in the group, it probably doesn't stand out much. Chiron thinks to himself that it's unfortunate, but he's still lacking in knowledge. He looks at his midterm test grades, which are all just barely passing. He's jealous. A disembodied voice suggests that if it were Nade, he could join a good research group even without having one. Nade, looking surprised, reveals that he is the president. He stands before Chiron, explaining the circumstances of his research group. Nade insists that it's not a big deal, though he admits his group only has 2 members, resulting in funding cuts. He explains that he was given his position because all the seniors graduated. Nade believes that a research group with graduating students is a stronger one with high potential. He asks Chiron if it's all right for him to take a look at their research lab. Nade thought Chiron had no interest in researching, but Chiron replies that he is very interested, though he thinks it'll be a bother if he joins. Nade questions why Chiron thinks a research group is so rigid, stating that they all have fun and study. He then reveals their research lab. Meanwhile, they walk into a room with a strange, geometric design. Chiron wonders what it is. Nade explains that it's called the Magic Storage Room. Istis. It's a storage room with all the school's training aids, a cutting-edge facility where school supplies can be put in a block and automatically brought to the room needed. Chiron realizes it's just a storage room. He pauses, gesturing expansively. Chiron, eyes wide, takes in the surroundings. W8. Although it looks like this, the inside is quite sturdy. Nade continues onward, his footsteps echoing slightly. You'll be surprised. It's a precious place that my seniors protected. The thought hangs in the air. I can look forward to it, right? A hand, wielding a piece of chalk, meticulously adds to the complex equations covering a large chalkboard. The scratching sound fills the air. The words float in the air. You'll be surprised by what's inside. Seen from behind, a figure continues to write on the chalkboard. Their back to the viewer, lost in their work. The structure in the distance is known as the Magic Storage Room. Istis, a place containing all the school's training aids. Nade states that you need to put something in it. He then remarks that it is a storage room. Sir One hesitates, noting that although it looks like this, the inside is quite sturdy, and that he will be surprised. The sound of footsteps echoes as they walk. It's a precious place that Chiron's seniors protected. Nade explains that the other groups had their eyes on this place, and Chiron's seniors fought very hard to possess it. Nade continues, saying that to be honest, they can use everything inside as they please. Chiron's expression is one of anticipation. In other words, every time you find the item you want, the structure changes. A sign reads 7A. Nade states that no one could find him in here. The two continue down the corridor. Sir One thinks of it as a hideout where no one can find you. With a flourish, the green-haired figure gestures around the room. Ta-da! This is our research lab, he announces, a wide smile on his face. A weathered sign hangs crookedly on the wall, its inscription barely legible. The sign proclaims the room's purpose, the science of supernatural spirits. From above, the two figures stand before the doorway, the sign a silent testament to the room's unusual nature. Nade's expression turns to one of apprehension, sweat beading on his brow. He thinks to himself, perhaps he has joined a wrong group. A thought bubble conveys a sense of reluctant interest, tinged with unease. A resounding clack echoes through the room as a door swings open. Bathed in light, a figure stands in the doorway, their voice filled with surprise. What's this? Sir One chuckles, patting Nade on the shoulder. Ah, it's really dusty. You'll get used to it, you will. Nade stares, his eyes wide with disbelief, a muffled huh escaping his lips. The two students now stand in what appears to be a classroom, their attention drawn to someone at the blackboard. A figure with reddish-brown hair is writing furiously on the blackboard, filling it with complex equations. The green-haired student looks on with a raised eyebrow as Ari and Chiron speaks with someone off-panel. The blonde student explains that their research group is notorious and cannot reveal its members, which is why he couldn't say anything beforehand. Elsewhere, Mercadane Iruki stands before a blackboard covered in equations, seemingly lost in thought. A small thought bubble wonders if he is interested in the supernatural. The redhead grins, stating that it's great bait for someone who thinks everything in the world is logical, and that it's the opposite. He joined to disprove it. Chiron seems surprised by something, questioning what brings a genius like him to such a lowly place, adding that he did good coming here. Iruki tells him to listen to what he has to say, and Chiron responds with a huh? Yeah. A text bubble explains that when you break down matter, their atoms remain, right? Chiron seems to be having an AA discussion all of a sudden. Iruki continues, stating that he thinks you can break those atoms down further, and Chiron wonders what they will be broken down into. Nade thinks to himself that there's a great amount of hidden energy. Iruki says that he knew Chiron was amazing, to think he deduced that far, and asks if he's right. Iruki agrees, stating that there's a lot of energy hidden inside, so much energy that it can destroy, eh? Chiron, looking concerned, asks what he thinks will happen. He seems taken aback, a flurry of questions escaping his lips. What then? The people? Those things? A close-up reveals a hand touching a face, a silent question hanging in the air. What are they? The disembodied voice continues, explaining that there's so much energy hidden inside. Iruki, with a knowing smile, raises a finger as if making a point. Does Chiron need to think about something? Chiron's expression deepens, his confusion evident. What? He wonders. The question hangs in the air. Does he even understand what he's saying? The headmaster's words echo in their minds. Nade, standing nearby, can only offer a hesitant The unseen speaker emphasizes the responsibility of mages, the need to consider the impact of their magic on the earth. A hand delicately holds a cherry as the question is posed. Is it all right to sacrifice many for a strong desire? The unseen speaker finds Chiron's line of thinking boring, questioning if other mages know how to do this but choose not to. Iruki holds a cherry, explaining that others can't do it, and that Chiron's genius intellect was given to him to achieve something. Chiron, holding a cherry, declares that it doesn't matter if they're geniuses, he'd rather be an idiot than a genius who hurts people. Iruki's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed as he declares that a small minority of geniuses lead the majority of idiots. He adds that history proves that this is the world they live in now. A speech bubble emphasizes the sentiment. I hate using idealism. The close-up on Iruki's eye conveys a sense of cold determination as he speaks of defeat. The words, you can fulfill ideals easily, hang in the air, juxtaposed with a figure lying prone on the floor. Nade, lying on the floor, watches as Chiron stands over him, suggesting they sit down and talk calmly about it, acknowledging that an emotional battle is bad. Chiron declares he has nothing more to say and that he's leaving, addressing Nade directly as he turns to walk away. Nade calls out, warning Chiron that he doesn't know the way out. Nade, visibly frustrated, exclaims that Chiron just needs to go the way he came, and if he can't do that, then he's a real idiot. Nade angrily questions why Chiron did what he did, suggesting that if it was Chiron, he could have explained it to him so he would understand. A sound effect indicates someone collapsing or sitting down heavily, as Nade is seen sitting in a chair. Nade admits that he was worked up. Iruki is seen in the background as Nade questions if Chiron did that on purpose, adding that he thought Chiron would say the word rival when all he cares about in this world are numbers. Iruki explains that he only knows numbers, referencing Chiron's advancement exam. He acknowledges that he saw Chiron's teleportation exam. Iruki wonders how fast someone who just learned teleportation needs to think to get through the level. Nade pauses, considering the implications. Iruki states that it's impossible to get through without dividing up time. The narrator explains that in that moment, the division of time Chiron performed was probably a 10,000th of a second. The narrator emphasizes the brevity of the time. 10. Nade, looking shocked, repeats the time frame. Nade questions if it was a 10,000th of a second, then laughs maniacally. Iruki smiles, stating that it's the mystery of insight. The narrator explains that it's faster than effort and more precise than knowledge, and that no ability of conscious calculation can defeat the speed of intuition. Iruki turns to Nade, asking what if it was him. Nade, with a sinister grin, realizes it's a battle between calculations and insight, and that a rookie wants to confirm it with the upcoming speed gun test. He walks with a satchel slung over his shoulder, presumably heading to class. The next day, Nade stands before the academy, anxiety etched on his face. The speed gun test looms in 2 weeks, a deadline that weighs heavily on him. He thinks to himself that he can't fail this time. Iruki, seated at a table, looks up as Nade approaches. He asks if Nade isn't looking forward to it. Nade, taken aback, simply responds with what? Iruki's words echo in Nade's mind. He's good at practicals. The weight of expectations settles on Nade's shoulders. He knows Iruki anticipates an amazing score. A diagram illustrates the mechanics of the speed gun test, using active magic to hit targets and obtain scores. It is explained that active magic is a common name for magic that affects something else other than the user. The explanation continues, noting that those who do not have attack type, healing, or support magic can also take this exam. To advance, all targets in each stage must be cleared. It is important to hit the target with quick and precise magic. However, Nate sits visibly troubled. He thinks to himself that he cannot control active magic just yet, and wonders how he will be able to do the speed gun test. A final note explains that to use omniscient level magic, a score of at least 60 is needed. But it seems like Nade's chemistry score, which Professor Athela teaches, is increasing the quickest, making it worth it. Alifer Sienna, Class 5 and Chiron's homeroom professor, sits calmly, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she holds a delicate teacup. A voice calls out, addressing her as professor. She assures the speaker that she isn't teasing him, and that he completely understands his studies. Alifer Sienna sits across from Nade, encouraging him to use all his knowledge at once. Nade, looking surprised, realizes that the area of knowledge required to be a specialist. He thinks to himself, wait, the photonization theory. He recalls that teleportation magic, derived from the photonization theory, is passive magic that converts one's body to photons. The implications dawn on him. This wasn't in the forefront for him. Passive magic, magic that does not have a duration for mages. Nade expresses his surprise to Professor Alifer Sienna, admitting he didn't know you could use the photonization theory for active magic. It's revealed that such magic has been registered in the association recently. Nade thinks, magic that uses photons? I hope it's cool. Nade looks down, a determination in his eyes, as he focuses on something in front of him. The camera focuses on 2 books, Photon Output and Magic Journal. He realizes this is... A hand opens the Magic Journal, revealing its contents. A page from the Magic Journal details a new discovery about the photonization theory and photon output. Nade wonders, Professor. He eyed the professor, a miniature version of himself, running away in distress above his head. Nade questioned if Alifer Sienna was sure about recommending this to him. He could take the exam, but he didn't think he could use this at all. Alifer Sienna, reclining on the couch, assured him that while it looked useless, the prospect of photon output magic was bright. Light, she explained, was the fastest thing in this world. She continued, stating that linear things have the advantage of being easy to control. Nade, absorbing the information, responded with a thoughtful, I see. He resolved to do as Professor Alifer Sienna said, acknowledging that it wouldn't be bad to master this beforehand, as magic that will lead to a new area. Meanwhile, out in the forest, Nade extended his hand, a confused escaping his lips as he attempted to activate the magic. He wondered why it wasn't activating, the air around him still and silent. Nade realized he couldn't control it at his current level, a frustrated expression on his face. Imagining a photon coming from his hand, the student focuses, understanding that magic originates not from a hand, but from one's spirit zone. A voice rings out, cheerful and bright. Nice to meet you, Class 5. Professor Athela smiles warmly, her hands clasped in front of her. Shall we start the class? She asks. The professor's new attire, a departure from her usual style, is a white dress with red accents. The students gasp. Their faces a mixture of shock and confusion. Who are you? They exclaim. Whispers ripple through the class. It was Athela's clothes, but more importantly, her glasses were gone. One student, his eyes wide with disbelief, thinks, oh my God, what's with her outfit? The unseen speaker surmised that she must have arrived directly after her training, a thought quickly followed by a question of where and when that training might have taken place. Another voice declared that Professor Athela was, in fact, the famous bishop of the Karsis order. The revelation prompted a question. Bishop? Was she a clergyman? The other clarified that a bishop held a high position, protecting the 12 holy relics. The image depicted one of the 12 bishops of the entire world. It was stated that one of them was Professor Athela. The title of Jonah from the kingdom was bestowed upon her because she was mentally strong, a title given to mages who possessed the best spirit zone ability. One of the figures asked Nade if he understood now. Completely love-struck, the figure declared that they were a team. It was announced that it would be Professor Athela from today, and that they would acknowledge the special practical lesson with cheers for the lesson and tests. The students were clearly excited. It was amazing to be learning magic from such a great person. The students were asked if they were preparing for their upcoming speed gun test, with an enthusiastic affirmative response. Until the test, each class would have its own. Professor Ithella, with a confident smile, declares that today's lesson will teach a technique to enhance their very omnipotence. She announces that she has brought a senior from the graduating class to demonstrate, causing a stir among the students. The Kodadama mage, Samuel, greets Class 5. Samuel acknowledges that he has come at Professor Ithella's request, even though it is not his place. He hopes that he will be of at least a little bit of help to them, and places himself in their care. The students react with excitement as Professor Ithella smiles, pleased with the arrangement. It is explained that specialty magic is Kodadama magic, which has a big association with today's lesson, so they are asked to focus and watch. The students are amazed, realizing that Samuel is beyond their league. The question is asked when he was in their league, as it's explained that Kodadama magic uses the power of words. It is stated that it will be better to show Samuel's magic instead of explaining it. Samuel announces that first, he will show them common tornado magic. Energy gathers in Samuel's hands, swirling with power. The magic unfolding before her eyes stirred a distant memory. Professor Ithella's brow furrowed, a flicker of recognition crossing her face. This was a technique she hadn't witnessed since her own days as a student. A swirling vortex of energy began to materialize, the air crackling with unseen power. The word, etched in glowing blue, hung in the air, tornado. A wave of fear rippled through the assembled students. Their eyes widened as they stared at the spectacle unfolding before them, a collective gasp escaping their lips. Whispers of awe and trepidation filled the room as the students huddled together, their faces a mixture of excitement and sheer terror. "Wow, that scared me," one student muttered, barely audible above the rising tension. Samuel, eyes fixed on the ancient text, continued the incantation. The air around him crackled with raw magical energy. "No joke," he muttered, his voice resonating with power. "Please remember the power of the magic spell." His lips moved with unwavering precision, each syllable a building block in the construction of the spell. The room grew heavy with anticipation, the air thick with the scent of ozone. The words of the spell echoed through the chamber, resonating with an ancient power. "Wild Mother Earth," the incantation declared, binding the forces of nature to his will. Professor Ithella watched with growing concern as Samuel continued his incantation. The air grew colder, and the energy in the room intensified. "I wish to borrow your power, so please hold my hand," he chanted, his voice gaining strength. Meanwhile, 3 minutes later, the students were growing restless. Despite the initial excitement, the prolonged chanting was beginning to wear on their patience. "Wow, his voice is so cool," one student whispered, trying to maintain a sense of enthusiasm. The monotony of the spell began to lull some of the students into a drowsy state. One student, struggling to stay awake, muttered, "When is he finishing?" Another, already succumbing to sleep, simply groaned, Don't sleep." Samuel's eyes snapped open, now glowing with an intense blue light. The power of the tornado magic surged through him, reaching its peak. With a final, resounding declaration, he unleashed the spell, Tornado. The air vibrated with immense energy as the tornado materialized, a swirling vortex of wind and power unleashed upon the classroom. The students gasped, their earlier boredom replaced with awe and terror once more. The swirling vortex of wind magic continued to dominate the classroom, a chaotic display of raw power. The students, caught in the miniature tempest, could only brace themselves against the buffeting winds. Cries for help pierced through the howling winds, a desperate plea to end the spectacle. Coughing and sputtering, some students feared they would be swept away entirely. Samuel declared that he was imbuing the spell with his very will. The pages of an ancient tome blurred, filled with arcane symbols and forgotten languages. He explained that the words he poured his will into enhanced the magic, the core principle of Kodadama. Holding the book aloft, Samuel announced the next technique, Wild Mother Earth, a supersonic marvel. A torrent of incomprehensible syllables erupted from Samuel's throat, his face contorted in concentration. The students recoiled, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and discomfort as the strange incantation washed over them. But the words seemed to catch in his throat, a struggle evident as he forced the spell to continue. His body strained, every muscle taut as he fought to maintain control over the volatile magic. The aftermath of the tornado spell leaves a figure submerged in a pool of water, surrounded by debris. That was incredible power, a student observes, impressed by the display. Samuel's magic is at the level of the graduating mages. A mage that graduate school is an unofficial 10th class mage. Professor Ithella thanks Samuel, telling him to call her anytime. So this is what the world is like, a voice echoes. Kodadama magic is a specialized subject, so you won't be doing it, the professor states, a sigh of relief escaping. Instead, Professor Ithella explains, the technique they will be learning is called sequencing. So it'll become stronger if we just count? One of the students asks, confused. Why numbers? Numbers, she explains, are symbols that follow a fundamental logic, making them highly compatible with spirit zones. It's not just counting, but imbuing meaning, like Kodadama magic. Professor Athela declares that she will demonstrate this fundamental proposition system used in logic or mathematics. She announces that she will enhance her spirit zone with sequencing. The professor begins to call out a number sequence in a series of 10. Her voice echoes, each number resonating with a strange energy. The spirit zone around Athela begins to expand, the air shimmering with a faint blue light. A student wonders if she just said 100. She continues, her voice unwavering. Another student notes that her spirit zone really did get bigger. The numbers 400 and 1,100 flash within the expanding image zone. The image zone continues to grow, now displaying 1,700 and 2,400. Nade stares, eyes wide with disbelief. It's impossible, he thinks. Can a person really count that fast? And the spirit zone continues its rapid expansion. The student is amazed at how easily she makes it look. The spirit zone expands, reaching a count of 10,000. The image zone now covers a 40-meter radius. With just the sequencing technique, the spirit zone grew fourfold. Professor Athela addresses the class. She asks if they're focused, explaining that if Kodadama magic reflects and portrays images. Sequencing is about thinking and reflecting. The faster one counts, the stronger their spirit zone becomes. It doesn't just grow in size, but power, accuracy rate, and precision. All abilities will increase. A student remarks that with this, he can generate a photon. He adds that sequencing isn't almighty, since it's a technique. Professor Athela explains that it will become the basis for enhancing the spirit zone, asking if they understand. The students respond affirmatively. Nade reflects on his own progress, noting that he counted to 1,000 in 1 minute. He thinks that counting without doing anything is harder than he thought. If he hadn't trained his mentality during lessons continuously, he wouldn't be able to do this. Nade pauses, recalling that when he used teleportation, he used a technique where he could feel the complicated calculations. Then perhaps with sequencing. He began the process, categorizing the numbers into hundreds and counting them in one go. A faint blue glow emanated from his hands as he focused. The energy intensified, the air crackling with unseen power as the numbers swirled around him. About 10 seconds into the process, the energy began to coalesce into a single, brilliant point of light. The light pulsed in his palm. Nade pauset, considering. Shall I shoot it toward the tree? He wondered aloud. With a surge of power, a photon output erupted from his hand, bathing the area in a golden glow. He directed the energy, a swirling vortex of light and power, towards the distant tree line. The world blurred as the energy hurtled forward, a concentrated beam of pure light racing towards its target. The impact was immediate, a blinding flash of light momentarily obscuring everything. A voice trailed off, cut short by the intensity. Meanwhile, in the distance, other students watched, murmuring amongst themselves. What was that just now? One asked, shielding his eyes. That bright light? Another responded, equally bewildered. The light faded, leaving a lingering sense of awe and confusion. Ushu, it's so flashy, a voice exclaimed, still reeling from the sudden burst of energy. A burst of light erupts from the forest, illuminating the surrounding trees. The sudden flash prompts a question. What was that just now? With a focused expression, Chiron extends his hand, students behind him watching with surprised expressions. The display is quite flashy, indeed. Someone wonders if it was photon output. The speed of the bullet was really fast because it was light. Someone wonders if he learned that for the speed gun test. Professor Athela stands with another student, remarking that learning it because of a test is a little and that it has no attack power. In defense, someone notes that he has already learned active magic. Professor Athela tells Chiron that it seems like he was successful with sequencing. Chiron replies that he thinks he was. Professor Athela smiles. Someone notes that it's speed gun practice straight away. Arian Chiron mused to himself, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. He was instructed to call for a target after completing his sequencing. Below, Chiron affirmed his readiness. He focused, muttering close. First, enhance my spirit zone with sequencing. A surge of energy crackled around him, the air shimmering with arcane power. Mystic symbols danced in the air, coalescing into a complex pattern. The energy intensified, bathing Chiron in an ethereal blue light. With a determined shout, he commanded, "And call the targets." The training room shifted, the environment responding to his call. A screen materialized, displaying the parameters of the exercise. Level 01, score 00, time limit 1 o'clock. A glowing target appeared, its energy signature pulsing. His eyes narrowed, focusing intently on the target before him. Chiron raised his hand, ready to engage the targets with his enhanced abilities. He extends his hand, a concentrated point of blue energy forming just above his fingertips. With a surge of power, The energy erupts in a blinding flash. Photon output. His eyes widen, a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. Wow, this is it. The photon energy streaks forward, achieving bullet-like speed, nearing the speed of light. The sensation is unlike anything he's felt before. It feels like I'm aiming and shooting at the same time. The training system registers the results. Level 2, score 11, time 0.55. Wow, it's really fast. The onlookers are amazed by the speed. It's like instant activation type magic. As soon as he aims, he hits the target. Professor Alifer Siena observes, noting that Chiron's sequencing involves grouping numbers in large groups and counting them off. The technique is a modularity technique used in intelligence magic. The knowledge he's using is likely something he obtained at the bridge that can't be crossed. The energy intensifies around Chiron's hand. What an incredible growth rate. The photon energy explodes outward, illuminating the training room. The photon output technique blazes with intense light. The screen displays the results of the speed gun test, a score of 342 with no time remaining. The crowd murmurs in awe. Someone remarks that it's a perfect score, an incredible 342 targets in a single minute. Another student wonders aloud if they should switch to using photon output as well. A voice replies that it's best they don't, calling it a sloppy score. Chiron wipes sweat from his brow, thinking to himself that he won't have an issue with it. The student from before notes that Chiron wasn't successful with that magic until now, but as soon as he understood it, he got 342 points. The student marvels, calling it amazing. The student wonders if it's not bad, considering it's Chiron's first time. He admits that Chiron's score is sloppy, but interesting. From afar, Nade calls out to the professor, declaring that he wants to try it too. Iruki is surprised. Alifer Siena responds to Nade, telling him that he can't cause any trouble. Chiron continues to wipe the sweat from his face. Does he want to practice? Iruki thinks to himself, a slight pout forming on his lips. He remains curious, though. Footsteps echo as someone approaches the training grounds. A hand rests on a hip, the fabric of the uniform rustling softly. Iruki stands in the center of a training room, surrounded by glowing blue lines. A beam of light shoots upwards as Iruki activates the system. Meanwhile, other students watch with surprise. Whoa, speed gun with the deviate form? One exclaims. No way, speed gun is different, another adds. One student observes that he's planning on hitting the targets by looking at them, not by using synesthesia. With a click, Iruki starts the training. The target sizes appear to be decreasing. Nade's expression shifts, a hint of concern in his eyes. Have they decreased too? How is? He wonders. Nade's eye focuses intently, analyzing the situation. Arcs of cyan energy crackle through the air, the crowd watching with bated breath. The energy intensifies, erupting in a dazzling display of light and sound. The audience erupts in cheers, their voices echoing through the training grounds. The speed gun display shows a score of 13 with 57 seconds remaining. The energy beams accelerate, cutting through the air with increasing speed. The air crackles with raw power as the speed gun reaches its peak performance. Iruki stands amidst the chaos, bathed in the radiant glow of the speed gun. Nade watches the display, a knowing glint in his eyes. You don't need to watch to know. Chiron's brow furrows with concern. He thinks he will surpass my records so easily. Nade smirks, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. Iruki continues to train, oblivious to the thoughts of those around him. It won't be good if you're surprised by just this, Chiron. The speed gun unleashes another burst of energy, pushing Iruki's abilities to the limit. The targets streak by, barely visible to the naked eye, as the training continues at a blistering pace. The air crackles with energy. The speed intensifies, pushing the limits of what seems possible. Amazing, someone exclaims, barely able to keep up with the display. Arian, Chiron watches with a thoughtful expression. Was Iruki really that strong? A voice explains that he isn't chasing the targets with his eyes, but predicting their movements with the equation of motion. Complex diagrams and equations fill the space, illustrating the underlying principles of the training. The explanation continues, elaborating on how he can follow all of them with deviate form after predicting their movements. More diagrams and equations reinforce the complexity of the calculations involved. Nade, standing nearby, wonders how his spirit zone can be so fast, questioning if that is sequencing too. Yeah, he replies, adding that Iruki isn't counting. The observer notes that he's counting higher than in thousands. Then, Iruki's eyes widen in surprise. Medium. The training session abruptly ends. Timeout. The final score flashes on the screen. What? Iruki. That's. He stands triumphant, arms spread wide, as if embracing the moment. Below, the crowd murmurs, their voices a low hum of awe and disbelief. How did Iruki manage to conceal such skill? Whispers ripple through the onlookers, questioning the very nature of what they've witnessed. Was it merely a trick of the eye, or something far more profound? Is he even human? From the side, a woman watches, her expression a mixture of surprise and admiration. The display was truly amazing. Elsewhere, a group of students departs, their footsteps echoing softly on the stone floor. The question hangs in the air. How was it? One student turns back, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Was it worth watching? Another voice answers, filled with genuine awe. It was amazing. Iruki looks down at the students, a playful smirk dancing on his lips. Hee hee, is that all? I'm a little disappointed. One of the students thinks, I didn't know you could use deviate form like that. A wave of confusion washes over the crowd. What? It's amazing that you thought of modularization. A student's eyes widen in disbelief, his expression a mask of shock and bewilderment. A hushed conversation unfolds, laced with concern. I am, but will it be okay for you two? A challenge is issued, a gauntlet thrown down. It seems that you think of me as your rival. The crowd gathers around Iruki. Their face is a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. Matter. It's not like you can do it even if you know. What the hell is it? The answer comes, simple and dismissive. There's nothing to it. He casually reveals the core of his method, explaining that he used log and decreased the unit. The statement hangs in the air, almost mocking in its simplicity. The blonde student recoils, his face a mask of disbelief. Impossible? He can't accept that such a thing could be considered a method. If you count with log, you can intuitively feel large numbers. The words echo in his mind, a frustrating truth he can't deny. But even if you use sequencing, a simple counting method, calculations will get complicated. The inherent complexity of the task looms large. A smirk plays on Iruki's lips as he leans in, his eyes glinting with amusement. He wonders aloud what Nade thinks of his explanation. Nade's frustration is palpable as he demands to know if he was still beaten. Iruki dismisses the question, stating that this is merely a test. Our regular statement made by weaklings. Well, just know this. The words drip with condescension. If you don't have skills, quit the idealism about life and pretending you're the best. It's really not convincing. The unspoken judgment hangs heavy in the air. Nade's eyes blaze with defiance as he challenges Iruki, demanding to know if defeating him will prove that he is right. Iruki's gaze intensifies, his finger flicking dismissively. He states that no matter how amazing Nade's insight is, the blonde student is taken aback, his expression shifting to one of utter shock. Compared to his calculations, it's like a worm. The abstract representation of calculations fills the panel, a visual testament to the complex processes at play. The students erupted in cheers, their faces alight with amusement. The boy with green hair clutched a brown paper bag, a wide grin spreading across his face as he soaked in the adulation. It was, indeed, a performance that left them all thoroughly entertained. But no matter how amazing your insight is, compared to my calculations, it's like a worm. Wow, this is really entertaining. To get 700 points, assuming he doesn't miss any targets, Arian Chiron needs to reach level 30 within 1 minute. To do that, he needs to finish each level in 5 seconds. Chiron extends his hand, focusing his energy. A target is struck with precision. A student watches in amazement. His eyes glow with intense focus. Another target falls. A barrage of targets are struck in rapid succession. The targets continue to fall. More targets are destroyed. The students whisper, marveling at Chiron's skill. He can hit the targets without moving his head now. Is that even possible? Time's up. In just a week, he increased the score by 200 points. The image zone vanishes with a flourish, the training area now clear. From the assembled crowd, hushed whispers acknowledge the speed of his projectiles. When he locks onto a target, he doesn't miss. Wiping his brow, the continuous shots have clearly improved. Some speculate he's firing 4 bullets in a single second. A voice from the ground, strained with effort, declares that they've caught up to his score. The figure remains kneeling, catching their breath. Sir One turns, a questioning look on his face. He faces the crowd, the other students watching with anticipation. A barrage of projectiles streaks across the training ground, impacting targets with explosive force. The air crackles with energy as the projectiles continue their relentless assault. The crowd observes, noting that the cone of projectiles is smaller than before and faster too. The training ground is filled with the sound of impacts as the projectiles find their mark. With a final gesture, Sir One declares the training finished. The screen blared, announcing the end of the round. The score Stark 568 hung in the air. Iruki's score, too, had climbed higher, but the announcement noted it was only a single point ahead of Chiron's new score. Chiron had been so close, yet lost, but the text emphasized his exponential increase. The frustration was evident on Chiron's face. From behind, a figure watched the results. That 1-point difference. The next day, the competition continued. The scoreboard flashed, 572. And the day after that, the scores climbed higher, 593, 594. Iruki erupted in celebration. The meaning behind the 1-point difference was becoming clear. To surpass his score, one must thoroughly calculate from level 1. The message lingers in the air, heavy with implication. The message is that even if he doesn't go all out, he can easily defeat someone like me. The words echo in Chiron's mind. The weight of the challenge settles upon him. The sky stretches out, vast and indifferent. Iruki will win this time. Chiron is amazing for scoring over 602, though. The students look on, their expressions a mix of curiosity and anticipation. Iruki, do you want to join our research group? Someone asks, what's the maximum score you can reach, Iruki? He replies, it's exactly that. The student sits at his desk, a textbook open before him. He muses that unlike himself, who is giving it his all, Iruki hasn't gone all out yet. Nearby, another student taps Nate on the shoulder, offering encouragement. He tells him, you got this. I'm cheering for you. The student admits that, to be honest, both of them are his friends, so it doesn't matter who wins. A voice declares that this is serious, stating that when eating, they don't know if they're crunching food or numbers. Another student remarks that he feels bad for them, but for the spectators, this is so fun. He adds that they're all excited because if it's the two of them, they might be able to break the best score. The student wonders what the best score is, and if it was set by someone who has already graduated. The student asks if the other doesn't even know his girlfriend's score. The student is shocked, simply uttering what? Elsewhere, a grand building stands in the distance, its golden dome gleaming in the sunlight. The camera focuses on a textured surface, its details blurred and indistinct. Amy sits on a bench, gazing at a building in the distance. It's senior Amy, with 987 points. Two figures walk away from fountain. She seemed deeply concerned. The graduating class must be taking its toll, she thought, noting how thin her friend had become since they last met. Iruki offered the requested materials, a knowing smile playing on her lips. She assured her that she would soon be just like her. The advancement test was proving to be a difficult topic. Sipping from her cup, Sariel wondered aloud if it was truly as hard as it seemed. Iruki explained that while it wasn't necessarily difficult, the standards were exceptionally high, adding that even a high score didn't guarantee passage. It was as if everything she had done up until now was being scrutinized. Sariel gasped, a wave of anxiety washing over her. Iruki reassured her that even if it was called the graduating class, it was the same as the top class 4. She told her not to worry. Sariel paused, sensing a shift in the atmosphere around her. She mused that Chiron had become stronger mentally, before asking how he was doing recently. Sariel expressed her disappointment, lamenting that they hadn't even met once. Elsewhere, a grand building stood in the distance, a fountain cascading before it. Iruki wondered if she was picking a fight with Chiron. Sariel recalled Chiron picking fights with her when she was in class 5, concluding that he was a little strange. She spoke of how he lacked empathy and used emotions to provoke others. The other woman, sipping from a glass, wondered what was up with Chiron. She asked Sariel if she shouldn't help him. Sariel insisted that he didn't need her help, questioning the other woman's use of our Chiron. The woman clarified that wasn't what she meant. Sariel knew exactly what he needed to do. Meanwhile, sweat beaded on his brow, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Time was over. The score displayed a triumphant 700. Others looked on in disbelief. They thought that determined bastard reached 700 while they were in class 5. It was a score you couldn't get without finishing 10 levels in 10 seconds. He thought that score was really possible. He stood over a magical circle. Two figures stood in a room, one smiling. 700 was a really good score, not bad. One of the men smirks, as the other states he needs to prove something. The blonde man says he understands. It is declared that Chiron will be able to. Meanwhile, Sariel questions the importance of winning, stating it's just a test. The other woman asks if she wasn't bragging about being the undead dash. Someone exclaims, asking if they defeated Amy last time, and stating that they know since they have beaten Iruki. Elsewhere, the woman with red hair states that she kept ignoring his provocations. She wonders what would happen if they really did compete. Back in the other conversation, Sariel states that she would probably have lost. Someone shouts in disbelief. Meanwhile, a scoreboard displays a score of 701. Someone exclaims that it's amazing. The scoreboard shows a score of 701 in a time of midnight. A crowd watches the results. To think he's so carefree, even after reaching 700 points. The question hung in the air amongst the students. What is Iruki's limit? I'm certain. Nade's expression hardens. I can't win. A digital timer ticks down, the seconds echoing with a strange, electric hum. The timer's display flashes, the word amazing, bursting forth amidst a cacophony of distorted sound. A figure stands before a silent, expectant crowd, their backs turned to the unseen observer. A single word hangs in the air. What? The back of a student's uniform is visible, the emblem on the shoulder a silent marker of belonging. A young man's face is etched with determination, his eyes narrowed. He's certain. The pristine uniform, the neatly knotted tie, the polished emblem, all belie the turmoil within. He cannot win. A bag rests on a desk, the sound of its placement echoing in the stillness. Sir One sits alone, bathed in the fading light of the setting sun. The city sprawls beneath a sky painted with the colors of dusk. After the holiday ends, exam day will arrive. Only 3 days remain. He stared out the window, the dim light reflecting in his eyes. Chiron couldn't find another way to defeat Iruki, not even within that limited time frame. Should he just give up? It was just an exam, after all. But that thought felt weak, a regular comment made by those who lack the will to fight. He picked his nose, a habit he couldn't seem to shake, even as the thought echoed in his mind. Quit the idealism about life and pretending you're the best. A vision of suffering flashed before him, a silent testament to the futility of his efforts. No one would believe what he had to say. The world stretched out before him, a desolate landscape littered with broken bodies and shattered dreams. With a soft exhale, he struck a match, the tiny flame illuminating the darkness as he lit a candle. Had he lost his sense of reality? Had his time in a school for nobles warped his perception of the world? Sitting on the edge of his bed, Chiron knew, deep down, that what Iruki had said wasn't wrong. The world won't listen to those who do not have power. He sat in quiet contemplation, the weight of his ambition pressing down. To surpass Iruki, a goal that seemed to stretch beyond the horizon. There was no other way, he reasoned, but to go beyond numerals, to transcend the limitations of simple calculation. Symbols and glyphs swirled around him, like whispers of forgotten languages carried on the wind. Or numbers, after all, mere labels, or the very fabric of reality itself. He wondered what was sequencing, the order of things, or the potential for infinite possibilities. Holding a sphere of pure light, Chiron questioned what its essence truly was, the core of existence, or was simply a reflection of his own will. He knew he couldn't get lost in his thoughts. If he did, he wouldn't be able to see the bigger picture, the grand design that lay hidden beneath the surface. He would just reach out, trust his instincts, and let the flow guide him. Feel it, not with his mind, but with his very being. Let the truth resonate within him. A cascade of light, a torrent of pure energy, flowed around him, washing away the doubts and uncertainties. He floated in a sea of stars, a boundless expanse of cosmic wonder stretching in every direction. His eye opened, a spark of understanding igniting within. How far could he count? How deep did the rabbit hole go? He plummets through a seemingly endless expanse, the fabric of reality woven with glowing numerals. How far can he truly descend, Chiron wonders, into the heart of numerical essence? The falling sensation intensifies as a swirling vortex of energy begins to coalesce around him. Is this the end of numbers? It cannot be, he thinks, for numbers are infinite. Then what is this strange phenomenon? Raw energy crackles around him, the air thick with the scent of ozone. He reaches out, both hands outstretched, as if trying to grasp the very essence of the swirling power. A sudden wave of confusion washes over him. What is happening? The crackling intensifies, the energy now forming intricate patterns around him. The energy solidifies into sharp, defined lines, cutting through the darkness like blades. His eyes widen, a spark of understanding, or perhaps terror, igniting within them. He struggles to reconcile what he's experiencing. He was sure he was counting. Back in his meditative pose, Chiron is left to wonder, what was that? A mere hallucination? Was it truly a hallucination? A powerful sense of attraction lingered, a phantom echo in the stillness. The explanation eluded him, lost in the abstract realm of numbers. The connection was there, yet frustratingly intangible. Gazing out at the cosmos, he wondered if some things existed beyond the simple act of counting, beyond the rigid confines of calculation. He became aware that 40 hours had slipped by, unnoticed in his contemplation. Since he had closed his eyes, the next day had dawned. The first combined training ground bustled with activity, a stark contrast to the quiet of his thoughts. It was the day of Class 5 speed gun test, a trial that promised to be anything but peaceful. The clock ticked onward, each second a weight on the students' shoulders as they prepared for the challenge ahead. The digital displays flashed, counting down the time. He breathed a sigh of relief. A palpable nervousness hung in the air, thick and suffocating. One of the students questioned why the underclassmen were observing Class 5's exam, his tone laced with disbelief. They were likely there to take a look, just as they had done in the past. The tradition continued. The assembled students fixed their gazes on something in the distance, a low murmur of anticipation rippling through the crowd. A voice cuts through the air, laced with surprise. Why were the seniors from Class 4 present? The Class 4 seniors, clad in their distinctive uniforms, stride confidently forward. The pressure mounts, the tension almost palpable as one of the seniors struggles to maintain composure. A word of thanks is offered, perhaps for the support, or perhaps for something else entirely. The program for the event is displayed, its details promising a structured competition. The scoreboard highlights the current competitors, Mercadane Iruki versus Arya. Speculation fills the air as to who will emerge victorious, though it's noted that Iruki has held the lead thus far. It's too early to declare a victor, One of the observers cautions, a knowing smile playing on their lips. Since the actual test is done in paired groups, changes might occur if you're going against someone, she explains. If it's a similar environment to a real scenario, then Chiron will win. With a triumphant shout, someone declares victory, the scoreboard confirming their win. The student with blonde hair seemed to be in deep thought as the student with orange hair was talking to him. What should she do? The 1 minute had passed, and the student with green hair was happy that he somehow did well. Professor Alifer Siena thought that the group did well. Professor Alifer Siena announced that it was already the last group, 19. The student with blonde hair looked up as he heard that the next group was group 20. Chiron and Iruki were lying on the floor. Professor Alifer Siena cleared her throat. A close-up of his student's uniform. Chiron was fully focused. A wide shot of the testing area. A bird's-eye view of the testing area with students. Professor Alifer Siena said that many students are paying special attention to the two of them. The student with blonde hair hoped that they both go above and beyond for this test. Mercadane Iruki observes the scene, a silent anticipation hanging in the air. A voice declares the start of the test, the announcement echoing through the hall as students stand ready. Arian Chiron's eye flares with an intense, magical light, a bead of sweat forming as power surges within. A distant target begins to glow with a menacing red aura, a sign of impending energy release. A sharp beep pierces the air, the auditory signal for the students to unleash their abilities. A surge of blue energy envelopes Arian Chiron, crackling with raw power as he prepares to strike. Mercadane Iruki is also wreathed in the same cerulean energy, his focus absolute as the test commences. A target explodes in a shower of sparks and light, the air shimmering with displaced energy. The force of the explosions sends students reeling, their concentration broken as the targets detonate around them. Another target erupts in a violent burst, the shockwave rippling through the training grounds. As the test begins, the targets explode, the students' scores already being tallied. The display of power is met with awe, the observer marveling at the student's abilities. He draws back, energy coalescing around his outstretched hand, a concentrated power ready to be unleashed. And as the test progresses, the announcement rings out that Iruki's spirit zone has gotten smaller, a sign of the strain he's enduring. A blinding flash erupts, the air crackling with raw energy as the test pushes the students to their limits. One student observes that what Iruki is doing is the deviate form they've only heard about, calling it an amazing performance. Another student, listening to the commentary, can only manage a surprised, huh. The tension mounts as the scoreboard reveals Chiron's score is higher, a development that raises questions about Iruki's strategy. Is Iruki, that rascal, playing around again? Another student remarks that he's really cruel. From the start, Iruki's eyes burn with determination, a fierce intensity driving him forward. He's been going all out. This guy in the last 3 days. What the hell did he do? A hazy light filters through the scene, obscuring details. Professor Alifer Siena observes, her expression thoughtful. She muses on the nature of repetition, how a familiar path shortens with each journey. The professor continues, drawing a parallel to the act of counting. Alifer Siena notes that Chiron has progressed significantly. A manic grin spreads across Chiron's face, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light, as a disembodied voice declares him a freak. Professor Alifer Siena observes, her expression thoughtful as she takes in the scene. The professor's gaze remains steady, her mind seemingly occupied with calculations. A voice echoes, acknowledging Chiron's progress. A close-up reveals a face, the expression unreadable. Eyes begin to glow with an intense light, a surge of power emanating from within. A hand forms a gesture, energy crackling around it. Raw energy explodes outward, a display of untamed force. The energy intensifies, a torrent of power unleashed. With a focused gaze, the command is given, modularity release. Alifer observes, noting that he's grouping the numbers and doing calculations on the spot. It's a strategy, she realizes, that can be used when one has reached the limit of counting consciously. To do this, he would have gone into a state of hyperfocus before he entered. However, if he does that, he knows that if he misses a matrix, his sequencing will fall through. He thinks to himself, he needs to focus no matter what. Energy crackles around him. A surge of energy emanates from him. His score increases rapidly, surpassing his previous level. The difference in their scores is increasing. Sariel shouts, urging Chiron to go on. The crowd watches with bated breath. A complex matrix appears before him. The observers gasp in awe. He is pushing himself, the air around him crackling with raw energy. This is a type of mental doping, a dangerous game of pushing one's limits. His opponent notes that Chiron has broken his routine calculations, betting everything on this single attempt. He will acknowledge Chiron's power. The tension is palpable, the air thick with anticipation. The fact that he's as mental as his opponent is a gamble. But it's his gamble, a high-stakes play that could determine everything. The blue energy intensifies, engulfing Chiron in a blinding light. He's pushing past his limits, drawing on reserves he didn't know he possessed. The observers begin to notice something strange about the situation. His score suddenly increased, rocketing past his previous limits. The numbers climb higher and higher. One of the spectators comments that Chiron hasn't gotten slower. The sound of a rookie's rhythm of explosions has. The change is evident, the observers reacting with shock and disbelief. Something has oddly changed. The students discuss the situation. One asks if the afterimage of a rookie's spirit zone is strange. Another student vehemently denies it, exclaiming that it's not an afterimage. Chiron continues to manipulate the energy, his focus unwavering. The blue orbs glow with an otherworldly light, hinting at the power he now wields. The sheer magnitude of the display elicits a visible reaction from Chiron. Professor Athela, observing closely, finds herself questioning the very possibility of what she's witnessing. The text describes the deviate form's unique trait as the divided mind, a concept rarely seen in practice. The display intensifies, showcasing a glowing figure with a brain outline, surrounded by floating numbers, a testament to the complex calculations at play. The system registers two distinct sequences, meticulously logging every detail. Another observer notes that while Chiron possesses savant syndrome, this level of ability is exceptionally rare, leading him to believe the child was concealing his true potential. Whispers ripple through the academy as students remark on the unexpected change that has manifested. Raw magical energy surges and crackles, a visual representation of the power now coursing through the academy. He stands bathed in the radiant glow of the energy, a conduit for the extraordinary forces at play. The screen displays the names, Mercadane Aruki and Arian, along with their respective scores, highlighting the competition. The timer ticks down, showing a mere 15 seconds remaining, adding to the tension. With an air of certainty, the observers declare that they already know the outcome. He couldn't shake the feeling of being just plain unlucky, the words echoing in the silence of his mind. The thought solidified into a stark declaration. He couldn't win. He had poured everything he had into this, every ounce of effort, every drop of sweat. Yet, even that felt insufficient, a mere fraction of what a rookie was capable of. Even having given it his all, the doubt lingered. Was it truly his best? A chilling realization washed over him. He was still afraid. He questioned if he was even allowed to tread this path, the uncertainty gnawing at his resolve. A surge of energy began to coalesce around him, a visible manifestation of his inner turmoil. But he was. A fierce determination ignited within him, a vow to go beyond the numbers, beyond the limitations he had placed upon himself. He focused, channeling the raw energy, the air crackling with anticipation. The energy intensified, a beacon of defiance against the encroaching darkness of doubt. He looks up, his eyes widening with surprise. A sharp crack echoes through the air. A figure plummets from the heavens, a silhouette against the bright sky. The air shimmers with an ethereal light. A woman with glasses gasps, her eyes fixed on the spectacle above. A mechanical eye glows with an eerie blue light. Energy rings ripple through the air, distorting the space around them. Another resounding boom echoes. In the classroom, a wave of murmurs rises as the students crane their necks to witness the event. Hey, look at Chiron. The light. Two students gasp, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. Chiron looks down, a shadow falling across his face as he contemplates what he has just seen. A surge of energy crackles through the air, the sound like tearing fabric. A lone figure stands silhouetted against an impossibly bright light, a silent promise of power. Meanwhile, the leaderboard displays the current standings. Mercadane Aruki leads with 995 points, while Arian Chiron trails with 892. A guttural cry escapes him, teeth gritted against the mounting pressure. 5 seconds. The voice echoes with desperate resolve. No matter how fast the opponent goes, he'll calculate faster. 4 seconds. He'll calculate all the numbers in the world. 2 seconds. He's winning. He can win. 1 second left. Damn it. Why is time passing so slowly? A sudden burst of speed. The arena awaits, the crowd a distant hum. He sits, spent, the competition seemingly concluded. It was over. He considered the score displayed before him. Not a bad score, but did he win? What was Chiron doing? Chiron was immediately swarmed with congratulations. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Seriel rushed forward, asking if Chiron was okay. The test. Chiron thought of senior Seriel. It was a new record. Chiron's score, 1,253. The crowd erupted, congratulating him. The congratulations continued to pour in. A sense of unease began to spread through the crowd. Wide-range magic is prohibited in the speed gun test. Wide-range magic. Magic that covers a large area. Come to think of it, the whole testing area was covered in light. Huh, you're so boring. Iruki extends a hand, a wide grin on his face. He jokes that it isn't photon magic, so he's obviously kidding. The announcement rings out. Congratulations, you won. It's a rookie's clear declaration. A collective gasp rises from the onlookers. Had a rookie truly admitted defeat? Did the sun rise from the west? One man clasps hands with another, acknowledging him. He speaks of life being more important than research. Iruki agrees, affirming the unseen speaker's point. A blonde-haired man looks on, a question etched on his face. What? The air crackles with misunderstanding. Is he serious? The question hangs heavy. The group murmurs, questioning if the energy is violent. The word explosions hangs in the air. The blonde man explains that for energy to be considered violent, a motive to hurt someone must be included. He concedes that even controlled energy can be dangerous. Iruki states that someone responsible will handle that amount of energy. Iruki, his expression shifting, announces that he has a favor to ask from now on. A figure looms, the word, you're hanging in the air, unfinished. Explosions, it is said, are merely a large amount of energy. Energy that one cannot control. But if you can control it, it can become the energy that can save 100,000 people's lives. A city stands bathed in an ethereal light. A noble belief like that. It would have been better if you said that from the start. I wouldn't have misunderstood. You want to know which category you belong to. If you were with those who use power, or with those who know fear. Iruki's scared that he will become an uncontrollable power. By defeating me, you prove that your will becomes the truth. So the only one who can stop me is you. He stood firm, a declaration hanging in the air. He wouldn't budge an inch unless they took responsibility for him. The thought echoed, questioning if he was truly paralyzed by the fear of his own power. The onlookers exchanged glances, utterly bewildered. One muttered, having no idea what he was talking about all of a sudden. Another wondered aloud if he was an idealist lost in the clouds or a realist, no longer able to discern the difference. But one thing was certain in his mind, a resolute conviction taking root. The fear in his eyes betrayed a deeper conflict, a struggle against an unknown future. The reality of the situation weighed heavily, a tangible pressure. He clasped his hands together, a silent promise forming on his lips. When that time came, he vowed he would be the one to stop them. The crowd erupted in a chorus of disbelief, their faces a mixture of shock and confusion. One of them, overcome with excitement, cheered, declaring how cool it all was and expressing his pride. Another, with a wide grin, proclaimed that they were his friends. A voice calls out, requesting Chiron to approach. He walks down the hallway, the sound of footsteps echoing behind him. Professor Athela follows close behind, her expression unreadable. Suddenly, his name rings out, stopping him in his tracks. Athela confronts him, her voice laced with concern and a hint of anger. Do you know what you have done? Her eyes narrow, questioning his motives. Were you really planning on leaving, Professor Athela? She warns him of the dangers that await. The place you entered, if you go to that domain. Her voice takes on a chilling edge. You will no longer be yourself. Chiron's expression softens, regret etched on his face. I'm sorry. I didn't know it was that dangerous. Professor Athela explains the nature of the place he trespassed. The domain you step foot in is beyond numbers and is called the infinite domain. She continues, revealing the different names it is known by. The mages call it immortal function, and our monks call it nirvana. Fear flickers in his eyes as the weight of her words sinks in. Humans can reach infinity. However, humans who do reach it become nothing. Beyond the numbers, a glimpse into something else. A large void, cold and infinite. And that void sucked him in. He jolted awake, gasping for air, the lingering chill of the void clinging to him. The same nightmare again. Chiron sat up in bed, the remnants of the dream still clinging to his mind. And a strange feeling, his hand, still trembling, knocked over a glass of water, the sound echoing in the silent room. But he fell from time to time. Gasping, Chiron clutched at his chest, the unsettling feeling refusing to dissipate. Submerged in water, he recalled consulting with Professor Athela, yet they found nothing unusual about his body. Ari and Chiron wondered what was happening to him. The sky stretched wide, birds flying in formation. Recently, Chiron thought a ghost had been haunting him. Iruki sat with Sariel. Sariel admitted she had been nervous for a moment. Iruki responded seriously, reminding her that this was a research group about the science of supernatural spirits. Alifer Sienna's worries were on another level. Sariel asked why they were taking him seriously. Iruki recalled the dream Chiron told him about, where he was in a black and empty space. The stars were being sucked into some space, Chiron thought. And, at the end, a thread of light. It was vibrating, Chiron recalled. He affirmed that it was moving like a heartbeat. Mercadane Iruki, in charge of criticism for the Supernatural Spirits Group, stated that it was a number that no one in the continent could predict. He added that, for fun, they could assume that it was an actual place. Sariel exclaimed that it was outer space. Chiron asked if they were talking about the outer space that is talked about in books, and wondered how he could dream about that when he had never seen it before. He then stated no. He thought about this before. Nade, president of the Supernatural Spirits Group, in charge of inquiring, wondered about Nade. Sariel stated that 200 years ago, a death row criminal experienced a soul transfer experiment. It was a sealed conductor. In other words, a person is put inside a metal box and an electrical current is pumped into it. However, as it was an inhumane experiment, it was stopped. The death row criminal lived, and their consciousness returned after 1 month. However, he knew the circumstances of countries beyond the continent, which he had never heard of or gone to before. Chiron asked if that really happened. Sariel confirmed it to be true. The soul was decomposed by electricity, and it became ionized and caused electromagnetism. She wondered if that power would attract information about the world towards the death row criminal. The hypothesis is presented, a strange tingling feeling experienced by a death row criminal. Aryan Chiron shivers, wrapping his arms around himself as if warding off a sudden chill. He calls it sending time and space. The feeling is described as supernatural. Iruki stands up abruptly, realizing something. That explains how Chiron saw outer space. If a soul is ionized by electricity, it causes a quantum phenomenon, creating a possibility to transcend time and space. In a microscopic world, smaller than an electron, an event beyond human knowledge occurs. Iruki's eyes examined closely. A world defined by probability, where observation and measurement are impossible simultaneously. If a soul's weight is assumed to be lighter than an electron, a visual representation of space is shown. The correlation between time and space falls apart, and it becomes possible to feel outer space. Chiron exclaims in amazement, impressed by the explanation. Wiesnade remarks that they look like a research group, but it's just a hypothesis. If they want to research it, they need more information. Sir One, his blue eyes wide with a hint of trepidation, is asked a direct question, demanding honesty. Iruki, listening intently, seems to recall something from the speed gun test, a problem with the photon output. The explanation continues, revealing that nightmares began plaguing someone every night thereafter. Sir One sits pensively, absorbing the information, his expression unreadable. He admits that Professor Athela had confided something in him. Sariel, her eyes widening, voices the question that hangs in the air. Immortal function? Iruki, leaning in, presses, wanting to know what that is, certain that Sariel knows. Sir One offers a small, knowing smile, a hint of understanding in his eyes. A sudden burst of laughter erupts, a realization dawning. Iruki throws his head back, declaring that it was indeed the immortal function. Iruki explains that he's heard about it from his father, describing it as a mathematician's dream, a function that holds the key to everything. Sariel interjects, warning that the professor deemed it dangerous. The implication hangs heavy. To defeat him, one must possess something of equal or greater power. He sits back on the plush couch, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as the other man smiles warmly. A thought bubbles to the surface. What could be the reason for seeing them? Despite the initial shock, a sense of relief washes over him as he considers the situation. Sariel declares his decision, a wide grin spreading across his face. Iruki, standing behind him, can only respond with a surprised, "Really?" A voice echoes in his mind, a determination to face the unknown head-on, to research and fight it himself. The group gathers, their voices filled with enthusiasm. They're ready to tackle the immortal function, whatever it may be, and with their numbers, they can finally become The mood is optimistic, with talk of the group being official again and the possibility of securing support funds. Sariel, holding a document, assures the others, asking them to trust him, even as the question of Chiron joining the group and their less-than-stellar reputation hangs in the air. A plan is hatched to submit something without the professor's knowledge, but a small voice wonders if it will truly be okay. Iruki reassures them, suggesting they head to the cafeteria for a welcome party for their new member. Chiron declares he'll buy today, despite the reminder that he's broke. The room, bathed in soft light, seems to whisper, "It's my research group." A voice declared a need for a major cleanup, the words hanging in the air above a sky, painted with the fiery hues of sunset. But contrary to Nade's expectations, a group application for the Science of Supernatural Spirits Research Group surfaced. The application listed the names of Nade, Mercadane Iruki, and, to someone's surprise, Aryan Chiron. The most dangerous professor found out. Alifer Sienna's eyes widened behind her glasses as she read the application. Chiron joined? The document referenced the immortal function, also known as nirvana, a mysterious state beyond human comprehension. Professor 1 carries a stack of research group member applications. This happens all the time when the holidays approach. They form groups for a while. Professor 2 drops one of the applications. She calls out, "Professor, you drop one." Professor 1 realizes he dropped one of the applications. Oh no. Professor 2 picks up the application and looks at it. This is, Professor 1 asks, huh? The application is for the research group of the Science of Supernatural Spirits. The president is Nade, and the members are Mercadane Iruki and Arian Chiron. This research group is famous. Professor 2 looks at the application of the science of supernatural spirits. She continues, and Mercadane Iruki, Arian Chiron. Professor 1 asks, isn't that student Chiron? Professor 2 is shocked. Professor 2 holds the application with a sinister look on her face. Sunlight filters through the mountain peaks, illuminating the valley below. Nestled amongst the trees, a traditional building stands in quiet contemplation. The air hangs heavy with unspoken concerns. Professor Ali Sienna states that it's not a simple matter. Ali Sienna sits calmly, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she holds her teacup. The two professors sit in companionable silence, the sound of sipping tea filling the air. A teacup settles on the wooden table with a soft thud. Professor Sienna reveals that Chiron has joined a research group. Professor Athela's eyes widen behind her glasses. He finally joined a group? Which one? The research group of the science of supernatural spirits. Another cup settles on the table, the sound a counterpoint to the rising tension. Professor Athela's expression darkens. As you know, that group has a deep history of causing trouble, even before we were professors. Athela's thoughts drift to the complaints she received every day from students' parents. Professor Athela wonders why Chiron is in that group, given his school prospects and the time he should be working harder for his school studies. Professor Ali Sienna explains that the current president of the group is Nade. She adds that he is a well-behaved student with good relationships with his peers, so she doesn't think there will be a problem, especially since all the troublemakers have graduated. The professor continues, mentioning that the current president of the Thormium Magic Association, Micaiah Jailed, was a past president of that group. She seems confident in her assessment. Nade lies back, relaxed, and makes a small noise. A young man looks up, his expression unreadable. Someone asks if he didn't go to class, and if he's not going to study. Nade replies that he's not feeling great today. The two men are playing chess. One of them says, okay, checkmate. One more round. The young man looks around at the messy room, thinking he's sure he cleaned it up, but it's messy again. Someone tells him that he's not studying, not researching, and not even going to classes, adding that he can regret joining, but he can't leave. The young man laughs. Nade says he's always going to study. The other man thinks that he is such a model student. Someone asks Nade if he finished making his new invention. Nade replies that he did. Nade confirms that he did. Nade sits at a table, a book open before him. He muses to himself about the cloak, a faint twitch in his expression. He grins, clearly impressed by the cloak's capabilities. The blonde-haired student exclaims his amazement, eager to test the cloak's limits. Meanwhile, Professor Ali Sienna sips her tea, remarking that Nade and the other members are also a problem. The unseen speaker notes that Nade pretends to be dull, questioning if his abilities have been overlooked. The pair discuss Chiron's victory over a rookie, the monster. Professor Ali Sienna wonders what would happen if Chiron associated with a troublemaker like Iruki. The figure in the shadows is implied to become a troublemaker. Professor Athela fears that he might become the Magic Academy's worst bomb ever. A voice exclaims in awe, impressed by the creations before them. Wow, you made all of this, Nade. The objects are revealed to be magic frag grenades. Iruki questions the safety of the grenades, while Nade boasts about saving them for a big show. Oh, but isn't this really dangerous? Iruki asks. A voice reveals that Nade's true ambition lies elsewhere. What a bluff. Nade's dream is to be a magic engineer. Chiron, eyes wide with admiration, realizes the reason for Nade's studies. That's why he's studying. Magic engineering? That's so cool. So you make all these things. The conversation shifts to the technology behind the grenades and a mysterious book. Using electromagnetism? But what's this book? Chiron picks up the book, noticing its color. It's red. Chiron recognizes the book's origins, questioning its presence. Huh? That's the Human Body Research Group, right? Why is that here? The book is opened, revealing strange drawings and diagrams. Iruki wonders if the subjects in the book are students from their school. Aren't they students at our school? The book is described as an information booklet circulated by Shady Research Group, filled with internal gossip. Chiron concludes that the book is entertainment for those with nothing better to do. Nade wonders aloud if the school is taking any action. The blonde-haired student gasps, seemingly taken aback by something. A drawing of Karmis Amy is displayed, accompanied by some notes. The notes describe Karmis Amy as having beauty, attending class and the library, having few friends, and being both hardworking and indifferent. The drawing of Karmis Amy is shown again, emphasizing her beauty. The blonde student exclaims in disbelief, questioning if someone is really dating a senior and expressing shock at the contents of the notes. Nade wonders who is running a research group like this. The blonde student believes they are likely from the graduating class. The scene shifts to an exterior view. Someone confirms that's right. It's stated that the RSSS group is also a shady group. A woman with purple hair and glasses is shown, seemingly connected to the RSSS group. The problem, it was said, stemmed from a joke orchestrated by the school's brightest and most talented. The painting, though, was very high level. Figures were being investigated. The goal, completely avoiding the school's investigation team. The reason why they left the RSSS group alone was because it lost its qualification for being an official group. So with this chance, the decision was made. I'm going to dissolve the RSSS group. Professor Oliver Siena Pouretea. She understood their concerns for the students' careers. In order to nurture students' autonomy and sense of responsibility, research groups are acknowledged as independent groups. Take responsibility for your own choices. If we, the adults, take away their choices, the children might live with the fear of choice. The discussion continued. The topic centered on the importance of nurturing talent, though the specifics remained unspoken. The unseen speaker emphasized that guiding individuals and preventing them from losing their way was also the responsibility of an adult. The woman with glasses expressed her belief that Professor Siena deeply valued Chiron, wanting to give him the space to determine his own skill level. The woman with purple hair apologized, admitting she shouldn't take Professor Siena's passion lightly either. The unseen speaker admitted to not having mentioned something earlier, revealing they had something to share about Chiron, specifically regarding a recent speed gun test. The woman with purple hair looked on with concern. Meanwhile, a sudden, inexplicable force shook the landscape, eliciting a collective gasp of disbelief. The air crackled with unseen energy. Even the light fixtures trembled, betraying the subtle tremors. Panic flared as the group scrambled to conceal their activities. An earthquake? What's going on? One of them exclaimed, urging the others to hide the items quickly. The truth dawned on them. A professor was manipulating the storage room. Desperate to maintain appearances, they hastily moved a table, one of them tersely commanding, "Just sit." A sudden announcement echoes, "Down and wait." A second voice declares, "It's a random inspection." She approaches a control panel, her hand hovering over the surface. A soft hum fills the air as she activates something. The professor with purple hair strides down a hallway, her cloak billowing behind her. The professor thinks to herself, "It takes 3 minutes to summon your desired storeroom." Inside the room, the students are trying to appear calm. One whispers, "The professor came, but we are not going to greet her? You're telling me to sit." Another replies, "It's fine. Just act like nothing's wrong. If we get caught, we won't just get probation." One of the students, seated in a chair, thinks, "The research room is our territory. If you get scared, it's the end." The sound of a door bursting open echoes through the hallway. The professor's cloak trails behind her as she enters the storage room, a sense of foreboding permeating the air. The door creaks open as the professor steps inside the storage room. Panic sets in as the students scramble to hide their forbidden items. The sound of frantic shuffling fills the room as the students try to conceal their belongings. The students try to maintain a facade of normalcy, but their nervous glances betray their anxiety. The man stood in the dimly lit room, the air thick with unspoken tension. The sound of something heavy echoed nearby. Her face contorted with a mixture of fear and determination. She thought, "Before it's too late, I need to dissolve this research group." The sound of footsteps echoed through the hall as 2 students approached. Another student, his expression unreadable, followed close behind. A sharp sound cut through the air, preceding the arrival of their teacher. Her face was a mask of displeasure. The teacher sat, her gaze fixed on the students before her. Neutral, unknown, purple hair's voice dripped with sarcasm. "Not even greeting your teacher? You brats." A student, unseen, offered a swift apology. She fumes, the unseen speaker's words echoing in her mind. They were in the middle of a full-scale discussion. A man with green hair sits calmly, hands clasped, as he inquires if they have been informed. The woman with purple hair grits her teeth, the most enraging thing being that they have even... Another man with blonde hair seems influenced by Miss Siena, wondering if it's really okay to not do anything. A man with silver hair chuckles, remarking that they have a guest, and not even asking if they want a cup of tea is a bit too much. The green-haired man asks if they're sure they'd be willing to drink the tea that they offer. The woman with purple hair thinks that in that case, she'll get to the point and leave quickly. A man with brown hair states that he needs them to hand over the research lab. The woman with purple hair looks up at the man with brown hair. The green-haired man sits with the blonde-haired man and the brown-haired man. The green-haired man slams his hands on the desk, asking why they should hand over the lab, stating he was reviewing their paperwork. It's hard to find a reason not to dissolve the group, like the fact that they haven't submitted any. The blonde-haired man speaks to the brown-haired man, stating that being understaffed for more than a semester is also a condition for dissolution. The question hangs in the air. The funding was cut off a while ago, wasn't it? The woman with purple hair, holding a book, explains that the rules state they may continue the research association if they submit results within a month. A desperate plea echoes. They beg for help, prioritizing anything over the exhibition. The figure kneeling on the table laments the impossibility of showing evidence for spirit sciences. The purple-haired woman smiles, amused. They'll do anything but the exhibition. it seems. She states that she has one other condition then. A chorus of voices confirms their willingness to do anything. The words hang heavy in the air. Chiron is out of the group. The woman with purple hair holds a clipboard, her expression unreadable. Shock registers on their faces as the news sinks in. A desperate question echoes, but whyy? The two sit, the tension palpable between them. One asks if the other already knew about it. The woman with purple hair states that immortal function is a huge issue beyond school. She voiced her concern, stating that Chiron could disappear forever, a young student too much to handle. She promised she knew it was risky. Another figure, standing beside the woman with purple hair, insisted that they couldn't let it happen again. That wasn't all that was real. The problem, it seemed, was the overflow that came after. Another voice chimed in, calling it with some hesitation the genius disease. The memory of a father's words echoed. You're already crazy, so just live with it. The woman with purple hair covered her face, admitting that putting it into those words was the problem. Overflow, it was explained, is the inability of your mind to handle the amount of suddenly awakened talent. The concept was visualized as a dam that couldn't hold the flowing water, threatening to burst. It was a scary symptom, one that could lead to mental breakdown, but because of the social idea of it being the genius disease, the kids who missed the timing of treatment often suffered horrendous pain. If the overflow was brought by using the immortal function, he didn't even want to imagine how risky it would be. It could be possible because after having nightmares daily, a chaotic swirl of thoughts threatened to overwhelm, a mental overload pushing the boundaries of sanity. The woman with purple hair declared that for now, Chiron's school workload would be minimized, and he would receive intensive psychotherapy. Nade nodded, indicating he would look into it. Professor Ali Siena, face contorted, adamantly refused. No. The green-haired man, seemingly the leader, retorted that he didn't think so. A voice, unseen, questioned what was happening. The professor with purple hair questioned if this was the time to complain. Another voice stated that they understood the concern, but questioned if she was going overboard. The green-haired man agreed, stating that she was doing this because the green-haired man's accusation hung in the air. He accused the professor of liking Chiron. The professor with purple hair exclaimed, "Exactly," she then wailed, questioning how a teacher could have feelings for a student. The professor with purple hair muttered that statistically, it's possible, but then yelled that you can't just calculate it like that. A wave of heat rushes to the surface, the sensation almost dizzying. The question hangs in the air, a desperate plea for reciprocation. Professor Ali Siena's expression hardens, the words of blunt rejection. Meanwhile, the scene is grim. Nade stands over a body, the professor with purple hair looking on, a strange tension filling the air. Ali Siena speaks, her words carrying a weight of responsibility. Nade listens intently. The thought echoes, a chillingly casual dismissal of potential danger. Silence hangs between them, unspoken concerns lingering in the air. The words carry a sting, a reminder of shared experiences, and perhaps a veiled accusation. Elsewhere, a voice speaks of something beyond the ordinary, something immortal. The speaker's concern is dismissed, their worries deemed out of line. Ali Siena's face is etched with emotion, the accusation of obsession hanging heavy in the air. The word echoes, a chilling question mark hanging over everything. A voice echoes, urgently calling out for Siena, demanding she escape her current predicament. Trapped within a crystalline prison, a figure with flowing purple hair remains unaware of the danger closing in. Meanwhile, Ali Siena, glasses perched on her nose, declares that she needs to be the one making the decisions. Chiron looks on, concern etched on his face. Chiron admits to being scared as well, confessing that he feels like he'll go crazy sometimes. He states that they need to do something right now. Ali Siena states that the current situation makes her feel better. Chiron is confused by this statement. Chiron questions if this is only happening to her. He admits that he's actually scared of this. A voice speaks of a nightmare ending, fearing that they won't be able to find the secrets hidden within themselves. Chiron states that he would rather do something else. Ali Siena urges Chiron not to run away, but instead work through it. She believes he's like someone else. Chiron pleads with someone not to run away. A voice calls out to Siena, urging her to look. They claim someone is just like someone else. Ali Siena states, all right then, and that she'll respect someone's decision. Nade's eyes widened, the question escaping his lips. Does that mean? The woman with purple hair stated with a smile, we're going back to the original condition. You can. The green-haired boy's face was pale, a thin trail of blood trickling from his mouth. A sharp sound echoed. His expression was strained, a forced smile plastered on his face. The boy with green hair lay sprawled on a bench, a ghostly figure hovering above him. Nade and the other boys stared in disbelief at the scene before them. A voice echoed, explaining, what I know, the Supernatural Spirits Club has never given a presentation. If they could have, then the supernatural spirit sciences would already be in science textbooks. Tears streamed down the green-haired boy's face as he muttered, I'm sorry, former club president. The research association shall be no more. Nate exclaimed, Girl, this isn't the time for that. Focus for God's sake. The boy with brown hair, clutching his head, asked, Where? Where is she? The woman with purple hair walked away, leaving the others in a state of confusion. Nate wondered, Whoa, who is she? From the graduating class. A question hangs in the air. Did they remember everyone in the graduating class? Ithella and Chiron exchanged glances, a mix of surprise and concern etched on their faces. A gasp escaped someone's lips. It's Miss Sienna. The realization dawns on the group. Their expressions reflect a shared astonishment. Nate is taken aback. How could a person change like that? Chiron, he notes, has a sneakily sharp eye when it comes to women. Chiron vehemently denies it. But where is she headed on her day off? She's all dressed up so beautifully. Probably a date? Miss Sienna is at that age, after all. The thought sends a wave of shock through the group. She's meeting a guy? This is an opportunity. Chiron's name is called out, a question hanging in the air. Nate's expression hardens. They'll follow Miss Sienna, find out her weakness, and use it to stop her from disbanding the group. Chiron questions what he is talking about, but they do have the means to follow Professor Sienna. Iruki's chibi form pops up, mentioning the invisibility cloak. The figure orders Chiron to bring Nate along, as they are going after Miss Sienna first. He states that he will get the cloak from the club, and asks if the other can control the distance and speed. Chiron declares that this is the only way to save the research association. Iruki's chibi form reappears, questioning why they don't use their brains to study. Alifer Sienna walks, seemingly unaware of the plans being made. Nate remarks that she always has her guard up, and they almost got caught way too many times. He wonders why they're doing this. Chiron's eyes are shown in a close-up, stating that it really is strange. The scene shows a town, with the text nobles don't normally. The text says that nobles don't normally go on dates in the commoner's district. The panel also shows a description of the invisibility cloak. Something feels amiss. The youth's brow furrows, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he voices his unease. The town bustles with activity, its daily routines unfolding under the watchful gaze of ancient stone structures. A hushed question hangs in the air. Do nobles truly venture into the common districts for matters of the heart? With a gentle sway of her hips, the figure with purple hair strolls down the sunlit street, her gaze sweeping across the surroundings. A subtle shift in expression betrays a hidden intent, a flicker of purpose behind the seemingly casual facade. The figure disappears into the dimly lit interior of a nondescript building, leaving the bustling street behind. From behind a makeshift barrier, a trio of onlookers exchange furtive glances, their curiosity piqued. Is she you? One whispers. Emerging once more, the purple-haired figure strides away from the building, leaving unanswered questions in their wake. Pausing before a weathered wooden door, the figure seems to gather their resolve, a moment of quiet contemplation before the next act. With a gentle embrace through the doorway, the figure shares a tender moment with someone unseen, a connection forged in secrecy. The truth explodes into the open, shattering all assumptions. It's a man. Arian Chiron's classmate, Nade, grins widely, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Behind him, two other students look on, one with an annoyed expression and the other with a worried frown. Is he a hidden commoner boyfriend? What a scandal. The text bubble reads, Is this a dangerous secret meeting for a relationship her family is against? She went inside, so just give up now. Nade sprints forward, a determined look on his face. The two other students look on with shocked expressions. For the continuation of the group, Gaha! Nade peers around a corner, a surprised expression on his face. The lock to the basement storage room is picked open. The door to the basement storage room swings open. Nice! It's open. I knew the lock to the basement storage room was slack. Infiltrate. Nade and another student run through the doorway. First floor is clear. Another student stands in a hallway. Nice, we're going to infiltrate the second floor. Check the hallway with your deviate spirit zone. Why do they not? He could hear a woman's voice coming from the other side of the door, the muffled sounds barely audible as they huddled closer. The heavy wooden door stood as a silent barrier, concealing the conversation within. Whispers broke out among the group. One of them pleaded, Let's go back now, please. Another countered, This is a fight that the professor started first. We have no other choice. Then, peering through the keyhole, Nade's expression shifted, a flicker of understanding, or perhaps dread, crossing his face. From the other side of the door, a voice declared, Yeah, you could just go like this today. One of the students suggested, Take this off. The other replied, No, just stay like that. That's prettier. He added, I think we need to stop Eve's dash. The eavesdropping continued, the students' faces etched with concern. A question hung in the air. When is your wife coming? A reply came. She said she would be here in 2 hours. The implications of the conversation crashed down on them. The person whom the professor is seeing is a married man? Sariel, her face a mask of worry, stated, Okay, let's start. Nade responded, We've got our weakness now, so I think this is enough. But Sariel countered, I can't do this. Driven by a sudden urgency, Nate reached for the doorknob, his hand gripping it tightly. I need to stop them. A sudden force erupted from within the room, accompanied by a sharp sound and a desperate cry. Professor! The students were thrown backwards by an unseen force, their bodies flying through the air. A final, desperate plea echoed. Please don't. The sound of splintering wood echoes as the door gives way. Was this really worth it, he wonders? The three students are caught red-handed, their expressions a mix of shock and apprehension as a hand reaches out to stop them. The door slams open, the sound reverberating through the room. Professor Unknown Purple Hair stands there, her gaze piercing. The students freeze, the clatter of their actions now replaced by a heavy silence. You guys! The professor begins, her voice laced with disappointment. Her anger flares, the air crackling with unspoken energy. What are you doing? She demands, her voice rising in pitch. The students kneel, their heads bowed in shame. I'm sorry, that. They murmur, their voices barely audible. Professor Unknown Purple Hair's expression is thunderous. What do you take me for? She shouts, her eyes blazing with fury. A man with brown hair looks down at the students. Do you understand? He asks, his voice stern. We will gladly receive the punishment. The man with brown hair is surrounded by the kneeling students. Just him, one of them exclaims. Traitors! You guys were following me without saying anything. The cloak of invisibility is Nade's as well. He insists that they stop being scolded, assuring everyone that he is fine and the door is fixed. The woman with purple hair questions whether they followed Sienna out of concern. Armin acknowledges that it was his negligence that led to them being followed, but expresses concern that they entered another person's house. Someone offers to bring tea so they can all talk, and they are thanked. Nade, watching Armin, realizes that he is blind. But a sudden weight settles on his mind. He wonders if he is feeling a sense of loss. The woman with purple hair expresses her shock. Nade calls out to the professor, while another student confirms that he is right. The woman with purple hair reveals that Sir Armin is her senior from Alifer Academy, the same magic academy she attended when she was young, and wonders what happened to his eyes. She sighs, thinking of him. She believed that he lost his eyes because of her. A surge of raw energy crackles through the air, the very atmosphere vibrating with unseen power. Barely more than a child, Sienna wades through the frigid water, shards of ice swirling around her ankles. The crystalline structures glint ominously beneath the surface, reflecting the storm brewing overhead. Tears stream down Sienna's face as she recalls the past. The only thing she could do in those hellish days was run away. Nade sprints forward, his voice cracking as he shouts, Sienna, it's dangerous over there. He pleads with her, desperate for her to turn back. No, please go away. Sienna's eyes widen, a single tear escaping as she stares ahead, lost in a memory. Again, Nade's desperate cry pierces the air. Sienna! A deafening crash echoes as the water erupts. A hand reaches out, grasping for anything to hold on to. Both Nade and Sienna cling to a piece of debris, struggling against the relentless current. Their faces are etched with fear, the cold seeping into their bones as they fight to stay afloat. If we hold on until we reach downstream, we could be rescued. Through the torrential rain, they glimpse a massive, submerged structure looming in the distance, a potential salvation or a new threat. She is urged to dive beneath the surface into the churning water. Sienna, tears streaming down her face, can only voice her inability. Nade, determined, tells her to hold her breath. He will keep her head submerged, forcing her to swim downstream if she wants to live. The torrent rages around him, threatening to pull them both under. The sound of the water is deafening. Beneath the surface, a dark shape looms, a submerged structure, promising either salvation or a watery grave. A surge of resolve. Just her. Her eye reflects the chaos, the submerged structure a dark promise in its depths. Tears mingle with the floodwaters. Meanwhile, Sir Armin, once the Academy's most brilliant student, lost his eyes and gave up on being a mage, although we both survived. The green-haired student expresses his surprise. He became a painter. The blonde-haired server brings drinks. Haha, Sienna nagged a lot, right? The green-haired student replies that Sienna worries about them more than anyone else. She's always talking about her students, and they respect her a lot. Before his easel, Sir Armin holds a brush, poised to add another stroke to the canvas. He wonders aloud if it would be too rude to ask to watch him paint. A small, eager voice pipes up declaring, me too. Another questions how he can paint when he can't see. A third voice chimes in scolding, you guys, that's rude. From her bed, Sienna assures them it's okay, stating that she doesn't have much time, so she really wants to paint. She asks if it's fine with Sienna too. It's embarrassing though, she thinks. Back at the easel, Armin continues to work, his brow furrowed in concentration as he applies paint to the canvas. Two onlookers whisper, one stating he knows for sure that he's using his spirit zone. The other replies that although he's not skilled, he should be a zoner, right? Armin pauses, turning his head slightly as he asks, you can see, right? His hands move deftly, blending colors on the canvas with practiced ease. He stood, a figure shrouded in enforced darkness, the bandage a stark white against his sun-kissed hair. A faint tension lined his jaw, a silent anticipation hanging in the air. A hand reached out, gently untying the fabric that held him captive. The world threatened to flood back in, a torrent of sensation waiting to break. His eye flared with an unnatural blue light, a beacon cutting through the darkness. A single thought echoed in his mind, to find Chiron. A sheen of sweat broke out on his skin as the power surged. Something, somewhere would notice. His eyes burned with a white-hot intensity, the small object in his hand mirroring the celestial fire within. He focused, channeling his energy. The air crackles with unseen energy, a silent promise to reveal when Chiron takes notice. A figure stands, back turned, as another with long blonde hair and glowing eyes approaches. A voice calls out, "Simply Nade." Iruki's eyes widen, his hand outstretched. "Sir Armin's eyes," he exclaims. A pregnant pause hangs in the air, thick with unspoken tension. Armin sits with Nade, the silence between them heavy with anticipation. A woman with purple hair sits serenely, her expression unreadable. The figure with glowing eyes stands behind Armin. "It's magic," a voice declares. "It's called Stop." The figure's eyes burn with an intense, otherworldly light. Armin looks on, his face a mask of disbelief. "Impossible. To think I'm in the presence of a mage who has reached the stage of time magic of the speed of light." Armin is commanded to sit. One of the figures suggests that they talk calmly. Meanwhile, a vast expanse of interconnected rooms stretches out, implying that they have lots of time. A dry, humorless laugh echoes. A voice admits to always being nervous, knowing the other would soon realize it. The question hangs in the air. Did the other know they would realize it? A figure with a blindfold explains how normal people receive light through their eyes, reconstructing it into visual information. The same voice declares that their eyes are light itself, and that they knew, upon seeing the other, that they had experienced the same thing. Armin states, "The same thing." The blindfolded figure smiles knowingly. Armin asks if he may ask about something. The question hangs in the air. Immortal function? The very concept seems to echo with untold significance. Neutral, unknown blindfolded smiles serenely, gesturing as if presenting something precious. The door to infinity, he calls it. The perspective shifts, focusing on the speaker, and those who open that door, they're called unlockers. Neutral Armin sits, a faint blue glow emanating from a symbol in front of him. His expression is unreadable. The words resonate, describing the minds of those who open the door, quickly outflowing into infinity. From that act, they feel great power and liberation, the text proclaims, amidst a swirling vortex of energy. Neutral Armin's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of concern crossing his features. The blindfolded man reassures him, "Don't worry, if you don't go over the limit, your mind won't be destroyed." But the words seem to offer little comfort. Neutral Armin responds, a hint of unease in his voice. "Okay, to be honest, I see the universe every night in my dreams." Neutral, unknown blindfolded's expression remains unreadable, a slight smile playing on his lips. Neutral Armin clasps his hands together, admitting, "Yes, I hide it from my friends." He continues, the words laced with a growing dread, "But due to the supernatural feelings, it feels like I'm losing my mind, and it feels a little." He blinks, a strange energy rippling around him, as if the very air is vibrating with unseen power. A sense of understanding dawns on him. The blindfolded figure smiles gently. It seems like he is loved by magic Chiron. The smile deepens, a hint of knowing amusement in the curve of his lips. The figure tilts his head slightly. "First, the symptoms." The voice continues, soft but firm. "The place where you're reaching is the infinite domain, the universe. A person who faces an infinite and overpowering space will feel immense fear. An impactful stimulation like fear will lead to realization, and most unlockers. But the fear that you're feeling, Chiron, is not related to space. You face something very different." Armin's brow furrows, confusion clouding his features. "How do I know what that something is?" "It might be soon, or it might take your whole life." The figure's words hang in the air, heavy with implication. That something is already inside of you, in a state where you can't put a name to it right now. It is something that hasn't been discovered yet. Armin pauses, considering the weight of the blindfolded man's words. "The universe exists, but it is inside of me," he muses. "I have no—" The blindfolded man tilts his head slightly, as if listening to something beyond the immediate space. "Ah, perhaps," he replies. "Is it related to the light and threads I see in my dream?" A faint smile plays on Armin's lips as he listens intently. His brow furrows, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. It might have something to do with gauge symmetry. He wonders, gauge symmetry? The blindfolded man remains still, his expression unreadable. An image of a complex, interconnected structure flickers into existence. accompanied by text describing the perfect physics rule and a world that can be explained with mathematics. It is similar to the unchanging speed of light, a perfect symmetry that looks like a product of someone's will and elaborately set it up like that. Suddenly, the image shatters, the sound echoing in the void. The shattered remains of the structure hang in the darkness, the text now declaring that this symmetry was broken. Armin stands with Nade, the green-haired teenager, listening intently. The universe that we live in. Nade interjects, his expression serious. Isn't perfect. We don't know what broke the symmetry either. The blindfolded man states calmly, it is a nameless existence. Armin's eyes widen, a spark of understanding igniting within them. The blindfolded man's words echo in his mind. Come to you, Chiron, you will be able to find out. The blonde-haired man offers a sincere expression of gratitude. Thank you so much, Sir Armin. A man in a suit, unseen from the shoulders up, clenches his fist, a surge of determination coursing through him. He thinks, I think I can do it. The blindfolded man, seated, listens intently as Armin speaks. I follow my professor, but I'm glad I got to meet you, Sir Armin, he says before adding a request. Look after Sienna. The woman with purple hair stands behind the seated man, her expression unreadable. The blindfolded man states, she's more kind-hearted than you think. The blindfolded man turns his head slightly towards Armin, his expression thoughtful. He is asked, why do you keep it a secret that you can use? The man in the suit is still unseen from the shoulders up. He thinks, you can tell her. The blindfolded man's face is shown in close-up, a hint of sadness in his expression. Sienna always worries about me because of her guilt, but it's not like I've recovered and I want to help Sienna to live her life. A disembodied voice speaks of lost eyes, continuing, so it is not right for her to confine herself to me. Meanwhile, a wide shot reveals a room with several people seated at tables, engaged in conversation. A voice declares, I'm already married. The blindfolded man stares forward, his expression unreadable. The woman with purple hair is shown again, along with a smaller panel of 3 people, their expressions lighthearted. The figures sat in silence, the weight of the unspoken request hanging heavy in the air. A promise was needed, a secret to be kept, binding them together. Armin, ever the stoic, maintained a composed expression, his gaze steady and unwavering. A soft voice broke the silence, a simple expression of gratitude offered by the blindfolded man. The purple-haired woman, working on her painting, reassured someone not to worry, indicating that they were close to finishing. Later that day, outside, Sienna of the Ice was asked by Armin if he should write to her after. The day felt warm, but a chill lingered in the air. The younger students bid them farewell, encouraging them to study well. The blindfolded man bid Sienna farewell, a sense of finality in his tone. Suddenly, a voice rang out, full of excitement. Honey, having finished her shopping, rushed toward Sienna. Honey, laden with shopping bags, inquired if Sienna had finished her painting, her voice filled with concern as she noticed Sienna leaving. A wave of emotion washed over the group as Sienna prepared to depart, Armin watching with a knowing gaze. The blindfolded man and Honey embraced, their affection palpable. Armin, witnessing the scene, was taken aback by the unexpected display. Honey, her voice laced with worry, noticed the flush on Sienna's face, expressing concern for her well-being. An apology hangs in the air, a hurried explanation for their absence. Waving goodbye, Armin, the eyes of light, sees them off. He raises a hand, a silent farewell. Honey wonders aloud if the higher-ups would believe it. The thought lingers. Armin, the eyes of light, had such a stunned expression. She tells someone to stop the nagging. Honey demands a report. There are a lot of small fry along the way, but it's nothing for Armin, the eyes of light. Armin pauses, wondering if it would be better to... He'll abide by the contract, so he tells her to stop saying ridiculous things. Someone asks if they didn't tell Sienna. Armin is reminded not to forget. The lives of the people you love are on the line. The blonde's expression is hidden, but the tension in the air is palpable. The unspoken truth hangs heavy. Sienna doesn't know anything. Professor Sienna strides through the town, her expression unreadable. The students watch her, their faces etched with concern. One mutters, this is bad. One of the students wonders why. The consequences of Sienna's displeasure are laid bare, a dissolved research group. The students stand in a row, watching Professor Sienna walk away. One of the students suggests, eat before we head back. Another agrees, that's right, we're hungry. They're finally out, so they should eat. One of the students sighs, I guess so, you guys will be so hungry since you've all been up to no good the whole day. One of the students eagerly agrees, sure, let's go. Let's eat until our stomachs explode. The students are excited, while Professor Sienna looks on. One of the students suggests, let's lighten up our mood and avoid punishment. Another adds, oh, yeah, I'm going to order something expensive. One of the students explains, she's upset because she's going to be away from Sir Armin, so we should make her feel better. The correct answer? 2 hours later, the academy loomed in the darkness, its many windows glowing with a false sense of warmth. Inside, a different kind of heat was building. A desperate plea echoed through the halls, a student's voice cracking with concern. "Professor, I was wrong. Please stop." A hand, trembling slightly, reached for another bottle. The clink of glass against glass was a grim counterpoint to the earlier entreaty. "One more bottle of wine here." The students' faces were a mixture of worry and exasperation. "Please stop drinking," one of them cried out while another wondered, "What the hell happened to Sienna?" Displayed on a screen, the details of a legendary magic ability. Stop. A power that could halt time itself, but with limitations within the spirit zone. A voice calls out, demanding another bottle of wine. Professor Sienna stands atop the table, as two students plead with her to stop. 2 hours ago, the question hangs in the air. What exactly happened to Sienna? A lavish spread of food covers the table. Someone questions if the professor is going to drink alcohol as a glass is filled. Sienna holds a glass, questioning why. One of the students points out the hypocrisy of breaking into a stranger's house, but hesitating to drink alcohol, as another encourages them to enjoy their day off. The group feasts, one student declaring the food delicious as another offers to pour a drink for Sienna. Sienna scolds them, saying they're too young to be touching things like this. Nade pours wine, thinking he needs to make sure the professor is in a good mood. Another student thinks about getting something from her, admitting he doesn't have a detailed strategy. A sinister grin stretches across his face, a palpable sense of malice radiating from his crimson eyes. The air crackles with intent, a silent vow echoing in the darkness. He would find her weakness. Meanwhile, time shifts forward, the revelry about to begin. Nade's face contorts in exaggerated pain as his cheek is mercilessly pinched. A playful accusation hangs in the air. This troublemaker. Professor Sienna's smile is wide as she continues to pinch Nade's cheek, marveling at its softness. Two figures slump over the table, their faces hidden, but the unspoken verdict is clear. She's drunk. A stern finger points down at two cowering students, their fear palpable. The memory of their success during the speed gun test hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the present. Professor Sienna's expression shifts from playful to accusatory as she confronts the cowering students. Tears stream down Sienna's face, her disappointment cutting deep. Even with talent, she wonders, why are they slacking off in school? The weight of unfulfilled potential hangs heavy, a reminder of the countless others who never achieved their dreams. Nade, seemingly worried, voices his concern, wondering if they think she's a bad professor, even if it's just for them. Ali for Sienna's face is flushed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. A sudden thud echoes through the room. The professor is now sprawled face down on the table, completely unconscious. One of the students matter-of-factly states the obvious. They ate all the food. The students huddle around the table, their concern growing as she remains unresponsive. Panic begins to set in. What are they going to do? They haven't even paid yet. They try to rouse the professor. Another student calls out to the professor, his voice laced with worry. A man observes that the lady seems very drunk, offering to take her back to her carriage. Another man agrees, chuckling at the situation. One of the men laughs, finding the whole situation amusing. The student with green hair declines, whatever offer was just made. The other student looks on with concern. Sienna remains slumped over the table, completely unconscious. Two men in suits stand over the professor. One reaches out, a predatory smirk on his face. Now, the kids should stay out of it. The adults will take care of this. Hurry up and help her. His hand closes in on Sienna's shoulder. The blonde student's eyes narrow, a silent alarm flashing within them. Nade's hand shoots out, grabbing the man's wrist before he can touch the professor. Don't you let go? His blue eyes blaze with fury. Don't touch our professor. The men in suits recoil, their expressions shifting from predatory to outraged. Awe, how dare this child? The man's voice drips with venom. At night, the children should crawl into their mother's arms and sleep. Nade glares at the man, his grip tightening. With one word from me, I can easily get you all expelled. A sudden, sharp cry pierces the air. One of the men unleashes a torrent of blue magical energy. One of the men in suits tumbles forward, seemingly tripped by unseen forces. The others watch, one remarking on the futility of challenging their authority. The blonde man questions why family matters were brought up, noting the distaste for such discussions. Another retorts that those who believe in their support network are the exception. Meanwhile, Professor Sienna lies asleep at a table, a half-empty bottle beside her. Her expression is peaceful, oblivious to the events unfolding elsewhere. A hand holds up a Polaroid photograph, capturing the image of the sleeping professor. The moment is frozen in time, a silent testament to her current state. The news spreads like wildfire, the perfectionist drunk and asleep. A development deemed significant by unseen observers. Someone snaps a photo of the sleeping Professor Sienna, capturing the moment for posterity. The flash illuminates the scene, freezing her in slumber. A desperate hope emerges. They might be able to prevent their group from disbanding. The blond man looks distressed, sweat beading on his brow as he contemplates the situation. Elsewhere, Nate expresses his frustration, questioning why he is the only one carrying the professor. Nate struggles under the weight of Professor Sienna, his face strained with effort as he carries her through the night. One of the chibi characters admits to being jealous, acknowledging Nade's strength. The blond man is told to try using schema, and wonders if it is something he can just use whenever he wants to. He is told that if he can use Spirit Zone, then he can use schema. A woman with reddish-brown hair assures someone that there are magic swordsmen in the kingdom, confident that he has the talent to join their ranks. Arian Chiron's eyes widen with excitement. He is eager to learn, ready to follow the instructions given. The disembodied voice instructs him to focus his eyes on himself, preparing him for a series of leading questions. Chiron closes his eyes, agreeing to follow the mysterious voice guiding him. Submerged in the depths of his own mind, Chiron declares that he needs to feel himself first, the sound of trickling water filling the void. The voice echoes in the darkness, urging him to think deeply about me. A glowing figure materializes, its voice a calm directive. Breathe deeply and slowly, listen carefully, and reply. With a deep breath, Chiron confirms that he understands, ready to proceed further into the exercise. The voice probes, asking about the location where he had his first kiss with Senior. A small, green-haired figure celebrates the success of the trick, gleefully exclaiming how good it was. The truth is revealed, Chiron got fooled. Elsewhere, under the serene gaze of the crescent moon, the consequences of Chiron's deception remain unseen. Under the watchful gaze of the crescent moon, Nade and a man with red hair stood on the bridge, the water reflecting the city lights. Nade spoke, his voice carrying on the night air. Hey. The man with red hair questioned, his voice laced with concern. What? Why? We went through so much. Nade, phone in hand, looked down at another figure, his expression troubled. You know, to get it. Meanwhile, Professor Sienna lay still, her face peaceful in sleep. A voice echoed, Professor Sienna. Today must have been an exhausting and sad day. The folds of her clothing lay still, mirroring her quiet repose. Elsewhere, Nade stood with the man with red hair, holding a card. He stated, she would've. The man with red hair hoped for us to not go through the pain she went through. Nade Seekit, huh? Okay, Fina. Nade's expression hardened, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. But the previous group president left the group to me. His face contorted in frustration. If we disband, then I... The water shimmered, reflecting a fragile hope. A voice whispered, well, I'm sure things will turn out fine. The depths remained dark and uncertain. Looking up, Nade declared, okay, let's do what we can. The man with red hair echoed, yeah. The professor, surrounded by her students, seems taken aback. Alifer Sienna asks, her voice laced with surprise, what exactly is okay? A collective shriek pierces the air, a raw expression of shock or perhaps even fear. Supported by her students, Professor Sienna offers a heartfelt apology. She admits to being indebted to them. Alifer Sienna assures them that she will keep what they did a secret from the school, a promise delivered with a hint of weariness. The camera focuses on the professor's shoulder, the weight of her words hanging heavy in the air. Professor Sienna, her voice firm, declares that she is not going to punish them. She demands to know if they understand. An unseen force seems to emphasize the value of their research group, a point driven home with a downward gesture. Professor Sienna challenges them, her tone laced with a hint of desperation. She tells them to show her a ghost or persuade the school with confidence. One of the students, his eyes burning with determination, insists that they gain what they want. Another student, his expression resolute, simply states, okay. The value of their research group is once again emphasized, the student's voice filled with confidence and pride. He adds, haha, shall we? The unseen narrator urges them to use their brains for once and to do their best, even if they are annoying. A voice warns not to be surprised. The situation, it seems, remains unchanged. A faint smile graces his lips, a hint of relief in his eyes. There is a sense of relief. A question hangs in the air. When did the professor wake up? Someone wonders if a mage should lose their focus from just a couple of drops of alcohol. A few days later, the academy buzzes with anticipation. What is this? A research presentation? Whispers spread through the crowd. When was Senior Chiron a member of this group? Senior a rookie too? What's the science of supernatural spirits? The terrifying truth about Althea's Magic Academy is about to be revealed. A research presentation by the Science of Supernatural Spirits Research Group? The poster proclaims the terrifying truth about Althea's Magic Academy and lists Wiesnade, Mercadane Aruki, and Arian Chiron as coming soon. Senior Chiron and Aruki are joining too? But is this really an academic presentation? A sprawling city of white stone and soaring spires basks in the sunlight, hinting at a place of great importance and history. A distant view of the city, the air shimmering with unseen energy. 10 days ago, the city stood serene against a fiery sunset. Desperation claws at the figure with green hair, their mind a blank canvas. I can't think of anything. A roar of frustration tears from the throat of the figure in the suit, a storm brewing within. The presentation room hummed with a palpable lack of enthusiasm. Sir One sat at the head of the table, a mountain of discarded notes before him. To his left and right, the other students yawned, the weight of the topic pressing down on them. Despite the hours they'd spent trying to stay awake, the presenters seemed to be losing the battle. The discarded notes were covered in topics, but none of them seemed to be working. Even if these topics actually happen in real life, they can't use them. The presenter held up cards with topics like spirit, poltergeist, and exorcism, his expression a mix of frustration and desperation. It had been 3 days since their promise with Professor Sienna, and the pressure was mounting. But what they were researching was this science of supernatural spirits. The purple-haired woman pointed up, demanding to see a ghost or whatever else. How can they show something that is invisible to the naked eye? Thanks to that, Nate has gone crazy. He threw away the photo. Nate stated that he is normally insane, so the blonde-haired student couldn't do this anymore. The student asked Nate about this. Nate seemed to be seeing a ghostly figure. A primal scream tears through the air, born of pure, unadulterated terror. The world spins as he crashes to the floor, the sound of shattering glass echoing in his ears. Laughter, cruel and mocking, fills the room. One of the students proposes a plan, a sinister glint in his eye. How's that? How about we trick them with this, saying it's a spirit? Another voice chimes in, identifying the source of the illusion. That's a lightning shadow. Nate sits up, his face pale and slick with sweat. Ugh, it looked at me, so I got scared. He gasps, trying to regain his composure. A disembodied voice scoffs, declaring that mages don't fall for such simple tricks. A smaller voice retorts, what? But Chiron did. The fear is etched on Nade's face, his eyes wide with lingering terror. Nade, his voice trembling, insists, there's no need to verify it. His hands are raised defensively, as if warding off an unseen threat. The sound of something hitting the floor echoes through the room. The words hang in the air, a declaration of defiance. We don't need. The student with green hair smiles, a plan forming in his mind. Right? Then let's go find Professor Sienna's weakness. A close-up reveals the speaker's suit and tie, a symbol of authority and perhaps hidden intentions. No, I think he thought of a good idea. The fear that grips Nade is palpable, a deep-seated terror that has been triggered by the illusion. Scared because I was fooled by it. A fear that was deep within me got triggered. A voice demands further clarification. The blonde-haired man's expression is one of surprise. The man with brown hair suggests they should change their strategy, aiming to exploit the deep fear within their targets. The strategy is revealed to be a type of psychological play, manipulating belief before providing proof. The brown-haired man urgently declares that someone is going to save their group, while the green-haired man, Nade, is reprimanded for not showering for 3 days. The concept is described as an inverse one and ingenious. The man with brown hair expresses concern that showing shitty magic will cause people who believe in the supernatural to stop believing. He then asks for the magic to be moved around more spookily. Nade covers his face, muttering that it's shitty. Nade confidently declares that he can, if he continuously uses lightning shadow. Energy gathers around his hands, a vibrant blue. He unleashes the technique. Nade lies on the ground, engulfed in the blue energy of lightning shadow. A surge of blue energy crackles in the air, the source unseen. Nade reclines, lost in thought. If he were to use it 24 times per second, the air hums with the echoes of their discussion. One of the figures observes that Nade hasn't slept for 3 days. Another voice interjects, stating that they can't use that. A question hangs in the air. Could they make a machine? Nade's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Had someone looked at him? But there's a problem. The plan is to program the hologram into the machine and move it. A hologram flickers to life, depicting a hooded figure facing a ghostly apparition. Kaya, it's a spirit. The hologram continues its display. But if a person doesn't react to it, then they won't fall for it. The figure realizes it's a fake. He felt like he was being watched. A hand reaches out. Iruki believes he can solve that. How? They're going to make it by predicting their reactions. They're going to adopt the complex system theory. Moving on. After analyzing most reaction patterns, they're going to program it, based on Chiron's daily routine. Predicting that Chiron looks to the left, a ghostly figure appears. A spirit to his left looks at him, causing him to scream. One of the students wonders if Chiron can really do that. Everyone's daily routine at school is similar, so it's possible, but they need a lot. Iruki thinks they need a lot of storage as well, but more importantly, they need a method to send the whole program to multiple machines. Energy won't be enough, someone thinks. Nate exclaims that Chiron can use photon output. He says he can use photon output. In the ivory tower, which leads the most cutting-edge magic, it has been predicted that photon output will be the innovation of information communication. Nate adds, that's what Professor Sienna said. Iruki believes they can create the perfect spirit. Chiron doesn't think scaring them with a spirit is enough. Nate asks if he has another plan. He considered the problem, his brow furrowed in thought. Yeah, but this is what I think, for example. The plan was laid bare. I'm planning to use this psychological trick. Details were meticulously added to the document, the scratching of the pen filling the air. The two peered down, their expressions unreadable. The group gathered around the table, the air thick with anticipation. Why? Is it bad? If you don't like it, we can add a different keyword. The green-haired boy's eyes widened. That's freaking dope. He leaned in, questioning, are really? The brown-haired boy's gaze intensified, a promise in his eyes. If this works, I will guarantee. The stakes were high, that the school will flip that day. The blonde-haired boy grinned, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Really? Nice. The two nodded in agreement. Then the plan was set in motion. I'll create the machine now. The roles were assigned. Iruki would make the program, and Chiron would prepare the photon output. Nate throws his arms up in triumph. The plan to save the group seems within reach. The team gathers around a table covered in notes, the details of their strategy laid out before them. Iruki's expression shifts to concern. Another calculation has revealed a new obstacle. The amount of photon output needed to send the data is far greater than they anticipated, leaving the team in disbelief. The man explains that they need 3 times more than what they currently have. They need to maintain it for at least 10 minutes. The question hangs in the air. Is it even possible? Nate's face is a mixture of shock and determination. The challenge accepted. 10. The pressure mounts, the weight of the situation bearing down. 10 days later, the scene shifts forward in time. The location is marked as Istis, the name emblazoned above a structure of stacked cubes against a bright sky. The cube structure looms, its purpose still unclear. Nate bursts into the room, his voice booming, guys, I hung the posters and freaking hell. Iruki, exhausted from creating movement pattern equations all day, wipes his brow. Chiron, equally weary from training his photon output, listens intently. An excited voice wonders, what's wrong? It's such a big hit. Everyone said they were going to come. Nate, his expression troubled, admits, damn it, is it because we put our names on it? It's going to be chaotic. Chiron, on the phone, remarks that they're going to come watch after seeing a poster like that. A voice ponders the potential consequences. If too many people come, the amount of work will increase too. How many people do you think will come? Nate, smiling nervously, confesses, I'm not too sure. The unseen speaker exclaims that more than half of the entire school will be there. The cube structure is shown again, with the words, get a grip, superimposed. The title card reads, The Science of Supernatural Spirits Research Group's Presentation. A polished shoe taps impatiently against the floor. The air crackles with anticipation, though one voice wonders aloud if it will be fun. The news spreads that both Senior Chiron and Iruki will be presenting. The announcement is met with a mix of excitement and apprehension, as one student remarks that it won't be an average presentation. The student with purple braided hair wonders what they'll show. A lone figure walks down a long path. Whispers circulate about the Supernatural Spirits Group's presentation. It's still who dispersed Black Magician. According to one source, if the presentation fails, the research room will be given back to the school. Of course, the group will be finished. Gone. But it is known that the group consists of Iruki, who has Savant Syndrome, and Chiron. The speaker recalls that it was they who dispersed Black Magician. One can't look down on Nade's ability either. The figure scoffs, noting that they're still low-grade students. What we need to worry about is what happens after the War of the Shady Research. The lone figure continues down the path. A blinding light floods the space, emanating from beyond a doorway. He gasps, his breath catching in his throat as a wave of pain washes over him. His body gives out, sending him crashing to the floor. The world blurs around him, the sensation akin to a violent, uncontrolled descent. His hand reaches out, grasping for something solid amidst the chaos, each breath a ragged, desperate gasp. He collapses against a stack of crates, the click of the latch echoing in the sudden silence as he struggles to regain his composure. Sir One stares at the stopwatch, a grim understanding dawning on his face. So if it's a foolish method that can endanger your life, he thinks, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. If the professor knew about this, she wouldn't stand by. He knows this is bad. The stopwatch reads 5 minutes and 32 seconds. The result of overworking his mentality like this is that he can use photon output for 5 minutes. 7 days remained until the presentation. To achieve his goal of 10 minutes, Chiron knew what he had to do. He sat in silent meditation, resolving to continue until his very consciousness was destroyed. The sudden sound of the door opening startled him. Nade's voice cut through the silence, asking if he was all right. Nade peeked through the doorway, thinking to himself that the goal was far-fetched. Chiron, however, insisted he could make it by the deadline. The task went beyond the level of Class 5, but if he couldn't do this, then their group? Chiron, looking directly at someone, told them not to worry, then asked if they were almost done. Nade responded that he was just about to test it, asking the other person to come there for a second. Meanwhile, a shout of "Ichi-okay" echoed. Iruki lay prone, surrounded by scattered papers. A voice called out, asking if he was okay. Footsteps approached. Iruki, looking as though he'd just woken up, was told not to worry. Chiron, a determined look on his face, muttered that he couldn't stop him either, that he was insane, and that here it was. He appears startled, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Nade kneels amidst a complex array of equipment, while Chiron stands before a device, a small, green chibi version of Nade floating nearby. The text indicates that the last test will be with photon output, and that the performance of the light cable sent by Iruki's father needs to be tested. Chiron holds a spherical device connected to a cable, his expression determined. Okay, he declares. Closing his eyes, Chiron focuses on the device in his hands. His eyes snap open, now glowing with an intense blue light as the device emits a blinding white light. The light cable hums with power, energy crackling around it. Nade watches with wide eyes, clearly impressed. Wow, so cool, he exclaims, a small hee-hee escaping his lips. Nade asks how it is, and Chiron responds that it's not bad. The light emitted from the device forms a vaguely humanoid shape. Elsewhere, rain falls, obscuring the view. Rain lashed down, each drop echoing off the stark, geometric structure below. The downpour obscured the scene in a veil of gray, the air thick with the smell of wet stone. Footsteps approached through the deluge, each footfall a muffled splash against the flooded ground. The sound grew steadily louder, hinting at a purpose amidst the storm. With a smooth slide, the door hissed open, revealing Mercadane Iruki. The rain poured down outside, a stark contrast to the dimly lit interior. From within, a voice called out, "Chiron, it's time for the presentation. You ready?" The words hung in the air, unanswered. Iruki, standing in the doorway, gestured for silence. The air crackled with unspoken tension, a sense of anticipation hanging heavy in the room. Meanwhile, a golden pocket watch spun wildly, its hands blurring into a golden haze. Time seemed to warp and distort around it. Chiron's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He clutched something in his hand, his knuckles white with tension. A voice called out, "Chiron, wait." The urgency in the tone was unmistakable. The voice pressed, demanding, "Did you do it?" The question hung heavy in the air, unanswered. His blue eyes blazing with determination, Chiron declared, "Let's do this." With a resolute thumbs up, he steeled himself, a grim smile playing on his lips. The moment of truth had arrived. A surge of energy crackled through the air, the sound of something momentous about to begin. A large crowd gathered before the imposing academy, a low murmur of anticipation rippling through the assembled students. Laughter and excited chatter filled the air as the students speculated about the nature of the event. A student enthusiastically advertised Alpheus's famous cherry juice, while others urged the crowd to wait in line and grab snacks. A flyer was thrust into the hands of those waiting, the paper rustling softly. Slidermark, recently returned from suspension, wondered aloud at the size of the crowd. Taking a flyer, a student offered a polite thank you as they joined the queue. The flyer's crude artwork sparked a silent question. What was with this poster that looked like it was drawn by a child? A closer look at the flyer revealed the title, The Terrifying Truth About Alphea's Magic Academy. A voice whispered, "Wait." The names on the flyer, Nade, Mercadane Iruki, and Arian Chiron, seemed to resonate with a strange familiarity. "I can't forget this name," a voice thought. The childlike presentation of the flyer raised questions. Who would attend such a thing? Was the presenter truly a genius? Slidermark and the woman with purple hair exchanged glances, a shared curiosity evident in their expressions. The news spreads quickly. Senior Chiron is in a relationship, and Marilyn Maria has finished her 2-month suspension. The student with purple hair urges her companion to go see what all the fuss is about. She seems excited. He grumbles, but concedes that he might learn something if he goes. The student with purple hair declares that the line is this way, pulling her companion along. It's noted that Maria and Mark received special teachings under Thad during their suspension, and Mark got in between Thad and Maria. A group of students exclaim that it's the graduating class, wondering why a graduating senior is present. Someone asks where they are, while another, Amy, exclaims that it's the seniors. And Sariel wonders why the graduating students came to an advanced classes presentation. Students gossip that senior Chiron is her boyfriend. One of the students wonders why they need to see the advanced classes presentation. It's because it's her boyfriend's presentation, and the one who cast a curse on herself is embarrassed. The situation is embarrassing, and someone wonders what a Class 1 senior came for. She tilted her head, a puzzled expression forming on her face. Difficult to see come here? Amy, standing beside her, was told to look over. The emblem on the senior's uniform glinted, a stylized eye crown with a regal symbol. Senior Fermi stood tall, his presence commanding attention. Why was he here? To see the presentation? The thought hung in the air, heavy with disbelief. The students exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend the situation. That's the hell is happening. It's Senior Hershey from Sonar, and even Senior Raikan, who's called the Electric Monster. It's Senior Richard from Alchemy, and even Senior Caden. What? Why is Class 1 at this presentation? What? Do you think they all have in common? Yeah, all of them. There's a rumor that they are all members of a shady research group called Gold Rune. Meanwhile, the presentation hall awaited, its seats slowly filling with students. The woman with purple hair seems taken aback. What could bring the headmaster here? Alifer Sienna chuckles, waving a hand dismissively. The students have prepared sincerely for their presentation, so of course he's here. The professor with purple hair seems curious as she and the headmaster take their seats. A student with red hair looks on, concerned. The headmaster strokes his beard, a glint in his eye. He looks forward to seeing what they have prepared. A murmur ripples through the crowd. There are no seats. The student with red hair appears increasingly anxious about this presentation. The audience is packed, students filling every available space. The hall buzzes with anticipation, the air thick with unspoken questions. The headmaster and the professor with purple hair stand side by side, their expressions unreadable. The red-haired student's worry is palpable, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple. A sudden burst of light and sound fills the hall. A voice booms through the speakers. Magic ladies and gentlemen, a single spotlight illuminates the empty stage, anticipation hanging heavy in the air. A figure takes the stage, the banner behind him proclaiming, "The Science of Supernatural Spirits presentation will now begin." With a flourish, the presenter raises his arm, declaring the start of the ambitious science presentation. A wave of murmurs ripples through the assembled students as the presentation officially commences. The ambitious Science of Supernatural Spirit Research Group's presentation began. 30 minutes later, the air fills with flying popcorn as someone shouts their frustration. The students voice their displeasure. What do they expect from Class 5? To study, stop wasting our time. The students are completely fooled and call this a presentation? Sariel's eyes narrow, a sense of betrayal washing over her. Amy's face contorts in disbelief and anger at the sham presentation. The shady research group, on the outside, they seem and act like an officially registered research group, but the term shady refers to them going against the rules or proceeding with things that they aren't permitted to do. The members are concealed, and often, the list of members are fake, so it is hard to expose them. A single spotlight illuminates the empty stage, awaiting the arrival of the presenter. A figure approaches the microphone, ready to begin the presentation. The topic, the science of supernatural spirits. With a flourish, he raises his fist, signaling the start of something significant. The crowd anticipates the beginning of the presentation, a murmur of excitement rippling through the audience. The presenter stands tall, his arm raised high, ready to captivate the audience. Above the stage, technicians adjust the lighting, ensuring the perfect ambience for the presentation. The stage awaits, the empty seats a silent promise of a knowledge to be shared. The man at the microphone announces, "I will be your MC for today's presentation." The camera focuses on a nameplate, the president of the Science of Supernatural Spirits Research Group, Wiesnade. In the audience, a man and woman listen intently. Today, the main topic of discussion is spirits, the MC declares. A warning appears, cautioning that the scene ahead may be frightening depending on the viewer. Stage lights illuminate the auditorium, preparing the audience for the presentation. Wiesnade stands at the podium, ready to begin. The screen behind him glows with anticipation. An audience member expresses surprise, noting that the students have put in a lot of effort. Neutral, unknown, purple hair, and an older gentleman watch with anticipation, ready to see what the presentation holds. Someone muses that the holographic background is a great idea, wondering what they plan on doing with it. Wiesnade begins, asking if everyone has heard the story of what happened before the school was built. The screen behind him displays a futuristic cityscape, hinting at the advanced technology used in the presentation. A hand gestures, emphasizing that the events took place 250 years ago. The holographic background shifts to show the original landscape. Wiesnade explains that the place was originally a small village of farmers. The scene changes to a depiction of war, as Wiesnade continues, stating that the world was going through the famous War of Conquest. He continued, the diagram behind him illustrating the desperate measures people took to avoid the war. Civilians and soldiers alike sought refuge in the mountains, hoping to escape the conflict's reach. Then, a sudden darkness. A figure lurked in the shadows, unseen but undeniably present. A rustling sound cut through the air as one of the audience members noticed something amiss. The lights. The screen flickered to life, displaying a chilling message in crimson letters. Non-human entities came in. The message pulsed, a guttural sound echoing through the room. Pereg. Fear gripped the audience. Hik. Something really scary won't come out right. One whispered, their voice trembling. And then it did. A worn, tattered boot stepped into the light. A horrifying figure emerged, its face contorted in a silent scream, the sound of its anguish echoing in the minds of those present. The screen revealed the truth. It was a human that was possessed by an evil spirit. A voice cackled, recognizing the tormented figure. Baha, isn't that a rookie? Laughter erupted, a manic sound that filled the room with dread. The possessed Uruki stumbled, a puppet dancing to a horrifying tune. A desperate, choked scream escaped its lips. The audience's reaction was mixed, some terrified, others finding a twisted humor in the spectacle. Ha ha, that's so funny, one cackled, their laughter echoing in the growing darkness. A question hangs in the air, thick with confusion. Was this supposed to be a presentation or a play? The words, and then one night glow ominously. The audience sits in rapt attention, unaware of the unfolding drama. A voice cries out, desperate and filled with longing. Olia, my love, Olia, where art thou? Wiesnade strides onto the stage, his expression unreadable. The voice continues, laced with sorrow. But I lost you, my most precious person. The audience murmurs, engrossed in the unfolding scene. It seems like he was separated with lover when he fled. Confusion ripples through the audience. What the hell is going on? Wasn't this a presentation? And when is that person coming out? A desperate cry pierces the air. Noah, I'm over here. A face contorts in anguish, a silent scream building within. A figure in white appears on stage, bathed in light. A voice calls out, filled with longing. Noah. The sound echoes through the theater. Olia, radiant in her white dress, reaches out, her voice filled with desperate love. My love. The audience erupts in a frenzy. Kya, Senior Chiron. A question hangs in the air. Is that Chiron? A wave of laughter erupts, echoing through the theater. Po ha 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 ha. The question hangs heavy in the air. Chiron, cross-dressed? Amy's eyes narrowed, a flicker of unease crossing her face as she watched the stage. Beside her, Olia seemed equally captivated, though her expression was one of pure, wide-eyed anticipation. The redhead's grip tightened, a silent plea escaping her lips. Amy, get a grip. The tension in the air was palpable, a silent storm brewing beneath the surface of the performance. On stage, the drama intensified. Noah, his voice thick with emotion, confessed, Olia, I missed you. He reached out, pulling her into a tender embrace. The embrace deepened into a kiss, a moment of raw vulnerability shared between the two performers. The audience watched, breathless, as the line between reality and fiction blurred. Amy's eyes widened, a silent denial forming on her lips. Don't tell me, she whispered, the words barely audible above the rustling of the crowd. Nade's face contorted in disbelief, his hand flying to his mouth. No way, he breathed, the words laced with a mixture of shock and intrigue. The purple-haired woman beside him mirrored his surprise, her cheeks flushed with excitement. A wave of murmurs rippled through the audience, a cacophony of whispers and gasps filling the theater. The intensity of the performance was clearly having its effect. The kiss lingered, a moment suspended in time. The blonde-haired woman's eyes fluttered shut, lost in the embrace. The question hung in the air, unspoken but palpable. For real? Amy's expression hardened, a mixture of disbelief and anger swirling within her. In plays they really do it, she muttered, the words laced with a hint of bitterness. The kiss continued, oblivious to the turmoil it was causing in the audience. The stage lights seemed to intensify, casting a warm glow on the two performers. Meanwhile, the scene shifted abruptly, the romantic atmosphere shattered by a sudden, jarring image. A figure lay prone, covered in blood, the stage bathed in an ominous red light. The camera zoomed in on the bloodied face, the eyes wide with terror. The play had taken a dark, unexpected turn, leaving the audience reeling in shock. The stage was awash in crimson, the figure lying prone amidst a pool of their own blood. A blood-curdling scream tore through the theater as the performer clutched at their wounds, the crimson staining their hands. The audience recoiled, a wave of terror washing over them as the staged violence blurred into something far more real. Fall, someone shouted, while others cried, save me. Meanwhile, high above, the stage lights cast long, ominous shadows, unseen by the horrified onlookers below. The metal framework groaned under the weight of the unseen drama unfolding below. Neutral, unknown purple hair touched Noah's arm, her voice a bare whisper. That's a little scary. He swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on stage. Elsewhere, the lighting rig hummed, a silent witness to the unfolding horror. 6 months prior, the source of this story, an old diary, was discovered during research into the Academy's history. Holding the diary aloft, Noah addressed the crowd. The investigation began right away, and the result was a shocking truth. The audience listened intently, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and morbid curiosity. The spirits, which had turned evil due to being consumed by evil spirits, wandered the underworld finding a human to possess. A sinister smile crept across Noah's face, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling light. Until today. The stage lights flickered, casting an eerie glow over the scene, as if responding to Noah's ominous words. Noah stands on the stage, holding a book and a microphone, bathed in the stage lights. A ripple of unease spreads through the audience, a hushed murmur rising as they react to the presentation. The audience wonders if that is the bell that strikes at midnight, but it's not even 7 yet. Midnight, the time when light disappears. Noah continues, stating that at midnight, the evil spirits come out. The audience members exchange nervous glances, their expressions a mix of fear and morbid curiosity. The audience wonders if they've never seen an evil spirit at midnight, but that could happen since spirits only show themselves to those who want to see them. Noah smiles, confident that through his presentation, the audience has gained a little curiosity about those evil spirits. In other words, the audience has all adjusted to the frequency of souls. Tonight, when the bell strikes at midnight, please look around you. The audience members whisper amongst themselves, some expressing fear and disbelief at the prospect of seeing evil spirits. Noah winks, adding that, of course, seeing an evil spirit is only if you're lucky. Noah concludes his presentation, his hands clasped together. The audience applauds, some still looking uneasy, others intrigued by the possibility of encountering an evil spirit. A disembodied voice wonders aloud about the lights being on. The audience, a sea of identical figures, seems to be questioning something. A collective murmur ripples through the crowd. The lights blaze, perhaps too brightly. A voice filled with scorn challenges the validity of the presentation. The audience erupts in protest, decrying the lack of proof or tangible results. They feel they were shown nothing of substance. Another voice laments their foolishness in believing in Chiron and Iruki. Someone expresses their embarrassment regarding the spirits. Amy, face contorted with anger, declares she knew this would happen after associating with the weirdos. She storms off. Olia calls out, asking Amy to wait for her, as the audience murmurs. Meanwhile, Professor Sienna laughs, while the woman with purple hair states that she knew this would happen and that they should forget about disciplining those students. A voice calmly states that this was to be expected from the spirits group, offering reassurance. The woman with purple hair presses a hand to her forehead, a deep furrow etched between her brows. Something is clearly troubling her. Elsewhere, an older man with flowing gray hair addresses a crowd, his voice laced with doubt. Was he wrong to place his trust in them? Turning away from the unseen audience, the old man muses that they wouldn't have started if they were going to end things like this. A slight smile plays on his lips as he looks directly forward, as if seeking confirmation. Wouldn't you agree? Meanwhile, the name Chiron hangs in the air. Footsteps echo through the halls, each step deliberate and purposeful. Elsewhere, a burst of laughter erupts. Did you see it? Their expressions. One of the men, his face flushed with amusement, confirms that he did indeed see it, and he's certain of what it means. Someone claims they can tell everything just by looking at their eyes. The group, including neutral, unknown purple hair, seems to be focused on the seed. Meanwhile, a bell hangs silently. The message is clear. It has been planted. She turned her back to Nade. The word stage 1 was A, hanging in the air. Her eyes widened, a gasp escaping her lips. What a spirit is. A bell tower looms, the massive bell hanging silent within, its purpose now fulfilled. Chiron's expression is one of relief, the words escaping his lips. Stage 1 was a success. A woman's voice echoes, a challenge in her tone. Let's show them what a spirit is. The tower stands tall against the twilight sky, its silhouette a beacon against the fading light. The landscape stretches out, a tapestry of green and shadow under the watchful gaze of the ancient structure. Tick-tock, the clock on the wall marks the passage of time, each second a whisper in the stillness. A voice calls out to Sir One, inquiring, "It's time, Chiron. Have you finished your sequencing meditation?" Sir One stands in a room, a man with green hair, standing behind him. Chiron's gaze is intense, his expression unreadable in the dim light. The air crackles with anticipation as Nade stands in the doorway, a figure with white hair behind him. The day before, Nade watches, a faint flutter audible in the air. The city below is bathed in an eerie, ethereal glow. Hundreds of hologram projectors have been installed around the school, their purpose yet unknown. Cables snake through the structure, a web of connections waiting to be activated. The projectors hum with latent power. The thick cables converge, feeding into the heart of the system. Each connection is vital, each wire a lifeline. Iruki's movement predicting program is about to be sent. The man with white hair warns, "Gosh, watch your feet. The floor is a maze of wires. A single misstep could be catastrophic." Sweat beads on his brow. The man mutters, "It's 5 minutes and 15 seconds till midnight. Wait, 9 seconds. We can't be early or late." He raises a hand, ready to give the signal. The moment to begin is at hand. Aryan Chiron, holding a geometric shape that glows with inner light, nods in acknowledgement. "It's your turn now, Chiron. I'll leave it to you." A voice echoes, simply stating, "Ready." Nade's fingers dance across the control panel, poised to initiate the sequence. The signal is given. Now, a surge of power erupts around Chiron, the light intensifying. Expected of Chiron, arcane symbols flare, the air crackling with unseen energy. Chiron stands bathed in a radiant beam, the power flowing through him. One of the observers murmurs, to think he grew his magic power this much in 1 month, as Chiron's eyes are closed, his expression serene. It's strange. A voice echoes, it feels like I'm pouring water into. Nate status, muftakape. Wow, bottomless bowl. What? Don't tell me. He tinkers with the device, his brow furrowed in concentration as a rookie looks on, concern etched on his face. What's wrong? What happened? The output gauge remains stubbornly fixed. The needle refuses to climb, the digital display frozen at a meager 18%. Frustration mounts as voices rise in panic questions. What's the problem? Can you fix it? I don't know. My calculations were perfect. What the hell is happening? Deep within the facility, a network of cables snakes through a dimly lit tunnel. The only sounds the frantic squeaks of unseen rodents. Iruki clutches a small device, his face a mask of despair. It's over. A close-up reveals a delicate pocket watch, its hands frozen in time. The weight of failure settles heavily on Nade's shoulders as he confesses, it's my fault. A torrent of self-reproach floods his thoughts. I'm stupid and incompetent, and I couldn't craft the equipment properly. He whispers, Nade. The others stand by, Olia's expression unreadable, as Nade faces the consequences of his actions. Tears welling in his eyes, Nade apologizes, I'm sorry for getting you guys involved. Sorry for making you guys a laughingstock. His voice choked with emotion, Nade vows, I'll take responsibility no matter what. So, he declares that he will take responsibility, his voice echoing in the chamber. Chiron refuses, the word a stark denial of Nade's offer. They had all worked so hard, sacrificing their sleep for this. The weight of their combined effort hangs heavy in the air. Chiron's resolve hardens, a glint of determination in his eye. A desperate cry pierces the silence, someone pleading with Nade to stop Chiron. Iruki's face contorts in disbelief, the question echoing his shock. What? Tears well in Nade's eyes, a silent no way, escaping his lips as the situation spirals. A surge of blue energy crackles in the air, a visible manifestation of the building tension. The energy intensifies, a blinding light spreading through the room. An eye glows with raw power, the source of the escalating energy. A lone figure stands at the end of a tunnel of pure energy, the culmination of the brewing storm. The swirling vortex of energy intensifies as voices cry out, begging Chiron to stop. Iruki's face contorts in desperation, questioning why the magic isn't being suppressed. The light intensifies, blinding those nearby, as Nade adds his voice to the chorus of pleas. Tears stream down Nade's face as he voices his fear of someone disappearing, unwilling to abandon the research group or lose them. A faint voice begins to speak, barely audible amidst the chaos. But Chiron, bathed in the growing light, smiles, declaring that he is no longer afraid. The energy intensifies, forming abstract patterns that pulse with raw power. Cracks of blue energy spiderweb outwards, a visual representation of the immense force being unleashed. The air crackles with unseen energy, the very atmosphere vibrating with power. He stands silhouetted against the blinding light, a figure at the epicenter of the storm. The energy continues to build, reaching a crescendo of unimaginable intensity. Chiron grits his teeth, a surge of power coursing through him as he recalls the words of Sir Armin. He is consumed by a radiant sphere of blue energy, the force of it pressing in from all sides. The energy washes over him, yet Chiron's will remains unbroken. He vows that he won't disappear. A guttural sound tears from his throat, a desperate plea echoing in the torrent of power. He knows he needs to remember. Fragments of a forgotten past flicker before his eyes, a scene of warmth and comfort, now distant and fading. Faces swim into view, familiar yet indistinct, a chorus of voices whispering a question. Who? A different life, a different self. Chiron sees himself in a suit, a symbol of a life, he claims. I am. The weight of the past crashes down, a crushing burden threatening to drown him in sorrow and regret. The energy surges, a chaotic torrent of raw power, threatening to overwhelm his senses. He collapses, the weight of the memories pressing him down, the blue energy a cage around him. Submerged in the swirling energy, Chiron struggles to keep his head above the tide of memories. His eyes snap open, burning with an inner light, a newfound resolve hardening his gaze. The memories may haunt him, the past may weigh him down, but Chiron declares he won't run away. A blinding light erupts, engulfing the room and the figures within. A collective scream pierces the air, a raw expression of fear and shock. Nade, concern etched on his face, reaches out. Chiron, are you okay? Nade's eyes widen in horror. Nate! The gauge! He shouts, his voice cracking with alarm. His gaze snaps to something out of view. Wait! The gauge needle rockets past the red line. No, no way. Nade's voice is laced with desperation. You're rookie now. Nade stares intently at a device in his hand, his expression grim. A hand depresses a button on a small, rectangular device. A symbol begins to glow, etched in light against the darkness. The symbol pulses, a silent promise or a dire warning. Night blankets the girls' dormitory, the building standing silent under a sky dusted with distant stars. A sense of unease settles in the air, a silent question hanging. What hour has already arrived? Marilang Maria, a student of Class 7, offers a gentle command, her voice soft as she urges someone to sleep. The thought of the classes looming the next day brings a sigh of annoyance, a brief moment of forgetfulness quickly replaced by the stark reminder of responsibilities. A knowing smile plays on Marilang Maria's lips as she acknowledges the existence of spirits in this world, a hint of mischief in her eyes as she thinks of Senior Chiron. Meanwhile, a grotesque face pressed against the window pane distorts the glass, a silent horror peering in from the darkness. The creature's eyes are wide and vacant, its skin stretched taut over bone, a horrifying visage of decay and hunger. Marilang Maria's eyes widen in terror, her earlier amusement replaced by stark fear as she witnesses the unholy sight. Claws tear through the window, leaving jagged red marks that seem to bleed into the night. The vase shatters, scattering flowers across the floor, a symbol of beauty and peace destroyed by the intrusion. A desperate cry echoes through the room, a plea born of terror and disbelief. What are you? She looks up, her breath catching in her throat. The air grows heavy, charged with an unseen dread. How could this be happening? A voice echoes, laced with malice, demanding to know how she dared enter this place. A chilling smile spreads across a skeletal face, its eyes glowing with an eerie blue light. The sound of something dripping echoes through the room as Marilang Maria stumbles back, a gasp escaping her lips. The skeletal figure stands tall, its presence radiating an aura of death and decay. A piercing scream shatters the silence. Marilang Maria turns, fleeing from the horrifying apparition, her heart pounding in her chest. A deafening crash reverberates through the dormitory. Amy cries out, her voice filled with terror, as she witnesses the spectral figure. A spirit appeared. A realization dawns, a chilling understanding of the danger they face. You too. Then that means. Sariel stares at Marilang Maria, her eyes wide with fear, a silent question passing between them. Chaos erupts as the students scream in terror, the cry of "It's a spirit!" echoing through the halls. Driven by primal fear, the students surge towards the exits, their screams of "Run!" filling the air. The dormitory buildings loomed against the night sky, their windows glowing with an eerie light. A strange, unsettling energy permeated the air, a silent precursor to the chaos about to unfold. The air crackled with unseen energy. A piercing shriek tore through the night, shattering the fragile peace. The sound echoed through the halls, a raw expression of terror that sent shivers down the spine. Panic seized the dormitory. The world seemed to blur as the terrified cry went up. A spirit had been sighted. The very stones of the building seemed to vibrate with fear. The dead rise, their eyes burning with an eerie blue light. A silent, shambling advance begins. A ghastly face fills the vision, its jaw agape in a silent scream. The stench of decay hangs heavy in the air. A piercing shriek tears through the night as an unseen force slams into a figure. They hit the ground, scrambling back in terror. It's a ghost, they cry. Inside, the sanctuary becomes a tomb. The living are overwhelmed, clawing desperately to escape the encroaching horde. Save me, echoes through the halls. The question hangs in the air, unanswered amidst the chaos. Why? From above, the town seems to shrink under the shadow of the encroaching darkness. Do they keep chasing us? A desperate voice cries out. Meanwhile, the ancient buildings stand silent witness to the unfolding horror, their stone facades offering no protection. A desperate plea echoes from within the ornate halls. Don't come closer. The town square becomes a scene of carnage. Screams fill the air as the undead swarm, their numbers seemingly endless. Huddled together, fear etched on their faces, they can only beg. Do something. They are everywhere. The undead advance, their presence radiating a chilling aura. The air crackles with unseen energy as the spectral figures draw closer. With horrifying speed, people are dragged downwards, disappearing into the very ground beneath their feet. The earth seems to swallow them whole. The undead close in, their faces contorted in grotesque expressions. Their eyes glow with an unholy light, promising only death and despair. A piercing scream tears through the night, a testament to the terror gripping the town. Panic spreads like wildfire as the townspeople witness the horrors unfolding before them. Their faces are masks of fear, mouths agape in silent screams. Amidst the chaos, one man pauses, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. What could the reason be? They disappeared? A light? The onlookers exchange worried glances, a shared sense of dread settling upon them. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, a small group observes the unfolding events. One of them notes that there is someone on the roof. A man with green hair addresses the crowd, welcoming them to the presentation at such a late hour. The woman with purple hair demands that someone get down right now. She jolted awake, the purple-haired woman's eyes wide with alarm. The sounds of chaos echoed through the night, a stark contrast to the quiet she'd expected. Clutching a strange, boxy device, she stared at it with a mixture of confusion and mounting dread. What could be causing such a disturbance? Elsewhere, Professor Sienna stood calmly amidst the growing unrest, a small, star-shaped device held aloft. His expression was unreadable. A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd as they gazed upon the holographic projection. The illusion was shattered, the truth revealed. A disembodied laugh echoed through the hall, adding to the growing sense of unease. The purple-haired woman turned to the headmaster, her brow furrowed. "Headmaster, when did you get here?" From the stage, a voice cut through the confusion. The presentation, it seemed, was far from over. The presenter's words hung in the air, a challenge to their understanding of reality. "Do you now believe in the supernatural?" The headmaster scoffed, dismissing the notion with a wave of his hand. They were all fake, using shallow tricks. Whispers spread through the students, their minds racing to understand the deception. But how did they do it? One student offered a possible explanation, his voice tinged with disbelief. They used hologram magic, of course. The crowd buzzed with speculation, the revelation of the holograms sparking a flurry of theories and doubts. The night was far from over. Whispers spread through the crowd. The sheer scale of the hologram, encompassing the whole school, demanded a staggering amount of data and energy. Held aloft, the ghostly projection flickered, a testament to the complex illusion at play. A delighted chuckle echoed. Someone called out, eager to understand the mechanics behind the spectacle. "Can you explain the trick they used, Professor?" Professor Sienna, holding the holographic projection, exchanged a knowing glance with Olia. The level of their joke is quite. Nearby, two students murmured amongst themselves. The thing mages place, the key, it seemed, was to focus on intelligence. The secrets of the trick were buried in curiosity and fascination. They can't hold back their curiosity. "I'm pissed that I got tricked by mere class 5 students." The two students from before looked frustrated, but I don't know what mechanism they used. Olia chuckled, observing the reactions. "They used a difficult trick, but it's not to the point where we can approve their research group." Professor Sienna smiled, the word trick hanging in the air. The professor gestured dismissively. "Isn't important." Olia, however, remained skeptical. "They're still fake. There are no such things." A question hangs in the air. What binds the illusion of spirits to the serious study of the supernatural? The speaker addresses the crowd, his finger pointed accusingly as he demands an answer. With a wide, almost manic grin, he wonders aloud if they still cling to their belief in the supernatural. The truth is revealed. It was all a performance, a carefully constructed illusion. The question echoes, laced with a hint of challenge. Why are they all here? A wave of confusion washes over the crowd, their faces etched with uncertainty. The speaker's voice booms, declaring that spirits and ghosts are nothing more than figments of imagination. Two women stand side by side, their expressions unreadable as they watch the unfolding scene. The emotions they are feeling now, the speaker claims, are the very essence of the science of supernatural spirits research group. He speaks of those who once scoffed at the idea of spirits, now gripped by the chilling touch of fear the moment they believed they saw a ghost. For the seed of doubt, the insidious whisper that perhaps spirits and ghosts do exist, has taken root within them. From the dark earth, a fragile sprout pushes towards the light, a symbol of the burgeoning uncertainty. The suits stand shoulder to shoulder, their words hanging in the air. The existence of the supernatural remains unproven. Yet, from the soil of doubt, a fragile sprout emerges, nurtured by relentless inquiry. That, after all, is the essence of research itself. The students recall a time when such inquiries were dismissed as mere fantasy, a stark contrast to the present. Their research group, once ridiculed, has now proven its worth, standing proudly before the academy. With that, the presentation of the Science of Supernatural Spirits Research Group comes to a close. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the presenter is embraced by a colleague, a silent acknowledgement of their shared journey. A shared smile passes between them, a silent language of accomplishment and relief. Nade lets out a dismissive pht, his expression unreadable. The crowd erupts in cheers, their enthusiasm palpable. "That's amazing." The approval is unanimous, their voices blending into a chorus of support. "We approve. If it's something as extraordinary as this, I'll fall for your tricks as many times as you like. Meanwhile, the group departs, their laughter echoing in the night, leaving the Grand Academy behind. He explored a doubt, revealing what others couldn't see. What did Nade think of the presentation? Professor Sienna, accompanied by another professor, found the presentation very meaningful. The headmaster stated there were no objections, understanding the situation. The professors had made their decision, and they would carry it out. The students celebrated, overcome with joy. A sharp crack echoed. Sienna of the Ice, looking down at the students, called them idiots. The students continued to celebrate their success. It was a success, and the students were congratulated. But were they listening to their professor? The sound of shattering glass accompanied Sienna's declaration. They were suspended. Senior Chiron was really cool, someone remarked. The man beside Sienna looked surprised, as if he had just realized something. A question hangs in the air, unanswered, as someone wonders if they're considered cool. The woman with red hair listens, as her companion declares that everyone wants to surprise the world at least once. Sienna finds the situation unexpected, but reminds herself that she needs to study hard to graduate. One of the students laments putting their time into something as useless as this, tears welling in their eyes. A close-up reveals the legs of someone sitting, perhaps contemplating the recent events. Sienna's expression is unreadable as she considers something deeply. A silent hangs in the air, a moment of contemplation. The two women walk away, their destination unknown. A feeling of jealousy simmers beneath the surface. Someone reflects that an old eagle is better than a cow, and that the graduates left the group to some insolent punks. With the TSK, someone declares they're pulling out, abandoning the idea of taking ISDAs for themselves. They're still Class 5, someone observes, questioning if they're running away scared. Two figures stood cloaked in shadow, their faces obscured. One of them spoke, a low murmur in the dim light, noting that others would soon advance to the graduating class. The cloaked figure continued, suggesting that if they didn't want to go against them next year, they'd better graduate this year. It would be best for the doll-collecting research group to be quiet. A man in a suit stood with his arms crossed, his expression unreadable. He addressed another group, the hide-and-seek research group, telling them to stop. The man's expression hardened, a slight smile playing on his lips. He warned that it would only backfire on them if they were all here like this, drawing unwanted attention. The man's voice echoed a low command, "Let's wait for the right time." Meanwhile, a woman with pink hair stood outside a grand building, a thoughtful expression on her face. The woman sighed, her breath fogging in the cool night air. She muttered that they should stop here because they'll... Her thoughts turned to the annoying shady research group rascals, and she urged them to grow up. The grand building stood bathed in the moonlight, its many windows glowing with warm light. The building stretched high into the night sky, a beacon of knowledge and power. A cascade of blue light descends from the heavens. A hand reaches out, bathed in the ethereal glow. The man murmurs, finding the sight amazing. The old man, stroking his beard, can't help but marvel at the display. A voice echoes from the starry expanse, acknowledging that Chiron has achieved something difficult. The hooded figure declares that they will turn a blind eye for now, hinting that the child might be able to achieve something great. The figure's hand clenches as they consider what they want. The figure's hand glows with power. The figure chuckles, finding the situation fun. Lying on the grass, the blonde-haired youth is asked if he's all right. He replies that he thinks he is, as another youth calls him an idiot for putting his life on the line for a joke. The brown-haired youth smiles, admitting that the blonde is really the best. Nade's eyes widened, a surge of realization hitting him. "Yeah," he exclaimed, the weight of the moment crashing down. The memory surfaced, using the immortal function. Had he not endured it, all of this would have been a bluff? The image of a defense spirit zone flickered in his mind. The voice echoed, a prediction of future success. "You'll go far in life." Iruki's thoughts drifted, a hint of annoyance coloring them. Why were they only complimenting Chiron? They were both geniuses too. Nade's face flushed, remembering the compliment. And Nade, he had created so many machines. The question hung in the air. Was this when they used the saying "the frog trapped in the well"? A voice, laced with embarrassment, admitted, "Who would have thought you would use an expression like that? That's embarrassing." A hand reached towards the cosmos, a silent vow echoing in the mind. "I want to go higher." The thought resonated, like the brightest star. Nade's resolve hardened. The northern star, huh? He had played around enough. So, should he go to the graduating class? The sentiment was shared. Yeah, let's graduate together. If we go into society, so many interesting things will be waiting for us. The boy chuckled softly, a mischievous glint in his eyes. It sounded like a plan, a pact ready to be sealed. A hand reached out, a silent promise hanging in the air. He needed to be sure they were all in agreement. Their hands clasped together, a symbol of unity and shared ambition. They would stay together, become the best. The question of a group's slogan arose, but it was quickly dismissed. The important thing was their bond, their shared goal. Reaching for the stars, they declared their motto, science of supernatural spirits forever, a pledge to their future. Laughter erupted as one of them jokingly suggested they shouldn't become frogs. Graduation was their aim, not stagnation. Together, they would rise above, becoming the best mages the world had ever seen. Their smiles reflected unwavering determination. The academy stood tall against the backdrop of a starlit sky, a beacon of hope and opportunity. The garden, with its key-shaped centerpiece, held a silent promise of unlocking their potential. The next day, the morning sun cast long shadows across the academy walls as someone called out to Chiron, urging him to wake up. One of the figures urges the other to not waste their suspension, suggesting they go out and play. Chiron is still asleep, unaware of the conversation happening around him. It's like having sleep paralysis. He can't move at all. He's trapped in that nightmare again. He plummets through an endless expanse of blue. Is this beyond infinity? The star's movements at the final destination. The shimmering, huge light. Someone is waiting for him again. Chiron finds himself awake, a sense of unease washing over him. It's strange. He always wakes up around here. Something's different. The nightmare's influence lingers. A blinding light pierces through what feels like fractured glass, the sound echoing in the silent space. His eye snaps open, a surge of blue light emanating from within, as if a hidden power is awakening. The light intensifies, a blinding flash that threatens to consume everything in its path. A silhouette begins to form within the radiant glow, a figure emerging from the depths of the light. A sudden jolt, a gasp for air. The sound Paya echoes as he is pulled back to reality. A voice, distant yet clear, declares, "The dream has changed." A sense of urgency fills the air. "What?" someone exclaims, followed by the question, "What change did yesterday's experience cause?" His eyes widen, a flicker of fear in their depths. But he begins, the word hanging heavy with unspoken dread. He lies in bed, bathed in an ethereal golden light, the sound of something shifting echoing around him. A chilling thought creeps into his mind. Is this happening? A crumpled note reveals a reckless plan. "We're going to the casino. If we use a rookie's movement-predicting calculations, we'll be rich." A gasp escapes. "Oh my gosh." He reads on, his worry deepening. "The casino? I feel like they'll lose everything." The note continues. Anyway, for the 3-day suspension, he pondered his options, a furrow in his brow. Should he return home, face whatever awaited him there? The thought conjured a vision of two figures reacting with shock and disbelief to news of his suspension. But the idea was quickly dismissed. No, he couldn't risk it. He needed to keep this a secret, whatever this may be. Standing before the mirror, he straightened his tie, a subtle gesture of composure amidst the turmoil of his thoughts. A slow smile spread across Chiron's face. An idea had taken root, something he truly wanted to do. A surge of anticipation coursed through him as he approached the mirror, a tangible excitement building within. As he gazed into the glass, his reflection began to shimmer, an ethereal light emanating from within. The mirror's surface pulsed with an otherworldly energy, the air crackling with unseen power. His reflection intensified, becoming a radiant silhouette, almost blinding in its brilliance. The light expanded, consuming the space around him in a wave of pure, incandescent energy. Elsewhere, a sense of wonder filled the air, as if something extraordinary was about to unfold. Chiron stood before John Sand Bookshop, a simple leather briefcase in hand, the mundane world contrasting sharply with the recent display of light. After years of relentless study, Chiron decided it was time to treat himself. He wanted to get a novel, something to lose himself in. A stern voice cuts through the air as a woman reprimands a young boy. Another woman stands silently behind him, observing the scene. Swallowing nervously, Chiron enters a building, the weight of the earlier scolding still heavy on his mind. The sound of a bell rings out. A cheerful voice greets him, a woman with auburn hair, welcoming him to the shop. Chiron, flustered, insists he's just there to buy a book, his earlier thoughts echoing in his mind. The woman smiles, encouraging him to look around comfortably, secretly thinking he's quite handsome. Chiron, however, is lost in his own thoughts, realizing she doesn't seem to remember him after 5 years. Chiron gazes at a book, a sense of wonder washing over him. Coins exchange hands, the transaction complete. The shopkeeper expresses her gratitude, acknowledging Chiron as a big spender. Chiron proudly displays his newly acquired novel, its title proclaiming a grand adventure: raise a dragon and then defeat the Demon King. Overjoyed, he celebrates his purchase, his first ever book. Saving up the sponsorship fund from Sir Ogen had finally paid off, Chiron muses, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He felt a sudden shift in the atmosphere as the curtain was pulled back, revealing a new scene. A sense of confusion hung in the air, the question mark a silent echo of his own thoughts. Chiron was suddenly grabbed by a girl with pink hair, her voice filled with excitement as she asked, "Chiron, that's you, right?" The girl's excitement was infectious as she confirmed, "Yeah, it is you. Guys, it's Chiron," drawing the attention of other students. He could only manage a confused, "Huh," as he tried to process the sudden attention. A blush crept across Chiron's face as the reality of the situation began to sink in. Elsewhere, a younger Chiron was engrossed in a book, oblivious to the voice asking, "Chiron, are you reading again?" A group of students watched him from a distance, their expressions a mix of curiosity and amusement. As Chiron and the pink-haired girl approached, the group greeted him with a loud, "Hey, Chiron," questioning if it was really him. The pink-haired girl exclaimed, "Althor, wait, are you Lumina?" Both Chiron and Lumina looked surprised, their faces mirroring each other's shock. Lumina retorted, "Lumina, did you forget what I looked like? I didn't recognize you. You're so pretty now." "What? Are you saying I was ugly when I was young?" A nervous chuckle fills the air, an attempt to deflect the question hanging heavy between them. The villagers press closer, their curiosity piqued by Althor's sudden change in attire. The expensive fabric and noble cut of his clothes are a stark contrast to his previous humble appearance. Althor, the leader of the village children, is back, but something is different. He's no longer the simple boy they remember. The villagers' questions mount, their concern growing as Mr. Vincent refuses to divulge any information. Althor hesitates, unsure of how to answer. The weight of his secret presses down on him. He knows that the truth will eventually come out, but he fears the pain it will cause, especially to those closest to him. Finally, Althor blurts out the truth. He's been going to the Magic Academy. The revelation hangs in the air, met with stunned disbelief. The villagers' shock is palpable, their faces a mixture of surprise and concern, especially for Althor. The man speaks of his destination, the Magic Academy. A member of the group considers the truth and the potential consequences for Althor. The weight of the world seems to rest on Althor's shoulders. Althor, only 10 years old, already carries the weight of responsibility. Chiron is caught reading again. The pages of the book seem to hold Chiron's complete attention. One of the boys remarks on Chiron's intelligence, a stark contrast to their own inability to decipher the text. Chiron looks up, startled by the comment. The boys acknowledge their need to grow stronger and fulfill their duties. In a small mountain village, where dangers lurked beyond its borders, a crucial rule reigned supreme. That was Chiron, as a child, beams with a bright smile. Althor, though unseen, is told, "You need to listen to your leader." The boy acknowledges the words, a soft few, escaping his lips. The leader protects the village, and everyone follows the leader. That was the secret to the small mountain village's survival. The older Althor grins, saying, "I'm going to kick the ball around, so let's go together." The two boys walk together, the sounds of their footsteps echoing through the forest. Suddenly, a voice cries out, "Chiron!" It's Lumina, 10 years old. Lumina shouts, "Wah, I wasn't you tomboy," to Chiron, who is surrounded by other children. Althor's name shouted, followed by the sound of impact. Althor is told, "Didn't I tell you not to bother, Althor? I'm not taking you with me anywhere." Lumina asks, "Do you know how to use real magic? See, can you show us here?" He remarks that it hasn't been long since he started, and that they can't use magic outside of the academy, which is a shame. A man with a wide grin approaches, remarking that carrying around a book hasn't changed since Althor was young. The man wonders what Althor is reading at the academy. Althor cries out in protest. The book is revealed to be something Althor bought for his own enjoyment, which he finds embarrassing. The book is snatched away from Althor, who cries out in dismay. The man declares that it's Althor's precious book that he just bought. The man holds up the book. The book floats in the air. Althor's eye reflects the image of the book. Magic crackles in the air. The book is destroyed by magic. He is suddenly surrounded by a strange, crackling energy. The energy intensifies, taking on the appearance of jagged lightning. The chaotic energy begins to coalesce into a swirling, contained sphere. A sudden, sharp sound pierces the air. A framed painting falls to the ground, landing with a soft thud. With a choked gasp, Althor collapses to the ground, sending up a small cloud of dust. Iruki rushes to Althor's side, concern etched on their face. "Althor, why did you do that?" they ask, while Althor weakly replies, I didn't do anything." Another voice, filled with exasperation, cuts through the concern. "You're not a child, so why are you bothering someone?" Chiron kneels beside Althor, a worried expression on his face. "It happens sometimes, don't worry." Chiron's expression is grim. A voice declares, "Now's not the time to be like this." Lumina chimes in, "Yeah, Chiron. As a celebration for us all being together, we were planning to have a party at Lumina's store." Iruki touches Althor's shoulder, nodding. He agrees to go there and catch up. Chiron smiles, holding a book. He is in. He wonders if he should. He didn't have anywhere to go, so this is good. The man prepares the horse and carriage. Althor is lifted up. He asks if he was picked up. A man can't do anything if he's as light as you. Chiron thinks about Althor, wondering if he became a monster while he hasn't seen him. He can run a business now. Althor will probably become the next village. Althor looks off into the distance. The sound of hooves echoes. Chiron looks concerned. The sound of hooves echoes through the mountains. The horse-drawn wagon trundles along, carrying its passengers toward their destination. Lumina's mother, who runs a restaurant, wonders who the new arrival is. She asks if it's Chiron. Lumina gushes over Chiron's growing handsomeness, stating that she must be so happy. Nade seems to be thinking about something. The group raises their mugs in a toast to Chiron. A table laden with food awaits them. The food looks delicious, and they are encouraged to eat lots of it. One of the patrons thanks the host and promises to do just that. Nade is surprised by the drink, wondering what it is. He then realizes it's just carbonated barley tea. A man takes a long drink. The others encourage Chiron to tell them about school, assuming he is at the top of his class. Someone is so curious that they can't hold back anymore. A young boy wonders aloud if only nobles attend that academy, implying that studying with nobles is a big deal. Chiron, face flushed, pleads with the others not to put him on a pedestal in front of Althor. Someone off-panel remarks that the nobles are all pretty, leading to a direct question for Chiron. Has he dated a noble? Chiron vehemently denies ever dating a noble, stating that studying is already too much. The conversation simmers with unspoken implications. The group continues their meal, the topic of nobles still hanging in the air. A glass of something frothy sits on the table, as Chiron is encouraged to study. Someone asks Chiron if he has any future plans, catching him off guard. Another man reminds the group that Mr. Vincent is looking after the family's livelihood, and that Chiron should look after the family next. The conversation shifts to the topic of marriage, with someone suggesting they need to get married too, but only after finishing their studies. Chiron confidently states that it's guaranteed he'll graduate. The man from before suggests that Chiron should think realistically too, bringing the conversation back to earth. He considered the lessons he'd been focused on, realizing he'd never thought about them this deeply before. His friends were already helping their family businesses, and his father was doing all that hard work by himself too. Iruki didn't mean for the mood to get so gloomy. Yeah, Chiron of it. Nade grinned, suggesting an arm wrestle. It's been a while, so shall we do an arm wrestle? You're good at it. The suggestion of an arm wrestle surprised Chiron. Iruki added, yeah, weren't Althor and Chiron on par with each other? Chiron actually had dense bones. They did it often when they were young. The younger Nade protested, this round doesn't count. Again, Chiron, you're amazing, but to uphold Althor's reputation today. Chiron smiled. Nade suggested, sure, shall we make a bet? Iruki added, hee, how about the loser pays for all this? Nade agreed, sure bet. It's a warrior against a mage. To make sure Althor doesn't lose face, get ready. He was ready, a confident smile playing on his lips as the arm wrestling match began. I'll do my best to endure, but at the last moment, he thought, steeling himself for the challenge. But even as the match began, the realization dawned on him. I'll lose, he thought, his grip faltering. The sound of the impact echoed through the room as the arm wrestling match came to an abrupt end. Lumina gasped as the sudden movement caused her to spill her drink. A voice called out, Chiron, are you? Gullia Kant lay sprawled on the floor, utterly bewildered. What just happened? He wondered, dazed by the sudden defeat. Althor, looking surprised, exclaimed, Author, why did you do that? He admitted, I didn't know. Someone remarked, this would happen. He wasn't like this back in the day. Iruki watched with a concerned expression, sweat beading on his brow. Iruki offered, I'm sorry. I'll pay for it. But Gullia Kant insisted, no. I lost, so I'll pay. His hand reached in his pocket, rustling as he searched for his coin purse. Pulling out the pouch, Gullia Kant chuckled. Ha! I didn't know you became that strong. He lets out a surprised gasp, his eyes widening at the contents of his coin purse. The others look up, startled by the sound. Gold coins shimmer in the light. The children exclaim in awe at the sight of the gold coins. There are really 5 coins. Chiron is asked why he is carrying around so much money. He holds up the coins, showing them off. Gullia Kant looks flustered, sweat dripping down his face. He thinks to himself that he is. Professor Sienna looks stressed, thinking that he is screwed. A loud exclamation echoes through the room as someone reacts to the sight of the gold. Elsewhere, a man and woman watch as gold coins rain down, a small bag already overflowing. The sight of the gold elicits pure, unadulterated excitement. A group of onlookers expresses their astonishment at the sheer number of coins being distributed. Chiron presents a gold coin to a woman, who blushes at the gesture. He seems pleased with himself, declaring, Aha! I'm getting sponsored. Chiron's expression shifts, a hint of unease creeping in as he wonders if he should be so carefree with his money. No, it's not like that. A man looks on with concern, muttering, Oh no. The man's worry is mirrored by a woman beside him, both seemingly troubled by Chiron's actions. The man's face is etched with worry as he contemplates the situation. Another man expresses his frustration, exclaiming that they're making too much of a fuss over mere gold coins. Someone apologizes, seemingly intimidated by the situation. Come to think of it, Althor, A memory is recalled, a reminder of times past. Someone notes that he gets sensitive around Chiron. Ahem, ahem. A pair of hands clap. Geez, did you hear? That's right, since a savage beast appeared in the mountain. Someone else adds that they heard that too, and that there aren't any wild animals now. Nice one, Brett and Martin. Yeah, I heard about it from my dad too. Why do they come this way when they live in the north? Yes. Is it breeding season? Anyways, every time they go out hunting, they come back empty-handed. Why don't we? Us? Yeah. Help the village. You all know my skill. There's no need for the adults to go out when it's just a cow bear. Let's catch it. Iruki complimented Althor on hunting a red bear by himself last time, downplaying the feat. Chiron, standing beside him, looked surprised by the revelation. Althor smiled, seemingly pleased with the prospect of another hunt. The group decided that since they were talking about hunting, they would leave tomorrow morning. Althor asked if he was going to come with them too. Chiron's eyes widened at the mention of his name. Althor confirmed that Chiron always came with them in the past. Althor affirmed that he would come and help wherever he could. The group agreed to gather in front of Lumina's house tomorrow morning. The group celebrated the upcoming hunt with a toast. Chiron seemed excited to be hunting with Althor. Chiron took a drink, looking forward to the hunt. Chiron thought that it wasn't what he planned, but he thought it would be fun. The old house stands silhouetted against the pre-dawn sky, its windows like watchful eyes. Iruki peeks out from the doorway, asking, Chiron, did you sleep well? The knife slides back into its sheath with a soft chick. We're going to leave now. A voice from within confirms. Okay, I'm done. Chiron and Iruki stand ready, backpacks strapped on. We're ready. Another villager gestures, a stern warning in his voice. We're going to leave you behind if you can't keep up just because you haven't done this in a while, okay? A small, chibi-style figure assures, don't worry. Meanwhile, the forest stretches out, a tapestry of green and shadow, ready to swallow them whole. Deep within the woods, two figures work to set a net trap. There, one whispers, okay, let's cover it now. The trap is carefully concealed, blending seamlessly with the forest floor. One of the figures gives a thumbs up, signaling that the trap is set. Back near the house, one villager exclaims, you finished setting up the net and trap so quickly. You guys are so amazing. Another replies, hee hee, we only set the trap. The bow is drawn, ready for the hunt. The archer is confident. Althor does the difficult things. The forest air hangs heavy as the bow remains taut, anticipation building with each silent moment. Nate pauses near a gnarled tree, his brow furrowed in thought. He believes they've reached the right area. The group presses on through the dense woods. The leader warns, should they find it, not to provoke it, but to inform him immediately. An okay echoes back. Iruki and Chiron continue onward, the former expressing admiration for Althor's expertise. Nade's expression is one of grim determination, his jaw set as he scans the surroundings. Iruki smiles serenely, seemingly unfazed by the potential danger ahead. Musical notes float around her, suggesting a lightheartedness. Chiron, staff in hand, seems to be tracking something, muttering about finding where it is. The group believes the spirit zone will aid them, resolving to help Althor hunt their quarry. Chiron's eyes are closed, perhaps focusing his senses as he continues the search. Elsewhere, bubbles rise in a murky underwater scene, the silence broken only by the faint sound of rushing water. More bubbles ascend into the darkness, the source of their origin still unseen. The air crackled with an unseen energy, a crimson glow illuminating the strands of his hair. Althor's eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Something was terribly wrong. What's that, he wondered. A strange synesthesia washed over the area, the air shimmering with an unnatural light. The hooded figures remained silent, their presence adding to the growing unease as the synesthesia intensified. Iruki and Nade stood nearby, seemingly unaffected by the phenomenon, though their expressions betrayed a growing concern. The ground beneath them pulsed with an eerie light, the source of the synesthesia becoming clearer. Althor recoiled, his hand flying to his face. No way, he gasped, the sensory overload becoming unbearable. The air vibrated, the synesthesia reaching a fever pitch. The landscape around them seemed to warp and twist, the reality itself fraying at the edges. No way. His eyes wide with terror, Althor stared into the abyss of the synesthesia, his breath catching in his throat. A voice cut through the chaos, sharp and clear. Chiron. Iruki's voice cracked with frustration. What are you doing? How could you go out of my sight without telling me? The air hung heavy with unspoken accusations. Iruki continued, his voice laced with worry. Because of you, everyone could have been. A bead of sweat trickled down Nade's temple, his expression unreadable. A low, guttural sound echoed through the forest, a sound that promised pain and death. A question hung in the air, is this? Elsewhere, the forest floor was littered with corpses, the air thick with the metallic tang of blood. Twisted limbs and vacant eyes stared up at the canopy, a silent testament to a brutal massacre. A distant scream pierced the silence, a sound of pure terror. A voice echoed, filled with dread. All this, Althor? This is... Iruki's face was grim. Let's go back down. This isn't a mere cow bear. Nade's eyes widened, a chilling realization dawning on him. What? The gravity of the situation hung heavy in the air. There was a consensus. The adults needed to be informed, and the mountain sealed off. The possibility of requesting support from the city was also on the table, though the implications remained unspoken. Iruki, hand on Chiron's arm, urged him to wait. He questioned what support was being considered. Frustration simmered. How could they even begin to formulate a plan when they didn't even know what it was? Iruki's voice rose, laced with disbelief. He demanded to know if Chiron couldn't tell the severity of the situation just by looking at the scene before them. A palpable tension crackled in the air, like static electricity before a storm. The air grew thick with unspoken dread. The question hung in the air, sharp and demanding. What did he know? Raw fury contorted his features, veins bulging, sweat beading on his brow. The pressure was building to a breaking point. A declaration, born of desperation and pride. He was the leader, and this was his responsibility. The woman with the witch-like hat gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. Althor, she cried out, her voice laced with fear. A voice cut through the rising panic, demanding attention. He insisted they listen to him, right now, reminding them that they had been like this in the past. Iruki, his face inches from Chiron's, accused him of failing to acknowledge his leadership. The man's face was a mask of fury, his voice a raw, guttural shout. He would not be treated like an idiot. A bead of sweat trickles down Althor's temple, his expression a mask of concern. He finds himself in a dense forest, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. Meanwhile, one of the figures whispers to the others, his voice barely audible above the rustling of the trees. Guys, do you see that? A voice echoes through the trees. It's crouching there. The forest floor is shrouded in shadow, obscuring whatever lurks within. A hand, calloused and steady, grips a worn bow, the arrow nocked and ready. The archer's gaze narrows, focused on a distant point, the tension palpable. The bowstring is drawn back, the wood creaking softly under the strain. The archer's breath hitches, their eyes locked on the target, sweat beading on their brow. A soft exhale escapes their lips. As the arrow is released, a silent promise of swift and deadly intent. A voice cries out, fear lacing the name. Whatever lurks before them inspires only terror. The question hangs in the air, unspoken but palpable. What is that? The towering figure looms, dwarfing the armed men who dare to stand against it. Their spears seem pitifully small against such a behemoth. Althor's eyes widen, the word barely a whisper on his lips. A monster. The text speaks of an anomaly, something that defies the very laws of nature. The men brace themselves, a guttural cry escaping one of them as they prepare to face the impossible. With a roar of defiance, one of the spearmen charges forward, weapon raised high. The weapon slices through the air, a desperate attempt to strike a blow against the monstrous foe. But with unnerving speed, the beast sidesteps the attack, its eyes burning with predatory hunger. Althor's brow furrows, a dawning realization in his eyes. It dodged the arrow? The text identifies the creature, the wolk. The wolk's face fills the vision, a terrifying visage of teeth and fury. Eyes wide with disbelief, one of the figures gaped. It dodged. The arrow, a monstrous wolf, eyes burning crimson, revealed itself. The air crackled with the beast's raw power. Its fangs dripped with anticipation. The ground trembled beneath its weight. A shout pierced the tense silence. Run. Terror etched itself onto his face, scratches already marking his skin. Panic flared. Run. Where? The group scrambled through the forest, desperate to escape. If we go down, then the monster? A desperate cry echoed through the trees. Go up, to the summit. With a click, the archer prepared to make a stand. The monstrous wolf lunges, its red eyes burning with predatory hunger. Against the backdrop of the rain-soaked forest, the archer stands firm, his bow drawn. A grim determination hardens his features. Chiron grits his teeth, resolving to act as bait. Don't tell me. The arrow whistles through the air. It hurtles towards the monstrous wolf. The arrow strikes. The beast recoils. Chiron slides back, preparing to move, the air crackling with energy. The wolf growls, its red eyes fixed on its prey. He acknowledges the monster's agility and thick skin. It's agile and its skin is thick. In order for everyone to live, this is the only way. The wolf's thoughts echo Chiron's resolve. It needs to be lured. The sound of snapping twigs and rustling leaves grew louder, a predator closing in. The monstrous wolf, a blur of gray fur and muscle, barreled through the undergrowth, its red eyes fixed on its prey. The air vibrated with the beast's approach, a low growl rumbling through the trees. The wolf gained ground, its massive form illuminated by a beam of light piercing the forest canopy as it closed in on Chiron. The snapping of branches grew deafening, the monstrous wolf closing the distance. Chiron, kneeling on the forest floor, whipped his head around, his eyes widening as he registered the proximity of the beast. The wolf's eyes burned with predatory hunger, its fangs bared in a snarl. No, that way is... A wave of fear washed over Chiron, sweat beading on his brow as he realized the direness of his situation. The monstrous wolf lunged, its shadow stretching long and menacing as it bore down on him. Desperate, Chiron began to throw away the heavy stuff, hoping to lighten his load and gain some distance. He sprinted forward, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he pushed himself to his limit. A figure looms over another, who lies prone on the forest floor, his expression pained. A woman, her face contorted with worry, shouts after someone. "You guys go on ahead. Alfred, what are you doing?" His brow furrowed. The man grits his teeth, a fierce resolve hardening his gaze. "I can't leave him behind." A single tear traces a path down a cheek, reflecting the inner turmoil. The monstrous wolf-like creature roars, its name echoing in the air. "Althor!" His boots planted firmly on the ground, the man stands resolute, a shadow looming behind him. He turns, walking away from something unseen, the question hanging heavy in the air. Did Chiron die? The man's face is etched with pain, a single word escaping his lips. Because. A memory surfaces, because I told him to come with us. If I had listened. Tears well up, a silent lament for what could have been, to Chiron when he said to go back down. A blinding light erupts, a surge of energy filling the void. The light intensifies, a beacon cutting through the darkness. A guttural roar tears through the air, the sound vibrating in the chest. A hulking monstrosity, wreathed in shadow, towers over the landscape, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. Panic sets in. A voice, choked with terror, screams, "It's dead." The words hang in the air, heavy with the weight of loss and the chilling realization of what they face. Tears stream down a face contorted with fear. "That was magic, right?" she asks, the question barely a whisper, clinging to a desperate hope for explanation. The sound of frantic footsteps echoes through the trees, a desperate rhythm against the backdrop of impending doom. Gasping for breath, the blonde-haired figure urges, "Run." The word is a ragged plea, a desperate attempt to escape the encroaching horror. A scream rips through the air, a raw expression of pure, unadulterated terror. The scream continues, a high-pitched wail that speaks of unimaginable fear. A clawed hand descends, a swift and brutal strike that promises pain and death. The wolf-like creature snarls, its red eyes gleaming with predatory hunger. Its fangs are bared, ready to tear flesh. Amy's face is a mask of despair, tears streaming down her cheeks as she witnesses the unfolding horror. Claw marks slash across the landscape, a testament to the monster's power and the devastation it leaves in its wake. The wolf-like creature lunges forward, its jaws agape, ready to consume everything in its path. There is no escape. Panic seized the crowd as the unseen horror descended. People screamed, a cacophony of terror echoing through the streets as they scrambled to escape the encroaching darkness. A low growl rumbled in the air, and the man with the scarred face muttered, "My?" The ground trembled as something massive landed nearby, the air thick with the scent of ozone and fear. Then, claws like obsidian daggers descended, targeting Amy with terrifying precision. She was sent sprawling, the wind knocked from her lungs as she plummeted towards the unforgiving earth. The impact slammed into her, a wave of agony washing over her as dust and debris filled her mouth. Towering above her, the monstrous figure loomed, its red eyes burning with predatory hunger. A scream tore from Amy's throat, a raw, desperate sound swallowed by the encroaching darkness. Elsewhere, the man with the scarred face roared in anguish, his voice cracking with desperation. The monster's maw opened, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, promising a gruesome end. Suddenly, the monster's claws closed around another figure, lifting them into the air as terror filled their eyes. A surge of energy erupted, and a voice boomed, "Teleportation!" A pair of eyes glow with an unnatural light, energy crackling around them. A monstrous, wolf-like creature materializes, wreathed in a shimmering aura. The beast descends, its shadow falling like a death knell. A beam of pure energy slams into the earth, the force of the impact booming through the air. Tears streaming down her face. Amy screams a name into the chaos, "Chiron." A hand reaches out, fingers grasping at the ravaged earth. Another blast of energy detonates, the shockwave ripping through the landscape. Amy cries out, the searing light blinding her. The wolf-like creature looms, its form distorted by the surrounding energy. The beast is thrown back, leaves scattering in its wake. The creature considers its options. Asterisk okay. What am I going to do now? I want to drop it after releasing my photonization. Asterisk. She envisions the worst-case scenario, the sting of claws tearing through flesh. The plan to hurl him is impossible, she realizes, not in her current condition. Right now, this monster is sheer not photic. There has to be a way to throw him and make him fall. Something is required in order to use photonization. Something that generates gravity, something that disturbs symmetry. A surge of power. A person. She reaches out, her fingers brushing against the cool, luminescent surface. The touch sends a faint shiver down her spine, a strange energy humming beneath her skin. A soft, almost reverent whisper escapes her lips. I touched it. The surface flares with an intense, ethereal glow, bathing the area in an otherworldly light. A voice echoes, not audibly, but in the mind. Omniscience. Nameless knowledge. A blinding light engulfs everything, obscuring all form and detail. The air crackles with unseen energy. The light intensifies, becoming almost unbearable. A high-pitched whine fills the air, a sound that seems to vibrate within the very bones. As the light begins to recede, motes of shimmering energy dance in the air, like dust in a sunbeam. The scent of ozone hangs heavy. A single word materializes in the fading light. Massachusetts. From the depths of the receding light, a monstrous form begins to coalesce. Gleaming teeth and shadowed fur hint at the horror to come. The creature takes shape, its massive head and powerful jaws becoming more defined. A low growl rumbles, shaking the very air. Its form solidifying, the monstrous entity seems to question its own existence. The creature's eyes snap open, burning with malevolent intent. A deafening roar erupts from the creature's maw, a sound of pure, unadulterated rage that tears through the silence. A dark form pulses, lines of crimson energy radiating outwards, a visual echo of the power unleashed. A beam of pure white light shoots skyward, a concentrated surge of force. Mass, the unchanging physical quantity unique to an object, constant regardless of its state or the environment. It is the physical quantity that determines inertia, the total energy isolated from an object when stationary. Note, the mass of a photon is zero. Infinite mage. A question echoes in the void. Why does this world exist? What does existence even mean? A cascade of light rises, as if searching for an answer. Does existence hinge on mass? Golden orbs drift, heavy with the weight of the question. Why do physical things have mass? The emptiness, once glimpsed in a dream, now looms large. A world of cracking symmetry unfolds, a figure suspended within its fractured reality. If that resembles the birth of something new, the shattering continues, a violent genesis. And if that is the beginning of existence, as I have broken the symmetry, I can't. The hand reaches out, a promise of action in a world torn asunder. Infuse the mass into my photons. A new dawn breaks, or perhaps a new destruction. The landscape stretches out, a tapestry of rock and sky. Tall, pale grasses sway in an unseen wind, their tips reaching towards the heavens. A tremor runs through the earth, a low rumble that vibrates in the bones. The ground itself seems to writhe, the very air thick with unseen energy. From the heart of the upheaval, a blinding light erupts. The air crackles with energy, the scent of ozone sharp in the nostrils. Bathed in the radiant glow, Chiron kneels, head bowed. The light seems to coalesce around him, a tangible force pressing down. He gasps, each breath ragged and shallow. The air burns in his lungs, the weight of the revelation heavy on his shoulders. His lungs struggle to keep up with the demand, each exhale a desperate attempt to regain control. Sweat beads on Chiron's brow, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and terror. The truth he has glimpsed is both beautiful and horrifying. The air vibrates with an unseen force, a silent hum that resonates deep within the soul. Meanwhile, the Wolk lies still, its massive form sprawled upon the cracked earth. Its eyes are vacant, its fur matted with dust and blood. Was it truly dead? Chiron's voice cracks with exhaustion as he speaks, the revelation spilling forth. Sir Armin, I found out what it is. The words hang in the air, heavy with meaning. That unknown wisdom, the key to understanding, is the mechanism that physical objects have mass, the very essence of existence, laid bare. The beast's maw gaped, rows of razor-sharp teeth glinting in the dim light. A thought echoed in the air. If that mechanism were used, Chiron clenched his fist, a manic gleam in his eyes. He could finally put mass in a light. The realization struck him like a physical blow. He had finally found it. The monstrous form lay defeated, a testament to some unseen battle. Still, the air crackled with a lingering sense of danger. Shadows clung to the beast's face, obscuring its features, yet the question hung heavy in the air. Why did it appear in the mountain? Chiron stood over the fallen creature, his expression unreadable. The wind whispered through the mountain pass, carrying the scent of ozone and blood. A sudden realization struck him. Why hadn't he thought of that before? The answer seemed to be just out of reach, a forgotten memory struggling to surface. His gaze lifted, drawn towards the imposing silhouette of the mountain against the bright sky. A sense of foreboding settled over him. A wave of fear rippled through the onlookers. Their eyes, wide with terror, reflected the unseen horror lurking in the heights. His face hardened with resolve. Chiron issued a stark warning, his voice echoing with grim determination. Don't act alone. The assembled group stood silhouetted against the horizon, their faces turned towards an unseen threat. A silent understanding passed between them. Deep within the shadowed forest, a monstrous figure emerged, its form barely visible amidst the ancient trees. A primal dread filled the air. The beast's eyes burned with malevolent intent, twin embers glowing in the darkness. A silent promise of violence hung in the air. The wolf's maw gaped, rows of razor-sharp teeth glinting in the dim light. A guttural growl rumbled from deep within its chest, shaking the very air around it. Elsewhere, someone risked everything, scaling the treacherous cliff face. Each handhold was a gamble, each step threatening to send them tumbling down. Panic seized the onlookers. "Althor!" they cried, their voices laced with fear and desperation. One man, his face etched with grim resolve, declared his intention to draw the monster away. "I'll run in the opposite direction, so use," he urged. The desperate plans sparked argument. "That chance to climb the cliff," one said, while another questioned, "Are you crazy? Are you planning to kill yourself?" Desperation contorted his features as he shouted, tears welling in his eyes. High above, a brilliant light pierced the sky, a beacon of hope or a sign of something else entirely. A surge of energy erupted, a blinding beam shooting towards the heavens, dwarfing the figures below. Chaos erupted as people scattered, their footsteps echoing in a frantic scramble for safety. Meanwhile, Chiron found himself surrounded by worried faces. "Chiron, are you okay?" they asked, their voices filled with concern. Tears streamed down his face as he offered his apologies, surrounded by worried companions. Sweat beaded on the brow of the man looking down, his expression unreadable. Althor apologized for causing worry. A voice declared that they would take care of things. The man yelled for Chiron to run away. The man stated that he was not going against the rules. Feet pounded against the ground as the group fled. A guttural growl echoed through the air. The beast's snarl intensified, a promise of violence hanging heavy in the air. Meanwhile, the wolf gave chase, its massive form hurtling forward. The wolf pressed their advantage, their snarling muzzles closing in on the fleeing group. The air vibrated with their feral energy, the ground trembling beneath their heavy paws. Surrounded by a shimmering blue aura, they raced across the desolate landscape, the wolf's relentless pursuit echoing behind them. The wolf's red eyes burned with predatory hunger, their fangs bared in anticipation of the kill. Althor's gaze hardened, his blue eyes blazing with an inner light as he prepared to unleash a surge of power. A blinding yellow energy coalesced in his outstretched hand, crackling with raw potential. Nade and Professor Sienna watched with mounting concern. "Light, but if you use the same method as last time, it..." The air crackled with an intense blue energy, the scent of ozone filling the air. Althor focused his will, muttering under his breath, "Add mass." The energy intensified, channeling into photon output. The yellow light grew brighter, bathing the surroundings in an ethereal glow. Althor stood bathed in the radiant energy, his body a conduit for unimaginable power. Then, with a deafening roar, the energy erupted, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion. The air crackles with raw energy, coalescing into a blinding light. The power intensifies, swirling and building towards a singular point. A concentrated beam of pure energy erupts, hurtling towards its target. The wolf's eyes widen, a guttural snarl escaping its throat as the energy slams into it. The beast is enveloped in a sphere of crackling energy, the air thick with the smell of ozone. Another blast of energy slams into the wolf, the force of the impact visible in its strained features. Meanwhile, a wave of concern washes over the faces of the onlookers, their expressions mirroring the intensity of the battle. Clinging to each other, they brace themselves for whatever may come. Elsewhere, Althor extends his hand, a silent plea for strength and focus. His eyes burn with determination, a whispered mantra escaping his lips. "My magic. I can do it." The wolf's snarl intensifies, its red eyes burning with fury and pain. Another blast of energy slams into the beast, pushing it back with immense force. He stood his ground, the smaller wolf snarling at his feet while the larger one loomed, a wall of muscle and fur. The air crackled with anticipation. Darkness coalesced around Althor, forming claw-like shadows that pulsed with an inner light, a silent promise of the power he was about to unleash. His eyes flared, twin sapphires burning with arcane energy, a focused intensity that promised devastation. Then, with a guttural cry, the larger Wolk was hurled backward, a testament to the force Althor commanded. A massive paw reached out, claws extended, as if grasping for something to halt its sudden, violent trajectory. In his hand, a sphere of pure energy blazed, a miniature sun ready to be unleashed. The blue light intensified, focusing into a single point within his eye, a conduit for the raw power surging through him. Then, with a silent discharge, beams of pure energy lanced forth, aimed directly at the downed beast. The Wolk was hammered by the onslaught, each beam a searing brand against its thick hide. The raw force of the energy carved deep furrows into the ground, a testament to its destructive potential. The Wolks roared in unison, a chorus of pain and fury echoing through the chamber. Meanwhile, the onlookers could only watch in horror, their faces etched with fear as the battle raged before them. A mage watches the unfolding events, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. However, this magic requires a great deal of focus, but Althor presses on, running forward, channeling the energy. The effort takes its toll. He gasps, sweat beading on his brow as he pushes his power to its limit. The Wolk roars, his red eyes burning with fury as the magic approaches. The air crackles with raw power. A beam of pure energy slams into the Wolk, the impact shaking the very ground. The Wolk cries out, blood trickling from his mouth as the force of the blow rocks him. A bead of sweat rolls down his furred face, a flicker of confusion in his crimson eyes. The realization dawns on the Wolk, his power is waning. The air shimmers with displaced energy. The Wolk's roar becomes a scream of pain and disbelief. The Wolk is sent flying backward, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The Wolk, a monstrous blur of fur and teeth, continues his relentless assault, lunging forward with terrifying speed. The world becomes a chaotic rush of motion as the beast closes the distance. A desperate cry pierces the air, a warning shout lost in the face of impending doom. Chiron, it's dangerous. Please run away. But Chiron stands firm, the sound of his name echoing in the tense atmosphere. He faces the pack of wolves, their red eyes gleaming menacingly in the dim light, the fallen body of a comrade lying at his feet. A grim determination settles over his features. He does have one method. A surge of power erupts around Chiron, his eyes glowing with an intense, otherworldly light. His breath coming in ragged gasps. Chiron's eyes glow with an unnatural light. He has one method. A single tear traces a path down his dirt-streaked face, the intensity in his eyes unwavering. But can he do it? He steels himself, focusing his will. He must maintain his center of gravity within a rushing torrent. Meanwhile, a lone figure stands silhouetted against a vast, desolate landscape. Dark shapes begin to emerge from the dust, their forms monstrous and menacing. Chiron, it's dangerous. Panic grips the onlookers. For God's sake, run. Chiron. The figure, Chiron, stands firm, facing the encroaching horde. He focuses, the air around him growing still. A dangerous method, but necessary. His eyes begin to glow with an intense, otherworldly light. The light intensifies, reflecting off the sweat on his brow. His expression is one of fierce concentration, a silent battle waged within. The world narrows to a single point. The pupil of his eye, now a swirling vortex of azure energy. Arcane symbols flicker into existence, dancing in the air around him. The very atmosphere crackles with raw power. The energy coalesces, drawing in the ambient light, bending reality around a single, infinitesimal point. From that point, a void begins to form, a sphere of absolute darkness rimmed with scintillating blue light. The sphere erupts, unleashing a torrent of pure, untamed magic. The air shimmers, distorting the world behind it. He pushes forward, channeling the chaotic energy, shaping it with his will. The power threatens to overwhelm him. The energy spreads, a wave of shimmering light washing over everything in its path. The ground trembles beneath its force. A primal scream tears from his throat, a release of the immense pressure building within. The spell is unleashed. A beam of pure energy lances forth, cutting through the air with blinding speed. Dust and debris explode outwards from its wake. Multiple beams strike their target, each impact a miniature explosion of light and force. The horde faces its reckoning. He unleashed a torrent of pure energy, the air crackling with its intensity. The Wolk's monstrous visage contorted in anticipation, its red eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger. Blasts of emerald light slammed into the beast, each impact echoing like thunder. A flicker of pain registered in the Wolk's crimson eye, a brief moment of vulnerability amidst the onslaught. The barrage continued, each strike carrying the weight of Chiron's resolve. Iruki and Nade watched in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief at the sheer power on display. A voice, laced with awe and disbelief, cut through the din. How on earth? I can't believe what I'm seeing. Elsewhere, a group stood silhouetted against the horizon, their forms dwarfed by the scale of the battle unfolding before them. The wolk roared in defiance, its fur bristling with untamed rage as the magical assault continued to batter its form. Its claws, crackling with raw power, scraped against the ground, ready to unleash a counterattack. The figure watched, the sounds of ragged breathing filling the air as the battle raged on. The intensity of the fight reflected in wide, strained eyes. He grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow. The energy within threatens to overwhelm him. He can't handle it at this rate. The spirit zone consciousness flickers, the energy shield beginning to crack under the strain. He reaches out, desperate to contain the volatile power before it scatters. That's right. His eyes glow with an intense, otherworldly light, reflecting the turmoil within. Like back then, a memory surfaces, a key to unlocking his control. He centers himself, his hands positioned to discharge the building energy. He has to discharge the energy. Every fiber of his being focuses on this single, crucial task. With a guttural cry, the release begins. The air crackles with raw power. The energy surges around him, a blinding aura of pure force. Let all out. He unleashes the torrent, a beam of pure energy erupting from his outstretched hand. The beam strikes the ground with earth-shattering force, carving a path of destruction. The energy continues to blast downward, the landscape warping and cracking under its immense power. Bathed in the warm light of day, a solitary tree stood sentinel, its leaves rustling in the gentle breeze. Then a sudden rush, a blur of motion that distorted the very air itself. A guttural growl echoed, revealing a monstrous form with eyes burning like embers. The wolk. Its silhouette, a jagged outline against the blinding light, promised only savagery. A surge of raw energy erupted, lancing through the landscape with unrestrained power. The beams intensified, scorching the earth and leaving trails of shimmering heat in their wake. The land became desolate, a barren expanse of cracked earth and withered vegetation. A winding path cut through the desolation, a silent invitation to an unknown destination. Above, the sky churned with ominous clouds, a canvas of impending doom. The wolk stood amidst a pack, their eyes gleaming with predatory hunger, their forms radiating menace. A snarling face, teeth bared in a savage display, promised a brutal encounter. Elsewhere, a lone figure stood upon the precipice, silhouetted against the turbulent sky, seemingly unfazed by the encroaching darkness. He stood amidst the desolate landscape, the air thick with the scent of ozone and the metallic tang of blood. Straps crisscrossed his legs, holding pouches and sheaths, each one now likely empty. His blue eyes burned with an unnatural light as he spoke, the command laced with power. Begone. The light intensified, the words echoing with finality. Don't ever come back here. The wolk's face, a mask of fury and defeat, filled the void. A memory flashed, the wolk's pack tearing through the forest, leaving a trail of broken bodies in their wake. Now, under the vast sky, he stood, each breath a ragged gasp. His face, streaked with grime and sweat, betrayed the toll the battle had taken. The wolk, diminished, stood against the endless blue. Strong arms lifted him, carrying him away from the desolate field. Faces, etched with worry, surrounded him as he was laid down. A voice, weary but firm, cut through the silence. Let's head back. He rested soundly, cradled in someone's arms. The gentle rise and fall of their chest was a soothing rhythm, a stark contrast to the chaos of moments before. Meanwhile, he sat beneath the vast expanse of the night sky, the cool grass a welcome sensation against his skin. The air was still, carrying the scent of damp earth and distant wood smoke. Gazing upwards, the stars twinkled like distant embers, each a tiny beacon in the infinite darkness. A voice broke the silence. When did you come out here? Sir One turned, a faint smile gracing his lips. I had a deep sleep after a long time. He thought to himself, stargazing was the perfect way to spend his time. He seriously hadn't slept this well in a long time. He remembered waking up surrounded by concerned faces. It was his first sound sleep without nightmares or flashbacks clinging on to him. He had wondered where he was, as the others exclaimed their relief at his awakening. He had slept as soundly as a dead man, so much so that the kids couldn't leave his side until he woke up. A knowing smile played on the other man's lips, a silent understanding passing between them. A flurry of activity consumed the kitchen. It was a welcome change of pace, a collective sigh of relief after recent events. The group seemed unharmed, save for Lumina's minor tumble. The atmosphere, however, remained thick with unspoken tension. The blonde-haired child was glad to hear that they were safe, though the recent shock was still evident on their faces. Looking up at the starry sky, the pair discussed their plans. Tomorrow, they would finish the job, enlisting the help of the adults. The reward for the monster's remains would be substantial. Meanwhile, the question hung in the air. What was the name of that monster? The answer came, a single word echoing in the night. Wolk. It was said that the monster's fangs were particularly valuable, a fact that was indeed true. Sir One seemed startled by something, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. A voice cautioned against speaking of such things, even in jest. There was a deeper truth to be acknowledged. The beast's thoughts began to surface. Cyrone's expression shifted, a hint of envy creeping into his eyes as he listened. Elsewhere, the axe lay dormant, a silent sentinel in the snow-covered landscape. Lost in the pages of a book, Sir One sat undisturbed amidst the winter's embrace. The snowy air hung still as one of the figures remarked on Chiron's admirable qualities. The man with the bandage over his cheek seemed lost in thought, a question hanging in the air. A voice echoed, a single phrase resonating in the stillness, his dream. The thought solidified, a quiet affirmation in the face of the unknown. A voice urged, a reminder to seize the opportunity and make it a reality. A faint blush crept across his face, a subtle hint of the emotions stirring within. A gentle smile played on his lips, a flicker of hope in his eyes. A soft agreement, a quiet promise to himself, echoed in the starlit expanse. Elsewhere, a distant landscape lay bathed in an ethereal glow, a silent testament to the dreams yet to be realized. The building stood bathed in the morning light, a silent invitation hanging in the air. You should stay one more day. But a pressing matter weighed on someone's mind, a need to delve into research that couldn't be ignored. Why the sudden hurry? The response was simple, a gentle farewell. Okay, take care, Chiron. The group gathered, their voices filled with encouragement. Make sure you become a mage. Chiron promised to return. Yeah, I'll come visit again. A figure in a suit stood ready, a briefcase in hand, prepared for the journey ahead. Footsteps echoed, a rhythmic tatat, marking the departure. A warm embrace, a reminder not to forget those left behind. If you pretend not to know us after becoming a mage, I'm going to beat you up. Chiron waved, a cheerful farewell echoing in the air. Yeah, see you stay well. The group watched as the figure departed, their silhouettes growing smaller against the vast landscape. A gentle touch, a silent promise to return. The group crowded together, their expressions a mix of concern and amusement. A question hung in the air. If the regret was so strong, should they bring him back? Tears welled in her eyes, yet a faint smile played on her lips. It wasn't as if he was gone forever, she seemed to think. He looked his coolest when striving toward his goal, a voice seemed to say. Elsewhere, a lone figure walked a winding path through a vast, mountainous landscape, their destination unknown. Meanwhile, the back of a figure in a suit stood silhouetted against the light, their purpose unclear. Elsewhere, a figure approached a towering structure of stacked blocks, the name Istis emblazoned above. Back inside, lost in the pages of his book, a young man seemed oblivious to the world outside the window. Meanwhile, Nade's curiosity was piqued. How did one find the research club out of the 89 blocks? Since he was a member of their club, the other student offered to show Nade the way. The instructions began. See the number on the roof? It has 19 written up there. Correct. And you need to look at the door too. He consults his notes, the rustling of pages accompanying his quiet calculations. Since the 19th room had a yellow door, that meant the number was 5. The sound of his footsteps echoes softly as he continues down the hallway, the information solidifying in his mind. That meant there were 3 blocks surrounding them. Nade pauses, his eyes widening slightly as he looks up from his book, a realization dawning. He recalls the equation, the symbols floating in his mind's eye. After labeling those blocks X, Y, and Z, you use the substitution equation. All colors his tone as he murmurs, wondering who could have created such a thing. Wow, who made that? He remembers hearing that one of the first members was a very smart person with savant syndrome. He thinks he memorized the whole of Istis. When he first showed this equation to a rookie, he said, a close-up reveals a mouth, the lips curved in what might be a knowing smile. The door swings inward with a soft creak as Nade pushes it open. Meanwhile, a long, dimly lit hallway stretches before him, another door visible at the far end. Above the door, a sign proclaims, Science of Supernatural Spirits. The sound of a card being flipped echoes from within the room. Phew, why did you flip that? I told you there was a 57% chance of it being a spade. Nade stands before the door, listening intently to the bickering within. What do you mean, I lost so much because I listened to you? You didn't know that the percentage accuracy increases according to the frequency? That only applies when the amount is infinite, you idiot. The hand grips the cold metal of the doorknob, ready to turn and reveal what lies beyond. A page filled with cryptic notes and diagrams hints at a hidden path, a way to find the club when all the clues align, like Istis. The door begins to open, a sliver of light cutting through the darkness, promising answers or perhaps more questions. A montage of memories flickers, each image a piece of a larger puzzle, each a root that grounds him. Faces from the past, moments of joy and sorrow, all interwoven into the tapestry of his life. A precious fate, a convergence of moments, all leading to this singular point in time. He knows a little about where his path lies, a path that seems to lead back to familiar faces. The air crackles with tension as one asks if they lost everything, and another urgently calls out, "Chiron, listen to me, seriously." Meanwhile, a faint smile plays on Chiron's lips, though a hint of sadness lingers in his eyes. What's wrong with him? A message of gratitude hangs in the air. "Everyone, thank you." The smile widens, genuine and warm, erasing the shadows that momentarily clouded his face. Chiron is back, his voice resonating with a quiet confidence. "I'm back, guys." The 48th training area stretches out before them, a vast expanse under a bright sky. Two figures stand in the distance, seemingly preparing for something. With a focused expression, he begins to gather photons, the air shimmering with building energy. The gathering intensifies, the light coalescing into a concentrated point. Nade, observing the process, wonders if Chiron has increased the output. The other man present notes that something feels off, as photons are usually released. The photons continue to be gathered, the energy building to a critical point. With a surge of power, the gathered energy is unleashed. Nade and the other man look on in shock, questioning what Chiron has done. The other man exclaims, wondering what Chiron made a hole with. Below, the ground has been blasted away, leaving a gaping hole. Nade and the other man are amazed, declaring it real magic. The other man scoffs, trying to dismiss it as a joke. He states that it's the magic. Chiron smiles, ready to reveal the name of the spell. He declares it a photon cannon, something the other man recognizes. He explains that photon-type magic is hard to fuse, especially when it involves mixing two or more types of omniscience together. Chiron wonders if they should continue this conversation somewhere else, adding that he has something to tell Nade as well. Meanwhile, the pair are outside the academy, at a random restaurant. Nade pokes at a spaghetti, a look of confusion on his face. He thinks about the mass of photons, and how electricity doesn't have mass. Nade is surprised that mass can be put on something that doesn't have mass. He admits that his head is spinning anyway. Chiron agrees, stating that it is amazing. Nade is thankful that his anxiety has disappeared, and that he found out what the dream was that was bothering him. Nade thinks that if Chiron summarizes this and presents it, the Magic Society might consider it a worldwide achievement. Chiron thinks that even if you know the theory, it will be difficult for someone to put into practice and perform the photon cannon. He adds that it is difficult to understand omnipotence even when you know omniscience. Nade agrees, saying that this may be much more amazing than they imagined, and that he has something he wants to ask. He wants to research this a little more, but since they're suspended, Chiron wonders if they can go to the school's library. Nade is asked if he can take Chiron there, since he can't go to the library for nobles. Nade questions why Chiron can't go inside. To be honest, Chiron wonders if he tells them, will they look at him with unchanging eyes? But at this rate, the two sit across from each other at the table. Chiron thinks that they can't be true friends anymore. Nade thinks to himself that he is not a noble, but a commoner. When he was young, he was abandoned. Chiron thinks about Nade's father being a commoner and a hunter. Nade tells Chiron that he was wondering why his expression was gloomy, so he came to tell them that. Nade is asked if he is saying that because he doesn't know the implications of what Chiron just said. Studying and magic. The words seem to drip with sarcasm as the student's face contorts in a sneer. It seems almost unbelievable, but he just started both this year. The unseen speaker marvels at the speed of Chiron's rise. In just 3 months, he moved up to class 5, and in front of the whole school, he defeated me. The memory seems to sting. And he's dating a genius pretty girl too? The speaker seems almost choked with disbelief, though he insists, this is the main point. The same student, now with a softer expression, declares, "You're my only precious person." Chiron's face is shown, a gentle smile gracing his lips. A simple, heartfelt thanks escapes his lips. The smile remains, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. The reddish-brown-haired student's expression shifts again, now one of bewilderment. What the hell is a precious person? Geez, you're not in. Wait, Senior Amy already knows this, doesn't she? Your identity. The speaker seems to realize something important. Oh, just how far back do you guys go? The student, now leaning forward with wide eyes, exclaims, "Wow, wow. Tell us the details, I'm so curious." The panel displays information about the photon cannon, a light magic technique involving the fusion of photons to cause physical shock. The capital city of Thormia, Vishuka. A sprawling cityscape stretches out beneath a twilight sky, its buildings a mix of towering structures and tightly packed dwellings. Meanwhile, 5 years prior, in the slums of Ladum, heavy breaths echo in the dim light as a figure clutches a green object, their face obscured by shadow. A voice erupts from the alleyway, laced with fury. "Crazy bastard, you dare take our food?" A knife glints in the gloom. The threat hangs heavy in the air. You must really want to die. The figure gasps for air, clutching the object tighter. A whisper escapes the figure's lips. Aaron. Footsteps echo on the damp ground. I finally brought it. In a dimly lit room, Aaron stands before a barred window, a fallen figure lying motionless at his feet. Aaron's breath came in ragged gasps, her body trembling on the cold ground. A desperate plea escaped her lips, a broken whisper of her own name. A voice, tinged with concern, called out to her, offering a meager comfort. Lot, look at this. It's real bread. Her eyes, wide with fear, pleaded silently. You can't die. Please. A desperate cry for help, a name lost in the shadows. Someone. Towering figures loomed over her, their faces twisted into cruel grins. The air grew thick with menace, the scent of stale sweat and malice filling her nostrils. A voice, heavy with triumph, echoed through the alley. We finally caught you. The world blurred as pain exploded behind her eyes, a sharp, blinding agony. A brutal kick sent her sprawling, the rough ground scraping against her skin. The taste of blood filled her mouth, acrid and metallic. Panic clawed at her throat, a silent scream trapped within. Asterisk, this is bad. The place I couldn't let them discover. You rat. Asterisk. Another blow landed, a sickening thud against her ribs. How long did you think you could run for? A strangled sob escaped her lips, a testament to her broken spirit. I led them to it. A guttural chuckle echoed through the alley, laced with contempt. Hee Canis, you are really trash. Two hulking figures loomed over her, one devouring a chunk of meat with grotesque relish. He seemed to savor the moment, chewing slowly as if to mock her despair. Her face contorted in fury, the words echoing in her mind, a desperate promise. If you touch Aaron, I'm going to kill you. Tears streamed down her face, a mixture of rage and helplessness. All of you. The captors mocked her defiance. I'm going to kill you all. Haha, did you hear that? We're going to die. The two men continued to laugh, their voices echoing through the stone chamber. Do you best in the next life, I mean? One of the captors, a cruel glint in his eyes, brandished a knife. What are you doing? Hurry up and finish him. The cold steel hovered above her, a promise of pain and death. If I had power, she thought, a desperate plea echoing in the silence. The captors looked up, a flicker of confusion crossing their faces. Huh. Tendrils of dark energy erupted from the shadows, snaking towards them with terrifying speed. A searing pain ripped through her body as the dark energy engulfed them all. What's this? Aak dash. She lay on the cold ground, the world around Aaron dissolving into a swirling vortex of crimson and shadow. A searing pain tore through her, each pulse of dark energy a fresh wave of agony. Her eyes snapped open, wide with terror and confusion. What was happening? The question echoed in her mind, unanswered as the darkness tightened its grip. A single tear traced a path through the blood on her cheek, reflecting the unnatural purple glow that now consumed her vision. The air crackled with an unseen power, promising only suffering. The dark energy spread, a viscous pool engulfing her body. Each tendril felt like a burning brand, etching itself into her very being. She tried to sit up, to fight back against the encroaching darkness, but her limbs felt heavy, unresponsive. The energy pulsed around her, a suffocating embrace. Her strength failed, and she collapsed back onto the ground, the darkness threatening to consume her entirely. The sounds of the attack faded into a muffled roar. Then, a figure emerged from the shadows, shielding her from the onslaught, a desperate attempt to protect her from the encroaching darkness. The figure stood defiant, a lone sentinel against the encroaching darkness. The air crackled with unseen energy as they prepared to defend Aaron from whatever horrors lurked beyond. Meanwhile, a staff scrapes against the stone floor, the sound echoing through the chamber as a shadowy figure watches from the darkness. Held in the arms of her protector, Aaron was carried through the dilapidated room, the source of the attack still unknown, the destination uncertain. A voice, dripping with malice, echoed through the chamber, taunting and cruel. How was that? Magic is fun, right? From the depths of the shadows, the menacing figure revealed itself, its eyes burning with malevolent glee, a sinister smile twisting its lips. The architect of Aaron's suffering had finally shown its face. His eyes, wide and bloodshot, reflected a terrifying frenzy. The man's face was smeared with crimson, a mask of violence etched onto his features. Clutched in his arms, Aaron lay limp, her own face pale and streaked with blood. He held her close, a grim smile twisting his lips. Bashuka, capital city of the Thormia kingdom, stood as a beacon of civilization against the encroaching night. The city's towering structures pierced the darkness, their myriad lights painting a vibrant tapestry across the sky. Below, the intricate network of streets pulsed with unseen activity, a silent promise of secrets hidden within the urban labyrinth. Within one of the city's grand buildings, the security was tight, a silent testament to the value of what lay within. It was the first time seeing so many relics, each holding immense archaeological value. The conversation turned to the true objective, the mana control system's core. Bathed in an ethereal glow, the Dragon Heart artifact sat on display, its power palpable even from a distance. The artifact was located in the middle of the steel room on the third floor. 15 security guards patrolled the area, their presence a clear deterrent. However, before retrieving the artifact, they needed to secure the core of the mana control system. The restrictions were clear. Spirit zones were unusable within the building's confines. With no other recourse, the cloaked figure resolved to descend personally. A voice echoed, laced with concern, "Yes, be careful." A smirk played across the figure's lips as the name Canis escaped them. The air crackled with unseen energy. They leapt from the rooftop, a silent predator diving into the urban jungle. The descent was swift, a blur against the city lights. Power gathered, a dark aura surrounding them. The air vibrated, a silent promise of destruction. The impact point neared, the glass reflecting the city's cold glow. They drew closer, the intent clear, forced entry. The final moment arrived, the air thick with anticipation. Glass shattered, the sound echoing as the figure crashed through, leaving a stunned guard to exclaim, "What?" The alarms blare, but the figure continues their descent, a trail of dark energy marking their path. Now, they pause, the shadows around them deepening as if gathering strength. Slithering through the corridors, the figure moves with unnatural speed, a blur against the sterile environment. The intrusion is detected. "Intruder!" The cry goes out as guards scramble to intercept. Undaunted, they continue their advance, the dark energy swirling around them like a shroud. How can they move so fast? The guards struggle to comprehend the intruder's speed and power. The figure descends further, a dark silhouette against the bright, sterile architecture. "There's an intruder. Ring the alarm." The call to arms echoes through the facility. Security forces converge, their weapons raised, ready to eliminate the threat. "Get him! He's a mage." The realization dawns, adding a new layer of danger to the situation. The mage continues their descent, unfazed by the escalating response, a storm of dark energy gathering around them. The security forces close in, but the mage's power is undeniable, the air crackling with unseen energy. He plummeted into the depths, tendrils of dark energy swirling around him as he descended into the unknown. Below, the stark geometry of the facility rose to meet him, a silent promise of secrets and dangers. The air grew heavy, the silence amplifying the anticipation of what lay ahead. He continued his descent, the facility looming ever closer, its metallic surfaces reflecting the faint light. His eyes narrowed, focusing on the objective that awaited him within the depths of the structure. A voice echoed in his mind, a triumphant whisper. There it is. The core of the mana control system, bathed in an ethereal glow, awaited its fate. He reached out, his fingers closing around the crystalline structure, feeling its raw power surge through him. The crystal pulsed with energy in his grasp, its light reflecting in his determined gaze. A silent alarm began to spread, its unseen tendrils reaching out to alert those who guarded this place. Meanwhile, the shout echoed through the facility, shattering the silence as the guards realized their sanctuary had been breached. There! Panic flared in their eyes as the guards realized the mana control system's core was in danger. His eyes wide with terror, the man in the blue uniform lets out a strangled cry. He tumbles to the ground, defeated. His body continues to fall, disappearing into the darkness below. A figure in a hoodie watches the scene unfold. "Nice timing," he remarks, "knock them out." Meanwhile, a woman stands in the darkness. Her name is Erin. The woman with the choker calls out, "Canis, wait, you didn't kill anyone, right?" A figure responds, "Don't worry, I just..." The figure in the hoodie peers through a shattered window. "Elsewhere, a soudaine explosion érupte." The blast expands, consuming everything in its path. The air crackles with heat and the smell of burning metal. From a distance, the inferno rages, a testament to the destructive power unleashed. The realization hits like a physical blow. How could they bypass the mana control system and use magic? The figure, surrounded by orange energy, declares, "I won't let you take anything." The ground cracks and glows with an ominous orange light. Two figures stand amidst the destruction, shrouded in shadow. Erin's eyes glow with an eerie light, power surging within. They stand together, cloaked in darkness. The man in the suit is shocked by what he sees. He gasps, "D-darkness magic?" A wave of dark energy emanates from Erin. A sense of dread fills the air. Erin stands amidst swirling darkness, a malevolent power at their command. The man in the suit watches as the dark magic spreads, realizing that the report came in, the mana control system's core had vanished. A soldier wondered if someone had disappeared with it. There were no traces of teleportation. The order was given to find it, to scour the area. The perpetrators seemed young. How could they have bypassed the mana control system and stolen the core? A figure walked away from a brightly lit building, the flaps of their cloak echoing in the night. The question lingered. How had they used darkness magic? There was only one mage capable of commanding such magic. Darkness that engulfed the light. A rare being whose shadow could not be erased by the light, who brought chaos to the kingdom. The Archmage. Victor Arcane. But he had heard that Victor Arcane died in an accident 40 years ago. How could someone use his magic? The building stood silent, a question hanging in the air. Jagged peaks pierced the sky, a silent testament to the harsh, unforgiving landscape. Deep within the earth, nestled beneath the subterranean mountains, lay the capital city of Bashuka. Footsteps echoed through the stone corridors, each footfall a deliberate beat in the symphony of descent. The air grew heavy with anticipation as they approached their destination, the rhythmic thud of their boots the only sound in the oppressive silence. Aaron, holding a container filled with a luminescent liquid, stated, "We have brought the last material." Within a cylindrical tank, suspended in a viscous fluid, lay Victor Arcane. The word master hung in the air, unspoken but understood. The figure in the tank remained still, a silent observer to the unfolding events. Aaron's voice echoed in the chamber. "We have, with this." Swallowing hard, Aaron's resolve hardened. "You'll be able to reclaim the honor of an Archmage, master." With a soft click, Aaron placed their hands upon the container, a surge of energy thrumming beneath their fingertips. A rush of power erupted from the container, a visible wave of energy washing over the chamber. The energy coalesced, engulfing Victor Arcane in a blinding light, his silent form now at the epicenter of a raw, untamed power. He had waited for so long. The bitterness had become a part of him. Now, power surged through his veins, a verdant energy crackling at his fingertips. It had taken 40 years. The green light intensified, bathing the chamber in an eerie glow. For him to finally meet the bastard who stole his power. Victor Arcane's face contorted into a manic grin. Finally. His voice dripped with venom as he spat out the next word. Traitor. The name echoed in the chamber, a promise of retribution. Milch Alpheus. 40 years prior, the air crackled with an unseen energy. Inferno consumed everything. Stone crumbled, and the very foundations of the structure groaned under the assault of the blaze. A voice, raw with fury, pierced through the roar of the fire. "No, this research isn't purely yours." The unseen speaker's rage intensified. "This is my life's research." The name escaped his lips like a curse. Alpheus. Amidst the inferno, a figure stood defiant, their silhouette outlined by the raging flames. "How can you?" The question hung in the smoke-filled air, unanswered. A maniacal grin stretched across the face of the figure, illuminated by the destructive blaze. The eyes of Milch Alpheus burned with an obsessive intensity, reflecting the inferno around him. "This research." A bellow of rage echoed through the burning chamber. Milch Alpheus stood amidst the destruction, his voice booming with possessive fury. "Alpheus." The man's features contorted with rage, his hands outstretched as if to seize something from the flames. Flames consumed everything, the heat intense enough to sear the very air. The inferno raged, a visual representation of the chaos that had engulfed his life. The firestorm continued its dance of destruction, embers rising like lost souls into the smoke-filled sky. The scene fades to a dark, watery blue, the air thick with the scent of mildew and despair. Pale hands reached out into the gloom, fingers twitching as if grasping for something just beyond reach. A voice echoed, laced with the bitterness of hard-won survival. It took him 40 years to recover. 40 years. Milch Alpheus's face, etched with the passage of time, was framed by a nimbus of violet energy. His fist clenched, the sound like the grinding of stone, a low growl rumbling in his chest. His eyes glowed with an unnatural violet light, burning with an intensity that promised retribution. Two figures knelt in the shadows, their faces obscured by hooded cloaks. One spoke, the word echoing in the cavernous space. "Master." The kneeling figure continued, their voice filled with unwavering devotion. They pleaded with him to use them as he wished. Milch Alpheus stared down at his loyal subjects, his expression unreadable, his intentions hidden behind a mask of cold calculation. The two figures remained kneeling, their loyalty absolute, their fates now entirely in the hands of Milch Alpheus. A young woman's expression is downcast, her eyes reflecting a deep sorrow. A man gazes down, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he thinks of his beloved disciples. Milch Alpheus's gaze is stern, a warning hanging heavy in the air. "You must be careful." The truth echoes. Alpheus was once a crazy murderer. The question hangs in the opulent room. Who killed due to greed? A hand rests, still and silent. Lightning flashes outside the window, illuminating the storm's fury. Through the rain-streaked window, a figure stands, seemingly lost in thought. He stands amidst towering shelves of books, the silence of a library enveloping him. A hand reaches out, the sound of a book being pulled from the shelf echoing in the quiet space. The bookshelf stretches upwards, filled with countless volumes. Footsteps echo through the stone archway. Footfalls echo down the dimly lit corridor. The sound, a soft debuk, repeats with each step. A hand carefully sets down a lantern, its light catching on the frame of a nearby picture. A faint daljuriak accompanies the movement. Milchalpias regards something unseen, his expression unreadable. A small, round object is held aloft. The air crackles with energy as the words echo. The thunder is roaring. A hand rests on a table, fingers brushing against a golden pocket watch. Like that day, a voice whispers, lost in memory. A framed picture looms, the silhouette within a dark omen. A single word hangs in the air, don't. Milchalpias stands before a doorway, his back to the viewer, as if contemplating a difficult choice. Meanwhile, in capital city Bashuka, a storm rages. Rain lashes against the towering buildings, blurring the city lights into hazy halos. Within a grand hall, figures gather around tables, their voices a low murmur against the storm outside. The text explains that teachers affiliated with the Teachers Association gather for a regular conference. I understand why the teachers kept protesting their attendance, someone muses. How could anyone possibly maintain a conversation for 3 days straight? Thad, glass in hand, wished he could just go home. The conference had ended long ago, yet some attendees were still deep in discussion. They were amazing, he thought. But there was one reason he stayed. It was so he could talk to her. Ogent Reina was surrounded by admirers. Was her name Ogent Reina? She was an elite artist who was affiliated with the 99 Elite Artists Association. And the court's pianist, the disciple of Melody's American. She didn't get annoyed, even when people were crowding around her. If Professor Sienna's personality was half as kind as hers. Huh. Professor Thad spat out his drink. Did she see me? No way. Hello, Professor Thad. He is met with a question. Ogent Reina tilts her head, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Do you know me? She asks. Of course. She already knows him. She states the obvious. He's a professor from Althea's Magic Academy. Thad laughs, a nervous energy bubbling within him. Asterisk, oh my gosh. I thought I wouldn't be able to talk to her. Asterisk. His face flushes a light pink as he thinks to himself. No way. Does she also? A memory surfaces, a vision of domestic bliss. He and Ogent Reina, cradling a newborn. What should we name our baby? The image zooms in on the child's face, a question hanging in the air. Is Arian Chiron well? Startled, Thad responds, pardon? He seems to have been caught off guard by her question. A wave of negative emotion washes over Thad as he sees a picture of Arian Chiron. Fuck, he curses under his breath. The words echo in his mind, a revelation that stings. Asterisk, she was the guardian of his student. Asterisk. Switching to professor mode, Thad attempts to regain his composure as he faces Ogent Reina. He thinks to himself, asterisk, oh my, I'm glah. Is he getting along with his friends? He's popular with both the girls and boys, asterisk. Thad's envy grows. He thinks, asterisk, I'm envious, haha. He even has a girlfriend, asterisk. She beams, a radiant smile illuminating her face as the words hang in the air. Ogent Reina is known to be the prettiest student in the academy. Thad watches her, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He's doing well, I'm glad, he murmurs, relief evident in his tone. A disembodied voice echoes, offering to relay a message. Is there something you need me to tell him? If you leave a message with me. Reassurance washes over the scene. Just glad he's doing well. Please don't worry. I'm not. Professor Thad speaks with pride, boasting, but Althea's Magic Academy is a prestigious academy that is recognized. Ogent Reina responds, her expression serious. Rest assured, we will do our best, so leave him in our hands. Oh my. A soft glow surrounds Ogent Reina as she expresses her gratitude. Thank you, Professor. Thad's gaze softens, a hint of resignation in his voice. I'll leave Chiron to you. A close-up reveals Thad's inner turmoil, his thoughts swirling. It's fate that we met. Professor Thad extends an invitation, his tone hopeful. How about we travel to Craze tomorrow together? I also want. Thad's expression shifts, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. But I have a concert in Bashuka. Could I also watch your concert? A chibi Ogent Reina responds with delight. It would be my pleasure. Thad cheers, Yahoo! She listened intently as Thad began, admitting his worry that the recent troubles in the capital would impact attendance. Ogent Reina revealed the grim news. Inferno had been ambushed, and a B-class criminal had escaped. The escaped criminal, she added, was an unidentified dark mage. Thad grimaced, explaining that the capital was practically under martial law because of it. A single tear traced a path down his cheek, betraying a deeper turmoil. The word hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. Mage? Ogent Reyna, sensing his distress, pressed him for details. Can you please tell me the details? His expression hardened, a decision seemingly made. With a hurried apology, Thad turned and strode away. I'm sorry. I have somewhere urgent to get to. Ogent Reyna, standing in place, could only utter a questioning pardon as the professor turned to leave. With quickening steps, Thad moved away, the sound of his departure echoing through the halls. Ogent Reyna called after him, her voice laced with concern. Professor, where are you going? The question hung in the air as Thad continued his brisk exit. Ogent Reyna's voice echoed once more, a desperate plea. Professor? He broke into a run, his face grim. The words escaped his lips, a hurried explanation. Dark Mage. His eyes narrowed, a steely resolve hardening his gaze. Criminal has escaped, he thought. There's no doubt about it. A desk sat in disarray, papers scattered across its surface, hinting at the urgency of the situation. It's his way of doing things. The words echoed in his mind, a hurried justification. I'm on a business trip. The night before, Inferno Criminal Housing Facility burned, flames licking at the night sky, a testament to the chaos unleashed. The sign read, Inferno Criminal Housing Facility, a stark reminder of the prison's purpose, now violated. Damn it, for it to happen while a figure impaled by blade could only manage a strangled. You ugh! The sword, dripping with dark energy, stood as a silent testament to the brutality of the act. A lone figure plummets from above, suspended by a tendril of pure shadow. The air crackles with unseen energy as they descend into the unknown. The silence is shattered by a resonating boom, a sound that seems to vibrate through the very bones of the earth. 3 more figures follow, each tethered to the darkness, their descent a silent invasion of this forsaken place. From a rent in reality, a hand emerges, its touch promising only shadow and despair. Dark magic, it was said, possessed 2 distinct traits: absorption and assimilation. It absorbed energy and assimilated that into a property. The darkness his willpower received could make small physical attacks. The darkness manifested, tendrils reaching out. A slithering sound echoed as the darkness crept forward. The slithering continued, the darkness spreading. A voice called out, addressing someone as Master. A declaration echoes, their savior, who rescued Aaron and another from hell itself. Archmage Arcane's gaze is intense, a subtle encouragement escaping his lips. If one were to work just a little more. Dark magic seeps into the world, its presence palpable. The land itself seems to writhe under the influence of the encroaching darkness. A voice whispers of engulfment as tendrils of shadow reach out. The encroaching darkness twists and contorts, a symphony of shadows. Meanwhile, a figure emerges, eyes glowing with an ominous light. Hands clench, a silent prelude to unseen actions. The darkness swirls, a prelude to chaos. A sinister smile spreads across his face, a promise of malice. A scene of carnage unfolds, a horrifying scream piercing the air. A desperate plea echoes amidst the bloodshed. Save me! A desperate cry echoes through the darkness as a man reaches out, his face contorted in fear. Purple runes flare around him, a desperate plea for salvation hanging in the air. Dark spikes erupt, impaling figures caught in their path. The scene is one of brutal, merciless destruction. The menacing figure looms, a shadowy behemoth crushing all beneath its might. The air crackles with dark energy as it continues its assault. Elsewhere, 2 figures stand silhouetted against a dim backdrop, their conversation unheard but undoubtedly grave. The words hang in the air, a stark declaration. This has nothing to do with their master's revenge. Aaron, his gaze distant, questions the necessity of such extreme measures. Oh, he begins, the rest of his thought left unspoken. A sinister smile spreads across a face, the only answer being that all they need to do is trust their master. The unspoken truth hangs heavy. They already know what must be done. The shadowy figure, their master, does not engage in meaningless acts. Only things of consequence. Her eyes glowing with an eerie purple light, she understands. She understands Canis. A figure sits submerged, the water reflecting the eerie glow emanating from their eyes. The path descends, the air growing heavy with the scent of damp stone and something else, something ancient and unknown. Further down, robed figures make their way, their destination unseen. The path stretches onward, the walls lined with torches that cast long, dancing shadows. Stone steps lead deeper into the earth, each footfall echoing in the oppressive silence. The architecture shifts, the walls now lined with massive, cylindrical structures, hinting at some forgotten purpose. The path twists and turns, the air growing thick with anticipation. The silence is broken only by the faint sound of dripping water, a constant reminder of the depths below. A complex pattern is etched into the floor, a testament to a skill that draws admiration. Figures with glowing eyes gather, their expressions unreadable in the dim light. Are you a mage? One asks, as another wonders why children were brought along. Amidst the laughter, one introduces himself. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Nightcat Kraken. He stood before them, a figure of quiet menace in the dimly lit chamber. Nightcat Kraken's voice echoed, a low rumble that seemed to vibrate through the very stone beneath their feet. Well, you already know. The old man's gaze intensified, his eyes glinting with an unsettling amusement. Nightcat Kraken's lips curled into a cruel smile. I've finally come to fish, but it's filled with small fry. A collective gasp rippled through the assembled group. What? The insult hung heavy in the air, a spark igniting their simmering rage. The air crackled with rising tension. Did that old man just call us small fry? Another voice questioned, laced with disbelief and fury. Who cares if you're a mage? Muscles tensed, fists clenched. We'll just crush you with our numbers. A roar erupted, a unified battle cry. Get him! The group surged forward, a wave of bodies crashing towards Nightcat Kraken. But then, an unnatural darkness descended, swallowing the light. What? It's dark all of a sudden. I can't see anything. Panic seized them as the very walls seemed to shift. Hey, TH, the wall's coming closer. The darkness pressed in, the stone closing in around them. What? It really is. What are you doing? Fuck. Hurry up and get out. The press of bodies intensified, a cacophony of desperate cries filling the air. The unseen force continued to compress the space, turning the crowd into a writhing mass of panic. Stop pushing! Someone screamed, their voice barely audible above the din. The air grew thick with a stench of sweat and fear as the walls seemed to close in. We can't escape! Another voice shrieked, laced with pure terror. A guttural damn escaped someone's lips, a sound of utter resignation. A distorted face, contorted in agony, filled the narrowing space. Damn it! The unseen person roared, their voice echoing with frustration and rage. The sound of crushing filled the air, a horrifying symphony of destruction and despair. The screams intensified, a chorus of agony as the unseen force tightened its grip. Meanwhile, two figures stood in the shadows, observing the unfolding horror. A faint sound, like the rustling of cloth, barely registered amidst the chaos. The sickening crunch of bone and the wet squelch of flesh echoed through the chamber, a grim testament to the power at play. Elsewhere, the floor was slick with blood, reflecting the flickering light of two torches. The air hung heavy with a metallic tang of iron and the cloying sweetness of death. A body lay sprawled amidst the carnage, a dark pool of blood slowly spreading beneath it. A faint trickle could be heard, the last vestige of life draining away. Meanwhile, a disembodied thought echoed in the mind of an unknown observer. Was that a schema? A figure with a weathered face and a long, dark beard regarded the scene with a knowing gaze. You hide your presence very well, he mused, his voice a low rumble. Elsewhere, heavy chains bound his wrists, the cold metal biting into his skin. A soft hiss escaped his lips, a sound of annoyance or perhaps resignation. Canis, his gaze falling upon the tattoo adorning his arm, muttered a defeated, "Oh no." He stands, the cold stone floor biting at his bare feet. The heavy chains clink softly with each slight movement. A resigned acceptance settles over him. He's been caught. From the shadows, a voice cuts through the silence, laced with disbelief and anger. Crazy bastards. Why are you doing this? An aged face emerges, eyes narrowed with suspicion. The question hangs heavy in the air. Are you planning to revolt against the kingdom? Canis's throat tightens. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple as he swallows hard, the weight of the accusation pressing down on him. Two figures emerge from the darkness, their faces obscured by shadow. They approach, their purpose unknown, their presence a silent threat. The chains, cold and unforgiving, bind him. Each link a testament to his captivity, a symbol of his lost freedom. Sparks dance around the metal, hinting at some unseen force at play. A figure with long, flowing white hair stands bathed in an ethereal glow. Their back is turned, their intentions a mystery. Energy crackles around the white-haired figure, a vibrant display of raw power. The air shimmers with heat, a silent promise of destruction. The camera focuses on Canis's bound arm, the metal biting into his skin. A faint tremor runs through his body, a sign of the strain he's under. He strains against his bonds, his mind reaching out, desperate. I can barely connect with him. A dark figure stands wreathed in shadow, a swirling vortex of energy surrounding them. It feels like the shock is being absorbed. The question hangs in the air, thick with apprehension. Just who the hell is this guy? The old man's voice echoed through the chamber, his words carrying a weight of judgment. Canis, however, was focused on a more immediate challenge. With a grunt, he slammed his hands against the massive rock, the sound of cracking stone filling the air. His eyes narrowed, a fierce determination burning within them. He had never auditioned for anything, and he wasn't about to start now. The old man watched, his expression unreadable as the sounds of Canis's struggle reverberated through the chamber. The air crackled with energy as Canis pushed himself to his limit. Standing on the precipice of freedom, he knew he couldn't afford to fail. Frustration mounting, Canis slammed his fist against the unyielding barrier. "Shit, this won't do," he roared. His face contorted in a mask of rage and desperation, the weight of his imprisonment pressing down on him. The sound of shattering echoed through the chamber. The force of his will began to manifest. With a final desperate surge, the chains that bound him finally gave way, clattering to the ground in broken pieces. Meanwhile, a disembodied voice echoed, a chilling reminder of the forces at play. Money is what makes you move. The figure, back turned, listens as a voice promises a lucrative opportunity. The unseen speaker emphasizes the potential for great wealth. A gruff voice cuts through the air, a question hanging heavy with implication. "Are you interested?" The offer strikes a chord, piquing a certain interest. An agreement is made, the terms yet unspoken. A flicker of determination crosses his face, a silent promise etched in his gaze. Meanwhile, a frantic voice urges the driver to greater speed, desperate to reach their destination, despite having paid handsomely for the journey. The driver assures his passenger that they will arrive in Craze by morning, regardless of the pace. Frustration boils over, the passenger questioning his own actions. The man in the carriage seems surprised by the lateness of the hour. News spreads of an ambush on Inferno, orchestrated by Arcane. A storm gathers within him. Revenge, he thinks, will come for what happened 40 years ago. Urgency claws at his throat. He needs to tell the master, and quickly. Elsewhere, the rain falls steadily on Althea's Magic Academy. The raindrops fall from the tip of the sword. "Ah, that's cold," he exclaims. The rain continues to pour as they stand beneath the cavernous opening. "It's raining so much. Do we have to do this?" A stern voice cuts through the downpour. "Stop complaining." The man with crossed arms speaks. "You just need to do as the contract says, Lucas." Lucas simply scoffs. He shivers, thinking if he knew they were going to do something as crazy as ambushing a magic academy. A figure plummets through the rain-soaked sky. Under the light of the moon, a menacing figure stands tall. Rain lashed down, blurring the world into streaks of gray and blue. The downpour intensified, each drop a tiny hammer against the earth. Lightning crackled in the distance, illuminating a figure standing defiant against the storm. The rain continued its relentless assault, the sound a constant roar. Elsewhere, a sprawling estate emerged from the gloom, its many windows dark and silent. The man with swords strapped to his back muttered a curse under his breath. He considered his situation. There was no need for him to get involved, but the promise of compensation had been too tempting. Yet, how is this any different from revolting against the kingdom? A woman's voice cut through the rain. She observed that the hooded figure seemed to be from this line of work. The woman's tone dripped with disdain as she remarked that Lucas was too pretty to be a heinous criminal. The woman's instructions were clear. Lucas's job was to watch the hostages. The woman's final command echoed in the rain. "Follow the contract." He stood with his arms crossed, a smirk playing on his lips. Lucas wondered aloud, demanding to know where these so-called hostages were. The hooded figure remained silent, the only sound the soft escaping his lips. Lucas, his expression darkening, questioned why the master had brought him along. A voice, laced with doubt, echoed in the mind. I shouldn't doubt him. Below, a lone figure stood in the torrential rain, lightning illuminating his white hair. A figure plummeted through the stormy sky, surrounded by crackling energy. Everything. It was all going according to his plan. Rain lashed against the ancient stone of a towering structure, the storm mirroring the turmoil within. The first ever mass. A blinding light erupted, consuming everything in its path. As a result, the symmetry of a universe was broken, creating an event, and the result of the interactions of these countless events is the world we now live in, a world built upon layers of knowledge and understanding. Weist exclaims, a sudden realization hitting him with full force. He wonders, his voice laced with urgency, if there's no mass, then the world we live in disappears. Weist, his brow furrowed, presses on, questioning how mass was created in the first place. Mercadane, reclining with a book, muses on the possibilities. He wonders if it coincidentally went poof and came to be, or something like that. Weist, incredulous, asks if he's serious, suggesting that God created it. Mercadane explains that he said it, because he's at a loss. He continues, stating that during his suspension, he lived in this library and read all the research about mass. Mercadane believes that a human can't understand things that are beyond their level of knowledge. He concludes that he thinks he's tried to approach mass with an omniscient viewpoint. Scattered books lay open, their pages filled with arcane knowledge, hinting at the complex questions being pondered. Iruki inquired, his voice carrying the weight of centuries of study. What does mass feel like with your omnipotence? A mage's focus narrowed, his gaze fixed on the open tome before him, the question hanging heavy in the air. Omniscience, the bedrock of objective knowledge, stood in stark contrast to a mage's omnipotence, which remained subjective. Whist's brow furrowed, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he wrestled with the abstract concept. A faint rustling sound filled the air. It was hard to explain in words, he thought, the feeling eluding simple definition. The world around him seemed to dissolve into fractured shards of light and cosmic dust, reflecting the intangible nature of his thoughts. He stood amidst the swirling cosmos, a lone figure contemplating the vastness of existence. Whist gazed at a glowing orb that materialized in his hand, its light illuminating his face with an ethereal glow. Existence, he mused, the word echoing in the silent expanse. His eyes, now glowing with an inner light, reflected the immensity of the concept he was grappling with. Whist affirmed, a sense of understanding dawning in his voice. Yeah, I feel something like the will to exist, and it's quite fierce. A hand reaches into the unknown, grasping at the very essence of existence. Blue sparks dance around it, hinting at the power contained within. A voice echoes, declaring the purpose of this energy, to make its existence known. A deep, resonant proof of something profound. The man with green hair recoils, his eyes wide with a sudden realization. What could this power be, this essence of existence? Whist looks up, a miniature version of himself floating above, surrounded by the same radiant energy. Chiron's omnipotence, it seems, is at play once more. The man with green hair proposes a name for this newfound force, a name that carries immense weight. God's particle. The concept resonates, stimulating the very core of one's being. Creativity surges as Whist falls backward, lost in thought within the towering library. He believes it fits the thing that he feels. Enthusiasm bubbles to the surface. The idea is well received, deemed truly good. Whist clenches his fist, the words God's particle echoing in his mind, a concept now imbued with purpose. A firm resolve takes hold. He's going to do his best to work hard on this profound concept. Elsewhere, Althea's Magic Academy stands tall, a beacon of knowledge and power. The student's vacation comes to an end, though one wonders if a suspension truly counts as a break. The students stood together, a promise hanging in the air. One with blonde hair reminds them of their shared goal. They need to advance to Class 4 this semester. One of them emphasizes for the three of them to graduate together. Not even a day has passed since they resolved themselves. The student with brown hair asks Chiron if he doesn't want to stay in school for one more year. Someone exclaims that the other's grades are better than theirs, and the risk is greater for them. It's their last day, the blonde student says, suggesting they chill in their research room. He has to stop by somewhere. The blonde student tells the others to go ahead first, and then come to the room when they're done. 6 months ago, the sky was clear. He was a new student who knew nothing, but now he's been enlightened with God's particle. The student made precious friends. And one additional person. A student with red hair declares that the blonde student is her boyfriend. The brown-haired student thanks the blonde-haired student who thought he needed to thank him. He asked what the apples are for. Chiron watched from the window as the academy grounds bustled with activity. She muttered to herself, a hint of annoyance coloring her tone. Stop calling me your senior from now on. The words hung in the air, a silent testament to the journey that had brought her this far. The steel door of the graduating class building stood as a silent sentinel, guarding the threshold to their future. From above, the graduating class could be seen walking along the path. The students made their way to the steel door building. Amy and Ogent Reyna walked side by side, books in hand, ready to face whatever lay ahead. Amy startled Reyna, who yelped in surprise. Lucas, holding 2 steaming mugs, apologized, a sheepish grin on his face. I scared you, right? Sorry. I wanted to surprise you. Lucas continued. Thank you, Amy. Thanks to you. Lucas asked, talking to me casually. Reyna, holding a green book, asked Lucas, do you know where you are right now? The student with orange hair, holding a file, addressed the blonde-haired student, her tone laced with condescension. I commend your bravery for coming all the way to the graduating class, but aren't you taking this too far? A palpable tension filled the air. Senior Sariel turned to Amy, signaling their departure. Let's go. I thought things would stay quiet for a while. The blonde student, his face unreadable, retorted, a student should think about studying. His voice rising, the student demanded, are you guys messing with me? The 2 women continued to walk away, their backs turned to him. The sound of something heavy hitting the ground echoed. The blonde student found himself on the ground, staring up in disbelief. Mugs tumbled, spilling their contents as he fell. Sariel glanced back, her expression unreadable. But this is called stalking, you know? The air crackled with unspoken threats. Get lost while I'm still being nice. If you don't want disciplinary action taken against. Tears welled in the student's eyes as he exclaimed, "You!" Lying on the floor, the student muttered, "No way. Why are they like this to me all of a sudden?" Sariel's voice drifted back. "That's enough. Let's go." The school day pressed on, the chime of the clock signaling the end of lunch. Sariel remarked that their break was nearly over. But a different truth echoed in the air, a silent scream of lies, as a hand struck the ground. A wave of anger washed over someone, his fist clenched tight, knuckles white with suppressed fury. Sariel and Amy watched the display, a sense of unease settling between them. Amy voiced her thoughts, finding the behavior strange. Amy attempted to reassure Sariel, reminding her that she already had someone special. Sariel, however, seemed lost in thought, a quiet escaping her lips. Sariel glanced back, a question hanging in the air. Who was that again? Meanwhile, the focus shifted to a school uniform, the fabric taut with unspoken tension. He was suddenly seized from behind, a brutal grip cutting off his air. Mark cried out in pain, demanding to know what was happening. He recognized his attacker. "And Mark?" he stammered. The camera zoomed in on the V emblem on the attacker's uniform. The attacker loomed over Mark, his voice laced with a chilling familiarity. "Senior? Mark, don't you know me?" The attacker's face was revealed. It was Chiron. "It's me, Chiron. We did the teleportation test together." The man in the brown vest clicks his tongue, a clear sign of displeasure. The words hang in the air, an apology tinged with uncertainty. The blonde-haired man's eyes widen, a question forming on his lips. "You don't know me?" The professor's voice cuts through the tension, calling out to the pair. The question is posed, a hint of suspicion coloring the tone. "Are you a new student? I haven't seen you before." Suddenly, the world turns upside down as Mark is sent hurtling backwards. Meanwhile, a chorus of voices rises in alarm, the sound of hurried footsteps echoing through the halls. A masked figure watches from the shadows, their thoughts a mix of suspicion and curiosity. The question reverberates in the darkness, a chilling echo of the chaos unfolding. A desperate cry pierces the air as Mark plummets downwards. The order rings out, a call to action fueled by suspicion. His face contorted in fear, Mark's fall continues, the ground rushing up to meet him. The words hang in the air, a chilling mantra. This isn't real. This is fake. Driven by a desperate need to escape, he runs, his footsteps echoing in the unreal space. The accusation screams from the void. "Fake! Fake!" Bursting through the door, Mark cries out, "Guys!" His voice cracks with desperation. Inside, Iruki sits with another student, seemingly unconcerned by Mark's arrival. "Nate, Iruki." Mark's voice rises in panic. "You guys know me, right?" It's a dawning horror in his eyes. The truth crashes down on him. "Chiron, you. Was I never here in this school?" Nate's eyes narrow, a coldness settling in his gaze. "How did you get in here?" he demands, his voice laced with suspicion. Nate leans back, regarding Mark with open hostility. "Who are you?" he asks, the question hanging heavy in the air. He had this thought for a moment. From the beginning, was he never here? Am I just... A figure races toward Professor Athela, shouting a warning. The air crackles with an unseen energy. It's dark magic. The professor considers the implications. The whole school was attacked, including the guards. At the entrance, memories have also been lost. The professor wonders who is responsible. The professor's eyes widen as she realizes who is behind the attack, Victor Arcane. It was an Archmage who created world chaos long ago. An Archmage. He's Class 3. Mages who are Class 3 and above are given the title Archmage. What determines a mage's class are achievements and reputation. If one defeats an A-class monster, they will be awarded 500 achievement points. If one has an audience with the king, they will be awarded 100 reputation points. The number of points required to go from Class 10 to Class 9 is 1,000. The number of points required to go from Milch Alpheus, a Class 4 mage, is shown in a close-up, his expression stern as he contemplates the shift from Class 4 to Class 3. Victor Arcane, identified as Class 3, looms in the shadows, his presence ominous. A staggering 280 million points, a legendary achievement, were reached half a century ago. A legend reached Class 3 because of dark magic, a non-mainstream type of magic. The question hangs in the air, why is someone like him here? Athela, a Class 6 mage, is introduced. A man looks on with concern, thinking, because, will it be okay? The woman wonders if she should tell Professor Athela the truth. Years ago, something significant occurred. A document labeled Resume reveals Romy Athela's official class and Karsus Order affiliation. The text asks, a bishop of the Karsus Order? It's revealed that a bishop is one of the strongest in the capital and an official Class 6 zoner, Spirit Zone expert. The question is posed, why do you want to be a professor at our school? Years ago, according to Bishop Karsus Jung's teachings, she wanted to live a life of... She addressed the assembly, her voice carrying the weight of conviction. Ta Academy, she explained, focused solely on forging powerful magicians, their methods perhaps too narrow in scope. Headmaster Alpheus, on the other hand, understood something more profound. He recognized the delicate balance between power and responsibility, nurturing his students' freedom while instilling a sense of accountability. Ithella spoke with genuine respect, her gaze unwavering. It was this philosophy she emphasized that drew her to apply, free from any ulterior motive. The man in the brown suit declared his intention, his voice echoing in the hall, to become a professor here. A sudden tension filled the air, a palpable shift in the atmosphere. The man's eyes narrowed, his gaze intense as he spoke the single word, professor. The man in the brown suit clasped his hands, listening intently to Ithella's words. The name hung in the air, a whispered revelation. Victor Arcane? Ithella's thoughts drifted back, a question forming in her mind. Was she the headmaster's mentor? Her gaze sharpened, focusing on some unseen point in the distance. A determination ignited within her, a spark of resolve in her blue eyes. She declared, her voice ringing with conviction, that no matter their past, anyone who harmed the students was evil. They must be saved. A pressing urgency hangs in the air, a silent command echoing, the students first. Professor Ithella's voice rises with concern. The students are? Whispers carried on the wind speak of a journey towards the mountains, a path leading to a bridge that cannot be crossed. A surge of energy crackles through the air, a silent warning. Faint figures emerge from the ethereal glow, their forms indistinct in the distance. There are 3 people leading them. Ithella pauses, her eyes widening. There are 3 at the back. She asks if the other can see who they are. The professor strains to see, admitting she can't make them out clearly, but she can discern their genders. Her eyes glow with an otherworldly light as she focuses her senses. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, a voice whispers a name, a question hanging in the air. Sure? Roan? 3 figures emerge from the dense foliage, their expressions unreadable in the dappled sunlight. A hand reaches out, grasping at the leaves, as if seeking purchase in the unknown. Confusion hung heavy in the air. One of the students, brow furrowed, voiced the question on everyone's mind. Why they've been brought here? Below them, a seemingly endless bridge stretched across a chasm. It was, as some whispered, the bridge that can't be crossed. The bridge was filled with people. A chilling thought began to take shape. Were they going to be forced to make them fall off the cliff? The realization hit hard. Why? If they do make them jump, it'll be disadvantageous to them. They're useful. As hostages. One student, seeing the mind-controlled students, exclaimed, I'll go and report them. The student, his voice laced with concern, pointed out a critical absence. The headmaster, Professor Thad, and Professor Ithella weren't there. Someone should have realized what was happening and requested backup. If there is a situation where they harm the hostages before support, the gravity of the situation settled in. They might need to fight. A gulp escaped one of the students, a clear sign of the fear gripping them. The students watched from afar, the reality of their situation sinking in. If a fight broke out, the numbers would be overwhelmingly against them. One of them doubted the larger group intended to force them off the cliff. Another student observed that the crowd seemed to be waiting for someone. High above, a hooded figure stood silhouetted against the sky, overlooking the gathering. A voice called out to the hooded figure, the tone sharp and urgent. Hey kid! Within the crowd, a man demanded to know why their leader hadn't arrived. Why isn't your leader coming? Do you all want to be executed? The hooded figure remained unmoved. Not before we lure out Alpheus. You just think about your contract. A different voice, filled with concern, cut through the air. Canis, his brow furrowed, questioned. It's been a while since Master has gone to recover. Why isn't he coming, right? The hooded figure's thoughts betrayed a hint of unease. It was past his arrival time, a fact hard to accept. A wave of confusion washed over the crowd. Why wasn't Master coming when he had been looking forward to this day more than anyone? The impatient man from before roared. Damn it, then at least let me have my fun. I can do that much. The hooded figure sighed inwardly, a sense of resignation settling in. Why did he bring him along? His eyes burning with an eerie blue light, the student sneered, the words dripping with venom. You trashy bastard. Canis's brow furrowed, his red eyes widening slightly. Huh? He muttered, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The surprise quickly morphed into anger, his expression hardening. He was seriously getting pissed off. His voice rising, Canis challenged. Are you looking down on me? The question hung in the air, thick with resentment. The student's gaze drifted, his mind returning to a place of harsh memories. Dead eyes? He wondered, the words barely a whisper. It was an eye skill, one that could only be learned by someone who had committed countless evil deeds. In Latham, where he grew up, there were trashy people who saw people as food. The student's eyes narrowed, a chilling realization dawning. You are the same, he stated, his voice laced with a strange mix of accusation and understanding. A cruel smile stretched across Canis's face, his red eyes gleaming with amusement. There are so many trashy people like you in Latham. Canis tilted his head, his gaze piercing. You think you're different from me, right? He stood tall, a dark aura emanating from him. I'm trash, and you're a high-ranking believer. Canis gestured dismissively, the bodies of fallen zombies littering the ground around him. These zombies... The unseen speaker's words hang heavy in the air. They may have lost their memories, but their nerves and physical bodies are still alive. Without food or water, without even the solace of sleep, they will slowly die. The unseen speaker suggests a more direct approach, even if they don't push them off the cliff. The woman with purple hair throws her head back, her voice rising in protest. In other words, you are... The man with reddish-brown hair winces, a pained expression crossing his face. The man with reddish-brown hair insists, we didn't bring them here to kill them. They're captives. The man with reddish-brown hair continues, his tone hardening. Yeah, so let's decrease the number of them. The woman with purple hair strides forward, her heels clicking against the stone. After we finish, the woman with purple hair is met with the man with reddish-brown hair, who argues, we'll all be murderers. The woman with purple hair continues her advance, while the black-haired figure watches, a silent question forming on their face. The black-haired figure's eyes glow with an eerie light. Are you going against orders? She pauses, tilting her head slightly as the swordsman declares it a waste to kill her. Below, Ithella stands upon a glowing blue platform, energy coalescing around her feet. The platform hums with power, ancient runes glowing brighter as the energy intensifies. Then, a cataclysmic explosion erupts, sending fire and debris flying in all directions. The force of the blast is immense, a wave of pure destructive energy unleashed upon the surroundings. Amidst the chaos, the swordsman and Ithella stand cloaked, seemingly unharmed by the devastation they wrought. The swordsman snaps his fingers, the sound echoing in the aftermath. Meanwhile, one of the male students remarks on the audacity of throwing people off. The swordsman lies prone, admitting he was planning to blow up someone's leg. His hand reaches out, clawing at the ground as he wonders aloud, who are? His face contorted in pain and confusion. The swordsman's eyes dart around, searching for answers. Back at the academy, the two students stand before a beam of light, its source unknown. The swordsman, clearly injured, is supported by another figure. Others stand nearby, watching the scene unfold. His face contorted in pain, the swordsman grits his teeth against the agony. A pained utterance escapes his lips, barely audible. You guys. Eyes blazing with an unquenchable fury, he vows, I will never forgive you. Elsewhere, a man in a hooded jacket speaks, the markings on his neck subtly visible. Meanwhile, a vast landscape stretches out, mountains rising against the cloudy sky. A lone figure walks into the darkness of a cave, the air growing heavy with the scent of damp earth. An old man with a long white beard looks on, his expression unreadable. In the forest, a woman is asked, Are you by yourself, young lady? A smaller figure lurks in the shadows behind her. Footsteps echo on a stone path, the destination unknown. The words hung in the air, a silent question of trust. If it truly was those three, bathed in ethereal light, the group stood poised, one cradling another, their purpose yet unknown. Eyes of both azure and violet stared ahead, their expressions unreadable, their intentions masked. A decision was made, a calculated risk. They could leave the hostages to them. They were smart enough, resourceful enough to buy them some time. With a simple nod, the man in the brown jacket agreed. It was settled, all right. The woman with auburn hair questioned their own fate, but was met with a firm resolve. She would look for the headmaster. A wave of urgency washed over the blond man's face. He was needed, and soon. The woman with glasses steeled her gaze. In order for this to be done with, sacrifices had to be made. The decision was final, etched in the lines of her face. What she needed to do had been decided. With a heavy heart, she relinquished control. She'd leave it to you. Elsewhere, an ancient figure, his face etched with wisdom and weariness, stood ready. The woman, her reddish-brown hair pulled back, ventured deeper into the verdant forest, sunlight dappling through the canopy above. Her boots crunched on the fallen leaves, each step deliberate, driven by a singular purpose. A silent plea echoed in her mind. Please find Arcane. The sunlight caught the lenses of her glasses, momentarily obscuring her focused gaze. A yawning maw in the earth, a cave entrance beckoned, promising either answers or deeper mysteries. She continued her trek, the figure in the distance growing smaller with each stride. Stopping, Ithella, bishop of the Karsis order, announced herself to the silent woods. Elsewhere, an aged voice, tinged with surprise, echoed the title. It's an honor to meet someone out of a legend. A bishop? The unseen observer mused, his thoughts swirling with speculation. He could guess that she's a seeker who surpassed Abyss Nova, even though she's just standing there. But a bishop? Bishop, an important position that guards the 12 holy relics. His eye narrowed, a lifetime of experience coloring his judgment. All the bishops I've met were all old. A realization dawned, the gears turning in his ancient mind. She's a genius to think she has already transcended the 8 immortals and has reached the level of Ashian. A knowing glint appeared in his eye, a hint of acceptance in his weathered features. As expected, this world. Milchalpiez's eyes glow with an eerie red light. He finds the situation quite interesting, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He demands to know where that child, Alpheus, is. Elsewhere, Ithella walks through a sun-dappled forest. She finds the dragging on of events pointless, wondering what is happening. Milchalpiez believes the only thing to do is wait for the darkness. Ithella's expression is one of shock. The professor's eyes widen behind her glasses, a sense of unease washing over her. Milchalpiez vows to create a space where she can officially fight against the headmaster. The older man throws his head back and laughs maniacally, his eyes gleaming with dark intent. He wonders if he's dragging this on, laughing to himself. Ithella continues to run, the sound of her footsteps echoing through the forest. She cries out, the light around her intensifying as she is caught in a web of dark energy. The dark energy surrounds her, the sky above a swirling vortex of light and shadow. A voice calls her a foolish young lady, as Ithella looks up in fear. A disembodied voice declares it's a shame, but someone must die. The man's eyes glow with an unnatural blue light, his long white beard flowing down his chest. With a resounding crack, the ancient tree begins to splinter and break. Debris explodes outward as the tree is utterly destroyed. Elsewhere, a long line of people stretches into the distance. One of them exclaims how perfect this is. An unseen figure is told that they ignored something that was said. The swordsman grins, his hand pressed to his chest, as he prepares for what comes next. 3 figures stand together, one declaring that they have 3 witnesses, while another laments that this plan is the sloppiest. A hooded figure offers to take care of some people, but only if he is paid more. He clicks his tongue in anticipation. The name Canis echoes in the darkness. He declared that he would take care of them, adding a directive to control the hostages. A woman beside him seemed to second the sentiment, though with less confidence. The hooded figure, face obscured by shadow, proclaimed that he alone was enough. The camera focuses on the hooded figure's face, a tattoo visible on his neck. Elsewhere, a muscular man, perched on a rock, muttered the word kids with a mix of amusement and concern. Crimson eyes burned with intensity as a man declared, much as you want. A silhouette of the hooded figure stood at the mouth of a cave, the words, you guys, hanging in the air. In the distance, the hooded figure stood on a path, a question echoing. How did you escape the mind control? Nade, the green-haired student, laughed maniacally, his finger pointed forward as if making a declaration. The hooded figure, surrounded by a faint blue glow, muttered, how ridiculous! If that were possible, all of... A foot clad in a heavy boot stomped down, the voice declaring, you wouldn't be standing here like that. I don't have time. The hooded figure, now a mere silhouette, stood amidst swirling purple energy, inviting, so come at me all at once. A group of figures bathed in the same purple light seemed to have failed, one exclaiming, it didn't work. The murderous energy saturates the air, causing the students to tremble. Nade, support professor, is all that the student with purple hair can manage to say. A surge of blue energy crackles beneath Sienna's feet. A voice cuts through the tension, a calm assessment of the situation. If it's dark magic, then his magic has more of an advantage in terms of compatibility. Nade declares that he will fight him, instructing the others to take care of that swordsman. The student with green hair questions his decision to go by himself. The student with purple hair asks if it isn't better to fight together. Nade dismisses the concern, stating that he doesn't think that swordsman is going to interfere. Nade's expression hardens as he urges them to believe him, revealing that he just threw a person off a cliff. A bead of sweat trickles down Nade's face, his blue eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Meanwhile, the swordsman's eyes glow with a menacing red light as he observes, acknowledging that Nade is really strong. The swordsman clenches his fist, his gaze fixed on Nade. That kid. The swordsman acknowledges that Nade is quick to catch on, but finds it annoying. The student with green hair says right with a nervous expression, while the student with brown hair gulps, fear evident in their eyes. Nade stands bathed in blue energy, his back to the viewer. He becomes a different person. Footsteps echo as 2 figures step into pools of shimmering energy, the air crackling with unseen power. A figure plummets through a vortex of purple energy, lightning dancing around them like vengeful spirits. Another figure follows, spiraling down through a torrent of electric blue, the air buzzing with raw magical force. Nade's eyes widen, a silent what? Escaping his lips as he witnesses the unfolding chaos. A hooded figure emerges from the shadows, their eyes burning with an eerie, azure light. A voice shudders, confessing that those eyes are so empty, it's giving them goosebumps. The glowing pupil intensifies, the speaker admitting they can't read him at all. The hooded figure steps forward, the ground trembling beneath their feet as purple energy surges around them. A colossal form looms, casting a long shadow over the battlefield as the smaller figure watches from below. A blinding light erupts as someone shouts photon output, unleashing a torrent of pure energy. A flash of light fills the air, the Korean text, banjiak, echoing the sudden burst of energy. Nade unleashes a wave of golden energy, the power radiating from his outstretched hand. His eye flares with an intense, almost painful light, a silent question hanging in the air as the power begins to surge. The light coalesces, forming sharp, jagged edges that slice through the darkness. A primal scream echoes as the energy takes shape. With a deafening burst, the concentrated light explodes outward, a wave of pure energy unleashed upon the unseen. The force of the blast sends someone flying, a figure tumbling backward through the air with a strangled cry. Nade grits his teeth, focusing his power for another strike. He mutters, needing just one more. The light intensifies, growing brighter and hotter, promising even greater devastation. The concentrated beams slam into their target, the sound of impact echoing through the air. The energy continues to build, a swirling vortex of light and power. Another burst erupts, bathing the area in blinding light. One of the observers gapes, exclaiming that the target was hit by the light. His companion notes that the target was still able to maintain his shadows. Elsewhere, a hooded figure stands amidst swirling shadows, their presence a stark contrast to the blinding light. A figure winces, seemingly in pain, as they mutter about ignoring the laws of nature. He wonders aloud if the clash has revealed a disparity in their power, if trusting in mere compatibility was enough to warrant this fight. Canis stands firm, cloaked in swirling shadows that writhe around him like living things. The shadows pulse, a silent promise of the power they contain. Then, a surge of light erupts as Nade prepares to unleash another attack. His hand glows with intense energy, ready to be unleashed. Canis, taken aback, questions what's coming his way. A blinding beam of light shoots forth from Nade, aimed directly at his opponent. The light intensifies, a concentrated blast of pure energy. Something feels off to Canis, a subtle shift in the energy around him. He focuses, manipulating the shadows to bolster his defenses. The shadows writhe and thicken, responding to his will. They swirl around him, a dark shield against the incoming light. He cries out, the surge of green energy coursing through him like a physical blow. A disoriented silence hangs in the air, the unspoken question echoing. What just happened? The air crackles with residual energy. The green light intensifies, a blinding wave of power. The light slams into him, engulfing Canis in its radiant embrace. The unseen observers realize he got hit by the light. The force of the blow sends someone flying backward, the others exclaiming that he was thrown back. A single eye glows with an unnatural red light. Lucas points, his face a mask of shock. Canis, who the hell is that kid? The sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows across the sprawling cityscape. If one had to define a place where life could be lost in an instant, this would be it. From above, the city resembles a maze of rooftops and narrow streets. It would be the battlefield. Two children sit huddled together, their faces etched with a weariness beyond their years. And for their whole lives, two figures stand silhouetted against a burning cityscape. They had lived on the battlefield in order to live. A surface stained with blood, they became sharp like a sword. A grand building rises against a backdrop of mountains and sky. So those who went to school to get a good job, a girl's face, filled with a quiet defiance, did not stand a chance against us. A hooded figure stands in shadow. That's what Master said. A young man stands with his arms outstretched, a determined look on his face. A forest scene, shrouded in mist and mystery. The figure stood amidst the trees, a faint mist curling around their armored boots. The air hung heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. Developing dark-skin magic, it seemed, was less a skill learned and more an instinct awakened. A close-up revealed a face etched with concern. If he had been half a second slower, what would have happened? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. That would have been dangerous, Canis. The memory surfaced. A pained expression, the question hanging in the air, what attacked me? The answer echoed in his mind. You were hit in the abdomen. With a light loaded with mass. What the hell are you talking about? The figure clutched at their chest, a grimace twisting their features. It doesn't have mass. Are you joking? I have never heard of that kind of physics before. Seems like he has. Lucas stood firm, his expression unyielding. What the hell are you talking about? Canis's gaze hardened, a storm brewing behind his eyes. It's possible if there's a medium that can interchange light energy and mass. The figure, seen from behind, is assessed as strong and special. It's noted that possessing such skill is unusual for a mere Magic Academy student. A close-up reveals a character's face, a question hanging in the air. Could they truly defeat him? Eyes glowing with an inner light, a sinister chuckle escapes. The answer is a confident, of course. A surge of dark energy emanates, a declaration of intent. We can. The figure stands amidst swirling shadows, power radiating from their very being. Meanwhile, a young woman with short black hair looks on, her expression a mixture of surprise and concern. A green-haired student voices his disbelief, exclaiming, "No way." The figure, bathed in eerie light, marvels at their opponent's resilience. He endured that attack. Well, that wasn't too. Dark energy crackles around a leg, poised to strike. A voice echoes, "If your tricks?" Elsewhere, a figure plummets through the air, surrounded by swirling energy. A blonde-haired figure, eyes obscured, issues a challenge. "I thought this would be a good fight. Why don't you make it?" The leg stands firm, ready for what comes next. A challenge hangs in the air. The man with the orange hair, eyes burning with blue energy, demands, "You're holding people hostage, but you want to fight?" He begins to conjure a sphere of golden light in his open palm. The orb intensifies, bathing his face in a warm glow as he scoffs. Across from him, the cloaked figure stands amidst a swirling pool of violet energy, ready to meet the challenge. His eye glows with an eerie light as he thinks, "No longer works on me." The orange-haired man unleashes the orb, sending it hurtling towards his opponent. He shouts, "Then block this." The cloaked figure braces himself, a dark energy beginning to emanate from his form. A shadowy barrier rises to meet the incoming attack. The dark force completely engulfs the glowing orb. The energy detonates against the barrier with a deafening boom. The blonde-haired man grits his teeth, his blue eyes burning with magical energy. He mutters, "The same approach." A figure unleashes a torrent of magical energy, the air crackling with power. The magical energy explodes outward in a blinding flash of light. Arcane symbols shimmer in the air, a testament to the raw magical forces at play. In the background, two students watch as a cloaked figure stands firm against the onslaught. The swordsman, his brow furrowed in concentration, mutters, "Magic I can dodge." A pair of crimson eyes glow with malevolent intent, sweat beading on the brow. The blonde-haired man looks up, his expression hardening. That flash, and a figure collapses to the ground, defeated. A figure streaks through the forest, a trail of darkness blooming in their wake. The darkness expands, a silent PSSH whispering through the trees. The air crackles with unseen energy as the dark trail intensifies, a harbinger of what's to come. Suddenly, a student is sent hurtling backward, caught completely off guard. His eyes widen in disbelief, a strangled what? Escaping his lips. A chilling realization dawns on the student. The darkness has crept up behind him. He's suddenly behind me. The shadowy figure closes the distance, the air growing heavy with anticipation. The figure's eyes ignite with a fierce, golden light, a prelude to the impending assault. Golden energy erupts, slamming into the student with brutal force. The golden strikes continue to rain down, each blow carrying the weight of an unseen power. The assault intensifies, the sound of impact echoing through the forest as the figure unleashes a relentless barrage. A final, devastating blow lands, leaving the student reeling from the ambush. The urgency in the voice is palpable, a desperate warning echoing in the air. The shadows themselves are the problem. Nade's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as the gravity of the situation dawns on him. He's using them, stepping into the darkness as easily as one might step through a doorway. The explanation hangs in the air, a chilling revelation. He's using shadows to move around. A figure stands cloaked in shadow, a silent master of this dark art. The thought bubbles up, laced with disbelief. Isn't that too overpowered? The student, Nade, listens intently as the other explains that he can teleport to whatever coordinates he wants. A stark reminder surfaces. There's a limit. Unknown male student 2 explains that he can only move to places linked by shadows, but they can't predict where he'll appear unless they analyze the entire shadow. The thought echoes in his mind. Chiron is. The implication hangs heavy. Someone calculated the dragon's maze. Power crackles around the figure, their eyes burning with an intense, otherworldly light. A surge of raw energy crackles in the air, the very atmosphere shimmering with untold power. The energy intensifies, forming chaotic patterns that dance and writhe against the backdrop of deep blues and vibrant yellows. The chaotic energy continues to build, the air thick with anticipation as the unseen force prepares to unleash its power. A hand emerges, bathed in golden light, as the unseen figure declares, "Finally." With a triumphant cry, a figure with blonde hair reaches out, his eyes gleaming with determination. "I got him," he shouts. The blonde-haired figure's hand connects with a blinding flash of light, the energy surging as he seizes his target. Elsewhere, a beam of pure light descends upon a forest path, the trees casting long shadows as the teleportation begins. Deep within the forest, a cloaked figure watches, a soft PSSH escaping as the teleportation takes hold. Nade's eyes widen in disbelief, a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. Yes, he exclaims. The blonde-haired figure's face contorts in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief as he realizes what's happening. The teleportation intensifies, the energy swirling as the captured figure is pulled away. Nade's expression twists into a manic grin, a chilling gahaha, echoing through the forest as his plan comes to fruition. A sudden disturbance in the air draws the attention of onlookers, their faces etched with disbelief. Another, further away, shares the sentiment, his eyes widening as he tries to make sense of the anomaly. The intensity of the moment is etched on his face, a mixture of apprehension and morbid curiosity. A blinding light erupts, crackling with an unknown energy that seems to warp the very air around it. The energy intensifies, its form becoming more defined, like a nascent storm gathering its strength. The air crackles with anticipation as the energy pulses, a silent promise of something extraordinary about to occur. Elsewhere, footsteps echo on a path, the destination unknown, but the purpose seemingly clear. A voice cuts through the silence, a casual greeting laced with an underlying menace. Hey kid. A grotesque form slides into view, its maw dripping with anticipation. The creature's focus narrows, its gaze fixated on that glowing thing. A guttural voice rumbles, declaring, "Is tasty." 40 years prior, the stage is set. Elsewhere, within a bar in the capital city of Bashuka, the sounds of chatter and clinking glasses fill the air. A man raises his glass, congratulating another. "Sharaf, good work," he booms. The other man responds, "Yeah, light is a very difficult field." The first man continues, his voice carrying over the bar's din. "In that field, your thesis is getting attention." A second voice chimes in, "I also contributed a lot to this research." Sharaf, dressed in a green suit and red tie, raises his glass with a smile. "If the results are good, I'll buy everyone a meal." A title card appears, identifying him as Light Specialist Mage Sharaf. The text below elaborates, stating he was one of the very few who would have been considered top prospects within a light field. Sharaf's expression darkens as a thought bubble appears. If Alpheas hadn't existed. A woman with long blonde hair exclaims, "Hey, if it isn't Sharaf, Alpheas." The woman continues, "I heard you released a thesis recently. It was a good read. You defined the trade of light." Sharaf, looking slightly embarrassed, responds, "I could tell you worked a lot." "Oh, really?" Sharaf's expression turns serious. "But the you quoted is wrong." The woman looks shocked. What are you talking about?" The wave theory is an established theory supported by many experiments. The onlookers listened intently, their expressions a mix of curiosity and concern. The air hung heavy with unspoken questions, each person wondering what the true reason could be for the sudden shift in atmosphere. Milch Alpheas, with a confident smirk, assured everyone, "On Light Academia, I assure you." His hand rested casually on the shoulder of a nearby woman, his gaze unwavering. "That light is closer to a particle." The scene shifted, the weight of the previous statement hanging in the air. In other words, someone began, the implication left unfinished. The words cut through the tension like a knife. "Your thesis is useless," the disembodied voice declared, the sound of finality echoing in the silence. A hand slammed down on a wooden table, the sound sharp and sudden. "Don't!" A voice seethed, barely controlled. "Talk to me ever again." Sharaf stood surrounded, the question hanging in the air. "Why?" someone asked, their tone laced with a mixture of curiosity and accusation. Milch Alpheas, a sinister smile playing on his lips, sought confirmation. "I only told the truth," he insisted, his eyes gleaming with a strange light. "Right." The words dripped with sarcasm. "Everything you say is correct, Sir Alpheas." Then, a sudden, sharp jab. "Alpheas, are you a Chihuahua?" A sudden sound, a clump, echoed in the room. Ogent Clump, a young man with blue hair, slicked into a bowl cut, looked up, sweat beading on his forehead. A man in a dark, military-style uniform stepped forward, his expression grim. "Do you know what people have been calling you recently?" he asked, his voice low and dangerous. "Arrogant Alpheas." "Okay." A burst of golden energy erupts, the air crackling with unseen power. Another surge of energy, this one tinged with a more ominous hue, tears through the silence. His eyes blazing with an unnatural light, the student's face contorts in a mask of shock and dawning horror. A strange, otherworldly glow emanates from his chest, bathing his uniform in an eerie light. A monstrous figure, wreathed in shadow, extends a grotesque tongue, dripping with an unholy hunger. A disembodied voice echoes, laced with a sinister anticipation, "Is tasty." A malevolent grin spreads across his face, his eyes burning with an unnatural, azure fire. The monstrous entity looms behind him, a silent promise of destruction hanging in the air. A voice, dripping with cruel amusement, cackles, "Look at them. They look so pissed. Hee." Elsewhere, In the distance, two figures observe the unfolding events, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and apprehension. It can talk. A young man with blonde hair and glowing blue eyes stares ahead, his expression a mix of shock and surprise. Above him, the word abilities hangs in the air. A suited torso is shown, a red tie adding a splash of color to the muted tones. The question, a magical being, floats in a speech bubble, while below, the words alchemy or magic engineering are inscribed above a collection of colorful gems. It is said that the difficulty is beyond one's imagination. A strange assortment of objects is displayed: a golden nugget, a revolver, a sword, a shield, a wheel, and a jar filled with a luminescent green liquid. The text declares that these items, which can create physical things, could not solve this puzzle. Within a glass container filled with a vibrant green liquid, a dark figure is suspended, limbs outstretched. The words creating life are emblazoned nearby. A metallic structure dominates the view, its smooth surface reflecting the dim light. At its center, a circular opening glows with an eerie blue light. The blonde-haired young man from the first panel reappears, his eyes wide with realization. The text reveals the area of study that did was magic biology and trails off within its. A bright blue sky is streaked with swirling purple energy. A text bubble declares, intelligent. A shadowy figure with glowing eyes and a wide, sinister grin fills the frame. A series of HEs echo around it. As it asks, am I just intelligent? My backside is good-looking too. I just can't show it to you. Two students in school uniforms stand side by side, their faces etched with surprise. The text above them reads, how imprudent. A character with dark hair and piercing blue eyes smirks, a hint of malice in their expression. The text proclaims, of course it's intelligent, followed by the ominous declaration, harvest is. A figure with long white hair and glowing red eyes is depicted. The text states, a magical being that inherited the Archmage Arcane's intelligence. The shadowy figure from panel 8 reappears, its wide grin even more unsettling. It poses the question, do you get it now? He cries out, clutching at his throat as if struck by an invisible hand. The air crackles with unseen energy. A voice echoes through the space, admitting, with a hint of dark pride, to possessing unusual magic. Swirling shadows gather, the source unseen. The force of the unseen blow sends Nade hurtling backwards, a maelstrom of dark energy engulfing him. Arcane symbols flare into existence, glowing with an ominous orange light. A draconic form flickers into view, wreathed in crackling energy, a glimpse of the power behind the attack. He crashes to the ground, the impact jarring every bone in his body. Debris rains down around him, the air thick with the smell of ozone. Gathering his strength, Nade focuses his energy, a brilliant blue light erupting from his outstretched hand. A beam of pure, focused energy streaks forth, a desperate counterattack against the unseen foe. The attacker finally reveals themselves, their eyes burning with dark power as they reach out, gloved hand outstretched. I told you already, dark energy coalesces between their fingers, a tangible manifestation of their power. The air vibrates with dark energy as the unseen speaker's words hang in the air. Doesn't. The unseen force continues its assault, the words echoing with dark energy. Work on me. He is sent reeling backward, the dark magic a tangible presence around him. From somewhere above, Chiron's voice cracks with worry as he shouts Nade's name. The dark energy swirls, a vortex of malevolent power. Panic rising, Nade searches for an answer, his mind racing. What should he do? Blood trickles down his face, but a grim determination hardens his gaze. He's not afraid of dying. But if he loses here... The cloaked figures watch, their faces obscured, the words hanging heavy in the air. They'll lose. The two women stand side by side, their expressions mirroring the gravity of the situation. A sinister grin spreads across the man's face, his red eyes gleaming with malice. Chiron's eyes widen, a desperate plea etched on his face as he looks up. The dark forest looms, an ominous backdrop to the unfolding events. But how? The urgency was palpable, a desperate need to use everything at his disposal, just to keep pace with the magical being's movements. Towering behind him, a shadowy figure loomed, its crimson eyes burning into the back of Nade's skull. The pressure mounted. The photon cannon was useless. What can Nade possibly do against that magical being? The power radiating from the magical being was immense, focused in a single, glowing eye. What was this being? A primal scream tore from Nade's throat, a desperate attempt to unleash some hidden power. A blinding flash, a blur of motion, and then the slicing attack came. Purple energy slammed into him, the force of the blow threatening to overwhelm him. A rainbow-colored beam erupted, a chaotic display of raw power. Nade's eyes widened. Bent light? He stood, cloaked and bandaged, ready to face whatever came next. The rainbow drop descended, a final devastating attack. He plummets through the air, a radiant light engulfing him as his name echoes in the void. Chiron. A hand stretches out, reaching towards the falling figure, as if to grasp at the impossible. The hand glows with an inner light, a silent thought resonating. Magical beings? Still descending. The light around Chiron intensifies, a beacon against the encroaching darkness. A disembodied voice declares that they can't move if they don't have an energy source. The question hangs in the air. Is that leeching off your willpower? A voice confirms, yeah. Nade's brow furrows, his expression unreadable. A voice, laced with satisfaction, murmurs, that's good. The speaker continues, stating that the shadow monster has limits too. A disbelieving voice erupts, questioning if their willpower has limits. A surge of power emanates from the figure, light coalescing in their outstretched hand. The air crackles with unseen energy. That's something I need to find out. They think their focus absolute. Eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down a brow. The sudden burst of light is almost blinding. The light got bigger. The figure's eyes glow with an intense blue light, the energy building to a crescendo. Between you and I, they seem to say, though no words are spoken aloud. From the shadows, a voice echoes, laced with curiosity and a hint of malice. I wonder which side will fall first. The light intensifies, becoming almost tangible, a force ready to be unleashed. With a final surge, the light explodes outward, a blinding wave of pure energy. The energy hurtles forward, a focused beam of light cutting through the darkness. A voice whispers from the shadows, a retreat being planned. Canis, let's go back to the forest, where there are lots of shadows. Confusion clouds the face of the dark-haired figure. What are you talking about all of a sudden? We can handle an attack like this, he thinks, a plan forming in his mind. A voice, dripping with disdain, cuts through the air. You were smart, but you're a complete idiot. He's planning to attack you continuously, so your willpower depletes. A sinister smile spreads across the dark-haired figure's face. Unbelievable. Is he trying to crack a boulder with an egg? The shadowy figure is engulfed in light, the force of the attack pushing him back. It's a foolish strategy, but there's no need to entertain it. From the shadows, a plan began to take shape. The unseen figure intended to lure their target into the forest, where they would strike. A sinister smile crept across the figure's face. They were confident their prey would take the bait. The figure, who calls the Harvest Harvey, declared that with intelligence, he was unbeatable. A dark aura emanated from Harvey, a silent promise of the violence to come. Meanwhile, an ominous energy permeated the forest, unseen but palpable. Oblivious to the danger, a figure raced through the trees, sunlight dappling through the canopy. Deeper and deeper into the woods they plunged, the air growing thick with anticipation. The figure's eyes glowed with power, their body radiating a blinding light as they channeled their energy. Elsewhere, Nade's face contorted with alarm. Chiron, the forest is dangerous, he shouted. The figure's hand crackled with golden energy, ready to unleash its devastating force. With a surge, the light energy was unleashed, streaking towards the forest floor. The forest floor erupted in a blinding explosion, the trees splintering and the earth scorched. Blasts of light energy tear through the forest, illuminating the path ahead. Two figures stand amidst the radiant beams, seemingly resigned to their fate. There's nothing we can do, one mutters as the other calls out, Chiron. A voice echoes, deciding, it's right to leave that guy to Chiron. Eyes blazing with an inner light, he resolves, let's do what we need to do. The pair strides away, their footsteps echoing in the aftermath of the light's assault. A figure emerges from the shadows, a sword glinting in their grasp. Aloho escapes their lips. The figure's voice rings out, a hint of anticipation laced within. Is it time for my warm-up? A sinister grin spreads across a man's face, his eyes gleaming with manic energy. A voice calls out, have this dance? A woman gasps as Ogent Clump reaches out to her. Meanwhile, 40 years prior, at a ball hosted by the Batad family, he watched as the other guests attempted to find partners, their laughter echoing through the hall. Some seemed almost desperate, their voices carrying a hint of panic. The back of his head, apparently, was more handsome than some faces. Milch Alpheus beamed, his smile radiating warmth and confidence. He seemed to effortlessly charm those around him, drawing them in with his charisma. The man with the blue hair watched Milch Alpheus, his expression unreadable. He seemed to be assessing the situation, his gaze sharp and calculating. If he grew out his hair and dressed nicely, he would be okay, apparently. Long hair was trendy at the time. A voice, feminine and bright, cut through the murmur of the crowd. Hello, I'm Irina. A woman in a dark green gown gasped, her eyes widening as she took in the scene. Ogent Clump wondered why he was avoiding her. The blue-haired man mused that she was pretty, unlike him. She's the eldest daughter of today's host, the Batad family. The woman in green seemed to have issues. A first-class young lady, but what issues? The man with blue hair thought to himself that she really came here without knowing anything. He was sorry, but he was a little busy. The blue-haired man thought to himself that she's not very smart. Ojin Klump looked over at Milch Althea's, his expression thoughtful. He seemed to be considering something, his brow furrowed in concentration. Apparently, there was an accident when she was young. Because of that, her intelligence is that of a 10-year-old child. Apparently, she's not very. Usually, the family head doesn't allow her to go out of her room, but today, he didn't stop her. A man's face contorts in what seems to be a mix of anger and disdain. The shame of the family, he thinks, as he reminds someone to hold back a little, given Irina's fondness for parties. The blonde-haired man's gaze is cold, his expression one of utter contempt. He thinks to himself that they're the same as the oldies from his family, and scoffs at the thought of nobles. The blue-haired man's face is flushed with anger as he declares his intention to bring up her reputation. His anger intensifies, questioning what's happening and insisting that rash sympathy will only make that young lady miserable. A gloved hand makes a reassuring gesture, as a voice promises, "Don't worry, don't worry." The blonde-haired man's expression hardens as he declares he's never been fake to any lady, his tone laced with sarcasm. The blonde-haired man smiles, calling Irina a beautiful young lady. Irina introduces herself, stating that it's a beautiful night, just like her. Irina's eyes widen, her expression a mix of surprise and confusion. That's not the reaction I expected, she thinks. The blonde-haired man is seen from a low angle, as someone wonders what he is doing to that poor child, and pleads with him not to. The blonde-haired man asks if it's not rude for him to ask such a beautiful lady if she will be his partner for the... Irina bursts into tears, calling for her mommy. The scene shifts, the words 3 years ago, hanging in the air like a distant echo. Elsewhere, rain lashed against the ancient stone walls of a distant fortress, the downpour relentless. A voice cut through the storm's fury. "What the hell are you doing?" The question hung heavy in the air, unanswered. "Are you not going to fight?" A faint sound, like a whispered plea, barely audible above the rain. His gaze hardened, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. The words, "barely a breath," escaped his lips, if possible. Alone, he stood in the downpour, the rain plastering his hair to his forehead. A deep sadness etched itself onto his face, a silent battle raging within. The unspoken plea hung in the air, a desperate wish. "I don't want Nade to fight." Despite the turmoil, a steely determination settled in Nade's gaze. Nade's name hangs in the air, a question or a statement. Another figure in a school uniform stands beside him, the sky a hazy backdrop to their conversation. His brow furrows, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. A blue light flickers in his eyes, a sign of building resolve. He responds, a single word carrying the weight of unspoken concerns. "Yeah." Elsewhere, a figure stands before a crowd, radiating power. Red light emanates from his eyes, and he grips 2 swords, ready for battle. A voice booms, laced with disdain. "Children." The ground cracks, a tremor running through the earth. A warning echoes. Things won't work out just because you're careful. A figure plummets from above, sword drawn, a silent promise of violence. A figure stands frozen, a silent scream trapped in their throat. A clash of bodies, a flurry of motion. The fight begins. Red slashes tear through the air, a dance of destruction. The crimson strokes continue, painting a violent masterpiece. A guttural chuckle tears through the air, the sound as sharp as shattered glass. Red eyes burn with manic intensity, promising pain and chaos. The text explains that, in theory, enhancing the whole body is possible. However, attempting to do so throws the body into imbalance. These enhancing routes are called builds. The mitochondria build enhances mitochondria, the powerhouse of the cell, and increases the energy metabolic rate. It is the most popular and the fastest. Nade's face is etched with worry as he shouts a warning. "Rookie, be careful." The air crackled with anticipation as a surge of energy manifested, announcing itself with a resounding, lightning bolt. A figure, wreathed in electric blue, unleashed the promised storm. Tendrils of raw power snaked through the air, illuminating the scene with an eerie glow. The energy intensified, a palpable wave of heat and ozone washing over the battlefield. The air vibrated with the sheer force of the spell. With a shout of ignite, the lightning reached its zenith, a blinding flash of golden light threatening to consume everything in its path. A figure was caught in the blast, their form contorted by the raw power. A muffled "oh" escaped their lips as the energy surged through them. A grimace twisted the face of another, their teeth bared in frustration. These kids, they thought, a simmering rage building within. The gloved hand of the second figure clenched, their eyes burning with a cold fury as they prepared to retaliate against the lightning user. Despite the raw power on display, the second figure recognized something else. But their connections are good, they mused, a hint of respect coloring their thoughts. With a surge of crimson energy, the counterattack began. A blur of motion, a silent promise of retribution. The energy intensified, warping the very air around them. The counterattack was reaching its crescendo. Frustration etched itself deeper into their features. Why aren't things matching up properly? They raged internally, the pressure building. The counterattack slammed into its target with devastating force. This is on a completely different level from the speed gun test. The figure realized, the impact sending shockwaves through the area. He grits his teeth, feeling the drain. Mitochondria build is burning through his stamina at an alarming rate. He needs to end this, and fast. A surge of purple energy crackles around him, a visual manifestation of the power he's channeling. Elsewhere, a crimson aura flares around another figure, their expression hardening with resolve. The figure's voice booms, a declaration of intent. He will increase the energy metabolic rate twofold. The first figure's arm shoots out, reaching for something unseen, a desperate attempt to seize control. The red-eyed figure lunges, a predator unleashed, closing the distance with terrifying speed. Meanwhile, a close-up reveals an eye shimmering with blue energy, a single tear tracing a path down the cheek. The crimson energy intensifies, a visual echo of the power being unleashed. The forest seems to writhe under the influence of this raw power, the very air crackling with energy. At the same time, heavy breaths echo in the darkness, a testament to the strain being endured. The red energy pulses, a heartbeat of destruction, as the huffing breaths continue. The figure with blue eyes strains, arms outstretched, each ragged breath a struggle against the encroaching darkness. The figure acknowledged his opponent's resilience, a prelude to something far more sinister. But a surge of sickly green energy began to emanate from him, tendrils snaking towards the student. The green energy intensified, swirling around Nade like a venomous vortex. The swirling mass of energy continued to constrict, a visual promise of impending doom. Harvey's eyes burned crimson as he uttered a single, damning word, die. The green energy slammed into Nade, the impact reverberating through the air. The force of the blow sent him reeling, the sickly green light engulfing him completely. A sudden realization dawned on him. That's poison. Panic seized him. He was going to die. His face contorted in agony, sweat beading on his brow as the poison took hold. His body began to fail, sending him spiraling downward into the abyss. A strangled scream tore from his throat as the poison consumed him. A vortex of purple energy begins to coalesce, the air crackling with unseen power. Amidst the swirling chaos, a figure stands firm, seemingly channeling the raw energy. A vibration, potent enough to shake the very spirit zone, hangs in the air. This is a figure with long white hair, face obscured by a green mask, prepares to unleash the demon-destroying roar. A glowing yellow orb pulsates, dark tendrils reaching out as if to contain its immense power. From below, a figure with blonde hair is seen, bathed in the strange light. The figure is surrounded by a blinding light, energy crackling around them. Streaks of energy tear through the air, to sound like the tearing of fabric. A colossal, tree-like structure glows with an eerie light, as if resonating with the unleashed power. Seen from above, the figure with blonde hair stands ready, prepared to face whatever comes next. The figure declares, a fierce determination in their eyes, that they cannot win when it comes to magic. Then, a colossal, bulbous structure looms into view, nestled deep within the forest. A fierce glint ignited in her eyes, a silent promise of the power about to be unleashed. The air crackled with crimson energy as she declared, I'm switching to schema. From the ground up, the transformation began, energy coalescing around her feet. The sky above mirrored the change, the sunset hues deepening as the power surged. The energy climbed, engulfing her torso in a blinding light. The air vibrated, the very ground trembling under the force of the shift. A new form began to take shape, a silhouette of immense power against the fiery sky. The transformation continued, purple energy swirling around her as the earth cracked beneath her feet. The change was complete, a silent exclamation of raw, untamed power. A dark aura emanated from the transformed figure, a palpable sense of dread washing over the landscape. From afar, the transformed figure loomed, a screech echoing through the forest as schema fully materialized. The figure, now fully transformed, spoke with a chilling certainty, if that's what you want to do. The towering figure, wreathed in violet energy, declared, its voice a resonant echo, then I'll match you too. The dark form pulsed with power, its immense size a testament to the energy it was channeling. The violet glow intensified around a clenched fist, a promise of devastating force. Across from the shadowed giant, a figure of light stood defiant, a corona of crimson energy flaring around them. With a burst of speed, they launched a kick, the red energy coalescing into a razor-sharp edge. The dark figure's fist ignited with a furious red light, mirroring the energy of their opponent. But the violet energy still crackled around the edges, a reminder of the power that birthed this transformation. The figure of light stood firm, the crimson aura a shield against the encroaching darkness. A guttural cry escaped the dark figure as the red energy surged, a sign of immense strain. Streaks of clashing energies tore through the air, a chaotic symphony of destruction. A child's voice pierces the air, the sound echoing through the grand hall. "Mommy, mommy," she cries, her tone laced with distress. The camera pans out, revealing the opulence of the Batad family's banquet. Amidst the crowd, Irina's voice rings out, a question hanging in the air. What is wrong? Her voice wavering, Irina declares, "Mommy said people who talk to me are bad people. So I'm going to go." A woman's voice calls out, a desperate plea to the child. "Wait," she cries, her tone laced with concern. "People who talk to you are bad? What the hell is that?" Sharaf's voice cuts through the tension, a demand for composure. "Look at me and talk calmly." He insists, his tone firm but measured. Sharaf's thoughts betray his outward calm, a storm of anger brewing within. Asterisk, that crazy bastard. Did he talk to a pitiful lady so he could get ahead in life? Asterisk. Irina's voice trembles, fear coloring her words. "No, I'm going to get in trouble." The woman beside her attempts to reassure her, but her own expression is fraught with worry. "If I don't listen to mommy." Irina's voice is small, but firm. "No, mommy can't get angry." The woman's thoughts betray her anxiety, a desperate desire to escape the situation. "I need to go back to my room quickly," she observed Irina, noting she's not scared of me, but scared of getting in trouble. A man and woman stand together, their expressions unreadable. The tension in the air is palpable, a silent conversation passing between them. Ogent Klump's face contorts in frustration, his thoughts echoing his exasperation. That idiot, why did he get involved in someone else's family matters? The woman's thoughts are frantic, a desperate plea for de-escalation. Asterisk, just apologize quickly and walk away before things get out of hand. Asterisk, Irina's name is called out, a sense of urgency hanging in the air. She is held firmly, a gasp escaping her lips as the man's grip tightens. Tears well in Irina's eyes as Sharaf finally has her attention. "You're finally looking at me, Miss Irina," he observes. Sharaf's expression darkens, his voice laced with a hint of accusation. "Why are you so scared? No one gets scolded because they want to dance at a party." His tone softens, attempting to reassure her. "You didn't do anything wrong." A single tear traces a path down her cheek, the question echoing in her mind. Didn't she just want to dance? The scene shifts to the ballroom, Sharaf's voice resonating with a persuasive charm. "Let's dance today." He extends a hand, the unspoken invitation hanging in the air. "Freely. What do you say?" A smile plays on Sharaf's lips, a subtle pressure in his gaze. Fingertips brush, a delicate connection forming. The question hangs in the air, a gentle insistence. "Shall we dance together?" Irina looks up, her expression a mixture of apprehension and a flicker of hope as a hand reaches out to her. Surprise flickers across her face, the invitation hanging heavy in the air. He offered his hand, the gesture hanging in the air like a silent question. The soft light seemed to dance around his outstretched fingers, awaiting her answer. A figure stands poised above a swirling vortex of dark energy, the air crackling with unseen power. Tendrils of shadow writhe and coil around the figure, the air thick with the scent of ozone and something ancient, something hungry. The darkness coalesces, forming a hulking shape, a golem of night and malice, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The shadowy construct looms, its presence a suffocating weight, a symphony of dread echoing in the mind. The air vibrates with unseen force as the dark magic pulses, a prelude to devastation. Suddenly, the figure plummets, a desperate gasp escaping their lips as the ground rushes up to meet them. Is this really? The figure's eyes widen, a flicker of recognition warring with disbelief. The dark magic I know? The figure tenses, knuckles white as she prepares to strike. The air crackles with displaced energy as the blow is delivered. In the distance, a figure stands silhouetted against the fiery sky. Eyes glowing with an unnatural light, the figure grits their teeth. The old man's eyes widen. He mutters, realizing something. The figure follows up with a powerful kick. Quite the kick to her punch, a voice booms. The dark figure is struck by the blow. A surge of energy erupts around the figure. The figure is enveloped in a swirling vortex of purple energy. The figure plummets downwards. The old man clenches his fist, a grim determination etched on his face. The dark figure continues to fall. From the shadows, a figure crackles with dark energy, a crimson core pulsing within its grasp. The air vibrates with unseen force. A blinding eruption. Stone shatters as the energy unleashes, a silent scream tearing through the void. The force expands, a shockwave of pure destruction rippling outwards, distorting reality itself. Her eyes narrowed, a fierce resolve hardening her gaze. She wouldn't overthink this. The figure's intent echoes through the air, a promise of annihilation. All it needs to do is destroy. Crimson energy explodes outwards, a torrent of destructive power unleashed upon the world. The shadowy figure stands amidst the chaos, a conduit for the raw, untamed force. The energy focuses, converging into a single, devastating point of impact. A fist of pure gold slams forward, a counterattack born of desperation and will. Irina's eyes widen, a gasp escaping her lips as the shockwave hits. A shockwave? The disembodied voice explains the attack's insidious nature. It destroys from within, not without. The shockwaves continue to propagate, interfering with the very essence of being. The effects of the internal attack ripple outwards, a series of concentric circles expanding with unseen force. The power behind the assault intensifies, the disembodied voice boasting that its strength has increased tenfold, or even 100-fold. A chilling laugh echoes as the voice declares the surge of energy to be insane. The voice continues, its words laced with a dark promise. Had she only dug one well. The shadowy visage looms, its unseen eyes promising that Irina could have been standing at the peak of the world. Irina spins, caught in the vortex of the internal assault, struggling against the overwhelming force. From the depths of the chaos, a dark figure begins to coalesce, its form indistinct but undeniably menacing. The shadowy form solidifies, its edges sharpening as it takes on a more defined shape. The figure continues to emerge, its presence growing stronger with each passing moment. Irina falls, her efforts seemingly futile against the overwhelming power. The figure's voice echoes, declaring that the struggles of a mere insect are nothing in the grand scheme of the world. A fist clenches, a symbol of the immense power that now holds sway. The shadowy figure's assault continues, purple energy crackling around Irina as the unseen force tightens its grip. The pressure intensifies, the air itself seeming to warp and distort under the entity's immense power. A blinding flash erupts as the force makes a direct strike, a wave of pure energy slamming into Irina's defenses. The onslaught continues, each blow carrying the weight of a collapsing world, threatening to shatter her from within. Sharaf's eyes widen, a silent exclamation of alarm etched on his face as he witnesses Irina's struggle. The shadowy tendrils writhe and coil, seeking to overwhelm Irina's spirit, to extinguish the light that flickers within. The entity's thoughts echo with chilling clarity. If someone like him were to get into the school, no, the city, it'd be really bad. Despite the overwhelming force, Irina's eyes burn with defiance, a spark of unwavering resolve igniting within her. Even if it costs her life, Irina vows to resist, to protect the city from the encroaching darkness. The entity's power surges, a crimson tide threatening to engulf everything in its path. A concentrated blast of energy pierces through Irina's defenses, a searing beam of pure malice aimed at her very core. The entity's power continues to escalate, the internal pressure mounting, threatening to crush Irina's spirit and consume her from within. Golden energy begins to coalesce, swirling around an unseen hand. The energy intensifies, a silent hum vibrating in the air. Faster and faster it spins, drawing an unseen power. The light becomes blinding, a vortex of pure energy. With a sudden shift, the energy plunges downwards, a concentrated beam of destructive force. The beam twists and contorts, becoming a chaotic storm of purple and orange. The air crackles with raw power as the attack intensifies, a deafening shriek echoing in the mind. Irina grits her teeth, sweat beading on her brow as the force of the attack slams into her. Jagged lines of energy sear through the air, each strike a searing brand. Irina's eyes widen, a sudden understanding dawning. I see how it is. The entity's voice booms, declaring, we're just preparation for this one ultimate attack. Her hand trembles, a wave of agony washing over her. This terrible pain. A fist clenches, purple energy crackling around it like a gathering storm. A grin splits a face wreathed in shadow, the eyes burning with violet light. Harvey muses, how badly I have missed this. The memory of past battles echoes, a phantom sensation of competition. Raw power coalesces, a swirling vortex of violet energy. Irina is sent reeling by an unseen blow, her eyes widening in disbelief. The unseen attacker's voice booms, against the geniuses of my era. Another strike lands, contorting Irina's face in pain. Her uniform tears, the fabric unable to withstand the force of the assault. A silent scream rips from the attacker's throat, a soundless expression of manic glee. The purple energy intensifies, converging on its target. The violet light burns brighter, a prelude to another devastating strike. Harvey's eyes glow with unrestrained power, a predator relishing the hunt. A voice echoes, laced with disappointment. Were the effects of the shockwave not enough? I thought I was better than this. A blinding surge of purple energy erupts, consuming everything in its path. The ground cracks and splinters under the force, as if reality itself is tearing apart. The purple torrent obliterates the landscape, leaving nothing but ruin in its wake. Chunks of earth and shattered debris rain down, a testament to the sheer power unleashed. The air vibrates with a deafening roar. A desperate cry pierces through the chaos. Iruki! The air crackles with anticipation. Nate focuses, channeling a surge of blue energy into his hands. A voice calls out, laced with concern. Are you all right? Clutching at a bloodied chest, he insists, it's just a scratch. A sinister smile creeps across his face. The air crackles with renewed energy. The air crackled with raw power. Blue energy surged from the figure's core, a visible manifestation of the building storm within. A voice, laced with fury, echoed through the battlefield. That damn green-haired boy! The shout ripped through the air, a primal scream of frustration and rage. He pretended to attack, a feint to throw off his opponent. But instead, the figure covered the region with a magnetic field, a silent, invisible cage. The figure, surrounded by crackling energy, was determined to stop them, no matter the cost. The figure plummeted downwards, a desperate descent into the heart of the conflict. Nade launched an attack, a streak of blue energy cutting through the air. The energy swirled, a chaotic vortex of raw power. The character's face contorted in disbelief and fury. There's no way. I would lose to these little kids, Dash. Nade strained, his expression a mask of determination. Dark energy coalesced, a shadowy figure emerging from the depths. His eyes widen, a jolt of blue energy crackling in the air around him. The shock is palpable. Nade's brow furrows, confusion clouding his features. Huh, he mutters, the question hanging in the air. A hand materializes, crackling with raw, untamed power. Blue lightning dances between its outstretched fingers. Nade's eyes dart around, searching for the source of the disturbance. Huh, he cries out, his voice laced with rising panic. Far in the distance, a figure watches with growing horror. It can't be that girl. A dark-haired figure extends a hand, a swirling vortex of purple energy gathering around her palm. The air crackles with anticipation. A raw, guttural scream tears through the silence. Fuck. The ground trembles, the air shimmering with heat as an unseen force slams into the earth. Engulfed in flames, a figure roars in defiance, their eyes burning with crimson rage. The professor watches, his expression a mask of growing dread. Nade's voice cracks, his accusation ringing with despair. Wah, this is all your fault. A figure recoils, the impact sending tremors through their body. He screamed, the sound raw and desperate. The name ripped from his throat, a plea and an accusation all in one. Nade. The air crackled, a sound like tearing fabric. A guttural groan echoed, a sound of pain and shock. Sweat beaded on his brow, his eyes wide with a dawning horror. In the distance, a colossal crystal pierced the sky, its jagged edges catching the fading light. Nade's breath hitched, a hiccup escaping his lips as he gripped the sword tighter. The air around him shimmered with frost. A crimson stain bloomed on his chest, the man's eyes widening in disbelief. Could it be? He croaked, his voice barely a whisper. His face contorted in agony, the light fading from his eyes. High above, a figure stood poised on the precipice of the crystal, their silhouettes stark against the turbulent sky. The air vibrated with an ominous hum. A woman with hair like amethyst stood tall, her gaze unwavering. With a deafening roar, the crystal shattered, and a name echoed through the ravaged landscape. Miss Sienna. The man with the prominent mustache, eyes wide with shock, began to speak, his words laced with disbelief. Elsewhere, a gathering of people in formal attire enjoyed each other's company, the clinking of glasses and hushed conversations filling the air. The sweet melody of a violin filled the hall, as a musician played with passion. Milch Alpias, watching from afar, seemed lost in thought. A figure in a dark suit contemplated, the words hanging in the air, a silent question directed at an unseen presence. You're so? What am I supposed to do with you? A blonde-haired man held a young girl in a green dress, the scene bathed in a soft, warm light. Alpiaz's thoughts drifted back to a name, a person, a question hanging in the balance. Alpheus. The name echoes in the air. Javi. Javi's eyes glow with an unnatural light. He felt a strong vibration coming from the mountain and demands an answer. Arcane used dark authority. The shadowy figure wonders if Alpheus has shown up. It will be a logical reason, right? Since Arcane will be coming here soon. He isn't even getting caught by the darkness. A voice declares that they should finish things up here. A figure sprints through the forest, bathed in golden light. That persistent bastard. The forest floor is barely visible through the encroaching shadows. The forest crackled with unseen energy, the air thick with a palpable tension. Their movements were being completely blocked off, a silent prison woven from magic. The situation felt like a game of chess played with a mirror, each move reflecting an unseen opponent's strategy. They needed to create a figure, eyes narrowed with resolve, declared, "I'm going to approach him." The air crackled with anticipation. A shadowy figure lurked, wreathed in darkness and swirling energy, a silent predator in the magical forest. A blinding golden light erupted, a surge of power unleashed into the already charged atmosphere. The wind howled, a frigid gust that cut through the trees and carried the scent of snow and distant mountains. The cliffside stood stark against the swirling snow, a lonely sentinel overlooking a vast, unforgiving landscape. A voice cut through the storm, laced with disbelief. "Hey, you're joking, right?" His face contorted in disbelief, the man's voice rising in incredulity. "He broke that old man's magic? Impossible." Her eyes glowed with an eerie light, a chilling determination hardening her features. "To stop Master's Abyss Nova." The voice, cold and resolute, echoed in the desolate landscape. "You have to be a high-ranking monk or an archmage." A wave of disbelief washes over the scene. How could a professor from an ordinary magic academy accomplish such a feat? A figure with long, flowing purple hair stands amidst the swirling snow, her expression unreadable. A foot clad in a dark shoe steps down onto a patch of shimmering ice, the cold radiating outwards. One figure tumbles backward, while another remains standing. "Nice, since she's awake," a voice declares. Nade's face is etched with worry as he looks on, a shimmering blue energy emanating from his hand. A sudden chill permeates the air. "It's cold," someone exclaims, their voice trembling. Nade's expression is a mix of concern and determination, his eyes wide as he stares intently at something beyond the frame. A sense of unease settles in. Something's wrong, a voice whispers, barely audible. A group of students stands together, their faces etched with worry. "She isn't awake," one of them murmurs. The realization dawns. The voice trails off, leaving the sentence unfinished. A surge of blue energy crackles through the air, a visible manifestation of the growing power. A concentrated beam of blue energy pierces the darkness, its source unknown. A searing pain rips through him, the force of it radiating outwards in visible waves. He cries out, clutching at his chest as if to contain the agony. A desperate plea tears from his throat, a futile attempt to halt the unseen assault. Stop! Blood trickles down his hand, the metallic tang filling the air as the unseen blade finds its mark. His voice cracks with disbelief and pain. "Your students too?" His eyes burn with a furious intensity, a promise of retribution etched onto his face. Miss Sienna's eyes flare with an ethereal blue light, the air around her crackling with nascent power. She extends a hand, focusing her will, a torrent of azure energy coalescing in her palm. Brainless. With a surge of determination, she channels the magic inwards, enveloping herself in a protective shroud of crimson light. She casted magic onto her body. The spell complete, she curses under her breath, frustration lacing her tone. Fake? A declaration echoes. 1,000,000 gold coins are nothing. The air crackles with unseen energy. The red-haired man curses, frustration lacing his tone. Fuck I. A realization dawns. He knew he was unlucky. A crimson figure looms, its form indistinct. He plummets downwards, a silent scream lost in the wind. Miss Sienna's eyes ignite with a cold, blue light, her expression hardening with resolve. Though just 20 years old, she is a Class 6 mage, wielding the best omniscience for ice magic. The words echo, absolute zero. A vortex of ice erupts, a swirling tempest of frozen power unleashed by Miss Sienna. A chilling sound pierces the air as the ice spreads. The world transforms into a crystalline prison, locked in eternal winter. She lies prone, the world around her a tapestry of frozen destruction. The air crackles with residual energy, a testament to the power she unleashed. Her eye, a window to a soul now lost in the aftermath, reflects the chilling blue of the encroaching ice. The glacier bombing spell takes hold, its icy tendrils reaching out to claim everything in its path. The teachers and the students are not spared from its frigid embrace. Crystalline structures erupt from the ground, each facet reflecting the dying light, transforming the familiar landscape into a frozen wasteland. The world is inverted, the sky now the ground, as the ice continues its relentless spread, consuming all in its wake. The words glacier bombing hang in the air, a chilling epitaph to the scene unfolding. The ice formations grow larger, more menacing, their sharp edges glinting with a deadly promise. The air itself seems to solidify, the very essence of the world hardening into an unyielding prison of ice. From above, the scene is a vortex of ice, pulling everything into its frozen heart. Nade clutches Javi, shielding him from the encroaching cold. But even his protection may not be enough to withstand the sheer force of the spell. A scream pierces the frozen air, a desperate cry against the inevitable. Nade's voice cracks with disbelief, demanding to know what she is doing, while Javi's plea for release echoes his terror. The air crackled with urgency as a voice boomed, laced with desperation. They warned, their words echoing the impending doom. They were all going to die. A figure in a suit clutched another close, their face a mask of anguish. The weight of the situation pressed down, heavy and suffocating. Nade's eyes widened, a silent scream building in his throat. He realized with chilling certainty that he didn't have enough. The group stood defiant against the backdrop of the frozen landscape, the threat looming large before them. A voice, laced with desperation, echoed in the mind. What are you going to do? The weight of the ice? No, the glacier threatened to crush them all. The crushing mass bore down on them, an unimaginable weight of 15 to 20 tons. Beneath the looming glacier, a lone figure stood, bracing against the impossible. He crouched low, his mind racing. He needed to predict the vector, to find a way out of this frozen nightmare. The plan formed in his mind, to shatter the glacier, to break it up into tens of thousands of fragments. Arcane energy swirled, a desperate gamble against the encroaching ice. His resolve faltered, the weight of the task crushing him. He couldn't make it. The air hung thick with tension. Any mistakes now would be fatal. He unleashes a torrent of raw power, the air crackling with blue energy. The energy intensifies, a focused blast of pure force. But then, Nade throws himself in front of a black-haired girl, shielding her from the blast. No, he mutters, a desperate plea against the inevitable. The energy erupts around them, a dazzling display of destructive power. Kneeling amidst the aftermath, Nade reflects, there's no way there are guys like them in a magic academy. A strange, almost comical scene unfolds as Nade hugs the girl tightly. The girl shoves him away, her voice laced with anger. What are you doing? Nade, bruised and battered, can only manage. I saved you, though. I didn't do anything. A voice booms, filled with rage. We're enemies. Who the hell are you saving? The argument escalates. Nade is told to shut up and release the mind control. The girl asks, are you? Nade's expression hardens. I don't care. The girl's face is a mask of inner turmoil, her eyes reflecting a deep conflict. If it's for Canis, the rain washes over him, a cold shroud on the unforgiving ground. Tears stream down her face, a torrent mirroring the storm raging within. She spits the words out, a venomous declaration. She doesn't care what happens to the rest of them. His jaw tightens, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. Rizal hardens his gaze. A voice echoes, laced with concern. What are you thinking? The world explodes in a flash of light and fury. The air crackles with displaced energy. They watch, horror etched on their faces, as the aftermath unfolds. Crimson stains the earth, a grim testament to the violence unleashed. Her face contorts in anguish, a silent scream trapped in her throat. The air vibrates with the force of impact, a deafening echo in the aftermath. He bellows the name, a raw, desperate cry tearing through the silence. Canis. Laughter echoes through the night, under the light of a full moon. More laughter rings out, as one of the pair asks if the other saw that person's face. The laughter continues, one voice declaring that it was so good. The pair continue their conversation under the starry sky. A field of white flowers glows softly in the moonlight, fireflies dancing around them. One of the pair recalls that recently, in the double spirit experiment, wave-like interferences were observed. The blonde-haired woman apologizes, wondering if the topic is boring. She laughs, asking if the other doesn't find it funny, and then declares that the other is a good person. The dark-haired woman recalls that according to the prism experiment, there's a high possibility that light is a particle. She then exclaims that she thought they were particles. A flush crept up her cheeks, a giggle escaping her lips. She was mortified. Nade wondered what he was even doing here. He was a mage, yes, but utterly lost on what to write for his thesis. What did he expect from Miss Irina? He sought her opinion, but what could she possibly say? She pondered, her gaze distant. Was light a wave or a particle? The answer she knew was both. Irina offered a serene smile under the moonlight. A single word echoed in his mind. Beautiful. Nade's eyes narrowed, a flicker of intensity in his gaze. Nade's eyes widened as he scanned the pages of the book, its title emblazoned in bold letters, Mass and Energy. Elsewhere in the library, a commotion stirred. Guys, look at this, one of the students exclaimed, drawing attention to a figure sprawled on the floor. Another student leaned in, his brow furrowed. What is it? He wondered aloud, peering at the open book beside the fallen figure. The text spoke of the equivalence of mass and energy. Nade's eyes darted across the page. Mass can be converted into energy, he thought, a spark of realization igniting within him. If that's true, he continued to read, his mind racing. With this idea, we should be able to improve the photon cannon, He mused, his fingers tracing the words on the page. A hand reached out, holding a paper covered in complex equations. Wait, a voice whispered, laced with dawning comprehension. This formula, isn't this the professor's name? The students exchanged bewildered glances. Huh? Really? They exclaimed, their faces etched with disbelief as they stared at the paper. A surge of energy crackled in the air, the very atmosphere thrumming with an unseen power. The energy intensified, coalescing into a blinding light that illuminated the room with an eerie glow. A guttural scream tore through the air, a sound of pure agony and rage that sent shivers down the spines of those present. A monstrous visage materialized, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. That bastard. He's adding more weight behind his attacks. The figure with black hair grits their teeth, frustration etched on their face. What? Don't tell me that during this battle. They clench a fist, realizing something has changed. He's gotten stronger? Suddenly, the blonde-haired figure is sent hurtling backward, a pair of glowing yellow orbs trailing behind. One of the orbs slams into him, a burst of energy erupting on impact. More energy courses through him, the impact sending tremors through his body. The onslaught continues, the unseen attacker, showing no mercy. He is engulfed in a blinding yellow light, his silhouette barely visible within the radiant energy. Now, a surge of blue energy strikes, adding to the chaos. A guttural groan echoes through the air. A dark, monstrous figure laughs, its voice dripping with malice. Kaha, pretty impressive, no? But you still have a long way to go. The blonde-haired figure is bombarded with more energy blasts, the forest around him illuminated by the eerie glow. Despite the relentless assault, he steels himself, a spark of defiance in his eyes. That was... A dark presence takes form, its shadowy tendrils reaching out as if this were merely practice. From the darkness, searing orbs of energy are unleashed, streaking through the air with deadly intent. The barrage intensifies. A desperate voice cries out, I can't stop that. Run, Canis. A figure, cloaked in shadow, refuses to yield. No, if we run away now, we'll lose our momentum. The figure grits their teeth, a surge of dark energy emanating from them. Consume my willpower. Hurry. The strain is visible, beads of sweat forming as they push their limits. Damn it, you're really pushing it. A blinding flash of light erupts, a chaotic mix of cyan and gold energies colliding. The air crackles with raw power, the sound echoing like a thunderclap in a confined space. Arcane symbols shimmer with an ethereal glow, their energy resonating with an unknown force. The air vibrates, the very ground trembling beneath the weight of the unleashed power. The landscape distorts, the trees and foliage bending and breaking under the immense pressure. A final surge of energy explodes outward, leaving a lingering scent of ozone in the air. A blinding flash of golden light erupts, bathing the area in an otherworldly glow. The air crackles with unseen energy. Her eyes widen in terror as the shock wave slams into her, the force of the blast threatening to overwhelm her senses. Elsewhere, two figures stand silhouetted against the twilight sky, seemingly distant observers of the unfolding chaos. Crimson stains bloom on the cracked earth, a grim testament to the battle that has already been fought. Tears stream down her face, her expression a mask of confusion and fear. What is happening? The forest canopy is illuminated by another blinding burst of energy, the trees casting long, distorted shadows. His eyes burning with rage, the figure cries out, his voice echoing through the trees, Canis. The green-haired youth stares in disbelief, exclaiming, What? That a photon cannon? A voice seethes with anger, revealing the attacker's identity. Chiron, that bastard. Looks like he's managed to apply the formula he found yesterday to his spell. A beam of pure energy streaks skyward, a testament to Chiron's newfound power. The golden glow fades, revealing Chiron, battered but standing. Nade stares, his brow furrowed with concern. He wonders, questioning why Chiron is acting so weak all of a sudden. Sweat beads on Chiron's forehead, his breathing labored. He offers a weak apology. Sorry guys. The back of Chiron's white coat is torn, stained crimson with blood. Nade observes the scene, remarking that the opponent was super strong. Chiron thinks to himself that this will be a challenge, even after making his photon cannon. Another ally notes that the burden must have been heavy for Chiron. One of the allies lying on the ground thinks that the only reason why he's able to say anything is because they managed to take care of things here. Nade tells Chiron good job. Chiron is supported by Nade and another ally. Now, we're together, the text proclaims. Chiron wonders what. He posed the question, a challenge hanging heavy in the air. Will you do it now? Canis stood with another figure, a shadowy giant looming behind them. He wondered aloud if they truly believed they could handle all three of them. A voice cut through the tension, demanding that they accept their defeat and let the students go. A man, blood blooming across his white shirt, insisted that nobody was dead yet, and it wasn't too late for them. The declaration hung in the air. The war wasn't over. Canis's eyes burned with an inner light, a promise of retribution. The vow echoed, laced with malice. His master would punish all of them. From his shadows, a voice questioned the very concept. Punish? Canis's voice dripped with venom as he wondered if they even understood what they had done, adding that they could ask Alpheus once they met him in hell. A wave of shock washed over one of the onlookers. The headmaster? One of the students, cradling an injured companion, declared that he had committed a crime that could not be forgiven. Canis revealed the horrific school was made after it was stolen from his master. A disembodied voice echoes, a stark declaration that everything once enjoyed has been cruelly snatched away. Nade looks up, his blue eyes wide with concern, a silent question etched on his face. Another student, his green hair a stark contrast to his pale complexion, demands, "What are you talking about?" A voice, laced with defiance, warns against false accusations, even if the underlying truth stings. From the shadows, a figure dismisses the suffering of others as pointless, unworthy of consideration. The man declares himself an agent, bound to the will of his master, purple energy swirling around him. A figure cloaked in darkness asserts their actions are guided by unwavering belief, their hands crackling with power. The green-haired student screams in frustration, declaring that nothing seems to affect their target. Another voice, tinged with desperation, begins to question their own actions. His red eyes burning with intensity, the young man asks if it's time to end things. Nade walks forward, flanked by his companions, his white shirt stained with blood. Power gathers, a hand glowing with potent yellow energy. A surge of power emanates, the air crackling with unseen energy. Nade, hand outstretched, confronts the shadowy figure. "You think fighting will work since words won't?" A chilling smile spreads across Canis's face, the dark aura intensifying. Even so, the same thing will happen. But then, a flicker of doubt crosses Canis's features. From within the shadows, a voice whispers, laced with concern. "Hovey, what's wrong? There's no need to be scared." The dark aura pulses, a tangible manifestation of encroaching dread. Canis grits their teeth, struggling against an unseen force. "If you consume enough of my willpower, we should be able to stop." A single tear traces a path down Canis's cheek, a silent testament to the internal battle. The light intensifies, a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. The voice echoes, "This is your last chance." Nade's resolve hardens, the light in his hand burning brighter. Another voice, desperate and pleading, cuts through the tension. "Release the students." Canis's eyes widen in horror, a silent scream trapped in her throat. His expression hardened, Chiron declared, "I am the Archmage's apprentice." The crimson-haired antagonist continued, his voice resonating with unwavering conviction. "Even if I die, his will cannot be broken." Nade's brow furrowed, a shadow of concern crossing his face. "However, if people die because of your beliefs." The young professor's eyes narrowed, a steely glint replacing the earlier concern. "Then I—" Nade's expression hardened, resolve etched onto his features. The teenager declared, his voice firm, "Have no choice but to take you down." He mused, lost in thought. The starlight, the fireflies, everything seemed beautiful to him. However, Canis questioned what Nade was talking about, his expression unreadable in the dim light. A voice declared that something was not beautiful, the words hanging in the air with a strange finality. The question hung in the air. Why did he think the light was so beautiful? Nade explained that light allowed them to see the dark, his gaze distant. Canis questioned the dark, his tone laced with curiosity. A surge of energy crackled, illuminating the space with an eerie glow. The energy flowed like water, an ethereal dance of light and shadow. A voice echoed, stating that it wasn't a contradiction. A sense of understanding washed over them, a realization dawning in their minds. The lines blurred, the distinction between light and darkness fading into a unified whole. A radiant light shone, illuminating the path forward with a newfound clarity. A sudden clarity washes over him. He understands now. A glimpse of pink hair, a fleeting image in the cascade of thoughts. A smile tinged with longing. Beautiful, just. A night scene unfolds, and a name echoes in the darkness. Irina. Bathed in moonlight, the name lingers in the air. Irina. A canvas of stars, a silent witness to unspoken feelings. A field of daisies whispers a question. Will you be my light? How could he ever forget that day? The air, still and sweet, the scent of grass heavy in the night. And a smile that could chase away the darkest night. Irina, a vision etched in his heart. No matter what the world may offer, this is a memory he will never forget. The weight of years, the echo of a love that time cannot erase. He gasped, sweat beading on his brow as a guttural sound escaped his throat. The air grew thick with an unseen pressure. The man's body began to radiate a golden light, the energy crackling around him like a miniature sun threatening to burst. Milchalpias observed the scene, his expression unreadable. The air around him shimmered, a testament to his own magical prowess. His defense against light was indeed formidable. Victor Arcane's target grimaced, his features contorted in disbelief. He could not believe Victor had cast a spell like this. A desperate plea echoed through the air, a voice begging, "Master, please, come back." A heavy footfall landed on the cracked earth, the sound resonating with an ominous finality. A young man looked up, his brow furrowed with concern. "What is going on here?" he wondered, his voice barely a whisper. A figure stood silhouetted against a blinding light, their form obscured by the radiant energy. Leaves swirled around them, caught in an unseen vortex. Eyes glowed with an unnatural blue light, reflecting an inner turmoil and a desperate struggle. A cry of anguish ripped through the air, the single word "master," filled with desperation and fear. Milchalpias stood amidst a swirling vortex of purple energy, his gaze fixed on some unseen point. The air crackled with power, a silent testament to the forces at play. From the cliff's edge, a figure in dark robes is urgently hailed. Milchalpias turns, his gaze sharp despite his age. His violet eyes narrow, a storm brewing behind them. The old man's expression hardens. Elsewhere, a warrior lies prone amidst shattered ice, defeated. Back at the cliff, a hooded figure stands with another, his face etched with worry. He apologizes to his master, while internally cursing someone as a stupid bastard. Milchalpias' gaze remains fixed, his jaw tight. A question hangs in the air. Is all of this because of him? A figure stands amidst shattered earth, conjuring a sphere of raw energy. Tendrils of power crackle around the orb, promising devastation. His eyes blaze with an unnatural light, pupils shrunk to pinpricks as power surges through him. The air crackles with unseen force. One of the students, blood staining his pristine uniform, demands, "Were you the one behind this?" His voice trembles with a mixture of pain and fury. A sneer twists his lips, revealing teeth far too sharp for human. "How insolent!" he hisses, the words dripping with contempt. The old man's gaze pierces through the shadows, his voice a low rumble. "What's your name?" he asks, the question hanging heavy in the air. The figure, shrouded in darkness, spits back, "I don't want to tell a murderer my name." Laughter echoes through the night as the figure declares, "Release the mind control and leave the school." Two shadowy figures stand behind him, their intentions unclear. A voice, laced with regret, whispers, "Sorry, but I can't do that." Milchalpias stands, his expression unreadable, his hand raised in a gesture of command. The weight of his authority is palpable. Crimson energy flares, engulfing a head in its malevolent glow. The air vibrates with impending doom. The eyes burn with infernal fire, promising retribution. A chilling smile spreads across his face. A disembodied voice booms, "That includes you." The three figures stand silhouetted against a backdrop of encroaching darkness. Crimson energy flared around him, his eyes burning with an unnatural light. The air crackled with barely contained power, a storm brewing within the young man. The force of the blow reverberated through the air, a sickening thud that promised pain. A beam of searing energy lanced across the battlefield, cutting through the gloom with blinding intensity. The air shimmered and distorted as raw power was unleashed, the very fabric of reality straining against the force. A strangled gasp escaped him as pain ripped through his body, his face contorting in agony. Elsewhere, the landscape stretched out, a tapestry of shadows and faint starlight. The ground trembled, a low rumble echoing through the desolate expanse. An old man, his face etched with worry, muttered, "Oh, a radius of 52.7. Back in the arena, a voice echoed, laced with disbelief. "Despite your age, you have a very big spirit zone." He dodged that. Two figures watched with growing concern as the blonde-haired man stood his ground, his expression hardening. With a guttural cry, he channeled his energy into a blinding sphere of power, ready to unleash it. A desperate voice cut through the air, pleading, "Stop, Chiron." The group continued their trek through the dimly lit woods, the sound of their footsteps echoing softly. His face contorted in a mask of shock, sweat beading on his brow as his eyes widened in disbelief. Arms crossed, she stood amidst the trees, her expression a mixture of concern and determination. A voice called out, filled with urgency, "Professor Athela?" Meanwhile, the old man's eyes narrowed, a storm brewing within them. "How dare a loser show?" he growled. Surrounded by students, Professor Athela declared, "I don't care about winning or losing. I'm protecting the students." Questions hung in the air, laced with concern. "Professor, who is he? Why are you doing this?" The name was whispered, a revelation hanging heavy in the air. "His name is Victor Arcane." The students gasped, one exclaiming, "He's a Class 3 Archmage." Milchalpias, his long white beard flowing, mused. It seems like he has a grudge against the headmaster. A close-up on a narrowed eye, the gaze intense and focused. A stern face loomed, the voice a low growl. I don't think you should be relaxing right now. The words 10% hung in the air, followed by the ominous phrase, master's willpower. The man with the neck tattoo spoke, his expression grim. He only has 10% of what he usually has left. But even at that level, the text declared, it's still 10% of an archmage. The words burned with intent. It's enough to destroy them. A voice, laced with regret, whispered, but we haven't caught Alpheus yet. I knew it. I should dash. Canis was confronted, the question hanging heavy in the air. What are you thinking? Footsteps echoed, the sound of someone approaching with purpose. Canis, her hand bandaged, pleaded, please leave this to me. Milchalpias glanced sideways, a knowing look in his eyes. The question lingered, unspoken. You? A predatory grin stretches across the old man's face, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. The world seems to bleed into a crimson haze, the air thick with an unspoken threat. Canis's brow furrows with worry, her voice barely a whisper as she begins, Canis you. A figure shrouded in shadow emerges, their eyes burning with a malevolent purple light. An eye, narrowed and intense, observes from the darkness, holding secrets untold. The man's lips peeled back in a cruel sneer, his voice dripping with condescension as he spits, Hey kid. From the shadows, a chorus of voices rises, laced with disbelief. Did you say you were Alpheus' student? Standing amidst the desolate rocks, a young man holds his ground, his gaze unwavering. A stern warning echoes, a reminder of the reverence due. Don't say the headmaster's name so lightly. The man's face contorts with rage, his words laced with bitter comparison. Compared to the headmaster, a lone figure stands silhouetted against a distant forest, their purpose shrouded in mystery. The insult rings out, dripping with scorn. Someone like you isn't a mage. A guttural laugh tears through the air, the sound echoing with unhinged glee. Rage contorts the man's face, his mouth a cavernous void as he unleashes a primal scream. The name hangs in the air, heavy with accusation, Alpheus. What charade has been maintained for 40 years? The laughter continues, a mocking echo of a twisted desire for respect. Meanwhile, the youth with green hair stares in horrified shock, while the other man's white shirt is stained crimson. The figure with long white hair offers a single word, a cold acceptance of fate. Fine. Bowing deeply, the figure expresses gratitude. Thank you, master. Elsewhere, a desperate plea hangs in the air as the group recoils in horror. No. Chiron's name is called out as they plummet downwards. The world blurs as the figure falls, the ground rushing up to meet them. A voice echoes, urging Canis to reconsider, to leave this to Arcane. He broods, his glowing eyes narrowed. Canis thinks to himself that he has already disappointed someone. Nade declares, with unwavering resolve, that even if he dies, he's going to win. He shouts that they are fighting, calling out a Havi. The intensity in Canis's gaze deepens, his brow furrowed with concern. He pleads for Havi to answer him. A voice booms, simply calling out, Havi. Canis turns, his cloak billowing behind him as he moves away from the unseen speaker. A sharp, cracking sound echoes through the air. Shadows coalesce around Canis, a dark aura enveloping him as he declares his intent to fight. Bathed in golden light, Nade leaps into the air, ready to engage. Canis plummets, the ground rushing up to meet him as he wonders aloud if he's falling over the cliff. Nade continues his ascent, the golden energy crackling around him. A voice questions whether he plans to fight in the air. Canis sneers, calling someone an idiot. He muses that they probably think he can't use shadows in midair. The night itself seemed to coalesce into a monstrous shadow, its edges sharp as claws against the fading light. Within that oppressive darkness, a single point of light pulsed, a beacon in the encroaching abyss. Eyes wide, the world seemed to tilt as the impossible light filled his vision. A collective gasp escaped the onlookers, their faces etched with disbelief as they stared upwards. Her breath hitched, the sheer spectacle stealing the air from her lungs as she gazed at the sky. The light intensified, its core burning with a vibrant emerald fire. Nade plummeted through the blinding radiance, a lone figure against the impossible glow. The emerald core pulsed, radiating outwards in concentric waves of energy. If he couldn't match the speed of his movements, it would all be over. Crimson light flared in his eyes, a burning determination hardening his gaze. He would target his whole spirit zone. The air cracked with the force of the impending strike. He looked up, a blinding light erupting above. The air crackled with an unseen energy, raising the hairs on the back of his neck. Nade's eyes widened, a silent scream building in his throat. His face contorted in a mask of pure agony. From the heart of the light, a dark shape emerged, a lance of blue energy extending towards the professor. The force of the blow lifted Nade off his feet, sending him spiraling backwards through the air. Streaks of golden light trailed behind the shadowy figure as it ascended into the night sky, leaving Nade to fall. Golden beams of light pierced the twilight sky, arcing down towards the earth. The celestial display continues, painting the night sky with streaks of vibrant energy above the jagged peaks. The beams converge, swirling with arcane energy that crackles in the air. The magical energy intensifies, the air shimmering with otherworldly power. A concentrated beam of light cuts through the darkness. The light intensifies, a deafening roar echoing through the landscape. A figure gazes upward, their face etched with awe and apprehension as the light bathes them in its glow. Another voice, filled with rage, breaks the silence. That crazy bastard! A sharp intake of breath, followed by a whispered realization. A fake. A lone figure stands silhouetted against the radiant light, seemingly at the epicenter of this extraordinary event. Whispers of disbelief ripple through the crowd. The hundreds of balls of magic are all real? How can mere child do this? A surge of power emanates from Chiron, his eyes glowing with an unnatural intensity. Blood stains his face and clothing, a testament to a recent struggle. The energy coalesces into a blinding sphere, crackling with raw magical force. The sphere hurtles forward, leaving a trail of shimmering light in its wake. The blast explodes outward, a cataclysm of light and energy. Elsewhere, Chiron stands bathed in golden light, the falling leaves around him seeming to dance in slow motion. He is the subject of someone's thoughts. A voice echoes, laced with disbelief. When did he learn this? The speaker's eyes widen, a realization dawning. He went into the infinite domain again. Two figures stand side by side, their expressions a mixture of shock and concern. What did you guys just say? The group's unease grows, their faces etched with worry. Are you saying that Chiron has gone inside the immortal function before? Meanwhile, the question hangs heavy in the air as the group stares into the distance, their concern palpable. Streaks of light blurred around her as she plummeted downwards. So this is how things turn out, she thought, the realization hanging heavy in the air. Emerald leaves spiraled down through the golden light, a silent ballet against the encroaching darkness. A blinding flash erupted, momentarily swallowing everything in its incandescent embrace. Energy crackled, a chaotic symphony of blue and gold, as an unseen force tore through the space. The woman continued to fall, her voice a desperate cry in the void. Javi, answer me. We are going to die at this rate. His face contorted in a silent scream, one eye burning with an unnatural blue light as the world rushed past. A fist clenched, energy coalescing around it, a prelude to the inevitable strike. The force slammed into him, a searing pain that stole his breath. Gah, he's not targeting me. Silence descended, broken only by a ragged, unspoken thought. Canis, swathed in shadow, stared down at his bandaged arm, confusion clouding his glowing eyes. I'm not injured. What? He lifted his gaze, a flicker of determination igniting within him. Streaks of light ascended, a silent promise of what was to come. He's targeting something, a faint blue energy coalescing around his outstretched hand. The energy intensifies, bathing the area in an eerie light as Canis raises his hand higher. A concentrated orb of power crackles in his palm, a tangible manifestation of his intent. The darkness surges outward, a wave of oppressive energy threatening to consume everything in its path. He is erasing the shadows, the very essence of what allows him to move, to exist here. Nade's eyes widen, a gasp escaping his lips. That's insane, he mutters, struggling to comprehend the sheer force of what he's witnessing. The energy intensifies, the air crackling with raw power. A voice echoes, laced with anger and bitterness. Canis stands resolute, the light reflecting off his determined face. I didn't want to die in front of Master. His eyes burn with a fierce resolve, a desperate plea etched into his gaze. He's going to D. The thought echoes in the darkness, so annoying, arcane. The darkness seems to press in, heavy with unspoken frustration. A sudden, violent eruption of blue and white energy shatters the oppressive calm. A guttural scream tears through the air as Canis is hurled backward, the force of the unseen blow twisting his form. He grits his teeth against the pain, a strangled ugh escaping his lips. Through the haze of pain, a name surfaces, Javi. Golden energy begins to coalesce around him, a desperate surge of willpower against the onslaught. He steels himself, the command echoing in his mind, get a grip and focus. The gathered energy explodes outward in a blinding flash. The surge of power intensifies, bathing everything in a golden light. Elsewhere, a figure bathed in golden light, Javi stares wide-eyed, whispering, "What's that?" The golden energy continues to crackle and surge, a raw display of untamed power. A blinding golden beam sears through the air, striking with unseen force. The impact sends tremors through the very ground. The unseen assailant's power throws Canis through the air, a ragdoll caught in a tempest of light and force. He struggles to find purchase, the golden aura around him flickering as he fights to regain control. Another strike, and blood blossoms against his skin, each impact a hammer blow against his resolve. The tables are turning. The golden beam finds its mark again, searing flesh and bone with relentless precision. He crashes to the ground, the force of the blows stealing his breath and blurring his vision. The energy slams into the earth around him, cracking the very stone and sending tremors through his weary body. It'll be dangerous for him to maintain immortal function any longer than this. The endurance that can withstand photon cannon. Isn't it strange? Intelligence, strong, close-ranged attacks, speed that stems from agility. Why didn't he fight like this from the beginning? No way. That demonic thing. Above the figure, a mass of writhing darkness pulses with unseen energy. The figure simply confirms, yeah. A voice echoes, resonating with an unsettling unity. We are one. Professor Athela's expression hardens, her gaze fixed on someone unseen. She accuses, "Arcane, you are a very cruel person." Milch Alpias stands silently, his long white beard flowing as if caught in a non-existent breeze. The figure doubles over while rising in their throat. "To you a student is..." The sentence is cut short by a violent retch. Canis lies prone, the name erupting from an unseen speaker. Another wave of nausea overtakes someone, their body convulsing as they expel the contents of their stomach. A thought surfaces. Is he a fuel tank that moves that thing? A single eye snaps open, the figure gasping for air, each breath a ragged struggle. Amidst a field of jagged crystals, Javi's name hangs in the air, a whispered question or a desperate plea. A monstrous visage of swirling purple energy takes form, its jagged teeth promising untold horrors. A radiant, golden energy coalesces, its form shifting and indistinct. "I see," a voice declares, laced with newfound understanding. A disembodied voice reasons that if the type of opponent has changed, there is no need to continue using photon cannon, which is a physical magic attack. From their eye, a torrent of raw energy began to flow, a vibrant blue light tracing patterns in the air. The energy intensified, coalescing into a declaration. The answer is... Javi unleashed the power, a blinding radiance erupting from their very being. Photon output. The air crackled with the force of the unleashed energy. A beam of pure light, a concentrated torrent of power, shot forth. The energy spread, a wave of destruction rippling outwards. But the strain was immense. Javi gritted their teeth, a strangled cry escaping their lips. "Uck, damn it, easy." The unleashed power began to crack, the very fabric of reality seeming to distort around them. Overwhelmed, Javi was consumed by the light, their form flickering amidst the chaos. Their legs trembled, the weight of the power threatening to buckle them. Javi's thoughts raced, a desperate mantra echoing in their mind. Just because I have infinite will I power. The realization crashed down. I can't overcome my personal limits omnipotence. Then that means a surge of power emanates from within, focusing on a single point, the eye. There is no other choice but to strengthen their omniscience. Energy is mass multiplied by the speed of light squared. This time all mass. The eye glows with an ever-increasing intensity, the source of unimaginable power. The energy begins to flow, coalescing into a tangible force. The air crackles with anticipation. A blinding light erupts, consuming everything in its path. The conversion is complete. Is this? The energy expands outward, a shockwave of pure force rippling through the surroundings. The unleashed energy takes on a monstrous visage, a terrifying manifestation of raw power. A horrible pulse. The very air vibrates with the intensity of the energy. Elsewhere, a wave of fear washes over the man as he feels the pulse resonate deep within his bones. What is that? The question is shrieked as the group feels the oppressive weight of the energy. He looks up, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. Something terrible is happening. A laser forms, the energy coalescing with terrifying speed. The beam intensifies, a searing heat radiating outward. The energy focuses, becoming a concentrated ray of destructive power. The laser erupts, a cataclysmic release of raw energy. The strain is immense, the power threatening to overwhelm its source. A scream tears through the air, the sound of agony and burning flesh. Elsewhere, Canis clutches their head, the pain is sudden, sharp intrusion. The agony is not their own, but Javi's, transmitted through some unknown link. Javi is at their limit, struggling to contain the raging power. The beam intensifies once more, a pillar of destructive energy. At this rate, annihilation is imminent, the very air crackling with impending doom. The energy surges uncontrollably, a chaotic storm threatening to consume everything. The air crackled with unseen power, the very ground vibrating as the crimson energy intensified. A low hum filled the space, growing louder with each passing moment. Then, with a deafening roar, the energy erupted. A shockwave of pure force blasted outwards, leaving trails of searing light in its wake. Professor Athela stood firm against the gale, her robes billowing around her as the raw power washed over her form. She braced herself, her expression a mask of concern. From a distance, Milchalpias watched with growing unease. His brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding settling over him as he witnessed the uncontrolled surge. Panic etched on her face, Chiron screamed, her voice cracking with desperation. "Stop your magic!" she pleaded, her hands outstretched as if to ward off the impending disaster. Nade's eyes widened in disbelief, a silent question etched on his face. The sheer intensity of the energy was overwhelming, leaving him speechless with shock. The core of the energy pulsed with malevolent light, a swirling vortex of crimson power, threatening to consume everything in its path. It was a force beyond comprehension, a chaotic storm of pure magic. A chilling realization dawned, a sense of impending doom hanging heavy in the air. Too late. Tendrils of energy snaked outwards, reaching into the very fabric of reality. The air shimmered and distorted, the world itself bending to the will of the chaotic force. The energy coalesced into a single, devastating point, a focal point of unimaginable power. It hung in the air, a harbinger of destruction waiting to be unleashed. From the heart of the chaos, a monstrous form began to take shape. Eyes of burning crimson stared out from the darkness, a terrifying entity born from the uncontrolled energy. Bubbles rise in the murky depths as a figure declares, "My name is Harvest." The figure in the shadows offers a proposition, "Become my subordinate." Two children stand before a towering, shadowy figure, its form outlined in glowing purple energy. The air crackles with unseen power. The old man, his long white beard flowing, asks a pointed question. "Do you not want Canis?" From the depths, a voice retorts, "That's not what I meant." A figure stands in a laboratory, observing a person suspended within a glowing tank. The air hums with arcane energy. "It's more effective if I go to Erin," the figure muses. Erin, a woman with long black hair, lived in Ladum for 10 years. Besides Canis, no one has met her. But through that resistance, she gained high mental sensitivity. Erin was able to see things normal people could not. The old man speaks of a first sutra, a unique brain pattern that acknowledges objects or matter as if it is the first time experiencing it. It is said that one can see the real form of the object or matter. By feeling Erin's overflow, they were able to find her and bring her here. And they brought Canis along too. The figure, shadowed and gaunt, rejects the premise. Erin, it seems, is too kind for whatever is about to unfold. Milchalpias, his aged face etched with newfound understanding, commands someone to go with Canis. A realization dawns on him. The reason for Canis's presence becomes clear: arcane power. The swirling energies hint at a deeper purpose. A calculated scheme, meticulously planned from the very beginning, is revealed. The floating orbs seem to reflect the cold calculation. Time dwindles. Only 1 minute remains before the explosion engulfs the mountaintop, a countdown to impending doom. A crimson sphere pulses with contained energy, its nature still unknown, but its presence ominous. A group of figures soars through the sky, defying gravity. The question hangs in the air: flying? Panic sets in. Canis, on the verge of detonation, cries out, mentioning the name Havi in a desperate plea. A contract is about to be broken, a binding agreement annulled in the face of the impending catastrophe. Agony contorts a face, a raw expression of pain as unseen forces take their toll. The crimson sphere hangs suspended, a silent harbinger of destruction, its purpose still shrouded in mystery. Recognition dawns, followed by disbelief. The mention of Havi elicits a powerful reaction. No way. Alone? The thought echoes in the darkness. Why seek power, if not for a reason? Because Erin is my one and only light. I need to protect her. His eyes glow with an inner resolve. You're from this world. A surge of red energy erupts, a destructive force unleashed. Live on. Havi. Milchalpias stands, his expression unreadable. The red energy intensifies, consuming everything in its path. The explosion reaches a blinding crescendo. The aftermath of the explosion leaves a scene of devastation. Red embers danced in the gray sky, a silent testament to the recent devastation. The jagged rocks stood stark against the smoky backdrop, the air thick with the smell of ash and ozone. His eyes widened, a silent exclamation escaping his lips as he stared at something in the distance. You! A surge of power coursed through him, his eyes glowing with an eerie light as the weight of the situation crashed down. His fists clenched, he demanded, his voice tight with barely suppressed rage. What have you done? Meanwhile, Nade, his face etched with horror, questioned, his voice trembling. Did you plan to kill everyone here? A figure in black tended to a fallen comrade, their face obscured by shadow, the silence broken only by the soft rustle of fabric. Milch Alpiaz stroked his beard, a flicker of recognition in his ancient eyes. Oh, that expression. I was wondering why you look familiar. The words hung in the air, heavy with implication. You're the spitting image of Alpiaz 40 years ago. His face contorted in rage. He screamed, spittle flying, shut up. A chilling laughter echoed through the scene, promising further chaos. They knew why that sly Alpiaz took them in. He plans to do something wicked to you. What are you? They knew. The Alpiaz whom you respect was my student. What? But he was blind with greed. They threw me into the inferno and burnt my life's work. A gnarled hand extends, fingers reaching as if grasping at a fading memory. The unspoken words hang heavy in the air. When I did everything the sentiment echoes, a desperate plea for a chance to change the past. Could to help him. Nade and his companions are visibly shaken by the revelation. His wife also died meaninglessly. The weight of the headmaster's actions begins to dawn on them. Did what? The woman's face contorts in fury, demanding answers. Tell us. Elsewhere, Milch Alpiaz stands cloaked in shadow, the question hanging in the air. What happened 40 years ago? A close-up reveals the aged face of Milch Alpiaz, etched with the passage of time and the weight of untold stories. Meanwhile, the students look on, their expressions a mixture of shock and anticipation. 40 years ago. The woman's gaze pierces through the darkness, her determination unwavering. This is the record. A younger Milch Alpiaz sits in a library, bathed in the warm glow of lamplight. Of the most splendid time. The aged face of Milch Alpiaz, a lifetime etched into every line, every wrinkle. The story begins to unfold, a chronicle of a life lived, of Alpiaz's life. The scene fades in, a memory taking shape. The air crackles with anticipation as the announcement booms. This year's Golden Circle Award. Milch Alpiaz raises the gleaming trophy high above his head, a bouquet of flowers clutched in his other arm. Confetti rains down as the crowd erupts in cheers. The Golden Circle Award, the honor bestowed upon the mage who achieved the greatest feat of the year. The medal gleams, a symbol of prestige and accomplishment. The crowd surges forward, voices overlapping in a chorus of congratulations. You're a genius, Alpiaz, someone shouts. A voice muses, wondering who would have thought light possessed both particles and waves. Another voice follows, teasing that just because he's made it, he's not going to forget about them. The words echo in the air. You're the light of the Milch family. A figure rushes forward, embracing Alpiaz tightly. Alpiaz, my cute friend, they exclaim, planting kisses on his cheek. A voice reflects, admitting they thought he would be a troublemaker, but to think he did something even bigger. They add that they need to celebrate. Alpiaz smiles, tears welling in his eyes. Of course, but... Later that night, the scene shifts to a building at night. The door bursts open with a crash. Irina's voice rings out. Meanwhile, inside a cozy home, a figure walks away in the background. A woman's voice calls out, Honey, you are back? Irina presents the golden circle with a flourish. This is yours. The Empire's seal gleams on the award. Look, it has the Empire's seal. The woman beams, holding the golden circle. It means the whole world has acknowledged your thoughts. Irina congratulates her. Congratulations. Congratulations, honey. The woman asks what? Downstairs, someone rushes to the kitchen. Honey, the bread's going to burn. The bread. A voice echoes. Let burn, because I'm going to burn too. A shout rings out. Alpiaz, 23 years old. He became the most famous mage on the whole continent, receiving offers from all over the world. But Alpiaz didn't prioritize his own benefits, carefully selecting the offers presented to him. Due to his ability, his value rose endlessly. However, both families were still against their marriage. A carriage rumbled down the cobblestone street. Just wait a little longer, Irina, she thought. I'll become the best soon. When that happens, both the Milch family and the Bothad family will have no choice but to acknowledge us, Irina thought, a smile playing on her lips. A hand adjusted the collar of a uniform. Shit, how did it become like this? See, it would have been great if you had made up earlier. Sharaf stood with two other figures. Who would have known things turn out like this? That Alpiaz would have this much influence. Anyway, does Alpiaz really live in a place like this? The group approached the house, one of them thinking to himself that he should have brought a gift. He reasoned that it was fine, as they weren't there to give it to Alpiaz and say let bygones be bygones. A fist rapped against the wooden door, the sound echoing in the quiet surroundings. The door swung inward with a creak, revealing Sharaf, Irina, and another man standing outside. Honey, you're back already? A voice called out from within. Startled, the woman inside peered out, her eyes widening in surprise. Huh, who are you? She asked, her voice laced with suspicion. From behind, Irina cursed under her breath. One of the men exclaimed that this was really Alphea's house. The woman's eyes narrowed. Alphea's friends. Is he home? She shook her head slightly. I'm not sure, she admitted, then paused. Then, Sharaf smiled warmly. May we wait inside until he returns? He asked politely. Irina spoke up, explaining that it was a little exhausting for them to wait outside. The woman's expression softened slightly. She thought to herself that they were her husband's friends. Yes, please come in, she relented. In. The night air hung, still as a voice echoed, calling out, I'm back, Irina. Sorry I'm late. Sharaf stood in the doorway, his voice laced with a question as he called out, Irina. The sound of footsteps echoed through the house. A heavy boot landed on the wooden floor as someone exclaimed, Alphea's that bastard. He's so lucky. Her eyes narrowed. The woman's face contorted with anger as she spat. Hey you, you're drunk again. The table was a mess of spilled drinks and scattered food, a testament to the revelry. He was a guy who dated around, someone muttered. Another woman stood in a doorway, her voice dripping with disdain, and didn't write his thesis. He made it big after getting himself a woman from a good family. Don't you agree? Around a long table, a group celebrated, bottles clinking and voices raised. Ah, that's cold, someone exclaimed after a loud bang. Laughter filled the air as someone accused. Hey you, you're drunk again. Ha ha. A smaller figure chimed in. I'm right or not, ma'am? A man's face flushed as he looked at a woman with braided hair. She simply replied, I wouldn't know. A man, his face contorted in song, declared, Of course you don't. Finish singing? The sound of something breaking echoed through the room. His face contorted in a grimace, every muscle strained. The air crackled with unspoken tension. Irina's fury erupted. You son of a bitch! She shrieked, her voice echoing through the room. The shout cut through the air. Sharaf! Irina's face was a mask of rage, while the woman behind her, eyes wide, covered her mouth in disbelief. A man supported Sharaf, whose face was bloodied. How can an intellectual throw punches? He wondered aloud, his voice laced with concern. Kneeling, the man stammered. No, I'm sorry. I lost my mind for a bit. The kneeling man continued, his voice barely a whisper. I won't show my face, ever again. Sharaf leaned heavily on his companion, his breathing ragged. Irina's voice dripped with venom. Why did you let them come inside? They said they were your friends. The other woman's eyes darted nervously. What type of friend humiliates their friend's wife? Irina's face twisted in rage. Know what my friends look like? A bloodied hand trembled. You, are you really that? The scream tore from her throat, a raw, ragged sound that echoed with disbelief and pain. The word bubble above her head read, Really that stupid? Her hands flew to her throat, fingers digging into her skin as if trying to physically choke back the betrayal that threatened to consume her. Irina's face crumpled, tears streaming down her cheeks as she buried her face in her hands, the weight of the situation crashing down upon her. Across the room, the other woman watched, her own eyes glistening with unshed tears, a mirror of Irina's pain reflecting in her gaze. The words hang heavy in the air, a stinging rebuke. Are you really that stupid? A choked sob escapes, the sound raw with anguish. Her hand rises, fingers trembling as she attempts to wipe away the tears that stream down her face. The tears flow freely now, a torrent of regret and self-reproach. The woman in the blue dress stands nearby, a silent witness to the blonde woman's distress. Her expression is unreadable, her gaze fixed on the weeping figure. The blonde woman, her voice thick with shame, whispers, Sorry, forget I said that. I might not be intelligent, but my ability to think isn't that of a 10-year-old child. Tears welling, she continues, I'm sorry, dear. I won't do it again. A choked duck escapes her lips. The text box reads, However, the person who needs to read the other's feelings first. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go get some air. The woman in the blue dress remains, her silence amplifying the tension in the room. She is always the weaker one, a truth that weighs heavily on her heart. The unspoken words hang in the air, a venomous accusation. Trashy bastard. The weight of the mug feels substantial in his hand, a poor substitute for the comfort he seeks. The self-loathing spills out, a desperate confession. I'm trash. I said that to the woman who married me for nothing else but me. The air is thick with unspoken tension as neutral cute friend and neutral unknown female sit in silence. Fights happen from time to time, he muses. The man's frustration boils over. Yeah, why don't you think about having a child? A chorus of internal voices rises. They've thought that too. Then just have a baby. What's the problem? A child is needed to make a stable family. The image of the Ogent family flashes before her eyes, a painful reminder of what she cannot provide. I know, but she thinks. The woman clutches her head, the doctor's words echoing in her mind. She can't handle the pain of childbirth with the intelligence of a 10-year-old. A groan escapes him, laced with regret. It might not be his place to say this, but he knew this. Despite everything, she reaches across the table, her voice trembling. I know. I don't regret this. But the questions hang heavy in the air. Then what is a smart guy like him doing? There's no other way. Her crimson eye glinted in the dim light, a silent question hanging in the air. The quill scratched across the parchment, each stroke deliberate, each word a carefully chosen weapon. 48 hours had passed since the intruder dared to trespass within Archmage Arcane's dungeon. Not bad, all things considered. Elsewhere, the man with the green-streaked hair peered down, his expression unreadable in the dim light. He came all the way here, the note declared. The cold stone floor stretched out before him. A voice echoed in the hallway, questioning if he was Victor Arcane. The trail of blood led deeper into the dungeon. The man with the green-streaked hair watched as Victor Arcane stood alone, his shoulders slumped with despair. The cold tile floor glistened with fresh blood, a grim testament to a recent struggle. A voice cut through the silence. Who are you? The bloodied man, his face etched with pain, responded, I'm Milch Alpheus. Elsewhere, a muffled sound escaped the lips of a man bound and gagged, his eyes wide with fear. A hand, trembling slightly, clenched into a fist. Milch Alpheus held up a blood-stained document, its contents obscured by the grime and gore. The text on the page was clear enough to read. Read your thesis on the research on memory storage. The man with the glasses, the genius, observed the scene with a calculating gaze. The text continued, referencing Milch's light, who presented the quantum theory of light and questioned if he is interested in dark magic. Milch Alpheus, his eyes filled with a desperate resolve, declared, I want to give my wife. His face contorted in anguish, the words barely a whisper. My memories. The genius stood over the fallen Milch Alpheus, the bloodied document scattered on the floor around him. Blood stains the cold, tiled floor. A faint echo reverberates through the air. A gurgling sound rises from the depths. Submerged in a viscous fluid, a figure floats, suspended between life and something else. He stares at his arm, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. This is, he wonders. The voice explains that the notes he wrote were found to be quite interesting, detailing the storing of memories by using the absorption of dark magic. A figure sits in a chair, shrouded in shadow, seemingly observing the events unfolding. With light magic, a mind is established. The voice continues, explaining that the memories stored will be transferred into the mind realm made of photons through assimilation. The figure explains the plan to use light as a medium to send information. On the other hand, an imaginary mind realm is established. The figure remarks that it's an original and brilliant idea. He mused over the complexities of the situation. Moving one person's entire life into another was no simple task. The old mage knew that the recipient's character would present a significant hurdle. A voice, filled with desperation, cut through the air. Please, take me as your student. His golden eyes, reflecting a deep-seated resolve, stared intently. The plea was followed by a declaration of purpose, a burning desire to shield someone from the world's harsh realities. I want to protect my wife from this world. A figure with a long, white beard regarded the request with a measured gaze. He had a question. The old man would definitely trial it, but he needed to ask a question before making his decision. His eyes narrowed, the question hanging heavy in the air. Does your wife agree to this experiment? Milch Alpheus's expression remained resolute, though a flicker of uncertainty danced in his eyes. A voice, laced with disbelief and anger, erupted. Impossible. He is a criminal. Another voice, equally enraged, demanded to know, why did you go to him? The room was filled with tension as the blue-haired man, his face contorted with fury, accused, you're crazy. You're planting memories into a human brain. The idea that Clump Arcane, the continent's best dark magic scholar, will be involved seems impossible to some. One voice declares their own stupidity in the face of such news. Alpheus faces the blue-haired man, who slams his hand down, emphasizing his point. He admits he's not as smart, but he knows this. The blue-haired man's face contorts with anger as he shouts, accusing someone of kicking away the luck that came to them willingly. The blue-haired man warns that associating with him will result in the loss of a commissioned officer position and disownment from family. Alpheus listens, his expression unreadable. Alpheus clasps his hands, his gaze lowered. He thinks to himself that he doesn't need either of those things. Alpheus places his hand on Irina's, his expression softening. He thinks that if she can be happy, it's worth it. Irina's eyes widen slightly, a hint of sadness in them. She thinks that then she'll be happier than she is right now. Irina's hands are clasped tightly, her knuckles white. The weight of the decision is heavy on her. Tears well in Irina's eyes. She thinks that her husband's happiness is what matters most. The blue-haired man clutches his head, his face a mask of despair. He pleads for Irina to wait, indicating that this is a mistake. Irina looks determined, her gaze firm. She thinks that she trusts her husband. Alpiaz puts his arm around Irina, smiling reassuringly. He thinks that he's going to make her happy, of course. A mage who got the golden circle boasts of fixing any weakness in one go, promising an end to annoying looks of disdain. The man's face is etched with worry, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and desperation. The couple sold all their assets and moved to Arcane's dungeon. Within the dungeon, they found a specialized lab. Meanwhile, Irina was able to live comfortably in their new surroundings. Clump visited once a week to bring food for the couple, ensuring they were well fed. The dungeon's interior was surprisingly well maintained, with comfortable living quarters and advanced equipment. Irina lay in bed, while Clump and another woman attended to her needs. Milch Alpiaz, with his distinguished beard and spectacles, seemed content with their new arrangement. Clump's expression was unreadable, his eyes betraying nothing of his true feelings. Irina, with a gentle smile, seemed at peace in her new surroundings, despite the unusual circumstances. The man with blue hair looked on, his arms crossed, a hint of concern etched on his face. A figure stands with arms crossed, the words hanging in the air, just like that. A stark, snowy mountain range stretches into the distance, a silent testament to the passage of time. 2 years passed. A mechanical structure looms, a promise hanging in the air. After today, Milch Alpiaz stands over Irina, who lies prone. He assures her she will have Alpiaz's memories. Irina, connected to a web of wires, hears a voice filled with dark humor. Even a memory of him pissing himself when he was young. Make sure you remember if he ever looked at another woman too. A close-up reveals the delicate curve of a woman's arm, pale against the dark surface beneath. A blonde-haired woman, clad in a white lab coat, stands beside Irina. She congratulates her, stating she's going to start now. Irina offers a quiet thanks. Irina's expression is serene as she wonders why she is being thanked, suggesting they live happily and have a child too. Alpiaz leads the unknown blonde woman, beckoning her to follow. A close-up of a face, wires snaking across the skin, hints at the complex procedure underway. The cutting-edge techniques are being used. Magic engineering, magic biology, alchemy, photonics, dark magic. She lay beneath the cold machinery, wires snaking around her head. Above, Alpiaz watched with a stoic expression as the golden orb pulsed with energy. The unknown blonde woman adjusted the controls, her brow furrowed in concentration. The text above them declared that the previous clinical trial had no issues. A silent promise hung in the air. This will be successful. With a deliberate motion, the unknown woman engaged the final sequence. Golden tendrils erupted from the machine, enveloping Irina's face in a warm, ethereal glow. A gasp escaped her lips as the energy intensified, a sharp intake of breath against the encroaching memories. The orb at the heart of the machine blazed brighter, a miniature sun contained within glass and steel. The golden light pulsed outward, bathing Irina in its radiant embrace, a visible manifestation of the memories flooding her mind. Her eyes snapped open, wide with a sudden, dawning realization. His feelings came into her, were transparent, a flood of emotions not her own washing over her consciousness. Without any lies, the raw, unfiltered truth of another's life now laid bare within her mind. She is embraced by the woman, a gold medal glinting against her white dress. The warmth of the moment washes over her. A memory surfaces, hands intertwined, a promise sealed with a ring. Then Alpiaz, holding her as a child, his smile radiating pure affection. Fragments of the past flicker, moments of shared joy, quiet contemplation, and unwavering support. Memories, not calculations, just pure love. More images cascade through her mind, each a testament to the bond they shared. A tapestry woven with laughter, tears, and an unbreakable connection. The memories fade, leaving a soft, ethereal glow in their wake. A serene scene unfolds. Alpiaz and Irina bathe in the soft light of a twilight meadow, the word love hanging in the air like a promise. The light intensifies, drawing her deeper into the recollection. Alpiaz's gaze is soft, filled with a depth of affection that transcends time. His eyes hold a universe of unspoken words. Tears welling, Irina whispers, her voice thick with emotion, "Thank you, Alpiaz, my love." Her voice trembling, she continues, a profound sense of gratitude washing over her. "You really gave me everything." A wave of happiness crests within her, threatening to spill over. "I'm so happy I got to." Suddenly, a piercing alarm shatters the reverie, red lights flashing, a jarring intrusion into the peaceful memories. A desperate cry echoes in the darkness, the words laced with fear and confusion. "Teacher, the trial? Dear." The blonde-haired figure lands gracefully, a stark contrast to the turmoil brewing within. Below, a man's face is etched with concern, his gaze fixed on some unseen point. The disembodied voice speaks of success, of perfection, yet a single word hangs heavy in the air. But The blonde-haired figure's concern erupts into a desperate question, her voice cracking with worry. What's wrong? With Irina, she cries, her eyes wide with fear. A detached voice notes that the physical transfer was perfect, a clinical observation that does little to ease the growing tension. A delicate touch, a connection forged, yet something is amiss. The words hang unfinished, but the body's rejection is absolute, a primal scream of defiance. Unlike animal trials, something more is at play, something unknown. Tears streamed down Irina's face, each drop a testament to the pain and confusion racking her body. A chilling realization dawns. Something is fundamentally different about humans, something that defies their understanding. The man with blue hair offers a glimmer of hope, acknowledging the incredible feat while urging further research into the unknown. The blonde-haired figure unleashes a guttural scream, a raw expression of the anguish and helplessness consuming her. Irina's voice is weak, filled with remorse as she apologizes. The blonde-haired figure desperately promises to do something, anything, to alleviate her suffering. He looks on, his expression a mixture of concern and confusion. No, why are you sorry, dear? Tears stream down her face, a crimson line marring her lip. For being stupid. His eyes narrow, a fierce protectiveness flaring within them. You're not. I'm a stupid one. The tears continue to fall, each drop a testament to her inner turmoil. The words echo in the darkness, a self-deprecating cry. I'm stupid. Her voice cracks with emotion, a desperate plea for forgiveness. I am sorry, dear. A soft whisper escapes her lips, barely audible. The words hang in the air, heavy with gratitude. For letting me live in your world, even though it was short. It was a fantastic world filled with reason. For letting me go after knowing everything. He cries out, his voice raw with anguish. Dear! Rain lashed against the cold stone of the tombstone, obscuring the inscription. Purple flowers lay at its base, a splash of color against the gray. Irina's funeral, it was said, was attended only by her family. There was neither a wedding nor a future. The rain continued to fall, a mournful dirge echoing across the rows of silent headstones. Alpheus was denied participation, kept away from the somber gathering. From a distance, a lone figure knelt, the rain washing over them as if trying to cleanse the grief. It was a farewell as strangers, a final goodbye, tinged with regret. The day Irina died, the world seemed to dim, the vibrant colors fading into shades of gray. Because of the accident, Alpheus banged his head against the wall countless times, a desperate attempt to escape the crushing weight of sorrow. A man wept, cradling Irina's lifeless body, his tears mingling with the blood that stained her white shirt. His trembling hand brushed against her cheek, a silent question echoing in the air. Why? The light allows us to see the dark, a cruel irony in the face of such profound loss. She had taught him to see things as they were, yet the words arrogant Alpheus hung heavy in the air. So why did he try to change her? Rain streamed down her face, mirroring the tears that would never fall. Milch's lie, my ass. The mountains stood as silent witnesses to a loss that echoed through the valleys. They had trespassed upon God's domain. Meanwhile, a voice called out, wondering if Alpheus had returned. The old man apologized for what had happened to Irina, the words heavy with unspoken grief. He trailed off, urging someone to take care of themselves. A faint murmur echoed from the depths. Dripping, the liquid fell as a voice questioned, Are you? He stood amid scattered papers, a pool of viscous liquid reflecting the dim light. The air hung heavy with an unspoken tension. From the shadows, a voice demanded, sharp with urgency, What are you doing? A figure knelt in the darkness, their face obscured, uttering a single word of reverence, Master. Eyes wide with a manic intensity, a voice declared, This experiment. The same voice, laced with regret, whispered, should never have been started with to begin with. A stern gaze, framed by sharp features, commanded, Think logically. A voice, tinged with a strange mix of hope and triumph, declared, Heartbreak is only temporary. The experiment was a success. The same stern voice, now laced with a hint of desperation, insisted, We can treat all kinds of mental illnesses. A voice, filled with accusation and grief, cried out, That people like Irina have. Do you want her sacrifice to have been for nothing? A sinister smile stretched across a face, promising something wicked. The voice, now barely a whisper, questioned, Sacrifice? A hand conjured a flame, its light dancing across the room, casting long, distorted shadows. The air crackled with heat, the scent of burning paper and flesh filling the senses. The inferno roared, consuming everything in its path. A figure, barely visible through the swirling flames, was being devoured. The fire danced around a white coat, now stained with ash and embers. A scream tore through the blaze, a raw, animalistic sound of pure agony. Burning fragments of research, years of dedication reduced to ash, rained down around the inferno. The figure clawed at the flames, a desperate denial echoing in the single, strangled word. No. The voice, choked with smoke and despair, insisted that it wasn't just research, but a life's devotion. A hand, blistered and blackened, reached out from the heart of the fire, a final plea for salvation. Only a single word escaped the burning throat, a broken accusation. You? The question hung in the smoke-filled air, a desperate cry of betrayal. How could you do this to me? Engulfed completely, the figure writhed in agony, a silhouette of despair against the raging flames. Elsewhere, the distant glow of the inferno painted the night sky, a testament to the devastation wrought. The words echo in the void, his wife's sacrifice, pointless. And with that, all chances at saving others with the research were thrown away. Meanwhile, the group stands together, the air thick with unspoken thoughts. One of them voices the growing unease. No way. The words hang heavy, a silent judgment on Alpheus's actions. Of course, he understands the grief he must have felt. But the way he acted was not how a mage should behave, the old man thinks. I'm not just here for revenge. A figure declares their purpose, the words echoing with a dark promise. I am here to prevent the birth. Silently, a group stands together, their expressions unreadable in the dim light. A voice speaks of the mages who will inherit his beliefs, a legacy hanging in the balance. Alpheus, his long white hair flowing around him, is questioned about his belief in a certain mage's teaching abilities. A student with green hair stands, listening intently to the unfolding discussion. The accusation hangs heavy in the air. He's someone who is arrogant, rude, selfish. A woman's face contorts with concern, her eyes wide with worry. Alpheus's face twists in anger, the words escaping his lips like venom. He does not know how to be grateful. The question echoes with intensity. Do you think that he is? The group affirms the judgment with a simple, unified response. You're right. The figures stand together, their expressions a mix of concern and agreement. The mage walks away, his back turned to the others, the words hanging in the air. That's not how a mage should behave. The young man with green hair, Shiro, cries out a name, his face contorted in anguish. Shiro stands with two companions, their expressions mirroring his shock and concern. A deep voice rumbles, filled with understanding. I understand how you feel. The face of an old man, his gaze intense and knowing, fills the frame. Alpheus's eyes glow with an inner light as he declares, but the choices you made weren't right either. A disbelieving voice echoes, what? A young man with blonde hair looks up, a question forming on his lips. An archmage? A pair of glowing green eyes pierce the darkness. Alpheus's expression hardens, his voice resonating with conviction. It's because a declaration rings out, filled with determination. I'm strong. The blonde-haired man's voice rises with newfound resolve. That I could do something like this. Amidst the forest, a figure stands, ready to face whatever comes next. He pronounces his sentence with chilling finality, the word echoing with dark power, judgment. The air crackles with unseen energy, a palpable tension hanging heavy in the darkness. A crimson light flares, illuminating a face contorted with barely suppressed emotion. A voice drips with disdain, laced with a hint of something else, something almost like admiration. So you're that strong. Shiro's gaze intensifies, the question laced with accusation. But you lived 4 decades being tied down to the past. A wave of raw emotion crashes against an unseen barrier, the sound echoing like a suppressed scream. The words are spat out with venomous force, a desperate plea hidden beneath the surface. You're saying all these things, but in the end, isn't the truth? His eyes burn with an intensity that could melt steel, a desperate hope flickering within their depths. The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken longing. That you missed her? A hand clenches into a fist, knuckles white with the strain of holding back a torrent of emotion. The face is a mask of barely controlled fury, the eyes burning with a desperate plea for understanding. A dark curtain of hair frames a pale expanse, hinting at a face yet unseen. A stern gaze pierces the shadows. The man's long, dark beard is stark contrast to his pale eyes, which glow with an unnatural intensity. In the distance, 2 crimson lights burn like distant embers in the encroaching darkness. A voice echoes from the darkness, a soft greeting. Nice to meet you. I'm Irina. A woman's voice floats through the air, tinged with a strange request. Please take good care of my husband. Another voice chimes in, welcoming Irina. Welcome. Please make yourself at home. Irina, her expression bright, asks the bearded man, do you live in this huge place on your own? A blonde-haired figure exclaims, honey, he's. The rest of the sentence hangs unspoken. The bearded man's gaze intensifies, his eyes narrowed as he wonders, aren't you lovely? The name, Irina, hangs in the air, a whisper in the darkness. A close-up reveals a single, striking eye. When I first looked in her eyes, a single tear traces a path down her cheek. I felt a fear that I didn't know before. An unending purity, innocence. Those eyes looked like they would never cower, even in the face of darkness. A radiant sphere of energy pulses with an inner light, as if containing the genesis of a new world. As if they could brighten up the entire world, the light intensifies, promising hope and renewal. The piercing gaze of blue eyes cuts through the ethereal glow, hinting at a deeper connection. I see those eyes in him. A figure stands, seemingly burdened by an unseen weight, the air around him shimmering with an unknown power. A guttural sound echoes, a deep, resonating kook, 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 hinting at a struggle within. The sound intensifies, morphing into a choked ko, as if something is being forcibly suppressed. Tears stream down a face etched with sorrow, while a red-eyed figure looms in the background. Empathy and sympathy are very human emotions. The guttural sounds return, now laced with a chilling realization. But even something human ceases to be human. A gnarled hand clutches at a face, the veins pulsing with dark energy. If it is taken to the extreme, a non-human insight that transcends the concept of good and evil dawns. Chiron, his face marred with cuts, looks up, a single leaf clinging to his cheek. Chiron, the question hangs in the air, heavy with implication. Can you see through even humans? The face of Milchalpias contorts in a sneer, his eyes narrowed with malice. A chilling declaration hangs in the air. We will never. His gaze intensifies, the power behind it palpable. The words form with deliberate cruelty. You are. The pronouncement echoes with dark energy, a judgment delivered. Not someone who should exist in this world. Tendrils of dark energy lash out, striking a figure who is sent hurtling backwards. A cry of disbelief pierces the air. Wh. Another is struck, the force of the blow sending him spiraling through the air. The thought races through his mind. I thought he didn't have any strength left in him. A third figure is caught in the onslaught, the dark energy ripping through the air. Shocked, the question hangs in the air, unanswered. The assault continues, another figure succumbing to the overwhelming power. The air crackles with dark energy. Chiron's eyes widen, his face a mask of disbelief. The question escapes his lips, barely a whisper. How? His mind races, trying to comprehend the impossible. How can you bypass the law of equivalent exchange? The shock is palpable, the implications of this power defying all known rules. The source of this power is revealed, the figure looming large. Milchalpias's eyes glow with an unholy light, the dark energy swirling around him like a shroud. Milchalpias's face contorts, his mouth agape in what could be a silent scream or a manic laugh. The air crackles with unseen energy. Magic, it seems, is a strange thing indeed. Below, someone looks up, eyes wide with terror. No way, he whispers, the words barely audible against the rising hum of power. If something like that falls, the energy coalesces into a swirling vortex of purple light, crackling with destructive potential. The voice echoes, a dire warning. This entire mountain will be destroyed. The purple sphere pulsates, a grotesque heart beating with chaotic energy. Tendrils of dark energy snake downwards, reaching for the earth below. Two figures lie prone, seemingly helpless against the impending cataclysm. The air smells of ozone and fear. The purple energy intensifies, the mountain silhouetted against its malevolent glow. The sphere crackles, the air thick with anticipation of destruction. A blinding flash of light erupts from the core of the energy, promising annihilation. The light expands, consuming everything in its path. The sound of rending earth and screaming wind fills the air, a symphony of destruction. A concentrated beam of light pierces the darkness, illuminating a jagged, rocky precipice. Three figures plummet through the air, their expressions a mix of terror and desperation as they fall. He stands amidst a swirling vortex of emerald energy, the raw power radiating from him in palpable waves. The hem of a long, dark robe brushes against the ground, hinting at a figure observing the unfolding chaos from a distance. His name echoes in the air, a desperate cry for help. Mr. Alpheus. The old man's face is etched with grim determination, his eyes narrowed as he focuses his immense power. His eyes blaze with an otherworldly blue light, a sign of the immense magical forces at his command. Wisps of white hair frame his face, catching the light like spun moonlight. A surge of raw magical power crackles through the air, the very atmosphere vibrating with unseen energy. From an unseen source, a beam of pure light pierces the darkness, illuminating the world below with an unnatural glow. A wave of terror washes over the students, their faces contorted in fear as the unseen force descends upon them. The ground trembles beneath their feet, the air thick with anticipation as the source of the disturbance draws ever closer. A cascade of emerald energy floods the senses, a dazzling display of power that leaves onlookers breathless. A figure emerges from the light, his long white hair and beard framing a face etched with ancient wisdom and power. With measured steps, he approaches, his presence commanding the attention of all those around him. A chorus of voices erupts, the single word echoing through the halls. Headmaster. The headmaster's gaze pierces through the chaos, his expression unreadable as he surveys the scene before him. His eyes, pools of ancient power, seem to hold the weight of centuries, promising both wisdom and untold strength. Magic swirls around him, a protective aura that hints at the immense power he wields. Swirling with dark energy, the figure stood, ancient power radiating from his very being. A voice echoed, laced with a hint of mockery. You've aged, Alpheus. Alpheus's expression hardened as the unseen speaker continued, a note of triumph in their tone. I didn't think you would fall for the memory-sealing magic so easily. Elsewhere, a somber portrait hung in a dimly lit room, the woman's gaze seemingly following every movement. The painting depicted a young woman with dark hair, her eyes holding a hint of melancholy. A voice, filled with regret, echoed in the darkness. I was thankful. Meanwhile, two figures looked up at Alpheus, confusion etched on their faces. One stammered, "Head, master." Elsewhere, three young men stood together, their faces bearing the marks of a recent struggle, their eyes filled with a mixture of grief and determination. A voice, heavy with self-reproach, whispered, "I was being immoral." Alpheus's face was etched with sorrow, the weight of his past actions pressing down on him. A student, surrounded by his companions, expressed his gratitude. "Professor Ithella was with you. Thank you so much." Ithella, bandaged and weary, offered a comforting smile. "No worries. I'm sorry for not being able to save the students." From the ground, Chiron's voice cracks as he calls out, "Headmaster." Milch Alpheus strides forward, his expression unreadable as he approaches. A disembodied voice echoes, questioning, "Your willpower has completely recovered, right?" Chiron's eyes widen in disbelief. "The most powerful magic arcane created," he whispers, his voice laced with awe and fear. Milch Alpheus explains, his gaze unwavering, as Arcane erases his memories of using magic. The old man continues, "So a method like that exists. Mark my words, Chiron." Holding Chiron, Alpheus warns, "If you don't possess a trump card that can turn the tables of any situation in a battle." Meanwhile, the master's voice booms, laced with disdain. "Call yourself a combat mage," Milch Alpheus declares, his tone firm. "Let's old men fight this out." A stern voice commands, "Stop acting indecently." Elsewhere, a desperate plea echoes in the darkness, "And release the children." He acquiesces, agreeing to the unseen request. The master concedes, since his former student asked, he will comply. Releasing them, he muses, is a simple matter. A voice, laced with concern, questions what he will do now that he can't be their headmaster anymore. The master's gaze hardens, his eyes narrowing with a hint of displeasure. He acknowledges the hundreds of students present, a hint of something dark lurking beneath his words. The students, unaware of the conversation, fill the halls, their faces etched with worry. The unseen speaker accuses someone of disclosing the headmaster's past. Two students, bloodied and injured, stand as a testament to the chaos, one muttering that it was all so calculated. The master proposes a solution, his tone turning sinister. "What about burning this place to the ground?" He reminisces, stating it's like old times. The master's expression hardens, making it clear that this is not a joke. He extends a hand, beckoning someone to follow him. A group moves through the darkness, their voices echoing with grim determination. They vow to complete the research on memory implantation, their purpose unwavering. A voice booms, declaring the successful implantation of something precious. The implications hang heavy in the air, unspoken yet ominous. A figure lies prone amidst a swirling, dark substance. A voice marvels at the magic organism, referring to it as harvest, hinting at a sinister purpose. The master's voice resonates, revealing that all of this was made possible by Irina's sacrifice. The weight of those words hangs heavy, a somber truth revealed. The master's robes, a deep blue trimmed with gold, shift slightly as he speaks of the sacrifice. His expression remains unreadable, a mask of cold resolve. A single, piercing eye stares out, filled with an unsettling intensity. The gaze is unwavering, hinting at a hidden power and a dark secret. The word sacrifice hangs in the air, a question mark punctuating the darkness. The implications of such a deed remain shrouded in mystery. A tunnel stretches before them, illuminated by an eerie glow. A figure with long blonde hair walks ahead, followed by a man with a beard and a lab coat, their purpose unknown. The words "this research" linger, hinting at the culmination of a long and arduous journey. The air crackles with anticipation, the final act about to unfold. A sinister smile spreads across a face, the eyes gleaming with dark intent. "Was all part of your plan?" the words declare, revealing a web of deceit and manipulation. The man's eyes widened, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. What was happening? A voice, laced with desperation, echoed in the chamber, demanding to know the purpose behind the abduction of Irina and the theft of memories. Another voice, tinged with madness, questioned the creation of countless magical organisms, a document clutched tightly in hand. The document itself seemed to hold secrets, its text hinting at forbidden knowledge. The man's arm shot out, accusingly, as he demanded to know if the plan was to conquer the world. Fear gripped someone, their eyes wide with terror at the implications. The crazed man's face contorted, a question bubbling forth, dripping with manic energy. Just how bad was it? A sinister smile spread across a face, hinting at a darkness that lay beneath. The reason for burning the research began to surface, a chilling revelation hanging in the air. A trio of faces, etched with horror, reflected the weight of the unfolding truth. Milch Alpiaz, his voice heavy with dread, voiced his terrible suspicion. The magic organism held both Irina's memories and his own. A figure stood over another, fallen and still, a dark pool spreading ominously around them. He grits his teeth, a visible tremor running through his aged frame. The text relays the grim news, the fact that it went far away from here and exploded. Milch Alpiaz's expression hardens. The old man states that it means that it went against their orders. A figure, hands glowing with an ominous purple light, whispers, "Don't tell me it was you." A surge of energy crackles through the air. The energy intensifies, a palpable tension building. The air vibrates with raw power. Two onlookers, their faces etched with horror, exclaim, "You ordered Harvest to self-destruct?" The accusation hangs heavy in the air. "You were planning to kill us all?" The figure's glowing hands seem to pulse with dark intent. Milch Alpiaz stares, his expression unreadable. A command echoes, "Drink." A spectral hand, its veins glowing with violet energy, reaches out from the darkness, as if beckoning something terrible to come. A figure shrouded in shadow, their face obscured by a deep cowl, declares, "Doesn't know how to listen." The air crackles with building power as a vortex of pure, violent energy begins to form, a swirling abyss of purple light. Tendrils of raw energy lash out, the air itself vibrating with the intensity of the unfolding cataclysm. The vortex collapses inward, compressing into a sphere of concentrated power, a miniature sun of destructive potential. Panic sets in as two figures scramble away from the approaching doom. "It's coming!" One cries out, their voice laced with terror. The energy intensifies, the air thick with the smell of ozone and the taste of impending annihilation. The desperate flight proves futile as the wave of energy overtakes them, engulfing the group in its incandescent embrace. Caught in the surge, they desperately try to escape, one voice piercing through the chaos. "A master!" Towering above the chaos, Milch Alpiaz surveys the scene with a cruel satisfaction. "How's that, Alpiaz?" he booms, his voice echoing with dark amusement. His eyes burning with malevolent glee, Alpiaz bellows, "Run now!" A final, chilling command echoes through the ravaged landscape. "Abandon everything and run away by yourself." He narrows his gaze, a storm of purple energy crackling around him. His expression is a mask of grim determination. A blur of motion, a desperate scramble. The world seems to tilt as unseen forces pull at everything. Elsewhere, the blue-haired man's eyes glint with malice. "Will you die here to see trash like me?" he sneers. Meanwhile, a man with long blonde hair pauses mid-meal, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. "Alpiaz," he wonders aloud. The rough wood grain of the table is worn smooth by countless hands. A voice echoes, filled with years of frustration. "I went through so much in the past 10 years to find you." In a dimly lit room, a figure recounts a tale. "One day, I received intel that you were somewhere." He begins, his gaze fixed on an unseen listener. "Why are you here?" The blue-haired man smirks, his eyes shadowed. "I have something to give," he thinks, a sinister edge to his internal monologue. His eye widens, the pupil shrinking in a sudden surge of shock. The world seems to narrow to this single, overwhelming realization. A voice, laced with regret and finality, echoes from the shadows, "You should have disappeared a day later." An envelope lies on a wooden surface, addressed in elegant script, "Milch Irina." The man's eyes widen in disbelief as he stares at the letter in his hands. A wave of understanding washes over him, replacing his earlier confusion with stark terror. The aged hands trembled slightly as they unfolded the brittle parchment. The faint scent of ink and time rose from the letter, a silent testament to words long written. The inscription at the top declared, "To my beloved Alpiaz," a phrase that seemed to echo with a bittersweet resonance. A single tear escaped, tracing a lonely path down a weathered cheek. The weight of unspoken grief hung heavy in the air. The words blurred through the gathering moisture in his eyes. "If something bad happens to me, please don't blame yourself." A memory surfaced, a voice echoing in his mind. Because I wanted to do this experiment. The letter was clutched tightly, pressed against a face contorted with sorrow. The paper absorbed the silent tears, each drop a testament to a profound loss. One last wish, a silent plea hanging in the air. In the background, a woman with dark hair watched with a knowing gaze. A memory flickered. The woman, diligently writing, and a younger Alpheus, his expression a mixture of worry and affection as he watched her. The locket, a golden cage holding a moment frozen in time, whispered, "Please don't be sad." The words echoed in his heart. "If I had one last wish and continued doing the research you love, you are my everlasting light." The tears flowed freely now, each one a shimmering testament to a love that transcended even death. "Show the world," she had urged. That light, a beacon in the encroaching darkness, a promise whispered from beyond the veil. The man with blue hair, piercings glinting, leaned forward, a plea in his voice. "Lend me some money, clump." A figure, face obscured by long blonde hair, clasped their hands together, determination etched into their posture. "I'm going to build a school. So, another idiot like him doesn't exist. He would lay down his life for this school." Clump closed his eyes, a memory surfacing. A blinding light began to coalesce between outstretched hands. The light intensified, illuminating the promise held within. A vow echoed through time. He swore that he would live for her will. Energy crackled, a tangible manifestation of the oath. He would put his life on the line. A figure stood silhouetted against the radiant glow, a guardian against the encroaching darkness. To protect this school and its students. Leaves and dust motes danced in the golden light. The others lay still, sprawled upon the ground. Dragonflies hovered, their wings catching the light. A single leaf drifted down, obscuring the view. He stared at his hand, a grim determination etched on his face. Time. The air crackled with energy as time itself began flowing slowly. He reached out, his hand bathed in golden light. A surge of power emanated from him. The world exploded in a kaleidoscope of colors. The very rocks seemed to groan under the strain. Elsewhere, unconscious figures lay scattered on the ground, bathed in the harsh light of an unseen sun. The air hung heavy with the scent of turned earth and the metallic tang of blood. Dragonflies danced in the golden rays, their wings catching the light as leaves spiraled down from unseen heights. Time seemed to slow as he gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. The world around him blurred, the only clear thought being the word echoing in his mind. A hand reached towards the heavens, bathed in a blinding light. Hope, or perhaps desperation, fueled the gesture. The light intensified, a beacon in the darkness, drawing the eye upward towards an unknown source. Leaves continued their descent, carried on currents of unseen energy as the landscape shifted into something alien and new. The world was silent. He stood, blood staining his shirt, his face a mask of shock and confusion. The air crackled with an unfamiliar energy. Together, they gazed upwards, their expressions mirroring a shared sense of bewilderment and awe at the spectacle unfolding above. Meanwhile, amid scattered leaves and fading light, a figure sits, seemingly unharmed, observing the aftermath. A blinding light pierces through the clouds, illuminating the landscape with an ethereal glow. Under the watchful gaze of the moon, the scene remains still, the air thick with an unseen energy. From the depths of the shadows, Milch Alpiza's voice echoes, laced with confusion. "What is this?" The words spell called Big Bang hang in the air, a chilling revelation. Milch Alpiz, his expression grim, considers the situation. However, he thinks to himself, "I think it's enough as a parting gift. I knew this moment would come." The question lingers, unspoken. "So you prepared magic to counter it?" The ground cracks beneath unseen forces, a testament to the power unleashed. A violent cough racks Milch Alpiz's frame, blood staining his lips and hands. His voice rasps, barely a whisper, as he warns, "Your mind." Gasping for breath, Milch Alpiz struggles to speak. "If you continue, it will be too much for your brain." A disembodied voice echoes with a dire warning. "Your life will be in danger." Alpiz exhales, the breath catching in his throat. A voice, laced with a hint of satisfaction, declares that defeating the Archmage Arcane will increase his reputation. The speaker continues, questioning if Alpiz still doesn't understand, even now, addressing him as teacher. Alpiz stands on a desolate landscape, while another figure kneels before him. He is reminded that he is no longer an Archmage, that his title is from 40 years ago, and that times have changed. A flashback shows a group of younger individuals. The sentiment echoes. The world has changed, and they have aged. How much longer will they cling to youthful aspirations? Alpiz coughs, his face contorted in pain, and mutters, "Arrogant bastard." The unseen speaker retorts that Alpiz is no genius either. The angle shifts, looking up at a looming figure, presumably the one who spoke. The unseen figure dismisses Alpiz as just a pretentious lecturer. A close-up reveals a face with glowing purple eyes, the speaker sneering the words, "foolish bastard." A shadowy figure stands silhouetted against a swirling purple background, the air crackling with energy. The air crackled with violet energy as the cloaked figure stood their ground, power coalescing around them. Alpias, his face contorted in fury, roared, "Are you crazy? You're starting up your willpower again. Do you really want to die?" His eye twitched, a bead of sweat trickling down his weathered face. In the background, students lay sprawled and unconscious, victims of the escalating conflict. The cloaked figure remained unmoved, the purple energy swirling around them like a shroud. The air thrummed with barely contained power, promising a brutal display. The figure, now identified as antagonist mage, declared, "I'm going to defeat you." Ithella and another student looked on in horror as Alpias, his face a mask of desperation, shouted, "Is winning that important?" His voice cracked with a mixture of anger and despair. The mage's form was now a silhouette, their eyes gleaming with an ominous light. "This is your teacher's last lesson." Alpia's eyes widened, a flicker of fear crossing his face as he realized the gravity of the situation. A voice echoes from the darkness, a chilling promise, "Is forever young." Amidst swirling purple energy, the cloaked mage plummets downwards. The descent continues, the darkness seeming to swallow everything in its path. He cries out, his voice filled with desperation, "Save them!" Golden light erupts from Alpias, a surge of power unleashed. Bathed in the golden aura, figures fall, suspended in the radiant energy. The source of the golden light intensifies, a beacon in the encroaching darkness. A surge of blue energy ripples outwards, a counterforce against the encroaching shadows. Engulfed in the cerulean glow, a figure is suspended, seemingly protected by the mystical energy. The blue energy intensifies, a wave of power washing over the scene. The cloaked mage stands before a swirling portal, the gateway to an unknown destination. Another figure plummets downwards, surrounded by the protective embrace of Alpia's golden light. A maelstrom of light and shadow churns, the world tilting on its axis. Golden energy flares as Alpias reaches out, his expression a mask of intense concentration. The text looms, the teachers. A heated argument unfolds, the air thick with academic tension. This is a literature exam, not a mathematics exam. Again, Alpias extends his hand, the golden light intensifying. A figure plummets, the ground rushing up to meet them. A cluster of figures falls, their faces etched with fear. The text declares, "Are falling." They plummet toward the cold ground, the wind screaming past their ears. Alpia's golden energy intensifies, a desperate plea etched on his face. "My friends." He strains, reaching further, the golden light a beacon in the darkness. The golden energy surges, a last-ditch effort to defy gravity's cruel embrace. He extends a hand, radiant and golden, reaching down into the abyss. Tears stream down a face, illuminated by a harsh, unforgiving light. A voice echoes, desperate and urgent, calling out a name, "Amy." Toward their gold. Cold. Final destination. A crimson eye flares open, burning with an inner fire. The air crackles with unseen energy. "Who's calling me?" A familiar voice. "Who is it?" "Again?" "Me." A lone figure plummets into the abyss, the darkness swallowing them whole. Below, Amy's eyes widen, tears welling as she gazes upward into the seemingly endless void. A voice echoes through the darkness, desperately calling out, "It's Chiron." Crimson lightning flashes, illuminating the descent with an ominous glow. Long, dark hair whips around a face lost in the shadows, another soul falling into the depths. A beam of red light pierces the darkness, a beacon in the abyss. Scarlet arrows point downwards, guiding the way to an unknown destination. The sound of rushing wind and a desperate cry fill the air as the fall continues. Red hair streams out behind the falling figure, a splash of color against the encroaching black. Amy's voice cracks as she screams, "Amy!" Her desperation echoes in the void. A hand reaches out, catching the falling Chiron. A voice shouts, "Chiron!" Chiron looks up, a silent question in their eyes as they are caught in the fall. The darkness pressed in, and Amy's voice echoed through the void. "Chiron!" Tears streamed down Chiron's face, a mixture of fear and resignation in his eyes. He could only manage. A memory flickered before him, a promise made in brighter times. "Let's fight fairly where I can see. I will definitely catch up to you." His voice cracking, Chiron whispered, "I don't think I can keep my promise." "I'm sorry." Panic rising in her voice, Amy cried out, "Why are you crying? What do you mean?" A single tear traced a path down Amy's cheek, reflecting the emerald of her eye. Desperation laced her tone as Amy pleaded, "What are you thinking?" A faint smile touched Chiron's lips. "Thanks, Amy." Clutching at him, Amy begged, "Wait, Chiron. No, don't go." The words echoed, a final farewell in the encroaching darkness. Chiron dashed. Goodbye, everyone. He fell, a cascade of light and tears swallowed by the abyss. Amy plummeted after him, her outstretched hand grasping at empty space. She and Chiron plummet through a blinding light, the ground nowhere in sight. The sensation of falling intensifies as they pass through a radiant expanse, countless figures seemingly suspended in the air around them. From a distance, figures watch as Amy continues her descent, their expressions unreadable in the harsh light. Amy plummets towards the aged Alpheus, his face a mask of pain even as he looks up at her. A series of coughs echo in the distance. Alpheus lies prone, his body sprawled out on the cracked earth. A faint groan escapes the old man's lips. Blood stains Alpheus's white hair as he struggles to breathe. Elsewhere, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, pillars of light stretch towards the heavens. He lay prone upon the jagged precipice, the strange, ethereal light bathing him in an otherworldly glow. The air crackled with an unseen energy, the scent of ozone heavy in the air. The beams of light pulsed with an unnatural rhythm, their colors shifting and swirling like a celestial aurora. A disembodied voice echoed through the chasm, wondering if this was a sacrifice, musing about what an interesting world it was. A close-up revealed the extent of Alpheus's injuries, his face marred with cuts and bruises, his eyes closed in what appeared to be unconsciousness. The cold stone beneath him offered no comfort. The voice returned, a chilling question hanging in the air. Wouldn't he agree, Alpheus? Alpheus remained still, the disembodied voice still echoing its sentiment of an interesting world. His feet rested on the rough, uneven ground, his shoes scuffed and worn from countless journeys. The beams of light continued to pierce the sky, illuminating the strange, alien landscape. Beams of light pierce through the darkness, illuminating a path to somewhere unknown. A jagged rock formation stands tall against the ethereal glow, a silent sentinel in this strange place. The light intensifies, swirling around a figure lying prone on the ground, as if cradling them in its embrace. A glimpse of white hair, a hint of a dark robe, a memory fading into the light. A hand, scarred and worn, hangs limp, the fingers barely brushing ground. The wind whispers past, carrying a silent plea, a desperate wish for things to be different. Tears stream down a face contorted in anguish, a raw, unfiltered expression of loss. You've left, but what about us? Desperation claws at the throat, each word a painful admission. I don't care if I was just a means to an end. I just didn't want you to throw me away, but a dark energy swirls, a manifestation of guilt and regret. Wrong. It was all my fault. The darkness consumes, a suffocating blanket of sorrow and self-blame. A desperate cry echoes through the void, a final, heart-wrenching plea. Please come back. Tears welling in his eyes, Canis choked out the words, accepting the blame. It wasn't anyone else's fault, he insisted, but his own. A gasp escaped him, the weight of his perceived failures pressing down. A figure lay prone, surrounded by an ominous purple energy. A voice echoed, blaming someone's failure for the loss of Arcane, who could have protected them all. Now that Arcane was gone, what was left? Tears streamed down Canis's face as he declared their impending doom. It was all because of him, he believed. He questioned how things had come to this, the weight of the situation heavy on his shoulders. If he could shoulder all the blame, would it change anything? Arcane had simply lived and passed on, doing everything he desired. A figure looked on, tears reflecting the starlight. What Arcane wanted to do. The old man's face, etched with the lines of time and loss, was serene. He was happy when he died. He's gone now, Canis thought, tears blurring his vision. What did he want to do? A question hung in the air. Why did he want power? Canis resolved to protect Erin, to shield her from this world. The words hang in the smoky air, a prelude to conflict. The figure in the cloak stands firm, back turned. He has told her before, he needs her power to protect. He warns, it will be rough if she dies here. Kneeling in the swirling darkness, she declares she will do the master and... Her face contorted in anguish, she cries out. Instead, she'll... Sorry, but no. Her master is Canis. A single tear streaks down her face, illuminated by a strange, purple glow in her eye. A dark, viscous substance begins to envelop her face, a suffocating embrace. Surrounded by swirling purple energy, the cloaked figure warns that if she betrays him one more time, he won't. The air crackles with arcane energy. The cloaked figure stands amidst the swirling darkness, a master of shadows and threats. Kneeling in servitude, the cloaked figure vowed to remember the command. The words echoed in the cavernous space, a promise made in shadow. Elsewhere, agony contorted his features as dark tendrils writhed around him. He looked up, a silent scream etched on his face. A hand gripped his neck, the touch both a violation and a source of unimaginable pain. his eyes squeezed shut, fighting back tears. In a desperate embrace, two figures clung to each other, seeking solace in shared darkness. Let's create it. Our life, one whispered, a fragile hope amidst despair. Meanwhile, under a sky dusted with stars, a figure lay prone, defeated. Another stood over them, a silent sentinel in the desolate landscape. Milchalpias stood beside Professor Athela, his voice heavy with regret. Professor Athela, I'm a sinner, he confessed, the weight of his words hanging in the air. Athela's gaze was downcast, her expression a mask of sorrow. To her, atonement was knowing your sins. The professor began, but the words caught in her throat, a dam holding back a torrent of unspoken emotions. A mirthless chuckle escaped Athela's lips. You're not arrogant right now, she observed before steeling herself. Haha, I will face my punishment. Athela stood beside a blond man, her arms crossed, a question hanging in the air. Where's our hero? Milchalpias' brow furrowed, a deep concern etched on his face. To think he teleported more than 400 people, he mused, the implications heavy. An elderly man, his face etched with desperation, pleads for assistance, his voice cracking with urgency. The scene is a field of bodies, a testament to a recent brutal conflict. Among them lies a woman with crimson hair, still and broken. Two figures stand in the distance, observing the carnage with grim expressions. A desperate cry echoes through the air, Chiron. Irina cradles Chiron's head in her arms, tears streaming down her face as she desperately tries to rouse him. A chilling realization dawns. He isn't breathing. Elsewhere, attending to Arcane's body took 8 hours. The priority now is to get all the students back to their dorms, to restore some semblance of order amidst the chaos. The sealed memories will come back with time. In the infirmary, the wounded lie in beds, slowly recovering from their injuries. After taking care of the most urgent cases, the school will be at a complete stop until further notice. The sign above the door reads, Infirmary. Earlier, he had stayed by Chiron's side. The weight of that fact settled heavily as cute friend watched over the unconscious boy. Wails of anguish escaped Irina as she sat beside Chiron's bed, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. That day, tears streamed down Irina's face as she berated herself. I'm so stupid. She hadn't recognized him when he came to see her. Still, the memory of that day haunted her. She hadn't done anything. She hadn't even apologized. The image of Chiron, lying still, was a constant reminder of her failure. Cute friend urged her to rest. At this rate, she gets sick. Magic that kills the user won't activate, she thought, her voice trembling. So why is he dying after all this time? Clump's voice wavered with concern. I'm sure that something strange is happening to Chiron. The air hung thick with unspoken dread, the weight of their shared anxiety pressing down on them both. Irina's thoughts echoed with desperate hope. Asterisk come back. If he doesn't, asterisk. A chilling realization dawned on her. It means there's a possibility that a spell can kill. Clump stood nearby, his expression a mask of worry as he watched Irina's internal struggle play out on her face. The silence was broken only by the faint sound of her stifled sobs. Her mind raced back to another tragedy. Arcane died because of the energy in his brain. Tears streamed down Irina's face, each drop a testament to her fear and grief. The weight of the past threatened to drown her in despair. Clump's thoughts drifted, trying to find a logical explanation. Asterisk different. It doesn't matter if he used up all the energy in his brain or the immortal function. Asterisk. A grim acceptance settled over him, because what's important is that Chiron's already dead. Clump's voice cut through the silence, tinged with a mix of frustration and sorrow. Irukio, you're still such a... The two stood in the dimly lit room, the weight of their shared grief pressing down on them. The air was thick with unspoken words and unresolved emotions. A cold certainty settled in Clump's mind. So you've made up your mind that Chiron is dead? Clump's gaze hardened, his eyes reflecting a steely resolve. The acceptance of Chiron's death seemed to have steeled his determination. The words hung in the air, heavy with finality, because he's dead. He is grabbed roughly by the collar, the force of her grief palpable. A wave of raw emotion washes over him. The grief-stricken cry of Chiron's echoes in the air. The memory of Chiron saving them flashes before her eyes, fueling her rage. Irina's fist clenches, a red aura crackling around her as she screams, "But you're still." Her eyes burn with fury, tears threatening to spill over. The punch is drawn back, ready to strike. Clump braces himself, awaiting the blow. His expression is a mix of resignation and fear. But the impact never comes. A sigh of relief escapes him. Instead, Irina throws her arms around him, clinging tightly as she sobs. "You knew I was going to..." Her face contorted with anguish. Irina's voice cracked as she demanded, tears streaming down her face, if he even knew why she had stopped herself. Clump, taken aback by her outburst, retorted that someone like her didn't have the right to have friends. his voice rising. Clump's face twisted in a mask of desperation as he screamed that his heart had stopped beating and he wasn't breathing. Then use your brain. His heart has stopped beating and he's not breathing. Find a way to bring the dead back. Tears still welling in her eyes, Irina faced Clump, who accused her of being pathetic and spouting nonsense. Magic can't bring back the dead. Her emerald eye, glistening with unshed tears, reflected a storm of conflicting emotions. That's what your limits are. Clump, his voice laced with frustration, pointed out that she could have taken that hit. Irina knelt, her head bowed, a silent question echoing in her mind. Could she have done something differently? Her crimson hair cascaded around her, framing a face etched with grief and regret. The mage strode down the dimly lit corridor, his voice dripping with contempt. Pathetic. His footsteps echoed in the oppressive silence, each stride a declaration of his bitter resolve. Clump's brow furrowed, his gaze intense. Right? He questioned, the word hanging heavy in the air. A woman's voice cut through the tension, laced with fury. How dare you come here? The mage's companion continued, her expression unreadable. We've come to give our condolences. He didn't die because he fought me. Clump's bandaged hand clenched, his voice tight with suppressed emotion. And it's a pity he died after saving you all. His eyes, shadowed with grief, reflected a deep sense of loss. But I don't want any more. The mage's voice dripped with disdain. What? As you said, they're pathetic. The topic of whether a certain person is alive or dead sparks a debate. The speaker seeks agreement, the question hanging in the air. The silence stretches, punctuated only by the rustle of fabric. Irina advises that they should pray that Chiron is alive. The other figure responds with a questioning what? The figure's eyes glow with an eerie blue light, a silent declaration of power. The figure acknowledges that Chiron is the only person who can stop them. A faint blue glow emanates from the figure, energy swirling around their feet. A voice declares that Canis is target-locked, but the mage responds with hesitation. The figure is deemed dangerous, their calculation speed abnormally fast. If he uses that magic, Irina and Clump stand before a building, a red glow emanating from within. A blinding flash of light erupts, consuming everything in its path. The area is engulfed in flames, the destruction complete. The city lay in ruins, its once proud structures reduced to rubble. A crimson sun bled across the horizon, casting a blood-red light upon the devastation. The air tasted of ash and despair. A chilling premonition echoed through the desolation, a stark warning that they might get wiped out, the words hanging heavy in the smoke-filled air. The air hung heavy with unspoken concern. One of the figures suggested they should pray for Chiron. Canis's brow furrowed, a single word escaping his lips. What? A surge of cyan energy coalesced, forming the name Chiron in the air. The text declared that Chiron is the only person who can stop him in this world. Canis stood, arms crossed, a grim expression etched on his face as the blue light illuminated his form. The system message blared, Canis, your target locked. He acknowledged the warning, but a hint of doubt lingered in his voice. The implications of the situation weighed heavily on Canis. It was dangerous, the speed of his calculations abnormally fast. The ominous warning hung in the air. If he uses that magic. This area, the landscape was ravaged, torn apart by some immense force. Buildings lay in ruins, reduced to rubble and twisted metal. The unspoken threat echoed in the destruction. Might get wiped out. A figure plummeted from the sky, falling towards the ravaged earth below. A flicker of understanding sparked within him, a chilling premonition of what was to come. A voice echoed in the darkness, pondering just how fast he could calculate for this place to get blown up. To put it simply, the voice continued, it's fast enough to analyze everything that happens in this city in 3 seconds. Even if he has savant syndrome, the voice wondered, how is that possible? But what he knew for sure was, his brain cells cannot endure it for long. The air crackled with energy as power surged. If Chiron dies like this, I'm going to kill you. The energy intensified, swirling around him like a vortex. Retreat, Canis. He's going to blow it up as soon as you step into the spirit zone. That means... Her gaze lifted, the woman's expression a mixture of concern and apprehension as she considered the implications of the unspoken question. The man's face remained shadowed, his voice a low rumble as he questioned, that Chiron isn't dead? A hand, pale and slightly trembling, reached out into the darkness. It'd be best. Power surged, the figure's eyes blazing with an unnatural light, sparks crackling around them like static electricity. The hand clenched into a fist, a silent warning hanging in the air. For you to choose your words carefully. Tears welled in Erin's eyes as she cried out, her voice laced with desperation. Erin! A voice detached and cold, echoed in the darkness. I can't see the condition of objects, but instead... The glowing eyes intensified, boring into some unseen point. I can see inside people. A roar of fury ripped through the air. And what of it? Erin's voice cracked, her plea desperate as she repeated, Erin. The disembodied voice boomed, filled with conviction. If you truly believed he was dead. A subtle shift in the figure's gaze, a barely perceptible flinch, betrayed a flicker of doubt. Her face contorted in anguish, tears streaming from eyes that glowed with an unnatural light. The words escaped her lips in a choked whisper. There's no way you'd be. The unseen observer could only note the sheer terror etched upon her face, a frightening expression born of profound grief. A surge of crimson energy erupted, painting the air with raw power and chaotic intent. The crimson tide intensified, its jagged edges promising destruction and despair. The energy flowed like blood, a macabre river carrying whispers of forgotten tragedies. A glimpse of a face, shadowed and indistinct, hinted at the source of the cataclysmic power. Elsewhere, a man, his brow furrowed with worry, cast his gaze downward, lost in somber contemplation. Two figures stood silhouetted against the dim light of a distant hallway, their hushed tones swallowed by the oppressive silence. The moon hung heavy in the sky, its pale light casting long, mournful shadows across the land. The grand facade of the building stood as a silent witness, its ornate windows reflecting the cold, uncaring stars. A figure slumped against a wall, head buried in their hands, a posture of utter defeat and despair. A pale hand rested limply on a crisp white sheet, the finality of its stillness echoing in the silence. A grim prophecy hangs in the air. The school will descend into chaos within days. A chilling addendum echoes. If there's a funeral, a figure looms over a bed, the words hanging heavy. It'll be too late. Unaware, Chiron lies in slumber, a bandage masking an injury. A desperate plea, unheard. If you don't stop me, a heavy realization settles. I won't be able to progress forward. A desperate plea to stop echoes between two figures. The name hangs in the air. So, Chiron. A vow, whispered with fierce determination. I'll save you. A chilling promise, laced with intent. If that happens, I'll... The cold glint of steel reflects the sterile light. A steady hand grips the surgical blade, the threat growing ever more palpable. At Althea's Magic Academy, a standard is set for all students. They must live within the dormitories, for this academy houses the children of the kingdom's highest-ranking nobles. The academy stands tall, a beacon of magical education and noble upbringing. The academy's security is of utmost importance, a fact that weighs heavily on those in charge. A somber announcement echoes through the halls. The academy was infiltrated by 4 unknown assailants. In the end, those assailants were dealt with, and the students and staff were saved from harm. But unfortunately, the school's rising star has fallen. A wave of grief washes over the academy, the weight of the loss evident in the downcast gaze of one of the professors. The stark truth is revealed. Arian Chiron has passed. Milchalpias speaks with grave concern. If the outside world gets wind of this, the responsibility of this large matter weighs heavily on their shoulders. They must hold Chiron's funeral as soon as possible. The decision is made. They must tell the parents. The headmaster, Milchalpias, stood firm, his expression unreadable. A faculty member with a beard challenged, his voice laced with disbelief. And you think we don't know that? Elsewhere, in the infirmary, Arian Chiron lay still. A somber figure stood vigil, observing the boy's peaceful face. His body is in the infirmary instead of the morgue. A voice echoed. I have no idea what their reasoning is. Back in the meeting, the faculty member retorted. That's what you say. His voice rose with frustration. Milchalpias remained impassive. The faculty member continued, his tone accusatory. But you're just trying to buy time, so the school's reputation isn't affected. The scene shifted to a wider view of the meeting. Voices rose in disagreement. How can you say that? One demanded. Another voice, calmer but firm, countered. I'm saying that we need time to think. The debate intensified. The longer we drag this out, the worse the public opinion will get, one voice warned. Another countered. Forget about the school's reputation. The school might shut down. The urgency of the situation was palpable. We need to act quickly. We don't even know the location of Arcane's students. The faculty member with the beard implored. Headmaster, please make your decision. The tension in the room was thick. Meanwhile, in a separate location, a voice declared, summoned today. The student council gathered, their expressions grim. Typical student council, one remarked, the words dripping with sarcasm. The students stood in formation, their faces obscured by shadows. If the children of the best noble families accuse the school as a group. The voice concluded ominously, then, our hands will be tied. The headmaster's mouth moved, forming words that hung heavy in the air. He began, the single syllable pregnant with unspoken meaning. Milchalpias declared, his voice resonating with the weight of his decision. Say that we should wait. The pronouncement echoed through the halls, stirring a flurry of hushed whispers and anxious speculation. As the professors had previously stated, the situation was dire. The school would be at a greater disadvantage the longer they waited, but a more pressing question loomed over the school's future. Arian Chiron plummeted, the ground rushing up to meet him. The world spun as he fell, the vibrant canopy of the forest a distant promise. Irina cradled Chiron's lifeless form, tears streaming down her face as she desperately clung to a fading hope. Did Chiron truly die? The question echoed in the minds of many. Was he thinking rationally about this? Or did he believe Chiron was somehow special? The man with blonde hair had asked himself this question several times, his brow furrowed with worry. A somber mood hangs in the air, yet those subtle feelings refuse to dissipate. A piercing gaze reflects the weight of the situation, the eyes holding a depth of unspoken concern. The concept of a mortal function is introduced, a domain beyond their current understanding. Irina's brow furrows with worry. In this battle, the stakes are higher than ever. The gravity of Chiron's decision settles in. He made the extreme choice to release his immortal function. Within the order, this phenomenon is defined as nirvana, a kind of state that is different from life itself. Murmurs ripple through the room. Just because he reached nirvana doesn't mean he died. Still, some don't understand. One voice rises above the rest, reminding everyone that this is a magic academy, not the order. Another understands what the headmaster is saying. There's a possibility that Chiron, who is an unlocker, the unspoken fear hangs heavy. There's no guarantee that the child will wake up. While waiting for Chiron, without knowing when he will wake up, they might face the worst possible situation. A voice cracks with despair, declaring that the school is, of course, shutting down. A sharp rebuttal cuts through the gloom. No, it's not. Milchalpias wonders if the students are the reason for this potential closure. The thought hangs heavy in the air, and staff being annihilated. The assembly hall looms, a silent witness to the unfolding crisis. The weight of Chiron's sacrifice is palpable. Without him, no one would have survived, including you all. Alpia's voice echoes, stating that even if the odds were below 1%, the risk was taken. The gravity of the situation settles in. The child threw his life away for us. Another voice, laced with guilt, considers taking responsibility to prevent the school's closure. The question lingers. For that child, shouldn't we also make such a sacrifice? The weight of the decision hangs heavy. Such a sacrifice? Elsewhere, the Alphea's Wizard School stands tall, its future uncertain. The grand architecture of Alphea's Wizard School stood in silent vigil, its ornate details a stark contrast to the quiet sorrow within. From above, the courtyard appeared a tapestry of tiny figures, each carrying their own burden of worry and uncertainty. Through the window, a figure stood watch, his expression unreadable, his posture conveying a deep sense of longing. She lay still, her breathing shallow, lost in a world beyond their reach. A whisper, barely audible, carried a name, Chiron. Her hand gently rested on his head, a silent promise echoing in the quiet room. Matter if it takes years or decades. The woman's voice, soft with unwavering devotion, continued. For you to come back. I'll wait for you. Elsewhere, a figure stood, his gaze fixed on some distant point, pleading, so just say you'll come back. Tears streamed down her face, each drop a testament to the depth of her sorrow and the strength of her hope. A desperate plea hung in the air, unspoken but palpable. Just say something. A single eye flickered open, a spark of blue in the darkness, a promise of return. He sat, muscles tense, the cool air raising gooseflesh on his bare skin. A thought began to form, a question clawing its way to the surface of his mind. Am I? The woman with flowing blue hair stands serenely, her gaze fixed on the man before her. She wonders if he doubts her words. Her voice echoes in the grand hall, explaining that everything God creates bears a resemblance to the divine. The man's expression is unreadable, his brow furrowed slightly as he listens intently. A hand reaches out, seemingly in supplication or offering. The question hangs in the air, unspoken yet palpable. Will you? The woman's eyes gleam with an otherworldly light as she declares that he, above all others, most resembles God. Her offer is a world, a shared existence, a destiny intertwined with hers. The two figures stand in the shimmering hall, the woman's proposition hanging heavy between them. The man's voice is barely a whisper, a plea for clarification. Pardon? His eyes widen, a mixture of shock and disbelief etched across his face. He repeats the question, seeking to understand the weight of her words. With me? He stammered, hands raised in a gesture of apology. The suddenness of the situation clearly left him flustered. The blond man continued to stumble over his words, his back turned as if to hide his embarrassment. A soft laugh echoed in the room. A surge of blue energy enveloped him, causing him to gasp in surprise. The air crackled with an unfamiliar energy. A disembodied voice echoed, declaring that this place was not his world. The blue-haired woman smiled, her voice gentle as she assured him that this place still existed in his world. His brow furrowed, a flicker of concern crossing his features as he processed her words. He tilted his head, confusion evident in his voice. Is this the afterlife? He wondered. The woman's voice, light and amused, denied his assumption. This place, she explained, was simply another location from where he lived. The blue-haired woman raised a finger to her lips, a knowing smile playing on her face as if holding a secret. From the outside, it appears as though there is no space. The blue-haired woman and Chiron stand in the pool of water, the pillars rising around them. But in reality, it is infinitely condensed. She gestures, her hand open, as she speaks of spot and space. There's distance between my arms. In other words, my body's three-dimensional. Chiron gestures, his expression thoughtful. Your insight. The blue-haired woman's chibi form declares that it is exceptional. The woman with blue hair affirms, that's right. That's the essence of time. Even a world that looks like a dot from far away. If you look at it closely, it's an infinite world. Chiron looks up, a realization dawning on his face. And God is who creates that world. The blonde-haired boy looks to the side, a question forming in his mind. What do you think? The silence hangs heavy in the air, broken only by the faint hum of unseen energies. The blue-haired woman, her expression unreadable, wonders if he did not give up on life by himself. She asks, almost as an accusation, if he perhaps regrets doing that. Chiron, seemingly ignoring the question, declares, aware, before asking if he may ask one more question. The blue-haired woman responds with a saccharine sweetness. Haha, of course. His eyes narrowed. Chiron presses, why are you lying? The air thickens with unspoken tension. The water ripples around her feet, the sound echoing softly in a vast space. The blue-haired woman states that God does not lie, before adding a soft, almost defeated no. Chiron, standing on the reflective surface, thinks there is no need. The blue-haired woman smiles, a hint of something cold in her eyes as she explains, because if I define that it doesn't exist, it doesn't. He sees through the facade. Chiron thinks, lying again. Her eyes, pools of turquoise, betray nothing. The question hung in the air, unfinished. Chiron looked up at the blue-haired woman, his expression questioning. You really got? The woman remained silent, her expression unreadable. Her luminous blue eyes reflected an ancient understanding. It seems like there is a misunderstanding because our definitions of what God is differs. Chiron's gaze intensified, searching for any hint of deception. What God is? Elsewhere, a village nestled amongst rolling hills basked in the warm afternoon sun. Golden fields of wheat swayed gently in the breeze, promising a bountiful harvest. The sky above was a canvas of soft blues and gentle whites, dotted with shimmering motes of light. A lone farmer, face hidden behind a crude mask, worked tirelessly in the fields, the rhythmic swish of his scythe a constant hum. Two women, similarly masked, walked along a dusty path, their baskets filled with the fruits of their labor. A masked figure, clad in simple green garb and a wide-brimmed straw hat, stands amidst a field of tall grass. The air hangs heavy with the scent of earth and ripening grain. The farmer stands in the field, the dragonfly flitting around him. Above, Chiron watches the world unfold. The boy watches the blue-haired woman, her expression unreadable. However, I can move that, he says, his voice soft but firm. A colossal hand descends, its fingers poised above a miniature world. Farmer, a voice booms, echoing with unimaginable power. The hand looms, its size dwarfing the landscape below. The air crackles with unseen energy. The colossal hand hovers, its presence distorting the very fabric of reality. A faint, ethereal glow emanates from its fingertips. The world below is a tapestry of golden fields, where the farmer and Chiron stand, oblivious to the cosmic forces at play. The hand, a symbol of immense power, remains poised, ready to reshape the world at its whim. Chiron watches, the wind rustling through the tall grass, as the farmer continues his work, unaware of the impending change. Suddenly, the colossal hand descends, its massive fingers grasping the farmer by his shirt. The world seems to tilt on its axis. The farmer, now dangling precariously, glances at his horse, a sense of bewilderment washing over him. The fact that space has changed means time has been granted because space and time are one. The concept of space-time hangs in the air as the blue-haired woman holds a miniature world within her grasp. The landscape inside the bubble seems serene, untouched by the unfolding conversation. A hand descends, carefully positioning a black knight on a chessboard. The pieces gleam under a soft, ethereal light, each move carrying an unseen weight. The knight stands poised, a silent sentinel on the checkered field. The sound of its placement echoes softly, a subtle shift in the balance of power. With a gentle place, a time unit of 1 turn has passed in this game of chess. The implications of this simple move ripple outwards, unseen but deeply felt. The disembodied voice declares that they are manipulating a subdimensional spacetime called chess. The blue-haired woman asserts that God isn't someone incredible and sublime, as Chiron might believe. Dragonflies flit through a field of wheat, as the voice explains that they're just a designer capable of creating a dimension that is one level lower than the one they exist in. The hem of the blue-haired woman's dress brushes against the ground. The sound a soft whisper against the backdrop of their conversation. The blue-haired woman stands beside the farmer, explaining that their creations think that God is an entity with power they cannot comprehend using, and that God is capable of manipulating them without them knowing. The farmer's wooden mask stares blankly ahead, the voice noting that he doesn't know how he moved. Chiron's eyes widen, a dawning realization spreading across his face. He doesn't know that this world is a replica. A voice echoes, declaring that there's only one way for him to truly understand. The blue-haired woman smiles, a knowing glint in her eye. Chiron's eyes widen, a flicker of realization dawning on his face. A hand gently rests on another's shoulder, a silent confirmation. The words hang in the air, immortal function. A radiant orb pulses with energy, a pink cross blazing within its core. The words materialize, glowing with ethereal light, its immortal function. The blue-haired woman stands bathed in starlight, the orb's power resonating around her. He looks up, a sense of wonder and understanding beginning to dawn. The concept solidifies. Function is a sense that finalizes the whole world. A tapestry of stars, a universe of possibilities, unfolds before them. A landscape bathed in celestial light, a world both familiar and alien. Even so, the farmer's world is still this glass orb, fragile and contained. The woman with the blue hair holds the glowing orb aloft, her expression serene as the light dances across her face. Chiron looks up, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek, his face etched with a mixture of confusion and fear. The orb pulses with a soft, purple light, the energy radiating outwards in gentle waves. The blue-haired woman's voice echoes, explaining, "I brought you, who unlocked immortal function." A faint smile graces the woman's lips as she continues to hold the orb, its light bathing her in an ethereal glow. She knows more than she is letting on. Chiron's eyes widen, the blue irises reflecting the orb's light, his fear intensifying as the situation unfolds. His voice trembling, Chiron asks, "What do you want from me?" The blue-haired woman is now surrounded by a blinding light, the orb at the center of it all. Chiron's hand reaches out, as if pulled by an invisible force, the energy swirling around him. The pull intensifies, the lines of energy becoming more defined as Chiron is drawn closer to the light. Despite the fear, a flicker of determination ignites in Chiron's eye, a resolve to face whatever lies ahead. The blue-haired woman's voice resonates. "Into the space-time I created, Chiron. Within this realm, a city sits protected, encased in a shimmering barrier as beams of light ascend into the unknown. Beneath the city, a dark, swirling vortex churns, hinting at layers upon layers of constructed realities. The cosmos stretches out, an endless expanse punctuated by a radiant starburst, a cycle poised to repeat. The blue-haired woman's voice echoes with certainty, a promise hanging in the starlit air. It will. Chiron stands before a window, the city spread out before him. He hears it is called a space-time matrix. The blue-haired woman faces him, her expression unreadable. The woman presses, her tone laced with an almost mocking confidence. Why would he refuse? Surely he has no reason. The offer hangs in the air. Chiron admits it's not bad, but he is still thinking. But something holds him back, a hesitation flickering in his eyes. The words hang unspoken, a question of consequence, if he were to enter her space-time. Her gaze is intense, piercing, as if she can see the very fabric of his being. The blue-haired woman raises a finger, her voice firm, unwavering. She is not. She had given him an ultimatum, but Chiron stood firm, his blue eyes blazing with defiance. "I won't." The blue-haired woman's expression hardened, a subtle shift in her ethereal features. "We'll see about that," she murmured, a hint of power simmering beneath her words. A surge of vibrant energy erupted around her, a kaleidoscope of colors swirling into existence. The air crackled with unseen forces, the scent of ozone filling the space as the energy intensified. The energy coalesced, forming a shimmering, iridescent field that pulsed with raw power. The light intensified, bathing the area in an otherworldly glow, the air thick with anticipation. A flicker of understanding crossed the blue-haired woman's face, her eyes widening slightly. "I get it now." Within the swirling vortex of energy, Chiron stood silhouetted, the light casting an eerie glow upon his features. Recognition dawned in Chiron's eyes, his pupils glowing with an inner light. A realization, spoken as a thought. A spot, the space-time matrix you talked about. The air thrummed with an unseen power, the very fabric of reality seeming to warp and bend. The blue-haired woman's hand, wreathed in swirling energy, seemed to be the focal point of this transformation. The words echoed in the air, a declaration of power and control. This is your spirit zone. He raises his hand, a surge of power emanating from his core. A blinding red light erupts, filling the space around him. The energy intensifies, visible even as a crimson aura around his neck and shoulder, a sign of the spirit zone taking hold. The blue-haired woman watches, her expression unreadable as the light reflects off her ethereal form, which, she utters, her voice barely a whisper. Chiron's eyes blaze with newfound power, his face set with determination. Means, bathed in ethereal light, a woman with flowing blue hair stands regally, a delicate crown adorning her head. Her gaze is intense, her expression unreadable. A voice echoes, declaring her nature, a mage. The blue-haired woman descends a grand staircase, her white dress flowing behind her. Each step is deliberate, her presence commanding. Her bare feet touch the cold stone, the air thick with anticipation. A warning hangs in the air, a threat veiled in concern. Don't do something you'll regret. A young man raises his hand, a sphere of light forming above his palm. The blue-haired woman stands in opposition, her expression unwavering. Golden energy crackles around her, a display of immense power. The young man's voice trembles, questioning if she believes he can be defeated, while internally admitting there's no way he can win. She was someone who had reached the level where she called herself a god. The woman mused that arcane, no, she's probably stronger than him. But regardless, Chiron thought to himself. He knew this wasn't where he should be. He recalled when the farmer unlocked the immortal function, his body vanished without a trace. You will only experience death again. However, Chiron considered, she said his physical body existed in another world. He could go. The blue-haired woman asked if he was coming back, right? The woman confirmed that he indeed could. Even so, Chiron began to gather energy in his hand. The energy crackled around his fingers. The red light intensified. The blue-haired woman was capturing. If it's that, rather, it's that overwhelming energy of his. The blue-haired woman's voice echoes, a warning about the nature of this place. It can damage this space. Her dress shimmers with an otherworldly light, the source of her power seemingly limitless. Chiron extends his hand, a crimson orb of energy materializing in his palm. He seems surprised. A dark sphere envelopes him, swirling with blue energy, a chaotic vortex forming around the boy. The blue-haired woman watches him intently, her expression unreadable as Chiron is consumed by the darkness. The woman's voice explains that this domain is a spot that passes through space-time. The moment he steps inside, he will go through the process he took to get here in reverse. Standing in a pool of water, Chiron looks up, questioning if she is really going to let him return. He asks her to promise him one thing. The blue-haired woman's voice echoes, telling him that if he fails to return to his original world, he must come back here. The darkness continues to consume Chiron as he repeats that he will return. A blinding light fills the space, a voice declaring that he won't be successful. Chiron thanks her for letting him return, but thinks to himself that it's too early to tell. A voice echoed, expecting gratitude. It was no simple task, the voice continued, for a being of pure spirit to inhabit a complex, physical form once more. The blue-haired woman looked down at Chiron, her expression unreadable. Much less, she added, a human body filled with disgusting elements. The woman's words hung in the air as Chiron stared ahead, his brow furrowed. If he couldn't overcome those elements, the disembodied voice warned that he would become a strange being, something other than human. The blue-eyed woman's face was stern as she offered an alternative. If he wanted to give up, he could simply walk back the way he came. But Chiron would not give up. His feet splashed through the water, each step a declaration of his resolve. The blue-haired woman watched, her expression unchanging, as Chiron continued his journey. The water swirled around his ankles as he pressed onward, the path ahead still unclear. Each step echoed in the silence. Chiron wondered if he went past this point. He could go back, he thought, the option still available, but the pull forward was stronger. His face was set with determination, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek. He continued on, his form growing smaller in the distance. It was the same, he realized, no matter which way he went. The blue-haired woman lies still, adrift in a strange, watery expanse. This place is. Chiron's eyes widen. It's the same space as the white space from before. A single tear escapes his eye. The woman remains still, her expression unreadable. Not succeed. The water ripples gently around her. Now that Chiron thinks about it, there are many things that are strange. The blue-haired woman's voice echoes, tinged with a hint of sorrow. Why don't you give me up so easily? You will. Chiron's eyes narrow, a realization dawning. He stares down at the woman, understanding flickering in his gaze. Trapped. A memory surfaced, a recollection of a time long past. The scene shifted to Sir Armin's house, 2 months prior to the present. Sir Armin stood bathed in golden light, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly power. The words echoed in the memory. It stopped magic. The memory focused on Chiron as a child, his expression a mix of awe and concern. A question hung in the air. Were they moving at the speed of light? Sir Armin stood beside the young Chiron, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He affirmed that the boy was quite smart and correct. The reason, Armin explained, was that space-time appeared to have stopped. The memory shifted to an abstract representation of light, capable of making a mage fast. The light intensified, a promise of power after a certain level. The light surged, a vibrant display of energy. The light pulsed, its nature quite strange. A cascade of light descends, an ethereal curtain parting to reveal the secrets of the continuum. Within this realm, the very fabric of existence bends, suggesting that one can catch up to time itself. That is the foundation of stop magic, a concept both intriguing and elusive. The present shimmers, a fleeting moment caught in the currents of time. If this place is a time-space that's trapped, it exists within the speed of light's domain, a realm of unimaginable possibilities. A figure sits in serene meditation, seeking answers within the depths of their own consciousness. The thought echoes. He might be able to get out of here if he could transcend the speed of light. But how? The answer seems to lie in the realm of superluminal speed, a concept that defies conventional understanding. A speed that only exists in theory and not in reality, or so it seems. The moment you step foot inside, you will go through the process, a journey of transformation and understanding. You took to get here in reverse, a path retraced to unravel the mysteries of this place. He curls inward, a sudden understanding washing over him. Chiron sees. He focuses, his brow furrowed in concentration. An intense light begins to emanate from his eyes, a sign of the power stirring within. His thoughts race, grappling with the concept of the immortal function. The speed at which it spreads throughout the universe is instantaneous, a force beyond comprehension. He finds himself in a spectral form, a spirit unbound by the constraints of a physical body, surrounded by swirling purple energy. Doubt creeps in. Can he truly surpass the speed of light? The question hangs heavy in the ethereal space. However, a spark of defiance ignites within him. He will not be deterred by the immensity of the challenge. The air crackles with energy as the power intensifies, a palpable hum vibrating through the very fabric of existence. He steels his resolve, the words echoing in his mind. He won't give up. Not now, not ever. The purple energy surges, coalescing into a blinding vortex of raw power, threatening to consume everything in its path. Annihilation. The word hangs in the air, a testament to the destructive potential he now wields. The vortex intensifies, the energy reaching a fever pitch, a symphony of destruction building to a crescendo. A triumphant declaration echoes through the void. He has succeeded. The impossible has been achieved. The remnants of the unleashed power linger, a testament to the sheer force he now commands, the air still crackling with residual energy. He lay still, bathed in an ethereal glow, seemingly suspended between worlds. A surge of power, a declaration echoing through the void. I'm returning. The light intensified, pulling him back, a beacon homing in on a familiar place. To the place I was at before. A silent promise, a yearning whispered on the winds of fate. To where my friends are. His expression, serene and resolute, hinted at the journey he was undertaking. Milchalpias watched over Chiron, his gaze heavy with concern and a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, 8 days had passed since Chiron's supposed demise, and the academy was in turmoil. The old professor remained vigilant, his hand hovering protectively over the boy. A student, her voice laced with urgency, exclaimed, "Oh, look over there." A petition, filled with impassioned pleas, lay ready to be presented. The students rallied, their voices rising in unison, demanding action. "We submit a petition to all professors." The demand echoed. Headmaster Alpheus should turn himself in. Among the senior students, the call for justice grew louder. They insisted that he be interrogated by the Magic Society. The student with pink hair and glasses raised her voice, her frustration palpable. The crowd of students held their signs high, their voices united. They insisted there was no instigation, claiming they didn't want to go this far. 8 days had passed since Chiron's supposed death. From an open window, the pink-haired student demanded to know why there hadn't been any announcements. The truth was revealed. Chiron had fallen into a coma, but only if his heart was still beating. Another student, holding up a document, declared that it was useless to try and fool them by claiming Chiron's body wasn't decomposing. A question lingered. Was it possible to do something about this with the headmaster's magic? The students expressed their sadness about Chiron's death, but also acknowledged that their alma mater didn't want the school to fall because of it. The pink-haired student apologized for deceiving everyone. It was conveyed that this was the best decision the professors had made, and they were taking responsibility for it. A question hangs in the air, a challenge thrown down. Can they all, truly? Her gaze intense, the woman demands accountability. She wants to know if they will take responsibility for their actions. The man in the suit wonders what the reason could be. A flicker of doubt crosses her face. Was there a reason for her to say that? The man holding the report is furious, questioning what the hell is in it, since he's read the entire thing. A sense of foreboding fills the air. Someone is going to rain on their parade. His red eye gleaming, the man states that, to be precise, it'll be troublesome for his business. A voice whispers of reluctance, of not wanting to get involved. With a confident smirk, the man declares, "Let's do this." A plea rises from the depths. "Please let us." The demand is clear. See Chiron's state. Her eyes wide with shock, the woman exclaims that they will decide after seeing him with their own eyes. A stern voice declared, its tone brooking no argument, that the current course could not be altered until all objectives were achieved. The crowd of students, holding signs demanding Alpheus's removal and Chiron's freedom, voiced their disbelief. They insisted on their right to know what was happening inside. One student, his face flushed with anger, rallied the others, urging them to fight for their school's sake. A desperate cry pierced the air as one of the students, restrained by another, protested the injustice. The restraining student questioned whether they were taking things too far, the tension palpable in the air. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on the group, the realization that another student's life hung in the balance, adding to their desperation. The sound of shattering glass echoed through the air. The student with purple hair and their companion looked up, their faces etched with shock and disbelief at the sudden noise. From a distance, the crowd of students continued their protest, unaware of the events unfolding within the building. A figure surrounded by crackling blue energy conceded with a single, resolute word, "Fine." A voice, laced with a hint of challenge, offered a choice: go inside if you want. But the figure, now engulfed in a fierce blue aura, left the threat hanging in the air. But if you do, a surge of blue energy crackles around him as the figure promises death. Glass shatters, the sound echoing through the air. A figure gazes upward, mouth agape, at the towering structure above. Her eyes widen, a gasp escaping her lips as she witnesses something terrible. A crowd stands assembled, their faces obscured by shadow, as they bear witness to the unfolding events. A voice, laced with resignation, whispers, "Fine." A sign is held aloft, a stark invitation: go inside if you want. The air crackles with energy, a silent threat hanging in the balance. But if you do, eyes blazing with an eerie blue light, a voice declares, "You'll die." From above, the scene unfolds, a group gathered before a looming structure. Then, a figure plummets from the heights, a blur against the sky. Below, they watch, their faces etched with horror as the figure hurtles toward the ground. Blue energy crackles around him, illuminating the courtyard with an eerie glow. His voice, laced with suppressed fury, cuts through the stunned silence. "And this is how you speak to your seniors?" The air thickens with anticipation, the blue light intensifying. Should he say it again? The energy surges, a visible manifestation of barely contained power. The very air seems to vibrate with its intensity. From the sidelines, a student gasps, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Wait, it can't be. That's..." Below, Chiron is being supported by another student, his face pale with pain. The sight seems to fuel the growing storm of energy above. The word hangs in the air, a silent acknowledgement of the impossible. Impossible. The energy coalesces, forming intricate patterns around him. A voice cries out, identifying the impossible. "That's plasma magic." Whispers ripple through the crowd, disbelief warring with dawning horror. Isn't he just a Class 5 student? Even in our school, only Raikan, a Class 1, can use it. Another student, her face etched with a mixture of shock and understanding, mutters, "That's legitimate, lethal magic. He was hiding magic like this. You bastard. Are you using that magic?" Despite knowing what will happen if he does, the energy continues to build, a terrifying display of raw power. The blue aura intensifies, his eyes glowing with an unearthly light. "Chiron isn't dead," he declares, his voice resonating with chilling conviction. "I will kill all of those scumbags." The energy reaches a fever pitch, his face contorted with rage. That dare to lay hands on Chiron. The title card flashes, a declaration echoing through the void. "I'm returning." Beams of purple energy converge, engulfing the unseen figure in a torrent of otherworldly light. "Back to where everyone is," a disembodied voice proclaims, as the energy coalesces around a simple bed. Huh. A crimson silhouette flickers into existence, outlined by an ominous red glow. "Something's sticking to me." The red energy intensifies, swirling around the figure as if drawn to an unseen core. Consume. Multiply. The words echo in the darkness, a relentless mantra. A strange voice is ringing in my head. What is this? Ah, reincarnation, the lowliest. Mortals, it seems, are always so determined to cling to life. A disembodied voice observed, the words echoing in the void. So this is it, the voice mused, the purple energy swirling around an unseen eye. It is no easy feat for a pure and spiritual being to return to a complex physical body. The voice continued, much less a human's body filled with disgusting elements. What she said was, "No, I'm gonna go back." The figure roared, red energy flaring around them, their face contorted in defiance. To where exactly? The voice taunted. There is no place that would welcome you. The only thing waiting for you is death. Shut up. The figure shrieked, their form flickering with rage. I'm gonna go back to my world. They insisted, their determination hardening like steel. A distant figure, small and frail, seemed to drift in the swirling red energy. Let go of me, the figure screamed, their hand outstretched in a desperate plea. The struggle intensified, their form blurring amidst the crimson chaos. Elsewhere, a symbol etched against the stormy sky, a silent promise or a looming threat. He gazes upward, the vast expanse of the sky mirroring the turmoil within him. A silent question hangs in the air, lost among the drifting clouds. A figure stands before a crowd, energy crackling around her. "Why are," she begins, her voice laced with an unspoken accusation. An unseen entity mocks. "You refusing to accept your friend's death, my foolish junior?" The words echo with a chilling condescension. The woman stands firm, a whirlwind of power gathering around her. "This is weather," she declares, her voice resonating with defiance. A voice whispers of magic that absorbs, hinting at a dangerous power at play. A desperate plea cuts through the tension. "Nay, do you?" The question hangs unfinished, heavy with unspoken fear. A disembodied voice challenges, "Really think you can face all of us alone?" The words drip with mocking disbelief. The blue-haired woman is engulfed in a blinding blue light, energy radiating from her very being. A voice scoffs, "TSK, TSK. I can't believe you got yourself into a fight you can't even handle." Another figure looks down, offering a hand. "Should I help you?" he asks, his expression unreadable. The blue-haired woman's eyes glow with an intense power, the air around her crackling with energy. The air crackled with accusations. Was Chiron truly dead? And whose side were they even on? The students exchanged worried glances, unsure of what to make of the pronouncements. What was he saying? A voice, hesitant and defensive, denied the accusation. Of course, he wasn't on their side. He just... The man, his brow furrowed with concern, muttered that he didn't want them to do as they pleased and take Chiron away. Rage contorted her features, her eyes blazing with an unnatural blue light. The unseen speaker spat out a venomous curse. "You brats!" Meanwhile, Chiron lay still, his face pale and lifeless. Was this truly the end? The old man's eyes widened in disbelief, the younger woman beside him mirroring his shock. This was the end. A voice, laced with panic, demanded to know what they meant. What were they saying? The woman with purple hair questioned if they were saying they were going to bury Chiron. Was that what they were saying? Amy was urged to look outside. She is held back, Alpheus's grip firm as he speaks of a tragedy to come if things continue as they are. Amy, however, refuses to accept the grim pronouncement. Chiron, she insists, cannot be dead. The old man's gaze is intense, his words a pointed question. He knows she understands the gravity of the situation, doesn't she? His expression is grave, the weight of his knowledge pressing down on them both. Tears stream down Amy's face, a silent testament to her despair. Chiron's name echoes in the air, a desperate plea. A chilling laugh pierces the silence. The masked figure, eyes gleaming with malice, declares a fight. A promise of vengeance hangs heavy in the air. He will be the one to come after them all, the words laced with a palpable sense of dread. The man stands amidst crackling blue energy, a storm brewing around him. Iruki, her face etched with worry, questions the reality of the situation. Is this truly happening? The masked figure's words echo, identifying her as Iruki, the one with savant syndrome. He continues, addressing Iruki as one who wields logic colder than anyone else. The masked man scoffs at emotional judgments, questioning if she truly believes Chiron is still alive. The unseen speaker's declaration hangs heavy in the air. Chiron isn't dead. His expression unreadable, the man stares ahead, jaw clenched. A sharp intake of breath, and the question hangs unspoken. What? A scoff breaks the tension, a dismissal of the raw emotion. The disembodied voice echoes, dripping with sarcasm, demanding a logical explanation. Eyes blazing with an unnatural light, she demands they show their proof. The crowd's disbelief is palpable, their signs a testament to their anger. A lone voice whispers, questioning the situation. Another voice rises above the murmur, declaring they have the answer. The woman with white hair presses, demanding the reason they believe Chiron still lives. A man's voice declares it's nearly 4 o'clock, promising to reveal the truth. With a surge of motion, he leaps from the building. A wave of unease washes over the assembled students as the bell tolls, its sound resonating with an unsettling familiarity. The air crackles with unspoken questions. The ringing evokes a chilling memory, a shared experience of a supernatural presentation from the past. A collective dread begins to settle in. A realization dawns on one student. Someone had been counting. The implications of this simple act send a shiver down their spine. Confusion spreads like wildfire. What is happening? The question hangs heavy in the air, unanswered and ominous. Amidst the chaos, one student's eyes widen with understanding. They get it now. A grim acceptance settles on their face. Insanity threatens to break through. A student, consumed by rage, vows to confirm Chiron's state, no matter the cost. A hand clenches, knuckles white with tension. The air thickens with anticipation. From the shadows, a voice muses on how long the others can hold out against the graduating class. A sealed envelope is held aloft, its contents unknown. The sound of something approaching echoes through the halls, growing louder with each passing moment. A student's scream pierces the air, a raw expression of fear and defiance. A chilling question hangs in the air. Who dares to come here without an ounce of fear? 3 figures stand silhouetted against the light, their intentions unclear. All eyes turn upward, drawn by an unseen force. The tension in the room reaches a fever pitch. A voice booms with a declaration of intent, to catch someone, this time, and to mark their words. The figure in the hooded cloak stands with arms crossed, a smirk playing on their lips. A companion, long black hair cascading down their back, stands beside them. A student in a school uniform watches on, a nervous energy about him. The cloaked figure challenges, do if you can. The rustle of papers fills the air as a man pores over documents, his brow furrowed in concentration. He glances at his watch, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. You're late, he states. You told me to come at 4. You're 27 seconds late. A figure clicks their tongue, dismissing something. Whatever. I now paid off my debt to Chiron, he thinks. The student, still nearby, receives a note. Iruki, what is that? He asks, reading the message, a note from the Dragon Bolt. The student's eyes widen in disbelief. What? He exclaims, his face a mask of shock. The man with the papers continues, I performed a biopsy on Chiron and sent the collected samples. A chibi version of the student appears, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Just when did you? No, more importantly. The cloaked figure stands before a grand building, their expression unreadable. You did this in 5 days? From the capital? A cacophony of voices rises. What kind of trick is this? One cries. Do you think putting forth a Mercaday name will change anything? Another questions. A third voice assures, don't worry, I used an alias. If I used? The thought echoes, a silent frustration. His real name, if known by his father, would only invite more annoyance. Alpiez's voice cuts through the air, a sharp edge to his tone. Don't you think what's written in this document is more important? The man pores over the document, his brow furrowed with concern. Does it contain a spell that can raise a person from the dead? Or something? A murmur rises from the group, a collective intake of breath as they consider the analysis. Immortal function and bodily function suspension. From above, Alpiez observes the group, his expression unreadable as they grapple with the implications of the analysis. The green-haired man speaks, his voice laced with a hint of disbelief. Upon analysis of the structure of the subject cells, they're in a state of suspended has ceased. The scene shifts to a window overlooking a group of figures. The words hang in the air. Within the samples collected 24 hours after the subject's death, no changes. The man with the documents continues, his voice low and thoughtful. Considering the recorded data, the subject, the disembodied text floats, a clinical assessment of the situation. Be considered to be in a state where bodily functions are suspended, but cannot be concluded that bodily function. The white-haired figure, a headband holding back his locks, asks, what's the difference? The blue-haired man beside him responds, a tremor in his voice. Does that mean he's not dead? A single tear traces a path down Alpiez's cheek, his eye glowing with an unnatural light, a silent testament to the turmoil within. The clinical assessment continues, detached and impersonal. Dragon Bolt has 3 classifications of cardiac arrest. 1. The classifications of cardiac arrest according to Dragon Bolt are laid out, complete cessation and temporary cessation. Alpiez pauses, his brow furrowed in thought. Something about the 3rd classification doesn't make sense to him. A faint rustling sound fills the air. A voice cuts through the silence, declaring the importance of what is about to be revealed. The document speaks of viewing an organism in cardiac arrest as dead, considering the willpower expansion has concluded. The text continues, stating that with immortal function, there could be two new cases. The crowd listens intently as the speaker explains that if willpower expansion is being delayed due to unique circumstances, the body might temporarily cease. The speaker continues, mentioning bodily function and case 2. A man observes a pocket watch, noting that there is a chance the observer's perception of time may differ. The red-haired woman is told that while the body is functioning normally, it may be impossible for an outsider to observe this activity due to a space-time barrier. Based on the active magological findings, the subject, he perused the text, the words detailing Arian Chiron's condition in the infirmary. A single eye, its pupil of vibrant pink, stared back with an unnerving intensity. The pronouncement hung in the air. The subject could not be concluded as dead. The document's title promised answers: Analysis on Immortal Function and Bodily Function Suspension. A hand reached out, fingers outstretched, as if grasping for solution. Tears streamed down a face, the voice cracking with emotion as they declared, "I found." A smile bloomed, hinting at a breakthrough, a glimmer of hope in the darkness. The words echoed with promise, a way to revive a dead man. The report stated that Arian Chiron was lying in the infirmary, but the conclusion could not be reached that he was dead. The document was titled, Analysis on Immortal Function and Bodily Function Suspension. The seal on the document was unbroken. Tears streamed down the character's face as they questioned the report. Another character smiled, seemingly knowing something the others did not. There was a way to revive a dead man. The student council member looked shocked, realizing the implications. The student council was wrong. The nation's greatest magic organization was saying. The faculty council's decision was correct. Then what do we do? We. Her eyes wide with a dawning horror, she could only manage a strangled, we. The headmaster, Milchalpias, approached, his expression unreadable. Tears welled in her eyes as she stammered, "We didn't do this to trouble you, headmaster." Around her, the other students looked on with a mixture of guilt and apprehension. The unspoken truth hung heavy in the air. They believed covering everything up wasn't right. The weight of their actions pressed down on her, the thought that the school would eventually end up. A gentle hand rested on her head, a silent offering of comfort. "I'm sorry," she whispered, the words barely audible. Her magenta eyes, brimming with tears, reflected a deep sense of remorse. Milchalpias's gaze softened, a hint of sadness in his eyes. "It might be out of line, but can you—" He placed his hand on her head, reassuring her. "Once this situation regarding Chiron concludes, I am more than willing to bear responsibility for everything." A voice, laced with regret, echoes in the darkness, confessing a desire to avoid embarrassment before the students they hold dear. A single tear traces a path down a cheek, reflecting the turmoil within. The question hangs heavy in the air. Really? Doubt clouds their features as they struggle to reconcile the present with the past. Can they truly believe that he is still the same headmaster they've always respected? Milchalpias's face is grim, his gaze fixed downward. He swears by everything he has, the weight of his words palpable. Overcome with emotion, the figure buries their face in their hands, tears streaming down their cheeks, a silent testament to their pain. The headmaster, Milchalpias, offers a comforting gesture, placing a gentle hand on the weeping child's head, a silent promise of solace. Elsewhere, two figures walk away across the courtyard, their destination unknown, their purpose shrouded in mystery. Standing before the Grand Academy, a man in a suit mutters under his breath, feeling that the headmaster's presence is nothing short of cheating. A voice laments becoming a hindrance, urging Fermi to graduate, reminding him that he is already 22. The man in the suit offers a crisp salute, his expression unreadable, his intentions unclear. He reveals that he has found a job where he can earn as much money as he can hear, a decision that seems to weigh heavily on his mind. The sound of footsteps echoes, a steady rhythm marking a departure, a journey into the unknown. Footsteps echoed through the halls, the sound bouncing off the cold, tiled floor. The long hallway stretched out before them, lined with windows and shadowed by the dim light. They continued their walk, the rhythmic tapping of their shoes the only sound in the otherwise silent corridor. Milchalpias's face contorted in a mixture of anger and disbelief, his voice about to erupt. The man with brown hair, his expression a mix of fury and hurt, demanded, "How could you not tell me anything about this? You did this to show off, is that it? Huh?" The man's hand clenched, his voice dripping with scorn. "What a joke. How could I possibly plan anything with someone who is drowning in their own misery?" Milchalpias, flustered, retorted, "If anything got out, then all of it would have been for nothing, you idiot." "Yeah, what?" The man with brown hair reclined, a smirk playing on his lips. He declared, "Gonna grovel on the floor for me. I fully welcome it." The man with brown hair recalled the headmaster's earlier distress. "You really are? Did you see the face you made earlier?" The man with brown hair continued, a smug expression on his face. "Well, I was so cool that they probably won't even remember someone like you." The man with brown hair, standing beside Milchalpias, challenged, "Wait, did you even calculate that?" Milchalpias, in a chibi form, looked utterly bewildered. Huh. She stood in the hallway, the dim light casting long shadows across the polished floor. The air hung heavy with unspoken words, a sense of unease permeating the space. The words reached her ears, a somber explanation. Well, that's how it is since we've managed to protect Chiron. Tears welled in her eyes, a silent thank you, escaping her lips as the weight of the situation crashed down. The tears streamed down her face, each drop a testament to the emotional turmoil within. Her face contorted in anguish, the weight of the words pressing down on her as the chibi character beside her mirrored her shock. A piercing shriek tore through the air, a raw expression of pain and frustration. Eek! The brown-haired man beside her could only mutter, whatever. A sudden crash echoed through the hallway as Iruki plummeted from above, her name a desperate cry on her lips. The air rushed past her as she fell, the ground looming closer with terrifying speed. Terror etched across Iruki's face, her eyes wide with fear as she braced for the inevitable impact. The world spun around her, a dizzying blur of light and shadow as she hurtled towards the floor. Strong arms encircled her, breaking her fall. Neutral, unknown female and the brown-haired man had caught her just in time, their faces etched with relief and concern. The woman's voice trembled with exasperation. This is why I can't deal with these lumps of butt. The man in glasses stands over the sleeping blonde, his expression unreadable. It's not like a miracle has happened or anything, he mutters, his voice barely a whisper. His gaze intensifies, a plea etched on his face. Come back, he whispers, the words laced with desperation. The blonde man sleeps soundly, oblivious to the turmoil above. A voice echoes, promising, we'll wait for as long as you need. The blonde man continues to sleep, his face peaceful. A swirl of red and blue lights fills the void, a chaotic dance of energy. The lights converge, forming a tunnel of swirling colors, a vortex of the unknown. A figure flickers into existence amidst the chaos, a crimson silhouette against the swirling lights. The blue figure writhes, a tormented soul trapped within a light. If I go crazy when I've already lost my mind, it cries out a desperate plea for sanity. A question hangs in the darkness. Would that leave me sane? Or is it something else? A harsh truth echoes, a cruel revelation. You were picked up off the streets. Your parents would have been fine with one. I didn't have to be you. The blue figure recoils, denial etched across its face. No, that's not true. You're not their son. The voice screams, shattering the fragile illusion. The harsh truth echoes. People aren't your parents, never adopted by anyone. Streaks of raw, untamed energy surge through the void. A face of a predator, cold and calculating, emerges from the darkness. Your nature is that of a despicable predator. The words sear into the mind. You crush others beneath you with your superior abilities. Your victories inevitably lead others to their failures. The image of a twisted grin, underscored by a brutal truth. Nobody in this world needs you. A distant figure, barely visible, lets out a soft, pained sigh. A declaration hangs in the air, heavy with resignation. I'm finished. This is the end. A figure stands silhouetted against the void, surrounded by strange symbols. As my sense of self was breaking apart in the face of countless contradictions, I found the last part of myself still remaining, the origin. A single point of light shines in the darkness, a beacon in the void. Some call it the spot. A swirling vortex of crimson and azure dominates the void, some calling it the yin-yang, magician's whisper, giving a name. But above all, it is infinity. A burst of light, a fractured prism of self. A fractured prism of self. It's only after I lost everything that I can finally see it. All of it was me, those awful voices tearing my heart to shreds. And the voices denying them, they were all me. A scattering of embers in the dark. These contradictions that make up who I am. A multifaceted truth, crystalline and sharp. A voice echoes, a declaration of acceptance as vibrant streams of energy cascade downwards. The converging energies coalesce, forming a luminous sphere, a focal point in the vast expanse. The light intensifies, the energy flowing with purpose, a directed force in the abstract space. Within the sphere, a form begins to take shape, a humanoid silhouette emerging from the radiant energy. The humanoid form solidifies, the energy coalescing into a distinct figure, bathed in golden light. A hand clenches, a fist forming with resolute determination. From the depths of a dark void, a figure begins to emerge, a silhouette against the encroaching light. The figure fully materializes, clad in white, stepping out of the shadows and into the light. They stand at the foot of a bed, watching over someone lying still beneath the covers. A voice echoes in the room, a question hanging in the air. So you fully determined yourself to leave, Chiron. The voice continues, pondering the nature of existence. a transcended being who returns to being a human, a contradictory existence. He walked barefoot toward the shimmering portal, the air around it humming with untold energies. Irina's expression shifted, a hint of surprise coloring her features. "I never thought you'd be able to pass the event horizon," she admitted, her voice soft. Chiron's gaze remained fixed on the destination ahead, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. The corners of Irina's lips tilted downward, a subtle hint of melancholy in her expression. Her gaze softened, a quiet understanding settling over her features. It was quite kind, she thought. He offered a small, sad smile. "I may be a little sad that you're leaving, just a little." Irina's voice echoed in his mind, a gentle farewell. "Thank you for giving me the opportunity to go back. I really wanted to say that." Her words carried a weight of finality. "Do remember this, as there will not be a second time." Irina's voice resonated, tinged with an ancient power. "You are one who has reached Vajrayana, so you will no longer be able to receive an invitation from me." A quiet resolve hardened his features, a silent acceptance of the path ahead. With a final step, Chiron vanished into the light, leaving behind all that he knew. He was enveloped in a blinding light, the air crackling with unseen energy as the portal shimmered into existence around him. A moment of quiet contemplation washed over Chiron's face, a fleeting expression of resolve etched upon his features before the journey truly began. A disembodied voice echoed, leaving a message in its wake. "Headmaster Alpheus, my regards." His eyes widened, a flicker of surprise dancing within them as the destination came into view. A swirling vortex of azure energy pulled him forward, the promise of a new world beckoning from the other side. The light intensified, obscuring everything but the outstretched hand reaching towards the unknown. 11 days had passed since Chiron's death, a weight that hung heavy in the air. The grand building stood silent, a monument to memories both cherished and lost. The young Chiron lay still, lost in a slumber he might never awaken from. Nearby, Irina sat vigil, having fallen asleep in her chair, a silent testament to her grief. She rose, the silence of the room amplifying the soft sounds of her morning routine. Irina stepped back into the room, her voice a gentle whisper in the stillness. "Chiron, did you sleep?" A voice, unseen, echoed in the room, asking, "How are you feeling today?" Irina gazed at the sleeping Chiron, her expression a mixture of sorrow and longing. The young boy remained still, unaware of the silent vigil being kept over him. "I'd like it if you could open your eyes today," the voice continued. Irina gently arranged flowers near Chiron's bedside, a small offering of beauty in the face of despair. A memory surfaced, a vision of a day when Chiron fell from a cliff, a moment forever etched in her mind. "Do you remember? That day when I fell off that cliff." She recalls a time when someone was the first to seek her out. Irina remembers saying her goodbyes and venturing off on her own. The memory stings with the regret of unspoken words, of apologies left unsaid. She wonders if he knows how much has transpired since then. A bouquet of white flowers sits beside Chiron, as Irina thinks of all she wants to say. A desperate plea echoes in her mind. "Just come back." A sudden realization crashes over her. Chiron lies motionless, his eyes wide open, staring blankly at the ceiling. His expression is unreadable, lost in a silent world. A piercing scream tears through the air as Irina's eyes widen in horror. A choking sound breaks the silence. Chiron struggles for breath, Irina looming over him, a silent question in her eyes. His fingers twitch, a faint tremor in the stillness. The air hangs heavy with unspoken worry. Irina's face is etched with concern, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and hope. Her hand reaches out, hovering just above him, as if afraid to touch, afraid to break the fragile thread of life. The academy stands silent in the distance, a beacon of knowledge and power, now a silent witness to this desperate moment. A rush of motion, unseen but felt, fills the room as the healing begins. Alpheus watches with a grave expression, surrounded by others who share his concern. It seems that Chiron, his eyes flutter open, a sign of life returning after a long, dark night. Lying still, Chiron's face is pale, but his eyes are open. A nearby observer notes, yes, because he has slow magic cast on him. Even in chibi form, the worry is palpable. He is alive, right? A hand glows with golden light, releasing the slow magic that will hopefully restore him. Then, let's release the slow magic. A gulp echoes in the silence, a sign of the magic taking hold. He lay still, surrounded by concerned faces. Milch Alpheus stood tall, his gaze fixed on the boy, while two others looked on with worry. Shiro Dash, one of them whispered. A sudden burst of energy crackled in the air, a tangible shift in the atmosphere. His eyes snapped open, wide with a sudden, disoriented awareness. A strangled scream tore from his throat, a raw expression of fear and confusion. "Yeah, Dash!" He gasped for breath, each inhale a ragged, desperate attempt to regain control. Something had happened. Iruki watched him, her brow furrowed with concern. The scene was chaotic, the air thick with unspoken questions. She internalized, even the headmaster is here. Why is everyone? He sat up, his eyes darting around the room, trying to make sense of his surroundings. Ah! Iruki's red hair cascaded down her shoulders as she leaned closer, her expression a mixture of worry and relief. His hand reached out, trembling slightly, toward her face. His fingers brushed against her cheek, a tentative touch that seemed to ground him in reality. He exploded, his voice raw with anger and confusion. Damn you! What are you saying hi for? A sudden blow lands, the force of it accompanied by a desperate cry to wait. He lies prone, a question escaping his lips. Where? A hand tightens around his throat, a whispered curse accompanying the assault. His expression is strained, a hand touching his face as if remembering something. It only took half a day. I see. Sorry. Going to another dimension. And crossing the event horizon felt like just... But while I was there, a lot has happened. Sorry, Chiron is back. A joyous reunion unfolds. The reunion continues. The sound of a body hitting the ground echoes through the room. A collective gasp fills the air as the others rush forward, their faces etched with concern. The sound of heartbeats pounds in the silence. Milchal peers and the purple-haired woman watch with worried expressions. The group exclaims, "You were dead for 10 whole days, you know." Chiron, confused, asks, 10 days? Wait, I was dead. The others press him for answers. Your heart wasn't beating, so of course you were. Explain yourself. One of the blonde-haired companions asks. Well, what happened? The blonde-haired man asks, to Arcane. The woman with auburn hair and glasses, her voice laced with concern, asks, what about the others? The group lies exhausted on a bed, the weight of recent events heavy in the air. The woman with auburn hair looks down, her expression a mix of shock and relief. A companion embraces Chiron, whispering, thank you for coming back to us. The woman with auburn hair looks on, muttering, didn't I? The others watch with concern. The woman with auburn hair embraces Chiron, the narration revealing. She was the one who entrusted the immortal. The group huddled around the bed, a palpable tension hanging in the air as they waited for any sign. The silence was broken only by the soft rustle of fabric and the barely suppressed breaths of those present. A sudden shift, a gasp, and all eyes turned to the figure on the bed. Chiron. His eyes widened, a look of pure, unadulterated joy spreading across his face. A faint halo seemed to materialize above his head, a symbol of his miraculous return. Tears welled in his eyes as he struggled to find the words. Have I ever been this thankful for air before? He wondered, his voice thick with emotion. A genuine smile stretched across Chiron's face, relief washing over him. It finally feels like I'm back, he thought, a sense of peace settling within him. Elsewhere, two figures watched from a distance, their eyes glowing with an ominous red light. A silent understanding passed between them, a dark undercurrent to the joyous reunion. Irina's face was a mixture of relief and lingering concern, her eyes fixed on Chiron. The others shared similar expressions, a sense of unease beneath the surface of their happiness. Milchal Fias, standing slightly apart, watched the scene unfold with a knowing gaze. A faint smile played on his lips, but his eyes held a hint of something unreadable. The headmaster's brow furrows, a deep line etched between his eyes as he considers the implications of the news. Really, what could this be about, he wonders aloud. A figure, cloaked in shadow, strides purposefully down the long, echoing corridor. A sigh escapes them, a mix of relief and something darker. A relief, what a relief. Now, my turn has come. The headmaster looks up, his gaze fixed on the approaching figure. Headmaster, the figure calls out. The figure speaks, their voice carrying a weight of untold events. Chiron, a lot has happened. The school is temporarily closed, so take your time to settle down. Chiron, now taller and clad in a pristine white suit, expresses his gratitude. Thank you for your concern. However, I have something to ask you. The young man's expression is serious, his blue eyes holding a depth beyond his years. Thing is, he begins. Chiron reveals the unbelievable. I went to a different dimension through the immortal function. The headmaster's thoughts echo the impossible statement. A different dimension? The headmaster's face is etched with concern, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Yes, and in that, the words hang in the air, unfinished, pregnant with unspoken implications. Place. The two figures stand in the hallway, the distance between them mirroring the chasm of understanding that has suddenly opened. The headmaster's expression is thoughtful, his eyes narrowed as he contemplates the gravity of Chiron's revelation. The headmaster's gaze is intense, his expression unreadable as he considers the implications of Chiron's revelation. A voice, belonging to someone unseen, wonders if a certain woman knew who he was. The unseen person confirms that they do. A memory surfaces, a vision of a woman with flowing blue hair and a serene smile. Milch Alpiaz continues, stating that he is certain she wanted him to give her regards. The unseen person states that they see, and that they think they know her. The headmaster is surprised, questioning if they know her. Milch Alpiaz wonders how, stating that he doesn't believe in things like fate. A disembodied voice suggests that Chiron meeting her may be fate, but then immediately refutes it. The unseen person reflects that perhaps it was inevitable. Milch Alpiaz reveals the woman's name, Audrias Moreau, currently known as Moreau. The headmaster realizes that Audrias Moreau was his disciple who specialized in scale magic. The revelation hits Chiron hard, his expression morphing into one of utter disbelief. "The disciple?" he stammers, the word barely escaping his lips. Behind him, Alpiaz watches with a knowing gaze as Chiron, still reeling, asks, "Just what is scale magic?" The headmaster explains, "Yes, that's what the Magic Society calls those who have unlocked the immortal function." He adds, almost himself, "That will speed things up. Moreau is also in." The word hangs in the air, unlocker. The narrative shifts to the concept of scale magic. Scale magic is described as a type of magic that can only be commanded by those enlightened of the infinite nature of space-time, a concept as vast as the cosmos itself. A moment of transition. Chiron's mind races, images of his own powers flashing before his eyes. Are all Acerasian powers existing magic? The disembodied voice declares that Moreau is not concerned with reality. The headmaster continues, explaining that there are many things that cannot be explained with knowledge, which is why Audrias Moreau and her classmates created a research. The implications of the headmaster's words crash down on Chiron, his eyes widening in a mixture of shock and dawning understanding. The man's face fills the view, his expression unreadable behind a curtain of white hair. The name Moreau hangs in the air. The camera pulls back, revealing Moreau in a dark suit, his gaze sharp behind wire-rimmed glasses. He is the first. The blond man, resting in the infirmary, mused that it looked like it would be his last day there. He sat up in the bed, looking refreshed. Two students stood near the bed, chuckling. The student with red hair listened as another student complained about school being closed, saying that they were able to laze around. Another student added that all the studying was killing them. The red-haired student suggested they take a break, but the other student replied that just because they were taking a break didn't mean all there. The red-haired student's expression turned stern as she exclaimed, "You brat. You speak respectfully to Sariel, but you're being informal with me." A thought bubble appeared, filled with images of Amy. One of the students asked if the headmaster was okay. Meanwhile, a horse-drawn carriage rumbled down the street. Even though he could just be investigated by the borough, a group of people stood outside a building. The clock tower loomed, its intricate architecture a testament to a bygone era. Ahead, the Magic Association headquarters rose, an imposing structure that dwarfed the figures approaching. One of them observed that he's the law. They were headed to the Magic Association headquarters at the Capitol for an inspection. It seemed that even at the third investigation department at the Magic Association, he was called in by the special prosecution team. The woman with fiery red hair declared that they would disregard any personal connections and do things by the book. She continued, stating that even if it's Headmaster Alpheus, it's unlikely that he will be able to avoid disciplinary action. A few days prior, a close-up revealed a man's face, his expression unreadable in the dim light. The man, presumably speaking to Headmaster Alpheus, stated he had one more thing he'd like to ask him. Chiron looked shocked, as a voice echoed, stating that person, Moreau, knew he had the right to come here and that she was waiting for him. Moreau, adorned in an elegant white dress, declared that she said she was waiting for him. A few days prior, even though she was the founder of the Supernatural Spirits Research Group decades ago, Alpheus, lying in bed, wondered how she knew who he was. Alpheus calls out to Chiron, before inquiring if he knows the total number of students at their school. Chiron hesitates, then admits he doesn't know, adding that the total number changes often. The scene shifts to a view of the school's windows, as Alpheus explains that some students graduate and some get expelled. However, Chiron's eyes widen, a hint of panic in his expression as Alpheus continues. However many students we have. The camera focuses on Chiron's uniform as he thinks to himself that the school will always be short by one. Alpheus states that Moreau has not yet graduated, adding that the child is forever enrolled at their school. Chiron's eye is shown in close-up, his expression one of disbelief. It can't be. A drop of sweat rolls down Chiron's face as he thinks about scale magic. Alpheus's eye is shown in close-up as he states that Moreau is at Istis. The scene shifts to a higher dimension constructed with scale magic. The place is called the higher layer of Istis. Chiron, visibly shaken, acknowledges this truth. It is a long-held secret that not even those who have worked at this school for many years know. The old wizard's expression was grave. He implored, "Please promise me that you won't tell anyone." Alpheus continued, his voice firm, "No one. Nothing related to the higher layer." The wizard warned that revealing the information could have dire consequences. Not only would it endanger you, it could endanger the entire world. Alpheus pressed, his gaze intense. Do you promise? Chiron's blue eyes reflected the weight of the request. The boy nodded slowly, replying, I'll keep that in mind. Chiron's expression shifted, a hint of fear creeping in. Anyway, that's a bit scary. I can't believe she's at Istis. Alpheus chuckled nervously, a shadow of concern in his eyes. I don't think I'll be able to sleep at the research group again. The old wizard reassured him. Don't worry, as long as you don't enter the immortal function. Alpheus placed a comforting hand on Chiron's shoulder, adding, Moreau won't be able to look into you. Alpheus continued, his voice tinged with a strange certainty. Also, Moreau will never leave the space that she herself created. Chiron looked up, his brow furrowed with confusion. Why is that? He looked up at Alpheus, the weight of the words hanging heavy in the air. The old man's expression was grave. For Moreau, this world. The window offered a view of the outside world, but it felt distant and unreachable. It was a world that, to someone, is far too painful a place. Elsewhere, a group of students peered out of a window, their expressions a mix of curiosity and concern. The students gathered, the atmosphere seemingly warm and comfortable, but a sense of unease lingered in the air. A torrent of thoughts flooded someone's mind, a maelstrom of ugly truths and opposing voices, all claiming ownership. The terrifying truth lying in Istis felt as though, while here, all those thoughts were hiding away. One of the students recoiled, seemingly unable to look at something. A close-up revealed the words scale magic and unlock her, amidst a swirl of energy. The words higher layer of Istis echoed in someone's mind, a distant and perhaps dangerous destination. The path that must be walked was filled with uncertainty and confusion. The students continued to gather, their expressions a mix of concern and determination. A disembodied voice echoes, singling out that very one. A young man with golden hair gazes upward, lost in thought. The contents of something are being examined. A stark warning hangs in the air. The testimony provided may be used against them in court. The investigation has concluded, leaving a sense of finality hanging in the air. Meanwhile, Milch Alpheus stands tall, flanked by two guards in blue uniforms. Alpheus calls out, his voice echoing through the halls. Canis, Aaron, over this way. The guards escort a young woman and man down the corridor, Alpheus following close behind. Halting before a cell, Alpheus requests, May I speak with these children for a moment? A voice responds, Ah, yes. However, we can't allow you to do so for too long. The man with dark hair scoffs, his gaze fixed upward. Even though they're both being subjected to investigation, they speak formally to Alpheus and informally to him. Rotten to the core, the lot of them, he thinks. Milch Alpheus, flanked by guards, addresses him with a dismissive tone. There's nothing to be nervous about, he assures, stating he just has a few questions he needs answered. Like he cares, Alpheus thinks, adding, don't treat him like any of his disciples. The dark-haired man, standing beside a woman with long black hair, looks back at Alpheus, a question forming on his lips. Alpheus's gaze hardens, his voice taking on a sharper edge. Once this is all over, he declares, the man will be coming to the Magic Academy. A close-up reveals the dark-haired man's face contorted in disbelief and anger. What, he barks? Alpheus peers down at him, his expression unyielding. Are you telling me I'll be under you? Are you? He challenges. The man's face is now a mask of rage, his eyes burning with defiance. Proper match. Someone like him would have been done in by his teacher with a single, he shouts. Alpheus continues, his gaze unwavering. Get it wrong. He warns, the man isn't the winner here. However, if it were not that, Alpheus concludes, his expression grave. If it were he says, he would have begged on his knees first. The pair stood together, the silence thick with unspoken tension. He emphasized the gravity of the situation with a single, weighty declaration. That is. Footsteps echoed in the sterile hallway, each step a deliberate act. Whatever justifications one might offer, animosity would surely follow. As they were escorted, the man's thoughts drifted to a shared past. As they were disciples under the same master, a promise hung in the air. Provide a future outside of the darkness for you two. Outside interrogation room B, the man's defiance flared. Screw the future. The sign for interrogation room B loomed. The only thing he learned was how to fight. Erin's gaze was distant, her thoughts heavy. The only destiny waiting for her was the battlefield. Canis walked with a grim determination, his path leading him deeper into the unknown. An inspector reported, I brought Canis and Erin. A voice echoed, laced with an unsettling calm. Ah, please sit over here. Canis and Erin sat at the table, the weight of their situation pressing down on them. The man across the table, Inspector Sakari from the 3rd Investigation Department, clasped his hands, his expression unreadable. Sakari's gaze settled on them. You too, Canis and Erin? Erin's voice was barely a whisper. That's right. Her eyes widened, a sheen of sweat forming on her brow. She thought, I can't. Erin's voice trembled as she spoke to Canis. I can't read him, Canis. Her mind raced. What did she see for her to be so shaken up? Sakari's lips curled into a faint smile. Oh my, it seems the lady was quite surprised. Sakari's thoughts continued. The usage of magic is obstructed inside the association. Erin's eyes darted around, a palpable sense of dread emanating from her. This, a dark aura began to emanate from Sakari. Asterisk, do you call it the verse? Has to be a joke. He's perfectly suppressing his thoughts. Asterisk. Sakari's gaze hardened, his voice laced with a subtle threat. However, I'd appreciate it if the two of you didn't make a disturbance. Erin's expression was a mixture of fear and defiance. She is locked in Sakari's gaze, the intensity of his focus palpable. Sakari's voice cuts through the silence, a polite request laced with underlying command. He reminds them that they are in the midst of official business. A beam of light pierces the room, focusing directly on Erin as Sakari asks if her name is correct. Her eyes widen in fear. Erin's voice is barely a whisper as she confirms her name. Canis stands beside Erin, his expression unreadable as he thinks that the person was right about them not causing any trouble. Canis affirms Sakari's statement, his gaze intense. Elsewhere, a man with gray hair and glasses states that someone is incredibly strong. The man's face is partially obscured, but his serious expression is evident. 30 minutes later, a man in a dark shirt, a tattoo visible on his neck, holds an envelope and wonders about his master's will. The gray-haired man offers the document, stating that Arcane had prepared it so it could be sent to him. Erin and Canis sit across from lawyers, the document already notarized by lawyers on the other side. He stares at the document in disbelief. Master, left this for me? Canis wonders, his voice barely a whisper. There's no way. His eye widens, pupils dilating as he continues to read. The document states, I leave all my belongings to be inherited by my disciple, Can. The will continues, revealing a staggering sum, $4,813,380,467. His fingers tremble as he focuses on the currency. 4.8 billion gold. A will, its contents yet unknown, rests on a cold surface. Milchal Piaz clasps his hands together, a knowing smile playing on his lips. That's correct. All of it belongs to you. Canis's eyes widen, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. A torrent of questions floods his mind, unspoken and unanswered. What were you even thinking? I can't even ask you anymore. The face of a man long gone, etched with the harsh lines of time and regret, stares back from the past. Just what is this? The will declares in stark, unforgiving words, you didn't care one bit about whether or not I even lived or died. I leave all my belongings to, inherited by my disciple Canis. The weight of the revelation crashes down. And now you're calling me your disciple. One thing I'd like to confirm, the man says, his expression unreadable. Milchal Piaz smiles, a hint of something sinister in his eyes. It seems like Arcane had left his will to you because he thought of you as his disciple. But wasn't Arcane a dark magic? The woman's voice drips with venom. You too. Were you two not brainwashed from a young age? Canis's face contorts in a mixture of shock and anger. What? The question hangs in the air, a challenge to the very foundation of what's being claimed. What is even being suggested? The seated figure explains that manipulating young minds doesn't require magic at all. The speaker continues, stating that a child saved from the brink would see their savior as a god. A sinister smile spreads across a face, hinting at a dark intent. The voice insists that they had something they needed, a justification for their actions. The figure erupts in fury, demanding they not be fed such lies. A raw, impassioned shout tears through the air. The voice declares that their master never demanded anything, that everything was done of their own free will. The speaker asserts they wrote as much in their testimony, a claim of innocence. The question arises, what's the point of claiming they were brainwashed? The sinister figure states, with a hint of malice, that you would be. The question hangs, heavy with implication. Be innocent? Canis's eyes narrowed, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face. Is he toying with us? He wondered. The unseen speaker continued, laying out the official stance. The association's perspective is as follows. The scene shifted to a sterile room, the air thick with unspoken accusations. During this examination, they're prioritizing the view that Arcane had brainwashed young children. The disembodied voice pressed on, the words hanging heavy in the air. Then you two would have had no reason to commit such atrocious crimes. A figure, obscured by shadow, considered the implications. However, if that were to happen, Canis's expression tightened, a hint of desperation in his eyes. I won't receive the inheritance. The unseen speaker offered a chilling explanation. Because I wouldn't be considered Arcane's. The voice pressed, demanding a confession. If you acknowledge the fact that you were. A new figure, a sinister smile playing on his lips, offered a single word. Brainwashed. The unseen speaker continued, laying out the stakes. If that were to happen, this wealth would be considered illegal funds. The consequences were laid bare, the threat unmistakable, and the association would confiscate it. A hand gestured toward the document, the words waiver of inheritance visible. Just sign here. The document lay open, its archaic script promising a twisted form of absolution, and you will be innocent. In the end, this place is no different from Ladum. No, they're hiding it cleverly, but it stinks more than the slums of Ladum ever did. A waiver of inheritance. This world that reeks of blood and rot. The document, stark against the darkness, is just one massive battlefield. He leans forward, his hand outstretched towards the waiver, a visible tension in his posture. Canis steels himself. I'll do it. His gaze falls, a shadow of resignation crossing his face. The pen scratches across the paper, sealing his fate. He sits across from the man, the sterile room amplifying the weight of the unspoken. Canis asks what they have to do now. The man slides a document across the table, the rustle of paper cutting through the silence. The man states that Canis can leave now, that he's free. In the background, the woman asks about the discharge protocol. A simmering rage begins to surface. These bastards, he thinks. His mind flashes back to the beginning, the memory fueling his anger. All they ever wanted was master's wealth. The woman's face is set, her fist clenched. Are they nothing to them, to the point that they can afford to let them roam free and not feel any danger? He thinks he understands now just how great his master was. Not one country on this continent could do anything about him. The woman's hand slams down, the sound echoing in the memory. The woman asks what class they are. The man's expression hardens, a glint of something dangerous in his eyes. Canis wonders what would happen if he said he was officially 5/4 class. He declares his withdrawal, a storm brewing behind his violet eyes. A promise echoes, a vow to bring someone to their knees. The man runs a hand through his hair, muttering that someone barely made it this far. He clasps his hands together, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Canis anticipates a future encounter. A heavy silence hangs in the air between the two figures. Aaron's name is spoken, followed by a reflection on Canis's fate. A determination hardens, a resolve to grow stronger. A soft agreement barely audible. The sign for the 3/3 investigation department is shown, a case closed thanks to Arcane's death. The inspector is instructed to leave the documents on the desk. The man wonders about Alpheus's case, questioning the implications. He stood by the window, the city lights blurring below. Was 6 months of license suspension truly enough? The question hung heavy in the air, as thick as the smoke rising from his own cigar. It had been 40 years, but the memory of the illegal experiment remained a stain. And though he, too, had been a victim of the attack on his school, did that absolve him of all responsibility? If he were to consider the $4.8 billion in gold as bail, it wasn't that he couldn't accept it. The sum was staggering, but the principle. So, he released a breath, the weight of the decision seeming to lift, if only for a moment. Elsewhere, a face contorted in rage and pain, eyes burning with a fierce, inner fire. The air around him crackled with unseen energy. That he, of all people, would be subjected to such an unjust judgment? The thought echoed in his mind, a bitter accusation against a world that had wronged him. Back in the office, Milchalpias, his decision made, dismissed the person before him. The air in the room felt heavy with unspoken words. With a sudden, sharp motion, he slammed a document onto his desk, the sound echoing in the otherwise silent room. Papers rustled, disturbed by the force of his action. Meanwhile, a hand clutched at his chest, a desperate attempt to quell the agonizing pain. The place where he had been struck still ached, a constant reminder of the brutal assault. "You bastard!" he spat, the words laced with venom. The world dissolved into a chaotic blur of motion and pain. He was overwhelmed, assaulted from all sides by unseen forces. Sharaf, battered and broken, found himself cornered in the darkness. His voice, a desperate cry in the night, echoed his torment. He gripped the pen, a wave of regret washing over him. He thought to himself, I knew I should have brought a gift with me. The man's brow furrowed, his expression troubled. He muttered, although I may be late. A figure in a sharp blue suit held out a document, the pen poised to sign. The words hung in the air. This present is to... The pen moved deliberately across the paper, completing the inscription. Celebrate your Golden Circle Award. Inspector Aldiano Sharaf. The document lay flat, its surface smooth and unmarked, awaiting its purpose. Elsewhere, a clock tower pierced the sky, a testament to the passage of time in this grand city. The imposing structure of the academy rose from the landscape, a beacon of knowledge and tradition. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the air. Leather shoes clicked against the cobblestone path, a rhythmic beat accompanying their urgent pace. 3 students, their faces bright with youthful energy, called out a cheerful greeting. Good morning. The elderly gardener, tending to his plants, looked up with a smile. Headmaster. Milchalpias chuckled, reminding them that he was just an old man now and they shouldn't call him headmaster. The students insisted that once a headmaster, always a headmaster, and offered to help. One student asked how school life was, suggesting that the school reopening was killing them all. Another student exclaimed that he was going insane, wondering how he was supposed to get 80 points on every subject in the time left. The headmaster assured them that they were all going to be promoted next semester. Milchalpias looked on with a knowing expression. The students were overjoyed at the prospect of promotion. They had finished their research presentations in order to graduate together, determined not to end up as dunces. They had promised that they would all be promoted to the fourth class next semester, but immediately after that, the Archmage Arcane attacked the school, and as a result, they weren't able to study at all. One student's face was contorted in despair as he realized the implications. He lamented that it was a huge problem, wondering how he was supposed to double his grades, declaring that he was done for. Graphs and charts swam before his eyes, a visual representation of the academic pressure. So he might be the best off, Nate. The weight of expectations pressed down. He thought they were the best at practicals, but he was the worst off. A sigh escaped his lips. He just couldn't get into studying. The thought of studying right now felt even more absurd. It would be even weirder if he could study right now. A voice broke through his internal turmoil. That's right. The speaker approached, his tone convincing. You guys? The other student chimed in, his voice light. That's pretty. Elsewhere, the scene shifted to a distant view of the school grounds. Why are they here? A figure with dark hair observed the pair. Looks like class is over. He wondered, do you still have something to do with this school? The pair continued their walk, the dark-haired figure watching them. We'll be staying here from now on, so we can't take a look around. Nate, now outside, seemed to hear something. What? The blonde student's brow furrows in confusion. What do you mean? He asks, glancing at the figure behind him for clarification. Ho, a smirk playing on his lips, considers his options. But if I want to succeed, he muses, then attending a magic academy would be the fastest way. Another student, his green hair catching the light, challenges Ho's statement. Are you looking down on the magic academy? Who said they'd take you in? A voice from below chimes in, seemingly unconcerned. I don't like it much either, the student admits. The blonde student from before, now looking down at someone, questions, You two, I heard you're in class 5? Ho looks up, a confident smirk on his face. I'm in class 4, he states. Saya smiles, her dark eyes gleaming with amusement. A senior, she says, her tone suggesting a playful challenge. The student, towering over someone out of view, demands to know who dared suggest the Magic Academy would accept them. From a low vantage point, Ho declares himself a senior. The group of onlookers express their disbelief, one mentioning that they heard Ho was in class 5 as well. Ho smirks, stating he is in class 4. Saya smiles, gesturing as she stands beside Ho. The students react with shock, thinking about the strict teachers. The students are shocked that Kim was put in class 5 the day he entered the school. Ho and Saya stand side by side, Ho mentioning that they've already finished the basics ages ago. The group of students mutter, one mentioning that even then, Ho lost to Chiron. Ho, surrounded by his peers, wonder aloud if their grades weren't, in fact, terrible. A smirk played across the lips of an unseen observer. The student with green hair continued, mentioning someone who was a flunky outside. He added that another's practical skills were merely average. The student's face contorted in frustration. Elsewhere, a figure waved goodbye, stating they were ready to treat their cute juniors well. The group of students walked along a tree-lined path. One of them announced that their day off was canceled. Saya stated that she'd rather give up magic than have those guys as her seniors. The question hung in the air, why would she need to do that? The student with blonde hair mentioned that those guys would be enrolled starting next semester. No matter what, by next semester, they would graduate. The students stood together, contemplating the challenges ahead. To make the best use of their time, the hourglass was turned, marking the start of their focused study session. Their plan involved breaking up each hour into focused 10-minute segments. This method, they hoped, would reduce wasted time and maintain a high degree of focus. The next step in their strategy was to form a dedicated study group. The blue sand trickled down, each grain a reminder of the precious time they were investing. Their strengths, they realized, didn't overlap, creating a balanced team. This meant they could effectively supplement each other's weaknesses, creating a synergistic learning environment. With a shout, they declared their preparations complete. Saya, already reviewing the material, asked to see the results. Ho leaned back, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. An open notebook displays a series of equations and citations, the student's frustration palpable. Sakari, holding the notebook, demands to know why it doesn't work. He questions if he needs to explain auxiliary postpositional particles. He insists that eating pasta works perfectly, describing the independence of the subjects without requiring any special expressions. He is clearly confused. The text declares that the reason they were awful at specific subjects is because they were simply incompatible with them. Ho raises his arms, declaring that language isn't math and not a tool for proofs. Another student states that math is the best. So, Sakari's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he stares intently. The sound of something popping fills the air. The three students sit around the table, the tension palpable. The decision is made. They will postpone academic achievements and focus solely on studying to graduate. Ho's face is upside down, his expression intense. He declares that they absolutely could not stand being Canis's junior. Sakari's face is contorted in frustration, his eyes wide with determination. The practical exam loomed over Ho, a dark cloud threatening to drown him in a sea of inadequacy. He considered himself the worst at practicals. Elsewhere, two other students hunched over their books, the scratching of pens the only sound in the room. Ho, however, dismissed his worries with a muttered, "Whatever." He convinced himself that he would be fine as long as he got within the top 10. The screen displayed his frequency, 87 beats. Suddenly, a collective gasp rippled through the observing students. Blue energy crackled around Ho, the air buzzing with newfound power. "Nate, how's he doing?" someone wondered. The change was so sudden, so dramatic, that it left them speechless. "This?" one of them managed to utter. Within the training simulation, Ho moved with a speed and precision he had never known before. The other students watched in awe, whispering that with this ability, he'd definitely be able to get a high rank. Ho's eyes widened, his face a mask of disbelief. "What?" The screen now blazed with a new frequency, 173 beats. Nade's name topped the list, leaving Claire and Brody in the dust. Panting, Ho wipes the sweat from his brow, a relieved smile gracing his lips. A small, encouraging voice pipes up, "Well done, Nade." A student with piercing blue eyes glances pensively to the side, lost in thought. The crowd erupts in awe as the screen displays a dazzling performance. "Whoa," they exclaim. The leaderboard blazes with new high scores. Iruki tops the charts with 210 beats, followed by Nade, Claire, and Brody. "That's crazy," someone mutters, astonished by the results. Accusations fly as the students gather around Iruki. "You used some kind of formula this time too, didn't you?" one demands. Another sneers. "There's no way you did it the normal way, you bastard." Iruki simply chuckles, unfazed by the suspicion. A voice dismisses the commotion. "That score's nothing to get riled up over." A group of students stands together, their expressions a mix of curiosity and concern. Looking up with disdain, a student scoffs, "Class 5 sure is pathetic." A man and a woman walk side by side, their destination unknown. A student's face contorts in shock. "Why you guys?" he stammers, his eyes wide with disbelief. A stern voice cuts through the noise. "You two, please tour the school quietly." Ho and another student practice pulse training, finding it tedious. The other student confirms that their master instructed them to do so. The female student explains that the repetitive expansion and contraction is meant to help them quickly and smoothly enter the spirit zone. A disembodied voice poses a challenge. 210. Does someone think they can beat it? A woman's face fills the frame, her expression one of disbelief. "Are you joking?" she asks. Saya sits, her expression unreadable. Elsewhere, a group of onlookers watches a screen. One of them scoffs, finding their display boastful. Someone ascends a set of stairs, a hidden weapon in their arsenal. Chiron stands outside, a determined look on his face. A voice booms, urging Chiron to crush them again this time. Chiron exhales, preparing himself. Ho sits with Saya, observing the unfolding events. Chiron's eyes narrow with resolve. A sudden surge of energy pulsed through the room, the air vibrating with an unseen force. The sound of rapid beats echoed, growing louder with each passing moment. Nade's eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he registered the escalating rhythm. His breath hitched in his throat, a silent gasp escaping his lips. The unseen pulse intensified, the sound effects growing more pronounced, as if the very air was cracking under the pressure. The energy waves intensified, the sound effects growing more pronounced, as if the very air was cracking under the pressure. A wave of disbelief washed over the onlookers. Their faces contorted in shock, a silent question hanging in the air. What was happening? The expressions of those nearby mirrored the growing sense of unease. What was the meaning of this sudden, overwhelming surge? The screen displayed the impossible, 120 beats in just 10 seconds, a number that defied comprehension. The impossible calculation flashed before their eyes, 12 beats a second, a rate that seemed to break the very laws of nature. Nate stood amidst the swirling energy, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light as the pulse rate continued its relentless climb. The energy crackled and surged, a visual testament to the impossible forces at play within the room. Brody and an unnamed companion watched from the steps, their expressions unreadable as the situation unfolded before them. Claire's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice a mere whisper as she uttered the only word that could capture the moment. Impossible. The implications are dire. Such power could cause his mind to implode on itself. It seems the original strength is extraordinarily high. It's likely a trait he gained while coming back from the immortal function. Once, all teachers thought that Chiron was a convergent-type magician. He would grow as a defensive form magician. However, his strong durability has changed into the strong foundation that allowed him to endure the immortal function. Just how great is this child potential? Chiron is surrounded by a powerful aura. The device displays a reading. A group of students observe the situation. The students watch with concern. The readings display the students' vital statistics. The buzz of the academy halls faded as all eyes fixed on him. A student, his face alight with awe, could only breathe. That's incredible. From below, another student craned his neck, his voice laced with doubt. Strong? He questioned, the word hanging in the air. A stern gaze pierces through the shadows, the man's expression unreadable. High above, a woman watched, her voice a low murmur. That kid really is amazing. A second figure scoffed, humph. He has to be at least this good. The crowd of students buzzed with speculation. Is being an archmage disciple everything? One sneered, adding, you dare look down on the... His back turned. The dark-haired man internalized. During our battle, I thought my loss was due to disadvantages regarding our innate traits. His face now visible, the man's expression hardened. However, that was a mistake, he muttered. The man's gaze intensified, his eyes narrowed as he looked down at the students. A palpable tension filled the air. From the shadows, a voice declared with chilling certainty, I'll take you down first. A question hangs in the air. Did they know Chiron? The student wondered what was with everyone all of a sudden, as the Class 4 student addressed the advanced class teacher. The student's identity was revealed, Canis. He demanded an answer. Canis wondered what kind of person Chiron was. The first thing Canis investigated after entering the school were those three's grades and personal connections. Their grades were disappointing. No, they were absolutely appalling, given they'd beaten. Canis thought they'd be at the top of their class. Anyway, weren't their grades terrible? But they were just barely above average. However, once Canis investigated their personal connections, Canis was surprised. Not a single person took those three lightly. They were seen as competition, a threat to be overtaken at any moment. The attributes were described as unlocker, massful light, and excellent durability. He muttered that he would figure him out if he stuck around. A voice declared, I'll beat. She agreed, thinking of becoming a strong person like her master. She resolved to get stronger. The pair sat with food between them. Ho was told to eat slowly as they enjoyed their meal in the park. The clock tower stood tall under a bright sky. The same clock tower was silhouetted against the night sky. Students sat in rows in a large classroom. Students filled the lecture hall, their attention fixed on the instructor at the front. The air hums with a quiet intensity, the scratching of pens the only sound breaking the silence. Under the warm glow of a desk lamp, students pore over their notes, the weight of the upcoming exams pressing down on them. The silence is broken only by the rustling of pages as they frantically review the material. Nade leans in, pointing at a passage in the textbook. His brow is furrowed with concern as he tries to explain a complex concept to a classmate. An owl statue sits serenely in the night, a small offering of cherry cakes placed before it. A curious cat eyes the treats, a question mark floating above its head. Around a large table, students huddle together, poring over books and notes. The atmosphere is thick with nervous energy as they prepare for the final exams. A student clutches his head, a groan escaping his lips. Literature, he mutters, the word laced with frustration and despair. Hope diligently fills out a form, his expression focused and determined. The weight of the upcoming exams is evident in the set of his jaw. The school grounds stretch out, manicured gardens and stone pathways leading towards the imposing buildings. The air is still, holding the quiet tension of anticipation. Nade gazes out over the grand hall, a thoughtful expression on his face. The final exams loom large, and the pressure is mounting. The seniors were greeted with a chorus of, hello, seniors, from the underclassmen. Ho stood among them, a stoic expression on his face. The group of students continued down the hallway, the underclassmen's words echoing in their ears. One of them remarked that they would be in class for next year. A student with glasses beamed, declaring that he had high expectations for them all. Two students expressed their gratitude for how the seniors fought for them, adding that it would be great if they could take classes together already. A student clasped their hands together, thanking them very much. The pressure of the upcoming exams was palpable. One student felt the weight of expectations piling on them, fearing the consequences of slipping up on even a single subject. Nade internalized the advice to keep calm, even when entering a tiger's den. In other words, if you get nervous, you'll just make a bigger mess of things. Nade held up a sign indicating exam room B, realizing that all three of them were in different exam rooms, meaning their test papers would probably be different too. The student with glasses, Nade, declared that they had resolved themselves. Under the starlight, so we'll be together to the end. Ho remarked that something was off about a rookie today, wondering if he ate something. The realization hits like a thunderclap. Oh shit, the exam has started. Despite the initial shock, confidence surges. They'll meet again in 12 hours, certain they're passing the exam. A well-wisher offers a parting sentiment. I wish you luck, gentlemen. A resounding yeah echoes in the air, a testament to their shared resolve. The setting sun casts long shadows over the academy, a silent witness to their academic trials. Ho mutters to himself, a barely audible stream of consciousness. Thanks to Aruki's near-photographic memory, they were able to reconstruct the entirety of the exam's questions, making an answer sheet from the textbooks. The towering structures loom, a constant reminder of the challenges ahead. Despite their efforts, Nade is despondent. Oh, this is bad. I think I bombed a couple of subjects. The scratching of the pen echoes the awful truth. Mistakes were made. Ho's face is etched with worry. It's over for us if we get lower than 80 points on a single exam. A voice of reason cuts through the despair. Use crying over spilled milk. You can't collect what you've already spilled. Let's just finish grading first. The chibi versions of the students still can't get used to the pressure. Against a backdrop of imposing rock formations, someone shouts their triumph. Nade brandishes his test paper, the 82-point average practically glowing with success. He exclaims that he got over 80 points in all subjects. Nade leaps into the air, confirming his class's success with a triumphant Yahoo. Iruki, sitting at his desk, is approached by Ho. Iruki asks what's wrong, telling him not to keep it from him. Another student celebrates, arms raised in victory. The secret to their success, memorizing their language teacher's speech patterns and copying them. The student's joy is palpable, his eyes practically glowing with excitement. Ho's language grades shot up, and he can't contain his laughter. Ho leaps into the air, papers scattering around him. He exclaims that he would have been done for if he had missed a single question, but he made it. Nade congratulates Ho, but then wonders what about Chiron. Another student looks on, his face a mask of shock. A student's hand hovers over the test paper, the question hanging heavy in the air. Sure, Roan? They mutter, eyes scanning the page. Don't tell me, what did you get? Nade's voice cuts through the tension. A total average of 86 points. A collective gasp fills the room. Oh! A student muses, a bead of sweat trickling down their temple. That's incredible. Despite being a commoner, he really managed to get over 80 points in just a single semester. The student's brow furrows, a sense of unease creeping in. That great then? What's the problem? A hesitant, I don't know, escapes their lips. The camera focuses on the test paper, the words this math problem. Looming large. The formula is scrawled in frantic handwriting, the answer circled with a shaky hand. 1.5. Nade's eyes widen, a realization dawning. This was a multiple-choice question, right? Another student chimes in, that. It was a very tricky question. The solution was really long, too. A student strains, brow furrowed, in concentration. The answer I picked at the end. A frustrated sigh escapes them. I don't remember it. Nade urges, think carefully, the answer was 1.5. The other student mutters, of course. I'm wrong, but... The student stares at their score, the numbers swimming before their eyes. What would your math grade be if you got it wrong? The answer flashes on the screen, 79 points. A wave of anxiety washes over the students, their faces contorted in worry and frustration. Desperation etched on their face, a student cries out, I feel like I picked option 3, but I can't. Nade's expression is a mix of concern and frustration. Recall if 1.5 was option 3 or 2. Another student laments, because of this single question, the dreaded words swam before their eyes. He might end up stuck in class 5 for another half a year. The problem loomed, a 2-point question with the answer of 1/2. The pressure mounted. Oh, I can't take it. A primal scream tore from his throat, the weight of the unsolvable equation crushing his spirit. Desperate, 2 students launched themselves forward. Let's go ask the teacher, one exclaimed. Yeah, that sounds. Their cries echoed through the halls. Teach. Professor Nade turned, his expression questioning. Why are you guys here? Class 5's exams ended yesterday. The source of their torment, the last multiple-choice question of Math Exam A. What's its answer? Nade regarded the students with a raised eyebrow. What's this all of a sudden? The professor's eyes widened behind his glasses. If it's that. One of the students gasped, his face paling as the realization dawned. The answer clawed its way back from the depths of his memory. Number 2. Panic flared among the group. Chiron, are you all right? Get it together. You got adamant body, right? The student, sweat beading on his brow, bellows that they'll be off teach. Professor Nade tilts her head, a small K escaping her lips. The professor watches as 2 students dash away, muttering about their boundless energy. The sign outside the door reads, Teacher's Office. The number of exam papers to grade isn't decreasing, the student laments. Professor Nade sits at her desk, recalling that they asked about exam, specifically its last multiple-choice question. The professor holds up a paper, her expression unreadable. A smile spreads across Nade's face. The correct answer was number 3 all along. The student throws his arms up in the air, a look of pure joy on his face. Elsewhere, a building stands beneath a bright blue sky. A horse-drawn carriage makes its way through the bustling streets of Bashuka, the capital of the kingdom of Thormia. The Kaizen Swordsmanship Academy stands tall, a beacon of martial prowess. Its architecture speaks of tradition and discipline, a place where aspiring swordsmen hone their skills. A blonde-haired instructor gathers her hair, a thoughtful expression on her face. She addresses her students, her words carrying a hint of amusement. I have to say, instructor street fighting movements. Someone ascends the stairs, their destination unknown. A man rests his chin on his hand, pondering a question. Well, do you think you'll do good? A voice calls out, questioning the identity of the blue-haired man. Rian? You never showed up even once during the semester, but you sure performed well during the practicals. The instructor's uniform is seen up close. Iruki remarked, Geez, that instructor. The instructor walked down the stairs, her expression unreadable. Canis looked up, wondering how she did. Rian rested his head on his hand, lost in thought. Iruki continued, putting all those things in the practical even though I hadn't heard of them all semester. Rian thought to himself, not wanting to deal with extra stress with the exam looming over his head. Iruki wondered if she should calm Rian down. Rian wondered when he had ever needed any consoling. Iruki smiled, thinking that it was true that even Rian the Great was scared of the instructor. Rian felt relieved that being dead was last, right? Rian sat at the table, his expression unreadable. He purses his lips, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. The young man smirks, a hint of pride in his eyes. I opened a schema a month ago too, you know? Across from him, Iruki watches with her arms crossed, a thoughtful expression on her face. But he's different. He swings the wooden sword with relentless force, each strike echoing through the training grounds. He never shows any fear, no matter the situation. A first year who goes through the harshest training. Sweat glistens on his brow as he lifts the heavy weight, his muscles straining with the effort. Iruki's gaze softens, a question hanging in the air. Do you remember? She recalls, you were in first place when we entered our first year. Rian stands with his arms crossed, a stoic expression on his face, displaying an iron will and courage. He was the most prestigious of knights. Countless aspiring knights wish to leave their mark on history. And more than 300 gather every semester. Yet the majority outside the 30 applicants who pass. Small. The trainee's face contorted in pain, sweat dripping from his brow as he struggled to maintain his form. Richard's figure loomed over him, his voice a harsh rasp. Faster. Is this all you've got? The sounds of exertion filled the air as bodies strained against the rough ground. The instructor's voice barked out, demanding they crawl faster, pushing them beyond their limits. The same instructor continued to berate them, warning them not to mess up. Sweat dripped from his brow as he watched the trainees struggle, his expression a mix of disdain and expectation. Some of the soldiers placed bets on the outcome of the training, their faces alight with anticipation. A stark truth hung in the air. Those who lacked schema but possessed physical ability were in Group 2. One of the soldiers screamed in agony, his body trembling with exhaustion. Others whispered amongst themselves, wondering what was wrong with him after the training was over. Two soldiers stood with their arms crossed, acknowledging that it was unfortunate, but this was the world they lived in. The scene shifted to a close-up of bloodied limbs, a reminder of those who could not be trusted on the battlefield. The instructor's fist pumped in the air, his words echoing. They were not comrades, but nothing more than fodder. Another soldier was whipped, his face contorted in pain as he declared that he was first this time too. Richard's figure tenses, muscles coiling as he prepares to unleash a devastating blow. The punch connects with a sickening thud against Rian's jaw. The force of the impact sends Rian flying backward, his body twisting in the air. A wave of shock ripples through the onlookers, their faces etched with disbelief. Their eyes widen, mirroring the intensity of the clash. Richard's figure, sprawled on the ground, spits out a command. Cut out, figure. Rian stands tall, his expression unreadable. A hand clenches on the ground, knuckles white with suppressed rage. You crazy bastard. Figure's voice drips with venom as he vows, I'll kill you. Rian remains impassive, his gaze fixed on his opponent. One of the observers remarks that Rian looks like something has finally happened. The other confirms that she knows him. One asks for Rian's name, assuming he must be strong. The other scoffs, claiming he's actually quite weak. A blonde-haired girl wonders aloud, her thoughts echoing the tension in the air. The explanation hangs heavy. Figure had been shaking down Group 2 students, all for a birthday windfall. The woman's voice carried a note of disbelief. He was the only one who refused. The question hung in the air, thick with unspoken threat. So he's been marked by Group 1? A single word confirmed the grim reality. Yes. But someone hadn't expected Rian to be the one to strike first. Rian, his expression hardening, assessed his opponent. He seemed like a pretty short-tempered guy. He suggested they take this outside. Richard Figure's laughter echoed, a chilling prelude to his threat. It wouldn't be good for their grades if the instructors found out, he warned, before adding a menacing huh. Figure's voice dripped with false acquiescence. Fine. He commanded the others to come along too. Richard Figure's gaze hardened, his expression promising pain. Behind him, his enforcers stood ready. A member of Group 3 could only manage a strangled sound, his face a mask of fear. The threat hung in the air. I'll show you what happens if you mess with me. Meanwhile, the imposing structure of the academy loomed, its banners fluttering in the breeze, a silent witness to the unfolding drama. Rian was escorted away, the looming figures of his captors a stark reminder of the price of defiance. From atop the makeshift platform, a voice boomed across the assembled crowd. The voice continued, taunting, offering a chance to those he called minions. The red-haired man, flanked by two others, threatened swift retribution. Run over here, or I'll kick your asses, he snarled. The group remained scattered, seemingly unfazed by the threat. Turning away from the scene, a figure with striking blue hair seemed lost in thought. The red-haired man scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. Do you only fight if you have the advantage? Fists clenched, a silent resolve began to form. The blue-haired figure settled into a fighting stance, a determined glint in his eyes. A wide, predatory grin stretched across the man's face, promising pain. Lying on the ground, Canis agreed to the terms. Fine, I'll face you one-on-one like a knight. Richard Figure extended a hand, beckoning his opponent closer. He offered a twisted smile. I'll give you a handicap. The blue-haired man rose, accepting the offer with a snarl. And let you get hit in first. Richard's eyes widened slightly as he saw the attack coming. He began to channel power into his fist, a crimson glow emanating from his skin. The energy intensified, crackling around his knuckles like static. But before Richard could unleash his power, Canis's fist connected with his face. His features contorted in a mask of shock and pain, the force of the blow rippling through him. Richard stumbled backward, his footing unsteady. A thought bubbled to the surface. Is this the power of schema? He lay on the ground, the taste of dirt and blood filling his mouth. Every muscle screamed in protest, but Canis forced himself to look up. Richard Figure, his fist still cocked, stared down in disbelief. Huh? Why aren't you going down? He barked. A flicker of doubt crossed Richard's face. Was he being too careless? His fist clenched tighter, red energy crackling around it like a malevolent aura. Richard's eye narrowed, a burning intensity blazing within. Suddenly, the force of an unseen blow sent Richard Figure reeling backward, his feet leaving the ground. Canis, still on the ground, looked up at the retreating figure, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. Strength? He wondered. Richard's face contorted in disbelief. Damn it, are you kidding me? He snarled. Meanwhile, from the sidelines, one of the observers muttered, he can't even use schema. Another finished the thought, and it looks like I can't even handle him properly. Richard's fist hurtled downward, a desperate attempt to regain control. Don't you fucking dash. Dade. Richard roared, his fist closing in. The fist slams into Richard Figure's face, the force of the blow echoing in the confined space. Blood erupts from his mouth, a crimson tide staining his teeth as his eyes widen in pain. Another blow lands, the impact reverberating through his skull. The attacker's voice, a guttural snarl, fills the air with a bloodthirsty cry. Die, die. Richard Figure's face is a mask of blood, his features distorted by the relentless assault. The ground is stained crimson, a testament to the brutality of the beating. Ho and Nade, their faces contorted with horror, shout in unison, Figure, stop. The urgency in their voices rises as they plead. Hey, hurry up and stop him. Is he really going to kill him? The question hangs heavy in the air. To kill him? A voice, raw with fury, screams, let go. I'll kill him. Blood continues to drip, each drop a stark reminder of the violence. Elsewhere, a figure hangs upside down, bound tightly to a tree, a silent testament to another act of cruelty. He hangs upside down, a grotesque spectacle. Blood trickles from the wounds marring his face, each drop a tiny echo in the silent humiliation. A cruel chuckle rises from somewhere below. A chorus of voices mocks his suffering. Like a worm on a fishing pole, they sneer, wondering what a weakling like him thought he was acting out for. Just so is Richard Figure even thinking? The question hangs in the air, unanswered, as the laughter continues. Even then, someone observes, this is crossing the line, disgracing an opponent that lost in a duel. The crowd continues to watch, their expressions a mix of amusement and disdain. This might be something that he'll never recover from. A voice muses, the words laced with a hint of pity amidst the mockery. One woman, arms crossed, wonders if he expects a lady to see him like this. Ha, what's with him? Is he trying to? The sentence trails off, unfinished, as the laughter continues. Did he think acting? The question hangs in the air, another cruel jest at Richard Figure's expense. The thought echoes in his mind. That weakness invites the illusion of importance, a cruel trick of perception. All it does is make you an embarrassment. Yet, he tells himself it's fine. He doesn't care. He vows to forget this humiliation soon enough, burying the sting of the present. Richard Figure reflects, I did my utmost fighting for what I believe to be right, so I'm not embarrassed. He remembers the taunt. For people who entered this school as aspiring knights, all of you just ran away without a fight. But you'll never be able to take back your past. It's fine if I lose 100 times, because I fought for my beliefs. The shame of bending one's beliefs hangs heavy in the air as one man, brow furrowed, seems to lecture another, his face contorted in anger. A promise echoes, a vow to never let go, as long as life endures. One day, even with the honor of a knight, the past casts a long shadow. That time, a blind eye was turned to the injustices before them. A gathering, a silent tableau of faces, each etched with a weight of shared experience. Their eyes burn with an inner fire, a collective will that will forever bind them. Stay with them, the silent plea echoes, a bond forged in shared trials. For a night, their creed is etched in the darkness, a guiding principle in a world of shadows. A woman stands, her gaze unwavering, a silent promise of strength and resolve. Their life hangs in the balance. So let it end here. If you want to be proud one day, the words hang in the air, a challenge and a hope. A dark, textured background, a canvas for the unfolding drama. Then fight, you fools. The raw, desperate cry echoes, a call to arms against the encroaching darkness. Crimson streaks marred his face, the metallic tang of blood filling his nostrils. His vision swam, each breath a ragged gasp against the encroaching darkness. The unseen figure bellowed, demanding an end to the conflict. The man, bruised and battered, roared that if they wanted to be proud one day, they would have to fight. The disembodied voice echoed, commanding them to fight. His face contorted in a scream, blood splattered across his skin. The crowd, a sea of faces, felt the same burning desire. One day, they wished to spread their name. A spectral knight, a ghost of the battlefield, the greatest swordsman, an iron knight, rode forth. They craved it, their eyes burning with a fierce hunger. The crowd's eyes glowed with an eerie red light, their faces a mask of intense desire. A sinister grin spread across his face, his eyes gleaming with dark intent. He laughed, a harsh, triumphant sound. A cluster of faces, eyes burning crimson, crowd the foreground, their expressions a mix of fury and challenge. The air crackles with unspoken threats. The challenge hangs in the air, daring someone to step forward. The group seems ready to unleash their power. With a whoosh of displaced air, a figure is launched skyward, a mere speck against the bright expanse. A gasp escapes the figure's lips, the world a dizzying blur. A blade flashes, sunlight glinting off its edge as it cuts through the air. Upside down, bound and bleeding, the man with blue hair grits his teeth against the pain. A pained cry echoes as the impact reverberates through the air. The blonde woman stands over the tied-up man, a determined glint in her eyes. She has made up her mind. Elzine Tez declares her name, a smile playing on her lips. Elzine extends a hand, offering an alliance. Let's fight together. The tied-up man stares at the offered hand, a question in his eyes. His thoughts betray his predicament. His hands are still bound. The man's face contorted with rage as he spat out the words. You can't sit still if you call yourself a man, the unseen figure declared, their voice laced with scorn. The challenge hung heavy in the air, daring a response. Another voice, filled with defiance, rose to meet the challenge. You think we'll just let ourselves get pushed around by a bully like you? The speaker stepped forward, determination etched on their face. I won't run away any longer. The tension crackled as the crowd surged, a chaotic mix of anger and fear. A voice cut through the noise, pleading for calm. Everyone calm down. A sudden realization dawned on the man with red hair, a slow smile spreading across his face. I get it. The air crackled with energy as the figure prepared to unleash their power. If you guys are going to go that far, then... A surge of power emanated from the man, his eyes blazing with fury. Did you think I'd back down, you dumbass? With a roar, the man charged into the fray, a whirlwind of fury unleashed upon the crowd. Here, you fuckers. It's a war. Meanwhile, a voice dripped with sarcasm, questioning the very foundation of their training. You think knowing how to use schema is everything? The blonde-haired man sprinted forward, shouting a warning. Instructor, a voice, laced with regret, offered a simple apology. Sorry, I just ended up tossing a fork into the table you set. Elzine Tez watched the unfolding chaos, a calculating glint in her eyes. It's fine. I never wanted to be a hero anyway. That's why I brought him somewhere without instructors. Ogent Rian stares ahead, a deep furrow in his brow. He seems lost in thought, trying to grasp something just out of reach. A voice cuts through his reverie, questioning his understanding of the situation. Elzine Tez tilts her head, a playful smirk dancing on her lips as she presses him for an answer. Get what? She asks, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Rian's expression hardens, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Even now, he reminds himself, Everything is being graded. Figure and his companions, despite their high grades. A memory surfaces. Rian, battered and bruised, lies prone on the ground, the taste of blood and defeat bitter on his tongue. Ogent Rian, the text declares, admitted first out of 300 students. A younger, chibi version of him sits with a questioning look. Now, Elzine Tez beams, pointing a finger at Rian. He stares back, a mixture of confusion and frustration etched on his face. Never asked to be first place, but you're amazing. Rian wonders how anyone could train every day without a break. He would have burned out already. He had long since moved past it, the sting of past failures dulled by time. Elsewhere, miniature versions of his peers fretted over his future. Weren't they worried? He still had to graduate and make a name for himself as a swordsman. Elzine Tez followed close behind Ogent Rian, her voice rising as she called out to him. Hey, answer me. It didn't matter to him, though. Ogent Rian's gaze drifted downward, his expression softening. What motivated him anyway? There was something more important than graduating or fame. His goal was to become stronger. For his lore, that is. Elzine Tez's eyes widened, a flicker of disbelief crossing her face. Lord? Don't tell me. The chibi figures continued to speculate. You could only do it once in your lifetime, and he'd already done it? They must be super famous, right? One of the chibi figures questioned his curiosity. What was he so curious about that he was prying into this? Of course he was curious. He was studying after he'd already... So who was it? The person he'd entrusted the entirety of his life to? Chiron. Elzine Tez murmured the name, her brow furrowed. Chiron? What did this person do? It was his. Ogent Rian reveals that Chiron is attending a magic school in their hometown. Elzine Tez's expression shifts, a confused huh, escaping her lips as she wonders if she misheard him. Amidst a backdrop of crackling blue energy, a thought takes form. Not a magician, but a student? The answer echoes in the silence. No, there's one. A single tear traces a path down a weary eye, reflecting an oath made to someone with no fame nor future prospects. A lone bird soars past a golden bell, bathed in the warm light of the afternoon sun. Kneeling before a woman in a flowing white dress, Ogent Rian can only think, a girl. Elzine Tez's eyes widen, a silent shock rippling through her features. She grabs Ogent Rian's shoulder, blurting out, Wait, that friend of yours, Chiron. Could it be? A booming voice echoes, declaring, The exam is starting. Hurry up and get over here. Ogent Rian, alongside Elzine Tez, is urged to hurry. Do all you dumbass want to fail? The voice booms. Elzine te internalise, demi? I'll make sure to ask him later. Meanwhile, the sign above the entrance reads, CQB Training Hall. The instructor stood before the assembled class, his gaze sweeping over the rows of expectant faces. The air hung thick with anticipation, the scent of sweat and determination already permeating the training hall. His boots thudded softly against the worn stone floor as he shifted his weight, the sound echoing in the cavernous space. The instructor announced that today's practical would focus on movement, specifically the belly button. The instructor continued, explaining that they would be graded on how they shifted their center of gravity. The instructor's gaze narrowed, singling out a student from the ranks. The instructor pointed directly at the student, his voice booming, You there. One student, face contorted in frustration, insisted that it was the belly button. Another student, his expression a mix of defiance and desperation, was told that his answer was stupid and wrong. He demanded to know the correct answer, insisting it was the soles of the feet. The instructor, unimpressed, retorted that the student was wrong, calling him a dumbass. The instructor's voice boomed, declaring that they had already been through this. He commanded them to get down and give him 200. One student, sweat dripping from his brow, struggled to perform the push-ups, his muscles burning with exertion. He cursed under his breath. The students, in unison, repeated the phrase external gravity, their voices strained with the effort of the exercise. A wave of confusion washes over the students. It's the first time they've heard of this. Professor Nade stands tall, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Natural for you all not to know of this, he remarks, his tone dismissive. Because I couldn't be bothered to explain it. Nade raises his sword, the steel glinting under the academy lights. I'll demonstrate it just once, so watch closely, he declares, his voice carrying through the training hall. You'll be tested on this immediately. The professor steps forth, his movements precise and deliberate, the sword held ready. With a sharp whoosh, Nade swings the sword, the air itself seeming to crackle with energy. The force of the swing leaves a visible distortion in the air. His feet remain planted, unmoved by the power unleashed above. A collective gasp rises from the students, their eyes wide with a mixture of awe and apprehension. The students murmur amongst themselves, wondering about the energy behind the swing. The fundamentals of swordsmanship are displayed. Nade explains, your body to shift your center of mass, and, using that momentum, you increase your sword's destructive power. The power will be exponentially increased. The expressions on your faces tell me you think that's obvious. That's why all The students listen intently as the professor begins, stating that in a real fight, they would die in 3 seconds. Nade continues, remarking that it's just his luck, before emphasizing that movement is more important than strength in a real battle. He elaborates, explaining that depending on the situation, a swordsman moves their center of mass outside their body. For example, Nade stomps his foot, the impact reverberating through the training room. The professor shifts his weight, preparing to demonstrate the technique. The air crackles with anticipation. Nade continues, his voice echoing as he describes how his center of mass is. From behind his back, the students watch with rapt attention. He is upside down now, using the momentum to his advantage. The professor's foot slams into the ground, the force of the blow shaking the very foundations of the room. He states that this is what is referred to as external gravity. Nade's body continues its downward arc, the power of the technique evident in the sheer force of the impact. The students watch in awe as the demonstration concludes, the dust settling around them. Nade's face is visible as he lies on the ground, the technique complete. Against all expectations, someone was walking on the ceiling, defying gravity with each step. The figure, clad in dark green, continued their inverted stroll, a sword glinting at their side. A collective gasp rippled through the onlookers. "What was that?" someone exclaimed, their eyes wide with disbelief. The voice continued, "He just shot up out of nowhere, and now." The impossible was happening before their very eyes. He's walking on the ceiling. The back of a head, covered in white hair, was all that could be seen of one observer. Then, with a sudden drop, the ceiling walker descended, kicking up a cloud of dust as they landed. The figure's descent was swift, a blur of motion against the backdrop of the room. A vortex of red energy erupted around the figure, a whirlwind of power. The onlookers gasped, their faces a mixture of shock and awe. "Whoa!" The question hung in the air. "Can a person?" The red energy intensified, the voice exclaimed, "Really spin that?" His eyes burned with an inner fire, the crimson glow intensifying as a dark aura began to emanate from him. The dark energy coalesced, swirling around him in a vortex of crimson light that illuminated the faces of the onlookers below. A collective gasp rose from the crowd, their expressions a mixture of awe and terror as they witnessed the display of raw power. Nade's eyes widened. Iruki, standing beside him, could only whisper, "That's insane." Iruki continued, her voice laced with disbelief. "There's no way to block something like that. This attack wasn't made with strength, but was based on inertia. This is the swordsmanship of the man, once known as the image of death." Elsewhere, a complex device hummed with contained power, its purpose yet to be revealed. The explanation echoed, "This is the application of external gravity. Of course, it's not as though I was actually controlling gravity." Meanwhile, the instructor, arms crossed, declared, "I simply reinforced my strength with schema to realize extreme inertia." He adjusted his stance, his gaze unwavering as he prepared to elaborate. He continued, "I simply exaggerated it to demonstrate it in a manner you all can understand." The instructor's voice boomed, "What you will be tested on today. Understand?" The students responded in unison, "Yes, sir." The students look up, a sense of anticipation hanging in the air. One of them speaks, breaking the silence. Without warning, a student is set upon by multiple attackers. A cry of "now" pierces the air as the ambush begins, followed by a shout of pain. The air hangs thick with the scent of sweat and desperation as he pushes onward. A voice echoes, a constant reminder to listen and continue. The rules are simple, he's told. The subject of the Center of Mass Manipulation exam is passing horizontal obstacles. He must dodge the obstacles quickly as they come at him, weaving through the variety of challenges. The last stage looms, offering next to no space, but the goal is in sight. So you cannot pass it if you do not use external gravity. All the obstacles are made with genuine blades, a grim reminder that things could go wrong, and he could die. He grits his teeth, the taste of iron and fear mingling on his tongue as he pushes onward. The voice continues, a strange comfort in its words. "Instructor Kana will put it back on if he ends up with some bits sliced off, so don't worry." Instructor Kana, scalpel in hand, chuckles at the prospect of surgery. The news seemed to amplify the existing anxieties, as the chibi versions of the students expressed a collective fear. The announcement hit one student particularly hard, his face contorted in a mix of dread and exhaustion. He muttered about needing rest. The message blared. "Number 1, Davis Aiden, examination preparations complete." Ogent Rian, seated and relaxed, brought up a point. "Even if we've learned the schema, isn't." A chorus of voices rose in response to the news, each expressing their own anxieties. Some wondered about the goddess of the first year, while others simply wished for someone to be by their side. Her eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. "But," Ogent Rian continued, his brow furrowed with concern. "That Chiron person, are they a girl?" A voice boomed out, laced with disbelief. "Are you crazy?" His face was a mask of outrage, sweat beading on his forehead as he shouted. Kana responded, her expression thoughtful. "However talentless I may be, I wouldn't make that kind of knight's oath. Ojent Rian, his expression softening, admitted. That's why I'm entrusting my life to him. He switches up fast when it comes to his friend. He cautioned, a slight furrow in his brow, that she shouldn't make any judgments about Chiron. The thought bubble betrayed a hint of jealousy, wondering if Rian's praise of his friend was going too far. Kana responded with a mischievous glint in her eyes. If that was the case, she seemed to imply something interesting was about to happen. Her expression brightened as Kana asked, a hint of eagerness in her voice, if he could introduce her to Chiron. The request caught Ojent Rian off guard. What? He exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. He questioned, a touch of defensiveness creeping into his tone, why she would even want to meet his friend. Kana's smile widened, a teasing glint in her eyes. Geez, you're bragging, she chuckled, enjoying his flustered reaction. She admitted to being jealous that he already had a lord, though she quickly brushed it off as something that came out of nowhere. Kana then pointed out that Chiron was far away in Craze, before suggesting a trip there, turning it into a vacation. Kana's thoughts drifted to travel plans. She wondered aloud if there wasn't a small island to the south. She continued, her tone brightening with excitement. That was a popular tourist attraction. Kana declared that they could go have fun together. The realization struck Ojent Rian like a bolt. She's going, with Chiron, he thought, his eyes widening in disbelief. Right after they became friends, a montage of memories flashed before his eyes. He remembered the promise they made and the academy that awaited him. The weight of the past crashed down on him. I was dragged off to the swordsmanship academy, so it has already been half a year since we were torn apart. He lamented, tears welling in his eyes. A desire for amusement hangs in the air, thick with unspoken intentions. Ojent Rian chews on a straw, considering the possibilities. He wonders aloud if it would be all right with the three of them. Kana's lips curve into a knowing smile. He's reacting, she thinks. The suggestion is made, just tell him to bring a girl along. Ojent Rian looks up at Kana, who leans in close. Wouldn't he know plenty of people at the Magic Academy, she wonders. The idea of a double-date trip hits Ojent Rian hard. The word double echoes in his mind, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The concept of a date hangs in the air, followed by a hesitant, ahem. Well, I'll think. An enthusiastic, all right, bursts forth. Kana crosses her arms, a confident smirk playing on her lips. She suggests showing off a bit for their final exam before they go on break. Elsewhere, Elzine Tez stretches, preparing for the examination. Number 17, Elzine Tez, she declares. Examination preparations complete. From above, a figure in a military uniform stands observing, a clipboard in hand. The order rings out, begin. Head first, she plummets into the darkness of the shaft, the wind screaming past her ears. Her expression is a mask of determination, green eyes focused on the unseen destination below. The shaft narrows, the walls blurring past in a dizzying rush. A door looms ahead. The air grows colder, the metallic tang of the shaft filling her nostrils as she continues her descent. A rough stone wall flashes by, close enough to scrape her outstretched fingers. She grits her teeth, a silent acknowledgement that her usual reliance on flexibility won't be enough this time. The thought flashes through her mind, without external gravity, she'll be diced up like salad. Her boot slams against the wall, the impact reverberating up her leg. She focuses, calculating the angle, preparing to apply the first impact force. Every muscle tenses as she prepares to shift her body's center of mass, a desperate gamble for control. With a final burst of speed and a well-timed maneuver, she bursts out of the shaft. She plummets through the air, the wind screaming past her ears. The ground rushes up to meet her, a blur of gray and brown. Her eyes are wide, a mixture of determination and exhilaration etched on her face. She continues her descent, bracing for impact. Meanwhile, a booming voice announces, Number 17, Elzine Tez pass. Elzine Tez stands tall, arms outstretched, catching her breath after the trial. An instructor reviews his notes, a small smile playing on his lips. This was definitely my first time trying it, but I did it perfectly. The instructor's hand meticulously records the results on a clipboard. 17. Elzine Tez, 12s, won first place. Elsewhere, another announcement rings out. Number 28, Ojent Rian, examination preparations complete. Ojent Rian looks up, a determined glint in his eyes, ready to give it his all. With a resounding thud, Elzine Tez lands on her feet, dust swirling around her boots. He launches himself forward, the corridor blurring around him as he harnesses external gravity to gain momentum. Dust motes dance in the harsh light, kicked up by a sudden burst of speed. The world spins as Ojent Rian continues his rapid descent, the metal floor a distant memory beneath his feet. The air rushes past his face, carrying the scent of ozone and stale metal. Ho watches with wide eyes, impressed by the speed. Oh, he's pretty fast. A sharp tap echoes as he briefly touches the wall, using it to redirect his momentum and maintain his trajectory. The impact reverberates through the metal structure. Another step, another burst of speed. The sound of his footfall is a sharp crack against the metal floor, each impact driving him further down the corridor. He focuses his mind, the thought echoing in his head. This is where I need external gravity. The corridor blurs into streaks of light and shadow, the air thick with the metallic tang of the structure. The sounds of his passage reverberate around him. His eyes narrow, focused on the path ahead. The wind whips through his blue hair, a constant reminder of his incredible speed. His foot comes down with a resounding crush, the force of the impact sending cracks spiderwebbing across the floor. Debris rains down around him. He continues his headlong rush, the end of the corridor drawing ever closer. The air vibrates with the energy of his movement. His hand shoots out, grasping a metal bar as he prepares for the next stage of his journey. The cold steel bites into his skin. Meanwhile, the man with the stern expression watches, his gaze unwavering as Ojent Rian continues his rapid progress. He cries out as the blades pierce through him, the metal biting deep. A pain-do escapes his lips. The blades continue their relentless assault, each point a searing brand against his flesh. The sound of tearing flesh echoes through the chamber. Eschitge. The wet, sickening sound of the blades finding their mark resonates again. Eschitge. His face contorts in agony, eyes wide with shock and pain as the blood splatters. The blades continue to impale him, the scene a brutal tableau of steel and suffering. An officer's voice booms out, laced with fury. You bastard, have you lost your mind? The officer's rage intensifies as he demands, why are you shoving your head into the blades? The officer continues his tirade, his voice dripping with sarcasm. You lose schema. The officer's face is a mask of fury as he barks. Cut the crap. Do you not know schema? Ojent Rian, impaled and bleeding, weakly defends himself. What? I use schema. I did the muscle strengthening exam a month ago. The officer's eyes narrow, his voice laced with disbelief. What? What kind of bullshit? A gruff voice cut through the air. An officer pointed, barking an order for someone to bring the heavy stone closer. Ojent Rian stepped forward, his mind flashing back to a past exam. It tested if they could lift twice their body weight. He thought to himself that much should be enough. With a grunt, he began to strain, muscles bulging as he fought against the immense weight. A guttural cry escaped his lips as the boulder pressed down, testing the limits of his strength. Heaving, Ojent Rian managed to lift the boulder, his legs trembling under the burden. Another student watched, his voice laced with disbelief. Huff, how is it, sir? The officer's gaze narrowed, suspicion etched on his face as he scrutinized Rian's every move. The officer muttered, his eyes darting back and forth. How is this possible? Huh, what's wrong, sir? Sweat beaded on Ojent Rian's brow as he offered a strained apology. Rian, I'm sorry, but... The officer's voice dripped with accusation. Aren't using schema. Ojent Rian's face contorted with effort as he continued to bear the weight, his muscles screaming in protest. The other students looked on, murmuring amongst themselves. He just apologized, right? What? What do you dash? Then how am I holding up this boulder, sir? Ojent Rian grits his teeth, the weight of the boulder pressing down on him. He thinks to himself that he is just stupidly strong. An officer's voice cuts through the air, observing that he's using pure strength. The boulder remains stubbornly in place as Ojent Rian strains under its weight, surrounded by fellow students and the watchful eyes of the officer. The officer watches as Ojent Rian continues to struggle, the weight of the boulder seemingly unyielding. The old man explains that the reason he is allowing Nade to investigate the Kurgo ruins is because... The old man continues, stating that he believes in Nade's judgment and that he must not let his guard down. Nade listens intently. Nade thanks the old man, assuring him that he will be careful and that he doesn't need to worry about anything. Nade asks why he is investigating about Moreau. The old man listens, his expression unreadable. Nade recalls hearing a voice while crossing dimensions. He wonders about it. Nade realizes that it was his own voice he heard. A voice echoes in Nade's mind, claiming his parents would have been fine with one child and that he is not their son. The voice continues, stating that those people aren't his parents and that nobody in this world needs him. The voice speaks of things hidden deep in Nade's mind, declaring that he was abandoned. The old man's face is shown, as Nade thinks that he had even forgotten about them. He has already heard everything about Chiron from Clump. Clump acknowledges that Nade has accepted all of that as him, that he was able to attain adamantine body, but still, Nade knows he has a long way to go, and he wants to get stronger. In order to do that, he needs to know more about himself. Clump believes he needs to know about his own conflicts. Although it's just a feeling, if he learns more about her, someone who created countless dimensions and chose to isolate herself, he might be able to find the answer he needs. A dark suit, impeccably tailored, dominates the view, the fabric catching the light with a subtle sheen. An older man with long, flowing white hair gazes out a window, his expression unreadable. A text bubble nearby reads, "Kids around that age always become lost." A close-up of a weathered face, etched with lines of experience, fills the frame. Above, a bird soars over a sprawling city, and the words, "In truth, every person on this vast earth," hang in the air. A lone boat drifts along a canal, the water reflecting the sky above. The words "is a lone traveler" are written nearby. A lone figure walks away, their back to the viewer, a suitcase in hand. The word "traveler" is written above. The older man from before peers out the window, a thoughtful expression on his face. "I hope you find what you're looking for soon," he thinks. Text is inscribed on a stone wall, partially obscured by foliage. The path to find yourself. The path to protect those dear to you. A hand delicately holds a locket, its surface gleaming in the light. The sound of a click echoes. A voice echoes. Fascinating, isn't it? Two faces are juxtaposed, engaged in a silent conversation. One says, "It's like looking at you when you were young." The other responds, "If, as you say, that child resembled me, then who could ensure he doesn't walk the same gruesome path that I have?" A collage of images flashes by, including the phrase, "that child who so resembles me." One image shows a group of people, and another shows a person falling with the words, "Aw, somebody save me." More images flash, including the phrase, "It truly is grows conceited with his talents." A figure yells, "You bitch." A declaration hangs in the air, "to find good friends." Two figures stand bathed in light, their connection palpable. A face contorted in anguish is juxtaposed with a stoic, bearded countenance. The choice is made, not rage but understanding. It's as if an older man embraces a younger boy, a silent promise of protection and guidance. A lament echoes, "that I myself was not able to do." A locket reveals a smiling couple, a memory tinged with sorrow. "I was unable to protect Moreau, but..." The older man, his face etched with regret, whispers, "I'm sorry. I have no right, but please, just once." The woman smiles, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. "May I hope once more?" Against the backdrop of a grand building, a question hangs in the air. "Have you told the headmaster?" Two young men stand before a gate, their conversation turning to a sensitive topic. "About that Moreau person?" The young man mused, reflecting on the unexpected permission. He hadn't anticipated his father would so readily agree to an investigation of the Kurgo ruins. Arms outstretched, Nate exclaimed, a hint of disbelief coloring his tone. "Oh, really?" A voice boomed, incredulous at the news. "You mean those famous ruins? You're going there?" A cheerful voice chimed in, confirming the plans. "Yup, I'll go during vacation." Chiron's thoughts drifted back, a sense of unease settling in. "My father won't leave me alone." The memory was a stark reminder of his situation. A voice, filled with wonder, exclaimed, "Whoa, it's my first time seeing something like this." Another voice added, "That's right, this guy's from a huge family." Nade chuckled, a hint of melancholy in his tone. "Family too, though it's in a different way from yours." Nade reflected, a thoughtful expression on his face. But thinking back on it, it's pretty surprising. The voice revealed a significant detail about Chiron's past, that Chiron met the first president of the Supernatural Spirits Group. The narrative continued, adding more context to the world. Micaiah Jailed, the leader of the Magic Association, was a founding member too. "I heard the person who made the Istis formula was a founding member too." The speaker reflects on the many incredible people in the association. A small chibi image looks on, as the speaker reminds Chiron to keep them informed of his investigations at the school. Chiron offers a slight smile, the buildings of the capital receding behind him. "Yeah, I'll make sure to let you guys know," comes the reply as the wagon's wheels turn. Ho waves a letter from the carriage window, shouting, "Chiron, Iruki, take care. I'll write you letters." The carriage bears the name of Iruki. A hand waves from the window. "Take care." Ho leans out, calling, "Let's meet again in a month." Elsewhere, the capital city of Bashuka stands tall. Ogent Reina's mansion. A discarded cloth lies on the steps. The mansion's interior is opulent. The cacophony of the piano echoed through the halls, each note a discordant assault on the senses. A red garment lay discarded on the stairs, a testament to the chaotic energy emanating from above. Ogent Reina, lost in her own world, hammered at the keys, her expression a mixture of concentration and manic energy. The music stand bore her name and age, Ogent Reina, 20. Peeking through a crack in the door, Ogent Rian winced at the noise. The sound was almost unbearable. A voice, seemingly from nowhere, grumbled, "Ugh, so loud." "She's at again." The young man pressed himself against the wall, trying to avoid detection as he planned his next move. The voice continued, noting that Reina had definitely fallen into some kind of trance, and that it wouldn't end with just a beating if her focus was broken. He steeled himself, deciding, "I'll sneak in quietly and get my stuff." A sudden, sharp sound cut through the music, the unmistakable noise of someone pivoting on their heel. An unseen force slammed into Ogent Rian, sending him reeling. He cried out, the pain searing through him. A voice, laced with amusement, mused, "I was wondering what a stray cat was doing wandering in here." Ogent Reina stood before him, her eyes narrowed. "But it was you." The pristine white fabric of her dress billowed slightly, the only sound the soft rustle of expensive material. A pale hand reached out, its purpose yet unknown. Rian's voice cracked with fury. Your report card, he spat, the words laced with disbelief. You think I'm a kid? Why do I have to show? Raina raised a hand, her expression hardening. It'd be nice if you listen while I'm speaking nicely. She stood over him, a silent, imposing figure. Rian lay, bleeding at her feet, the crimson staining the floor around him. Raina's gaze fell upon the report card in her hand, her brow furrowing slightly. Her eyes widened, a flicker of shock crossing her face as she stared at the document. The report card bore a damning inscription. It is regrettable that Rian ended the semester with the lowest grades. The damning words continued, detailing a schema misconception and a rank of 30 out of 30. Raina's voice boomed, laced with disbelief and fury. Wait, this? Last place? Are you crazy? Her thoughts raced, trying to grasp the meaning of the report. And what is schema misconception supposed to be? Is it something like pseudo-pregnancy? Raina stood over the injured Rian, her expression unreadable. He looked up at her, defiant despite his injuries. Who cares? That's just how it is. A bag is yanked upwards, its contents shifting within. He protests, but Raina drags urgent Rian forward by the collar. He clutches a green duffel bag. Sweat beads on Rian's brow as he insists that he just can't. Rian shouts that he has an appointment and promised to go on a trip. Raina's grip tightens around Rian's neck. He gasps for air, his face contorted in pain. Raina's voice echoes, demanding to know who Rian is spending time with, since he apparently has no friends. Rian knows he has to choose his words carefully. Raina's eyes glow with menacing intent. If he says he's going on a double date with Chiron, then Raina's grip tightens further. He thinks she might just kill him. Raina presses her foot against Rian's face. Chiron, you bastard, she thinks you ought to know this side of my sister too. Raina continues, mentioning the Elzine family and their only daughter, Tez. She warns that he should have a limit to what lies he tells. Raina screams, her face a mask of fury. A fist clenches, ready to strike. Below the grand archways, Rian spots an opportunity. An opening, he shouts, breaking into a sprint. Her arm outstretched, Raina continues her pursuit. Rian's pursuer yells after him, hey, stop right there. Raina scoffs, thinking to herself, Rian. She wonders when he will ever learn that struggling is all he can do. A hand grips a crumpled piece of paper. You'll never get ahead of me, she thinks. The words echo in the air. Take a carriage. A sinister smile spreads across Raina's face, her eyes gleaming with dark intent. She muses, let's see who gets to craze first. The man with gray hair relayed that Rai had just received his Class 10 certification and was busy working on the front lines. Elsewhere, young Lady Raina had become the kingdom's 7/4 Orchestra's concertmaster. The man in the suit observed that the patriarch is as busy as always, and Temurin, the elder, had retired and returned to craze. The man with the red cape stood tall, as the blonde-haired man listened intently. The blonde-haired man looked concerned, thinking it would be best not to mention the eldest son in the main house. The blonde-haired man wondered how Rian was doing, feeling like he would see him soon. A small figure lies prone on the path, seemingly asleep. It's been half a year since anyone has heard from him. Meanwhile, a man with blonde hair, carrying a briefcase, arrives at what appears to be a tavern. Inside, the air is thick with the aroma of roasted pork and frothy beer. Father, this pork is amazing, someone exclaims. A voice booms in response. Of course it is. Pork goes best with beer. Mutton has too strong an odor. The same voice urges, now, have another glass. Two men raise their mugs in a toast, the clinking of glass echoing through the room. A voice calls out, filled with surprise, Rian? Chiron, standing in the doorway, looks stunned. Ojit Rian, eyes wide, stares back at him. Dad, what's going on here, Dash? The name escapes someone's lips, Chiron, followed by surprised, oh my. Temurin, his face flushed with drink, embraces Chiron tightly. So, are you doing well? He asks, his breath heavy with alcohol. Chiron coughs. You reek of alcohol. He looks around, a deep furrow forming between his brows. Just what had happened here? A memory surfaces, a vision of a loving embrace. Temurin and Iruki, his parents, envelop him in a hug, a reunion they had all been looking forward to for 6 long months. Temurin's expression shifts to one of shock, mirroring Chiron's own confusion. Why was Rian at their house? He had been waiting for Chiron for 2 days, after all. Ojit Rian stands nearby, a wide, genuine smile gracing his features. He had cut wood with them and hunted with them too, hadn't he? Temurin stands firm, his stance suggesting a man's gotta do what a man's gotta do. Iruki's voice rings out, filled with a mixture of relief and joy. Chiron. The single word echoes with a mother's love. Mom. Iruki pulls Chiron into a tight embrace, her voice soft and tender. Come here, my boy. Iruki's expression softens as she holds Chiron close, a hint of sadness in her eyes. It was hard without him here, right? A voice interjects, reminding them that the Ojit family helped them a lot while Chiron was gone. This is the kind of reunion Temirin wanted. Temirin clears his throat, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Drinking when our son came home, geez. Rian looks down at Chiron, his expression thoughtful. Did he stop by the main family? A voice echoes, declaring that their lord's house is also their own. Ogent Rian leans in, his expression a mix of suspicion and amusement. He accuses someone of pulling a prank. A voice sighs, explaining that the reason someone isn't going home isn't for lack of desire, but lack of ability. Temirin looks down, a troubled expression on his face. Rian raises his voice, urging his father to set aside whatever he's doing and go chop wood. A burly man flexes his arm, suggesting some quality time together. A woman looks up at him, her face etched with fear. A disembodied voice questions what someone is doing after drinking. A man laments that it can't be helped, as it's been a while. Temirin reassures a woman, telling her that everything will be fine and they'll be back. A voice warns that it's too dangerous to go into the mountains after drinking, but another voice dismisses the concern. Temirin announces his arrival, a smile gracing his lips. Iruki looks up, a question forming on her lips. A voice whispers that it's okay. The question hung in the air. Why was he here? The man with the axe looked on, a grin spreading across his face. It had only been half a year since she'd last seen her son, the thought echoing in her mind as she watched. But he seemed like an entirely different person. Chiron, the blue-haired man, proposed. How about a bet? The terms were simple. The loser had to listen to the other's order. Chiron looked on, a nervous smile playing on his lips. The one who fells a tree with fewer strikes is the winner. The mountains stood in silent witness as Iruki internalized. She felt like she made a similar bet with her dad when she was younger. The axe blurred through the air, the sound of the snap echoing through the trees. Leaves scattered as the axe bit into the wood. Chiron watched, a surprised whoa escaping his lips. Is that schema? Rian chuckled, hefting the axe. It's not that. There's no need to use schema to hit a tree. The axe swung again, the sound of impact reverberating through the forest. But you know, Rian grinned, He plants his feet, gripping the axe tightly. A surge of determination hardens his gaze. Getting started, he declares, his voice echoing with newfound confidence. With a grunt, he swings the axe, the muscles in his arms straining with the effort. The air crackles with anticipation as the blade arcs toward the tree. Nearby, Nade watches, his expression a mix of surprise and admiration. A bearded man stands beside him, observing the spectacle. Nade's eyes widen, a silent question forming on his lips as he witnesses the sheer force of the blow. The air vibrates with power as the strike lands. Thunder strike, he roars, the name of the technique echoing through the forest. A blinding flash of energy erupts as the axe connects, the force of the impact radiating outwards. The tree groans under the assault, splintering and cracking as it begins its inevitable descent. Debris rains down around Rian. With a deafening crash, the tree falls, its branches shattering against the earth. A cloud of dust billows into the air. Nate jaw drops. Rian, you dash, he exclaims, clearly impressed by the display of power. The blue-haired youth grins, hearing the praise. You've learned sword slaughter. Nate holds. Yeah. Rian replies. Standing atop the fallen tree, Rian looks down, a thoughtful expression on his face. I'm not the man I was before, he muses, a hint of melancholy in his voice. A close-up reveals Rian's determined gaze, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Phew, I did it. Nice, he whispers, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. A memory surfaces, the younger Rian, sweat beading on his brow, his thoughts a whirlwind of self-doubt. He worried about what he'd do if he failed. The image shifts, now showing him executing the thunder strike, the very technique Chiron had used on him before. His resolve hardened with each repetition, the determination to master his father's secret technique burning within him. No sword slaughter, only focused training. Back in the present, Ho, ever the pragmatist, leaned forward, inquiring how Rian had managed to succeed in using Thunderstrike. A wide grin stretched across Rian's face, a testament to his hard-won accomplishment. Rian was a fine friend, one who wasn't stubborn despite being a noble and politely asked to be taught. On top of that, he had the tenacity to not give up until he succeeded. Ho, arms crossed, reminded Chiron that he had warned him it wouldn't be easy, questioning if he still believed he could win. Chiron internalized, realizing that to win, he'd have to do it in a single strike. Momins late. Ho extended his hand, offering Rian his axe. It's fine. Rian's expression was unreadable, his gaze fixed downwards, leaving Ho and Chiron to exchange questioning glances. But then, Rian's eyes lifted, a spark of determination igniting within them. The air crackles with unseen energy, leaves swirling around a figure poised to strike. Chiron's eyes narrow, a concentrated focus burning within them as he prepares to unleash his technique. Ho crosses his arms, his expression a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. Beside him, Rian's brow furrows in anticipation. What? Ho wonders. With a gesture, Chiron unleashes the wind. A visible force emanates from his hand, rushing towards the thick trunk of the tree. The wind intensifies, a silent scream tearing through the leaves as it focuses on its target. Chiron stands firm, his arm outstretched, channeling the wind's power with unwavering resolve. The air vibrates with potential energy. A low groan emanates from the tree as the wood fibers begin to yield. Creak! The sound echoes through the forest, drawing the attention of the observers. Deep fissures appear in the bark, tracing the path of the concentrated wind. The ancient tree is succumbing to the unseen force. The cracking intensifies, a symphony of splintering wood as the tree's structural integrity fails. With a final, deafening crack, the tree falls, sliced cleanly through as if by an invisible blade. Chiron lowers his arm, the wind dissipating into the forest air. Chiron strikes a triumphant pose, his voice ringing out with youthful exuberance. I win. Rian stares in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. What? What kind of magic is that? He exclaims, utterly bewildered by the display. Grizzly's eyes widened, his jaw slack. He stammered, questioning if what he'd witnessed was truly magic, or just a clever trick. A speech bubble declares that they no longer need to worry about living off lumber. Ho stood beside Rian, a wide grin plastered across his face. He chuckled, finding the display incredible, especially considering it had only been half a year. Rian smirked, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow as he looked off to the side. A speech bubble declares that someone knew it and was right all along. The blonde-haired man ordered Rian to move the lumber. Rian muttered that he was going to do that either way. Later that night, a cozy, two-story building glowed warmly against the backdrop of a dark, mountainous night. The camera panned down to reveal the building's foundation. Inside, the group gathered around a table laden with food, the flickering light of the fireplace casting long shadows across their faces. The blonde-haired man smiled, his expression warm and inviting. Iruki laughed, her freckled face alight with joy as Grizzly looked on, a contented smile on his face. The aroma of roasted meat filled the air, a comforting backdrop to the ongoing conversation. Nate sat at the table, enjoying the meal with his companions. Elsewhere, the building stood silhouetted against the night sky, its windows like watchful eyes. Rian lay in bed, contemplating the upcoming mission. He thought to himself, yep, I want to investigate a place called the Kurgo Ruins. Back at the table, the conversation turned to his activities. Studies, someone asked. Nate responded, it's fine to hang out a bit, you said it was a popular tourist spot, after all. Ho, lying in the adjacent bed, responded with a sleepy, right? All right. Ho's brow furrowed, a hint of concern in his eyes. He thought to himself, but is my... Rian continued, his thoughts echoing in the quiet room. What? It's for your... that you have to bring along a girl. A double date trip. Who would have thought you'd come back with a girlfriend from the swordsmanship? Back with Nade, someone remarked, you're studying properly, right? It's suspicious that you came here instead of heading home too. Nade waved off the concern, stating, GG's. It's not important, so drop it already. And she's not my girlfriend. Rian, still in bed, pressed the issue. So, just tell me if you have someone you can bring. The weight of the request settled in the room. This is it. The biggest hurdle in this plan. The thought bubble declared that Chiron is an idiot who can't even look into his sister's eye. Another thought added that he's so shy, guessing he won't be able to find a girlfriend. Honestly, there's no way he knows any girls. The disembodied, I seem to be thinking, if he doesn't, then I guess I just have to tell Tez the truth. If you don't, then... Got it. A girl. Friend. The two figures looked shocked at the door. Canis, lying in bed, mused aloud, suggesting that the families which would be saddened by recent events. He looked over at Nade, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Nade simply stated, nothing, before shifting the conversation. He then asked if Reyna was doing well. The thought of having a kind older sister seemed to drift through Nade's mind. He grew up alone. Kind. Canis, his gaze intense, refocused the conversation. Anyway, your partner, he began. He pressed, his voice carrying a hint of curiosity. Is she pretty? Nade confirmed, a slight blush rising on his cheeks. Yes, she's really pretty. He seemed surprised by his own admission. Canis cautioned, a knowing look in his eyes. Don't get your hopes up. She might turn me down. Nade responded, his tone defensive. Okay. Sunlight streams through the window of a building, illuminating the interior. Several days later, Canis explains that Rian had to return home to prepare for their journey, and to get his partner to agree to go, they left for Craze. Canis declares, with a confident smile, that they will be back. A woman, her brown hair braided, hands Chiron a charm. A man stands behind her, watching. Close up, a hand holds a charm made of 4-leaf clovers. A voice recalls making it. The charm is held aloft, a silent question hanging in the air. Remember? Chiron looks confused, a memory surfacing. He recalls collapsing with a high fever. A woman lies in bed, a bandage wrapped around her head. Another woman looks on, startled. Chiron lies in bed, his face pale. A woman's worried, eye watches over him. The woman sits beside Chiron, who is surrounded by four-leaf clovers. The memory fades. He dreamt, or perhaps remembered, a time when someone remarked on his exhaustive collection of four-leaf clovers. The memory shifted, showing a younger man, eyes bright with determination, admitting he had searched the mountains with his spirit zone. Holding a four-leaf clover, the man thought to himself that she still remembered that. Another memory surfaced, this one a man embracing two children, telling them it was their first time going crazy on a trip. The scene changed again, showing a man embracing a woman, urging her to come back safe and sound. Canis chuckled, explaining to someone that he was just going to a friend's house and would be going on the trip tomorrow. Their personality took after the two of them. A woman offered Master Rian a four-leaf clover, and he thanked her. A voice called out, "Mother, please, no need to be so formal." A hand held a four-leaf clover. As Chiron's knight, someone vowed to protect him, entrusting him to another. The word Chiron to you, young master, hung in the air. He stood before the ornate gates, two bags in hand. Chiron hadn't bothered with an appointment, deciding to come directly. The young man wondered what he would do if she wasn't home. Chiron wondered if he would just have to wait until she returned. The guards watched him approach, a bead of sweat trickling down one of their foreheads. One of the guards stepped forward. "Excuse me, but who are you?" The boy states his name is Chiron, inquiring if Amy is present. He adds that he's a friend from the Magic Academy. Flies like him just start buzzing around her the moment vacation starts. Huh? He must be pretty confident in his looks. Even royalty can't get anything here, you know? The guard says he'll check, just 1 second. The guard orders another to go check. A close-up of the guard's eye reveals his suspicion. The guard asks what the other is doing, reminding him that he told him to go check. He seems confused. The guard exclaims, "Ah, yes." The guard wonders what's wrong with him, noting that something about the boy feels different. Is he perhaps a disciple of some famous household? The guard wonders if he may. Perhaps ask what family you, Commander. "Oh, you're back. I'll have to come up with a believable excuse to make sure sparks don't fly." He sat astride the horse, listening to the guard. The guard explained that she had told him to enter, adding that she was busy today. The man wondered what could have happened. Nearby, a man in a hat and mask apologized, explaining that the young master's apologies were due, as she was quite a busy person. Someone off-panel exclaimed in disbelief, while another confirmed that it was true. The carriage wheels rumbled. The carriage continued its journey, the sound of the wheels echoing. A voice announced the arrival of young Miss Amy herself. The horses pulling the carriage trotted onward, their breath misting in the air. An order had been given to escort him. Meanwhile, the carriage made its way down the road. The driver focused on the path ahead. A man looked up in shock, wondering what was happening. Someone wondered just what was going on. The man on horseback arrived at his destination, the Karmas estate looming before him. Two men stood ready to greet the arriving guest. One of them, with a wide smile, welcomed him to the Karmas estate. Another man, standing beside the carriage, offered a simple, cordial welcome. A portly man with a neatly trimmed mustache and a formal black suit introduces himself. "I'm a head butler, Adele." Adele's expression softens with relief. So she was home. What a relief. He pauses, a hint of concern flickering across his face. Was there some kind of event we weren't aware of? The head butler continues, his tone laced with a hint of uncertainty. "The head butler is coming to greet him. This may be presumptuous of me." Adele places a hand over his chest, his expression turning serious. "But before I escort you to the residence, there is something I'd like to confirm." Sir One tilts his head, a question forming on his lips. "Ah, what is it?" Adele's gaze intensifies, his voice taking on a formal edge. "To make sure you truly are Sir Chiron." A disembodied voice echoes, its origin unseen. The mist said this. Adele bows slightly, his expression unreadable. That is why I've interpreted her words too. Chiron's eyes widen in disbelief, his face contorting in shock. "What?" Another disembodied voice chimes in, seemingly amused. "That's just how Amy talks." The same voice continues, a hint of exasperation in its tone. "You're really going to interpret it that strictly?" He looks up at Adele, concern etched on his face. How does Adele intend to confirm his identity? Adele's expression hardens. It seems he cannot. The man states that he has a duty to confirm the identities of those who intend to enter, and he has the authority to do so. Chiron's eyes widen in shock. Suddenly, he finds himself submerged, looking up through the water. The water distorts his vision. A muffled sound echoes around him as he sinks further. He wonders what is happening. The pressure increases as he plummets deeper into the unknown. It feels as if every organ in his body is being twisted. There's no way he can endure this. Through the pain, Chiron wonders if this is a nerve disruption type schema technique. Adele's face is illuminated by a sinister red glow. Adele gazes down, his expression unreadable in the crimson light. He sank deeper, the water now a suffocating prison. Bubbles escaped his lips as the pressure mounted, a searing pain lancing through his mind. Meanwhile, Adele stood in the courtyard, the cobblestones cold beneath his feet. A grand carriage waited behind him, an ostentatious display of wealth and power. He He began to walk, his footsteps echoing softly on the ancient stones. Each step seemed deliberate, measured, as if he were enacting a carefully laid plan. Elsewhere, one man, brow furrowed, voiced his concern. My technique, pressing. Another man explained the technique, a terrifying technique that conveys compressed emotions directly to someone. The man with the briefcase stood in the garden with Chiron. He's applying what he uses to punish us against that child. The man with the mustache's face tightened with worry. Isn't that too severe? He paused, his expression unreadable. Sweat beaded on Chiron's brow, his eyes wide with a dawning horror. The pressure in his head intensified, a silent scream building within him. His face contorted in agony, every nerve screaming in protest. The world around him blurred, the pain threatening to consume him entirely. He lay still, unmoving on the cobblestones. He's still holding out. The man with the mustache exhaled in relief. Phew. Deep within the water, a surge of energy erupted, the magical force rippling outwards. I don't want to use this much force, but the water churns, bubbles rising in a silent, unseen surge of power. He plummets, encased in a sphere of shimmering water, the depths pulling him down. The bubbles continue their ascent, a silent ballet in the crushing pressure. A voice echoes in the abyss, a desperate plea for control. Let's stay calm. Weist Nade grits his teeth, a fierce determination burning in his eyes. They're just emotions. He thinks I can control them. Above, unseen, a hand reaches down, the source of the oppressive force. Defying the pull, Chiron begins to rise, his gaze fixed on the distant surface. The hand continues its descent, a silent threat in the cold water. Meanwhile, far removed from the underwater struggle, a man's eyes widen in disbelief. What? The unseen attacker's thoughts echo with frustration. This is my strongest application of pressing, but he can withstand that. Emerging from the depths of his mind, Weist Nade stands tall, his resolve unwavering. The man's face contorts in a mixture of shock and realization. You can't withstand it with endurance alone. He thinks, if you can, you're either a fool, a monk who has reached Vajrayana, or a madman. Just what is that, child? Have inside him? Meanwhile, the carriage rumbles along the path. The man, seated heavily on the couch, offers a heartfelt apology. Please rebuke this old man for his discourtesy, for the sin of failing to recognize an honored guest. Oh, wasn't it the family's people doubting me? Tears stream down the man's face as he insists. No, all of this was my decision alone. The family head did not make any conditions whatsoever. Why? Because this is the first time Miss Amy has ever brought a man home. I wanted to see for myself. So that's what it was. Adele lifts a child into the air like a grandfather doting on his granddaughter. The thought echoes, a testament to the depth of affection. Even the guards and the head butler are this way. Just how deeply is she loved by her family? The stout butler, his face creased with concern, admits to a sudden wave of nervousness. A disembodied voice chuckles, reassuring him that there's no need to be so anxious. It may even exceed his expectations. Meanwhile, a horse-drawn carriage makes its way along a path lined with lush trees, the sound of its wheels a rhythmic drone. Sunlight streams through the window, catching the strands of red hair that fall against the ornate frame. Adele's eyes widen, a mixture of surprise and disbelief coloring her features. He's here? Really? Lying in bed, she seems to be caught between sleep and wakefulness, the events unfolding around her, still feeling like a dream. Since the Kurgo ruins, Adele acknowledges, a thoughtful expression on his face. The words hang in the air, a declaration of independence, belonging not to the Thormia kingdom, but to Galliant's self-government. Iruki sits across from Adele, roses blooming around them. She clarifies, her tone measured. That's not what she meant. It's a perfect fit as someone who can respond to all of the uncertain dangerous factors. Adele agrees, though, a slight furrow in his brow. The real reason he chose her, a thought that descends like a curtain. From an ill-fated beginning, where did you learn magic? How is a lonely commoner? We understand each other because of that. Don't call me senior from now on, and genuinely cheer for each other. The countless pieces of the past, although we had an ill-fated, in which we worked to protect each other, combined into trust, if he needs all that. She stood near the window, the scent of roses filling the air, but her mind was elsewhere. This investigation, she mused, wasn't out of pure curiosity. Adele sat nearby, a picture of calm amidst the swirling thoughts. Perhaps, Iruki considered, he was trying to find the answer to a question that plagued them both. Surrounded by others, Iruki's gaze remained distant, her thoughts consumed by the weight of the situation. Adele's gaze lifted, a subtle determination hardening his features as he looked towards an unseen horizon. Just what kind of concerns did he hold? Iruki wondered, her expression softening with a hint of worry. She couldn't pretend not to know after all this time. Well, if not her, who would be so worried about him? Adele sat with the cup in his hands, his expression unreadable. The memory of rejecting her during the teleportation exam lingered in the air. His blue eye flashed with resolve. Okay, let's go, Adele declared, the decision made. The destination was clear, to Galleon Island. Iruki stood by the balcony, the wind gently caressing her hair as she gazed towards the horizon. A mix of concern and determination etched on her face. The next day, the Grand Estate stood bathed in the morning light, awaiting the next chapter. The path leading to the Ogent family estate stretches into the distance, lined with lush greenery. A voice rings out, full of energy. Hello. The woman announces herself with a flourish. I'm Elzine Tez. Elzine Tez stands at the end of a long hallway, accompanied by a man with blue hair and another in a suit. The man in the suit smiles, thinking to himself, I've heard many things about the Elzine family's fame. Isn't it a well dash? The man in the suit continues his internal monologue, questioning, known diplomat family? The name Ogent Bischoff, Ogent family patriarch, is displayed. Elzine Tez asks the blue-haired man, Is your father well? He responds internally, It's going according to plan. The blue-haired man's internal thoughts reveal the plan to stay at Chiron's place and then use Tez as a shield. The blue-haired man thinks, to successfully obtain permission to go on a trip. Elzine Tez smiles, her expression unreadable. Internal monologue reveals, while staying in our occupied territories, father is continuously training in the sword. Elzine Tez's thoughts become more agitated. To be honest, I don't know where father is or what he's doing. I don't know. I'm leaving. Her lips parted, as if about to speak, but the words remained unspoken. Adele mused, observing the situation. A family established in swordsmanship certainly had its own unique qualities. If Ogent used upstanding swordsmanship, Elzine's swordsmanship was the peak of acuity. Ogent Rien exclaimed, his expression animated. He added that the young lady was a talent of the Swordsmanship Academy, unexpectedly dating a girl from a good background. The two men in suits stood their ground, insisting that they were not dating, but merely friends. Ogent continued to speak, while the blonde woman behind him looked displeased. Adele thought to himself that the Swordsmanship Academy was so tough, he needed time to rest his body and mind. A certificate was presented, with someone remarking in disbelief that he would open his schema. The chart displayed strength training results, with Ogent Rien's name highlighted. The air crackled with unseen energy. Ogent's face was contorted in a wide, unsettling grin as he proudly displayed his certificate for passing his strength test. Since it had been revealed that he had a schema misconception, the atmosphere grew tense. The certificate, now held by another, was deemed a completely useless scrap of paper. He grits his teeth, a flicker of cunning in his golden eyes, to briefly deceive him. A stern mouth, framed by a neatly trimmed mustache, remains unreadable. The man in the suit purses his lips, a hint of displeasure in his eyes. Truly, Nade's eyes widen in disbelief, a tremor in his voice. Is my dad really being happy? Truly, the revelation hangs heavy in the air. Nade shifts, a nervous energy about him. Anyway, where are your grades? My sister has that. She wanted to show Grandpa. The man raises an eyebrow, a hint of suspicion in his gaze. Yeah? So can I take that now? The unspoken promise lingers, what he was promised from mastering schema. Nade's thoughts drift to something else entirely. Grandfather's sword. A sly smirk plays on his lips, a glint of mischief in his eyes. The terms are clear, yes. Since you've learned schema. Footsteps echo on the stairs, a journey upward. He gazes upward, the high ceiling of the corridor stretching far above him. But then, a door slides open, revealing a new chamber. Nade wonders, his brow furrowed, why he needs the sword if he was supposed to be going on a trip. Hanging suspended from the ceiling, a massive sword dominates the room. Nade stands in the room, the sword's presence palpable. So this is the great. The words echo in his mind. Grandfather's sword, which he's wanted since he was young. The sword gleams, its size hinting at immense power. The symbol of uprightness. A long path stretches toward the grand building. Ogent's soul. Ugh, of course if you can't use schema. The sword feels weighty in his hands, an outrageous piece of metal. His grip tightens around the hilt. The blade gleams, reflecting the light. Nade acknowledges that it's not so bad that he can't use it. The sword is strapped to his back. A few days ago, after their break, Chiron declares he's going to investigate Kurgo ruins. Chiron intends to go by himself, which causes Nade to question why alone. Nade thinks it could be dangerous, so he wonders what a knight would do if they couldn't protect their master. Chiron insists that Nade shouldn't even think of going without him, as he will protect him. In other words, this trip is his first mission as Chiron's knight. The sound of footsteps echoed through the grand hall as someone descended the stairs. A small voice declared, Patriarch. A man with striking blue hair announced, Young Master Chiron has arrived. The rhythmic sound of footsteps continued, approaching closer. A woman with vibrant red hair stood, awaiting the arrival. A blonde-haired man offered a polite hello. Nade responded, yes. I heard that you've been well as well. The blonde man beamed. I managed to get promoted to class 4 recently. The red-haired woman added, it's all thanks to you. Nate replied, thanks to me? It's because you are good. A disembodied voice mused. It hasn't even been long since he enrolled. He's already in class 4? I knew he was talented. Nate inquired, and the lady next to you is your partner? The blonde man greeted, hello. The red-haired woman offered a warm smile. With a gentle hand placed over her chest, Carmiss Amy introduces herself, her voice carrying a note of formal grace. The woman, Adele, gasped softly, her eyes widening in recognition. Carmiss. It was no wonder she looked familiar. The man with glasses, Canis, narrows his eyes, his expression hardening. When it comes to legitimacy, the Carmiss family is the greatest. The implications sink in. The lady from that family is his partner. To be honest, the situation is becoming increasingly complex. A grim thought surfaces. He thought his son was making a mistake during the night's oath. The blond man's brow furrows with concern. But now he's worried. Nade's expression darkens, a sense of foreboding settling over him, that his son will cause trouble for Chiron. Elzine Tez observes, her gaze sharp. But Rian has finally opened his schema, and both of them have formed good relationships with noble families. Adele watches the scene unfold, a faint smile playing on her lips. This father cannot hide his happy heart. Nate's face lights up with excitement. It'll take around 10 days. He reaches out, his expression eager. Oh, okay, we're leaving now. He clutches a heavy pouch, the glint of coins reflecting in his wide eyes. A desperate thought claws at the forefront of his mind. He needs to escape. The urgency is palpable, sweat beading on his brow as he realizes he must flee this house as soon as possible. With a determined glint in his eyes, Nate confirms, we're really leaving now. Meanwhile, Timurin lies in wait, his expression unreadable. He barks out an order, requesting a carriage to the port. An unseen figure acknowledges the request, wishing young Master Rian a safe trip. A hand reaches into a pocket, as a voice muses that they can hold someone back for around 10 minutes. A letter is held, a silent wish for his well-being accompanying it. A voice echoes, wishing him the best of luck. Nate, in a moment of surprise, exclaims, gosh. A figure near the carriage insists that there's no need for a checkup. The woman in the large hat looks on, a surprised expression on her face as she watches the scene unfold. Behind her, others are working, seemingly oblivious to her reaction. A thought bubbles to the surface. He's completely different from what I thought. The woman with red hair muses that she thought he would be the fiery type, burning with loyalty, but he's more like a young gentleman. Elzine Tez introduces herself, asking if they shall introduce themselves. Carmiss Amy shakes hands with Arian Chiron, introducing herself. Arian Chiron returns the handshake, introducing himself in turn. The woman with red hair wonders if Craze is Arian's original home, musing that she's never heard that last name before. She thinks to herself that she doesn't have an original home and is a commoner. Carmiss Amy and Arian Chiron continue to shake hands. The woman with red hair stands with her arms crossed, watching Carmiss Amy and Arian Chiron. 2 men are seen near barrels and a cart. Carmiss Amy, Arian Chiron, and the woman with red hair are seen together, with Carmiss Amy saying, A closed fist clenches, as if preparing for an impact. The air hangs heavy with unspoken tension. If you're uncomfortable, the thought hangs in the air. The blonde woman strikes herself on the head, a sharp crack echoing in the sudden silence. Oh ho ho, look at me go. To be in a daze in front of Rian's master, how embarrassing, she exclaims, mortified. She bows deeply to the red-haired woman, her voice laced with apology. I'm sorry, that was my bad. A disembodied thought floats in the air. Care about identity, asterisk from today onwards. Rian's face contorts in fury, his voice a raw shout. Done. Now, let's get on the carriage. A surge of crimson energy erupts, the air crackling with barely contained rage. Rian screamed tears through the air, the red energy intensifying around him. Bastard, he roars. The group stands frozen, caught between the mundane and the terrifying. The blonde woman and the red-haired woman watch Rian with concern. Elsewhere, a lone figure stands silhouetted against a backdrop of swirling red energy, an ominous presence in the gathering storm. The crimson energy intensifies, a visual representation of building rage and power. A man with burning red eyes throws his head back and screams, his face a mask of fury. The words get last place, loom large, a declaration of intent or a cruel twist of fate. The unseen figure's rage echoes in the air, a furious denouncement. Rian, you bastard. A surge of crimson energy erupts, a destructive force unleashed. A voice, laced with fury, dares to challenge the encroaching doom. You dare. Eyes burning with malevolent intent, the man's face contorts in a silent scream. The unseen threat continues its taunt, the words cutting like a blade. Get last place. The blonde-haired man's eyes widen in disbelief. Your last place? A ghostly outline flickers into existence, a chilling premonition of what's to come. Rian sprints away, a wave of destructive energy hot on his heels. A desperate cry pierces the air. Ruiyuan. The blonde-haired man, caught in the chaos, demands an explanation. What's wrong? Why are we running? Suddenly, a realization dawns on the blonde-haired man, his face contorting in horror. I didn't actually use schema either. Way odd. He continued to press the issue. Why go to such lengths just for a simple trip? Iruki, running to catch up, shouted a challenge. Try it if you can. Nade's thoughts drifted to his father, an official class 4 swordsman. The group, now consisting of Nade, Iruki, and Amy, seemed to be in a state of panic. A surge of red energy erupted, filling the space with an ominous presence. The group scattered, fleeing from the sudden burst of power. Iruki screamed, questioning how this could be. A hand reached out, as if grasping at the very fabric of reality. The world blurred, a chaotic mix of figures and foliage suggesting a rapid shift in location. Nade gasped, his face contorted in shock as the teleportation took hold. Iruki and Nade lost their footing, tumbling through the air as Chiron's name was called out. Nade, bracing himself, exclaimed, "Okay," as the teleportation completed. The teleportation took its toll, as the man with the sword cried out in pain. He plummeted, the world a blur of green and blue beneath his feet. The air screamed past, a deafening roar in his ears. Leaves whipped past, stinging his face as the ground rushed ever closer. The sensation was akin to falling through a waterfall, the force immense. Then, a blinding light erupted, a golden aura engulfing someone nearby. The air crackled with raw energy, raising the hairs on his neck. The light intensified, morphing into streams of red and gold. The heat was palpable, a searing wave washing over everything. The power surged, an unstoppable force radiating outward. The scent of ozone filled the air, sharp and metallic. Iruki and Nade, their eyes blazing with an otherworldly blue, stood side by side. The air thrummed with anticipation. The blue light intensified, mirroring the raw power that continued to build. A silent promise of destruction hung in the air. The ground began to crack, fissures spiderwebbing across the landscape. The air grew heavy, thick with an unseen energy. The cracks widened, deepening into chasms that swallowed the surrounding vegetation. The scent of ozone intensified, burning the nostrils. Trees shattered, their splintered remains consumed by the growing energy. The world around them was being reshaped, remade in the crucible of power. The light reached a fever pitch, an unbearable radiance that bleached the world white. The very air seemed to vibrate with destructive potential. Nade's eyes widened, his face a mask of disbelief. This is, he began, the words lost in the overwhelming chaos. A golden artifact hums with contained power, its surface gleaming with an unnatural light. The energy erupts, forming a swirling vortex of light and raw power. The world warps and bends, viewed through the lens of a magician's perception. The blonde-haired magician looks back, her face etched with fear. "Oh, look," she cries out. A surge of crimson energy explodes behind them. "There!" The golden glow intensifies around the blonde magician as she shouts. "He's catching up!" Amy cries out as she is struck by an unseen force. "Amy!" Iruki's eyes widen, her expression a mix of fear and determination. The group races through the forest, desperate to escape. "What?" Nade shouts. "If we want to run away, we have no choice but to get to our destination in an instant." Canis wonders, to use spatial movement? Nade thinks to himself, I didn't think I'd already get to use this in the field. The group continues their desperate flight through the trees. Swirling energy crackles around them, the air thick with the scent of ozone as spatial movement initiates. A blinding flash of blue light erupts, expanding outward with incredible force. The blue energy coalesces, forming a focused beam that pierces through the fabric of space. Nade, Iruki, Amy, and Canis are caught in the torrent of spatial energy, their expressions a mix of determination and apprehension. Elsewhere, crimson energy flares to life, pulsating with a malevolent power. The red energy roils and churns, a chaotic vortex of raw power. It focuses into a single, searing point, threatening to unravel the very air around it. The ground erupts in a shower of dirt and rock, the air shimmering with displaced energy. A hand reaches out, fingers splayed, as if commanding the crimson energy to obey. Canis's brow furrows, his gaze intense as he mutters under his breath. The figure stands amidst the swirling red energy, a silent conductor of its immense power. The disembodied thought echoed, a close call narrowly averted. They had just barely lost them. The man in the suit clenched his fist, a low murmur escaping his lips. Chiron could already use spatial movement, he mused. Holding the report card, a voice considered compared to that. A resolute decision formed. No, there's no need to think that way, not if he was... The wind whipped around the figure in the coat as he exhaled, having judged to have used schema with brute strength alone. A silent acknowledgement resonated. He could at least acknowledge his effort. Gazing down the path towards the distant building, a voice declared, "I'm sure this too." Standing amidst the trees, a figure reflected that this will be a good memory, too. The man's brow furrowed in concentration, struggling to articulate the sensation. The ground and sky. How do I say it? Got squished together, I guess. One of the figures exclaimed, "Anyway, that was incredible. Just what was that magic?" A voice explained, "It's something called spatial movement. That was my first time using it in the field, so I was a bit nervous. It's not easy to use it in a situation." The question hung in the air, thick with unspoken confusion. Was she the only one who didn't understand the situation? Not only could he avoid obstacles using teleportation, but he could also use spatial movement, despite being a student. The revelation left Iruki reeling. Amy tilted her head, musing that it would have been understandable if it was her. But Chiron? Nade interjected, recalling that Chiron claimed to be a commoner. Nade hesitated, simply stating Chiron's name, as if that explained everything. Amy wondered how Chiron had learned magic. She had heard that if you couldn't use Spirit Zone, you couldn't even enroll in the Magic Academy. Nade responded with a simple that, before explaining that it was thanks to Rian. Thanks to the Ogent family's help, he was able to enroll in the Magic Academy. Canis listened intently as Nade explained the circumstances of Chiron's enrollment. Iruki's eyes widened as she exclaimed that she understood. Amy realized that she must have been competing with nobility from a young age. Canis firmly stated, "No, Tez." Iruki exclaimed that Chiron had only enrolled half a year ago. Iruki finally understood why Rian decided to swear a knight's oath to him. A voice dripped with sarcasm, questioning if someone was truly a genius. Iruki watched with a knowing gaze, while the blonde-haired student beside her offered a small, almost imperceptible smile. A sudden thump echoed, a subtle sound of discontent rippling through the room. The atmosphere grew tense. The blue-haired student sat with his arms crossed, a frown etched on his face, while the others seemed to brace themselves for an outburst. "Inexcusable!" A voice boomed, followed by a hasty apology. "I'm sorry to you too, Amy." The redhead bristled, her voice rising in defense. "I would be angry if someone looked down on my boyfriend like that too." "What? I didn't say anything." A voice stammered, followed by a desperate denial. "And he's not my boyfriend." A nervous laugh filled the air. "Ha ha, sorry. Tez doesn't know anything about Chiron." The blonde student attempted to smooth things over. "She's frank, but she doesn't mean anything by it. If she ever upsets you, just say so." The blonde-haired girl agreed, her eyes wide. "Yeah, okay. Yeah, how could anyone ever think otherwise?" A voice mused, filled with awe. "How could anyone be blessed with both a beautiful face?" The redhead and the blonde exchanged glances, both marveling at something beyond mere beauty. "And such excellent magical abilities?" She is met with a barrage of compliments. Amy wonders if Chiron used schema to keep up with her, marveling at his magical abilities and overall skill. The barrage of praise feels like an assault on her mental fortitude. They shared stories within the confines of the carriage, the rhythmic clatter of hooves against the cobblestone streets providing a steady backdrop to their camaraderie. Chiron's expression is unreadable. Perhaps it was because they were all students of similar age that they were able to relate to one another so easily. Chiron stands next to Canis. And just like that, Iruki managed to divulge her secrets, a faint smile playing on her lips as she did so. To yet another friend. Elsewhere, a lone seagull soars through the sky, the salty tang of the ocean filling the air as the ship cuts through the waves below. The ship approaches Kray's harbor, a bustling port city teeming with life and activity. Chiron exclaims that it's his first time on a boat, his eyes wide with excitement. The ship sails towards the island, the question of how long it will take hanging in the air. About 5 hours, it seems. Chiron reveals that he did some research beforehand, a knowing glint in his eyes. He stood on the deck with Amy and Iruki, the wind whipping through his hair as they approached the island. Nade listened intently as Iruki began to describe their destination. "You're really meticulous, huh?" he remarked, a smile playing on his lips. Holding a book open, Iruki explained that Galleon Island spanned an area of 1,500 square kilometers. The island itself was shaped like a crescent moon, its northern half bordered by a steep cliff. A port nestled on the southern side, promising a gateway to the mysteries within. In the south, residential and recreation areas hinted at a more modern civilization built atop the ancient ruins, while the ruins themselves lay to the east, shrouded in mystery and overgrown with vegetation. Iruki continued, explaining that the ruins were once a temple from the Kurgo civilization, which fell 2,000 years ago. Canis, standing nearby, wondered if those are the ruins they were approaching. The ruins of a fallen civilization. Nade's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he gazed at the approaching island, a wide smile gracing his features. He turned to Canis, a question forming on his lips. Why did that civilization collapse? Amy's gaze was fixed on the island, a soft gasp escaping her lips. "Oh, that's..." A thought bubbled in her mind, Vacations were nice, but this kind of thing was good too. A smile bloomed on Amy's face, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked towards the island. The thought hangs in the air, with magicians among them. This truly feels like a real adventure. The blonde-haired youth holds a small piece of paper, listening intently as Iruki speaks. She had heard that magicians are rather sensitive and hard to work with, but if they are this cute, then anything's fine by her. 5 hours later, the pair stand side by side, the earlier conversation now a distant memory. The thought echoes, magicians. A woman with wide eyes and a hat looks up in terror. A woman clutches her chest, her face a mask of fear. They are scary. A small thought bubble appears above the chibi versions of Nade and Iruki. Pretty. A text box details the Kurgo civilization, which prospered greatly on Galleon Island, suddenly falling to ruin approximately 2,000 years ago. Many archaeologists have presented various theories relating to this, but the truth of how the civilization fell to ruin has yet to be confirmed. Iruki's face contorted in disbelief, her voice rising in protest. Technically, no one was in the wrong. Her hands clenched tightly, knuckles white as she struggled to process the situation. Below, a single gold coin lay abandoned on the cobblestone street, a silent testament to the unfolding drama. The coins scattered around the feet hinted at a hasty departure, a decision made in haste. Nate observed the scene with a stoic expression, his gaze fixed on something unseen. Amy's fingers tightened around her own wrist, a nervous habit betraying her inner turmoil. The blue-haired man questioned, his brow furrowed with concern. What's wrong with Chiron? This isn't like her. Amy's eyes narrowed, a sudden understanding dawning on her face. I get it. Iruki's expression hardened, a flicker of anger in her emerald eyes. The blue-haired man watched Iruki, his expression a mix of concern and anticipation. A glove hand gestures, as if to emphasize a point. The speaker believes that in order to understand the present, a deeper dive is required. The group stands on a stone platform, the vast ocean stretching before them. The decision is made. They need to go back an hour. Meanwhile, 1 hour earlier, they found themselves aboard a ship headed to Galleon Island. A book titled Loop lies open, revealing a detailed drawing of a strange, root-like plant. Someone exclaims in awe, questioning who created the illustration, before stating they simply looked into why the Kurgo civilization ended. A voice calls out, questioning if Amy is present. Nate observes that the information is really thorough, while Amy Karmas is complimented on her drawing skills. Iruki, looking slightly flustered, questions what the others are doing, insisting that it isn't much. The question of who drew the image is posed again, followed by the statement that the speaker simply looked into why the Kurgo civilization ended. An unseen speaker finds the group so cute and so according. A blonde-haired individual holds up the root, explaining that the people of Kurgo thought of it, called Loop, as sacred because they used it for their ancestral rites. Iruki looks up, revealing that this loop is a kind of stimulant. A hand holds a box, and a voice explains that if you consume the loop, you fall into a trance-like state, and the indigenous people thought of it as meeting God. A sea of faces stretched toward the towering ziggurat, its peak bathed in an ethereal light. The air crackled with anticipation, a silent hum vibrating through the throng. Iruki, her brow furrowed with concern, relayed the historian's recent findings. People say that the downfall of Kurgo was due to religious conflict. Nate listened intently, his gaze distant as he processed the information. Amy, beside him, gasped softly. That's amazing. The implications hung heavy in the air, a stimulant causing the downfall of civilization, and their descendants still lived. Amy pointed to a specific location on the map, her voice tinged with excitement. Oh, then. Iruki's expression hardened with resolve. We should go in there. A flicker of doubt crossed Iruki's face as she considered the challenge. But they don't let outsiders in. Nade's gaze drifted upwards, a mischievous glint in his eyes. I asked my second brother, just in case. Amy's eyes widened in realization. Oh yeah, your second brother's an explorer, right? Iruki slammed the book shut, her frustration palpable. The sound echoed in the otherwise silent room. Nade's expression turned serious, his voice carrying a weight of understanding. The end of a civilization is not decided by a historian. Iruki, her gaze fixed on the ancient text, spoke with a hint of warning. If you wish to know more about them, you'll have to pay with something more valuable than an entry fee. The young master mused, something weighing on his mind more than the mere entry fee. He paused, lost in thought. Canis wondered what Nade was trying to imply with that statement, while Iruki remained prone. Iruki thought to herself that he should have just told her straight. Canis chuckled, asking what Nade was thinking about and if he was trying to solve the riddle. Nade retorted, stating that he was obviously thinking about Amy. The young master considered that it wasn't any simple research, it was so thorough. Iruki declared that Amy must be here to help Chiron. Iruki thought that Amy was prioritizing him over her own busy schedule, and that she even asked her brother, whom she hates. Nade's instincts were telling him something. That Amy. Canis exclaimed that it's the island. He stands among the others at the ship's railing, the wind whipping through their hair as they approach their destination. The water is a mesmerizing expanse of blue, catching the light in a dazzling display. The island looms closer, its details sharpening with each passing moment. Canis lets out a soft whoa, his eyes wide as he takes in sight. So this is Galleon Island. The ship continues its approach, the island growing larger and more detailed. The group remains at the railing, taking in the view. The coastline is a vibrant mix of green and blue, the water lapping gently against the shore. A voice calls out, "Hey, Rian," drawing his attention. Canis's face twists into a sinister smile, a glint in his eyes as he thinks, "Oh ho, that's a good idea." A woman with a straw hat stands beside Rian, her expression thoughtful. "Maybe if we work together as messengers of love." The woman's thoughts drift further. Things between me and Rian would go well too. The town on Galleon Island comes into view, a bustling hub of activity nestled amongst the lush greenery. A closer view reveals the Dolphin Inn, its doors open wide, beckoning travelers to come inside. The sounds of the port town fill the air, a cacophony of shouts and activity. A vendor, standing before a building, bellows, promising the most affordable prices on the island and great food. Another vendor, with a wide grin, advertises the best southern traditional seafood dishes. A voice booms, offering to carry belongings with healthy, sturdy porters. A man gestures, promising tour guides, lodging, and food. The group navigates the chaotic port town. Nade raises his hands, as if to say they'll think about the offers. Iruki warns, "Be careful, guys. Not all of them are here, just..." Rian thinks to himself that he'd better keep an eye on Nade and step in when necessary. From the shadows, a voice whispers, "Hey, look over there." One of the observers notes that they're wearing expensive clothes and look young, calling them perfect candidates. Another whispers that they're scary, and one points out the sword. The observers, their faces a mix of apprehension and curiosity, wonder aloud what to do. He seems to be thinking about someone named Jis, questioning what they are doing. The young master Chiron's cheeks flush a light pink as he continues to ponder. He is accompanied by another person, both seemingly lost in thought. Meanwhile, a red-haired woman stands overlooking a harbor, the wind gently playing with her hair. Nade's thoughts return to Jis, a hint of exasperation in his mind. The salty air of the harbor seems to amplify his feelings, bringing a blush to his face once more. Sometimes, it makes him dream. The woman gazes at the city lights reflecting on the water, considering it her greatest treasure. She marvels at the beauty of the night scenery, lost in her thoughts. Turning her gaze, the unknown woman extends an invitation. "Come with me." Her eyes fixed on the horizon, she speaks of a journey to the continent. A wistful expression crosses her face as she dreams of experiencing love one day. She scolds a man who is standing over a fallen figure. The red-haired woman accuses him of being a shallow bastard. Jis, looking concerned, wonders if the newcomers are mercenaries. He quickly reassures himself that they're definitely students. Adjusting his glasses, Jis declares himself to be the harbor's ruler. Suddenly, Jis cries out as he is struck from above. Meanwhile, a group arrives, greeted with a cheerful welcome to Galleon. Jis introduces himself as a tour guide. Someone asks if they are students, and one of the group confirms. Jis asks if they are on vacation, his expression intense. Someone in the group expresses surprise. Someone thinks the red-haired woman is even prettier up close. The blonde student answers that they go to Althea's Magic Academy. A voice mused that the school they were headed to was of a higher caliber than initially thought. A man in a brown hat and vest, approaching the group, made a comment about the woman's build. The woman, wearing a large hat, seemed displeased by the remark. An unseen speaker declared their affiliation with Kaizen Swordsmanship Academy, expressing outrage at the comment. The red-haired woman apologized, claiming he was trying to compliment her. The man in the brown hat, undeterred, pressed on. The man offered to carry their belongings, prompting a confused reaction. Two men began to carry the group's suitcases. Canis inquired about the price of the service. The man in the brown hat responded. Canis looked shocked at the price of 5 gold, while the man in the brown hat confirmed the amount. The man listed the services included tour guide, porter, carriage, food, and lodging. The man in the brown hat claimed his service was superior and expressed disbelief that 5 gold was considered ridiculous. The woman's eyes widen, her hand flying to her mouth in surprise. Nade looks on with a concerned expression. The guide, clearly frustrated, throws his hands up. "Ugh, I'm tired now. What are you going to do? All the other customers left. We don't need a guide. While you were dawdling, are you going to take responsibility or not?" Nade's expression hardens, a glint of determination in his eyes. The woman watches him intently. The guide looks down, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He seems nervous. His eye twitches, a sign of inner turmoil. The woman's expression is unreadable, but a hint of anticipation flickers across her face. She stares intently, her gaze unwavering. Her hand extends, revealing a handful of gleaming gold coins. "Give you 5 gold, so just screw off." The guide's eyes widen in disbelief. "Oh, really?" A voice echoes with gratitude. A man's face contorts in anger, his eyes burning with resentment. The man with the cap grabs another by the collar, his voice rising in indignation. "Do I look like a beggar to you?" he demanded, frustration lacing his tone. "What's up with you now?" A voice booms, laced with defiance. "Who are you to look down on me?" The man with the cap looks up, his expression hardening. "Are you that great?" he challenged. The red-haired woman claps her hands together, realization dawning on her face. "All right," she muttered. Her expression shifts to anger, her eyes narrowing. "It's been too long that I forgot," she snarled. "It's best to just beat up shitheads like you from the start." A desperate cry pierces the air. No." Someone shouts, "Hold her." The red-haired woman and a blonde woman, Amy, are both yelling. "Don't cause trouble. They know where we're from." Amy cried. The red-haired woman retorted. "That's exactly why they're trying to screw us over." The man with the cap speaks with urgency. "They'll keep ripping money off of us before disappearing with our luggage." He adds, "I'm sure there's an organization behind them." The red-haired woman's face is close, her expression grim. The ones that specifically gather orphans without homes or families. Amy's eyes widen in fear, her face a mask of terror. The figure in the hat peers upward, a sense of unease creeping in. A single eye reflects a world suddenly gone wrong. A sinister smile spreads across a face, promising ill tidings. The world spins as the figure in the hat looms over someone lying prone. A gasp escapes the figure in the hat, eyes wide with terror. A sharp, cracking sound echoes as Amy is seized roughly by the arm. Fingers tighten like a vice, cutting off circulation. Her eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple as panic sets in. Meanwhile, Canis and the unknown woman look on, their faces etched with concern. Amy is dragged away, a voice urging, "Let's go." Her voice trembling, Amy whispers, "Why?" A hand clamped down on Amy's wrist, the sudden grip halting her in her tracks. Her emerald eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. The question hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. A voice cut through the tension, a warning laced with frustration. "Amy." The blonde-haired woman's gaze narrowed, her blue eyes piercing. The grip tightened, a silent plea to reconsider. The unspoken invitation hung in the air, a silent promise of shared purpose. Amy's expression was a mixture of shock and confusion. The question echoed, a challenge and a plea all in one. The blue-haired man's words were sharp, a warning delivered with a hint of desperation. The blonde woman's eyes held a knowing glint, a silent acknowledgement of the stakes at play. The blonde-haired youth watches with narrowed eyes. The air hangs heavy with unspoken tension. Amy's expression is unreadable. A man's voice echoes, laced with disdain. With a flick of the wrist, 5 gold coins are thrown to the ground. The unseen man's voice booms, dripping with arrogance. "How does it feel to be looked down upon?" Nade stands beside Amy, his expression hardening as the coins scatter. He is sure this is not the end of it. The man's voice continues, dripping with sarcasm. "You must be so happy, huh?" The coins land with a metallic clang. The gold pieces lay scattered at their feet, a deliberate insult. The sound of the coins echoes. The man in the brown hat scoffs, finding the situation utterly ridiculous. The scattered gold glints on the cobblestones near the woman with crimson hair. Nade takes the hand of the red-haired woman, a silent gesture of comfort. The woman with red hair offers a suggestion, her voice calm. "It's all right. Let's just grab a coach." Nade's brow furrows, his thoughts turning inward. Why is Chiron acting like that? Amy kneels beside Jis, the scattered coins a stark reminder of the insult. A distant voice echoes, a single phrase hanging in the air. Like him, Amy's expression softens, a wave of understanding washing over her. It's not her fault, she thinks. Nade and the woman with red hair walk away, leaving the scene behind. The reason for Chiron's anger is clear. He didn't take her side. Amy looks at Jis, a question forming in her mind. Is this the feeling of shared suffering? Tears welling in her eyes, Amy realizes the truth. It's unrequited love. Amy's conviction hardens, a resolute fire in her eyes. For sure. The shout echoes through the narrow street. "Hey, you idiot!" The question hangs in the air, laced with disbelief. Why would they return the money? 5 gold. One of the men emphasizes would have been enough for days. He demands to know if they have any pride. Another man scoffs, questioning if they really want to take that pity money. The first man throws his hands up in exasperation. "That's why they call us beggars," he laments. One of the men blushes, flustered. He stammers, denying that he fell for that red-haired girl. The man with the bow tie observes that he has a weird habit of acting stubborn in front of people he likes. The man with the bow tie suggests giving up. If they're wealthy enough to give out 5 gold like that, they're probably of high status. The first man, his face shadowed, mutters that it's not going to work out. He declares that he's destined to become the master of the harbor, and that nobles are nothing to him. 3 boys stand on the steps, startled by an unseen figure. One of them looks worried as a voice booms. "Hey, what are you kids doing here?" The boys are confronted by a taller figure, their faces obscured by shadow. A man with gold teeth snarls, his expression menacing. The man with gold teeth sits in a large chair, his expression still menacing. He wonders, why is Palua here? The taller figure looms over the boys, asking, you think money is a joke? The boys look up, startled. Meanwhile, at Bashuka, the Magic Association headquarters stands tall. A tall tower dominates the skyline. The 3/3 Investigation Department investigation room. A man in uniform stands outside a door. The sounds of a beating echo through the room. An overturned chair lies amidst splatters of blood on the floor, a testament to the violence that has transpired. A voice, strained and desperate, pleads, stop hitting me. Please. A close-up reveals an arm wrapped in bloody bandages. The man beneath it cries out, at least tell me why you're doing this. A figure emerges from the shadows, holding a thick metal pipe wrapped in blood-soaked bandages. He muses, I guess I haven't told you. The man's badge identifies him as Sakari, 3/3 Investigation Department Inspector. The air crackles with a silent threat. The camera focuses on the victim's legs, sprawled on the blood-stained floor. Are you crazy? He shouts. The victim, now identified as Lucas, lies prone, his body a canvas of bruises and cuts. He spits out, you can't just say that you're investigating and beat me up without telling me anything. The pipe connects with Lucas's face, the impact a sickening thud. A burst of pain explodes across his vision. Sakari stands over the broken form of Lucas, his expression cold and detached. He sighs, phew, that's enough of a workout for today. Sakari towers over Lucas, the image one of dominance and brutality. The silence is heavy, broken only by Lucas's ragged breathing. A close-up of Lucas's face reveals the extent of the damage. Blood streams from his mouth and nose, his eyes swollen shut. Lucas lies defeated, his body contorted on the floor. The interrogation is over, but the silence screams of unanswered questions. A voice declares itself as the vice captain of the Parrot Bandits. Lucas lies prone, battered and bruised. A question hangs in the air, his name a desperate plea. A rough hand grips his face, the sound of the impact echoing in the confined space. The unseen interrogator demands, why don't you start by telling me who your captain is? Despite his injuries, Lucas's expression hardens. Finally, you're finally asking me. He grits his teeth, the words heavy with defiance. Our boss is. The name explodes from his lips, Palkoa. A hand adorned with multiple ornate rings comes into view. A heavy thud echoes through the space. Lucas's face is a mask of pain, blood trickling from his lips. Sakari's voice drips with disdain. You should have just accepted that money, HM? A large, imposing figure looms over Lucas, his fingers heavy with rings. This is Palkoa. His cheek stung, the petty little pride he held costing more than just his dignity. 5 gold, he thought, lost because of this. Had someone been watching the whole thing? Did they realize just how much effort he had put in? The large man loomed, his bulk casting a shadow over the scene. Lying prone, the man considered that they owed him something. A twisted grin spread across his face, the man demanding that they bring her to him. He would make sure to get proper revenge, he thought, a chilling cuckoo echoing in his mind. The injured man muttered that he was insane, wanting to harm an outsider, a noble at that. Bastard. Amy, look. Elsewhere at this. Isn't this beautiful? Isn't this amazing? Isn't this the best? Bathed in the fiery glow of the setting sun, Amy leaned against the balcony railing, the warm light illuminating her long, flowing red hair. Elsewhere, a secluded white house stood nestled amidst a vibrant tapestry of tropical foliage, the sky painted with the colors of dusk. The man with the blue hair listened intently, his expression unreadable as the blond man spoke of relatives working in a related field. So, he prompted. The blond man, his gaze fixed upwards, seemed lost in thought, his expression a mixture of concern and contemplation. Chiron sat back, a strange, green object held delicately in his hand, his brow furrowed in thought. The clover-shaped object, intricately woven and vibrant green, hung suspended, its purpose unknown. Iruki, her expression thoughtful, voiced her concern. I think something's troubling Chiron. The woman with the braided hair clasped her hands, her expression mirroring Iruki's concern. But he doesn't want to tell us. Iruki and Chiron stood together, the weight of unspoken worries hanging in the air. I think this time, she began, her voice laced with concern. The other woman added, he'll need help from friend. Chiron's face tightened with displeasure as the green object hovered above his head, the sound of rustling leaves filling the air. From above, Chiron called down to the blond man, his voice carrying a hint of urgency. Guys! Back at the tropical house, Amy stood on the balcony, gazing out at the horizon, a sense of foreboding washing over her. A sudden roar of hunger rips through the air. The sentiment is clear, someone is ravenous. One of the women suggests, want to eat outside? There are a lot of good restaurants. But another has a different idea, a single finger raised high. The blue-haired man grins, proposing, why don't we cook for ourselves? The blonde woman questions the idea of cooking, but Amy chimes in, I like that idea. I know how to cook. A thoughtful HM hangs in the air. Amy considers, then should I cook as well? The blonde woman, surprised, asks, Amy, you know how to cook? A voice explains, noble women all take cooking lessons, you know? The blue-haired man peeks from behind cover, eager to cook. But the blonde woman and another figure give a thumbs down, declaring, Team Tez plus Rian versus. She stands beside Chiron, the words Team Amy plus Chiron, emblazoned above them, signaling their alliance. The rules are laid out. The one who cooks will write down the ingredients, setting the stage for a culinary showdown. And their partners, it's decided, will shop for them, adding another layer to the competition. Rian, ever the strategist, hopes this competition will help Chiron and Amy reconcile. A new rule is declared. The losing team will have to do the dishes together, adding a sting to defeat. Chiron finds the prospect of doing dishes with Amy amusing, a small smile playing on his lips. The pair begin writing down the ingredients, the first step in their culinary battle. With a wave, Lucas and Canis announce they'll be back in an hour, ready to provide the necessary supplies. Rian and Amy stand together, ready to watch the competition unfold. Amy ties her hair back, preparing to cook. The sounds of cooking begin. The kitchen stands ready, the counter stretching between Amy and another woman, both donned in aprons. The air crackles with anticipation. Oh, now it's time for it. The focus tightens on Amy and the blonde woman, their expressions a mix of determination and amusement. Below, two men, one with blue hair and the other blonde, look on. Girl talk. Meanwhile, a close-up reveals two men, their attire formal, their expressions unreadable. Time for some boy talk. Elsewhere, a town glitters under the night sky, lights twinkling like fallen stars. The air is still, holding its breath. A man gazes upward, his face etched with worry. The sky above swirls with an ethereal energy, the air thick with anticipation. Elsewhere, a lone figure walks along a rocky cliff, the sea stretching out before him. The wind whispers secrets only he can hear. A chibi version of the blonde woman stands proudly, holding a baking sheet. It's worth it whether we win or lose. I'm such a genius. Two figures walk towards a grand structure, the air thick with the scent of tropical blooms and the distant crash of waves against the shore. The blonde-haired boy's words hang in the air, a question posed to Chiron. With Amy, a silent question lingers unanswered. Chiron's brow furrows, a hint of defensiveness in his expression. Were you hurt by what Amy said? A flashback flickers, showing the blonde boy alongside a woman with fiery red hair, the words the ones that specifically gather orphans without homes or families. Floating in the air. The fragmented memories continue, a plea to adopt Chiron, and a cold declaration, is not my biological son. A stern face looms, the air heavy with unspoken judgment. The blonde-haired boy's expression softens, a hint of understanding in his eyes. Can be really considerate sometimes. Chiron stands beside the blonde-haired boy, the weight of the past evident in his posture. I won't deny that it's something that's been bothering me recently. The blonde-haired boy continues, his voice laced with a hint of reassurance. But it's not like I'm hurt by what Amy said or anything. And it wasn't a fight either. A lingering thought unfinished. It's just. He couldn't shake the image of Amy from his mind. I just wished Amy wouldn't act that way, he thought, a hint of frustration coloring his features. A disembodied voice echoed a simple truth. And two people having different opinions is quite common. That's what fighting is. The blue-haired man's face contorted in disbelief, his voice rising in a shout. Idiot! Chiron's chibi form appeared, a wave of shame washing over him. What is this feeling of shame? The blue-haired man turned to leave, announcing, Anyway, I'm off to buy some meat, so this is where we part ways. His voice trailed off, leaving Chiron with the parting words, Look forward to it. Chiron smiled, a hint of mischief in his eyes. So you better make up with her. A low chuckle rumbled from the figure, simple, escaping his lips. The red-haired woman's expression hardened, her tone defensive. We didn't fight, and it wasn't a lover's quarrel by any means either. The denial hung in the air, thick with unspoken tension. Quarrel by any means either. As she scrubbed at the dishes, the woman muttered, Two people's opinions clashing is pretty common. Oh my. The question lingered, unspoken but heavy with implication. What did they say about strong denials? She clicked her tongue, a clear sign of displeasure. Iruki, standing across the kitchen, noticed the shift in mood. You're upset, aren't you, Chiron? She asked. Chiron averted her gaze. If it were her, she thought, she would be very upset. Her expression remained unreadable. Iruki's thoughts drifted to the young master. Chiron tends to be very hazy at times, she mused. A chibi version of Iruki popped up, wondering if that was some kind of poetic expression. Wiping a plate, Iruki agreed. Sometimes he is so hazy. Chiron's gaze softened, a hint of worry in her eyes. She felt like he could just disappear from her sight. The question hung in the air. Is that really true? Meanwhile, a distant building stood perched atop a cliff, shrouded in the darkness of night. Iruki gasped, covering her mouth with her hand. An intruder almost killed everyone at the Magic Academy, she thought, her eyes wide with shock. Iruki leaned in, whispering urgently to Chiron. Shh, I told you it's a secret. The woman with the red hair listened intently as the other woman exclaimed, her voice filled with shock. It was such a shocking story. Her eyes widened. The blonde-haired woman continued, revealing a startling truth. Chiron was an unlocker, bathed in radiant light. A figure seemed to embody the very essence of sacrifice, whispering a promise to save everyone. The narration spoke of an unlocker unlocking the immortal function, a concept akin to leaving this world, a state some might call nirvana, though the details remained vague. In the darkness, a voice echoed, painting a grim picture. Chiron's return was akin to that of a dead person. A blinding light pierced the void, accompanied by words that spoke of walking out of one's own grave. The blonde-haired woman, her expression still etched with disbelief, reiterated that it truly was a miracle. The woman with blonde hair looked up, her brow furrowed slightly as she remarked that the other woman had a lot of friends at school. The image shifted to a collection of plates, the narration musing on the nature of relationships. Some students are close friends, while others may harbor envy or dislike. The scene transitioned to a drawer filled with kitchen utensils, the narration suggesting that there were probably more students than one might think. The blonde-haired woman's expression was now one of concern as she looked at the red-haired woman, beginning to ask what she thought. The question hung in the air. Could she have done it? Was she throwing herself into an eternal infinity? The thought echoed in his mind, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek. What must he do to save? The woman's emerald eyes narrowed, a hint of concern etched on her face. It wasn't only their closest friends who were at risk, she realized, but even strangers? The question hung in the air, unspoken yet heavy with implication. A basket brimming with fresh produce changed hands. A simple thank you marked the transaction, a fleeting moment of normalcy amidst growing unease. Next is, Chiron mused, glancing at the paper in his hand. Another task, another step in this strange new world. A peculiar odor wafted through the air, catching Chiron's attention. He wrinkled his nose. What's with this smell? It's loop, the man stated, his expression grim. By loop, you mean? That's right. Once you get addicted, there's no going back. The unseen speaker's words carried a chilling finality. Despite the unsettling atmosphere, people continued to eat, seemingly oblivious to the undercurrents swirling around them. This was such a good island up until 3 years ago, Chiron lamented, a shadow of sadness crossing his face. But suddenly, the number of troublemakers started increasing. A sense of impending doom settled over the island. The town bustles with activity, the air thick with the scent of wood smoke and distant sea salt. Before, the air and the seawater were so clean. A family strolls through the town square, the mother's hand gently guiding her child. In the background, a woman in a striking red dress stands out against the muted tones of the buildings. A gathering of formally dressed individuals occupies a doorway, their hushed conversations creating a low hum against the backdrop of the town. Gazing out at the town, a figure wonders, I wonder how things turned out this way. 2 children, huddled together in worn clothing, share a meager meal, their faces etched with a mixture of hunger and gratitude. A close-up reveals a face, the expression unreadable, lost in thought. One woman, her eyes wide with surprise, asks, 3 perspectives? The other nods, replying, yeah. The first is the perspective of child. 2 figures stand side by side, the text above them stating that as a child, they can only view the world from a self-centered perspective. A hand extends, offering a loaf of bread to the 2 children, a gesture of kindness in a harsh world. To truly grow, one must strive to understand the perspectives of others, seeing the world through their eyes. Those who have successfully cultivated this understanding are a rare breed, able to bridge divides and find common ground. The adult's perspective, with its accumulated wisdom and experience, offers one lens through which to view the world. Yet, even beyond that, there exists a third perspective, a higher vantage point from which to observe the tapestry of existence. There is always more to perceive, more to understand, layers upon layers of reality waiting to be uncovered. This perspective grants the ability to perceive what is normally hidden, revealing the interplay of justice, love, good, and evil. The concept of a God, and the profound impact one generation can have on the next, are weighty matters to consider. For those who truly grasp the value of things unseen, a deeper understanding of the world becomes possible. They are willing to risk everything, to sacrifice all, for the sake of their beliefs. They place their very lives on the scales, weighing them against the principles they hold most dear. A single eye, a window into the soul, reflects the complexities of the world within. From Chiron's perspective, the world takes on a unique and individual hue. He gazed out at the city, sprawling beneath him, the lights blurring into a hazy glow. The value of everything in this world will seem equal, and perhaps even maybe just a single speck when viewed from a higher place. His eyes widened, a flicker of realization crossing his face. Elsewhere, a desperate cry pierced the air. Kayak! Somebody help! The plea echoed through the dimly lit streets. Kayak dash! A gruff voice demanded. What's the matter? Another voice followed, laced with menace. I told you. We're doing you a favor since you don't have the money. The woman was told. Pay with your body. You should be thankful to us for being so merciful. A chilling laughter filled the air. Ha ha ha! A desperate voice cried out, stop it. The marketplace buzzed with activity, but a tense undercurrent cut through the festive atmosphere. A man with blonde hair, his expression firm, demanded, let her go. A burly man, carrying baskets overflowing with goods, stood his ground. There are people, he growled, his voice a low rumble. Another man, his face contorted in a sneer, leaned in close. I'm going to call security, he hissed, a sinister chuckle escaping his lips. The group erupted in laughter, their voices echoing through the square. Bahaha, you're going to call security on us? One of them mocked. From the shadows, a voice dripped with sarcasm. You call them over? The same voice continued, laced with disdain. Do you think security will go for us? 50 silver. Meanwhile, Nade stood protectively beside a woman with reddish-brown hair, his blue eyes narrowed. The tension between the two groups was palpable. Elsewhere, a merchant with a red bandana, his face etched with amusement, addressed someone out of view. I'm a merchant in this area. The voice from the shadows continued, and she ended up breaking it. Nade's gaze hardened as he spoke to the woman beside him. I told her I'd let her go if she paid for it. The merchant's voice echoed, explaining the situation. That lady just got caught stealing a vase worth, but she said she didn't have any money. The thief, her eyes wide with fear, listened as the merchant continued. So instead of reporting her, I'm giving her a chance to pay it off. The thief finds herself surrounded, the question hanging heavy in the air. Now, do you understand? One of the men sizes up the situation, assuming Nade is just a young master out for a stroll. He wonders why Nade doesn't just turn himself in. Iruki, her voice trembling, echoes the sentiment, grabbing Nade's arm as if to urge him to comply. Why don't you turn yourself in? She asks. Desperation colors the thief's plea. She knows that turning herself in is not an option. I can't. He basically runs this area. Her voice cracking, the thief begs for understanding. It's no use. Please believe me. A rough hand grips her arm, cutting off any chance of escape. The scene unfolds from above, the thief now firmly in the clutches of her captor, as Nade and Iruki look on. One of the men, his face grim, makes a demand. So please let her go. The man with the red bandana throws his head back, a booming laugh erupting from his chest. Bahaha. Understanding dawns on the man with the red bandana. He realizes Nade's true intentions. Oh, now I get it. You're going after that woman, aren't you? The men erupt in laughter, the sound echoing through the marketplace. It all makes sense now. Where else could you seduce? Nade's gaze lowers, a subtle smile playing on his lips. A woman with just 50 silver? A voice cuts through the air, dismissing something with finality. It's not enough. A man amongst the crowd insists he's merely trying to prevent the situation from escalating further, his expression strained. Nade states the core issue, that the thief committed a crime worth 50 silvers, his gaze unwavering. The message is relayed, a demand for payment echoing in the air. The thief speaks, her voice laced with urgency, about preventing an even greater problem from arising. A gruff voice accuses someone of scheming, suspicion heavy in the air. Nade implores them to take the money, hoping to bring an end to the conflict. A hand extends, offering a handful of silver coins as recompense. A wave of fury washes over the man with the red bandana, as he curses the thief's audacity. A possessive declaration rings out, claiming the thief as my prey. Nade's expression hardens, his blue eyes glinting with determination. Elsewhere, a house sits nestled amongst the trees, the night sky a canvas of deep blues and scattered stars. The woman with blonde hair embraces the woman with reddish-brown hair, holding her close. The blonde-haired man gestures expansively, his expression one of exaggerated disbelief as the woman with reddish-brown hair looks on. A man in a red bandana shouts, his face contorted in anger as the others look on. The blonde-haired man's expression is one of thoughtful consideration. The man's face contorted in fury, veins bulging as he questioned, better than doing the wrong thing? Spitting the words out like venom, he cursed, you brat. Raising a finger, the man barked at his underlings. What are you guys doing? Get rid of him. Steel screamed against leather as a blade was drawn, the sound slicing through the tense air. Inside the vehicle, a chorus of screams erupted, a wave of pure terror washing over the occupants. A group of swordsmen descended, their blades glinting under the dim light of the city, promising swift and brutal violence. A figure in a green coat plummeted from the building, a silent testament to the chaos unfolding above. A pair of piercing blue eyes stared out, an unreadable intensity burning within their depths. The thief, falling through the air, resigned herself to her fate. So this is how it is. Inwardly, the man's thoughts echoed with dark conviction. You shouldn't preach ideals about life when you don't even have the skills to back them up. That's why I can do such a thing. Drawing his sword, the man declared with chilling certainty, judgment, that is. A figure lay broken on the ground, the cold steel of a sword resting nearby, a grim testament to the swiftness of the attack. She reached out, grasping for anything to stop her fall. A sudden explosion rocked the area, smoke billowing outwards. Through the haze, a figure stood silhouetted against the light. A man screamed in disbelief, his face contorted in shock. A voice cut through the chaos, a smoke screen. The blonde-haired man's eyes narrowed. This is, you come here. He wondered just who was interfering. A gloved hand seized hers, pulling her away. A voice urged hurry. A desperate plea echoes, urging flight. A pursuer, bandana tight, bellows in hot pursuit, his face contorted with rage. The order rings out, they must not escape. A frantic question pierces the air. Where are they hiding? She plummets, the command to find her already shouted into the chaos. At the bar, the man with white hair orders his underlings to find that blonde brat. The voice assures that those guys are an infamous crime organization, but they should be safe here. The man adjusts his earpiece, listening intently. The figure in the hooded cloak asks if he can be informed when they're gone. The reply comes, certainly, you don't seem like an idiot. A woman's voice chides, saying she shouldn't waste her pretty face. The blonde man looks up, hearing that he's acting like a hero. The young master sat perched on the edge of a stool, his expression unreadable. The woman across from him brought up the topic of the girl he had tried to save. The clink of the teacup echoed in the room as she continued, suggesting the girl was also hired by an organization and likely baiting them on purpose. She suggested he think of it as an unlucky day, assuring him it was a shocker for her as well. The woman watched as Chiron stated he wasn't trying to act like a hero. She remarked that he was talking. Chiron's gaze lowered, his expression somber as he began to explain himself. Elsewhere, a group of men were engaged in some sort of struggle. A series of images flashed, hinting at past events and a desire to set things right. The woman smirked, commenting that he spoke as if he were a mage. Chiron's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening as he denied having a cold mindset. The woman's gaze intensified, her red eyes gleaming as she admitted to striving to become colder. Chiron's expression shifted, a hint of surprise in his eyes as the woman suggested he wasn't the arrogant young master she thought he was. Chiron offered a simple, almost reluctant apology. The glass is gripped tightly, the liquid within swirling with an unseen energy. It's a way, it seems, to conceal a vulnerability. The woman with dark hair sits perched on the stool, her gaze steady. He is putting up a strong front, she observes, while struggling to become stronger. The reflections in the glass show their faces, close yet distorted. The woman's words hang in the air. It is similar to her own experience. The amber liquid seems to glow from within, hiding secrets in its depths. What are you? The question lingers unspoken. A slight smile plays on the woman's lips, her eyes narrowed slightly. She has a good eye for people, she believes. Her crimson pupil reflects a hidden depth, a power barely contained. Meanwhile, the blonde man stands on the stairs, a purple-haired woman beside him. They were also abandoned, he admits. The woman remains seated, the purple-clad figure looming behind her, a silent guardian. The blonde man's crimson eye reflects a similar darkness. Just who is he wonders. The woman smiles, a hint of something dangerous in her eyes. Marcia, she reveals, is her name. The man stands tall, his back to the viewer. He is the same, he declares, his voice echoing with a hidden power. A ceiling fan spins idly above, the blades a slow, hypnotic rhythm against the dim light. A memory surfaces, a newborn, abandoned, left to face the world alone. The thought echoes, they shouldn't have given birth in the first place. Nade's voice cuts through the silence. Shiro, is it? From the looks of it, you must have gotten lucky with your adoptive parents. Marcia, holding her drink, offers a simple reply. Yes, they're great people. Nade presses, his gaze unwavering. How were your parents, Marcia? A flashback reveals a stark truth. My adoptive father was a former mercenary. Marcia's smile is strained, a hint of bitterness in her eyes as she recalls, and he beat me up whenever he drank. Nade listens intently as Marcia continues, the memory etched in her mind. He said it was my fault that he got fired from his mercenary job, or whatever. The flashback intensifies, the weight of the past heavy. He was a total scumbag. The thought of resisting never even crossed my mind. A younger Marcia lies on the floor, beaten and broken. Did you know what I said one day, because I was afraid I would die after being beaten up so badly? Marcia's eyes glint with a dark humor as she finishes her drink. Why don't you kill me already? His blue eyes, reflecting the amber liquid in the glass, narrowed slightly as he listened intently. A bead of sweat trickled down her temple as Marcia continued, her expression strained. The bartender, his face etched with years of silent observation, polished a glass with practiced ease. Her thoughts, a jumbled mess of pain and confusion, coalesced into a single, bitter sentiment, a disgusted face. The bar hummed with a low murmur of conversations, a stark contrast to the heavy silence that had fallen between Marcia and Nate. Marcia continued, the memory, a phantom weight on her chest. It was like a magic spell to stop the beating, and what happened to him? Her hand, adorned with a simple ring, trembled slightly as she held the glass. I'm 17. Marcia's voice dropped, the words laced with a chilling resignation. If 2 years ago, so when you were 15, you found out that your foster father was not just a scumbag. The question hung in the air, heavy with unspoken dread, but a monster in human skin? The ice clinked softly against the glass as she swirled the amber liquid, the sound a fragile counterpoint to the turmoil within. The bartender watched them both, his expression unreadable as he continued to prepare their drinks. What would you have done? Nade's gaze intensified, his blue eyes locking onto hers, a silent promise of understanding in their depths. A vortex of swirling energy crackles with an unseen power, its green and white tendrils reaching into the void. The energy coalesces into abstract forms, a chaotic dance of light and shadow against the infinite black. The patterns shift and flow, like smoke rising from a dying fire, their ethereal glow painting the darkness. The scene shifts to a cold stone floor, stained crimson. A figure in black stands over a fallen body, a bloody sword resting nearby. The pool of blood spreads, a dark mirror reflecting the grim reality of the scene. The air hangs heavy with the metallic tang of death. A guttural cry echoes through the scene, a sound of pain or perhaps release. A lone figure walks away from the carnage, disappearing into the blinding light of an open doorway. The body lies forgotten in the shadows. Meanwhile, a hand steadies a cup, the liquid within reflecting a pensive face. The clink of porcelain against porcelain breaks the silence. Nade's reflection stares back at him, a question forming in his mind. If he had been raised by such a person, would he have become the person he is now? He can't judge this person's life. He considers the weight of his own thoughts and values, the foundation upon which he has built his life. The question hangs in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. It's a tough question. Iruki smiles, a glint in her red eyes as she holds a glass of dark liquid. That's just how it is. A stark visual field of black and white descends. The question hangs in the air. Even a wish to make things right is solely based on one's perspective. And for the perspectives of different individuals, right and wrong are nothing more than illusions. An example would be, it's wrong to use magic in the streets, a realization that perhaps came too late. The blonde-haired man's gaze pierces through the fourth wall. Do you want to know? A hooded figure emerges from the shadows, a question hanging in the air. Change the world? Nade's brow furrows with concern. Chiron still isn't back. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as worry consumes him. The blonde-haired woman whines, but I'm hungry. Nade snaps, shut up already. Iruki stands by the window, arms crossed, muttering, ouch, don't hit me. Suddenly, a resounding sound echoes, and a voice proclaims, he's back. The sound of hurried footsteps echoes through the halls. Iruki bursts into a sprint, her apron billowing behind her as she closes the distance. A hand reaches for the door handle, turning it with a sharp click. Iruki's voice rises in disbelief. You really? Her eyes widen, a mixture of shock and disbelief etched on her face. Iruki's voice trails off, barely a whisper. Ash. A voice calls out, tentative and questioning. Hello. The man's voice echoes in the dimly lit room, a question hanging heavy in the air. You want me to bring the red-haired girl? He crouches, observing the boy kneeling before him. Well, would you look at this guy? The man chews slowly, the sound of his mastication filling the silence. His eyes narrow, a predatory glint in their depths. He raises a hand, displaying a snake coiled around his fingers, each adorned with gaudy rings. The reptile scales shimmer in the dim light. The man's voice is a low growl as he commands, chew it. The snake lunges forward, its fangs bared, and the boy cries out in terror. No. Tears stream down the boy's face as the snake slides closer. He begs, his voice cracking with fear, please, anything but loop. The man's voice drips with cruel amusement. Idiot, this lets you see God himself. Anyhow, take your pick. He continues, the threat clear in his tone. You either bring your red-haired girlfriend, or you bring your little sister. The snake's head hovers inches from the boy's face, its forked tongue flicking out, tasting his fear. The boy's eyes widen, reflecting the horror of his impossible choice. Tears overflow, blurring his vision. A memory surfaces, my sister. She was the only family he had, and she depended on him. He vowed, I'll protect you. He looked up, determination etched on his face. Before him stood a grand, imposing door. He stood firm, ready to face whatever lay beyond. A low rumble echoed through the air. The sound grew louder, closer. The rumbling intensified. The vibrations shook the ground. Nade's eyes widened in shock. A tremor ran through him. His gaze reflected a sudden, stark fear. The thief gasps, her eyes widening in alarm. A disembodied thought echoes, fixating on her appearance. Nade points a finger, his expression a mix of shock and anger. The unknown woman beside him looks equally displeased. The question hangs in the air. Was she the scammer from earlier? The thief, cornered, demands to know how they found her. A man behind her nervously suggests kicking someone out. The man bows deeply, profusely apologizing for his actions earlier that day. He offers an amazing night view as an apology, his face etched with desperation. The thief is told that only she can come, and to close the door. A large figure looms behind them, enforcing the command. A hand reaches out, attempting to slam the door shut. The thief cries out, grabbing the man's arm to stop him. Nade intervenes, demanding they get their hands off her. A silent, building tension as a fist clenches tight, ready to unleash. Her eye, wide and unblinking, reflects a sudden, sharp intake of breath. A grimace twists his features, a silent testament to inner turmoil. Tears well in his eyes, a desperate plea etched on his face. An outstretched hand, a silent offer. Please, let me show you around. Iruki's expression hardens as she states, so there really was an organization using him. Understanding dawns in her eyes. I think I understand now. He reflects on what Chiron saw back then, the weight of the past heavy on his brow. His face is etched with pain, a silent scream trapped within. He sits alone, contemplating the question, how can he change the world? Meanwhile, she gazes in her drink, pondering what one needs to change this cruel world. Family is what it is, but will it be family? The man with blonde hair seems to know what the woman wants to say. All she's saying is, let's change our perspective slightly, the woman's gloved hand resting on the table. Family doesn't only include those you are related to by blood, she muses. It can be expanded to much more than that. A place you can always go back to, no matter how lost you are. The woman walks away down a path. After leaving her home, the woman stands before a building. That's what you need to create, she thinks, standing in a doorway, holding a brown bag. After leaving her home, the woman descends the stairs. Someone who can trust you at any time. She met many children in the same situation as her. I don't know if it's because of the trauma I got from my foster father. She reflects, her eyes narrowed. But I develop an eye for telling those kinds of children apart, she continues. They say that one's life begins by being embraced by their parents after they're born. So that made her think, if there was someone willing to embrace those who had been abandoned. A line of figures stood in silent testament to that very idea. If you focus on your misfortunes, the world will only become harsher. A knowing smile played on the woman's lips, her red eyes gleaming with an unspoken understanding. And if you think this world is harsh, what you need is the warmth of a family, Nade thought. I see. This whole time, I've been receiving more love than I deserve. The memory of a warm embrace flickered in his mind. Would also like to become someone like that. Someone who can provide warmth to the people I cherish. That kind of person. The words hung in the air, a pointed remark. Just like you, Marcia. Amy Carmis's crimson eyes narrowed, a subtle shift in her expression betraying a flicker of intrigue. Really? You're saying? The idea, spoken aloud, seemed to carry a weight of unspoken desires. Start a family. A sudden cough broke the silence, a sharp, wet sound that hinted at discomfort. Nade, seated at the table, tilted his head, a question forming on his lips. What are you thinking about? He continued, a touch of playful absurdity in his tone. I'm saying we should become siblings. A nervous stammer escaped him, a blush rising on his cheeks. That's what I was thinking. He fidgeted, his voice barely a whisper as he confessed. One of my closest friends has an older sister, and I've always been jealous. Amy Carmis's expression softened, a hint of reassurance in her tone. Oh, I meant, you're all safe now. Marcia, standing nearby, interjected with a knowing smirk. They've given up on you. They're chasing another woman now. With a sudden resolve, Nade announced. Then I'll be heading out. Amy Carmis's red eyes gleamed with a hint of anticipation. Are waiting for me. A voice dripped with mock disappointment. Oh my, are you already abandoning your sister? How disappointing. Nade pauses, glancing back with a gentle smile. He expresses his gratitude, noting that he realized something important. Crimson eyes, framed by dark hair, pierce the silence. The bartender wonders if they will meet again. Holding a glass, the bartender smiles knowingly, declaring that she'll be staying here for a while. Nade's smile widens, suggesting that he'll stop by any time. The bartender wipes down the bar, her expression unreadable. The bartender looks toward a patron at the bar, her gaze questioning. Two men approach the bar. One of them calls out to the bartender, noting they've waited for so long. The two men grin, suggesting the other should forget about the kid who doesn't know what he missed out on. The bartender looks down at the men, one of whom asks why she doesn't play with them tonight. The bartender's expression hardens as she warns that they're not here to cause trouble. and that there are rules to this place. The woman raises the glass to her lips, the amber liquid catching the light. She murmurs, a promise hanging in the air, that she will leave once she finds her family. The cold steel of a revolver gleams, a silent threat in the shadows. Hidden behind masks and hats, they brandish their weapons, their eyes glowing with an ominous light. The woman stands, glass in hand, seemingly oblivious to the armed men lurking in the background. They were causing some trouble after leaving home. A figure lies prone on the floor, surrounded by the looming threat of armed men. Sweat beads on the brow of the white-haired man, his face etched with worry. Kneeling before his boss, the man offers a desperate apology. "I'm sorry, boss." The blonde-haired man's thoughts drift to what could have been. If only. The woman takes another sip, her expression unreadable. The man in the hat and coat sneers, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "That boy, what's with that look? Are you jealous?" A sense of betrayal hangs heavy in the air. "EW, I thought he was one of us." The woman sits, her gaze distant, as she reflects on the situation. "But I think he was deeply misunderstanding something." She held the pipe to her lips, the ember glowing as she inhaled. He was lucky enough to be adopted by a rich family, she thought. And it seems like he even attends the Magic Academy. No wonder why he doesn't realize, the man mused. That family is made with people who are in the same boat. The woman struck a match against the side of the table. He dares play hero. Without knowing his place? The woman's eyes narrowed as she lit her pipe. "I'll make sure," she thought. The smoke curled around her, a silent promise. Elsewhere, to teach him all about life, a young man sprinted down a long path towards a brightly lit mansion in the distance. He cried out, his voice filled with desperation. "I couldn't even go shopping because it was so late." A finger presses firmly on the doorbell, the sound echoing through the silent house. Moments later, a blonde woman and a blue-haired man confront a blonde man, their faces etched with worry and frustration. "What took you so long?" the woman demands. The blonde man raises his hands in a gesture of apology. "Sorry for being late," he says. "I got caught up in some trouble." A voice booms, cutting through the tension. "Forget that." Amy's face is contorted with fear as she cries out a name. Elsewhere, a carriage speeds away from a grand mansion, disappearing into the night. The text reads, "Got on the carriage of the scammer from earlier." Inside the carriage, the woman with reddish-brown hair sits regally, engaged in conversation with a man whose back is turned. Her expression is unreadable, but the words "and left" hang in the air. The woman's gaze is distant, her thoughts seemingly miles away. Amy's name is called out, her expression a mask of terror. Meanwhile, under the cloak of night, a carriage speeds along a winding path, its destination unknown. The woman with red hair reveals that Amy got on the carriage of the scammer from earlier. And left. The woman's gaze is distant, lost in thought. Nade's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The blue-haired man asks when Amy left. The blue-haired man recalls Amy saying. The woman with red hair states not to worry, and that if something happens, she'll just beat them up and get out of there herself, adding that she'll be back soon. Also, the blue-haired man declares that he would have done the same thing. He clenched his jaw, the unspoken words hanging heavy in the air. What he would have done remained a silent promise, a burden only he could carry. A fist tightens, knuckles white with suppressed emotion. The question echoes, done the same? The woman with reddish-brown hair, her expression etched with concern, believes Amy is deeply hurt by recent events. A single tear traces a path down his cheek, betraying the turmoil within. It wasn't the right choice, he thinks. His blue eyes, pools of conflicted emotion, reflect the weight of his decisions. The woman with black hair reminds him of the girl he tried to save, revealing that she was also hired by an organization. From different perspectives, right and wrong are nothing more than illusions. The woman with reddish-brown hair, her eyes wide with a knowing sadness, declares that he should know what kind of people they are, implying that he is well aware. Both Marcia and Amy are well aware of the dark side of this island. From the perspectives, Chiron would have done the same thing. And if she willingly followed him. With a desperate leap, Chiron throws himself from the building, the city lights blurring below. He declared that he was going as well, his expression a mix of determination and slight apprehension. A woman, her face contorted in desperation, screamed for them to take her along. The carriage rolled along the coastal road, the lights of the town twinkling in the distance. Inside the carriage, Chiron remarked that this was the biggest seaside park in Galliant. He thought to himself that it would be better during the daytime, recalling the store owner in that park. It felt like a dream to Chiron. He couldn't believe he was with this girl in a carriage, chatting while cruising along the coast, now that her cold attitude was gone. Iruki's spiteful expression was gone, her features softened. She looked even prettier, her gaze distant and thoughtful. Chiron wondered how much longer it would take. He throws his hands up, a desperate plea in his voice. But it's the best spot in all of Galliant. Aloha emanates from somewhere unseen. Iruki's emerald eyes narrow, her gaze intense. She muses, so he must be the best spot in Galliant. Chiron averts his gaze, a flicker of shame crossing his face as he hears, "Your boss who beat you up? I mean." His eyes widen, a question forming in his mind. "How did you—" He looks down, the weight of her words heavy on him. "You think I'm dumb?" You showed up with a bruised face. Iruki rests her chin on her hand, a playful glint in her eyes. "I'll play along just this once. So you should quit if you can." Chiron's expression darkens, the reality of his situation sinking in. "You're not fit for this kind of job." A jagged speech bubble conveys the intensity of the unspoken question. Iruki leans forward, her voice laced with a hint of mockery. "You felt sorry for me?" He looks away, trying to avoid her piercing gaze. "Only part of it. You threw the gold coins on the ground earlier, right?" The angle shifts to a close-up of Chiron, the sound of Iruki's laughter echoing in the carriage. "You really threw gold coins in front of nobles, huh?" His expression hardened, a flicker of resolve in his eyes as the words echoed in his mind. "I like your guts." The unseen speaker's voice, laced with a strange mix of concern and dismissal, urged him to abandon his path. "That's why I'm telling you to quit." Iruki's words resurfaced, her tone laced with a hint of pity. "It'd be a waste for you to continue doing this." A desperate plea, a memory of a voice calling out, "Brother, brother." A vision of Yuna, her smile radiant as she held out freshly ironed clothes, her voice filled with warmth. Good luck at work. He remembered her gentle insistence, her unwavering support, even when he tried to dissuade her. "You really don't have to do this every time." Yuna's words echoed, a guiding principle she instilled in him. "You need to look cooler than anyone else, since you're going to become the greatest person in the world." A wave of guilt washed over him, the weight of his perceived failure pressing down. "I'm sorry, Yuna. I'm the most useless person in the world." He stood alone, the weight of societal expectations bearing down on him. "This whole time, everyone told me that an orphan like me—" The harsh reality of his circumstances, the limitations imposed upon him, resurfaced. "Would not be able to live a normal life. So why is she—" Iruki's voice cut through his thoughts, a sharp reminder of the present danger. "Why is she understanding me? Do you even realize who I'm taking you to right now?" The realization struck him with full force, the gravity of his situation becoming terrifyingly clear. Palkoa, that bastard isn't just some local thug. He was a veteran, having fought in countless wars within the Special Forces. It only took him 3 years to take over this island. Should he tell her to run away? But then, what about his sister? A young girl smiles, her clothes stained with blood. He thinks he understands why Chiron stopped him. His eyes widened slightly, a flicker of realization crossing his face. Iruki's expression is one of concern. "Do you always have such complicated thoughts in your mind?" By Chiron. She thinks to herself that he couldn't do a thing against him, and wonders just how rich of a family he is. A revelation hangs in the air. He's also a commoner. The news elicits a sharp, unspoken what? Chiron's eyes widen, a visible tremor of shock rippling through him. Meanwhile, the woman with red hair, chin resting on her hand, broods over abandonment. He left her behind on this island. The memory stings, the thought of him disappearing somewhere still fresh. Chiron's brow furrows, his mind racing. What should he do? A distant cityscape flickers in the darkness, a silent promise of action to come. Elsewhere, the sprawling port city of Galliant bustles with unseen activity. Whispers carry on the wind, a concern for Jiss's well-being mingling with the urgent need to find the red-haired girl. 2 men sit at a table, their voices low. Doubt hangs heavy in the air. They doubt he could even try. The air in the tavern crackled with unspoken tension. One of the patrons recounted how someone had thrown gold coins in front of their faces. The man across from him, his brow furrowed, questioned what he had just heard. Nade, surrounded by his companions, was pressed for details. The urgency in their voices was palpable. A heavy silence descended, punctuated only by the sound of fist clenching. Panic seized the room as someone screamed to run. Confusion etched on his face. The man at the table could only stammer, trying to understand the sudden chaos. Feet pounded against the floorboards, a desperate rhythm of escape. A rough hand seized one of the fleeing figures by the collar. "Will you talk in here, or would you rather take it outside?" The frantic escape continued, the sound of pursuit echoing behind them. Meanwhile, a stern voice cut through the night air, calling for attention. The man with the pipe looked down at Nade and his companions, surprised by their sudden return. Nade, his expression desperate, demanded to know where they would be taken. The plea echoed with urgency. "Please take us to the palace." The carriage hurtles through the night, the driver's words echoing in the wind. The night is still young and Galliant. Laughter booms as the palace looms ever closer, a beacon in the darkness. Inside, a man relays information, stating that his party members were in the port. Amy waits, Chiron's words echoing in her mind. Just a little longer. A voice declares, "We're on our way to get you." The word palace is emblazoned, a promise and a threat. Palkoa's base, the palace stands tall, a fortress of secrets. Within the palace walls, figures move through the halls, their purpose unknown. A glimpse of gold teeth hints at the opulence and danger lurking within. The scene is amazing, a tableau of power and influence. A close-up reveals that she's definitely a high-ranking noble, at least second class. The noblewoman sits regally, a glass of wine in hand, a picture of serene authority. A boisterous laugh echoes through the hall. The large man raises his glass, seemingly pleased with himself. A voice cuts through the revelry, a question hanging in the air. Did he really think she'd do anything to a lady? The noblewoman offers a placid smile, apologizing for the rudeness of her men earlier. She urges her guest to enjoy herself, the words laced with a subtle, almost imperceptible tension. Amy's eyes narrow, a flicker of suspicion crossing her face. What's he trying to do? Her gaze drifts upward, taking in the ornate ceiling. He really brought her here for this? The scene unfolds before her. The revelry, the dancers, the opulent display. What a waste of time, she thinks. She should have just trained. A drink is offered, its contents swirling with an unnatural luminescence. She wonders if this is really helpful for understanding Chiron. Amy holds the glass, her expression unreadable as she gazes at the crimson liquid within. The glass tilts, the rim nearing her lips. The scent is sweet, almost cloying. Meanwhile, two men lie sprawled on the floor, unconscious. The celebration has taken a dark turn. A frantic voice cries out, "You can't drink that. You put loop in it." A low growl rumbles in the back of someone's throat, teeth bared in what could be a snarl or a desperate grimace. Amy sips from her glass, seemingly unconcerned. The woman beside her rests her head on Amy's shoulder, while a large man with a crimson scarf watches them both, swirling the contents of his own glass. A fist clenches, knuckles white with tension. The man's gaze is fixed downward, a storm brewing behind his eyes. A guttural sound escapes, a strangled exclamation of suppressed rage. Amy continues to drink, her expression serene, seemingly oblivious to the tension that hangs heavy in the air. Elsewhere, a sharp, echoing sound pierces the silence. A face contorts in a grotesque sneer, gold teeth glinting in the dim light, promising violence. Another sharp sound, closer now, more urgent. A long corridor stretches ahead, lined with identical metal lockers, each one a silent sentinel. Two figures stand poised before the lockers, one shouting, "Hey, you guys!" They surge forward, a desperate chase underway. This isn't a place for kids like. Rage burns in his eyes as he looks down, the hunt about to begin. A blonde woman in a green shirt reaches out as a blonde man in a black vest falls backwards. A voice echoed with amusement, barely concealing a hint of malice. "Ha ha! I can't believe he actually brought her." Nade, amidst the opulent surroundings, paused, his attention caught by the snippet of conversation. Asterisk, just needs a little push and he'll do a good job. Go to your little sister. Asterisk. His brow furrowed, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. Should he? Across the room, a woman with fiery red hair stood in elegant repose, seemingly oblivious to the brewing intrigue. Nade's eyes widened slightly. Huh, isn't that? His gaze drifted to a glass of crimson liquid, the swirling contents catching the light like captured stars. A chilling thought surfaced. Loop? I've heard about it. A waiter glided past, bearing a tray with a similar glass, the red liquid shimmering ominously. A stark realization hit him. Asterisk, Palcoa has control over many noble families. Don't tell me he's doing that through. Asterisk. Nade's expression twisted with a mixture of fear and understanding, the pieces falling into place with disturbing clarity. A wave of dread washed over him, the implications of this discovery sending a chill down his spine. A close-up reveals a man's mouth, a gold tooth glinting amidst the others. Below, text declares, he's turning them into puppets. A woman with fiery red hair sips from a stemmed glass, the liquid inside catching the light. The woman's upper body is shown, a delicate necklace adorning her neck. The text reads, "Who can't live without loop?" A sudden sound effect fills the air as someone shouts, "Hey, you guys!" Two men in suits stand in a metallic corridor, one reaching out as he declares, "This isn't a place for kids like." Another sharp sound effect echoes. A man plummets downwards, his face contorted in pain or surprise. The blond man is struck, the force of the blow twisting his head. The man lies on the ground, dazed. He manages to croak out. A voice declares, "We have." Amidst a swirling vortex of colors and miniature figures, someone asks, "Did anyone see them?" A vibrant, almost overwhelming atmosphere fills the air, a cacophony of sounds and lights swirling together. On a brightly lit stage, three figures stand silhouetted against the lights, their presence commanding attention. The sheer size of the place is staggering, a sentiment echoed in the unspoken thoughts of those who find themselves within its walls. The woman with blonde hair, her expression troubled, wonders aloud, "Amy's in this kind of place?" The man with blue hair, his gaze sharp, adds, "I don't know what they're trying to do to Amy." The urgency is palpable as the man's brow furrows, his voice tight with concern. But we need to find her fast. The woman with blonde hair cautions, stay on your toes. There's no security for us to call here. The man with blue hair replies, let's search the upper floors first. With a determined stride, the man with blue hair rushes forward, the woman with blonde hair following close behind. Elsewhere, a waitress in a red bunny outfit navigates the casino floor. The sign indicating this is the 3/3 floor. A frustrated voice echoes, damn it, spin it one more time. The sign indicates this is the 4/4 floor, VIP room. The ornate details of the building's interior blur as the search continues. The man with blue hair and the woman with blonde hair burst through a door, the man shouting, Amy! A piercing scream tears through the air. He questioned who they were. As the pair continued down the ornate hallway, their footsteps echoing in the sudden silence. Searching room by room was taking too long. Instead, the man with the brown hair decided they should make it so that everyone had to evacuate the building. The woman with the red hair, Yuna, overheard him, her expression shifting to one of alarm. Those bastards were. A foot came down hard, the impact reverberating through the floor. Oh, what's this? The man sneered, his eyes glinting with malice. They'd gotten themselves some snot-nosed brats. His fist clenched, knuckles white with anticipation. Nade, standing behind Yuna, watched the scene unfold. Oh, the girl isn't too bad. Comme son locus vel fossilisis. The man looked down at his victim, his voice dripping with disdain. But what's with those clothes? You should have dressed a bit better. Were you baking or something? He reached for Yuna, his large hand outstretched. Yuna's eyes narrowed, her fist clenched, ready to strike. Let me dash. With a swift motion, Yuna struck the man, the sound of bone cracking echoing through the hallway. He screamed in agony. The disembodied voice seemed to float in the air, a sardonic observation on priorities. A guttural shriek tore through the room as the man's face twisted in fury, teeth bared. Yuna found herself seized, a crushing grip tightening around her throat. The air rushed from her lungs as she was slammed against the unforgiving wall. His face a bloody ruin, the man's eyes glazed over with pain. A figure in a suit loomed over him, an unspoken threat hanging in the air. Yuna stood over the fallen man, her expression cold. Chiron watched from nearby as she spat. You're just a weakling. Chiron's eyes widened, a manic grin spreading across his face. Tez, that was amazing. I knew you'd understand, Chiron. Unlike someone else who doesn't say a thing. The impact reverberated through the room, a testament to her brutal strength. Ugh, she's so stupidly strong, the man thought. The man in the suit's voice was a low, menacing growl. We have people everywhere in the building, you know? Chiron's grip tightened, cutting off his victim's air supply. It's only a matter of time until you guys are HIIK. Chiron's face was a mask of confusion and rage. I don't know. Who is that? Why you? One voice mused that asking him something he already knew would be useless. Another wondered aloud what they should do. A blonde-haired figure tightened their grip around the man's throat, cutting off his air supply. The man's face contorted in pain, his eyes wide with fear as he gasped for breath. A man's eyes glowed with an unnatural light, his expression intense. The figure demanded to be told where. His vision blurred, the man managed to croak out a single word. Probably on the first floor of the basement. In the temple. Who? A man with wide eyes shouted, demanding to know who they were. Someone yelled to not let them get to the boss. The cry went out to stop them. A fist clenched, energy crackling around it, ready to strike. The fist, knuckles white with tension, tenses further, ready to deliver a devastating blow. The air cracks with the force of the impact. The recipient of the blow is sent spiraling through the air, a ragdoll of pain and shock. The blue-haired man stands over his fallen opponent, a grim satisfaction etched on his face as a blonde woman looks on in horror. The force of the impact reverberates through the room. A collective scream tears through the air as onlookers witness the brutal display. The blue-haired man continues his assault, his foot connecting with another foe. Another fist clenches, ready to deliver more punishment. Bodies are hurled through the air, crashing through a nearby door. The door splinters and shatters as a body slams through it, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A green-haired figure stares in disbelief. What? He exclaims. A voice booms out, laced with fury. You dare intrude on my... The man with the missing tooth looks up, his face a mask of disbelief. Sacred temple, he wonders aloud. Elsewhere, a man recoils, shielding his face with his arm. What? He exclaims, his voice laced with shock. Meanwhile, a chaotic scene unfolds as several figures plummet from above. One of them observes, aren't they? The descent continues, the expressions of those falling etched with surprise. How did they get here? One of them questions. A young man with blonde hair peers from the side, his expression a mix of concern and determination. Elsewhere, a half-empty wine glass sits on a table, the remnants of a drink swirling within. A woman with fiery red hair sits regally in a chair, her gaze fixed and unreadable. The scene focuses on the woman's legs and the wine glass, hinting at a luxurious and perhaps dangerous setting. Back above, the blonde man, now on solid ground, shouts down at the blue-haired man who is lying on the ground. "Did you do to Amy?" he demands, his voice filled with rage. A voice muses, "What a shame." A heavy thud echoes in the background. The man with the missing tooth grins, a sinister glint in his eyes. A disembodied voice declares, "I don't think your friend." He stands among the others, the ornate room holding a strange tension. Amy sits in a chair, seemingly unwilling to move. The blonde-haired man looks down, his expression unreadable as he gazes at someone out of view. A close-up reveals the intensity in his blue eyes, a hint of something brewing beneath the surface. The man's gaze settles on Amy, the single word hanging heavy in the air. Amy, seated and seemingly resigned, offers a terse command, "Go back." From the shadows, a gruff voice insists that she doesn't want to return, denying any forced captivity. He orders the intruders to be dealt with. A younger man, standing beside the speaker, asks where they should be sent. The man's face contorts, his eyes wide with a dark intent. What does he think? The answer comes in a guttural snarl, the gold teeth glinting in the dim light. To hell. The order given, the man begins to move, his polished shoes clicking against the floor. His gaze lifts, a sinister anticipation flickering in his eyes. The man's eyes glow with an ominous red light, a silent promise of the torment to come. A sudden force slams into the room, the air itself seeming to crackle with unseen energy. A figure is thrown back, a silent question mark hanging in the air. Wiesnade, eyes widening, shouts a warning. "Chiron, watch out." The pressure intensifies, a palpable wave of energy washing over everything. Bodies are flung through the air like ragdolls, cries of pain echoing in the confined space. The blonde-haired youth's face contorts in a grimace of pain and confusion. Oh. A chilling realization dawns. Those people, they're all schema users. Figures emerge from the shadows, their eyes glowing with an ominous red light. The red glow intensifies, a single eye burning with malevolent intent. A pained groan escapes as the unseen force connects. Cook. These mobsters on this small island. Are all schema users? Who the hell is he? The large figure, cigar clenched between his teeth, muses on Amy's predicament. She's trapped in this kind of... Close up. Chiron's blue eyes are wide with panic. A voice calls out, urging him to calm down. Iruki, her expression grave, warns against letting emotions take over. Another man, his blonde hair tousled, glares with undisguised fury. The air crackles with unseen energy. A surge of water rises, turbulent and dark. Chiron stands with two others, their backs to the viewer, facing an unseen threat. The water churns, a maelstrom of power. The dark water continues to rise. The water crashes down. A voice booms out, laced with urgency, demanding that Chiron regain his composure. The warning echoes, a desperate plea not to succumb to the overwhelming tide of emotion. The air crackles with unseen energy. The unseen force intensifies. Submerged, Chiron finds himself surrounded by an ethereal glow. The water shimmers, reflecting the turmoil within. He is adrift in a sea of his own making, the depths mirroring his inner chaos. The energy continues to build. The ethereal glow intensifies around Chiron, a beacon in the watery abyss. The surge reaches its peak. Reaching towards the surface, Chiron's resolve hardens. He yearns for strength, a desperate desire echoing in the depths. The cool water enveloped him, a silent witness to the turmoil within. He reached out, as if grasping for something just beyond his reach, a memory perhaps, or a lost ideal. A younger version of himself surfaced in his mind, a face etched with worry. He hadn't wanted to become a mage. A mage, he thought, was someone who couldn't do anything in dangerous situations. So he could protect his friends. That was why Chiron had wanted to find it. His origin, his roots, a source of power beckoned from the depths. He reached upwards, towards the light, towards a future he desperately wanted to shape. And he drifted, suspended between the past and an uncertain future, a solitary figure in the vast expanse. He wanted to erase the agony that was making him hesitant. A figure in a crimson suit emerged from the depths, walking with purpose. A knowing smirk played on the red-clad figure's lips. He seemed to suggest, "You should understand the best." The figure in red's words echoed, a condemnation of existence itself. "You are a rootless being," he declared, the statement hanging heavy in the air, and a tree that has lost its roots. The tree of crimson energy pulsed behind him, a stark contrast to the emptiness he spoke of. His expression, a mask of manic glee, belied the venom in his words. The memory stung. Nate's face tightened with a grim resolve. The words, "will shrivel to death," hung in the air, a threat and a prophecy. The concept of roots resonated within him, a grounding force he had long struggled to define. My roots, he thought, the words a fragile declaration. The figure in red stood amidst a swirling, watery landscape, his presence a stark intrusion into Nade's thoughts. The air crackled with unseen energy. A memory surfaced, a face framed by pink hair, a voice whispering, "Don't only come from my past." The words were a gentle rebuke, a reminder of the present. The figure in red remained, a constant presence in the back of his mind. His crimson gaze seemed to pierce through the layers of memory and regret. Nade recalled a conversation, a turning point. I realized after talking to Marcia, he thought, the memory bringing a flicker of warmth to his face. Yuna stood beside him, a silent pillar of support. The faces of those who believed in him swam into focus. There are people who support me, Nade affirmed, the realization a shield against the encroaching darkness. Yuna's presence was a comfort. He clenched his fists, the water swirling around him, a reflection of the turmoil within. The past may haunt, but it would not define him. Nade stood firm, his gaze resolute. The weight of the past pressed down, but the support of his friends gave him strength. He would not shrivel. He was not alone. Surrounded by those who believed in him, Nade found the strength to face the future, to build upon his roots, not be defined by their absence. The faces of those who support him flash in his mind, people who are willing to be his roots. He resolves that he won't hesitate any longer. A woman with reddish-brown hair looks on, her expression unreadable. The woman, bathed in a red glow, remains silent. He steels himself. Chiron vows to trust the trust others have in him. Elsewhere, figures plummet through the air, a chaotic scene unfolding. Bubbles rise in a dark, ominous space. A blinding flash of light erupts. The impact sends shockwaves through the area. A man raises his arm in a desperate attempt to defend himself from an unseen assailant. A large hand clamps down on his face, and a man screams in agony. The man's face contorted in a grimace, his fingers adorned with heavy gold rings clenching into a fist. Another man's eyes widened, his brow furrowed in confusion. What could the reason be? A blinding light erupted, an abstract star of pure energy. A hand reached out, fingers outstretched, towards the radiant source. A voice, filled with wonder, questioned light. A young man stood bathed in golden light, a miniature sun cradled in his palm. A woman and a man, their faces etched with concern, watched the unfolding spectacle. A woman with fiery red hair gazed upwards, her expression unreadable. The young man's voice resonated with newfound resolve. I won't hesitate anymore. His eyes burned with determination, the light reflecting in their depths. The red-haired woman's face twisted in alarm, her voice cracking as she shouted, "W8." He raised the light high above his head, preparing to unleash its power. A searing beam of light shot downwards, promising destruction or salvation. A blinding light erupts, consuming everything in its path with raw, untamed energy. 30 minutes earlier, the stage was set for a dangerous game. A sinister plan takes shape as a mysterious substance is added to a glass of crimson liquid. The woman with the red hair, Yuna, eyes the drink with a knowing smirk. Such a predictable tactic, she muses. Nearby, a man wonders if his companion is even trying to conceal his intentions. Another woman worries that Jis might be in danger if she interferes. With a determined glint in her red eyes, Yuna strengthens her resolve. She'll fortify her mind with the power of the red eye. The woman knows that he'll likely reveal his true intentions once he sees her drink the concoction. Yuna watches as two figures are sent flying through the air, the scene a chaotic blur of motion and debris. A gasp escapes her lips. What is happening? Below, two figures look up in disbelief. How did they get here? The blonde woman, now prone, wonders what to do. The scene opens, bathed in a warm, inviting light. Iruki stands, her crimson hair cascading down her shoulders, the word present hanging in the air like a promise. Now seated, a glass of wine resting on the table beside her, Iruki's thoughts drift. She laments, I miss my timing to acknowledge them. Elsewhere, chaos reigns. A man lies prone amidst shattered stone, two figures looming over him in the aftermath of some unseen conflict. The ground itself seems to have exploded, the air thick with dust and the scent of pulverized rock. The scene shifts again, focusing on two figures locked in a heated exchange, their faces contorted with fury. A trio of faces, each etched with anger, their eyes burning with an unspoken rage. A close-up reveals a face marred by hardship, a missing tooth a stark reminder of battles fought and lost. Bastard. Who? A disembodied voice echoes, demanding, Are you? A young man with golden hair stands tall, declaring, My name is Chiron. Which line are you from? The blonde-haired woman and the blue-haired man from before are seen again, the words from the Althea's Magic Academy, hanging in the air between them. The woman and the blue-haired man are seen again, along with Chiron. The woman exclaims, What? What are you doing? A voice booms, filled with disbelief. Why would you reveal your identity? A deep, unsettling laugh echoes through the halls. The man's eyes gleam with dark amusement as he questions, a student? His grin widens, revealing teeth that seem a little too sharp. He accuses, you're acting. The blond man's expression hardens, his voice laced with threat. He warns that he will be expelled if he reports this to the school. Lying prone, the man's thoughts drift to Amy. To him, she's a friend more precious than school or anything in the world. The red-haired woman's brow furrows with concern. She warns that if they ever bring her friend to this kind of place again. The blond man's eyes blaze with an icy fury. He vows to destroy this place. With a fierce grin, the blue-haired man raises his sword high. The man from before confirms, that's right. The question hangs in the air. Do you think we won't save our friend because we're scared of being expelled? Ogent Ryan declares that is not how he lives life. The man with the blue hair stood over the blonde woman, sword in hand, as she lay on the floor, clutching a wooden club. The air crackled with unspoken tension. A voice echoed, filled with conviction. I Elzine feel the same way. Remember. Nade's voice rose in anger. We'll make you regret it if you lay your hands on the Chiron party. The bartender, overhearing, muttered to himself, what the hell's the Chiron party? And where did you get that stick? The bartender snapped, his voice laced with irritation. Shut up already. I think you kids are misunderstanding something. The bartender stood firm, Yuna at his side. But she came here of her own accord, and I don't think you have a right. The disembodied voice continued, to tell a noble where she should be. Amy, still clutching the club, tried to explain, Amy isn't in a state where she can make her own Desi dash. Nade, standing beside Yuna, declared, let's go back. The group began to move, their footsteps echoing on the stone floor. Amy stood, hands outstretched, as if seeking guidance or support. The bartender, watching them leave, simply said, The bartender's gaze followed the pair as they moved through the opulent space, the click of their heels echoing on the polished floor. The blonde woman gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. Behind her, the blue-haired man mirrored her shock. A bead of sweat trickled down the man's weathered face, his expression a mask of disbelief and fear. How? But she took loop, he wondered. Amy's eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint flickering within their depths. Don't tell me, she muttered, her gaze hardening. The blonde man's eyes widened as he exclaimed, A Karmas? Amy paused, her voice laced with a chilling confidence. You've heard of my family? Then that makes things easier. A disembodied voice echoed, its tone laced with a knowing amusement. Everyone here is addicted to loop, aren't they? The blonde man watched Amy, his expression unreadable. That must be your primary source of income, he stated. Amy's eyes burned with a fierce intensity, her voice a low growl. If you dare to send anything to the school. Her red eyes glowed, promising retribution. I'll make sure you can't earn a single dime in this business. Amy approached the throne, her steps measured and deliberate. The large man seated upon its side. I'm so unlucky. The man's gaze drifted upwards, a flicker of amusement playing on his lips. He was calling a bluff. But a seed of doubt took root. The power of a first-class noble. It would mean the definite loss of business. Then, a surge of frustration. He wouldn't be able to buy any loop. Elsewhere, the grand structure loomed against the night sky, its ornate details barely visible in the dim light. The clock tower stood tall, a silent sentinel overlooking the city. A voice called out, barely audible, the name Chiron. The bartender blushed, a secret reason hidden behind her rosy cheeks. Amy, she thoughtless. Amy considered going back. It wasn't because of loop, she realized. But she was still upset about what had happened earlier, a simmering anger fueling her resolve. The details of her dress, the curve of her collarbone, were sharp in the dim light. The bartender's voice dripped with disdain. A mere speck? What kind of speck would be this cute? The other man wondered, his gaze lingering on Amy. Amy's words hung in the air, a gentle inquiry about hunger. Chiron responded, a hint of amusement in his tone. Ah, must be nice. The city sprawled beneath a twilight sky, its grand architecture hinting at a history both ancient and powerful. Tiny figures moved below, unaware of the tremors to come. A low rumble echoed through the city streets. What was that earlier? Someone wondered aloud. An earthquake? Inside a similarly majestic building, a group stood together, seemingly unaffected by the distant tremors. But as they began to disperse, a voice cut through the air. Wait. The blonde-haired man turned to face another, his expression unreadable. Isn't that? The red-haired woman smiled reassuringly at the blonde-haired man. You're good now. His face contorted in rage. The man with the disheveled brown hair screamed, I'll quit. The man's voice boomed with frustration. I'm quitting this job, like you told me to. He stood above the others, his anger radiating outwards. The blonde-haired man spoke softly. So, I just want to say, thank you for helping. The man pointed a shaking finger, his face a mask of fury. Nade's face contorted in fury, his voice a raw snarl. Don't you dare make her cry, he bellowed, the words echoing with a barely restrained rage. The unseen speaker's threat hung heavy in the air, a promise of retribution. I will never forgive you. so be careful. The blonde-haired man's brow furrowed with concern. Amy cry? He wondered, his blue eyes reflecting worry. Beside him, Iruki offered a confident smile. A dark-haired man chuckled, the sound laced with mockery. Pahaha, you heard that, Chiron? Be careful, he taunted. Iruki turned to Nade, her expression questioning. Just was it? She asked, her voice soft but firm. Bathed in the warm glow of the city lights, Iruki's words carried a promise of unwavering support. I'm sure you'll be able to become whatever you want. Nade gazed up at the imposing structure, a single word echoing in his mind. Luck. He stood in the hallway, his posture rigid, a storm brewing within. His fist clenched, knuckles white, Nade's silent vow resonated with grim determination. Just you wait. The blonde-haired man stood beside Iruki, his thoughts clear. Cooler than that guy. The group's hunger pangs took center stage, their thoughts turning to the immediate need for sustenance. We're gonna eat now, right? I'm hungry. Let's just get something to eat near the place we're staying. Yeah, I don't think we'll be able to cook today. A chibi character questioned the length of time Tez planned to carry a stick, while another fell with a KYAK. The man sits in his dilapidated surroundings, a guttural laugh escaping his lips. The sound echoes through the decaying room. Above him, the ceiling is a web of cracks, a testament to the building's age and neglect. Dust motes dance in the faint light filtering through the gaps. His brow furrows, and he wipes away a bead of sweat. The ghost of the battlefield is losing to a bunch of kids. He looks up, mouth agape, and bellows, "Gat dash! Aren't you embarrassed?" Nearby, a man covers his face with his hand, a gesture of frustration or shame. The man sits with another, the two of them discussing the situation. Someone who was once called the all-day, one of them exclaims, "But I've never seen such magic." The overweight man's face contorts in a scream, his mouth wide open. There wasn't any room to avoid it either. A blonde-haired man looks down at him, his expression unreadable. Are you really gonna let them get away like that? What can I do? She's a first-class noble, right beneath the royal family, huh? The blonde-haired man continues, his tone laced with warning. You guys are losing to kids because all you do is take loot. If we mess with them, our entire business might be gone. Have you forgotten that there are things scarier than losing money? The overweight man looks up, his eyes narrowed. With a parrot bandits. His expression shifts to concern. We're being hunted down by the Magic Association. What if they find out where we are? He stares intently, his thoughts hidden behind a mask of contemplation. I see. For now. From somewhere above, a voice calls out, requesting something to alleviate a splitting headache. Another voice responds, calling out to the boss. Elsewhere, the moon hangs full and bright in the sky, a silent observer. Mountains rise sharply from the turquoise sea, their peaks kissed by the clouds. Waves crash gently on the shore, where someone reclines on a beach chair, soaking in the sun. Further out, laughter echoes as several figures splash and play in the clear water. The water swirls around them as they enjoy the refreshing coolness. Excited chatter fills the air as the group frolics in the shallows. A man with vibrant blue hair savors a bite of meat, his expression one of pure satisfaction. The clinking of silverware and murmur of conversation fill the air at an outdoor restaurant, where a group enjoys a meal with a view of the sea. Later that night, the moon casts a silvery glow over the landscape. Under the soft glow of string lights, three figures stroll along a path lined with palm trees, their silhouettes dancing in the night. Under the warm glow of hanging lights, Nade smiles, the evening air carrying the scent of tropical blooms. A woman with reddish-brown hair holds a grilled lobster, while the blue-haired man beside her enjoys a similar treat. Iruki holds up two grilled lobsters, the aroma of the sea filling the air around her. Nade's eyes sparkle with amusement as he gazes at something just out of view. The lobster is brought closer, and a voice muses, so this is what a vacation feels like. The blue-haired man points towards the horizon, a wide smile on his face. Iruki and Nade look on with expressions of excitement. The night sky explodes with vibrant fireworks, painting the darkness with bursts of color and light. The group walks away from the festivities, the blue-haired man's voice echoing. I should bring my parents here sometime. The sun shines brightly through the palm trees, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The next day, a carriage races through a dense forest, the sounds of the wheels clattering against the path. The carriage continues its journey, the leaves of the trees rustling in the wind. Inside the carriage, the blue-haired man sits with his arms crossed, while Nade sits beside him, both looking forward. A driver sits in the front. Iruki sits with another woman, and the woman says, "It's not like we were that late." The question hangs in the air as Nade demands, "Why did it take you so long to change?" He adds that they're going to be there around lunchtime. Nade continues, his voice laced with sarcasm. "What? It's all for you guys' sake, you know?" He then questions the other's outfit, asking if he really thinks his sword matches what he's wearing, calling him a caveman. The man named Nade is taken aback by the comment. The unknown man explains that he was planning on taking only Amy to explore the ruins. Iruki interjects, stating that they've gotten too close, to the point where they can't be separated. She apologizes to Rian, adding that Tez was ready before her. Amy chimes in, noting that you can tell she put effort into getting ready. Nade, visibly flustered, questions if they're saying that he's... Nade's eyes dart to the side, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Amy thinks to herself, pretty, but... Amy's expression shifts, a hint of surprise on her face. Amy asks if she's pretty. Nade thinks to himself, oh ho, Rian, seems like he has feelings for Tez, but doesn't know how to express it. It makes sense. It's hard to express his feelings to a woman stronger than him. He sits in the carriage, listening as Amy speaks, a slight blush rising on her cheeks. The blonde-haired woman fans herself, the air thick with unspoken thoughts. Iruki rests a finger to her chin, lost in thought. What could the reason be for the lack of restoration? Amy wonders aloud if that is the problem, though she thought she had closed the gap quite a bit. She thinks that Amy is having weird thoughts again. The sound of the carriage wheels echoes through the air. The Kurgo ruins are located on Galleon Island. The text states that the ruins are about 2 hours away by carriage from the tourism spot. Mount Toa, which is at the center of Galleon Island, is a dormant volcano that was active 500 years ago. Back then, a large-scale volcano eruption buried Kurgo in ash. It is believed that only a fraction of the civilization's golden age remains in the Kurgo ruins on Galleon Island. The government of Galleon Island proposed a restoration of the ruins, but the plan was scrapped due to resistance from the locals. Amy wonders if restoring the ruins wouldn't be a good thing for the locals. Iruki agrees. As a result, they could have increased their tourism revenue. The blue-haired man wonders if there's a secret. It seems like a normal tourist spot to Amy, although it is quite big. She points out something of interest. A crowd of tourists gazes in the same direction. There murmurs a low hum against the backdrop of ancient stones. Nade wonders if that's the person from Kurgo. Another confirms his suspicion, their voice hushed with intrigue. The group presses forward, drawn by the mystery surrounding the individual from Kurgo. The air hangs heavy with anticipation. Amy's gaze sharpens, a knowing glint in her eyes. She can tell something is amiss. The man with the facial markings remains stoic, his expression unreadable as he surveys the scene. Scars crisscross his chest and hand, a testament to battles fought and survived. The air smells faintly of ozone and old blood. The scale of the Kurgo temple leaves the tourists in awe. One can't believe these buildings were built thousands of years ago. From what the tourists overheard, the Kurgo temple was once a magnificent sight. The group walks along a bridge, marveling at the architecture. The air is thick with the scent of salt and ancient secrets. The temple is so deep. Someone warns the others not to stand there. It's dangerous. Amy, standing with Chiron and the unknown man, wonders what's wrong. She asks if he isn't going to see the central temple. Chiron crouches down, his hand outstretched towards the ground. Chiron focuses his spirit zone. The young master's brow furrows with concentration, sweat beading on his forehead as he strains to sense something. Amy asks what Chiron found, reminding him that they said to use his spirit zone's synesthesia to detect something. Chiron explains that he searched underground with his spirit zone, just in case. And strangely, Chiron couldn't detect anything. Amy states that it should be detectable for over 50 meters. Amy, her brow furrowed, asks what that means. The unknown man wonders if they should dig it up. Amy says she'll try, explaining that she can look up to 500 meters with her sniper mode. Chiron's face lit up, exclaiming about a distance of 500 meters. Iruki, standing beside him, looked back with wide eyes, a mixture of surprise and concern etched on her features. The blue-haired man stood slightly behind them, his expression a mask of confusion. A faint, ethereal blue glow pulsed in the distance, its source unseen. Iruki's eyes widened, her expression shifting to one of alarm as she gasped, a guttural sound escaping her lips. Chiron's brow furrowed with concern as he turned to Iruki. The blue-haired man, still seemingly out of the loop, muttered that he felt strangely out of place. The question hung in the air. What was wrong? The unspoken answer echoed in the silence. No way. Chiron's eyes narrowed, a flicker of understanding dawning on his face as he stared at Iruki. Chiron began to say something, but the word caught in his throat. Iruki's eyes glowed with an eerie light, her face a mixture of fear and determination. The realization struck like a physical blow. This couldn't be. The blue-haired man, ever practical, suggested that the easiest way to find out was to start digging. Iruki's eyes widened, a gasp escaping her lips as she felt a disturbance in the depths below. The thought echoed in the air, a silent scream of disbelief. Chiron's brow furrowed, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Amy, standing beside him, voiced the question weighing on their minds. Surely 500 meters was enough? Amy dismissed the thought, but Iruki confirmed that she, too, felt something 500 meters down. A surge of energy pulsed outward. The light intensified, crackling with unseen power. A single point of light expanded, tendrils of energy reaching out. The energy swirled, a vortex of raw power. But the moment the mage felt something, it was already too late. The zone dispersed, like a thread in water, its integrity shattered. Chiron's face was etched with concern. If Amy's consciousness wasn't weak, then something was definitely there. The blonde-haired man suggests that if it was a zoner, they might be able to see further. The red-haired woman listens intently. The woman with red hair wonders if they need someone like Professor Athela. The blonde-haired man continues, mentioning that even his second brother, a chief detective, always keeps a zoner in his squad. Nade, listening to the conversation, considers the possibility of needing outside assistance. The blonde-haired man reiterates that if it's at the level of needing someone else's help. The blue-haired young master crosses his arms, stating that if it's above their level, then Rian asks if he probably wants them to give up, right? The text reminds them that when pursuing a goal, it's possible to lose sight of the basics. A voice from above states that he is allowing it because he trusts their judgment. The voice continues, warning them not to let their guard down. If they are in a dangerous situation, they need to give up and must not forget this. Rian agrees that he is right, but it's a bit of a pity. Their destination is right in front of them. Nade looks determined. The text indicates they are digging 500 meters deep. The ancient city sprawled before them, its weathered stones whispering tales of forgotten ages. The pyramid loomed, a testament to a civilization lost to time, its steps leading to unknown heights. A sense of tranquility settled over the scene, a stark contrast to the dangers they knew lurked beneath the surface. It's peaceful, a voice mused. The group stood within the ruins, the weight of their mission pressing down on them. Why do we come here again? Someone wondered aloud, the question echoing in the vast chamber. The principal's words echoed in someone's mind, that if they came, they would know immediately. But all they saw was stone and sky. The ruins stretched out before them, a silent testament to a bygone era. How were they connected to Moreau? Canis suggested that if they dug, Moreau would come out. Iruki insisted they needed to use a spirit zone. Chiron, she called out, seeking his opinion. Canis wondered why they didn't try to ask the natives. He reasoned that there was probably nothing they could learn from the natives who worked in tourism, and that if they wanted to talk to the real natives, they probably needed a translator. An unnamed man demanded why Iruki was ignoring him, his voice laced with frustration. Amy Karmas declared she had a good idea and wanted to share it. Canis asked what it was. Amy explained that if it was digging, she had already come up with it while the others were looking at the ruins. She had been looking at something else. A close-up revealed Amy's intense gaze, her green eyes hinting at the secrets she held. People. A careful observation is required. Among the tourists, a group stands out, their purpose perhaps different from simple sightseeing. There are always those who seek more than just the surface beauty of ruins and landmarks. A multitude presses forward, drawn by an unseen beacon, their destination unknown. They're mercenaries, hardened and ready for more than just a casual stroll. The city sprawls, a web of opportunity and danger, waiting to be explored. A seasoned warrior, his gaze hardened by countless battles, stands ready. The grizzled mercenary is surrounded by others, their faces grim, their purpose clear. Inside the tavern, the air thick with anticipation, the mercenary confirms the information. It's true. As Tez predicted, the mercenaries have gathered at the tavern. He did it. The blonde-haired woman giggles, admitting she's still a beginner, as another at the table mentions the Elzine family scouting skills. The blonde-haired man muses that the world has gotten better, since even kids carry weapons. The blonde woman wonders if the others are talking about them. A bald man dismisses their concerns, saying they're just drunk. The blue-haired man scoffs, remarking that the other probably can't even swing that sword. Someone wonders if he's trying to look good in front of the girl next to him. Another confirms that's definitely it. Someone comments that anyone would act that way next to a pretty girl. Someone asks the blue-haired man what he's glaring for. The man with brown hair says his mood's already messed up and asks if they should see some blood. The red-haired woman scoffs, asking if they're serious. He was pretending not to hear them, or so it seemed. That blondie, he's just pretending not to hear us. One of them muttered, while another directly addressed him. Hey, you can hear me, right? One of the men leaned in, his voice laced with irritation. Turn your head around, he demanded, his eyes narrowed. Those bastards. The man's anger flared, his eyes widening as he thought. But about my friends. Meanwhile, the blond man continued to eat, seemingly unfazed by the rising tension. He chewed thoughtfully, his gaze distant. A bead of sweat trickled down the blue-haired man's temple, a subtle sign of the pressure he was under. His jaw tightened, a silent acknowledgement of the brewing storm. Finally, he looked up, his expression unreadable. The air crackled with unspoken tension. One of the men sighed, the sound heavy with disappointment. Damn, that's no fun, he muttered. I wanted to relieve some stress. From the doorway, another voice cut through the air, laced with scorn. Being a coward in front of the girls, aren't you ashamed? A final voice echoed, tinged with resignation. Well, I guess you got lucky. The tavern buzzed with a low hum of conversation, the clatter of plates and mugs a familiar symphony. A sense of unease, however, hung heavy in the air. One of the older patrons, his face etched with concern, demanded, "Hey, are you all right? Those thugs, they provoked and insulted some kids." At a nearby table, a woman with blonde hair listened intently, her expression thoughtful. "He was quiet while they were here," she observed. A voice, laced with curiosity, cut through the murmur. "Do you know those people?" The older man, his gaze hardening, replied, "They're thugs with nothing to lose. You held back well." The man with blue hair, Rian, stood beside a blonde woman. "Good job, Rian. I was worried about what would happen. To be honest, I was about to explode, but—" Rian's expression was unreadable, his eyes narrowed slightly. A low voice rumbled, "We have to meet them again." The blonde youth, Chiron, looked up, his brow furrowed with concern. "Right, Chiron?" someone asked. A flicker of determination crossed Chiron's face. He nodded, a quiet resolve in his voice. "Right, we should get going." Elsewhere, the group departed, their figures disappearing into the distance. The red cloaked a splash of color against the muted landscape. A group of people are observed to be staying in formation despite being in a tourist spot, suggesting they have experience. Iruki remarks that they did well not to start anything. Canis notes that archers usually have a sensory-type schema build. He adds that if they had charged in, they would have been countered immediately. He thinks that the man looks like the leader. It is noted that his sword is from a famous brand. Iruki stands with her back to the viewer, looking thoughtful. It is observed that she doesn't have weapons or equipment. Canis agrees, stating, "Yeah, that person." It is also noted that she's a mage. The group walks toward a city in the distance. The group stands on a ledge overlooking the city. It is noted that if a party that even includes a mage is here, it is said that this historic site has something special. The group approaches a building with two figures standing in front of the entrance. The group talks to the two figures in front of the building. He stands at the front, his expression unreadable as he surveys the path ahead. Iruki, Amy, and Canis follow closely behind, their footsteps echoing in the dimly lit corridor. The mechanism groans under the strain as someone forces it into position, the sound reverberating through the stone walls. A deep rumble echoes as the gears grind, the ancient machinery protesting its forced awakening. Nate peers in the darkness ahead, his eyes adjusting to the gloom as the path forward slowly reveals itself. The long staircase descends into shadow, each step leading deeper into the unknown. A glimpse of the sky above offers a fleeting reminder of the world outside, before the path plunges back into the depths. A voice calls out from behind, pleading, "Please wait." The man with the sword looks on with a concerned expression, flanked by his companions. The group declares, their voices echoing with determination, "We'll go in too." Meanwhile, one of the explorers recognizes the pursuing group. Those guys from a tavern earlier. Panic rises on their faces as they realize they are being followed. The group wonders, their voices laced with concern. When did they follow us? The warrior, sword raised, spat out a challenge, his voice a snarl of pure aggression. "Do you want to die? Fuck off." His target's face contorted in a mix of shock and fury, sweat beading on his brow as he processed the threat. Eyes widening, the blonde-haired man stared down at the blade inches from his face, the question escaping his lips in a hushed breath. "What the—" A flicker of recognition crossed the face of a bystander. Wasn't he the coward from earlier? The blonde man's expression remained calm, betraying none of the fear that might be expected in the face of death. A voice, laced with concern, cut through the tension. "Leader, I think we should leave them alone." One of the guards, his face etched with warning, stated the obvious. "They said if we fight here, they won't let us in." The two guards stood like statues, their tattooed arms crossed, a silent promise of the consequences to come. The warrior's face twisted in fury, his teeth bared in a silent snarl. He would not back down. The blonde man looked up, a cold fury simmering beneath his calm facade. "These bastards," he thought. The heavy doors swing inward with a resounding boom, revealing the path ahead. A blonde-haired man and a dark-haired man exchange a look of apprehension, the sound echoing around them. A disembodied voice echoes through the chamber, posing a chilling question. Will you conquer, or will you be sacrificed? An aged figure with a long white beard stands impassively, his expression unreadable as he observes the unfolding events. The voice continues, its tone unwavering. "If even one of you passes the test." A dark orb hangs suspended in the air, casting long shadows across the ancient stonework. The ominous voice concludes, its words heavy with consequence. "But if you fail to do so, one sacrifice." The group stands together, a mix of determination and fear etched on their faces as they prepare to face the unknown trial. The voice declares, "Will permit one entry." The blonde-haired man's eyes widen in horror, his mouth agape, as he realizes the gravity of the situation. The dark-haired man beside him shares his shock. The blonde-haired man states, "They got us." The man in the black cloak pauses, his expression unreadable. The woman with red hair retorts, "So you're telling me we're in the same boat as those brats?" The group stands in a large hall, the tension palpable as they await their fate. The stone floor stretches out before them, cold and unforgiving. A man explains, proving yourself is quite common when we first come into contact with a new civilization. But to think we're being tested together with these brats, we shouldn't have let them come with us. The red-haired woman interjects, her expression hardening. Excuse me, you've been calling us brats for a while, but how would you know if we're skilled or not? The scene shifts, the tension rising as the group continues their discussion. But real life is different from school, you know? Don't you worry. We don't plan on working with you either way. The group stands defiant, their resolve hardening in the face of adversity. The path forward was laid bare. There were two ways to pass through the gates. One could prove their competence, or sacrifice one for the entry of another, the elder with a braided beard explained. A voice, cloaked in shadow, sought clarification. What did it mean to prove themselves? What exactly did they have to do? Iruki snapped, warning Nade not to butt in, lest she refused to translate for him. The blonde-haired boy insisted they had to work together anyway. The cloaked figure clicked their tongue, impatience radiating from them. The elder continued, explaining that one by one, they would step onto the altar of judgment and prove themselves to one of the 8 orbs. The altar of judgment loomed, awaiting their trials. They would be answered through God's language. Lights up red, it means you have failed. And if the orb lights up white, you have passed. The group wondered if there was a limit to how many times they could try, and what the penalties were for failing. The elders stated there were no limits, or the rules were simple. There were no penalties for failure. They were welcome to attempt the trials as many times as they liked. Iruki, relieved, asked the obvious question. So they didn't have to work together? The conversation turned to the nature of the trials. They had mentioned conquering or sacrifice. What did sacrifice imply? The group stood in the hall, considering the implications of the trials. The elder confirmed their understanding. Precisely. Nade, ever the pragmatist, wondered if there were any limits on who they could sacrifice. He continued, pressing the issue. Could they bring someone from outside? What about using a corpse? The elder's answer was blunt. No nomitastions. The group absorbed the information, the implications settling in. That was all of the rules. The stone walls of the hall seemed to close in, the silence amplifying the weight of their choices. Something felt strange. The group stood together, the weight of the trial's implications hanging heavy in the air. A question lingered, unspoken but palpable. Why such a cruel rule, demanding the sacrifice of a teammate for the sake of obtaining loot? The idea of sacrificing a teammate didn't seem too bad to one of them. Another wondered aloud. Who is Moreau? Are they a loot dealer? The thought of loot trafficking in a place like this seemed to be a genuine concern. The unanimous decision rule made things quite tricky. It's easier for one to dominate over many. It's better than having everyone agree on a single decision. The situation might end up being more dangerous than he thought. What? He asked. The man with the scars grinned. We just need to kill these 4 brats here, and us 4 can enter. The blond man asked, how's that? It's a problem that the supposed leader is so irrational. His teammates are at least trying to solve the problem. Let's just start already. We can't sit around here for too long, the woman with the reddish-brown hair urged. The man with blue hair stands behind the others, while the man with brown hair expresses his dislike for someone. A voice proposes that they decide the order now. Nade stands with his hands on his hips, listening intently. Nade agrees, adding that he also thinks the test is attacking, since Kurgo is a tribe of warriors. Based on what she knows, Iruki and Nade stand before a massive, dark orb. The woman in the red cloak explains that the orb can absorb an infinite amount of energy. A voice adds that the layout of this place makes it easier for someone to perform attacks against those orbs. Iruki considers the information, then states that among them are swordsmen. Elsewhere, a man with fiery red hair fumes, wondering who someone thinks they are. A sinister smile spreads across Iruki's face. Nade looks up in surprise as a swordsman from their side appears, accompanied by a blonde woman. He declares that he will go first, his gaze fixed forward. The man's expression is determined as he prepares to face whatever lies ahead. His boot strikes the stone floor with a resounding thud, each step echoing in the chamber. He continues forward, his figure framed by the arched architecture. As he passes, a woman's voice calls out, warning Rian to be careful. Canis, his voice laced with arrogance, taunts, asking if they're scared already. Rian pauses, his gaze drawn to a dark sphere embedded in the wall. The sphere looms before him, a silent sentinel in the cracked stone. Meanwhile, Nade, his brow furrowed with concern, voices his belief in Rian. Rian's eyes narrow as he considers the sphere, a sense of limitlessness washing over him. The sphere reveals its secret, a single, stark number 1. Nade and Iruki exchange a worried glance, the meaning of the number eluding them. Iruki's voice cuts through the air, a sharp command laced with concern. She urges Rian to back off. The man with blue hair stands firm, the massive sphere looming before him. He grips his sword, ready to strike. The orb pulses with a faint red light, ancient symbols etched around its surface. Rian gazes upward, his expression unreadable as he studies the sphere. A disembodied voice echoes, declaring the attempt a failure. Understanding dawns on Rian's face. He knows what he must do. He raises his sword, recalling the instructions. A number will appear upon striking the orb, and a white light is the key to passing. The light above seems to intensify, bathing the chamber in an ethereal glow. A voice filled with disbelief questions Rian's choice of weapon. The onlookers gasp, one exclaiming that the weapon is likely made of a powerful alloy. Iruki cries out Rian's name, her voice laced with a mixture of fear and encouragement. The blonde-haired woman watches with wide eyes, her expression a mask of shock. He thinks of the sword, a legacy from his grandfather, as he prepares to strike. His foot shifts, planting firmly on the ground, ready to deliver the blow. The sword blurs as it descends, a silver arc against the dim light. The orb awaits, a dark, silent sphere. This is the moment to test the sword's true potential. The blade connects, a flash of light erupting at the point of contact. Sparks fly as the sword bites into the orb's surface. Rian frowns, a sense of confusion washing over him. What? He thought he had struck true, but the sensation is off. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he tries to understand. It feels as if all the power was absorbed. The orb glows, displaying the number 241. The declaration hangs in the air. F fail? He looks back, a mixture of shock and disbelief etched on his face as he stares at the orb. A voice calls out, noting his unsteady stance. Your legs are wobbling. Rian gasps, the exertion evident in his strained expression. A question is posed, laced with concern. How do you feel? Are you all right? The response comes, a realization dawning. I guess it absorbs all of the power. He leans heavily on the massive blade, catching his breath. It seems he'll be all right after resting for a bit. That's good. So that's how it works. The number represents the power of the attack. Rian clicks his tongue, frustrated. He would have passed if he could use schema. The bald man laughs, a booming sound that echoes through the chamber. The bald man scoffs, pointing out that Rian doesn't even know how to use schema. He knew that sword was. The bald man grins, eager for more. He wants to go again. The weapon, a spiked ball attached to a chain, hangs menacingly. Iruki observes, commenting that the guy is. A voice declares that someone is a strength schema user. Another voice suggests that a blunt weapon is being used rather than a sword to increase the power. A hulking figure, muscles straining against his dark shirt, prepares to unleash a devastating blow. His foot slams down, anchoring him as he channels his strength. A wide, almost manic grin stretches across his face as he brings the blunt weapon arcing down. The impact explodes in a burst of raw energy, the air itself seeming to crackle with the force. The world blurs, a testament to the sheer speed and power unleashed. With a triumphant roar, he declares, it's O dash. A nearby observer's eyes widen in disbelief, his mouth agape at the display of power. The number 248 blazes into existence, quantifying the devastating force of the blow. A voice whispers, W8. A wave of shock ripples through the crowd, their faces mirroring the same stunned disbelief. He examined the structure above, his brow furrowed in concern. I think this thing is broken. There's no way I'm only 7 points higher than that brat. The blonde woman, back turned, issued a sharp command. Back off now that you've had your turn. The disembodied voice mused. It might not be based on absolute strength. The woman with dark hair, her expression worried, murmured, there might be something else behind it. The bald man scoffed, yeah right? The muscular man's gaze hardened, his thoughts focused. You think that's some kind of toy? If that's not the case. The disembodied voice questioned. If that's not the case? The blue-haired man, face contorted in anger, spat. You trying to piss me off even more? The red-haired woman retorted. If you failed, just shut up and watch my friend. The air crackled with unspoken tension. The blonde woman stood poised, her hand gripping the hilt of her sword. The hole in the ceiling seemed to watch, a silent observer of the unfolding events. The blonde woman drew her blade, the steel whispering as it left its sheath. I've always wondered. Her eyes narrowed, a predatory glint in their depths. Just how useful is my sword technique? This will be fun. Her eyes gleam with a predatory light. The blonde woman raises her sword, a feral grin stretching across her face. The air crackles with anticipation. The man with blue hair, brows furrowed, accused someone of lying about their abilities. He seemed ready to escalate the situation, his tone accusatory. The unseen figure was told to shut up and watch his friend, implying a demonstration was about to begin. From a low angle, a woman raised her sword, the blade glinting in the light of the arena. The sound of steel scraping against steel echoed as the sword was drawn from its sheath. Eyes closed, the woman held the sword before her, seemingly gathering her focus. A confident smile played on her lips as she internalized. This will be fun. Her eyes snapped open, a predatory glint in their depths as she prepared to unleash her sword technique. The sword was raised once more, ready to strike. From a distance, the woman stood poised, a solitary figure against the vast backdrop. Her gaze intensified, a laser focus on her unseen target. A sharp intake of breath preceded the strike. The sound of the blade cutting through the air echoed, a testament to its speed and precision. She draws the sword, the movement so swift it's almost imperceptible. A gust of displaced air rushes outward. The blade sings as it cleaves the air, a sharp echoing through the training ground, kicking up dust and debris. The observers watch, their expressions a mix of awe and disbelief at the sheer velocity of the strike. The sword continues its arc, a blur of polished steel against the muted backdrop. The tip finds its mark, a burst of energy erupting upon impact. The woman's form flows with the blade, a dance of lethal grace. The path of the sword is a streak of light, a testament to its impossible speed. The sword plunges into the dark surface, sending ripples through the unknown substance. The man named Rian stares, sweat beading on his brow as he tries to comprehend the speed he just witnessed. The speed itself becomes a tangible force. The sudden burst of acceleration at the tip of her sword defies comprehension. The technique is so fast, it creates an illusion of a flash, a momentary distortion of reality. The man's face contorts in rage, his mouth agape as he unleashes a furious yell. His outburst continues, the memory of a woman wielding a saber fueling his frustration. He wonders why it matters that she was better than him, especially since they both failed. A disembodied voice challenges, questioning if someone is looking down on raw strength because they lack it. The blonde-haired man, flanked by two women, expresses his desire to try again, seemingly amused by the situation. The blonde man holds something in his gloved hand, his expression thoughtful. A gloved hand reaches into a pouch, revealing several cylindrical objects with golden caps. The red-haired woman urgently tells Chiron to get that thing. The blonde man holds a bullet, carefully examining it. They are found in. Furthermore, mana stones are not just hard to find, they are hard to work with as well. Using advanced material and mechanical engineering is a must. And mana stone bullets are impossible to make without these. One of those bullets costs 1 gold. They don't even use 10 grams of mana stone to make one of those. 1 gold? My big brother is the captain of the Royal Archers. Hey, I'm going to be using a lightning arrow. The archer prepares the lightning arrow, drawing back the string with focused intensity. The lightning arrow is released, streaking through the air with a trail of blue energy. The arrow, now a concentrated sphere of crackling power, hurtles towards its unseen target. The archer watches as the lightning arrow surges forward, a surge of power emanating from the bow. A nearby observer gasps, eyes wide with awe and perhaps a hint of fear. Whoa! The lightning arrow finds its mark, erupting in a blinding flash of blue and white. The number 1020 crackles with electrical energy, a testament to the power contained within the mana stone bullet. Nade's face contorts into a sinister grin, his teeth bared as he witnesses the results. The mana stone bullet hovers in the air, displaying the number 1020 as Nade looks on, his expression a mix of displeasure and calculation. Iruki, standing beside Nade, remarks that unlike the swordsman, he didn't lose his strength. Nade acknowledges this with a simple, "Oh, that's true." Nade dismisses the idea of using other types of bullets, stating that it would be a waste of money and wouldn't change anything. Nade's expression shifts to concern as he considers the implications of the test results. The question hangs in the air, just how high is the bar? Iruki suggests that the mages are up next, inquiring whether the other mage would like to go first. The other mage wonders if she should go first, since she would be up next. Iruki suggests that it would be a great way to see who's stronger. A sinister grin spreads across Iruki's face, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Iruki strides forward, ready to show them what she's got. One of the observers expresses his anticipation. He can finally see Amy's magic. The narrator explains that her specialty is precision targeting with powerful single-shot firepower. Unlike ice magic, where there is a clear limit of absolute 0, flame magic does not have an upper limit to its temperature. And due to the unlimited growth potential, many mages choose the flame mage route. But even skilled mages have trouble getting past the barrier of 1,000 degrees. The reason flame magic is considered the strongest despite this is because most things on this planet cannot withstand 1,000 degrees. Of course, flame magic has its weaknesses. Flame is light, which is why it cannot travel far. Hence, the fusion magic flame strike was created. Iruki notes that quick precision striking is her specialty, but its power decreases when it's close up like this, which means she thinks she should do the opposite. Her eyes begin to glow. Iruki declares that she'll use a fireball, conjuring the spell. One of the observers exclaims that it's huge. The display of power left those watching in awe. The man with blue hair could only manage a stunned, "Whoa." Iruki stood amidst the inferno, a pillar of flame dancing around her. The heat shimmered, distorting the air as she reveled in the raw, untamed energy. The flames, unbound by any known temperature limit, devoured the structure before them. The firelight danced across Iruki's face, casting her features in sharp relief. Her eyes ignited with an eerie blue glow as she focused the fireball skill, channeling its destructive potential. The column of fire intensified, engulfing Iruki completely as she stood at its heart. The structure continued to crumble, consumed by the relentless inferno. The roar of the flames filled the air, a symphony of destruction. The heat radiated outwards, a palpable wave of energy. Nade and the blue-haired man watched, their faces etched with a mixture of awe and terror. Suddenly, Iruki was sent spiraling backwards through the inferno, the force of her own magic seemingly overwhelming her. The blonde-haired figure stared in disbelief, unsure of what had just transpired. A sphere of pure darkness, wreathed in roaring flames, hangs suspended in the air. The heat shimmers, distorting the very air around it. It's 3 times stronger than before. The display flickers, showing a score of 3,270. Is that enough to surpass a lightning arrow? Iruki grits her teeth, frustration etched on her face. What? This isn't enough to pass. From the sidelines, Nade and the unknown man exchange glances. How much stronger does it have to be? Just how high is the bar? Iruki's eyes burn with determination. She wants to go again, declaring she's going to use sniper mode this time. A disembodied voice floats through the air, advising that getting angry won't help the score and to relax. A confident smile spreads across Iruki's face. She'll also use fireball to match the level. A hand reaches out, fingers twitching. Don't make me laugh. You're just copying my strategy. 2 orbs of pure, crackling fire materialize before Iruki, radiating intense heat. Iruki's gaze intensifies, her focus absolute as she prepares her next attack. The air shimmers and distorts as a swirling vortex of fire rises from the ground, a testament to the raw power she commands. With a shout, Iruki raises her hand, channeling the inferno into a single, devastating fireball. The heat is almost unbearable. Iruki's hands trembled slightly as she focused, muttering, "Isn't that?" Her mind raced, recognizing the fire enhancement mechanism from the textbook. The textbook lay open, diagrams illustrating the precise movements for magical action. It seemed she was doing everything by the book. A guttural scream tore from Iruki's throat, her face contorted with effort. Hey-aha! Fire began to swirl around her, a visible manifestation of her desperation to win. With a determined stance, she channeled the raw energy, her body a conduit for the escalating power. A colossal eruption of fire exploded outward, the air shimmering with heat and the scent of ozone. Nade, along with the blonde-haired woman and another man, watched with a mixture of awe and apprehension, their faces etched with concern. Elsewhere, a group of onlookers observed with varying degrees of interest, some smiling, others remaining impassive. The expressions of those closest to the arena shifted to fear as the intensity of the spell increased. Iruki's brow furrowed, sweat beading on her forehead as she pushed her magical abilities to their limit. The fire orb solidified, its power level registering at 1330, a testament to her growing strength. The orb pulsed with even greater intensity, the number climbing to 1333, a sign of her relentless determination. A devious glint in her eyes, Iruki silences any potential dissent. Various facts about magic stones fill her mind, along with the specifics of the fireball spell, a heat magic, fire element technique of class Aturb, based on ignite batteries and belonging to the 36 standard spells. It fires an ultra-high temperature fireball by maximizing fire density, possessing strong heat but almost no mass, meaning it lacks physical force. A wave of shock washes over the onlookers. Her eyes widen, a silent scream trapped in her throat. Flames erupt, licking hungrily at the air. The number 1330 blazes within a fiery sphere. Crimson eyes glow with an inner fire, a hint of the power contained within. A sinister smile curls upon her lips, a finger raised in a silent command. A sigil pulses with a faint, ethereal light. One of the men wonders if she is the rumored mage. The other notes that she is famous among the mercenaries, a rising star. He wonders if they should try to recruit her to their party. Whispers follow the woman in the red hood, rumors painting her as selective, almost impossible to please. She wouldn't even consider parties she didn't like. Since a young age, she had been a seasoned professional mage, gaining experience and taking pride in being second to no mage in terms of experience and skill. Yet the woman in the red hood's expression twisted into a manic grin. This is... A voice echoed through the hall, disbelief lacing every syllable. This can't be it. Right. The red-haired girl walked away, her back to the crowd. It was because the firepower wasn't focused. The bald man with the axe sighed. It's over. The scoreboard revealed the truth. The red-haired girl's score was 3270, while the other was 1330. The difference was just way too big. The red-haired girl's expression remained smug. It wasn't a matter of skill difference at this point. It was about the scale of talent. She was sure she was the most talented even among her peers. The red-haired girl crossed her arms, a confident smirk playing on her lips. No one here was stronger than her. The bald man with the axe spoke to his companion. Since even someone like her couldn't pass, we can only dream of doing so at this point. The red-haired girl's face filled the frame, her expression unreadable. She believed they were nearing the end. The blonde-haired man urged her not to falter now. A stunned silence hung in the air. Another voice, laced with frustration, demanded they abandon the effort. Let's just leave. The man with the dark hair questioned if they were giving up on something so meaningless. He wondered if they still had something left to give. Iruki, surrounded by her companions, declared, "I'll try my best." A voice dripping with cynicism declared it was over. The blonde-haired man looked up, confused by the statement. A voice, resolute, cut through the doubt. "Don't tell me." The man with the dark hair wondered if they had been mistaken about their goal the entire time, the unique rules of this room weighing heavily on his mind. Elsewhere, the reason why Moreau was revealed. The space shimmers with an otherworldly energy, the very fabric of reality seeming to bend and twist. This place, could Chiron have made it? Nade's expression is unreadable, his blue eyes reflecting the strange light of the chamber. Anyway, for now, he continues forward, his footsteps echoing softly in the vast space. The cracked floor stretches out before him, leading to a dark sphere that hangs suspended in the air, a silent sentinel in this bizarre arena. Nade's gaze is fixed on the sphere. He'll focus on the test, he thinks, pushing aside the questions that swirl in his mind. He extends his hand, palm up, ready to channel the energy that crackles in the air. A brilliant, golden orb materializes in his palm, radiating intense heat and light. Iruki and the others watch with growing concern. Photon emission? How could he deal any damage with that? The man's brow furrows, sweat beading on his forehead. Damage with that? The photon is oscillating. The energy within the orb pulses with increasing intensity. Nade stands tall, the golden light illuminating his face, trails of energy dancing around him as he prepares to unleash the photon's power. The group watches with bated breath, their faces etched with a mixture of apprehension and anticipation. A memory surfaces, a recollection of events from a few days prior, when they had ventured out to rescue Amy. In that moment, he had blinded the enemies with light. He slammed the ground with something, an action so swift it defied comprehension. And no one even bothered to ask what it was at that time. Canis, his brow furrowed, voiced his certainty. Chiron would be using that spell now. It was his specialty skill. The light began to coalesce in Nade's outstretched hand, a blinding beacon forming between his fingers. The light intensified, growing brighter and more intense with each passing moment. He fell, a streak of light against the darkness, hurtling towards his unseen foes. The light erupted, a supernova of energy unleashed upon the battlefield. Canis and Iruki watched, their faces etched with concern as the blinding light filled the area. The light seared into their vision, the intensity almost unbearable. The man's mouth gaped open in a silent scream, his eyes wide with terror. Above him, Iruki watched with a grim expression. Before him stood a grand structure, and at its center, a dark sphere pulsed with an unknown energy, the number 4783 emblazoned upon its surface. The sphere loomed, the stark white numerals a chilling testament to its power. The younger Nade, cloaked in darkness, listened as Iruki questioned, wasn't it just photon emission? She wondered how light could inflict physical damage. Nade's eyes narrowed, the memory of the spell's speed flashing before him. That wasn't all there was to it. He considered the implications, wondering if he could even avoid such a spell if it were launched at him. Not only that, Canis grimaced, imagining what would happen if he were to get hit with one of those. The realization hit him hard. This was bad. Those guys, they were stronger than us. Nade, his expression resolute, muttered, "No way." He wondered if 5,000 was the passing score, his mind racing. He internalized, he didn't think he could get anything higher with photon cannon. Determination blazing in his eyes, Nade declared, "I want to try again." Iruki glances back, a question forming on her lips as she wonders aloud. "I had used laser?" The redhead listens intently, her expression thoughtful as she considers the implications. Canis crosses his arms, a hint of impatience in his eyes. "Not planning on leaving yet?" he asks, his tone suggesting otherwise. The sentiment hangs in the air, a palpable wave of boredom washing over the scene. "It's no use doing it. This is boring. I'm going back." Canis stands beside Iruki, his frustration evident as he considers their options. Further down the hall, two figures stand silhouetted in an archway, their conversation unheard. A voice echoes, the words carrying a weight of shared experience. "He said we." The frustration boils over, Canis's eyes glowing with barely suppressed anger. Boots stand firm on the cracked stone floor, a silent testament to the passage of time and countless battles. Dust and debris coat the ground, remnants of a forgotten conflict. A lone figure stands with his sword, ready for whatever may come. Iruki, her expression determined, suggests, let's just leave once those guys are done. She listens as Canis states the obvious. Everyone has noticed the strange rules of this room. The silence hangs heavy, punctuated only by an unspoken agreement. The purpose of these strange rules, it seems, is to test the trust among teammates. The man with the wild hair groans, finding this a very strange testing method. A swordsman stands ready, his blade gleaming in the dim light. In terms of pure firepower, mages would obviously be stronger than swordsmen, or so the saying goes. But that doesn't seem to be the case generally. Swordsmen are able to do many things mages can't. They're cut out for different roles, after all. A figure leaps into the air, testing the limits of the room. If the space was wider, Amy's sniper mode would have been stronger, though this is very unfair. Frustration etched on his face. He seems to think the test is broken. If you quantify the amount of damage dealt, there's an illusion of it being fair, so if you get a score lower than your teammates, you get anxious. A lone figure stands in the distance, seemingly unaware of the trials ahead. Iruki's face contorts in a mixture of shock and disbelief, as a disembodied voice echoes. Finally, what's waiting at the end of all this, with the sacrifice of one? The team, a collection of determined faces, presses onward, their resolve unwavering despite the ominous pronouncements. A stark declaration hangs in the air, can pass. Boots clad in dark leather stride forward, the sound of each step echoing in the cavernous space. A sudden burst of energy washes over the figure, a visible shock rippling through the air. The figure continues their march, a sword strapped to their side, a silent promise of the battles to come. Canis looks up, his face a mask of annoyance. Ugh! The figure stands on a cracked platform, a glowing red button, the only point of interest. The button glows ominously, the number 32 foot emblazoned upon its surface. Iruki peers down, her expression unreadable as she contemplates the scene below. A voice, laced with exhaustion, cries out, "We done here? It's not like we can do anything more, so let's just get out of here." He listened intently, the weight of the unspoken words hanging heavy in the air. The implication was clear. That group would be disbanded upon their departure. One of the others didn't believe they could accomplish anything more with a group soon to be disbanded. It'd be best to leave now. The group stood in the large hall, the weight of the situation settling upon them. Nate asked if someone could translate one more time for him. Someone asked if anyone had passed the test before adding, "Yeah, what do you want to say?" The older man mused that he didn't know for sure. Sometimes they came in groups, and sometimes they came alone. Nade's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The passing rate, someone noted, was higher for those that came alone. Nade internalized that he thought maybe this test wasn't meant to be passed, but there were people who passed. And he didn't expect the passing rate to be as high as 10%. Iruki reveals she believes she was set up by their principal, her expression a mix of concern and suspicion. The question hangs in the air, followed by a cryptic explanation about understanding the world Moreau lives in. Nade's eyes glow with sudden understanding. He gets it now, or at least he thinks he does. A realization dawns. It's better not to try to understand Moreau. However, a fist clenches, a sign of inner turmoil. An apology is offered to the principal, but the speaker's conviction seems to waver. He doesn't think. Nade smiles, a hint of resignation in his expression. He'll be able to give up. Iruki looks on, her expression unreadable as Nade makes his decision. A voice demands the door be opened, impatience lacing the words. The older man stands with another, the urgency of the situation palpable. Nade questions if everyone agrees, then urges them to leave. The group prepares to move, the next course of action uncertain. He stares ahead, a knot of worry tightening in his stomach as the gravity of the situation settles over them. The group stands together, a silent understanding passing between them. The air crackles with unspoken tension, a shared sense of foreboding hanging heavy in the dimly lit space. Today, arms crossed, the woman with reddish-brown hair declares, her voice laced with urgency, that they really need to get inside Kurgo. A man with brown hair demands that the door be opened already, his voice echoing through the corridor. The man with white hair seems to agree. The blond man, looking annoyed, questions what the others are doing and urges them to leave. A firm declaration hangs in the air. They cannot do that. The group stands together, the tension palpable as they debate their next move. From a low angle, the group appears determined, their faces set with resolve. The woman with red hair states, with a chilling certainty, today. The woman with pink hair crosses her arms, insisting that they really need to go inside Kurgo. The group stands silhouetted against the light, their expressions unreadable as the debate continues. Looking down on the group, their determination is clear, despite the uncertainty of what lies ahead. The man with brown hair asks what the woman with pink hair is talking about, as she insists that they really need to go to Kurgo. A voice echoes with frustration, expressing a shared desire to escape their current predicament, but acknowledging their failed attempts. Iruki stands with her arms crossed, listening intently as Nade, cloaked in maroon, speaks to her. A close-up reveals a face contorted with intensity, the eyes wide with a mixture of desperation and determination. What do you mean? The voice declares the location as the Chamber of Achievement and Sacrifice, the words hanging heavy in the air. A disembodied voice commands them to prove their competence by passing Miro's trial. Nade listens as the voice continues, suggesting they prove themselves through sacrifice. Iruki's expression is unreadable. The terms are laid bare. For sacrifices shall permit 4 entries. A man with blue hair questions the meaning of the words, his companion shouting in apparent disbelief. The voice clarifies that they are being told to leave if they are done here. A voice expresses confusion, finding the situation strange. Iruki states that the terms are not as she understood them, hinting at a discrepancy in the information. He is clearly agitated, a visible tremor shaking his frame as the weight of the situation crashes down. Nade's voice cracks as he accuses, the question laced with betrayal. You knew his language this whole time? Iruki retorts, her tone sharp and defensive. Do you think I'm an idiot to not be able to remember that? Nade's eyes widen, a dawning horror creeping into his expression. Wait, what? A cold dread washes over him as he considers the implications. The air hangs heavy with unspoken tension, the silence amplifying the growing unease. A thought bubble reveals the group's shared fear. Amy is so scary. Nade's voice trembles, fear etched on his face. Are we really going to fight? A collective uncertainty settles over the group, their fate hanging in the balance. It'll be fine, one offers weakly, but the doubt lingers. Let's just leave this up to Amy. The group steels themselves, preparing for what's to come. All right, bring it on, you guys. Iruki's eyes gleam with an unsettling intensity, her words a chilling challenge. I don't think you'd willingly be sacrificed, so shouldn't you at least try your best and struggle? An enormous hand descends, casting a long shadow over the group, a palpable sense of dread filling the air. The group braces for impact, their faces a mixture of fear and grim determination as they await their fate. Her eyes widen, a silent question forming on her lips as the battle unfolds. The air crackles with tension, a palpable sense of dread settling in. The clash of steel echoes as 2 swordsmen meet, their strength seemingly equal. Each strike is a dance of death, a testament to their skill and power. A figure looms, her presence radiating power. It's clear that this woman is stronger than their leader, a force to be reckoned with. Even their mages are leagues above ours, their magic weaving a tapestry of destruction. The air hums with raw energy, a testament to their mastery. A blaze of glory erupts as a mage unleashes their power, flames dancing around them like a divine aura. The heat is intense, a testament to their fiery will. In my arrows, a voice seems to whisper, as if in the wind itself. An archer stands ready, bow drawn, eyes focused on the target. Each arrow is a promise of swift and deadly precision. Her face contorts in fear, the realization of their impending doom sinking in. The weight of the situation crushes her spirit. A towering figure descends, radiating power and authority. Their presence alone is enough to inspire awe and terror. Are slower than light, a voice echoes, a chilling reminder of their powerlessness. Despair washes over him, the weight of their impending defeat crushing his spirit. He can't win this. He realizes, the truth a bitter pill to swallow. We'll be destroyed. The words echo in the darkness, a chilling prophecy of their fate. She stands, listening as a figure hidden in shadow confesses. I'm sorry. We shouldn't have treated you that way earlier. A man with spiky brown hair, his face etched with urgency, barks, Hey, you 3 apologize too. Another man, his expression contrite, stammers, I am sorry. I learned a lot from what happened. A woman with fiery red hair bows her head, her voice laced with regret. I was too arrogant. Please forgive us. The air hangs heavy with unspoken tension as the group awaits a response. The man with spiky hair grits his teeth, his eyes narrowed with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. A bead of sweat trickles down his neck, a testament to the weight of the moment. His eyes, wide and bloodshot, betray the depth of his remorse. A voice, barely a whisper, adds, "We also?" Iruki's expression remains unreadable, her green eyes fixed on the apologetic figures. The sound of their apologies echoes in the tense silence. The group continues, their voices a chorus of regret. We also talked behind your back in the bar. We're sorry for doing that. Please forgive us. So, that's what she was trying to do. Earlier at the bar, Rian and I were especially made fun of. Someone recalls that he did that to look cool in front of his woman. It would make sense if he was in front of such a beauty. She wanted them to. Apologies were expected for what they did before. Amy is so considerate. Amy looks up, startled. Iruki's smile widens, a predatory glint in her eyes. Iruki's emerald eyes gleam as she thinks, I didn't even know that you were there with us. A sinister smile stretches across Iruki's face. Why don't I remember? She wonders. Iruki's thoughts echo with a chilling amusement. I was wondering what you were talking about. Ha ha ha. A voice cries out in desperation. Damn it. What more do you want from us? Tears stream down a face, the unspoken words heavy with regret. This girl, she never looked back even once. A desperate plea echoes in the mind. Just for this moment. Canis and Amy are seen in the background, fear etched on their faces. She's scary, someone whispers. Iruki stands with her arms crossed, a triumphant smile playing on her lips as the others cower in fear. The man's back muscles strained against the unseen restraints, his position clearly not of his own volition. Sweat beaded on his brow as the man with the scarred face asked, his voice strained. How about this? Iruki stood among a small group. One of them questioned, their voice laced with curiosity, what is it? As a deal was proposed, information for freedom. The answer, stark and simple, hung in the air. The code you need. A knowing smile played on Iruki's lips, her eyes gleaming with a hint of triumph. The unspoken implication echoed. Tio, enter this place. A young man with blonde hair stared into the distance, his expression unreadable. Around him, faces contorted with fear and anger. These bastards, one of them muttered, the words thick with resentment. The blonde man's thoughts drifted, a grim realization settling in. They're planning on challenging this place again. Iruki loomed over the young man, who was now on the ground, another figure beside him. To get the code out of them? You scared me, she exclaimed. She winked, leaning closer. Mages are naturally very efficient people. The young man smiled weakly. Thanks, he thought, reflecting on the nature of mages. Some may call them a bit eccentric, but they're just able to utilize their surroundings very efficiently. Such is the nature of mages. The group laments the cost of the code. The incantation hangs in the air, a series of arcane syllables. The words promise entry. Knock, and the way shall open. A surge of energy emanates from the doorway. The dark-skinned woman stretches, relieved. Phew, I feel so much better. The group stands together, the tension easing. Elsewhere, a massive stone gateway stands open, beckoning. Within the hall, a figure suggests calling it a day. The blonde-haired woman remarks that they gained more than expected. Another suggests planning before returning. A third wonders about more pasta. The question of lunch hangs in the air. Pasta again, or something new? One of the men hesitates, considering the options. The group stood on the rocky terrain, the sky a clear blue above them. An offer hung in the air, a potential new path laid out before them. Iruki, cloaked in red, seemed to react to something, a slight wince crossing her face. So by any chance? She began, a hint of apprehension in her tone. Nade's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise evident in his expression. Mercenaries? He questioned, then quickly added, yeah? Being a mercenary isn't too bad, you know? The man with the blue hair nodded in agreement. I'm sure that with your skills, you'll be a top mercenary in no time. The woman in the red cloak listened intently. Whether it be fame or money, you'll be able to get anything you want. Our leader actually just left the party. The blonde woman stepped forward, her expression earnest. So if you'd like, you could be our leader. We'll follow any order you give us. A collective gulp could be heard as the group looked on with a mix of hope and trepidation. And we promise to treat your friends well. Nade smiled, a genuine warmth spreading across his face as he considered the offer. The axe-wielding man broke the silence. So, the pasta's a no? How about curry instead of pasta? Let's head. The group decided to head back to their lodging first. The journey continued, but a sense of frustration hung in the air. Ugh, why are we so unlucky? Lush foliage blanketed the landscape. The lodging was located in a western tourist area. The woman with the dark hair commented, Chiron's really strong. The red-haired woman listened intently. The pair continued down the path. I know, right? He really surprised me, too, one of them remarked. I still remember him failing over 1,000,000 times trying to learn teleportation magic. It's just, one of the men mused, putting mass on light. I don't really understand it, but I can tell that it's something amazing. I don't even know it that well myself. It's just, during the time I was in the graduation class. The blonde man stated, he suddenly became that strong. The woman with the dark hair asked, the earliest Chiron can enter the graduation class is next year, right? She tilted her head, a concerned expression on her face. Iruki wondered aloud what Chiron would do if she graduated this year. Canis questioned why Iruki was asking her that. Iruki's eyes widened slightly, surprised by the question. She reminded Canis that she had previously expressed a desire to become a soldier after graduating, and that she would probably join the army in the capital. Canis's expression hardened, a hint of annoyance flickering across her features. She thought to herself that Chiron would be left alone for a year. A soft escaped Canis's lips, her gaze drifting slightly. In her thoughts, Canis was sure that Chiron was more than good enough to be in the next graduating class, but they would still be apart for a year. Her eyes narrowed. Canis muttered that this was the reason for her concern. Canis called out, telling someone to hurry up and follow her, otherwise they would have to call her their senior their whole life. She reflected that she had told him to follow her, but she guessed she never thought about it. The two women walked away, their footsteps echoing in the night. Canis thought to herself that the reason she wanted to be a soldier was because she was good at targeting. She was only focused on what she wanted to do after she graduated, and she never. Iruki poked Canis's cheek, suggesting that she become a spy so that she could see her boyfriend anytime she wanted. Canis blushed, stammering that Iruki was being ridiculous. Her face flushed. Heeding Iruki's concerns, Canis listened as she admitted, with a hint of self-deprecation, that she wasn't very good at being a spy. She added that she didn't have good senses like him. Canis reassured her, promising to teach her everything she needed to know. He urged her to follow his lead. Iruki gasped, startled by Canis's sudden embrace. Canis hushed her, signaling for silence. Iruki, her eyes wide with concern, questioned if someone was nearby. Canis confirmed that someone was indeed in front of their place. Judging by the sound of the person's breathing, Canis determined it was a man. Meanwhile, under the cloak of night, a building stood bathed in the soft glow of distant streetlights. Footsteps echoed softly on the pavement, the sound of leather against stone. From their vantage point, Iruki and Canis exchanged a worried glance. A man stood outside the building, his features obscured by the shadows. Her eyes widened, a mixture of shock and disbelief flooding her expression. He lay on the cold stone, blood trickling from a gash on his forehead. A pained gasp escaped his lips. Iruki stared down at him, her voice barely a whisper. Canis. Beneath a canopy of leaves, three figures looked down with concern. The blonde woman's expression is one of disbelief. The red-haired woman's eyes widen, her face a mask of worry. Lying on the stone floor, a man is covered in blood. His chest rises and falls shallowly. A faint, raspy sound escapes his lips. The three figures stand over him, their faces etched with concern. Wake up! The blonde woman's voice trembles with fear. Wait, is he breathing? They watch him with bated breath, hoping for any sign of life. A hand grips his tightly, a desperate plea for him to hold on. A hand rests on a cold, hard surface, the fingers twitching slightly. He reaches out, his hand outstretched toward Chiron. A voice echoes, demanding gratitude. The injured man, bloodied and bruised, croaks, I protected your girlfriend. A disembodied voice retorts, claiming the opposite. Chiron's eyes widen in disbelief, a silent gasp escaping his lips. A fist clenches, knuckles white with tension. Chiron's blue eye reflects a storm of emotions as a sharp intake of breath pierces the air. Elsewhere, rain lashes against the windows of a grand, isolated house, each drop a tiny hammer blow against the glass. The downpour transforms the landscape into a shimmering, ethereal realm, blurring the line between earth and sky. Back inside, the injured man lies in bed, his face pale and drawn. Three figures stand vigil, their voices hushed with concern. One with blue hair asks if what he said is true. The announcement hangs heavy in the air. Palcoa is coming for them again. A few hours ago, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Palcoa's secret castle stands silhouetted against the night. A voice echoes from within the castle walls, a question posed into the darkness. Did they know about the kids who came and made a scene at his business? Palcoa, captain of the Parrot Bandits, muses over his next move. He doesn't think he should let them off like that. Palcoa considers the potential fallout. It would be bad if they started talking about him after they returned to the mainland. Palcoa doesn't want to become a runaway again. The business he's built up here would go to waste, and he has too many people relying on him. That's why he made this concentrated loop. Karmas? Red Eye? That's nothing against this. You're up again. The liquid gurgles. The order is given. Put this in that red-haired girl's drink and make. The eyes narrow, a sinister plan taking shape. What would happen if someone were to drink this concoction? The question hangs in the air, the answer seemingly obvious. Do you really have to ask? The character's grin widens, revealing yellow teeth. They just die immediately. A figure collapses, a crimson spray painting the scene. The effects are swift and brutal. The dark-haired figure's eyes gleam with malice. You just need to make her drink it. We'll handle the rest. The other figure's expression twists in disbelief. He's insane. The sentiment intensifies, the words dripping with horrified fascination. Absolutely insane. The camera focuses on a figure, the name echoing in the air. Palcoa. The voice rises in pitch, the accusation ringing out. He's utterly mad. The figure's gaze pierces through the shadows. You. Standing over the pool of blood, the figure looks up, his expression a mix of anger and disbelief. What are you doing? Palcoa's voice drips with menace, a chilling question hanging in the air. Are you defying me? Huh. He tilts his head, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. What could the reason be? The man in the green shirt looks up, his expression hardening. He demands to know what was said, his voice laced with impatience. His face contorted in rage, he screams his resignation, calling someone trashy. A figure lies prone, blood pooling around them, the aftermath of a brutal attack. Crimson streaks paint the darkness, a stark testament to the violence that has transpired. The sickening thud echoes, and two onlookers react with disgust to the unseen brutality. A voice groans, lamenting the ruined meal as the sound of impact reverberates once more. He glares upward, demanding to know what everyone is staring at, his voice a snarl. The man's bloodied hand clenches, his voice a venomous command. Bring him the bastard's little sister. The body lies still, a grim testament to the ruthlessness of the attack. The red-haired woman looks down, her expression a mixture of disdain and disappointment. What an idiot, she thinks. He vows to protect them, ensuring no harm comes to her or her sister. The man's face contorted in rage, sweat beading on his brow as he screamed his resignation. The bandaged figure lay still, listening as a rookie spoke, her voice laced with disappointment. She lamented that her efforts to protect him and his sister had been in vain. The blue-haired man suggested bringing the attempted murder and hostage-taking to the authorities. He added that if they were truly from the special forces, they would have taken control of the harbor first. The man with blue hair was sure they had isolated the island to do this. Iruki wondered if they were trapped there. Amy considered the situation. They wouldn't be able to save his little sister. Amy knew they wouldn't send the army just to save an orphan's life. Iruki asked how strong Amy thought Palkoa's men were. The blonde woman looked shocked, asking if they were planning on fighting. Most of them were idiots with nothing but brute strength, but there were around 10 skilled schema users. Iruki thought about those guys. A man with a dark beard held a glass, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Are the parrot bandits? The parrot bandits. Iruki's expression is one of concern as she asks if Canis recognizes them. Elsewhere, one of the figures mentions that the schema user was hired by the Archmage Arcane. The man's arm is visible, bearing a tattoo. The information surfaces. The man was from the parrot bandits. The red-haired woman's face contorts with rage as she spits out the word, bastard. The speaker recalls that Lucas was thought to have been arrested by the Magic Association. A uniformed man stands guard as a battered figure is held captive. The captive's face is bruised and bloodied. Lucas is identified as a B-class criminal. Canis and the red-haired woman discuss the situation. She believes Palkoa is stronger than Lucas. The sentiment echoes, stronger than Lucas, huh? Palkoa looks on, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Palkoa lies prone, as a rookie observes, that's strange. A thought surfaces, did you figure something out? I feel like there's something else I'm missing. Iruki's expression hardens, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple as she considers the situation. And the name Palkoa, the fact that he used to be in the Special Forces. A hand reaches out, desperation etched in every line. Canis looks on, concern etched on his face. Jis barks, you need to run away. The red-haired woman clutches at Jis, as he insists, we're safe here. Your ribcage is broken. Jis is asked, do you have any idea where your little sister might be? Another voice adds, are you trying to save her? The woman with red hair says, we know just about how strong they are, and most of them are loop addicts. And since they're aiming for Amy. He shouts, no. A voice booms, declaring that they're not aiming for Amy. Palkoa, still in bed, looks distressed as a rookie and Jis stand nearby, concern etched on their faces. A finger points accusingly. Iruki points a finger, her expression a mix of shock and realization. Jis points a finger, his blue eyes wide with alarm. A fist clenches tightly, knuckles white with tension. Palkoa, still in bed, hears Jis shout that it's not them. A voice declares that the one who ordered them to bring someone to him is. A gloved hand grips a revolver, the metal gleaming in a dim light. A man looks up, his eyes wide with fear as the barrel of a gun is pointed at him. The cold steel of the gun pressed against Palkoa's temple, a stark reminder of his precarious situation. A voice dripped with malice, the words of venomous taunt. The hand gripping the weapon was adorned with rings, each glint a silent promise of pain. He was surrounded, each figure a faceless enforcer in this deadly game. A soft wow escaped his lips, a mixture of disbelief and resignation. The speaker's words hung in the air, a cruel assessment of his current predicament. You're like a proper thug boss now, aren't you, Palkoa? The gun remained pressed against his head, the threat palpable. His eye twitched, a silent scream trapped within. Elsewhere, a figure stood silhouetted against the night, the city lights painting a stark backdrop. A whispered question broke the silence. Captain! The window reflected the scene below, a silent observer to the unfolding drama. A hand reached out, fingers tracing the cold glass. I finally found you. The figure's back was revealed, a striking tattoo etched into their skin, a silent declaration of purpose. Perched high above the city, the captain watched, their intentions shrouded in mystery. I was following someone who was bothering me a bit. A voice echoes, recounting a loud bang from the building. The unseen speaker reveals they investigated, only to find the person they're addressing was the cause. Terror grips a face, sweat beading on the brow as wide eyes dart about in fear. A figure clutches at their head, a visible tremor running through them as they try to compose themselves. The unseen speaker accuses someone of trying to hide, a hint of betrayal laced in their words as they lament the broken promise of family. Crimson eyes gleam with malice as a woman smiles down at a terrified man. Her voice drips with false sweetness as she asks how he has been. A gentle hand rests on a head, a possessive claim whispered, "My son." Elsewhere, glimpses of disparate events flash by. A figure walking away, a woman stepping through a doorway, and a prone figure lying on the ground. A group stands together, a picture of camaraderie, while a smiling face hints at hidden intentions. A strangled sound escapes someone's lips, cut short before it can fully form. A face contorts in rage. The name Marcia ripped from a throat filled with fury. The name hangs in the air, a whispered accusation. Marcia. Bandaged and battered, he stares wide-eyed, a warning echoing in his ears. That woman, she's aiming for you. She stood amidst the growing tension, the air thick with unspoken dread. Palkoa remained at her side, the captain watching with a wary gaze. Then, a wave of pure shock washed over Nade's face, his eyes widening in disbelief. His voice barely a whisper above the din. Nade questioned, "Did you say, Marcia?" A man turned sharply, his expression a mixture of concern and apprehension as he faced the source of the disturbance. Iruki's eyes widened, her face contorted in a silent scream as the world around her seemed to crumble. A blue-haired man clutched a blonde woman tightly, shielding her from the encroaching chaos. A figure blurred past, a fleeting glimpse of someone desperately trying to escape the unfolding catastrophe. A raw, primal scream tore through the air, a testament to the sheer terror of the moment. Then, blinding light. The world dissolved into a searing inferno. The explosion ripped through the surroundings, consuming everything in its path. The shockwave expanded, a destructive force obliterating all that remained. Smoke billowed, debris rained down, and the acrid stench of destruction filled the air, a grim testament to the devastation wrought. The words hang in the air, a question posed, a trigger pulled. Then, a name echoes through the mind, a spark igniting a conflagration. Marcia? Nade's eyes widen, a storm of memories brewing behind them. A blaze erupts, consuming everything in its path. Figures are caught in the inferno, their forms distorted by the heat and light. A glimpse of a face, a fleeting moment of recognition before the flames claim it. Nade stares, transfixed by the unfolding tragedy. Debris rains down as a voice cries out, "What's going on?" And then, the name again, etched in fire and ash, Clay Marcia. The explosion roars, a deafening symphony of destruction. A question hangs heavy in the air, a desperate plea for understanding. Why is her name coming up here? A fiery glow illuminates the darkness. Meanwhile, in the capital Bashuka, the Magic Association continues its work. The headquarters stand tall, a beacon of order in the city. The injured man spits out a name, Palkoa. The boss of the Parrot Bandits is Palkoa. Lucas, identified as a B-class criminal prison escapee, is being interrogated. He claims that catching Palkoa is impossible without his help, due to Palkoa's complete control over loot distribution. His wrist bound, Lucas offers a deal. At the Security 3 3rd Investigation Department, an investigator listens intently. Lucas continues, offering to tell everything in exchange for a reduced sentence. He presses, demanding to know if his offer is acceptable. A hand clenches around a knife, the threat palpable. The investigator confirms the information. So Palkoa is the boss of the Parrot Bandits? Lucas, beaten and bloody, confirms the statement. Security's expression hardens. The prisoners scream, tears through the air, a raw expression of agony. Blood stains his skin, a testament to the brutal interrogation. His face contorts in pain, sweat mingling with the crimson. Each breath is a ragged gasp, a desperate plea for respite from the torment. Security, his silver hair gleaming in the dim light, holds the bloodied knife aloft. He declares, his voice cold and unwavering, that he has no interest in the false leads. Chained and helpless, the injured man remains at Security's mercy. The silver-haired man demands to know the identity of the real boss of the Parrot Bandits, his gaze piercing. The knife, slick with blood, reflects the harsh light. It is a silent promise of further pain, a tool of persuasion in Security's steady hand. Etched onto the prisoner's skin is a tattoo of a parrot, encircled by the words, "Even if God forsake fallen Madonna will save us." A twisted devotion, branded onto his very being. The name echoes in the air, the Parrot Mercenaries. A name synonymous with terror and destruction, a legacy etched in blood. From 7 years ago, a flag bearing the golden parrot emblem, a symbol of a mercenary group that once held sway over the land. The legendary mercenaries, their name whispered in fear, nearly brought the country to its knees. Their reign of terror left scars that time could not erase. After destroying the Iron Kingdom, their ambition knew no bounds. But their ambush attempt failed, leaving them scattered and broken. Sakiri studies the document, his expression grim. The remaining members of the Parrot mercenaries are still at large, roaming around the continent, a threat that lingers. Now the focus shifts to the boss, the one who commands the remnants, the puppet master pulling the strings from shadows. Someone is desperately trying to revive the fallen figure. A faint tremor runs through the body, barely perceptible. The bounty poster identifies the target as an A-class criminal and political offender. The poster reveals the name, Clay Marcia, with a reward of 100 million gold. She's also known as the Fallen Saint, the one that is everywhere, yet exists nowhere. The figure remains unresponsive, blood still staining their face. It's said to be impossible to track Clay Marcia down, every witness giving different accounts of her. And they don't even know if she's a mage. A glimpse of dark hair and a shadowed face. What is the Fallen Saint's ability? A tattoo of a winged figure adorns her back. Sakiri stands before Palkoa, who speaks his name. Elsewhere, a woman's eyes glow crimson as she commands herself to awaken from a loop. A fist clenches with a purr sound. Blood pools around a clenched hand adorned with a ring. The injured man's eyes widen in disbelief. Palkoa's fist tightens, stained crimson. He wonders aloud why. His brow furrows, the wound on his forehead a stark reminder of recent violence. The injured man looks up, questioning why they appeared. He recognizes that person, the same Palkoa he knew, the one who threw them into. Palkoa grits his teeth, cursing the damn Iron Kingdom. Another fist clenches with a purp as the figure laments their sudden appearance. Palkoa's face contorts in rage, questioning their audacity to act like family. The woman's voice cracked with fury, each word a venomous barb. "You killed everyone," she accused, her gaze burning into the figure sprawled before her. From his prone position, the man's voice was a pained rasp. "My family, brothers, and friends," he groaned, his words heavy with loss. Her crimson eyes narrowed, the woman's expression hardening into a mask of disdain. "Because you were tricked like an idiot," she spat, the accusation laced with contempt. The woman's chest heaved with emotion, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Her gaze intensified, the woman's eyes burning with a fierce, unwavering intensity. She stood framed in the doorway, a silhouette against the world outside. Elsewhere, a figure plummeted from a great height, the wind screaming past them as they fell. A woman clutched a loaf of bread, her expression unreadable. The woman chewed thoughtfully, her mind drifting. She began, before the name surfaced in her thoughts. "Captain." Blood stained the ground, the woman lying amidst the carnage, her eyes wide with terror. A desperate plea echoed in the air, a final, whispered warning. "Run away." A horde descended, their spears piercing the woman's body, ending her life in a brutal, merciless assault. A voice echoes, urging someone to flee. The injured figure spits out venom, declaring that they succeeded where others failed. They were able to feed their siblings, even without them having to put their lives on the line. The figure's voice cracks, a mix of pain and resentment. "Boss, and yet, did you hate me that much? Is that why you ran away from the battle?" A heavy silence hangs in the air, thick with unspoken accusations. "But we were a mercenary group, and because you guys ran away from the battle, we lost more family members than we had to. Now do you understand?" A close-up reveals a pair of eyes burning with resentment. "The one who killed our family." The accusation hung in the air, a spectral echo of past failures. "Was you." The scene spoke of desperation, a clawed hand amidst a pool of blood. The unseen speaker's words dripped with scorn. Whether on the battlefield or in life, all he ever did was run. The injured man gasped, pain lancing through his battered body. The captain looked down at the prone figure, her expression unreadable. "Who's this kid?" she wondered. The scarred man, his face grim, addressed the captain. "I called him because I had to find someone. It doesn't concern you, Captain." The captain's gaze remained fixed on the injured man. "I think it does," she insisted. The injured man, his eyes wide with pain, muttered, "It's about a guy named Chiron." The air crackled with unspoken tension. The scar man's voice dripped with venom as he spoke to the captain. "You really thought I wouldn't know the name of the guy who destroyed your business?" The captain stood over the injured man, her expression hardening. "So I'm right. It was Chiron." Seriously, the injured man's thoughts surfaced, a mix of affection and exasperation. Asterisk, my brother really is too kind. He can't just not help out a guy like this. Asterisk. He gasped, struggling to breathe. The injured Palkoa looks up, his face a mask of pain. The captain leans in, her expression unreadable. She promises him his final mission. Her eyes gleaming with a sinister light, the captain demands, "Bring her Chiron." The captain stands tall, her hand resting on her hip, a picture of cold command. The captain grants her subordinates free rein to deal with the rest of Chiron's party members as they see fit. A gust of wind blows through the room as the captain stands with a subordinate. The man in the hat looks up, a silent observer. A close-up of the man's hat. Ripples disturb the surface of the water. The captain, her gaze unwavering, questions the bravery of their target. The captain holds a lighter, her expression determined. She orders them to give chase. The sound of pursuit echoes in the distance. Rain lashed down as a figure in a white coat stood firm, a long-barreled gun held loosely in his hand. Spent shells littered the coat, evidence of recent action. In the distance, a village burned. A lone figure in white stood amidst the chaos, surrounded by dark silhouettes. Crimson eyes burned with an unsettling intensity, the face framed by dark hair. Silence hung heavy, broken only by the unspoken thoughts swirling in the air. Meanwhile, the man in the white coat stood atop a rocky precipice, overlooking a gathering of people below. The village was consumed by an inferno, the roar of the flames deafening as structures collapsed into fiery ruin. With a thunderous crack, a wall exploded outward, sending debris flying in all directions. Amidst the chaos, a man and a woman lay prone, victims of the destruction. Elsewhere, 3 figures hurried along a path, one carrying another, desperate to escape the carnage. The woman being carried looked back with worry etched on her face, the weight of their situation heavy on her heart. The blonde-haired man's blue eyes reflected a grim determination, while the red-haired woman beside him wore a look of apprehension. The blonde-haired man gazed upwards, a flicker of hope amidst the surrounding despair. She stood amidst the chaos, the heat of the flames licking at her back. The question tore from her throat, a raw, desperate plea against the unfairness of it all. Why me? Below, the village burned. Homes became pyres, the night sky stained orange with the inferno's glow. The screams of the dying echoed in the wind, a symphony of despair carried on the smoke. Rain streamed down the man's face as he looked up, his expression unreadable. His white shirt was soaked, clinging to his form. The question hung in the air. Me? Below, a village burned, the flames licking at the night sky. The village clung precariously to the cliffside, the structures huddled together against the elements. The air crackled with unseen energy. The inferno raged, consuming everything in its path. The heat was intense, the air thick with smoke and the smell of burning wood. Rain lashed against the stone face of the cliff, the water carving paths down its surface. The village below was a distant memory. From above, the village looked like a child's toy, the houses neatly arranged and the streets empty. The silence was deafening. The tavern sign creaked in the wind, its weathered surface barely legible. The promise of warmth and respite hung in the air. Elsewhere, a man lay sleeping in a small room, his face partially obscured by a bandage. The room was simple, the only light filtering in through a small window. He breathed deeply, his chest rising and falling rhythmically. Even in sleep, a faint frown creased his brow. Tears streamed down a face contorted in anguish, each drop reflecting the dim light. A silent scream echoes in the stillness. Yuna's name escapes his lips, a desperate whisper against the backdrop of unseen pain. A bandage clings to his face, a stark reminder of recent wounds. A single drop breaks the surface, sending ripples outward in an ever-widening circle. The water's surface reflects a distorted reality. A guttural cry tears through the air, a raw expression of torment. His face is a mask of suffering, eyes squeezed shut against an unseen horror. Submerged in darkness, Yuna struggles against an unseen force. Bubbles rise around him, a desperate attempt to reach the surface. Bare feet leave a trail of crimson on the cold floor. The unseen speaker mutters, "Those guys." Shadows dance across the walls as figures huddle together, their faces obscured by the dim light. A hushed voice declares, "Are the real thing." A woman's lips curl into a knowing smirk, her eyes gleaming with an unsettling confidence. "They're the real thing," she states. Yuna's scream pierces the silence, a desperate plea echoing through the unknown. His arms reach out, grasping for something just beyond his reach. He lies broken on the floor, his body limp and unresponsive. The world spins around him, a dizzying vortex of pain and despair. An empty room stands silent, the only light filtering through a grimy window. A sense of abandonment hangs heavy in the air. A single tear escapes his eye, a final testament to the suffering endured. The world fades to black, leaving only the echo of his pain. A magnifying glass rests beside a crumpled note, the smudged footprint upon it hinting at a hasty departure. A knife lies nearby, glinting in the dim light. The desperate cry echoes, a single name ripped from the throat. Yuna. A figure bolts through a doorway, fleeing into the unknown. Tears welling. He bellows Yuna's name, a raw, anguished sound that tears through the silence. Elsewhere, rain lashes against the rooftops of sprawling city, each drop a tiny hammer blow against the darkening sky. A lone figure walks down a narrow street, swallowed by the shadows of towering buildings. A whisper, barely audible, begins with a hesitant. He lies still in bed, tears streaking his face, muttering Yuna's name in his sleep. Meanwhile, a coastal town basks in the warm glow of the sun, a stark contrast to the storm-swept city. Amidst the wreckage of a destroyed town, a voice wonders what happened. The name Clay Marcia hangs in the air, a question mark against the vast expanse of the sky. The name echoes over the landscape, a whisper on the wind, Clay Marcia. 7 years prior, she had dared to strike at the Iron Kingdom alone. Marcia was the leader of a legendary mercenary group, one that nearly brought the entire country to its knees. The woman with blonde hair pulls her hair back, securing it in a high ponytail. The sound of steel echoes. Nade's expression is one of concern. But didn't that invasion of the Iron Kingdom end in failure? Nade grips his sword tighter. Then we don't need to be afraid of her, right? Right. The royal army arrived before the golden hour was over. The blonde woman finishes tying her hair, her expression unreadable. The cloak billows. The woman in the cloak confirms, yeah? He adjusted his collar, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. It seemed the parrot mercenaries were involved once more. His fingers tightened around the fabric of his jacket, a subtle gesture betraying the intensity of his thoughts. Nade began to walk, his gaze fixed on some distant point. The mercenaries, it was said, had been made use of in the Civil War. Dust kicked up from the worn path beneath his boots, each step measured and deliberate. Maria watched him go, her expression troubled. Right after the mercenaries attacked the Iron Kingdom's lower assembly. Elsewhere, a woman with fiery red hair scowled. According to Dad, the mercenaries were actually hired by that upper assembly member. Then, they were just disposable. The thought hung in the air. The whole thing was staged by the assembly member? Maria considered the implications. It was probably to solidify their political position. Meanwhile, the group discussed the situation. Politics is hard to understand. We don't know if it's true or not, but a hand gripped the reins, ready to move. Nade, his expression resolute, prepared to mount his horse. Let's go stop them. The figure loomed, a question hanging in the air. Are you? The young master, his brow furrowed, simply affirmed the plan. Beside him, Maria and Canis watched with concern etched on their faces. Meanwhile, hooves pounded against the wet sand, each stride a drumbeat of impending arrival. The riders pressed on, the rhythmic cadence of their mounts echoing across the tranquil beach. Through the verdant screen of palms, the approaching force drew closer, their purpose masked by the distance. At the head of the column, a blonde-haired figure urged his steed forward, a silent promise hanging in the air. Just wait. The beach stretched before them, a ribbon of sand leading toward an unknown confrontation. The riders continued their relentless advance, the waves a constant companion to their journey. Elsewhere, a gloved hand reached out, a declaration of intent hanging in the balance. He would come to them himself. A voice dripped with disdain, internalizing the gall of their actions. How bold of these brats. The woman with short black hair smirked, a glint of anticipation in her eyes. Coming at her head on? Around the table, figures shifted, their faces obscured by shadow, their intentions as murky as the dim light that illuminated them. The man with the long dark hair watched, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Let's see what your subordinates are capable of. A strange energy permeates the air, the symbols almost dancing in the wind. The riders continued their journey through the dense forest, the sunlight dappling through the leaves above. From above, the perspective shifts, revealing the rider's path winding through the trees. The professor clarified, a person, I mean. You have? I once. Nade tilted his head, a question hanging in the air. Right. The young master's eyes narrowed, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. I don't. Maria internalized, think too much about my sword. A faint smile played on Maria's lips, a hint of melancholy in her eyes. A sudden rustling in the trees, a sound barely audible, yet filled with menace. Maria's eyes widened, a gasp escaping her lips. There! A flurry of motion as figures dropped from the canopy, blades glinting in the filtered sunlight. Here! The horses reared back, sensing the danger, their hooves pounding the earth. The man's smug grin widened, his eyes glinting with anticipation. He muttered, only 4 brats. But his expression twisted into one of utter shock. A searing blast of fire erupted, the air crackling with heat. The flames spread rapidly, consuming everything in their path. A strangled gasp escaped someone's lips as the inferno raged. The firestorm intensified, a vortex of destruction. The heat was unbearable, the air thick with smoke and the smell of burning wood. The source of the inferno was revealed, a mage, her eyes glowing with power as she prepared to unleash another torrent of flames. One of the ambushers, his face contorted in alarm, bellowed, "She's a target type. Take cover." Another attacker began to weave a counterspell, his hands glowing with arcane energy. As the mage prepared her next attack, one of the assassins dove for cover, narrowly avoiding the blast. A blinding flash erupted, the air crackling with raw magical energy. Nade's eyes widened, his face contorted in a silent scream as the blast wave washed over him. A desperate call went out over the comms. Leader! Maria's blade sang as she retaliated, a silver arc cutting through the air. The mage's face twisted in a snarl, the air around her shimmering with power. With a guttural cry, the mage unleashed a blast, sending Maria flying backwards through the dense foliage. A hand tightened around a knife hilt, knuckles white with tension. Steel clashed against steel, the forest echoing with the deadly dance. Without schema, Maria stood her ground, her sword a blur of motion. Rian, concealed in the shadows, internalized, will be at a huge disadvantage in a speed battle. That idiot. He found himself in a precarious position, looking up at the wielder of a massive greatsword. The man above him scoffed. He brought a great sword into the forest. The air crackled with unseen energy as the blue-haired man braced for the incoming blow. The greatsword descended, a blur of polished steel and deadly intent. The sound of the impact echoed through the trees. The greatsword bit deep into the ancient tree. From above, a hooded figure descended, a silent predator joining the fray. The swordsman chuckled, his voice laced with mockery. Huh, you gonna chop some trees? A desperate cry pierced the air. Rian! A blonde swordswoman sprinted into the clearing, her blade drawn and ready. Rian's eyes widened in horror as the situation spiraled out of control. A voice echoed, filled with ominous intent. Don't underestimate. The massive blade descends with furious speed, the attacker roaring a declaration of tree chopping. The strike lands, erupting in a blinding flash of golden energy. The force of the blow sends the one with blue hair staggering back, dust and debris swirling around him. The air crackles with residual energy. The brown-haired man's eyes widen in disbelief. He mutters, struggling to comprehend the scene before him. The blonde woman's face is etched with concern. Dead? She whispers, her voice barely audible above the ringing in her ears. Another figure raises a similar blade, ready to strike. Her eyes wide with fear, the blonde woman's breath hitches in her throat. The brown-haired man's thoughts race. I've never cut down another person, but the version of myself that gave up due to lack of talent. Rian stands, panting, his expression hardening with resolve. He declared his unwavering resolve, a promise echoing in the air. He would become not only the strongest knight, but also the very sword that protects them. The blonde woman affirmed, a subtle smile playing on her lips, as if the outcome was already decided. The scene shifts to a forest clearing, where the declaration seems impossible. Meanwhile, through a telescope's lens, a man expressed disbelief, questioning how they could be getting beaten by rookies. Another observer, peering through his own device, admitted that they were far stronger than initially assessed. A stern voice cautioned against underestimating them based on their age, emphasizing their serious skills. A sinister grin spread across a man's face as he proposed showing them something far more interesting. Splintered wood and scattered leaves filled the air as something tore through the forest. The earth itself seemed to explode, sending debris in every direction. The clash of steel echoed through the trees. A figure descended, twin blades glinting in the dappled sunlight. The blonde-haired warrior leveled her swords, determination etched on her face. With a furious cry, she lunged, her blades aimed at her opponent's heart. A sudden twitch betrayed the man's fear. A woman's voice cut through the chaos, screaming, Rian, get down. A blinding light erupted, sending shards of rock and earth skyward. His eyes wide with terror, the blue-haired man could only look up. A hail of spears descended, promising a swift and brutal end. He barely dodged the blast. Amy Carmus's eyes darted around, sweat beading on his brow. Almost had a hole blown in me, he muttered, his voice tight with adrenaline. Drawing his sword, Amy prepared to face whatever came next. Maria stood behind him, ready to support. The man with the beard looked up, his expression shifting from concern to alarm. His eyes widening, the man yelled, Scatter! A blinding flash erupted as an energy blast slammed into the ground, sending tremors through the forest floor. Amy and Maria sprinted away from the epicenter, the air crackling with residual energy. Elsewhere, a figure was launched skyward, propelled by an unseen force. The blonde-haired antagonist focused, energy coalescing around his outstretched hand, a malevolent glow illuminating his face. Another explosion rocked the area, the ground scorched and smoking. The blonde-haired antagonist unleashed a barrage of energy beams, each one a searing streak of destruction. A concentrated ball of pure energy pulsed in his palm, ready to be unleashed. The man who had shouted the warning lay on the ground, dazed and injured. Maria stood guard, her expression grim. He floated through the air, a silent, escaping his lips as the wind whistled past. Below, a figure drew back a bow, muttering for the target to reveal themselves. A flicker of confusion crossed the archer's face as the energy arrow materialized, humming with contained power. The arrow streaked through the air, finding its mark with a deafening explosion and a desperate cry. A sudden, unseen force sent him reeling. He gasped, realizing something was amiss. Iruki's eyes narrowed, her voice sharp as she identified the threat. A sniper. A figure in white bolted through the trees, boots pounding against the forest floor. Iruki blinked, her gaze intense as she scanned the surroundings. She thought to herself that she knew she felt something bothering her. The man's eyes widened in disbelief, the question echoing in his mind. Who the hell are these guys? The blonde-haired antagonist looked up, a snarl twisting his features as he demanded to know who these bastards were. From above, the forest floor became a stage for desperate flight. The blonde-haired antagonist pursued, while Iruki and her blue-haired companion scrambled for safety. The rough bark of a fallen tree offered a moment's cover, but the respite would be brief. A desperate cry echoed through the trees. Retreat, the man barked, his face contorted with urgency. Deeper into the shadowed woods they fled, the pursuit relentless. The blonde-haired antagonist remained hot on their heels, his intent clear. The forest floor became a chaotic battleground. The blonde-haired antagonist clashed with the fleeing group, sparks flying as magic met steel. The red-haired mage, eyes blazing with manic energy, unleashed a torrent of fire. You think I'll just let you run away? She shrieked. The air crackled with raw power, the magical energy distorting the very light around it. Despite the onslaught, Iruki and the others pressed on, weaving through the trees as fiery projectiles streaked past. The desperate retreat turned into a desperate gamble as the man who shouted retreat was struck by a blast of fire. The magical energy surged, a wave of destructive force unleashed upon the forest. A surge of magical energy crackles through the air, the symbols glowing with an otherworldly light. The energy erupts in a blinding explosion, bathing the area in a searing orange glow. The group finds themselves in a new location, surrounded by the dense foliage of a forest. Was that? Someone wondered. The disembodied voice echoes, filled with disbelief. Teleportation? But there wasn't supposed to be a mage on their side. Meanwhile, Iruki stands beside the blonde-haired antagonist, a look of concern etched on her face. From the shadows, a voice speaks. Wait, I'll check again. I recorded it. The red-haired mage's crimson eyes glow with an eerie light as she murmurs, This, a magic artifact. Elsewhere, figures plummet through the air, the wind whipping around them as they fall towards an unknown destination. Back in the forest, a man sprints forward, his face contorted in a grimace of determination. The camera focuses on the man's torso, the details obscured by shadow and dust. A stone archway stands tall, a gateway to an unknown path. Meanwhile, two men stand atop a stone wall, observing the events unfolding below. One remarks, Indeed, those skills would catch Captain Marsh's interest. The three stand ready, the forest floor a tapestry of browns and greens beneath their feet. The air crackles with anticipation. From a distance, the group appears small against the towering trees, yet their resolve is palpable. Enough to win battles, perhaps. In real combat, there are all kinds of strategies. The blade is raised, glinting in the filtered sunlight, ready to strike. Amy Carmus stands firm, her expression unreadable. You guys haven't experienced yet. Weiss Nade's eyes ignite with an otherworldly blue, a surge of power coursing through him. A blinding flash erupts, the air shimmering with displaced energy. The scent of ozone fills the air. A voice echoes, laced with arrogance. Go ahead and attack all you want. Ha ha ha. The group looks up, their faces a mixture of determination and concern. The sky above seems to hold its breath. The earth beneath them is shattered, a web of cracks spreading across the ground. The air tastes of dust and disruption. Iruki's voice cuts through the tension. Again, they use teleportation. The ground shifts, the very essence of the magic feels different. This is different from the mana bullets. To pinpoint a destination, one must be a spirit zone user. That means something is assigning the coordinates. But what could it be? Iruki has a guess. It should be somewhere nearby. She amplifies her senses, sniffing the air. There's a strong, unnatural presence. Canis, along with the others, looks at Iruki, questioning if she is a dog or what. Iruki amplified her senses with schema, just as she thought. The group stands on a bracelet-shaped magic circle. They've synced the magic artifact with it. It's huge and buried inside this mountain. Iruki says that they're probably right. There must be similar setups all over the northern forest. Canis realizes that installation must have cost a fortune. Who is able to afford this? He considers their options, the diagram illustrating the enemy's constant access to an escape route. Their numbers, he realizes, will not dwindle, while their own stamina is finite. Nade, ever pragmatic, suggests a direct approach. Then let's destroy the magic circles as we advance, he declares. Canis, hefting his massive blade, wonders if a more brute force solution exists. Can't we just smash the ground with a sword? Iruki's voice cuts through the air, tempering expectations. That's a good idea in theory, but they're not so easy. Crouching low, Iruki explains the intricacies of the circles. A magic circle, she says, is engraved into objects like a circuit, making it far tougher than a human mind to break. Nate observes the glowing runes. And this, he notes, isn't some low-grade installation by a shady contractor. Even with a few circuits damaged, the magic circle will keep working. Nate, his brow furrowed, suggests, let's try it. Nate reiterates his plan, drawing his sword. Let's destroy the magic circle. Canis responds, you're finally agreeing with me? The narrator's voice echoes, revealing the true challenge. The magic isn't just etched on the surface. It's embedded into the space itself. At minimum, they need to remove everything down to a meter below ground. Iruki, her expression troubled, questions the practicality of such an endeavor. Stamina aside, it's a major time sink. Are you saying continuing to fight like this is better than breaking the circle? Iruki watched as Nade crouched low, his gaze fixed on the intricate patterns of the magic circle etched into the earth. The air crackled with latent energy, a silent testament to the power it held. Then, a thought seemed to coalesce in the young master's mind. Nade looked up, a spark of inspiration in his eyes. What if we destroy it within just a few minutes? He proposed, his voice carrying a hint of daring. Iruki's brow furrowed, a flicker of doubt crossing her features. Maybe, she wondered aloud, her tone laced with uncertainty. The red-haired woman continued, her gaze hardening with resolve. If it takes longer than that, it's a waste of time. Everyone stand back. Nade considered her words, his expression unreadable as he processed the implications. Maybe. His eyes narrowed, a fierce determination burning within their depths. The young master declared, his voice ringing with unwavering confidence. I can destroy it in 2 minutes. Iruki calls out, ordering everyone to stand back. Perhaps, Nate thought. The young master declared he could destroy it in 2 minutes. Nate stood within a glowing magic circle. Someone wondered what was happening, as Iruki warned that it might be dangerous, and told him to stand back. Nate knelt, his expression serious. His eyes narrowed, focused on the task at hand. Iruki stated that they didn't have the time to waste. Her eyes widened in concern. Someone thought they needed to back up. Another wondered what Nade was going to do, as a third noted that he had already begun. Iruki observed that Chiron's spirit zone was pulsating, and really quickly too. A voice echoes, declaring the body within the swirling blue energy to be as durable as adamantine. The figure remains shrouded in the azure light, the disembodied voice now wondering how someone's mind could possibly. The energy continues to pulse, the voice noting that it does so 20 times per second. The blue energy intensifies, the voice urging it to continue, just a bit more. The intricate patterns within the blue energy field become more defined, the power building. Elsewhere, Iruki's eyes widen, her expression a mask of shock as she witnesses something unseen. A close-up reveals a single eye, glowing with an inner light, as a voice whispers, I can see it. A radiant golden energy begins to coalesce, forming intricate patterns in the air. A figure stands amidst the golden light, exclaiming about the light itself. Bathed in the golden glow, a red-haired figure stands resolute, their expression determined. The golden energy intensifies, enveloping the figures within its radiant embrace. The figures are now fully immersed in the golden energy, their forms barely visible through the blinding light. The force of the blast sends a figure hurtling backwards, ripping through the golden energy field. Chunks of shattered earth and debris spray outwards, propelled by the shockwave. The air crackles with raw power as the golden energy surges. Iruki's eyes widen, her breath catching in her throat as she witnesses the destructive force. Through the settling dust, a pair of legs move forward, the figure muttering a question of survival. Whist's expression hardens, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he steels himself. Elsewhere, the towering, spiky structure looms in the distance, dwarfing the figures at its base. What could this be? Iruki's voice is barely a whisper as she struggles to comprehend the scene before her. It's insane. A voice calls out, checking if Chiron is alright, if he's hurt. Chiron declares that it's defense magic and shouldn't hurt the user. He admits he didn't have one yet, but the theory worked like he thought it would. Iruki observes that the form of magic is dependent on the user, musing that it could be called defense. The manifestation of the spell was based on the user's imagination, but a spell this violent. A few hours earlier, Chiron's expression is calm, almost serene. An unseen figure questions, Chiron, you said you met someone named Marcia a few days ago, right? The questioner continues, what was she like? Did you not feel that something was off, even with your insight? A flashback shows a group of figures, one lying prone. Chiron's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Iruki's expression hardens. No, but don't worry. The red-haired woman's gaze is intense. Chiron's brow furrows, his eyes filled with determination. I'm going to stop her no matter what. The unseen figure's words hang in the air. What is making you? The question echoes in Chiron's mind. This anxious? Chiron's expression is resolute, his gaze fixed on some unseen point. Iruki steels herself. Let's not think about that. I need to trust Chiron right now. A voice suggests that they consider another tactic. Iruki stand alongside her companions, their expressions grim as they face an unseen threat. The red-haired mage proposes focusing on destroying the magic circles first. Golden lines crackle into existence, forming complex geometric patterns in the air. The magic circles intensify, bathing the area in a blinding light as the ground beneath begins to crack. The air shimmers with heat as the circles reach critical mass, energy distorting the very sky above. With a deafening boom, the magic circles unleash a barrage of energy beams, tearing through the forest. Each impact sends a shockwave rippling through the trees, the air thick with the smell of ozone. A voice notes that the enemy is trying to drain their stamina. The magical assault continues, the landscape scarred by explosions of light and raw power. A voice suggests that another tactic would actually be better. The blonde-haired warrior, face contorted in rage, accuses the attackers of being demons. The man on the high tower seethed, his voice echoing with fury. How dare they destroy their expensive magic circles? A chorus of voices rose in response. One, eager for a fight, suggested they charge in. Another, more cautious, urged restraint, reminding them of the two mages they faced. The man, his brow furrowed, barked a command, his voice sharp and cutting through the air. They would avoid a head-on fight. The blonde-haired man, his gaze fixed on the distant forest, conceded that their plan was in danger of collapsing. If they wanted to proceed, so be it. A voice, laced with anticipation, suggested they cheer them on. A sinister grin spread across the face of the dark-haired mage. They would use that. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, a blinding flash erupted, momentarily turning night into day. A searing beam of golden light tore through the trees, leaving a trail of scorched earth and shattered foliage in its wake. Then, a volley of dark projectiles, like arrows of pure shadow, streaked through the forest, each carrying a silent promise of destruction. The air crackled with displaced energy as the projectiles hurtled forward, their passage marked by trails of shimmering distortion. Surrounded by a protective golden aura, one of the figures, her red hair ablaze with reflected light, sensed a shift in the air. Her companion, the blonde, confirmed her suspicions. Something was different. A voice, tinged with concern, echoed through the forest. They were noticing them nearby. From above, a barrage of projectiles rained down, each one a potential death sentence. A surge of golden energy erupted around the figure below, deflecting the incoming assault with a resounding crash. There, opening up a path for us. This is a trap. Bathed in golden light, Chiron's expression was grim. Should we do, Chiron? His eyes narrowed, a silent determination hardening his gaze. The intensity in his blue eyes burned like twin stars. We have to keep going anyway. Meanwhile, the man peered through a spyglass, a grim smile playing on his lips. Calling everyone. The observer watched as the archer prepared his shot. The kids are here. A red flare burst into the sky, signaling the commencement of their plan. Below, row upon row of siege weaponry stood ready, poised to unleash a devastating barrage. From high above, the courtyard sprawled out, a hive of activity as figures moved with purpose. The air crackled with anticipation, the calm before storm. A colossal airship loomed, its massive form a testament to the power being amassed. Its shadow stretched across the ground, a harbinger of destruction. A trebuchet stood ready, a silent promise of devastation. The massive stones waited, poised to be unleashed upon their target. A voice echoed, laced with a cruel amusement. Don't hate us too much, kids. Rows upon rows of trebuchets stretched into the distance, a terrifying display of military might. We wouldn't have had to use these, a voice mused. The same voice continued, tinged with accusation. If you guys hadn't tried so hard. The valley below lay in wait, unsuspecting of the impending assault, activating just a fraction of these. The voice trailed off, a sinister promise hanging in the air. The path leading to the fortress was narrow, a gauntlet of stone and shadow. Would be enough to pulverize even. The man, neutral unknown observer, peered through his spyglass, his expression hardening. They were made to defend the island, but oh well. The man slammed his fist on the table, his eyes blazing with ruthless intent. All right, let's crush them. His eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Over there. Through the scope, a distant light pierced the sky, a beacon of defiance against the encroaching darkness. He plummeted through the air, a radiant glow enveloping him as the unseen enemy declared his isolation. Through his spyglass, one of the observers questioned the situation, his voice laced with concern. Where are the others? Dismissing the concern, another voice scoffed, labeling it a mere mind game. The order came down: activate the trap. It would be a waste to let the opportunity pass. Confusion rippled through the ranks. Then what should they do? The question hung in the air, unanswered. A snarled declaration echoed. They needed to make him regret thinking he could outwit them. The unseen commander insisted that they wouldn't crush him. On the ramparts, archers drew their bows, preparing to unleash a volley. He raced through the narrow chasm, the stone walls blurring past. Suddenly, Chiron's eyes widened, a blue light flaring as he recognized the threat: mana arrows. The golden projectiles streaked through the sky, closing in with deadly speed. Each arrow left a burning trail, arcing towards its target. The trio navigated the treacherous cliffside, unaware of the impending danger above. The wind howled through the narrow passage, carrying the scent of damp earth and loose stone. Suddenly, Chiron's voice pierced the air, raw with alarm. "Chiron!" she screamed, her eyes wide with terror. A figure, silhouetted against the dust-filled air, desperately warned, "Don't come." The sound of cracking stone echoed around them. Dust billowed, obscuring the already precarious path. The air grew thick with the smell of pulverized rock. Massive boulders broke free, plummeting down the cliff face with terrifying speed. The ground trembled beneath their feet. Jagged edges of stone tore through the air, each impact sending tremors through the mountainside. The roar of the avalanche deafened all. The very air crackled with displaced energy as the rocks continued their destructive descent. Elsewhere, a distant stone structure stood in silent witness to the chaos unfolding below, seemingly untouched by the devastation. A lone figure stands in the valley as colossal rocks begin to plummet from above, the air thick with dust and the rumble of impending destruction. The massive stones shatter upon impact, the sound echoing through the valley as the air fills with pulverized rock. Before them, the path to the gate is now choked with debris, a testament to the raw power unleashed from above. The scale of the destruction becomes clear, the once open path now a chaotic jumble of stone and dust. Iruki, Nade, and Amy Karmas look up, their expressions a mixture of shock and concern as they witness the devastation. Elsewhere, a man watches with a sinister smile playing on his lips, his eyes gleaming with dark anticipation. The man's brow furrows, a question escaping his lips. What's that? A blinding light erupts from the rubble, bathing the area in an eerie glow. The light explodes outward, sending shards of rock and debris flying in all directions. Iruki's eyes widen as she utters a single, fearful word: the rocks. A blinding flash erupts, consuming everything in its path. The air crackles with displaced energy. The very rocks are being torn apart, reduced to rubble by the unseen force. Fragments scatter, propelled outward with tremendous force, each piece a deadly projectile. The explosion intensifies, a cataclysmic display of raw power unleashed upon the landscape. Debris rains down, a chaotic cascade of stone and dust settling over the ravaged terrain. Amidst the devastation, a figure stands firm, seemingly untouched by the destructive forces that raged around him. Meanwhile, Nade's eyes widen, a mix of awe and disbelief etched on his face. "Incredible," he exclaims. Iruki, standing beside him, realizes, so this is what Chiron was trying to do. Iruki recalls the earlier chase, the enemies hot on their heels, now understanding Chiron's intentions. He started speeding up alone, leaving Rian behind, a golden aura emanating from his form. He was planning on getting past the trap himself, a risky gamble with potentially devastating consequences. A nearby observer is left bewildered. What just happened? All I saw was a flash. Then the rocks just burst. Another shouts, demanding answers from his superior. "Captain, what the hell is that light barrier thing?" Confusion and alarm spread through the ranks as the soldiers looked skyward. What could be the reason? A crimson beam pierced the horizon, an ominous sign of what was to come. One soldier's eyes widened as a chilling memory surfaced. He remembered hearing about a spell called laser once. But there's no way that Brat knows how to use it. The red light seared through the air, striking its target with terrifying force. "It's coming. Brace for impact." The soldier could only utter a single word, his face etched with disbelief. What? Nothing had prepared them for this. "Yuawa, an earthquake. Shoot him, you idiots. The gate is being destroyed." The laser struck the gate, the air crackling with energy. The ancient structure began to crumble, the red light consuming everything in its path. A cataclysmic explosion rips through the air, the force of ascending a lone figure spiraling downwards amidst the fiery debris. The epicenter of the blast spews forth a maelstrom of rock and flame, a testament to the raw power unleashed. From behind a fortified wall, one of the soldiers scoffs, declaring that he doesn't care about the captain's toy. A barrage of projectiles rains down from above, each one a potential harbinger of destruction. Yet, amidst the deadly hail, a figure stands defiant, seemingly untouched by the onslaught. The projectiles slam into the ground, the impact sending tremors through the very earth. With a burst of iridescent energy, a figure vanishes, teleporting away from the chaos. Bewilderment spreads among the onlookers, one voice cutting through the din with a disbelieving, "What?" The teleportation continues, the figure now surrounded by a swirling vortex of rainbow light. Another figure plummets downwards, the realization dawning that their opponent should not have been able to teleport. Iruki stares upwards, her expression a mix of shock and disbelief. How could such a ridiculous feat be possible, when teleportation in the midst of battle should be nearly impossible? Because there are a lot of variables in a battle, but what he did... First, a laser shot out, then the information transmitting properties of light magic were used to calculate the teleportation while acquiring topological information in a battlefield with many variables. In an instant, seriously, he must be quite upset. The air crackles with tension as the young man stands firm, his gaze unwavering. The blonde-haired man's expression hardens. This is his last warning. He demands, his voice laced with steel, "Let Yuna go and back off." A chilling smile spreads across the blonde man's face, revealing a disturbing glint in his eyes. The blonde-haired man sneers, "You brat." The man continues, his voice dripping with disdain. "You really thought we'd let you go after you picked a fight with us?" The young man's expression remains resolute, his eyes narrowed in defiance. The blonde-haired man finishes, "I told you before." The young master crouches low, his posture suggesting coiled energy about to be unleashed. A voice booms with malice, declaring, "I will destroy you." Another voice, softer, pleads, "Hold on." The blonde-haired antagonist stands over another figure, his expression unreadable. Nate clenches his fist, the memory of the spell that shattered the rocks earlier flooding his mind. He wonders what would happen if he unleashed it now. The question hangs heavy in the air. Is there a guarantee this castle won't be destroyed? The castle looms, already scarred and broken, a testament to past battles. His knuckles whiten as Nade tightens his grip, the air crackling with magical energy. An explosion of raw power erupts, a blinding flash consuming everything in its path. The force of the blast sends shockwaves rippling outwards, the air itself vibrating with destructive energy. Stone and earth are vaporized, the castle's foundations crumbling under the immense strain. The unleashed spell continues its devastating rampage, a maelstrom of destruction tearing through the landscape. A scream echoes through the devastation, a testament to the spell's terrifying power. Kuwahhh. The blonde-haired man, eyes wide with fury, demanded to know if Nade understood the cost of his actions. With a guttural cry, he loosed the arrow, a streak of light aimed at the source of the devastation. A blinding golden light erupted, consuming everything in its path. The golden light gave way to a cataclysmic red explosion, shaking the very foundations of the land. The archer's face contorted in a mask of disbelief and horror as he witnessed the destruction. A desperate cry echoed across the ravaged landscape. "Our castle!" Iruki, standing amidst the rubble, could only whisper the obvious. It was destroyed. Elsewhere, Yuna watched the distant destruction, a hint of awe in her voice as she muttered about her little brother. The destruction was certainly impressive. Chiron smirked, musing that such devastation was to be expected of an unlocker's magic. From a low vantage point, the figures stood firm, the wind whipping around their dark garments. It was more than they had anticipated. The woman's lips curved into a subtle smile, more impressive than she had imagined, so fascinating. High above, a lone figure surveyed the scene below, their expression unreadable. The man's gaze hardened, a storm brewing behind his eyes. It had been. His face, etched with a grim understanding, betrayed a long-held expectation. Amidst the fiery ruin, a chilling realization dawned. He knew this would happen one day. The commander's voice rang out, echoing with the authority of the Iron Kingdom. The order was given: eliminate the ringleaders of the enemy. Steel clashed against steel as the battle raged, a desperate struggle for survival. Since I, who was... His face contorted in a mask of fury, the phantom of the battlefield was unleashed. Having fled the battlefield, the weight of the decision hung heavy in the air. The sound of steel scraping against stone echoed, a harsh reminder of what was left behind. A lone figure, back turned, continued onward, the sword a constant companion. The blade dragged once more, a voice musing. It finally found its way back to me. The man's face, etched with grim determination, hardened. So this. The air crackled with the unspoken declaration. This was the final destination. The sound of footsteps echoed, growing louder with each step. Boots splashed through shallow water, the journey continuing relentlessly. A small group pressed onward through the water, their purpose unknown but their resolve clear. A young man's face, etched with worry, betrayed the fear that gnawed at him. Golden orbs hurtled through the sky, harbingers of destruction. Then, the world erupted in a blinding inferno. The woman with red hair observes something with a hint of amusement. How impressive, she muses, her gaze fixed on a point beyond the trees. The woman continues, her tone shifting to one of realization. So it wasn't a coincidence that you guys made it this far. Her expression hardens, a demand ripping from her throat. Reveal yourself. A figure stands amidst the foliage, the sound of their footsteps echoing softly on the damp earth. From the shadows emerges Agato Freeman, vice captain of the Parrot Mercenaries, a large-caliber revolver glinting in his gloved hand. His blue eyes wide. The blonde-haired man's expression is one of utter shock. A sudden burst of fire erupts, the heat intense. The conflagration roars, consuming everything in its path. Heavy boots tread upon the earth, crushing the foliage underfoot. A figure emerges from the trees, a wide-brimmed hat casting his face in shadow. Cold steel gleams, a pistol held at the ready. Huddled in the darkness, a young woman trembles. A single beam of light illuminates the wooden floorboards. You must be Yuna. Tears stream down Yuna's face, her expression a mixture of fear and despair. She looked up at Amy, tears welling in her eyes. Yuna's voice trembled as she asked, "Where's my brother?" Amy responded, her tone laced with a chilling calmness. "That's so sad. Your brother is safer than you are." Amy gently stroked Yuna's hair, her expression unreadable. "Don't worry," she murmured. "I'll send you home once it's all over." Lying in bed, Yuna stared blankly at the ceiling, her mind racing. "Really?" she wondered. "You'll send me back home?" Amy knelt beside the bed, her gaze intense. "It's too dangerous outside," she explained, "so I'll send you home once everything's finished." Tears streamed down Yuna's face, each drop a testament to her fear and uncertainty. Her thoughts swirled as she lay there, trapped and vulnerable. "So why don't you?" A sinister smile crept across Amy's face, her eyes gleaming with an unsettling light. "Sleep in the meanwhile," she purred. Amy stood over Yuna, her shadow looming over the sleeping girl, a silent promise of something wicked to come. Drip, drip, drip. The sound of water echoed through the room, each drop a chilling reminder of the danger that lurked. The woman stood motionless, watching over Yuna as she slept, her intentions shrouded in darkness. Elsewhere, the sky stretched endlessly above, a stark contrast to the darkness that enveloped Yuna. Smoke billowed from the trees, a sign of destruction and chaos, a world away from the sleeping girl. Boots tread softly on the forest floor, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and unseen eyes. The group moves deeper into the woods, the silence broken only by the rustling of leaves. The blond man's expression is unreadable. From the shadows, a figure observes. He's strong, the man in the hat thinks, his gaze unwavering. The man adjusts his grip on the pistol, his thoughts turning to strategy. He is the vice captain, second in command. The blond man's eyes glow with an unnatural light. Also, the air crackles with unseen energy. There are around 10 people hiding around us right now. The man in the white coat moves with purpose through the forest, his presence a silent promise of danger. And they're stronger than the ones that we fought earlier. The blond man glances back, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Why aren't they attacking us at the same time? The red-haired woman's expression hardens, her gaze sharp and focused. Are they divided into two units? The blond man's eyes widen, a sudden realization dawning on his face. The blue-haired man's voice cuts through the tension. "You guys save the hostage. Amy." The forest air hangs heavy as Chiron, his brow furrowed, voices his concern. But there are more of them. Below, a figure stands cloaked in shadow, the glint of metal catching the dim light. A gun, a special weapon that shoots out mana bullets. Below, a blue-haired man speaks with confidence. "I'm sure everyone else uses guns too." But a blonde woman counters, "But they won't be stronger than him." Chiron's expression hardens. The hostage will be in danger if all of us get stalled here. Also, Iruki's gaze is intense as she reminds him. "You have important business to take care of." Chiron's eyes narrow, a silent question hanging in the air. "Don't you?" The blue-haired man nods, accepting the task. "Got it. I'll let you handle it here." A voice filled with concern pierces the air. "Really? You're really leaving Amy behind?" From the shadows, a figure in a wide-brimmed hat promises to signal the others. A stern command rings out, halting any movement. "Don't move." Her dark eyes gleaming with malice, a woman orders someone to bring Chiron to her. Elsewhere, intense heat radiates from the crimson-haired figure, their eyes burning with an inner fire. The figure's gaze intensifies, the air shimmering with heat as the flames dance around them. Flames erupt from the ground, consuming everything in their path. The inferno rages, a wall of fire separating one place from another. A lone figure strides through the blaze, their silhouette defiant against the roaring flames. Meanwhile, the man in the hat remains silent, his expression unreadable as he stands amidst the fire. The ability to sustain a wall of fire over 5 meters tall for over 3 seconds is noted. A somber declaration hangs in the air, sacrificing yourself to let your teammates go on. Respect is given for such bravery, though the cost is heavy. Iruki stood amidst the trees, a decision weighing heavily on her mind. The forest was silent, save for the rustling of leaves, as she contemplated the path ahead. Sunlight streamed through the canopy, illuminating a path winding deeper into the woods. The air hung still, pregnant with unspoken possibilities. The group pressed onward, their breath coming in ragged gasps. I know Amy is strong, one of them said, but she's up against people who are experienced in combat. Another voice chimed in. Yes, don't worry about her. I'm sure she'll do fine. A voice, laced with conviction, declared, Amy didn't sacrifice herself. Amy's expression tightened, a flicker of worry crossing her features. The weight of the situation pressed down on her. The disembodied voice echoed, speaking of strategy, when it comes to ranged battles. The same voice continued, its tone unwavering. Amy is 10 times stronger than I am. A question hung in the air, heavy with implication. Sacrifice? Don't be mistaken. Meanwhile, Agato Freeman stood in the forest, his white suit a stark contrast to the surrounding greenery. A silent observer, he seemed to be waiting for something. Iruki's eyes narrowed, a fierce determination burning within them. I'll teach you a thing or two, she vowed, her voice a low growl. Her hands clenched, the knuckles white with suppressed power. The air crackled with unseen energy. Amy's gaze sharpened, a sudden understanding dawning in her eyes. I see, she murmured, the realization settling upon her like a shroud. Something wasn't sitting right with her. The blonde woman's brow furrowed, a single tear escaping as she questioned what she was seeing. A memory surfaced, Chiron, resolute, walking away. Then, a tender moment, embracing a blonde man. Finally, his grateful smile. Their bond transcended simple labels. It was more than friendship, more than romance. Trust, the foundation of their partnership, was on full display as the blonde man held Chiron's hand, his gaze unwavering. That unshakable faith in each other allowed them to accomplish the impossible. The woman with blonde hair looked down at the blue-haired man, a question forming in her mind. Could she? The blue-haired man's expression hardened with resolve. He would do the same thing, whatever it took. His fist clenched, knuckles white beneath the worn bandages, ready for the challenge ahead. Elsewhere, the imposing castle stood as a silent sentinel, its reflection shimmering in the surrounding waters. A boot hit the ground, each step deliberate and purposeful. The group advanced through the town, their destination clear, the towering church ahead. The woman with blonde hair looked up, her expression a mixture of determination and apprehension as the blue-haired man walked beside her. The blue-haired man glances back, his expression unreadable as he stands at the precipice of their destination. Below, the rest of the group stands on a cobblestone path, awaiting further instruction. A deep voice rumbles from above. The man with the large sword declares, I've been waiting for you. The sword glints in the sunlight, its edge catching the light as the man holding it tilts his head, a silent question hanging in the air. The man with the sword grants permission. You may go. The man with the sword stands guard at the entrance, a looming figure against the backdrop of the fortress. The man allows them to pass. The group begins to move forward, their boots echoing on the stone path. The blonde woman's expression is obscured by shadow, her thoughts hidden behind a veil of uncertainty. The woman with animal ears instructs, Chiron, go. The group continues forward. The blue-haired man declares, we'll handle it here. He narrowed his eyes, a sense of determination hardening his gaze. The air hung heavy with anticipation, the silence amplifying the weight of their mission. His gaze lifted, searching the heights of the fortress walls. The scale of the structure was immense, a testament to the power that resided within. Iruki followed his line of sight, her expression mirroring his own apprehension. The two of them stood ready, bracing themselves for whatever lay ahead. With a deliberate step, Chiron placed his foot upon the glowing platform. A surge of energy pulsed beneath him, the air crackling with unseen power. Meanwhile, Agato Freeman stood his ground, a wide grin plastered across his face. His eyes gleamed with a manic energy, a storm brewing behind them. From above, the pair appeared small against the imposing architecture. It's not a sacrifice, Nade declared, his voice echoing in the vast space. From below, they seemed like figures of defiance, standing against an insurmountable force. Iruki gripped her sword tighter, ready to face whatever came next. The two of us, she affirmed, her voice resolute. A disembodied voice echoed through the halls, dripping with disdain. Are enough for someone like you. Elsewhere, Canis threw his head back, a manic laugh escaping his lips. Kuha-ha-ha! I think you guys are misunderstanding something here. A voice, laced with a hint of pity, resonated in the air. The one I'm feeling sorry for. Canis's face contorted into a grotesque grin, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. The air crackled with anticipation, a sense of impending doom settling over the scene. A chilling question hung in the air, a prelude to the chaos that was about to unfold. Is the one who just passed by me. Iruki's brow furrows with worry, her gaze fixed on something unseen. Beside her, Nade's expression mirrors her concern, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The words hang heavy in the air, all by himself. How did he become Captain's target? A guttural voice promises a most excruciating death for someone's friend, the threat dripping with malice. A golden visage, bathed in light, remains impassive amidst the brewing storm. From behind a corner, Iruki and Nade peer out, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and determination. Elsewhere, a towering structure of stone and spires looms against the sky, its windows like watchful eyes. A lone figure stands in a courtyard, bathed in a beam of light, seemingly lost in thought. The man's gaze is fixed on the building before him, a sense of disappointment evident in his posture. This isn't it. He stands before another building, its modern architecture a stark contrast to the previous one, his expression unreadable. His head hangs low, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. Meanwhile, a distant building nestles amidst rolling green hills, a peaceful scene that belies the danger lurking elsewhere. He trudged through the tall grass, the blades brushing against his boots with a soft whisper. The house loomed ahead, a simple structure draped with ivy, promising respite from a journey. He reached the door, his hand grasping the handle, the metal cool against his skin. The door swung inward, revealing a dimly lit interior. A voice echoed from within, a familiar greeting cutting through the silence. "Oh, you're finally here." A figure sat in a rocking chair by the window, bathed in the soft light filtering through the curtains. The woman in the rocking chair turned, a knowing smile playing on her lips. "Shall we continue our talk from before?" The door creaked open, revealing Chiron. A voice echoed from within the room, a greeting tinged with familiarity and a hint of something else. "Oh, you're finally here, my little brother." A figure sat in a rocking chair, back turned, the silence amplifying the anticipation. Iruki, seated elegantly, proposed, "Shall we continue our talk from before?" The distinct click of a door handle broke the stillness. Chiron's expression tightened, a flicker of unease crossing his features. A sword and shield hung on the wall, silent witnesses to the unfolding scene. The table was set, but the atmosphere was far from welcoming. Iruki glanced back, a subtle shift in her demeanor hinting at something unspoken. "By the way," Chiron's brow furrowed, his gaze fixed on Iruki. "Why do you have such a scary expression?" "Where?" Iruki's expression hardens as she looks down at Chiron. "Ah, you mean that kid?" she asks, a hint of something unreadable in her tone. With a delicate clink, she raises a gloved hand, a necklace dangling from her fingers. The pendant catches the light, a small, golden teardrop. The woman states flatly, "This is her keepsake." Chiron's brow furrows, his blue eyes narrowing. "What?" he breathes, the single word laced with suspicion. He presses, his gaze intense. "Will you do, Chiron?" Iruki's lips curve into a knowing smile. "You took too long to get here," she replies, her voice a silken threat. The young master's expression hardens. "You're lying," he accuses, his voice low and dangerous. Iruki's smile widens, a predatory glint in her eyes. "Such a naive, little young man," she muses, her voice dripping with condescension. "Are you disappointed?" Chiron's eyes blaze with an eerie blue light as he demands, "Why are you doing this?" A crimson glow ignites within Iruki's eyes, a silent promise of retribution. She retorts, her voice laced with steel, "I should be asking you that question." Iruki's gaze pierces him, a chilling warning in her words. "I told you, if you get caught up in your misfortune, the world will only feel like a cold place." It's a universal truth. When humans face misfortune, they struggle to accept it, no matter how insignificant it may seem. Iruki towers over Chiron, her gaze intense. She observes that they always seek someone else to blame. They crave the comfort of believing a culprit exists, actively trying to ruin their lives. Mages, it seems, are no different in this regard. The words hang in the air, heavy with implication. Everything that happens to you happens within the laws of causality, doesn't it? That the world flows, guided by unseen forces and intricate equations, around some kind of logical rule, a framework governing all that exists. But that's a misconception about the world. There is neither cause nor effect. Never existed in the first place. The essence of the world is contradictions and absurdities, a chaotic dance of opposing forces. The meaning of an event changes depending on the observer and the circumstances. Even the culprit that ruins everything may simply be a catalyst for change. The words hang in the darkness, a stark declaration, depending on the perspective of a person. The blonde-haired man stands framed in the doorway, a challenge echoing in the air. If you refuse to face it, a symbol, stark and angular, fills the void. His blue eyes, wide and haunted, reflect an inner turmoil. The rough-hewn wood of the ceiling looms above, as the voice whispers, "You can pretend." The blonde-haired man looks up, his expression unreadable as a figure looms above him. The words echo, a denial of reality, that it didn't happen. He gazes upward, a looming foot casting a long shadow. The man's face is etched with a mixture of defiance and regret as the voice accuses. However, you were too arrogant to acknowledge that. A hand reaches out, a woman in a purple dress standing nearby. Two images of a swaddled infant appear, as the voice declares, born with the same misfortunes as I was. A man stands over a baby, while below, a crowd of smiling faces looks on, the voice concluding, but because of the environment you grew up in. A disembodied voice echoes in the darkness, a grim warning. Misfortune is a virus you just can't handle. The camera looks up at the back of the blonde-haired man, his posture radiating a quiet intensity. The ominous words hang in the air, a chilling prophecy, will be the reason your friends die. A figure with fiery red hair walks away, disappearing into the depths of the forest. Flames erupt, consuming everything in their path with furious intensity. A figure shrouded in shadow, eyes obscured by the brim of a wide-brimmed hat, pleads, "Teach me?" The man in the trench coat stands amidst the trees, a revolver glinting in his gloved hand. The cold steel of the revolver presses against the gloved hand, the intricate tattoo on the wrist barely visible. The cylinder of the revolver clicks into place, a metallic sound echoing in the silence. The barrel of the gun gleams, a dark promise reflected in its polished surface. The man's eyes, shadowed by the hat, burn with an unsettling intensity as he levels the weapon. The revolver is held steady, a deadly instrument ready to unleash its power. The offer is accepted without hesitation. Iruki notes her double guns, each cylinder capable of holding 6 mana bullets. With around 10 people hiding around her, she calculates that she can expect around 132 shots per cycle. A sinister smile spreads across Iruki's face. It's too late. She wonders if it's for her friends to come back. Elsewhere, a question hangs in the air. Do they really trust each other? The unseen speaker demands to know why someone decided to stay behind. The towering figure is asked if they're indebted to that blonde kid. The man's sinister grin widens. Like that, a team bonded with strong trust. Meanwhile, an aerial view shows figures scattered across the town. Palcoa lies prone on the ground. He lay motionless, sprawled on the ground. Marcia stood over him, bucket in hand, while Freeman watched with a grim expression. A shimmering, ethereal substance seemed to coalesce in the air, its touch promising either salvation or oblivion. Palcoa gasped, his eyes snapping open as he struggled to draw breath, the air burning in his lungs. A memory surfaced, a younger version of him, standing beneath a bright sky with another figure. "You're an orphan, aren't you? Come with me." Marcia poured the water over him, her expression unreadable. "You'll die like this," she muttered, the words carrying a strange weight. His eyes widened, a flicker of recognition in their depths. Marcia saved my life, he thought, the memory sharp and clear. Another memory washed over him. Asterisk, a family bonded by life and trust. That was the Parrot mercenaries, asterisk. Elsewhere, 2 figures stood poised, swords drawn, ready to face an unseen threat. The air crackled with anticipation. Footsteps echoed on stone, the sound growing louder, closer. "But you." A face contorted in rage, the eyes narrowed, the jaw clenched. A storm of fury brewed within. Crimson eyes burned with malevolent intent, a sinister smile twisting the lips. Darkness stirred. A cacophony of screams filled the air, a symphony of terror and despair. A legion of armored soldiers stands before a burning city, their swords raised in grim anticipation. The glint of steel reflects the inferno's glow as the soldiers advance, their faces hidden behind visors, their purpose unwavering. Flames lick at the sky, consuming everything in their path as the army marches onward, a tide of destruction sweeping across the land. A figure emerges from the chaos, their face etched with determination, their eyes burning with a fierce resolve. The memory stings. She thinks, got scared of death, and ran away when it mattered. The woman's expression darkens, haunted by the ghosts of her past. Savior or whatever, it didn't matter to me then. Elsewhere, the blonde woman watches with a worried expression as the blue-haired man prepares to strike, his sword held high. With a swift motion, the man brings his blade down, the air whistling as the steel cuts through it. The woman intercepts the blow, her own weapon meeting his with a shower of sparks. A surge of power courses through the woman's blade, striking the blue-haired man with brutal force. He grunts in pain. The blade continues its descent, a blur of motion and deadly intent. The force of the blow sends the blue-haired man flying backwards, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The force of the blast sends Chiron hurtling upwards, the stone structure around him fracturing and collapsing. He is thrown through the air, a small figure against the vast sky, surrounded by a cloud of dust and debris. With a sickening thud, Chiron lands heavily on the ground, battered and bruised amidst the rubble. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired antagonist descends rapidly, a crimson glow emanating from their eyes and the blade of their sword. The sword flashes, arcing through the air with deadly intent, leaving a trail of red light in its wake. The blonde-haired antagonist's voice rings out, "All right, death has come knocking on your door." The antagonist's eyes burn with intensity as they ask, "Will you guys be different?" The sword is raised high, poised to strike, the red glow intensifying as the moment of impact draws near. Elsewhere, a voice echoes, "That is what I wanted to teach you, Chiron," as a golden pendant hangs suspended in the air. A black boot descends with crushing force, shattering the ground beneath it. A woman with short black hair and piercing red eyes sneers, "And your friend are now in danger. Now, do you still think you can change all the misfortunes in this world?" What could the reason be? Chiron wonders, standing in the dimly lit room, light cascading from behind him. Heavy footsteps echo, growing closer with each stride. The sound intensifies, the approaching figure making their presence known. From the shadows, the woman's voice cuts through the air. "Are you curious?" she asks, a hint of mockery in her tone. She considers her options, her mind racing. What can she do in this situation? Chiron's eyes glow with an inner light as he focuses, thinking about what's happening right now. He takes a step forward, energy crackling around his legs as he prepares to act. The woman's eyes narrow, a dangerous glint in their depths as she stares intently. Her expression twists into a snarl, the words dripping with venom. "You piss me off." Her eye glows with an intense, focused power, the pupil burning with blue energy. Energy coalesces around her, forming a swirling vortex as she charges the sonic cannon. The sonic cannon unleashes its power, sending Chiron hurtling backward through the air. The air crackled with unseen energy as the sound waves slammed into Chiron. His body convulsed, a silent scream etched on his face as the sonic cannon took its toll. A sinister smile played on the woman's lips. "Sonic cannon," she mused, "she's a sound mage." Extending her arms, the woman's expression softened, a hint of pity in her eyes. "My poor little brother," she whispered. As long, her eyes narrowed, the woman's smile returning, sharper this time. "As you cling onto that arrogant sense of justice, you won't be able to defeat me." Chiron's face contorted in anger, his eyes burning with a fierce determination. Elsewhere, a man with long blonde hair spoke with conviction. "Scholars believed that this world was perfect. That's right." A sinister smile stretched across her face, her eyes gleaming with an unsettling light. "As long as you cling onto that arrogant sense of justice," she hissed, her voice laced with disdain. His blue eyes burned with defiance, the young man's expression hardening. "You won't be able to defeat me," he declared, his voice ringing with unwavering resolve. The crisp lines of a dark suit suggested a figure of authority, a silent observer in the unfolding drama. A series of glowing orange rings pulsed with contained energy, a prelude to some unseen force about to be unleashed. The blonde-haired man stood amidst the swirling rings, his face contorted in a grimace of determination as the power coalesced around him. The glowing symbols crackled with energy, the air thick with anticipation. "What could a naive little young master like you know?" The text seemed to taunt, hanging in the air. The click of heels echoed on the shattered floor, each step deliberate and purposeful. "There is a purpose behind every action," she stated, her voice a low, resonant hum. The young man's expression twisted with a mixture of disbelief and anger. "A sense of justice? Ha!" He scoffed, his voice dripping with scorn. "You are nothing but a fool who sacrificed his friends to be a hero." His eyes narrowed, the blonde-haired man's face a mask of fury. "It's dangerous in here," he warned, his voice a low growl. A shadowy figure stood silhouetted against a bright doorway, her voice echoing with desperation. "I need to get outside." Energy crackled around the silhouetted figure as she prepared to break free, the air charged with an unknown power. She watched, a flicker of amusement in her blue eyes, as her prey attempted a desperate escape. "He's trying to get out through the window." Her hand moved, a subtle gesture weaving a web of arcane energy. "How naive. You can't be this predictable in front of Mage." The air crackled with power as the woman manipulated the very fabric of reality. "Space is time. If you let your enemy dominate the space, you're letting them control the future." A blinding flash erupted, the sound of shattering glass echoing through the chamber. Debris rained down, a chaotic storm of splintered wood and fractured stone. The woman's expression shifted, a hint of surprise replacing her earlier confidence. "He's not here." Her gaze dropped, following a faint trail of displaced energy. Meanwhile, a surge of power emanated from the young master, his eyes glowing with an eerie blue light. Invisible waves pulsed outward, a magical sonar seeking its target. Nade's brow furrowed in disbelief. "She dodged all of them?" He extended his hand, preparing another wave of detection. "I will say I'm quite impressed." "I thought." The sonar pinged, painting a clear picture in his mind. You were trying to run away, but you decided to attack me from behind. You don't seem very experienced in battle. Sonar, the young master realized. She focused, using sound to pinpoint the origin of the incoming attacks. A sinister grin spread across the attacker's face as the sonic assault began. His eyes widened, sweat beading on his brow as he unleashed the devastating wave of sound. The sonic blast ripped through the air, a visible shockwave tearing towards its target. The force of the attack slammed into the woman, the world around her distorting with the intensity of the sound. The air crackled with energy, the very fabric of reality seeming to vibrate under the assault. A smirk played on her lips, a silent acknowledgement of the power unleashed against her. The radar screen pulsed, a visual representation of the devastating sonic attack. The blonde-haired man watched, his side-looking radar confirming the attack's trajectory. The sound waves continued to ripple outward, a destructive force unleashed upon the world. The attacker's expression hardened, a fierce determination burning in his eyes as he pressed the assault. The force of the blow sends her sprawling, the impact echoing through the chamber. A voice, laced with amusement, cuts through the din. Quite interesting, the voice mused. Scrambling to regain her footing, the woman wonders how her opponent knows such advanced spells. It's exactly as she said, a voice echoes in her mind. The parrot mercenaries. They were formed by a group of orphans. And sound magic takes a lifetime of sound research to master. Earlier, the blonde-haired antagonist wonders when she had time to master such advanced magic. The woman stands, a figure of grim determination. She doesn't like her own magic? A mage would never say such a thing. A sinister smile spreads across a shadowed face. The air crackles with energy as an explosion erupts. Arg, how is it? Isn't that painful? I know how to use sequencing, you know. A monstrous maw gaped wide, ready to unleash a torrent of sound. The world twisted as Nate clutched at his head, the force of the banshee's scream threatening to tear him apart. The sound vibrated through every fiber of his being, a physical assault as much as an auditory one. Vision blurred, then faded to black. He couldn't see. Not only that, he couldn't hear. He couldn't feel. The world was dissolving around him, leaving him adrift in a sea of nothingness. A voice echoed from the darkness, taunting him. He had lost all of his senses, just like prey. A figure loomed over him, a predator relishing its kill. One who had heard the scream of a banshee. Kneeling, Nate could only try to focus on what little he could still grasp. The blonde-haired man stood over him, a sonic cannon having done its work. The voice continued, cold and clinical. His brain would definitely stop functioning. He couldn't feel anything. The figure knelt, his intentions unknown. The blonde-haired man doubted Nate could hear him, though. There was nothing he could do. The blonde-haired antagonist bids farewell to Chiron, a sinister smile playing on his lips. The world distorts around him, the sonic assault taking its toll. His eyes flare with an inner light, a desperate surge of power. Is this his spirit zone? A pair of crimson eyes widen, reflecting the chaos unfolding. An explosion rips through the area, sending debris flying in all directions. He plummets downwards, the ground rushing up to meet him. Above, a figure stands on a precipice, seemingly unaffected by the blast. He shouldn't be able to feel anything, the figure muses. The glow intensifies, a desperate act of defiance against the encroaching darkness. A crimson aura envelopes him, a last-ditch effort to regain control. A beam of red light pierces the void. He continues to fall, the word laser echoing in his mind. A weapon is drawn, its purpose yet unknown. He grits his teeth, dodging a barrage of searing beams. This bastard. The attacker's boots remain planted, a sinister hum emanating from his stance. He's using the laser magic as a radar to figure out where I am. Iruki's expression is clouded, her eyes unfocused, but she's still under the effects of Banshee Scream. The ground crumbles beneath Nade as he loses his footing, tumbling backward. The blonde-haired antagonist stands firm, his hand outstretched, power coalescing in his palm. Earlier, when a laser pierced through the space, Iruki is sent spiraling downward. The blonde-haired man focuses, a sphere of pure energy crackling in his grasp. He cut through sound. The cost of mana bullets is clearly lost on some. If he only knew, a foot descends, landing squarely on a glowing, intricate magic circle. A burst of raw energy explodes outward, a crimson shockwave rippling through the air. The red-haired figure unleashes a barrage of mana bullets, each one a searing streak of light. The forest erupts in a cataclysm of fire and force as the mana bullets find their mark. The masked figure watches the destruction, a silent observer amidst the chaos. He wouldn't do something as crazy as shooting over 300 bullets per minute. The red-haired figure sits amidst the aftermath, a picture of grim determination. The gun barrel smokes, a testament to the sheer volume of fire unleashed. Deep in the forest, a figure emerges, leveling a massive revolver. The revolver is raised, glinting in the dim light of the forest. Two figures stand ready, revolvers drawn, their faces obscured by shadow. With a subtle flick of her fingers, the process began. A stone, seemingly ordinary, levitated before Iruki, pulsing with contained energy. Her eyes flared crimson, a sign of intense concentration. The woman needed to calculate the origin of the previous attacks, to anticipate the enemy's movements. Iruki entered sniper mode, her focus sharpening to a razor's edge. Multiple figures in the distance became outlined, potential targets in her sights. Locking onto her chosen target, Iruki murmured, "Found you." The stone was now wreathed in flames, a fiery projectile ready to be unleashed. With a fire call, she launched the burning projectile, a streak of light against the darkening forest. The projectile accelerated, blurring as it gained momentum. It hurtled through the trees, a fiery arrow seeking its mark. The whoosh of its passage echoed through the woods as the projectile continued its flight. A streak of fire tears through the air, the heat already palpable even at a distance. The forest floor trembles as the projectile hurtles onward, leaving a trail of scorched earth in its wake. From beneath the brim of his hat, a figure watches, the orange glow reflecting in his narrowed eyes. The air crackles with energy, a silent warning of the impending impact. A shout pierces the relative quiet. It's an attack. The cry is laced with urgency, a desperate attempt to warn those caught in the path of the inferno. Responding to the threat, two figures unleash a hail of bullets, the reports echoing through the trees. It's coming from 5 degrees southwest. The projectile detonates, a cataclysm of fire and force. The shockwave sends debris flying, the air thick with the smell of smoke and ozone. The inferno rages, consuming everything in its path. The heat is intense, a searing wave that threatens to melt the very air itself. The figure in the hat remains, his gaze unwavering as he tracks the source of the attack. His hand tightens around the grip of his weapon, ready to retaliate. Another shot rings out, a defiant roar against the encroaching flames. The bullet streaks towards its target, a desperate gamble against overwhelming odds. A pained grunt escapes someone's lips as the flames lick closer. The heat is unbearable, a suffocating blanket that threatens to consume everything. Her eyes widen in disbelief, a dawning horror spreading across her face. Does that mean she memorized every single point we shot from? The figure in the hat fires again, his expression grim. The situation is dire, but he refuses to yield, his resolve hardening with each passing moment. Meanwhile, the question hangs in the air, thick with desperation. Where is she? The hunt intensifies, the stakes rising with each passing second. Tendrils of fire, like miniature suns, danced around the outstretched hand. The air crackled with heat as the red-haired figure prepared to unleash their power. The flames intensified, their orange and yellow hues blurring into a blinding inferno. The scent of ozone filled the air, a testament to the raw energy being channeled. Iruki's gaze pierces through the aftermath of the battle. Your men were wiped out, and you didn't even bat an eye? I guess you're quite cold-hearted. Her crimson eyes narrow, a hint of challenge in her voice. Or perhaps you're scared? Meanwhile, a figure stands silhouetted against the fiery backdrop. The text identifies him as Agato Freeman, vice captain of the Parrot Mercenaries. Agato's face is partially obscured by his hat, but his expression seems contemplative. Since I dislike battles, the man admits, I guess you could say that I'm scared. Iruki's gaze intensifies, her red eyes gleaming with an unreadable emotion. A younger voice wonders what the older one is talking about, questioning if he's playing mind games. A chorus of voices taunts, calling someone a scaredy cat. Surrounded, the boy is told that Marcia will come to save him. Tears welling, the young Agato Freeman cries out for them to stop. The bullies continue, urging him to hurry up and telling them to Marcia, so she'll come play with them. Agato Freeman sobs quietly by the window. A sudden noise startles him, and he screams. Sitting on the ground, he's asked if he got beaten up again. The scene shifts to claim Marcia, also 12 years old, resting her chin on her hand with a slight smile. The words hang in the air, a cruel taunt, scaredy cat Freeman. Beneath the brim of his hat, the man steels his resolve. He must get going. Iruki's eyes narrow, a flicker of worry crossing her face. What? She asks, her voice laced with concern. I'm worried. The unseen speaker questions the logic of stopping. Why not continue for the captain's sake? Iruki's expression hardens, her red eyes gleaming dangerously. Such a thing when your underlings are dead? She spits. A nagging thought surfaces. Why is he so concerned about the captain and not his own people? The man in the hat scoffs, his voice dripping with disdain. I guess your captain isn't all that strong. Agato Freeman's face is grim, his eyes shadowed. He thinks to himself, however, Marcia must not be defeated. Iruki's gaze sharpens, suspicion clouding her features. Is he insane? I don't think that's the case. A voice cuts through the tension, posing a pointed question. Aren't you also worried about your boyfriend? A foot clad in leather steps forward, the unspoken threat hanging heavy in the air. One should worry about. Iruki's eyes blaze with power, a confident smirk playing on her lips. I'm much stronger than him. He couldn't even dare ask me out. Beneath the brim of his hat, a realization dawned. He understood. He paused, the implications settling in. What had he just done? Iruki's eyes widened, her crimson gaze intensifying. Her expression hardened, a silent question forming on her lips. She shifted her stance, preparing for a different kind of fight. Close combat. He thought he'd go for a long-range battle. The blonde-haired antagonist conjured a sphere of crackling fire. With a click, he prepared to unleash the inferno. He unleashes a barrage of explosions, the air thick with the smell of sulfur and the roar of fire. The explosions continue, each blast sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Iruki narrowly avoids the blast, her cape billowing behind her as she leaps away. He's experienced, she realizes. Upside down, the blonde-haired antagonist fires a volley of shots, the bullets whizzing through the air. Iruki's eyes widen, the sound of gunfire echoing in her ears. She raises her arms, a surge of blue energy erupting to deflect the incoming projectiles. Landing gracefully, she prepares for the next attack, the ground settling around her. Damn it. He's supposed to be a gunner? Iruki curses, realizing her opponent is more versatile than she anticipated. Close combat it is then. If that's the case. She mutters, her eyes narrowing. Iruki channels her energy, flames beginning to dance around her outstretched hands. With a shout, she unleashes the fire mist, a torrent of flames engulfing the area. The blonde-haired antagonist stands silhouetted against the inferno, the heat radiating outwards. He fires, the weapon unleashing a concussive blast of energy. The air crackles with heat, the sound echoing like a thunderclap. The force of his own attack sends him hurtling backward, a ragdoll caught in the explosion's wake. The explosion blooms, a searing inferno consuming everything in its path. The air shimmers with distorted heat. He grits his teeth, the taste of ash heavy on his tongue. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple as he fights to regain control. He plummets through the sky, the fiery orbs chasing him like vengeful spirits. The wind screams past his ears. The explosions intensify, each one a deafening roar that threatens to shatter his eardrums. The ground rushes up to meet him. He slams into the earth, the impact jarring every bone in his body. Dust and debris explode outward. Pushing himself up, he surveys the scene, the lingering heat radiating from the cracked earth. The air smells of ozone and burnt metal. A close-up reveals the intricate structure of his compound eye, each facet gleaming with an unnatural emerald light. He raises his head, his gaze hardening with renewed determination. The weapon is still clutched tightly in his hand. He fires again, the weapon spitting out another volley of explosive energy. How's this? He shouts over the din. The weapon roars, a torrent of destructive force unleashed upon the battlefield. The air vibrates with raw power. Her crimson eyes widened, a flash of anger crossing her face. Compound eye, Iruki questioned, the words laced with disbelief and a hint of frustration. Her focus sharpened, the realization dawning on her. She's hiding. Iruki cursed under her breath. Damn it, he's strong. If neither close combat nor long-range attacks will work. A new strategy began to form in her mind. I just need to snipe him, she muttered, although it hurts my pride a little bit. She knew she needed to make it fast enough that not even a compound eye could see it, and prepared an air tunnel. Iruki began to burn something in her hand, the air crackling with magical energy. The heat intensified as she focused, determined to create an exploding attack with burst. The magical energy coalesced, ready to be used to shoot a bullet. However, Iruki knew the sound would be an issue. A sensory-type schema user would be alerted. She knew that her target could react to attacks based on sound. To ensure the bullet arrived before any sound could betray its approach, it needed to be faster than the speed of sound itself. The air crackled with displaced energy. Fire call. Sonic speed. Iruki unleashed a shot. The bullet, wreathed in fire, blurred through the air. The target stood in the distance, unaware. The magical bullet found its mark. The air exploded with a deafening crack. Iruki smirked. It had worked. He hadn't even reacted. His eyes widened in disbelief. The blonde-haired man could only stammer, "What?" With a metallic click, the target drew his weapon. There you are. The attack, meant to strike true, instead detonates harmlessly in the distance. A disbelieving thought echoes, I missed? The force of the blast kicks up dirt and debris, obscuring the figure in the distance. Iruki's brow furrows, sweat beading on her forehead as doubt creeps in. Another explosion erupts, a fiery blossom against the dark forest. The sniper's frustration boils over. Damn it. Through the trees, the blonde-haired man sprints, his white coat a stark contrast against the shadows. He raises his gun, a faint green glow emanating from the barrel. Anti-magic. He thinks. I'm sure his gun has the anti-magic spell cast on it. Iruki unleashes another volley of attacks, streams of energy hurtling towards her target. The projectiles streak through the air, closing in on the blonde-haired man. However, even an error that small, he prepared to fire, the weapon humming with contained power. The energy coalescing around the barrel promised devastation. The gun leveled, the target locked. 300 meters away, the distance would make all the difference. With a resounding swoosh, the shot hurtled forward, a beam of pure energy aimed with deadly precision. He continued to fire, knowing that distance was his only advantage. If he kept her far enough away, she couldn't land any shots. The barrage continued, a relentless stream of energy arcing through the air, each shot a potential game-ender. Meanwhile, Iruki felt the pressure mounting. What do I do? She wondered, her mental strength waning with each passing moment. She steeled herself, realizing that a direct confrontation was her only option. Sniper mode won't work on me, she muttered, preparing to close the gap. With a burst of speed, Iruki moved, dodging the incoming fire. The air crackled around her as she weaved through the energy blasts. Her grip tightened on something unseen, a silent promise of retaliation. You should have stopped when I suggested it, she thought, her resolve hardening. Focus intensified, her mental strength surging. The air shimmered with barely contained power. Her eyes glowed crimson, burning with determination. The hunter was about to become the hunted. A flicker of confusion crossed his face. What could the reason be for her sudden change in tactics? A sudden burst of energy rips through the air, the force of it visually deafening. Orange light flares around a figure's arm, the energy crackling with unseen power. The blonde-haired antagonist's eyes glow with an eerie light, the air around him shimmering with heat. He can only sputter in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the sudden shift in momentum. What? How? A crystalline shard floats in the air, wreathed in protective flames. A voice declares, its tone laced with confidence, it's not sniper mode. Iruki's eyes burn with determination as she prepares her next move, the flames dancing around her like living things. She asks, her voice dripping with challenge. You ever heard of breakaway type? Iruki's breath hitched, the air around her crackling with spent energy. Her remaining mental strength, she realized, was almost gone. Despite the exhaustion, she squeezed out the last dregs of her power, focusing her will. She would cast Fire Call. A blinding inferno erupted, a torrent of fire unleashed upon the battlefield. The spell hurtled forward, a searing wave of destruction. The mage plunged into a deviate form spirit zone, the air shimmering around her as she pushed her magic to its limit. The fire call continued its inexorable advance, a blazing comet streaking across the ravaged landscape. Her boots crunched on the scorched earth, the ground still radiating heat from the spell's passage. The fire call detonated, a cataclysmic explosion that shook the very foundations of the battlefield. Of course, its range was less than 100 meters. At that moment, a voice echoed in her memory, a warning unheeded. You should have stopped when I suggested it. He lay on the ground, flames licking at his clothes. It only worked because he approached intending to finish her off. Iruki's brow furrowed, her hand rising slightly as if to ward off a sudden chill. She felt like she could collapse at any moment. That boy will die in the hands of the captain. However, Marcia must not be defeated. There was something about that guy's words that bothered her. Iruki turned to go see Chiron. The red-haired woman walked away, the forest swallowing her figure in the twilight. The hands trembled. Marcia. A hand extended, offering a cluster of dark grapes. Want to eat this? A memory surfaced. A young Marcia sat inside a dimly lit room. Freeman asked, Where'd you get fruit? You stole again. Freeman replied, Of course I stole it. You think Dad would buy for us? We'd be lucky if we didn't get beaten instead. Marcia had nothing, because her foster father never gave her anything. For that reason, she often stole food. A meager spread lay on the table. A piece of bread, a small container, a spoon. Just to survive. But even then, her foster father would take it all away. A large, calloused fist clenched, ready to snatch away even the smallest comfort. And beat her harshly. The memory of the pain lingered, a constant ache beneath the surface. She often saved up her allowance to buy gifts for Marcia, even though she knew they'd be taken away. A small, ornate hand mirror, its surface reflecting a distorted image of hope. Another child's voice cut through the memory. Where did you get the money for it? You don't even have any use for a hand mirror. Marcia thought to herself, who says it's useless? Every girl is supposed to have at least one. She imagined herself as someone else, someone beautiful. The other child tilted their head, a curious glint in their eyes. Hey, do you like me or something? Marcia blinked, surprised by the question. Huh? The child pressed, their expression earnest. Seriously? Marcia turned away, a blush rising on her cheeks. I don't like you, though. The other child burst into tears, a torrent of emotion. That's so mean. A thought echoed in Marcia's mind. Why does that man hit a girl as pretty as Marcia? In her neighborhood, children getting beaten by their parents was an everyday occurrence. She thought it was the same for everyone. But, clutching a handful of grapes, the young girl's smile faltered, tears welling in her eyes. She realized too late that it wasn't normal parental scolding at all. Flames consumed everything. A desperate thought echoed in the darkness. She needed to protect Marcia. The inferno raged, a stark reminder of a past she couldn't escape. Elsewhere, a looming castle stood silhouetted against the night sky, a silent sentinel. A lone figure stood framed by the archway, a distant promise or a looming threat. Boots crunched on the stone path, each step deliberate and heavy. Iruki's gaze hardened, a storm brewing behind her eyes. Blood stained the stone floor, a grim testament to violence. The sword lay discarded amidst the carnage, its purpose fulfilled, or perhaps betrayed. Iruki's eyes narrowed, meeting the gaze of another. Ri. The air crackles with a desperate cry. A woman cradles a wounded man, his blood staining her clothes. Before Amy arrived, the masked figure, eyes burning with intensity, raises their blade. With a furious yell, antagonist blonde hair brings the sword down, unleashing a searing wave of energy. The energy tears through the air, a blazing inferno seeking its mark. A grizzled warrior, teeth bared, meets the onslaught head-on, his own blade a shield against the fiery assault. Steel screams against energy, the impact sending tremors through the very ground beneath their feet. Antagonist blonde hair, undeterred, channels more power into the blade, the edge glowing with malevolent intent. The bearded man stands firm, feet planted, bracing for the next strike. With a final, desperate lunge, the masked figure unleashes another torrent of energy, a crimson wave crashing against the warrior's resolve. He panted, the air heavy in his lungs. The fight was far from over, but the tide seemed to be turning. Each breath came ragged as the blonde-haired antagonist realized something. He's not just strong, he thought. His grip tightened on the sword, knuckles white. He prepared himself, knowing the next exchange could be decisive. His control techniques are delicate, and he's unbelievably fast, a voice echoed in his mind. This is the skill of a parrot mercenary. Footfalls echoed through the ruined chamber. The unknown warrior advanced, his presence radiating a palpable menace. The blonde-haired antagonist's eyes widened, a flicker of fear crossing his face. He's on a completely different level. What do I do? He wondered. Looking down at the approaching figure, the blonde-haired man felt a chill run down his spine. The warrior's presence was overwhelming. His breath hitched, his eyes darting around, searching for an opening, a weakness, anything. The warrior's gaze was unwavering, his expression unreadable. A single bead of sweat trickled down his temple. The distance closed between them. The warrior's hand tightened around the hilt of his sword. I see, he thought. The air crackled with tension. So that's how it is. Nate arrived, his gaze sweeping over the scene, assessing the situation with a practiced eye. Iruki's face contorts in a scream, the weight of their situation pressing down on her. Behind her, Agato Freeman watches with growing concern. A silent question hangs in the air. How could their opponent still stand? Even after taking a direct hit to a vital point, Freeman marvels internally. The man can still stand back up? The blonde-haired warrior, blade still raised, calls out, "You okay?" to Tess. He grits his teeth, thinking, I can endure this. More importantly, Tess, eyes blazing with determination, the blonde-haired man declares, "You attack." A voice cries out, "No way." Tess stands beside him, her expression troubled. That bastard is too much for you. If it's too much, then I'll just die. Tessa's eyes widen, a gasp escaping her lips. What? The blonde-haired warrior's gaze hardens. Tess, we're not fighting to survive. Tess grips her sword tighter, her mind racing. If you defend, then who will attack? We can't. The unspoken hangs heavy in the air. When like that, we'll both just die. A heavy boot descends onto the stone floor, the sound echoing in the vast space. A voice cuts through the silence, laced with a challenge. Did you forget? A memory surfaces, a lesson imparted by Instructor Quan. Sometimes, in order to win, a young warrior with striking blue hair gazes intently at a blade, his expression a mix of determination and apprehension. The disembodied voice of the instructor echoes, a stark reminder of the price of victory. You must be willing to sacrifice an arm. Emerald eyes narrow, focused and intense, as the wielder prepares for the coming conflict. A figure stands tall, a red-haired woman in a dark dress, her presence commanding attention. The blue-haired warrior clenches his fist, resolve hardening his features as he steels himself for the challenge ahead. A single word hangs in the air, a mantra of faith and reliance, trust. A hand, clad in dark fabric, tightens its grip on the ornate hilt of a sword, preparing to unleash its power. The blonde-haired figure, eyes filled with concern, utters a desperate plea. Don't die. The air crackles with energy, a silent promise of the devastation to come. With a resounding crash, the sword slams into the ground, sending sparks and debris flying. A voice, dripping with scorn, declares, "Don't make me laugh. Once you die, the rest will be easy," the blonde-haired antagonist declared, his voice dripping with malice. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his blade, the steel glinting ominously in the dim light. The swordsman's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "What?" The blonde antagonist scoffed, his grip tightening on his sword. "She's not even thinking of defending." With blinding speed, the swordsman launched his attack, the blade arcing towards his opponent. The blonde-haired man parried the blow, the clash of steel echoing through the air. A crimson spray erupted as the blonde antagonist snarled. "Fine then, I'll kill you first." The swordsman pressed his assault, each strike a blur of motion and deadly intent. With a roar, the blonde-haired man retaliated, his fist flying forward with brutal force. The swordsman continued his relentless assault, the blade dancing through the air, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. The blonde-haired man desperately defended, each parry a testament to his skill and determination. The swordsman focused on his blade, the steel gleaming with deadly purpose. The swordsman reels, blood trickling from a gash on his head. The force of the blow threatens to overwhelm him. He is sent crashing to the ground, the impact jarring his senses. A figure descends from above, a blade of pure light in her grasp. The blonde-haired antagonist, his face contorted with rage, spits out a curse. "You little brats." A voice echoes, laced with disbelief. "What in the world is this strength?" The swordsman's face is a mask of pain, while the blue-haired figure behind the antagonist grits his teeth in frustration. A desperate cry pierces the air. "Tess." Another voice, urgent and commanding, screams, "Stab him." Tess, her eyes narrowed with determination, advances, her weapon poised to strike. The blade gleams, reflecting the light, a promise of swift and decisive action. Clinging to the window frame, a woman peered out into the night, her voice a hushed plea against the darkness. Is he still alive? His eyes wide with a dawning horror, sweat beaded on Nade's brow. The question hung heavy in the air, unanswered. A disembodied voice echoed, laced with a chilling curiosity. "How's that, Chiron?" A disturbing smile stretched across her face, crimson eyes gleaming with a dark promise. "You'll forgive me." The words dripped with sarcasm, a challenge thrown into the void. "Since you're so righteous, right?" From above, the scene unfolded. Figures poised for battle, weapons drawn, their intentions unclear. High above the city, a lone figure stood on the precipice, thoughts swirling like the storm clouds gathering overhead. My brother." A desperate search began, the group's anxiety palpable. "Where is my brother?" Nade's face contorted in a mask of anguish, his eyes reflecting a terrible realization. The woman's voice cracked with desperation as she called out into the night. "Brother." They checked with their spirit zone, confirming that she was indeed human. Back then, all he saw were the legs of a girl, Yuna, lying on the bed. It was his mistake for not confirming properly. He didn't even use his spirit zone to check where she was lying, afraid that Yuna's body would get caught up in the magic. So why did she disguise herself? To make it look as if Yuna had died. Why are you acting like this? She didn't harm the hostage. And yet, if that's how you feel, just as you wished, Marcia's crimson eyes gleamed in the dim light, a single word escaping her lips. Then, below her, a figure listened intently as she offered a chilling proposition. "You may kill me." The intensity of her words seemed to ignite something within the listener, their eyes blazing with an eerie, azure light. That light burned with a cold fury, reflecting an inner turmoil. The question hung in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning. "Are you?" A cruel smile stretched across Marcia's face, her red eyes gleaming with a dark amusement. Meanwhile, a voice echoed in the room, tinged with curiosity. "Marcia, what were your parents like?" The answer came in the form of a memory, a stark and brutal truth. They were former mercenaries, absolute scum who beat her until she was half dead. Sitting across from Nade, Marcia recalled the moment she could no longer resist. One day, facing death, she uttered those fateful words. The memory returned to her, the chilling words echoing in her mind. "You may kill me." Her gloved hand tightened around the glass, the red liquid within swirling like a vortex of past pain. She had uttered that spell as a child, hoping to stop her foster father's abuse. The memory echoes, a dark undercurrent to the present. Nade's brow furrows, his voice laced with disbelief. "Why are you using that horrible incantation on me?" The question hangs in the air, unanswered, as three figures stand silently by, observing the unfolding confrontation. The Marcia who gave the answer a few days ago. Did she vanish? Or perhaps, did she never exist to begin with? Nade's expression hardens, his gaze unwavering. "Begging for forgiveness from me is useless." Marcia's lips curve into a sardonic smile. If you receive forgiveness from the hostage and her family, then I will also stop. Her eyes gleam with a strange amusement as she extends a hand, her voice dripping with disdain. How is it that every single one of your responses never once deviates from my expectations? A flicker of recognition crosses Nade's face, a grim acceptance settling in his eyes. I knew it would be like this. The air crackles with energy as Nade's resolve hardens. If you insist on fighting until the end, a surge of power emanates from him, catching him off guard. The clash of energies creates a blinding flash, the air thick with the scent of ozone. The force of the impact sends Nade hurtling backward, a trail of displaced energy marking his abrupt departure. Launched backward by the force of the blow, he crashes through the air, the sound of impact echoing around him. Marcia watches as Nade is sent flying. Iruki, standing alongside Amy, notes the strangeness of Nade's movements. Iruki's crimson eye reflects a growing concern. Nade finds himself within his spirit zone, the familiar energy swirling around him. The spirit zone pulses with a vibrant, ethereal light. Etched upon his back, a tattoo of a winged figure bears the inscription, "Even if God forsakes." He lands heavily, the air escaping his lungs in ragged gasps. His hand hits the ground, fingers splayed against the cold earth. Something is off, a realization dawning in his eyes. Iruki wonders if Chiron's teleportation has been sealed. His fingers twitch, a silent question hanging in the air. Why won't it activate? A manic laugh escaped Nade's lips, his single visible eye burning with an unnatural blue light. The air crackled as an explosion of raw energy erupted around him, the force threatening to tear the very fabric of reality. His hand slammed against the ground, channeling the chaotic power into a focused surge. The explosion intensified, a cataclysmic display of arcane might that promised utter annihilation. Debris and shards of reality were flung outwards, a testament to the sheer destructive force unleashed. Standing amidst the devastation, Nade found that it had worked, a new landscape born from the ashes of the old. The professor's voice echoed, declaring that he could still use other spells. Another attack was brewing, a glowing orb of energy coalescing in his palm as Nade prepared to strike again. Meanwhile, a sinister smile stretched across Canis's face, a silent observer to the unfolding chaos. A beam of pure energy lanced towards him, and the question hung in the air. How should he repay Nade? His body tensed, muscles coiling as he prepared to meet the oncoming assault. Barefoot, he grounded himself, a surge of purple energy emanating from his feet as he prepared to retaliate. Nade reaches out, his hand outstretched as if to ward off an unseen assailant. The air crackles with energy, a fractured barrier forming before him. A voice echoes, seemingly from nowhere, its words a haunting whisper. Still, you already possess so much. His brow furrowed with determination. Nade steels himself. It should be fine, he thinks, focusing his power. A figure, cloaked in shadow, clutches a radiant orb. If something like this is taken, energy erupts from Nade, a desperate attempt to push back the encroaching darkness. Away from you, right? Tears well in Nade's eyes, a testament to the strain and the growing sense of dread. A beam of pure light pierces the darkness, ascending into the unknown. Something vital is being stolen. A figure with dark green hair and a blindfold stands frozen, a silent witness to the unfolding catastrophe. The remaining energy dissipates, leaving only lingering particles in the air, a ghostly reminder of what was. A woman with short black hair watches with a grim expression, her eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation. A voice cries out in disbelief, "What's this?" The photon cannon disappeared. Two women, one with blonde hair and the other with fiery red locks, stare in stunned silence, their faces etched with horror. A memory flickers, unbidden. Having good foster parents, growing up in a good environment, attending a good school, and gaining exceptional magic. Another figure emerges from the past, a woman standing before a grand, yet crumbling, estate. Like you were the protagonist of it all, right? But you, a naive young master who wants to change the world. Will you still think that way? After everything has been stolen from you? Meanwhile, a scream pierces the air as the red-haired woman's face contorts in terror. The woman shouts, "Chiron, get down!" Blasts of energy rain down, tearing the earth asunder. A figure is thrown back by the force of the explosion, a desperate cry echoing through the chaos. A blonde-haired woman charges forward, her expression a mask of manic glee, the sound of her laughter echoing through the ruined landscape. Palkoa, eyes glowing with an unnatural light, revels in the destruction. She taunts, marveling at the power of Chiron's magic. Amidst the shattered stone and dust, Chiron lies prone, unmoving. Meanwhile, the red-haired woman's voice cuts through the chaos, desperately calling out his name. His hands, pale and still, rest on the broken ground. Palkoa's voice echoes, laced with a chilling curiosity. She wonders if he was curious about how she learned high-level magic. Chiron's eyes, wide with shock, stare up at the sky. Palkoa's voice drips with a chilling self-pity, revealing the source of her power, a lifetime of deprivation. The source of her magic glows brightly on her chest, a stark contrast to the darkness that surrounds her. Palkoa's words hung in the air, each syllable a hammer blow to Chiron's already fragile composure. He tried to reason, to bargain with the reality crashing down around him. Just a few spells, he told himself, trying to minimize the damage. But a chilling realization began to dawn. His magic stolen? The thought echoed in his mind, a discordant note in the symphony of his power. His hand clenched, knuckles white against the dark stone. Almighty and omnipotence, he thought, wouldn't combine. The weight of that truth pressed down on him, suffocating. Nearby, the red-haired woman watched, a subtle curve playing on her lips. You're smart, aren't you? Her expression seemed to say, a silent acknowledgement of Chiron's dawning comprehension. A wave of nausea washed over him, the world tilting on its axis. The stolen spells, what did it mean? The implications began to solidify, each one a fresh wound. The spells he relied on, the very foundation of his power. The truth crashed down with brutal force. Of course, the spells you've lost will never be usable again. The words echoed in his mind, a cruel pronouncement of his fate. He felt a cold dread creep into his bones, the realization of his helplessness a crushing weight. He stared at his trembling hand, the source of so much power now rendered useless. Just a few spells, you say? The question was laced with bitter irony. The red-haired woman's gaze intensified, her expression hardening with a resolve that mirrored the storm brewing within Chiron. The truth settled in his heart like a stone. It wasn't just a few spells. It was Chiron's very life, the essence of his being, now irrevocably gone. A memory flickered, a ghost of a life now lost. The weight of that loss threatened to drown him completely. Chiron's name hangs in the air, a title now seemingly hollow. Everything, it had all been taken from him. Between life and death, the memories flicker. Darkness descends, a void mirroring the one growing within him. His eye, a window to a soul now stripped bare, reflects the agonizing truth. His magic, the fruit of long contemplation, born at the crossroads of fate. A desperate cry echoes from the depths of his memory. He can't hold out any longer. It was the desperate, hard-earned magic that he alone managed to discover. And now, not only was it stolen so easily, but she's saying he can never use it again? Is he truly such a naive, arrogant existence? Chiron. He sinks beneath the surface, the cold water a chilling reminder of his powerlessness. The red-haired woman's voice cuts through the haze, desperate. She urges him to snap out of it. Her words echo with urgency, a desperate plea to remember what exception truly means. The woman's face is contorted in a scream, her green eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination. Submerged, Wiesnade struggles to grasp the meaning, the concept of exception a distant echo in his mind. He strains to recall the lesson, the memory slipping through his fingers like water. But the moment has passed. It's too late to remember now, he thinks, already succumbing to the depths. No, he thinks, a desperate denial rising within him. His hand reaches out, grasping for something solid in the swirling darkness. That days. The scene shifts, and Chiron is no longer underwater, but sitting at a desk in a classroom. Class. He must focus, he tells himself, determined to remember. This class will be a special lecture. The woman with the reddish-brown hair held up a piece of chalk. Today, she began, her voice echoing slightly in the large classroom. He must remember it. A hand holds a piece of chalk, ready to write. The teacher, standing before the class, begins the lesson. Today, she announces, writing the word exception on the board. The teacher continues, we will learn about something called the exception. A voice challenges, do you think I'm not a teacher? Another teacher looks on, a slight smile playing on his lips. That day's lesson. A student asks, so, is that what you think? Laughter echoes. The laughter continues, as a student thinks, a teacher is still a teacher. Nade is mentioned as another student muses about creating a hologram ghost, while another groans, realizing the lesson is starting. Nade, looking weary, thinks, I've heard this lesson before. The woman with red hair, standing before the chalkboard, began to explain. People, she stated, generally cannot help but recognize what is denied. That fact, especially if it is true that she is a teacher, becomes belief, the teacher continued. In denying it, she added, approaches the impossible. Magic, you see, activates when two things combine. The more knowledge you accept as truth, the more power you have to manifest it. A student, eyes wide, listened intently. The red-haired woman posed a question. Truly believe the lie, 100%? So what happens, she continued, if a mage combines false knowledge with power? For example, the teacher's tone shifted, becoming darker. Someone from this moment on, anyone who thinks of her as a teacher. A student gasped, a chill running down their spine. Neutral red-haired woman dismissed the reaction. Nonsense, she scoffed. That's not even a logical knowledge statement worth using as an exception. In the classroom, two students discuss the lecture. One states the obvious. It makes no sense. The other responds that even as an exception, magic is still magic. A voice echoes, stating that to kill someone requires a great price. The law of equivalent exchange cannot be violated. The voice continues, explaining that it's not just the user. The opponent, too, must fully believe the distorted knowledge, otherwise it won't work. Two students sit at a desk, one commenting that no mage would believe in such abnormal logic. The lecture continues, explaining that's why exception users create rules and restrictions to confuse the defensive lines of perception. The voice emphasizes that the listener is so caught up in it that they don't even realize it. The red-haired woman stands before the class, stating that she will demonstrate. Rule 1. The students here cannot think that she is not a teacher. The students respond in unison, affirming that she is their teacher. The red-haired woman presents Rule 2. Rule 2. Those who think she is a teacher fall in love with her. A student swoons, while another clears his throat. Rule 3. Those who fall in love with her obey her. A student seems confused. She continued, the glint of light off her glasses emphasizing the next point. Rule number 4. The figure in the cloak declared the next rule, a chilling decree. Those who obey me. In their own life in front of me. The teacher elaborated, explaining that starting with small and obvious rules makes it easier to accept greater ones later. A collective murmur rippled through the classroom as the students absorbed the implications of the rules. The cloaked figure continued, stating that they confuse their opponent's power with their own. They are beings, the figure explained, who wield knowledge and power entirely as they please, usually people driven mad by unbearable trauma. Though the details were withheld, the teacher revealed that the example she just showed was adapted from a real person, a woman of immense status who stole countless lives. One student voiced his disbelief. That's absurd, he thought. What about the law of equivalent exchange? Another student called out to the teacher, questioning how she could kill people while ignoring the law of equivalent exchange. As expected of Chiron, a sharp question. The figure explained that ordinary mages pay the price of realizing their theories using their mental energy, but exception users cannot do that. To balance the scales of equivalent exchange, the price is placed on the other side of the scale. She explained that an exception user offered a price equivalent to taking a life, the weight of the statement hanging heavy in the air. The implication struck the students like a physical blow, an act of horrifying self-destruction. A single eye blazed with an unnatural blue light, fueled by conviction, all for the victim's death. The weight of the price settled over her features, an invisible burden etched onto her face. For someone to pay the price. The pieces clicked into place, and Nate understood now. A rush of understanding. He fell into the abyss, surrounded by a blinding light. Then, from the very beginning, the truth was revealed. Falling deeper, the weight of the revelation crushing him. If Marcia is an exception user, he realized he was within her rules. It started then, with a single touch, a beginning to something complex. Rule number 1. Those who hear my story cannot hate me. The weight of the rules settles on Nade's shoulders, a burden of understanding. His gaze drifts downward, lost in thought. Even if told, you may kill me. Rule number 3. Who failed to kill me? Nade's expression hardens, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. And the price. I may take the magic of those who cannot hate me. Even if told, you may kill me. I may take the magic of those who fail to kill me. The price. Expose your life in front of your enemies defenseless. You may kill me. If I had attacked Marcia then. A cruel smile plays on the red-haired woman's lips, her eyes gleaming with dark satisfaction. It was very likely she would have died instantly. The reason for her survival becomes clear. The woman's plan was to make her hesitate to strike a defenseless opponent. That's what it was. Elsewhere, a lone figure stands amidst the devastation, the scale of destruction evident even from a distance. The ground is shattered, a web of cracks spreading from a central point of impact. Iruki lies prone, her body limp amidst the rubble. Nearby, Canis is also down, struggling to rise. The figure from before stands tall, surveying the scene of destruction. The red-haired woman's plan comes to fruition. The red-haired woman's eyes narrow, a predatory glint in their depths. She knows what kind of person you are. From the wreckage, Iruki's voice cries out, Chiron. Canis echoes her call, his voice strained with pain, Chiron. Amidst the devastation, he stood, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. His eyes narrowed. The young master Chiron declared, I must shatter your thoughts. The red-haired woman smirked, a glint in her crimson eyes. Even if you've learned the secret of exceptions, there's nothing you can do. Chiron coughed, the dust and debris choking the air. He insisted that magic cannot be stolen so easily. The red-haired woman countered, if it was stolen easily, it must be returned easily. That's the law of equivalent exchange. Iruki exclaimed, Surely there must be some restriction. The red-haired woman taunted. Magic, you must catch me. The woman's form was highlighted as she challenged them. Chiron was shocked by the woman's words. Iruki muttered, I feel like my test is far too harsh. It's boring now, too. Indeed, contact is one of the most common restrictions exception users place. But is that really the case? Canis watches the scene unfold, thinking that it may be a false hope. The red-haired woman raises her hand, conjuring a bright, magical energy. The energy is released as a beam of fire, scorching the air. The beam engulfs Chiron, outlining him in a searing yellow light. Elsewhere, the red-haired woman stares intently, her expression determined. Chiron's feet dig into the ground, resisting the immense force. He grits his teeth, the words resist more echoing in his mind. Gathering his own magical energy, Chiron prepares to counter the attack. She tumbled backward, the unseen force ripping her from her feet. A blinding flash erupted as the attack connected, sending the red-haired woman spinning through the air. Chiron's eyes widened, his face a mask of shock as he witnessed the unseen assault. Chiron, he exclaimed. A sinister smile stretched across a shadowed visage, eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. A pained gasp escaped her lips. A voice echoed, laced with dark amusement. By now, most people would have fled. The red-haired woman continued her descent, the ground rushing up to meet her. A desperate cry pierced the air, because I know. The dark-haired figure remained silent, their expression unreadable. The speaker's voice dripped with malice. I know what this magic contains. A memory flickered, a black and white image of a woman cradling a man. The youth's face contorted in anguish, tears streaming down his face as he screamed. The pain within it. A voice echoed, laced with a strange wonder. How vast it was, the speaker mused, his gaze fixed downward. The unseen man continued, the single word hanging in the air, directed at an unknown recipient. You. The voice declared that someone, somewhere was truly so interesting. Elsewhere, the forest stood silent under the cloak of night, the only sound the rustling of leaves in the wind. A body lay sprawled on the forest floor, unmoving. Close to death, Marcia's name escaped someone's lips, a desperate plea echoing through the trees. Marcia must never be defeated. Darkness descends, obscuring the world in a shroud of uncertainty. The shadows deepen, swallowing the light and leaving only a sense of foreboding. A figure lies sprawled on the ground, unmoving. The air hangs heavy with the scent of damp earth and the metallic tang of blood. A close-up reveals the face of the fallen. Bruises bloom like dark flowers on her skin, a testament to a brutal encounter. Marcia. She whispers. A stark declaration echoes in the darkness. Marcia must not be defeated. Never. A burst of sunlight pierces through the canopy, illuminating a sky filled with hope and youthful exuberance. A chorus of voices shouts, Yay! The cheers erupt again, a wave of adoration washing over Marcia. Marcia's team won again. A crowd of faces, young and old, look up at Marcia with admiration. Their voices blend into a unified chant. Marcia's the best. Marcia. The village they used to live in was full of people who had lost their homes to the war. For them, education was a luxury. Many of them had never felt the warmth of their parents because they had no means of understanding the world. They didn't realize that one of their friends being hit by her adoptive father every day was wrong. The winter they turned 15, a lone figure walks towards a dilapidated building, the only structure visible under the oppressive sky. From within the shadows, a voice calls out, a chilling invitation hanging in the air. Marcia, let's play. A racking cough tears through her small frame. Each exhale, a painful reminder of her fragile state. The interior of the building is dark and sparse, the air thick with the scent of damp wood and despair. A figure kneels beside Marcia, concern etched on his face. Marcia, did he beat you up again? Freeman's voice trembles with worry as he notices the blood. You're bleeding so much. Freeman pulls her close, offering what little comfort he can. Today, a close-up of Marcia's face reveals a chilling confession in her thoughts. I stabbed my father. Her eyes widen, reflecting the horror of her actions, a mix of fear and a disturbing sense of liberation swirling within her. Freeman continues to hold her, oblivious to the dark secret she now carries, whispering, That's not it, Freeman. A hand, slick with crimson, trembles against the dark surface. The air hangs heavy with a metallic tang of blood. The room is a tableau of horror. Splatters stain the walls, painting a grim picture of violence. In the background, two figures huddle together, their forms indistinct in the dim light. A voice echoes, filled with confusion. What happened here? A memory surfaces, a desperate attempt at connection. Instead of you can kill me, the words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning. I tried saying something different to him today. A young boy kneels, his arms wrapped tightly around Marcia, who is seated on the floor. A bloody knife lies discarded nearby, its presence a silent accusation. Me? And then, a flicker of realization in her eyes. a chilling understanding dawning within. A hand clenches, knuckles white against the pallid skin. A silent command echoes, "Don't tell me." The boy's face contorts in anguish, a silent scream trapped in his throat. He manages, a broken whisper lost in the oppressive atmosphere. The figures remain locked in their embrace, their silhouettes stark against the encroaching darkness. A primal scream tears through the silence, a raw expression of pain and terror. Hands intertwine, a desperate plea for escape. Let's run away. But the unspoken question lingers. What if his co-workers come? Marcia's face is etched with a haunting realization, her eyes reflecting a dark truth. Why did she fail to realize those were the kinds of thoughts that monster had? Two figures stand silhouetted in a doorway, their future shrouded in uncertainty. A single tear traces a path down her cheek, yet a smile remains fixed on her face. Why? She wonders, did she fail to realize it then? That Marcia was suffering. From then on, a promise echoes from the past. I'll protect you. Two hands reach out, almost touching, yet separated by an unseen divide. She declares that she should be fine alone. A boy, approaching from behind, pauses, a question forming on his lips. The boy, Ojent Rian, his expression earnest, urges her to return to her parents. His voice rising in pitch, Ojent Rian demands to know what she's talking about, questioning if she truly believes he'd let her go alone. He insists he needs to protect her, to be completely honest. She thinks to herself that he'd only be slowing her down by coming with her. In her mind, he is weak and timid. And more importantly, the two stand silhouetted against the setting sun, a vast distance between them despite their proximity. She declares, with a chilling finality, that she doesn't like him. A close-up reveals Ojent Rian's face, bearing a fresh wound. The memory fades. A dark energy begins to coalesce, the air itself seeming to warp and crackle with unseen power. The energy sharpens, forming a jagged, claw-like shape that threatens to tear through reality itself. The force is identified, an external force. The unseen power strikes, sending debris flying as the force of the blow explodes outward. Caught in the blast, a figure is sent hurtling through the air, a cloud of dust marking their violent trajectory. A woman with eyes that glow with an eerie light watches the scene unfold. She muses, "You're running away quite well." A gloved hand reaches out, fingers outstretched, the fabric torn and stained with fresh blood. The external force detonates once more, a blinding flash of energy engulfing everything in its path. The air crackles with residual energy, a lingering testament to the devastating power unleashed. A close-up reveals the brutal reality of the attack, a deep laceration tearing through flesh, blood gushing freely. A figure with striking blue hair grits their teeth in agony, clutching at their legs. "My legs!" Despite the pain, the blue-haired figure struggles to rise, drawing a sword with grim determination etched on their face. They were surrounded by a dark aura, the air crackling with unseen energy as the blue-haired character prepared for what was to come. The force of the unseen blow sent them spiraling downward, a helpless tumble into the abyss. A cold smirk played on the blue-haired character's lips. "You tried being clever," they sneered, the words laced with disdain. Flames erupted, consuming the figure in a blinding inferno. The air grew thick with the smell of burning ozone. Marcia's eyes widened in horror, her voice a strangled cry. "Damn it!" The red-haired woman collapsed, hitting the ground with a heavy thud, the sound echoing through the cavern. A figure in green stood silently, their presence a silent question mark in the unfolding chaos. A blinding flash of energy erupted, a desperate counterattack against the unseen assailant. Nade's eyes glowed with an eerie light, the green depths burning with focused intensity. The air grew cold, a palpable chill that raised goosebumps on exposed skin. A voice, laced with amusement, echoed through the chamber. "Oh ho!" The blue-haired character clutched a glowing orb, its light pulsing with ominous power, ready to unleash its energy. She gazes upward, her expression unreadable as a circle of emerald energy shimmers into existence above her. From above, Nade plummets, wreathed in the same vibrant green light. The light intensifies around the young master, his brow furrowed with concentration. The red-haired woman spreads her arms wide, unleashing a blinding explosion of power. "Fly and wind." She continues, a sinister smile playing on her lips. "You shouldn't be giving yourself away so easily. I've already gotten plenty from you." The landscape bears the scars of their battle, the earth torn and cratered. A lone voice echoes, wondering if it's finally over. The red-haired woman stands over Nade, who struggles to rise. "You're standing up again? Don't you remember?" Nade's face is bruised and bloodied, but his eyes burn with defiance. He thinks that an arrogant fool who doesn't understand their place will never be able to beat me. His resolve hardens. "Don't you remember? I will never give up." He grits his teeth, the pain etched across his face. Each breath is a struggle, a testament to the relentless pressure he's under. His eyes, bloodshot and wide, reflect the sheer force bearing down on him. The intensity burns, threatening to consume him from within. Fists clenched, knuckles white, he fights against the unseen force. His body trembles, a desperate attempt to maintain control. His face contorts, a mask of agony and determination. The strain is almost unbearable, pushing him to the very edge of his limits. A hand, wreathed in arcane symbols, continues to weave its spell. The air crackles with unseen energy, a silent testament to the power at play. Wiping sweat from her brow, the red-haired woman's thoughts begin to race. What sweat? She wonders, a flicker of doubt crossing her face. The gloved hand continues its intricate dance, channeling raw power into a focused point. The air shimmers, distorting the world around it. The spell takes shape, a beacon of arcane energy in the encroaching darkness. Its purpose remains unclear, but its power is undeniable. The woman's eyes narrow, her resolve wavering. Am I? She questions, the unspoken words hanging heavy in the air. Her hands tremble, a physical manifestation of her inner turmoil. Running out of mental strength? The thought echoes, a chilling realization. Her eyes lock on Nade, a dawning horror in their depths. Is it because of his spells? She wonders, the question laced with fear. The ground cracks as ice spikes erupt from beneath, a testament to the spell being cast. Nade, surrounded by the effects of his own magic, wonders if they've been trapped here the entire time. His gloved hand trembles, sweat beading on his skin as the strain of the spell takes its toll. Marcia grits her teeth, realizing she needs to escape immediately. Blood trickles from the corner of Nade's eye, his expression a mix of pain and determination. He knows he needs to teleport, to find a way out of this predicament. Elsewhere, the swordsman pursues them through the dense forest, while Marcia and Nade desperately try to evade him. She continues her desperate flight through the trees. The trees themselves seem to be conspiring against her, blocking her path at every turn, she thinks. The dense foliage and tangled roots impede her progress, slowing her down. Marcia's eyes narrow, a flicker of rage crossing her face as she realizes the swordsman used wind to cut her earlier. She wonders if this is the reason. Her face streaked with grime and blood, Marcia's eyes burned with a fierce determination. She may be able to use stolen spells. Only comes with experience, because Marcia has only just learned teleportation. She won't be able to get through all the trees in her way as Marcia and Nade continue their desperate flight through the forest, the swordsman hot on their heels. There's only one thing Marcia can do right now. With a burst of displaced air and splintered earth, Marcia teleports, narrowly avoiding the swordsman's strike. The swordsman lands heavily, his eyes scanning the area for his quarry. Her brow furrowed in concentration, Marcia's eyes glow with an inner light. What's this? Her hands outstretched, a surge of power emanates from Marcia. My spirit zone. A surge of blue energy erupts around him, the force of it contorting the air itself. The reaction intensifies, the blue glow now blinding as it crackles with raw power. A voice cuts through the chaos, laced with confusion. What kind of magic is being unleashed? A blade finds its mark, slicing deep into flesh. Blood blooms, painting the leg crimson. Chiron's face contorts in a furious snarl, his green eyes burning with rage. He's been hit. If one had to pinpoint the mistakes Marcia made, it would begin here. It would be that even after her weaknesses had been discovered, she remained. She was so intoxicated by her own sense of victory that she only used the magic she had taken from me. That she didn't realize photon cannon consumed such an enormous amount of mental power. Because Marcia was a mage. And that she didn't understand the principle behind berserk magic. Despite that, she must have been capable of calculating countless variables within that short moment. Variables that would allow her to avoid being caught. But sometimes, the movements of a swordsman, a dance of steel and precision, echo through the mind. A crimson spray paints the air as a woman, her expression fierce, advances with her blade. The swordsman's skill can outpace even a mage's thoughts, a testament to honed reflexes and instinct. The cold steel pierces flesh, a brutal reminder of the stakes. Again, the woman with the sword stands ready, blood staining her clothes. How can the mind of a human being achieve such feats? Tremble this much? Impossible, the mind of a 17-year-old. Can it? A golden light begins to emanate. A figure, outlined in vibrant purple, reaches towards a swirling vortex of golden light, as if grasping for something beyond reach. The figure seems to ponder, the question echoing in the void. Could it truly be this vast, this boundless? Bathed in an eerie glow, a figure reflects on a past underestimation. He had thought he was just in. The golden energy continues to swirl, a silent testament to the power that was once dismissed as that of an ignorant young master. The golden light intensifies, a single word resonating within it. Level. The golden energy continues its dance, a mesmerizing display of raw power. A stark realization dawns. That is something I can never steal. The purple outlined figure is once again surrounded by a cloud of particles, perhaps a manifestation of the power they seek. A shift in scenery, a descent into darkness. Emerging from the shadows, a woman stands poised in a forest clearing, her intentions unknown. Panic sets in, sweat beating on a brow as wide eyes reflect a terrifying truth. A figure lies defeated, a blade poised above them. So it's real. The swordsman, still airborne, finds himself facing an unexpected surge of power. Nade's eyes ignite with an eerie glow, a silent promise of devastation hanging in the air. He is betting everything. The air crackles with energy as Nade's voice booms, a clear warning. Don't come any closer. A desperate plea echoes, a voice begging someone to look inside. Blue energy flares around Nade, his expression unreadable in the shadows, but the intensity in his eyes speaks volumes. A gloved hand clenches, a sign of the immense power being channeled. A cluster of glowing orbs materializes, each radiating an almost blinding light. The red-haired woman cries out, clutching at her chest as if struck by an invisible force. The swordsman and others are sent flying backward, caught in the blast. Nade's expression is grim, his eyes narrowed as he surveys the scene. The red-haired woman looks on in horror. Nade's thoughts betray his surprise. That brat? Didn't I take him down? A group of figures plummets through the air, defeated and helpless. The man brandishes his sword, the steel glinting ominously in the dim light. He warns, his voice a low growl, that approaching Marcia again will have consequences. The camera focuses on the sharp edge of the blade, a silent promise of violence hanging in the air. His face contorted in rage. The man's eyes burn with a fierce intensity. He vows, the word a guttural snarl, that he'll. Meanwhile, deep within a forest, a woman with short black hair walks through the trees, her figure small against the backdrop of towering trunks and dappled sunlight. Her expression dark. She recalls a similar situation. There was someone like that before, too. Elsewhere, a figure walks away, his back to the viewer. He glances over his shoulder, a sense of unease in his posture. His thoughts drift to someone who approached him with genuine sincerity, a memory that seems both precious and painful. Later, two figures stand silhouetted against a fiery sunset. One declares, their voice laced with finality, that they don't like the other. His eyes widen in shock, the news hitting him with the force of a physical blow. His face registers the pain of rejection, a raw and vulnerable expression. Tears stream down her face, a silent testament to the turmoil within. Tears streamed down his face, each drop a testament to a pain that ran deeper than any wound. His thoughts drifted back to a distant memory, a figure lying prone on a grassy hill, a voice echoing with resentment. You don't understand me. People are like that by nature. A child, small and vulnerable, looked up with pleading eyes. Even parents and a close-up of a blood-red eye, filled with a desperate longing. Their whole lives together don't truly understand each other. I wanted to be understood, even just once. But that never happened. The wind whispered through the tall grass, carrying with it the echoes of forgotten dreams. In the distance, two figures stood silhouetted against the setting sun. A voice called out, barely audible, Freeman. A crunching sound echoed as a figure walked forward, their purpose unknown. A voice filled with rising alarm questioned, what were you doing? A primal scream tore through the air, a raw expression of anguish and despair. Hands, slick with crimson, clutched at something unseen, the weight of their actions heavy and undeniable. Near the bloody rocks, a figure stood, their voice laced with a chilling resignation. You know, the only reason I look weak is because of these eyebrows. Tears streamed down his face, mingling with the blood. He bared his teeth, a manic grin twisting his features. How's that? He challenged, his voice thick with emotion. His expression contorted further, a desperate plea hidden beneath the surface of his words. Now, I don't look like a coward, right? His eyes burned with a fierce determination, a desperate need to prove himself. I'll get stronger, he roared, tears flying. Stronger than anyone. So stay. Her face twisted in frustration, her voice sharp and laced with disbelief. Are you deaf? She snapped, her eyes narrowed. His voice cracked with a mixture of defiance and pain, the words tumbling out in a desperate attempt to push her away. I said, I don't like you. I'll marry someone else. I'll have kids too. The words were a hollow echo, a desperate attempt to mask the pain that gnawed at him. I don't care, he screamed, the sound raw and broken. His face was a mask of anguish, the tears blurring his vision as he issued a final, desperate command. Do whatever you want. Her voice trembled with unwavering resolve, a declaration of independence and devotion intertwined. Because following you is my own right too. I'll never give up on my feelings. A soft, almost defeated sigh escaped her lips, the sound barely audible amidst the turmoil. Her voice rang out, clear and urgent, cutting through the tension. Captain. Her gaze hardened, a steely determination settling in her eyes. She would not falter. Meanwhile, a group of figures raced across the landscape, their swords glinting in the fading light. Urgency propelled them forward, each stride fueled by a desperate need to reach their destination. Hurry! The blonde woman's face contorts in anguish, her voice cracking as she declares that the decision has already been made. Beside her, the red-haired woman shares a similar expression of despair. The red-haired woman's shoulders tense as a voice booms out, declaring that they have already lost. A figure clad in black, a gleaming sword held loosely in his grip, offers a deal, his tone laced with menace. The man's face fills the frame, his eyes burning with intensity as he lays down his terms. Retreat without Marcia, and he will spare their lives. The blonde woman and the red-haired woman exchange a look of stunned disbelief, the weight of the offer settling heavily between them. The group stands poised on the precipice of a decision, the air thick with unspoken tension. Meanwhile, a name hangs in the air, Rian. The blonde man's gaze hardens, a chilling resolve in his eyes as he vows that from now on, anyone who blocks his path will be cut down. The blue-haired man's eyes widen in disbelief, his expression mirroring the blonde woman's shock. The blonde woman's voice trembles as she urges them to wait, a desperate plea in her tone. The red-haired woman's eyes narrow, a flicker of determination igniting within them, even without guns. The blue-haired man's voice drips with sarcasm as he acknowledges that they are masters of schema. The blonde man stood firm, his back a bulwark against the unseen threat. A single word, a defiant no, hung in the air. From the shadows, a voice resonated with unwavering resolve. Something, he believed, only his knight could accomplish. Understood. A cry of alarm pierced the air as the blonde woman spotted the injured man. Rian, she shrieked, her voice laced with panic. Heavy footsteps echoed across the field, each stride deliberate and unwavering. The armored figure muttered, "If it's my lord's order." The blue-haired man's gaze hardened, his resolve unyielding. He vowed to follow, even to the ends of hell. Elsewhere, a lone figure plummeted through the air, the wind whistling past their ears. The scene unfolded into chaos, with bodies scattered and falling, a testament to a brutal conflict. A gleaming sword was raised high, a symbol of impending doom against the backdrop of fallen forms. Raw fury contorted his features, a primal scream building in his throat, a promise of vengeance. The ground blurred beneath pounding feet, a desperate chase fueled by a declaration. This is the fate you chose. The descent continued, a chaotic ballet of bodies against the darkening sky. Meanwhile, the blonde woman, her voice filled with conviction, declared her unwavering faith. She believed in Chiron. Gripping his sword tightly, the unknown swordsman's voice echoed with resolve. He would never let Rian die. From above, the chaos of battle unfolds, a whirlwind of motion and steel. A sudden, piercing scream tears through the air as blood splatters across the scene. The swordsman cries out. The swordsman reels, the crimson stain spreading across his armor, a testament to a grievous wound. His eyes widen in disbelief, the pain etched across his face. With a fierce determination, the red-haired woman leaps into the fray, a blur of motion against the darkening sky. Weiss Nade's eyes dart around, a growing sense of unease washing over him. What the? Everything is slowing down? A heavy footfall crushes the grass beneath, the sound muffled and distorted. A face, etched with concern, watches the unfolding events. Time itself seems to warp as figures clash in a surreal, slow-motion ballet of death. He tumbles through the air, the ground rushing up to meet him. The blonde-haired woman's breath hitches in her throat, her eyes wide with alarm. Beside her, the red-haired woman's expression hardens, a grim resolve settling on her face. Her eyes widen, a silent scream frozen on her lips. She stares down, her face a mask of horror. A voice echoes through the slowed time, a promise and a threat. Now, I'm coming to you. He plants his feet, a fierce determination burning in his eyes. The man, Rian, his blue eyes blazing with an otherworldly light, commands, "Cut them." Two figures stand ready, their weapons glinting in the light. Their faces contorted with rage, they prepare to strike. The group advances, a united front of fury. The slow ability of photon-type sustained magic creates a field where time flows differently, distorting the flow of time within their own spirit zone. A close-up reveals a focused gaze, the world reflected in the depths of the eye. With a determined set to his jaw, Rian grips the hilt of his massive blade, ready to strike. The swordsman with the ponytail prepares to strike, his grip firm on the weapon. Rian's eyes narrow, a fierce resolve hardening his features. I just need to cut them all down, he wonders. The swordsmen advance, their faces grim. It feels unsettling, like cutting down a bound enemy. But this, too, is their lord's command. The swordsman's stance is firm, his blade reflecting the light. The sword merely executes its duty. The weight of duty settles on Rian's shoulders as he prepares to strike. A golden figure emanates power, its form radiating light. A beam of light pierces the darkness, a symbol of hope or destruction. The swordsman's gaze hardens, a resolve settling in his blue eyes. The air crackles with unseen energy as he prepares for what lies ahead. A colossal figure of gold looms, its form radiating power and ancient mystery. What could the reason be? Drawn towards the radiant light, a figure sprints, their silhouette a stark contrast against the golden glow. The promise of power, or perhaps salvation, pulls them forward. His eyes widen in disbelief, a silent scream trapped in his throat. The world shifts around him, revealing a truth he never anticipated. Elsewhere, alone in the heart of the forest, a woman sits, her posture radiating despair. The weight of the world seems to rest upon her shoulders. With a cold, calculated precision, her fingers dance across the control panel. Each press, a step closer to a deadly outcome. A scene of carnage unfolds, blood staining the ground as figures lie broken and defeated. The air hangs heavy with the stench of death. Standing amidst the ruin, a figure looms over the fallen, their silhouette a promise of further destruction. The flames lick at the edges of the scene, casting long, dancing shadows. A hand reaches out, desperation etched on every line. The word echoes in the darkness, a chilling declaration of intent. Die. A sinister smile spreads across her face, her eyes burning with a malevolent glee. The scars on her skin tell a story of battles fought and victories claimed. Two women stand side by side, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. The gravity of the situation dawns on them, a chilling realization of what is to come. Plunging towards the light, the two women fall, their expressions a mix of fear and determination. The unknown awaits them, a destiny yet to be written. A blinding light erupts, its source unseen, its target unknown. Beams of iridescent energy lance out, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. The light intensifies, bathing the unseen area in a radiant glow. Leaves and debris are caught in the upwelling of energy. She is thrown backward, the force of the unseen blow sending her hurtling through the air. Her expression is one of shock and disbelief. From the shadows, a figure watches, their face obscured, their body tense with anticipation. Arms outstretched, she plummets downwards, the ground rushing up to meet her. The wind screams past her ears. His face contorted in anguish. Canis's eyes widen in horror as he witnesses the impossible. His breath hitches in his throat. The name escapes his lips, a desperate plea against the unfolding tragedy. Marcia? His fist clenches against the dirt, a silent scream of denial. No! Sword leveled, Chiron warns her opponent not to move, promising to cut them down if they resist. The red-haired woman calls out to Chiron as she stands her ground. Marcia plummets downwards, thinking to herself that it's not yet over. The swordsman's brow furrows, his face bloodied. His magic hasn't returned to him. The red-haired woman, her expression fierce, insists that the condition wasn't physical contact. A silent no hangs in the air. Chiron stands over the downed figure, her sword still pointed downwards. The red-haired woman watches. The downed figure, tears streaming down his face, croaks that it's over. Chiron declares that it's all over, questioning if there's one last thing remaining. The red-haired woman and the swordsman are shown, their expressions unreadable. The swordsman grits his teeth, thinking of a spell. Marcia lies on the ground, defeated. He lay on the ground, defeated. The swordsman's body was sprawled out on the rough earth, his swords lying uselessly beside him. Chiron and the red-haired woman stood over him, their expressions unreadable. The others stood behind them, watching the fallen warrior. A voice echoed in someone's mind. If I'm touched by the one whose magic I stole, I must say these words. A sinister smile spread across a face, the words dripping with malice. You may embrace me. The red-haired woman gazed down at the swordsman, her expression a mix of pity and something else, something darker. His hand lay limp on the ground, fingers twitching slightly. The swordsman's strength had abandoned him. A man's face, etched with worry and regret, turned away from the scene. You probably could guess it. The thought hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. You probably can guess it. A hand reached out, fingers outstretched, as if grasping for something just out of reach. A woman stood in the shadows, a knife glinting in her hand. Her eyes were fixed on some unseen target. The tension was palpable, a silent threat hanging in the air like a drawn blade. The woman's smile widened, revealing a hint of madness in her eyes. The game was afoot. Those words carry a weight, a promise, or perhaps a threat, hanging heavy in the air. Tears welled in his eyes, a silent testament to the pain those words inflicted. Beside him, Nade watched with a mixture of concern and apprehension. A sinister smile stretched across Amy's face, her pale hands glowing with an eerie purple light. One must pay, she thought, the words echoing with a chilling finality. Amy's red eyes glinted with malice as she declared, this is the end of this story. Her hands tightened around the figure she held, The embrace, a suffocating promise of what was to come. The red-haired woman's face contorted in worry. Amy, what does she mean by embrace? She wondered, her voice barely a whisper. It's not what I think it is, right? Sweat beaded on Nade's brow as he internalized. If he doesn't do it, Chiron won't be able to reclaim his magic? A sudden, violent grab. A desperate attempt to break free. The red-haired woman, her face a mask of fury, snarled, "Don't say stupid things. Give Chiron's magic back." Her eyes widened, a dawning horror creeping in. If that line were a lie, the exception wouldn't have been activated in the first place. Chiron stands with his back to Marcia and the red-haired woman, his shoulders slumped with regret. He apologizes, the words heavy with sorrow. "I'm sorry, Chiron." Marcia's crimson eye stares ahead, her expression resolute despite the circumstances. Her voice is a low, somber declaration. "You must have come all this way to save me, who was trapped in the pit of my own past, but there's nothing you can do." A confession hangs in the air, a weight of unspoken history. The snare I set for myself long ago. Pale hands, encased in gloves, tighten their grip. The unseen pressure has already begun tightening around my neck. A final request, whispered with a desperate hope. If I can ask for one shameless last favor. Blood stains the hands, a grim testament to the sacrifice being made. The air crackles with unspoken tension. Opprimis, albergin, desprit plus. If you do, your magic will return to you. The red-haired woman's eyes widen in horror, while Marcia's expression is one of grim acceptance. The dark-haired woman whispers, "And I'll finally be at peace." The red-haired woman cries, "No." A desperate denial echoes through the air. "Marcia, don't say that." Chiron's face is cast in shadow, his expression unreadable, but the tension in his posture speaks volumes. Chiron and Marcia face each other, the weight of the unspoken request hanging heavy between them. The air is thick with despair. They kneel on the rough ground, the finality of the moment settling upon them. The question hangs in the air, "You're asking me to?" His eyes, wide and bloodshot, darted around as a tremor ran through him. A gentle hand rested on the back bearing the tattoo, a silent offering of solace. Tears streamed down Marcia's face as she cried out, her voice cracking with despair. "Marcia!" A hand reached down, fingers outstretched, as if seeking something to grasp. The red-haired woman stood beside Maria, her face etched with worry as Maria uttered a single, broken word. "No." Tears welled in the red-haired woman's eyes, reflecting the turmoil within. A hand pressed against his head, obscuring his expression, but not the tension in his shoulders. The words echoed in his mind, a bitter acceptance of his fate. "So you won't even grant me a peaceful death. I always knew this." The hand remained a heavy weight as he thought. "I mocked and ridiculed you so much. I suppose I have no right to expect mercy." Beneath the hand, his eyes glistened with unshed tears, a silent plea for a mercy he believed he didn't deserve. Her teeth grit, a silent scream trapped behind clenched jaws. He is embraced, held tightly as if to never let go. The red-haired woman whispers, her voice thick with emotion, "I've embraced you." Her face contorts in rage, the word escaping her lips like venom. "You bastard." The embrace tightens, a desperate plea woven into the fabric of their closeness. "Are you mocking me right now?" His eyes blaze with a tormented light. "You still know nothing." He spits, then begs, "Just kill me." "I said kill me, damn it." His gaze hardens, a chilling question hanging in the air. "Kill you?" His voice drips with bitter irony. "You were the one who taught me how to change." The question hangs heavy between them. "And now you want to destroy it?" Her eyes burn with a desperate intensity, the words a final, heartbreaking plea. "The people you called family." A memory surfaces, a crowd of people, reaching out, saved from some unseen peril. But a question hangs in the air, heavy with doubt. "The ones you saved with your own hands?" Another scene flickers into view, figures risking everything, their faces etched with determination. The question echoes, laced with a bitter edge. "The ones who risked their lives to save you?" A voice, laced with a haunting resonance, breaks the silence. "I can see them." A comforting embrace, a desperate attempt to offer solace. But the words, whispered with a hollow ache, betray the depth of the pain. "So many people." A stark declaration, a heavy truth hanging in the air, whose lives began because of you. A face of anguish, etched with regret. The weight of responsibility, a crushing burden. Tears stream down a weathered face, each drop a testament to the torment within. After all that, a desperate plea, a question born of despair. "You're now begging for death? Then what about me?" Tears flowed freely down the face of the red-haired woman, a torrent of grief and guilt. A memory, a promise, a source of both comfort and pain. "You were the one who told me." A desperate cry, a final stand against the encroaching darkness. This world was still worth living in, so live. A single tear traces a path down a cheek, reflecting the shattered hope within. Bathed in celestial light, A figure emerges from the darkness, their golden hair catching the radiant glow. They clung to each other, tears flowing freely, a silent testament to shared pain and unspoken grief. The tattooed arm tightened its hold, a delicate floral design etched against the skin, a fragile promise of solace in the face of despair. It is said that a person's life begins cradled in their parents' arms, but here, a newborn lies alone, swaddled on the cold floor, as footsteps pass it by. A man, face grim, holds the infant upside down, his words echoing the child's worthlessness. What's this? A useless girl? But even that small comfort, the bare minimum of existence, was not something God allowed for her. The infant's cries are testament to a world devoid of divine mercy. What others naturally experience from birth, she never had. A young girl sits alone, knees drawn to her chest, in a room shrouded in shadow. A looming, shadowy figure descends upon the child, a silent promise of a life filled with darkness and despair. A hand grips a knife, the blade glinting ominously in the dim light. Yes, a voice whispers, as if sealing a dark pact. There is no God in this world. A bloody blade rests on a wooden surface, a stark testament to the absence of divine intervention. This world is nothing but cold place. A desolate landscape stretches out, devoid of warmth or comfort, a reflection of the emptiness within. Filled with incomprehensible random variables, two figures stand silhouetted against the dying sun, their futures uncertain, their paths diverging. And now a declaration of intent, a commitment to a path yet unknown, but one embraced with a chilling certainty. Seeing that fool made me think. Because we are family. The words hang in the air, a twisted justification for actions yet to come, a bond forged in darkness. The thought of family lingered, a bittersweet echo in her mind. Though permission was never granted, the desire to embrace children burdened by misfortune persisted, a silent promise whispered into the void. Amidst the ruins, a fragile hope flickered. Perhaps, in this desolation, they could find a way to begin life anew, to rebuild from the ashes of what was lost. Gazing towards the heavens, a silent plea formed. Maybe, just maybe, this world would finally allow a being like her to exist, to thrive, to find acceptance. That was the thought, a fragile shield against the encroaching darkness. They walked on, their figures receding into the distance, each step a testament to their unwavering resolve, a silent march towards an uncertain future. A tattered flag, a symbol of a fallen nation or a forgotten cause, whipped in the wind, its colors faded and torn, a haunting reminder of battles lost and dreams shattered. Against a fiery sky, a lone figure stood atop a mountain of corpses and broken weapons. Death, it seemed, was the only constant, the ultimate victor in this desolate landscape. Amidst the carnage, a stark realization settled. There was no salvation to be found, no escape from the endless cycle of violence and despair. Only the cold embrace of oblivion awaited. A body lay broken and still, surrounded by the grim aftermath of battle. The silence was deafening, broken only by the whisper of the wind carrying the scent of blood and decay. In the crushing darkness, a faint light flickered, revealing a small, ethereal figure. The only salvation she was given was death, a final release from the suffering, a descent into the eternal void, a grim mercy in a world devoid of hope. Abstract lines of energy pulsed, a visual representation of the forces at play, the unseen currents that shaped their destinies, the chaotic dance of life and death. Streaks of vibrant color cut through the darkness, a fleeting glimpse of beauty amidst the despair, a reminder that even in the bleakest of worlds, there were still moments of wonder to be found. A solitary figure stands at the edge of a world bathed in spectral light, each beam a pathway to somewhere unknown. The air hums with an energy that promises both wonder and peril. From the darkness, a hand of pure starlight extends, a beacon in the void. It offers a silent invitation, a promise of solace in a desolate world. A realization dawns, whispered on the wind. It did exist, huh? A flicker of hope ignites in the face of despair. The hand glows with an ethereal light, a symbol of connection and salvation. Geometric shapes dance around it, hinting at a deeper, more complex reality. A spectral form emerges, a representation of someone in this world. A longing for connection echoes through the void. The question hangs in the air, heavy with yearning. Who would embrace me? A plea for acceptance in a world that seems to offer none. Two figures, bathed in contrasting light, find solace in each other's arms. A moment of peace amidst the chaos, a reminder of the power of connection. A mother's embrace, yet the sound of a child's cry pierces the silence. Even in love, there is pain. Even in hope, there is despair. Meanwhile, the man with blue hair cries out, a raw, primal scream of anguish. Beside him, the woman's face is a mask of horror, her eyes wide with disbelief. Tears stream down a face etched with sorrow, each drop a testament to a pain that runs deep. The world around them seems to crumble, reflecting the inner turmoil. A figure shrouded in purple light stands amidst chaos, a silent observer of the unfolding tragedy. The air crackles with an energy that feels both destructive and transformative. Golden hair frames a face unseen, a symbol of hope or perhaps a cruel reminder of what has been lost. The light fades, leaving only a lingering sense of sorrow. Tears streamed down her face as she was held tightly, a silent scream trapped within her chest. Leaves danced in the ethereal sky, carried by a gentle breeze, each one a fleeting memory. A warm embrace, a moment frozen in time, a promise whispered in the wind. The horizon stretched out, a silent witness to the passage of time and the weight of unspoken words. The building stood in ruins, a stark reminder of a past that refused to stay buried. Gazing out the window, the red-haired woman seemed lost in thought, her silhouette framed by the fading light. Her gaze drifted, a hint of melancholy in her eyes as she remembered the past. Marcia, a bandage of stark white against her skin, internalized. For the past 10 years, I tried everything to heal Marcia's trauma. The man, standing beside Marcia, remained silent. The air hung heavy with unspoken words. The trauma of an exception user can only be healed under special circumstances. A sinister gaze, promising something wicked this way, comes. The word hangs in the air, a heavy weight of meaning. Catharsis. Yet, even among those rare exception users, the man's voice rumbled, statistically, fewer than 1% ever truly experience it. Even those who have felt it, the voice continues, remain ignorant of the principle that fuels it. The sinister man's words echo as they both gaze out the window. Everyone simply, some called a miracle. Two figures sat on a grassy hill, the wind whispering through the tall blades as they watched the horizon. The red-haired woman, Marilyn Maria, stared out the window, her thoughts heavy. She internalized, I never imagined an outcome like this. A bird's-eye view revealed the aftermath, bodies strewn across the cobblestone street, a testament to the recent conflict. Those who were ready to kill me just yesterday have now accepted us as their benefactors. The fallen saint's gaze narrowed, a storm brewing behind her emerald eyes. You were the one who told me. A man's face, contorted with what seems like determination, fills the frame. His words echo with conviction. This world was still worth living in. The memory shifts to a sun-drenched scene, when Chiron embraced that girl. A wave of sensation washes over, a familiar feeling of something fading away. She closes her eyes, the memory sharp and vivid. The name echoes in her mind, Chiron. My exception has disappeared. Chiron sits beside a dark-haired woman on a grassy hill, the sky a canvas of soft blues and whites. The woman's expression is unreadable as she states, since the rule itself has vanished. Chiron holds a small orb of light in his palm, his gaze distant. The magic that was taken from you has returned to you unconditionally. The woman offers a simple, quiet, thank you. Her eyes, shadowed and intense, betray a depth of emotion. For not giving up on me. Her expression hardens, a chilling thought escaping her lips. If this world was one in which people like you must die. Chiron's eyes widen, a flicker of understanding, or perhaps fear, crossing his face. Then I. A grim prophecy hangs in the air, to face the same fate. The woman with dark hair, her expression unreadable, simply states, I see. A shared sentiment echoes in the silence. I feel the same. He reflects on a past impossibility, now made real. The ideal he longed for sits right beside him. A child with immense magic, yet capable of selfless sacrifice for others, becomes the focus of his thoughts. He remembers a moment of profound connection. You embrace me even though you were hurt yourself. The woman's eyes burn with intensity, her expression conveying a powerful message. You are my savior. A surge of determination rises within him. If you say I should live, the woman's gaze hardens, a resolve forming in her eyes. Then I have no choice but to live. The weight of responsibility settles upon her shoulders. The woman with dark hair sits beside him, her posture suggesting a request. Now, will you teach me a different type of magic? A stark declaration hangs in the air. Exception. I cannot learn ordinary magic. Another exception might arise, or something like that. She mused, her gaze distant. That you won't create an exception. That destroys yourself again. She reached out, her hand hovering near Nade's face. All right, stop being angry. Her crimson eye narrowed. Nade wondered, shall I try making a spell that charms blondes? What about a spell that charms men with no eyebrows? The scene unfolds from above, Nade and the red-haired woman standing before a sinister man with no eyebrows. She recoiled, startled by the sudden appearance of the sinister man. That scared the shit out of me. Nade cleared his throat. Hey, can't we see we're busy? Come eat. The red-haired woman screamed. Inside the bustling kitchen, two men worked diligently, preparing food for the inn's patrons. The air hung thick with the aroma of baking bread and simmering sauces. A hand, calloused and strong, reached for a cleaver, ready to chop vegetables with practiced ease. The kitchen staff moved with a practiced rhythm, a symphony of clanging pots and shouted orders filling the air as they prepared the day's meals. A man apologized for involving someone in this situation so soon after their arrival. The words hung heavy in the air, a mixture of regret and concern. Another voice offered assistance, a promise to help with anything needed that day. The offer was met with a nod of gratitude. If items or equipment were needed, they would be provided without hesitation. A tourist exclaimed that the food tasted good, a genuine appreciation evident in their expression. The blonde-haired man stated that the spot is still owned by Palcoa, and that Palcoa's stuff is all his. The red-haired woman and he will go to the Kurgo. A ceiling fan spun lazily overhead, stirring the air in the room. 3 figures sat at a table, the weight of unspoken secrets hanging in the air between them. The sinister man, a tourist, didn't expect the ruins to hold such secrets. For what purpose could it exist? He didn't know much about this island. He eats, the clinking of metal against ceramic, the only sound. The man in the dark outfit offers only a terse, somewhat. Marcia's voice rises, sharp and accusatory. Couldn't you have told me before I asked? She demands of Nade. A voice, seemingly from nowhere, expresses doubt. It's difficult, though. I'm not sure if we can get through it. Marcia's gaze hardens, her red eyes narrowed. Why are you going there? She presses. The disembodied voice continues, explaining the goal. To find someone called Moreau and ask questions. Nade's expression is troubled, his blue eyes reflecting a deep internal conflict. About my existence, he murmurs. The blonde woman offers a spoonful of food to the blue-haired man, her expression unreadable. Marcia's voice drips with sarcasm. Existence, huh? Sure, that's important. That's why you and I fought so fiercely. Marcia leans forward, pen in hand, her gaze intense. Do you have a plan? Nade's eye reflects a sudden spark of determination. There's exactly, he replies. The blonde woman states, one method worth trying, as she feeds the blue-haired man. From above, the scene unfolds. Marcia, Nade, and a third figure sit at the table. Marcia muses, is he talking about laser? She wonders if there is truly no way to help. A light shines, offering a glimmer of hope. The group's faces reflect a mix of surprise and uncertainty. The sounds of eating fill the air as the group gathers around table. A hand presents a card to the group, their expressions a mixture of anticipation and apprehension. An access permit is placed on the table, its presence heavy with implication. The object in question is identified, the access permit for entering Kurgo. A collective gasp fills the air as the implications begin to dawn on the group. Could this be the rumored artifact, bathed in an ethereal glow? The discovery sends a jolt through the room, a loop smuggling access permit. The red-haired woman, Marcia, eyes the permit with suspicion. Something about it feels off. The blonde-haired character recalls a past encounter. The mercenaries they met mentioned this route for smuggling loops, but Marcia wonders if passing the test might lead to something else entirely, while the blonde-haired character muses that perhaps the situation isn't as serious as they initially thought. The young master considers the possibilities. That, or it's their tradition. Marcia stands nearby as Nade continues, dismissing one possibility. He doubts the principal would have told them to investigate it if it were meaningless. The red-haired woman suggests they simply have to look into both. Liquid is poured into bowls. It's not like they have to choose one over the other. Meanwhile, the sinister man declares he will create some permits for them, and they will. What if it was they need someone who knows their language? Time to find a translator. The magic association will be coming for her at any moment now. She thinks her brother knows a bit of their language. Don't we? Nade, Marcia, and the swordsman stand together. Jis. Really? That's great. Nade, Marcia, and the swordsman stand together. Nade suggests they try both routes. A hand flashes a peace sign, a silent farewell. The sky stretches out, a canvas of twilight and distant stars. The sunset paints the clouds with hues of orange and gold, a promise of a new dawn. Hands clasp, a magic artifact changing hands. A voice assures, this magic artifact will guide you to the entrance of the mountain. They stand silhouetted against the fading light, ready to embark on their journey. Gratitude hangs in the air. One voice offers a simple, thank you, met with a casual, don't sweat it. The woman with the short black hair stands with her arms crossed, a subtle smile playing on her lips, flanked by 2 figures. Her gaze pierces the distance, a debt acknowledged. That's right, I don't think I'll ever be able to repay my debt to you. Nade looks back, a hint of concern etched on his face. The woman's expression softens, a question lingering in her eyes. We'll see each other again, right? A close-up reveals a confident smile, a promise unspoken. A final reassurance echoes, don't worry. Clay Marsh's expression is knowing as she speaks. Her words echo with a promise, or perhaps a threat. She will always be able to find them, no matter where they are. A young man with blonde hair stares into the distance, a bandage covering a wound on his face. Streaks of light pierce the sky, an ethereal display against the backdrop of a fiery sunset. The light intensifies, forming abstract shapes that seem to pulse with energy. The sinister man stands beside Marcia, his expression grave. He warns that it will be dangerous. A voice booms out, laced with frustration. They should have been told that earlier. Marcia's eyes gleam with a hint of amusement as she listens to the unseen speaker. A disembodied voice wonders what they are so worried about. The sinister man's gaze is fixed on something unseen, his expression hardening as he says, "Those guys there." Marcia looks up, her expression unreadable against the fiery sky. The sinister man stands on a cobblestone street, agreeing with someone out of view. "You're right." Panic etched on her face, Jiss's eyes darted around the room, a silent scream building in her throat. From his bedside, the swordsman, still wrapped in bandages, could only manage a pained "Why?" His voice cracking with desperation, the swordsman called out, "Yuna!" The sound of hurried footsteps echoed closer, the urgency palpable with each stride. He pulled Jiss into a tight embrace, his voice thick with concern. "What happened to you, Jiss? Are you all right?" The swordsman held her close, relief washing over him. "I'm all right. What about you?" Jiss reassured him. "I'm fine. They saved me." From the floor, Yuna, sporting blue hair, declared, "They defeated all the bad guys for me." The blonde-haired man lay nearby, his expression unreadable. The swordsman, still shaken, thought to himself, "They really beat those scary guys?" A woman bows deeply, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you. I'll never forget this." The blonde-haired man waves off her thanks. "Nah, don't sweat it." Marcia leans forward, her expression serious. "But they do have a favor to ask." The swordsman's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he listens intently. A wave of unease washes over him, the shadows seeming to whisper doubts. "Me?" He forces a smile, though tears well in his eyes. "This is something he can do, right?" The swordsman sits on the floor, listening to the terms of the request. "So, you're saying you need a translator to get into Kurgo through the loop smuggling route?" He shivers, hugging himself tightly. He guesses he could do daily conversations. The swordsman looks down, his expression troubled. "Are you sure about this?" The group sits together, discussing the risks. Not even the Gallian government bothers with them. "You won't be able to get outside help, no matter what happens there. You don't have to push yourself." An unseen figure declares they will handle something. Marcia, standing beside the swordsman, hears him insist, "Leave it to me." The swordsman's chibi form floats in the air, a bead of sweat rolling down his face as he thinks, "Whoa, so reliable." Yuna states that they will get healed by healers tomorrow morning. The swordsman's chibi form reappears, exclaiming that healing magic is so expensive. Marcia retorts that it's probably cheaper than the guide cost he tried to rip them off with, and asks if they can forget about that. Yuna laughs, stating that she's all right. Tears stream down Yuna's face as she realizes all her injuries are gone. The swordsman is shocked, asking how she did that. Yuna explains that she chose mitochondria as her second schema. The swordsman thinks that this much is nothing to her. He recalls Freeman telling him that he could heal himself through the schema cell activation, and wonders if it's similar to that. Yuna and Marcia look on as the swordsman contemplates this information. It's explained that cell activation is a defensive schema, so it's not commonly used in builds. Marcia, arms crossed, calls the swordsman a scaredy cat. She wonders who will protect her if she dies. The swordsman stands with Marcia and the blonde-haired woman. He admits he's been curious, asking what this build she's talking about is. The blonde-haired woman smiles, explaining that a schema is an imaginary representation of the human body. Each of those diagrams is called a sigil. Each sigil can activate a specific feature of a body, and the order in which you build these sigils up. The swordsman looks up at the blonde-haired woman, who states that this is what you call a build. Marcia stands behind the blonde-haired woman, who explains that the order of your body is enhanced in matters. Schema is artificially enhancing a certain ability of the body. The swordsman is shown with diagrams highlighting dynamic vision, dexterity, nervous system, arm, and, in reality, muscular strength, overall physical ability, mitochondria, and reaction suppression, nervous system. The blonde-haired woman explains that if you were to enhance your reaction speed without enhancing your physical ability, or enhance only your physical ability without enhancing dexterity, you could ruin your body. The blonde-haired woman concludes that even if they're the same traits, the way you set up your build matters a lot, and if you were to learn swordsmanship skills or martial arts skills on top of that. He reflected on his past, a wistful expression on his face. The young master recalled, "The growth potential is limitless. When I had a sword duel with Rian." The memories whirled in his mind, a vortex of limitless potential. I sensed the limitlessness of a sword back then, he thought. The abstract concepts of power began to coalesce in his understanding. Now he could see why schema and the spirit zone were called the two great sources of power. The captain smiled, her crimson hair catching the light. "That's really helpful." "Thanks, Tez," she exclaimed, chuckling softly. The young master internalized his thoughts, a determined glint in his eye. "This much is nothing. I still have a lot to learn, he mused. His gaze intensified, a hint of defiance in his expression. So you can count me out of the healing magic tomorrow. Nade paused, a flicker of doubt crossing his face as he looked at the others. Huh? He murmured, wondering if he had been too hasty. The swordsman's brow furrowed, his gaze distant. I think I said too much in front of Rian, he thought, regret lacing his voice. He sat with his arms crossed, frustration etched on his face. When he still hasn't been able to activate schema, he muttered under his breath. He struck his own torso with a sharp blow. The swordsman's voice was laced with anger as he declared, I don't need some damn healing magic. Despite the swordsman's declaration of strength, even without schema, the woman before him sees through the facade. She knows he is lying, that it must hurt a lot. However, Captain Marcia saw it with her own two eyes. Rian's focus and willpower when fighting against Palcoa was stronger than any schema. Perhaps forcing healing magic on him would be destroying his ego, Rian thought. The bandages wrapped tightly around his torso are a testament to the damage he has sustained. Rian, I think you should still get healed tomorrow, Marcia insisted. The swordsman waves off her concern. Don't worry about it. This is nothing. That's not it. We still don't know. Nade wonders what kind of dangers might be waiting for them in Kurgo. If you were to be defeated in there, a voice echoes, filled with a sense of foreboding. We'd all. Marcia's eyes widen, a realization dawning. Chiron, that's... The young master nods, a grim understanding settling on his face. Got it. A bead of sweat trickles down Marcia's temple, her expression a mixture of fear and determination. The blue-haired man's voice drips with disdain. Having injuries is nothing to boast about. Marcia lies prone, her eyes wide with shock. I was wrong, she exclaims. Chiron looks down at the fallen Marcia, his expression unreadable. A gloved fist clenches tightly, knuckles white with tension. The blue-haired man declares with unwavering resolve, to protect my lord. The next day, a faint magical energy coalesced between two hands, a subtle hum vibrating in the air. Early in the morning, they were tended to by healers, though one of the group internalized, unconvinced of their skill. The healers worked diligently, their movements precise as they focused on their patients. After that, the sun shone brightly on their destination. They went straight to Kurgo, the ancient pyramid looming in the distance. The Kurgo ruins stretched before them, a testament to a forgotten age on Galleon Island. One of the group pointed ahead, indicating their path. A local stood with his arms crossed, his gaze unwavering. The group approached the minecarts, the local watching their advance. The Palcoa guard held up a piece of paper. We're with Palcoa, he stated. The man holding the entry permit asks when the others plan to depart. Yuno wonders aloud what they should do, questioning if they should wait there. Nade suggests they go to the altar of judgment. Marcia wonders if they'll miss the next opportunity. Nade explains that he doesn't want to go through the trials. He just wants to confirm something. The unknown swordsman decides he'll wait there, adding that if he goes, he needs to be in the trials as well. Marcia agrees, stating he can stay there. The altar of judgment looms in the distance. The group makes their way toward the altar of judgment. Nade confirms that he'll say the code. Two Palcoa guards stand watch before the entrance. The group continued their trek, unaware of the events unfolding ahead. The air hung heavy with anticipation, the weight of the altar of judgment pressing down on them. Elsewhere, a weathered face watched, his expression unreadable as he observed the unfolding events. With a resounding click, the switch was thrown, a mechanism deep within the structure grinding to life. The arm bore markings, symbols etched into the skin, hinting at a deeper connection to the ancient place. Nade's brow furrowed. What could the reason be that they opened the door, even though they didn't say the code? A voice echoed, a warning carried on the wind. Someone's coming out. The figure's dark attire suggested authority, a silent promise of power and control. Nade, Yuna, and Marcia exchanged worried glances, the implications of the open door sinking in. Marcia's eyes widened, a gasp escaping her lips as the gravity of the situation became clear. The group stood their ground, dwarfed by the looming presence that now blocked their path. Two figures emerged from the shadows, their voices cutting through the silence. Why are they here? The newcomer's boots echoed on the stone floor, each step a deliberate challenge. The blonde woman, her expression tight, demands to know who the newcomers are, questioning if they are friends. From the ruined doorway, the figures in dark clothing declare their stance. Enemies. The two figures advance, their footsteps echoing in the ruined chamber. The lead figure pauses, a pregnant silence hanging in the air. Nade's brow furrows, his voice laced with suspicion as he notes their arrival as well, demanding to know what the cloaked figure means by that. A sinister smile curls on the lips of the cloaked man as he reveals what that means, addressing Chiron directly. The woman behind him peeks out, a surprised expression on her face. Nade's expression hardens, asking what the cloaked figure has been up to. The woman behind the cloaked man gasps, her eyes widening. The cloaked man's gaze is intense, his expression unreadable. Looking down from the higher platform, the cloaked man taunts them. questioning if they failed, adding that they were acting arrogant with no skill to back it up, before asking if it isn't the same for them. From the floor, a voice laced with disappointment cut through the air. I thought you guys were supposed to be the honor. The red-haired woman's expression twisted with fury. How dare you disrespect your seniors, she spat, her eyes flashing. A voice, dripping with amusement, echoed her anger. I get it now. The sinister man's smirk widened, his eyes gleaming with malice. My existence must be bothering you right now, since it reminds you of the time when you nearly died. The woman's eyes burned crimson, a furious energy radiating from her. With a snarl, Marcia's fist clenched. You fucker, she roared, her voice vibrating with rage. The air crackled with unseen power. From the sidelines, one of the grounded figures protested, Hey, you can't fight here. A dark energy began to coalesce, tendrils of shadow snaking across the floor. The sinister man stood amidst the swirling darkness, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Hey, pretty lady, I see you're short-tempered as usual. The shadows solidified, forming a monstrous silhouette behind him. You can't be getting worked up that easily, the man taunted. The darkness resolved itself into a harvest, a magical creature of immense power. A cacophony of panic cries erupts as a shadowy figure descends, its presence casting a pall over the scene. The onlookers recoil, their voices laced with terror as they demand to know what they are facing. The grip tightens on a massive sword, knuckles white against the worn leather of the glove. The steel gleams, promising retribution. A warrior with hair the color of a stormy sky stands ready, dark energy swirling around him as he prepares to strike. Marcia raises a finger, a crimson light emanating from its tip, a silent warning against what is to come. A demand echoes through the air. Canis must apologize to Amy. Marcia's voice rings out, a challenge to the darkness. She declares that one cannot simply dredge up another's dark past. A figure stands, a messenger bag slung across their torso, a silent observer to the unfolding drama. The shadowy figure, Canis, retorts, his voice a chilling echo. He accuses them of bringing up his dark past, demanding an apology in return. A sinister smile spreads across Canis's face, his eyes gleaming with dark satisfaction. He finds her defiance great. Canis's eyes glow with an eerie blue light as he muses that perhaps it's time for another fight. The sinister smile widens, revealing rows of sharp teeth, a predator ready to pounce. Before Canis stands Chiron, kneeling in supplication. He admits he has no choice, though he feels bad, but the sound of approaching footsteps echoes through the chamber, the weight of each stride pressing down on the already tense atmosphere. The rhythmic thud grows louder, closer, as if some unseen force is steadily advancing. Marcia stands firm, her crimson gaze fixed on an unseen threat, while Chiron watches with a guarded expression. A dark-haired figure looms behind them, their face obscured by shadow. A single, blood-red eye flares with an unnatural intensity, a silent promise of power and destruction. The dark-haired figure's blue eyes widen, a flicker of unease crossing their face as they sense the shift in the magical currents. A voice echoes, laced with frustration. My mind control spell isn't working. Is she constantly reflecting the effects of the spell? Chiron's brow furrows, his gaze intense as he focuses his magical energies. His blue eyes burn with an arcane light, a beacon of defiance against the encroaching darkness. A monstrous silhouette emerges from the shadows, its glowing eyes promising a swift and brutal end. The dark figure looms over Marcia and Chiron, its presence a suffocating weight as the monstrous silhouette prepares to strike. Marcia's voice cuts through the tension. Hold on, guys. Chiron's eyes widen in alarm, a silent scream building in his throat as the attack descends. A guttural growl tears through the air as a monstrous silhouette rises from the depths, its form shrouded in shadow. The air crackles with an unseen energy. Elsewhere, a group stands ready, their faces grim against the harsh, desolate landscape. A warrior with a blue shield stands at the ready, prepared for a fight. Marcia's brow furrows with concern, her gaze fixed on some unseen threat. Chiron stands beside her, his expression mirroring her apprehension. Sweat beads on his brow, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and desperation. The air grows heavy, charged with an unknown dread. A figure cloaked in darkness looks down, their face obscured by shadow. A sense of foreboding emanates from them, a silent promise of impending doom. The sound of something immense echoes, a primal scream that reverberates through the very bones of the earth. Meanwhile, the imposing structure looms against the sky, a silent witness to the unfolding events. Oblivious to the danger, a figure slurps down noodles, the sound effects amplifying the mundane act. The question hangs in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. So you're telling me? Marcia looks on as the group eats, the question still hanging in the air. One of them wonders if these people are the disciples of the great mage. The sounds of slurping noodles fill the air as the group continues their meal, seemingly unconcerned by the looming threat. Chiron reassures Marcia, stating that they were destroyed by him. He seems confident in his assertion. Now, reflecting on the situation, a realization began to dawn. The man with dark hair and eyes continued to eat, but the words hung heavy in the air. All of their inheritance had been stolen. Had they been homeless? The plate, now smeared with red, seemed to mock the gravity of the situation. It certainly hit the spot. The dark-haired man offered a terse, "Well, thanks for the meal, I suppose." A voice, filled with a quiet urgency, suggested that they should at least tell each other about their circumstances now. The blonde-haired man was asked why he was. A disembodied voice called out, wondering if anyone was there. It was then mentioned that Canis wanted to become an archaeologist. The dark-haired man stated that they were exploring the ruins. The woman with him scoffed, finding it unnecessary. A chibi-style blonde character chimed in, expressing interest in archaeology. A red-haired chibi character retorted that nobody asked. The man with dark hair took a drink, muttering that it was half true, half lies. The man with dark hair mentioned that it was him and Aaron. The blonde-haired man, fork in hand, resolved to pass the trials no matter what it takes. He held the glass up to the light, the liquid swirling within as he reflected on their recent struggles. They had almost given up, the trial proving too difficult to bear. But they got lucky. The camera focuses on Chiron. The group needed this guy's help. Chiron asked if they had any food. Aaron said not to worry about her. Not eating for a couple of days is nothing for her. She then said, "You guys." They had no choice but to buy them a meal. The man takes a drink, the trial having been almost too difficult. But they got lucky. A sign simply reads, Chiron. They need Chiron's help. Now, they will ask some questions. Why are they here? They are obviously here to enter Kurgo, of course, like the others. And how do they know what's there? What did she say? Yeah, she's completely lying. She's really curious about how much they know. Her heart keeps going BA dump. What do you mean BA dump? Lying in front of her is meaningless. Canis, they'll be completely honest with you. They don't have much information. Chiron. The air hung thick with unspoken tension. It's all right, Nate began, his voice calm. It's not like we lose anything by telling them the truth. A slow, deliberate smile spread across the sinister man's face. All right then, he purred. Feel free to ask me anything. Marcia crossed her arms, a skeptical look on her face. Nate chuckled softly, while the sinister man let out a low, rumbling laugh. Umph, she scoffed. I guess I can afford to teach you a thing or two. Nade's expression shifted, a flicker of genuine curiosity in his eyes. Canis, he questioned, his tone laced with intrigue. The question hung in the air, seemingly unrelated to the previous conversation. Do you know about Moreau of spacetime? Meanwhile, the group sat around a table, the remnants of a meal before them. Canis watched the others, his blue eyes sharp and observant. Marcia glared at the sinister man, her suspicion palpable. The sinister man tilted his head, a sly glint in his eyes. HM, I guess I kind of know it, he offered, his tone dripping with false innocence. Leaning forward, the sinister man's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. I don't know, he breathed, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling light. A hand clenched into a fist, the knuckles white with tension. Myself, but Harvey might know. Nade's eyes widened, a sudden realization dawning on his face. Harvest is a magical creature that inherited the knowledge of the great mage Arcane. A shadowy figure lurked in the darkness, its glowing eyes and wide grin promising untold horrors. The question hung in the air. So Arcane knew about Moreau? A glimpse of the man with blonde hair, and below, Captain Marcia, her expression unreadable. The sinister man wondered aloud, before deciding he didn't have to say much. Marcia pressed him. Why not just tell him already? He would tell them anyway, so just do it now. The sinister man chuckled, asking if she really thought so. Marcia sat at a table, a mountain of plates before her. Was a meal worth that much? Of course, the meal was included, but that's... A close-up on Marcia's face, her expression intense. The sinister man's gaze narrowed. They wouldn't be sitting here like this otherwise. He clicked his tongue, realizing she saw right through him. The sinister man, standing beside a woman with black hair, thought back to his original plan, to use the knowledge they had however they liked. But now, they were on equal footing, and they also needed to disclose some more information. His eyes narrowed, a storm brewing within. How much should he tell them? He didn't know if they would ever be prepared. He considers the secret that lies ahead, his expression unreadable. Marcia presses the man with blonde hair, demanding to know what he wants. Is it the entry permit? The sinister man dismisses the concern. That's not an issue for them. It's explained that Aaron's mental magic extends to communication as well. You guys suggest that they can make a sheet of paper look like an entry permit. The man named Dong-hoon realizes something. Now that he thinks about it, it becomes clear that this is why they could answer the altar even without a translator. The group walks together, their destination unknown. Marcia questions Dong-hoon, asking if he's not trying to go through the smuggling route. The sinister man confirms that's right, stating that what he wants is to pass the trial, says you. Marcia explains that she and Aaron failed, and that's why she wants to borrow Donghun's powers. By the way, Marcia asks what Donghun's score was, her expression intense. The air crackles with unspoken tension as the man with dark hair clenches his fist, a silent exclamation hanging in the air. Marcia, tilting her head, presses, "Why do you ask?" Her tone is light, but her gaze is unwavering, a subtle challenge in her eyes. The man with dark hair refuses to yield, stating he doesn't want to say it. Erin looks on, her expression unreadable. From across the table, Marcia's voice rings out. "You guys are students of the Great Mage. I'm just curious what score you guys got." The group exchanges glances, a silent debate unfolding. The blonde man, the blue-haired man, and Erin all seem to be considering their options. The blonde man hesitates, considering the matter at hand. He suggests they focus on the trials. Marcia, unfazed, asks what they will do for her if she helps them pass the trials. Erin, her expression thoughtful, whispers, "Canis." She then suggests they should tell Marcia. A disembodied thought emphasizes the need to build up trust if they want to make this work. Erin's expression softens, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. She acknowledges that Marcia bought them a meal. The man with dark hair grits his teeth, a visible sign of his inner turmoil. The group continues to discuss the situation, weighing the pros and cons of entering Kurgo. Erin expresses her desire to know about Moreau. The man with dark hair pressed, his expression tight with concern. "So you're set on going there, right?" The blonde-haired man remained in profile, his gaze unwavering, as if steeling himself for what was to come. The man's eyes narrowed, a glint of steel in their depths. He warned, "Then I'll tell you something very important." His face hardened, the warning clear in his voice. "If you go there without my help." The camera focused on his chest, the words hanging heavy in the air. "There's a near 100% chance you will die." Elsewhere, Marcia's face contorted in fury, her voice a raw snarl. "This guy's pissing me off." A hand reached out, attempting to quell her rage. "Threaten us? Calm down." The scene shifted to a chaotic descent, bodies tumbling through the air. Even Palkoa's gang went there. The man with dark hair questioned, his voice laced with disbelief. "You really think we won't be able to handle it?" The sinister man accused, his tone sharp. "I bet you're lying about knowing anything in the first place." The man with dark hair interjected, trying to mediate. "Hold on, listen what I'm about to say. Entering Kurgo isn't the problem here." He scowls, his brow furrowed in concentration. The problem, whatever it may be, lies ahead, but he can't quite grasp it. His eyes narrow, a spark of determination igniting within them. He knows how to proceed, even if the others don't. The question hangs in the air, directed at Nade. Does he also possess this crucial knowledge? Nade and Marcia exchange a look of surprise, a silent question passing between them. What could the reason be? Nade's blue eyes widen slightly, a flicker of understanding beginning to dawn. He considers the implications, his expression thoughtful as he pieces together the puzzle. The sinister man's voice cuts through the air, laced with accusation. He wonders if they were planning to use that on the altar. Nade, still processing the information, voices his confusion. "Immortal what? What is that?" Marcia nods in agreement, her gaze fixed on the altar. "That's right. If you think about it, the altar has a strange setup." Nade's gaze drifts towards the large, circular structure, his mind racing to understand its purpose. A disembodied voice echoes, suggesting that pure strength might not be the key to whatever test they face. The sinister man's expression hardens, his thoughts hidden behind a mask of calculation. The gravity of the situation hung heavy in the air. The woman with crimson hair, Captain Marcia, voiced her concern. Using the immortal function was simply too dangerous. Marcia pressed the point, her gaze intense. Though she believed it was definitely related to the immortal function, the final decision rested with the others. The sinister man, his expression unreadable, summarized the situation, his words laced with an undercurrent of unease. Nade listened intently, his brow furrowed. He knew that once they passed the trials, they would help increase their chances of survival. A bowl of crimson liquid sat on the table, an unspoken offering. That, it seemed, was what was being offered. Nade admitted he couldn't reveal everything at that moment, but he insisted he had a way to guarantee they would all make it back out alive. He sought their trust. His blue eyes, usually bright with curiosity, now held a steely resolve. The sinister man's voice echoed. The problem was what came after. He urged them to investigate the ruins, trusting their judgment, but warned them not to let their guard down. The blue-haired man spoke, suggesting that if something couldn't be done with their powers, maybe it was a sign they shouldn't do it themselves. All these warnings and the immortal function. Perhaps this is as far as they can go. The danger is more than palpable, attention coiled tight as a fist. Even during the battle with the parrot mercenaries loomed large in their minds. Marcia's expression hardened. She would put everyone's lives. The elder spoke, his voice a low rumble. He was saying it was all right for them to investigate the Kurgo ruins because he believed in their judgment. Nade would trust in them, but he also had a condition. The woman proposed that they split into two teams. One would go through the loop smuggling route. The group gathered, the weight of their decisions heavy in the air. The trials awaited. The man's expression was unreadable as he spoke. Elsewhere, an ancient structure stood against the sky, a silent testament to ages past. He paused on the path, the wind rustling through the tall grasses. Turning back to face the group, Nate asked, his tone laced with uncertainty, "Will you really be all right?" The group stood silhouetted against the horizon, the path stretching out before them. Captain Marsh's voice carried across the distance, a warning laced with concern. "You can't go too hard on the immortal function." "Got it." The path stretched onward, a ribbon of stone winding through the rugged landscape. Nade's voice echoed back, a hint of resignation in his tone. "Yeah, if I realize I can't do it, I'll just give up." Marsh's expression tightened, her gaze fixed on Nade. "You guys need to be careful as well. Even with the entry permit, the route is technically illegal. We never know what might happen." The group remained a tableau of anticipation, each member lost in their own thoughts as the path ahead beckoned with both promise and peril. A silent reassurance hung in the air, a fragile shield against the uncertainties that lay ahead. "Probably be all right." With a resolute turn, Nate continued down the path, his back to the group, his destination unknown. Meanwhile, Aaron and Canis watched as Nade's figure grew smaller in the distance, the weight of their unspoken concerns settling between them. Canis's brow furrowed, his gaze following Nade's receding form. "What's wrong? Hurry up. Canis, you know." Aaron's expression turned somber, her eyes reflecting a deep contemplation. "Chiron's blonde, right?" Canis's gaze hardened, his voice low and serious. "Yeah, he is." A flicker of realization crossed Canis's face, a silent understanding passing between them. "Aaron." Nate calls out to Aaron, his expression unreadable. Aaron turns her head, a silent question hanging in the air. His gaze is intense, focused. Nade's brow furrows with concern as he asks if she can see Chiron. The text describes that the way Aaron sees objects is different from how normal humans see. The text explains that Aaron cannot see the things that others can see, as a shadowy figure stands amidst swirling, spectral forms. And others cannot see the things that Aaron can see, as the spectral forms twist and writhe. The text continues, stating that if Aaron can see Chiron, then Chiron is blonde, as a close-up of an eye with a purple glow is shown. It is truly a strange phenomenon, the text declares, as Nade asks Aaron what she sees. Nade tells Aaron not to worry about it, and suggests they go. Aaron's expression is unreadable, but her eyes seem to glow with an inner light. A radiant figure stands bathed in golden light, its form mirrored on the dark surface below. Swirls of vibrant color dance around it, creating an ethereal atmosphere. A disembodied voice echoes with a promise. "If you knock, the door shall open." Leather boots, bound with straps, stand upon a cracked stone floor, hinting at journeys taken and trials endured. The altar of judgment looms, a testament to the room of achievement and sacrifice, its ornate structure reaching towards the heavens. This is the room of achievement and sacrifice, a place where destinies are forged and prices are paid. The aged figure, with pointed ears and a stern gaze, declares that judgment will be passed by the 8 eyes. A voice warns that those who wish to enter Kurgo must overcome the tests of Moreau, and that the immortal function is dangerous, just as Amy said. A plea echoes, "Please don't forget," followed by the declaration that the realm of Adriana has been achieved. A somber voice reveals, "I can no longer invite you. I haven't used the immortal function a single time." After that, the thought hung heavy in the air, if he were to be scattered again. The memory stung, the silent promise echoing in his mind. He wouldn't be able to come back in one piece again. But a steely resolve hardened his gaze. He had an infinite number of tries. The decision made, Nade resolved to try using the laser first. A crimson beam began to coalesce, arcing with contained power. The air crackled with energy as the beam intensified, a silent warning. The laser focused, a pinpoint of destructive potential. The power level climbed, the number 200 flashing ominously. The energy surged, the count soaring to 2,731. Nade's expression hardened, his eyes fixed on the target. The laser intensified further, the display now reading 6,822. The laser was primed, ready to unleash its devastating force. He reaches out, his expression a mask of desperation. Sweat beads on his brow, reflecting the harsh light of the chamber. Zero. Time, perhaps, has run out. Nade stands in the grand hall, the weight of failure heavy on his shoulders. He admits, defeated, "I failed." The red orbs glow ominously. The young master guesses the number resets after a certain period. These orbs, he knows, are there to protect against attacks that deal damage over time. A cloaked figure looms, the voice echoing in the chamber. "Will you quit, or will you stay? Prove your skills by passing the trials of Moreau." Nade steels his resolve. He'll try one more time. The weight of his boots echoes in the hall. Nade's eyes burn with determination. "I can't give up like this. My friends have already entered through the loop smuggling route. His gaze focuses on a glowing blue object, a source of power and hope. He knows what he must do, so he needs to do it. The young master resolves, I need to use the immortal function. He stood within the intricate, glowing circle, the air around him crackling with unseen energy. From the depths of the chamber, a surge of power began to rise, tendrils of light snaking upwards. Nade lowered his gaze, a quiet resolve hardening his features. All right. His eyes snapped upward, now burning with an intense, otherworldly light. Here I go. The energy intensified, the air thickening with an almost palpable force. The swirling power began to coalesce, compressing into a single, blinding point of light. Then, with a silent roar, the light erupted, bathing the chamber in an incandescent glow. Raw energy spiraled and twisted, a chaotic dance of pure potential. At the heart of the storm, a void opened, a black hole of unimaginable power. Arcing tendrils of energy crackled across the darkness, like lightning in a starless sky. The light faded, leaving only the lingering echoes of power and the stark emptiness of the void. Darkness. A single, choked sound escaped the void. He reels, the surge of power now visibly overwhelming him. A strangled cry escapes his lips. What? The energy spirals outward, a chaotic bloom of cerulean light. A voice echoes in the void, filled with disbelief. No way. At the epicenter, a figure is suspended within a lattice of pure energy, a conduit drawing power from an unseen source. The voice continues, now laced with a hint of understanding, the energy that is being gathered from infinity. The lattice pulses with an otherworldly hum, the air crackling with untold potential. Below, the 8 marbles begin to glow with increasing intensity, each one a hungry vortex. The voice, now tinged with alarm, realizes the 8 marbles are absorbing it all. Nade thrashes against the binding energy, his face contorted in a desperate struggle. He cries out, I can't control it. A spectral hand reaches out from the heart of the energy, its form shimmering and indistinct. It's almost as if the energy coalesces into a bridge, a shimmering connection between 2 unknown points. A desperate realization dawns. I'm a bridge that connects the 2. The figure within the energy web is now more defined, the energy coursing through them like veins of light. A desperate plea echoes through the void. Please. Nade's eyes widen, reflecting the chaotic energy that threatens to consume him. His teeth grit, a silent scream building within. The plea becomes a desperate prayer, a desperate wish for wholeness. Please let me stay whole. Elsewhere, a shift in scenery, a change in locale. Towering rock formations pierce the azure sky, ancient sentinels guarding secrets untold. A firm handshake sealed an unspoken agreement, the weight of expectation hanging heavy in the air. A voice boomed with forced enthusiasm, a greeting that felt more like a demand. Extending a hand, the man in the hat introduced himself. My name is Jis, your new point of contact. The heavily tattooed man squinted, suspicion etched on his face. He questioned, Jis? The man's voice dripped with skepticism. You don't look like someone who'd do this type of work. The blonde woman, standing among the group, inquired with concern. Where's Palkoa? He usually comes himself. A somber tone filled the air as a voice declared, Ah, that person is dead. The tattooed man's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. He began to speak. The revelation hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. Dead? The demand cut through the tension, a stark reminder of the present. Show me your permit. A hand reaches out, accepting a crumpled piece of paper. A sharp intake of breath accompanies the exchange. Jis and Marcia stand side by side, their gazes fixed on something below. The paper, now in Jis's hand, seems to be the source of their concern. The sound of heavy impact echoes through the air. The zipline support beam groans under the strain. The group hurtles through the air on the zipline, a mix of exhilaration and apprehension on their faces. The zipline stretches across the vast expanse of the forest. A voice cries out, fear lacing the question. Are you sure this is safe? One of the group, clinging precariously to the line, shouts, I'm going to fall out of this thing. Hold on tight. Meanwhile, Marcia sits, a troubled expression clouding her features. Her green eyes betray a deep unease. The question hangs heavy in the air. Do you think Palkoa really died? Elsewhere, 2 men discuss the situation. One states that the permit was real, while the other wonders why such an important job was given to these brats. One of the men, with tribal markings, furrowed his brow. Just what was happening outside? The other man, with similar markings, responded that they would find out soon enough, once they arrived at Kurgo. A tense silence hung in the air as the blue-haired man remained still, seemingly focused on something beyond their immediate surroundings. Captain Marcia turned to Aaron, inquiring if she was translating what they were saying. Aaron confirmed that she had connected everyone's minds into a single channel. Marcia, visibly concerned, told her not to tell her, and questioned if she could read her mind right now. Aaron reassured her, telling her not to worry. Aaron explained that this only connects to the 11th layer of the human mind. It is a tunnel that connects only the surface-level psyche. Aaron clarified that only certain things would be filtered through the channel, so they wouldn't be able to read their inner thoughts. That's right. A stern warning echoed in their minds. If you strongly resist, the channel will be disconnected. If you don't like it, I'll disconnect you. The captain considered this, deciding that if it really only reads the surface layer, then it's a very useful skill. Let's keep it like this. Jis, looking surprised, exclaimed that he was not connected to the channel. Whoa. Aaron thought to herself that she couldn't let an outsider find out about her abilities. And he might not be able to keep a straight face, so there's a risk they might find out about it. And I don't think he's a very good translator. Aaron declared that she would connect the other people to the channel as well, but they gotta act normal. The other people? Canis exclaims how amazing this is, asking if she can be heard. Nate confirms that he can hear her, also expressing amazement. Canis mentions she's been wanting to talk for a while. Nate finds it amazing how they can all communicate through only their minds. The group relaxes. Canis sits on the lap of a tan-skinned man, while Marcia sits on Aaron's lap. The tan-skinned man thinks this is incredible, and Marcia thinks this will come in super handy. Marcia gasps, realizing she accidentally revealed her inner thoughts. Aaron's expression is serene. Marcia wonders if Aaron is not such a bad person after all. Aaron asks if they can lower the volume or just disconnect it, remarking that they think this is some kind of chat room. Canis demands to know why Aaron is lowering the volume, telling them to raise it again. Aaron retorts that it's their ability and Canis doesn't have the right to demand anything from them. Aaron considers this as one of the rewards for their partnership, thinking that their abilities will be crucial for this. Aaron and Marcia look at each other. The text says that this is only if Chiron is able to pass the trials. Canis thinks those guys look quite dangerous, and Marcia agrees that they probably are. The group is in a smuggling loop. Someone asks if they know what happens when they get caught smuggling loop. The blonde woman, her ponytail swaying with her agitation, declares the death penalty. Beside her, the blue-haired man seems taken aback by the vehemence. He muses to himself, realizing that Palcoa wasn't the only threat they had to worry about. High above the jungle floor, a precarious rope bridge stretches into the distance. Marcia wonders aloud if that's why they tried to avoid this route. But the swordsman knows there's more to it than that. The swordsman reveals that the altar is a special place for Kurgoyans. Marcia's brow furrows, a question forming on her lips. What could that be? A disembodied voice echoes, stating that it's a special place meant for greeting someone. The word greeting hangs in the air, tinged with uncertainty. Marcia's gaze sharpens, her expression a mix of curiosity and suspicion. Who exactly are they greeting? The swordsman's eyes narrow, a flicker of something unreadable passing across his face. Perhaps angels? A bead of sweat trickles down Marcia's temple, her green eyes wide with a dawning realization. The word hangs heavy in the air. Angels? A close-up reveals the texture of Nade's green hair, catching the light. Nade's eyes glow with an otherworldly light, his expression serene. Elsewhere, a muscular man stands beside an elderly figure leaning on a staff, their purpose unknown. A blinding light fills the space, its source unseen. A figure stands within the radiant glow, arms raised as if in supplication or triumph, a single word echoing, Oi. The brown-haired chibi clutches his satchel, tears welling in his eyes. Why is everyone glaring at me without saying anything? He wonders, voice trembling. The red-haired chibi beside him offers a knowing glance, a small star twinkling beside her head. So scary, she thinks. 100 years prior, the Gallian government extended an offer to the Kurgoyans, a travel business opportunity. The Kurgoyans accepted, deciding that change over time was unavoidable, and many tourists began to arrive. People started pouring into Kurgo. The business boomed, turning into a massive source of income. However, the Gallian government began crossing the line. The Kurgoyans were subjected to human tourism. Initially, it was just sightseeing from carriages, but then they started kidnapping children to sell to nobles. The Kurgoyans were furious at the government, but all they got in return was silence and dismissal. The Kurgoyans were physically strong, but they lacked political power. Eventually, they opened up the relics to the government and shut the doors to their autonomous district. They willingly isolated themselves from the outside world, and since then, the door has not been opened. Marcia surveys the cavern. So this is... Aaron and the sinister man follow her gaze upward, taking in the scale of the autonomous district. Sunlight filters through cracks in the ceiling, illuminating the ruins. The architecture is ancient and imposing, hinting at a lost civilization. The text describes the location as being buried under volcano ashes. Marcia's expression hardens, a flicker of concern in her green eyes as she looks down at the people below. The red-haired woman surveys the group, her gaze sweeping over their weary faces. The people trudge through the cavern, their steps heavy with exhaustion. Two of the travelers carry heavy bags, their faces etched with determination despite their fatigue. The woman with pointed ears cradled the child, her expression unreadable as she seemed to ask herself, "Is this?" Looking up, Marcia wondered aloud about the relic, the one rumored to lay golden eggs. From above, the group surveyed the area, the depths of the autonomous district stretching out before them. Deeper within the district, the sinister man stood beside Marcia, the dim light casting long shadows around them. Erin's eyes widened, a gasp escaping her lips as she realized, that's. Elsewhere, rain lashed against the windows of a city street, the darkness punctuated by the faint glow of distant lights. The man stated that it was similar to Ledum, his expression grim as Erin looked on, her face etched with concern. A hand rested on a shoulder, a silent gesture of comfort or perhaps a warning. Back in the autonomous district, the group moved through the stone structure, their footsteps echoing in the vast space. They continued their descent, the tunnel illuminated by flickering torchlight, the swordsman bringing up the rear. The man's face was etched with worry, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek as he listened intently. The tunnel stretched upwards, the light at the end promising either salvation or a deeper descent into the unknown. The figure stood motionless at the end of the dimly lit tunnel, his arms crossed, a silent sentinel. His face was stern, etched with lines that spoke of experience, his gaze unwavering. The text box declared his identity. This is Mahatu, responsible for growing and distributing loop. One of the onlookers wished Erin could translate for them with her magic. The red-haired woman internalized, "This guy is strong." One of the men whispered that Mahatu would notice if they were to use any spells. The camera zoomed in on Mahatu's mouth as he spoke. As expected, Erin was eavesdropping on Jiss's thoughts, a bold move indeed. Mahatu declared that Palkoa would not be buying loop anymore, and that they would be leaving the island soon. The man questioned if they wouldn't be buying any more loop. Mahatu's expression hardened as he stated that outsiders are not allowed to enter. A man yelled in distress. The memory flashes, a brutal fight, the air thick with a metallic tang of blood. Another image surfaces, this one of a group, their faces blurred with time. One of them observes, "It looks like you're the leader." Back in the present, Marcia stands before Mahatu, her gaze unwavering. His eyes narrow, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face as he's asked, "How do you know Palkoa?" The question seems to strike a nerve, his expression hardening. Marcia watches him closely, her expression unreadable as another man's voice echoes, "That's quite impressive of Jiss." A thought surfaces, laced with concern. He's still trying to fulfill his duty as the translator. He must be scared. Marcia's gaze intensifies, her voice laced with a hint of challenge as she asks, "How do I know Palkoa, you ask?" A memory flickers. "Well, I guess I could say we owe each other our lives, since I put my life on the line." Mahatu's expression hardens, his eyes glinting with a hidden intensity. "You should." The image shifts, a dark figure looming over Marcia, the words hanging in the air, "Be able to repay his debt." Back in the present, Marcia's eyes narrow, a calculating look in her eyes. He's in debt? How much?" Mahatu responds, "A total of 8 kilograms. A voice from the past echoes, stating that it's 10,000 gold, excluding the down payment. The cost hangs heavy in the air. The declaration is met with disbelief. "What, 10,000? The question hangs unspoken, a silent testament to the exorbitant sum. Marcia's eyes narrow, a flicker of calculation crossing her face. "Loop, is that expensive?" The memory shifts to those in need, their faces etched with hardship. "What about the people from earlier?" The voice continues, a somber reflection on the cost of survival. "With that money, they would be able to feed everyone here for at least a year. I'm sure they sold a lot of loop over the last 5 years." Back in the present, Marcia's hand clenches into a fist, a silent vow forming. "So why is Kurgo like this?" The conversation shifts to logistics. "We'll report back to our headquarters when we go back." The focus returns to the debt. "We'll make sure to repay you, whether it's by returning the loop or paying you the indebted money." The sinister man's brow furrows, a hint of impatience in his voice. "But for now, please let us stay here." "I don't understand." "Then what brings you here?" Marcia's gaze hardens, her voice firm. "We're waiting for our friend. He's in the room of achievement and sacrifice." A voice cuts through the tension, filled with anticipation. "He should be here soon." A sinister smile spreads across the man's face, a silent promise of something wicked. "Huh." The sinister man's eyes widened, a dawning realization spreading across his face. "Cuckoo, now I get it." He loomed, his voice a low rumble as he questioned their strategy. "You really thought if you sent your friend to the altar and came here?" His face contorted in anger, the veins in his neck bulging as he roared. "You could argue your way in?" Marcia tilted her head, confusion etched on her face. "What?" The reasons for their presence were laid bare, to buy loop and to steal gold. The sinister man stood before them, his back turned, the weight of his words hanging heavy in the air, the real reason they were here. A hand gripped a sword hilt, drawing the blade with deadly intent. "Before it's too late." Marcia's expression was fierce, her voice urgent. "Listen, My friend really is going through the trials right now. He's starting to focus his mind. Be careful. The men observed the group, their eyes narrowed with suspicion. Look at them. It looks like there are a couple of nobles among them. A chilling realization dawned. They must be here to kidnap our children. The captain ordered a search, her gaze sweeping across the dimly lit passage. Aaron, looking pale, clutched at her sleeve, while the sinister man remained vigilant, his eyes narrowed. She halted, her voice ringing out in the tunnel. Stop it. Are you really doing this, knowing we're part of Palcoa's organization? If you're challenging us. From the shadows, a voice resonated, laced with dark amusement. We gladly accept it. Meanwhile, muscles tensed, the air crackling with anticipation. The man with the tribal tattoos prepared himself, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity. The captain glanced back at Aaron, a flicker of concern in her eyes, before steeling her resolve. The sinister man remained a silent sentinel. Their expressions hardened, a silent understanding passing between them. The challenge had been accepted. The stakes were now clear. Elsewhere, figures blurred through the tunnel, their footsteps echoing in the confined space. The air grew thick with the scent of damp earth and something else, something ancient and unsettling. The tattooed man stood at the tunnel's mouth, a primal energy radiating from him. The very stone seemed to vibrate with his presence. Mahatu's eyes widened, a gasp escaping his lips. Mahatu, this is... His face contorted in a mask of anguish and fury. Why? Is the ancient? The figures continued their desperate flight, the word bugle hanging in the air like a desperate plea. Mahatu's voice cracked with desperation, his words echoing through the tunnels. Damn it, is there a war or something? Two figures, cloaked in shadow, moved with purpose. One of them urged, let's follow them. The other responded with a terse agreement. Deeper into the tunnel they ventured, the light at the end a distant promise. The tunnel stretched onward, the light growing ever brighter. At the mouth of the tunnel, a group stood silhouetted against the light, gazing down at the crowd below. Meanwhile, an elder with a commanding voice bellowed, kneel down and worship him. A figure kneeled, their voice filled with fervent devotion. God's Messiah is here to save us. The crowd, a sea of faces, looked upward with desperate hope. Their voices rose in unison, a chorus of fervent welcome. We welcome God's Messiah. Elsewhere, a young man with blonde hair watched the scene unfold, a flicker of unease in his blue eyes. His expression shifted to one of stark shock, his mouth agape. Looking down at the group and the worshipping crowd, he began to question the situation, his voice barely a whisper. Why are? He furrowed his brow, the tusk earrings swaying slightly as he turned his head. What were these people even saying? It was all gibberish. A frustrated roar tore from Mahatu's throat, sweat beading on his forehead. He couldn't understand a single word. Marcia bit her lip, her green eyes wide with apprehension. She didn't know what was happening, and the uncertainty terrified her. A sea of faces, their expressions unreadable in the dim light, filled the chamber. The crowd, pressed together in the narrow corridor, chanted in unison, We welcome God's Messiah. Their voices echoed off the stone walls, a hymn of fervent devotion. Elsewhere, his blue eyes wide with alarm, a young man with golden hair stared ahead, his face a mask of shock. Confusion clouded the red-haired woman's face. Why are these people doing this? She wondered, her brow furrowed with concern. I don't understand anything they're saying. The intricate details of the white shirt, adorned with a delicate black bow, hinted at a hidden elegance amidst the chaos. The sound of something shattering echoed through the air, a sharp, sudden disruption. The dark-skinned man's face contorted in a furious yell, his eyes wide with rage. Meanwhile, according to the Kyrgoyan legend, the one who awakens the 8 eyes of the angel. In the room of achievement and sacrifice, the infinity symbol, a representation of endless possibilities, floated in the darkness, is called the angel's descendant. You should not anger the angel's descendant. The decree echoes. You must show absolute obedience to the angels. Because Kyrgo, a blinding light, a presence felt but not fully seen, was destroyed because they angered the angel. A desperate plea rises from the kneeling figure. Please kill me. God's Messiah? The supplicant's tattooed hands press against the cold stone floor. We were disrespectful because we didn't know you were with the God's Messiah. Nade's brow furrows. Their words are being translated. Ah, I see. It's Aaron's skill. A bare foot, adorned with golden bands, steps forward. God's Messiah. The muscular figure, adorned with intricate tribal markings across his chest and arms, extends his arms, his gaze intense. He wonders aloud if they see Miro's vision. Bare feet tread upon a stone floor, adorned with golden anklets and leg bands. The hem of a white robe brushes against the ground as the figure moves forward. A close-up reveals neatly styled blonde hair, the light catching the subtle variations in its texture. The blonde-haired man looks upward, his expression unreadable. The words Miro's vision hang in the air. The figure with tribal markings raises his hands towards a blinding light, as if in supplication or revelation. A close-up focuses on strands of green hair, partially obscuring a single luminous eye. The glowing eye intensifies, its light casting an ethereal glow on the surrounding green hair. A vision unfolds. A towering structure pierces the clouds, its form both majestic and ominous. The tower looms closer, its intricate details hinting at an ancient and powerful civilization. A memory surfaces, a realization echoing in the darkness. Must be what I saw back then. The blonde-haired man's eyes widen, a mixture of surprise and understanding dawning on his face. The man declares, his voice carrying a newfound authority, that he is the chief of Kurgo. The sound of their footsteps echoed through the stone corridors as the group advanced, the rhythmic kadum, a constant reminder of their purpose. The chief of Kurgo, his face etched with determination, placed a hand over his heart. I will take care of you from now on, he vowed, his voice resonating with conviction. The red-haired woman and Nade shared a look, their expressions unreadable as they gazed in the same direction, perhaps sensing the weight of the words spoken. Jiz clasped the other man's hand firmly. We'll take it from here, he assured, a shadow of concern crossing his face. It might really get dangerous. The man's brow furrowed, his eyes reflecting a deep unease as he considered the implications of Jiz's warning. A voice echoed, laced with a hint of melancholy, expressing that something is very different from the Kurgo I knew. Nade's lips curved into a grateful smile. Okay, thanks for translating, he replied, his eyes sparkling with appreciation. A delicate sandal pressed down on a sturdy boot, a silent assertion of dominance, or perhaps a playful challenge. Elsewhere, a wave of euphoria washed over the crowd as they proclaimed, the God's Messiah of Kurgo has graced us with his presence. The chief of Kurgo strode confidently through the throng, his presence igniting a fervent devotion in the hearts of his followers. Desperate pleas filled the air as the masses begged, God's Messiah, please treat my child. Please give me food. My family is starving. Please give me eternal. Meanwhile, Canis clutched his head, his face contorted in agony. Their inner voices are too loud, he cried, overwhelmed by the cacophony of thoughts. A voice booms with a dire warning, urging the listener to sever the connection before their emotions become overwhelming. Nade's gaze is unwavering, his blue eyes fixed with a sense of purpose. The unseen speaker believes that following a certain individual holds the key to finding everything they seek. Whispers hint at the secret of Kurgo, a God's Messiah, and something more. Elsewhere, Moreau stands tall, his muscular frame adorned with golden jewelry. A woman with long, flowing blue hair is seen, her expression serene. The details of her dress and hair are highlighted, emphasizing her ethereal beauty. Meanwhile, a group of figures makes their way through a dark, rocky passage, their purpose unknown. Foliage clings to the rock face, hinting at a hidden world. A structure is built into the side of a cliff, its purpose unclear. The destination is revealed, Kurgo Palace, a place of mystery and intrigue. Ancient ruins, overgrown with vegetation, hinted at a forgotten civilization, their stone steps leading into the mist-shrouded depths. From above, the layout of the land became clear, a network of paths and waterways converging on a central structure. A colossal stone archway, weathered by time, stood as a testament to the skill of the architects, framing the sky beyond. A lone figure crossed a simple wooden bridge, the sound of rushing water echoing below. Meanwhile, inside the banquet hall, the scale of the palace became apparent, its ornate decorations and spacious layout hinting at past grandeur. Chief Kurgo, adorned with golden markings, gestured expansively, the sounds of feasting filling the air. Before Nade, two guards presented a chest, their expression solemn. This is the promised gift, a voice declared. The chest was opened, revealing a hoard of gold coins and glittering jewels, given to Kurgo's Messiah. Nade's eyes widened, the sheer volume of the treasure eliciting a visible shock. All of this? He exclaimed. The table overflowed with riches, a testament to the wealth of Kurgo. Nade's expression hardened, his blue eyes narrowing as he gazed at the treasure. Chief Kurgo clapped his hands together, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. The procession continued, bare feet padding softly against the stone floor. They were Kurgo's most beautiful, presented as part of the promised gift. The chief of Kurgo gestured grandly. I hope you enjoy them. A man in the crowd whispered, Look at their eyes. A chibi-styled figure wondered, Did they feed them loop? Nade's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Kurgo stood beside the young master, awaiting his reaction. The chief's hands rested on the table, his expression unreadable. A voice mused, It seems that I was wrong. Kurgo chuckled. To be honest, Nade thought to himself, It's my first time meeting God's Messiah, so I'm just following the traditions. How much did the unlockers who? A disembodied voice questioned, For them to say that this is a tradition, the path to nirvana, a state of immortal function, was not a destination, but a process, a journey of the soul. Wealth and women, the spoils of a test passed at the altar. Was this truly the path? Even the indigenous Kyrgyzs sought something through offerings of money. But what did they truly hope to gain? Enough wealth to feed a whole tribe. Yet women were held responsible for something unspoken. If he accepted these offerings, what would be required of him? A figure with golden markings smiled, a serene expression of faith etched upon his face. The Kyrgyzs, children of the great Ra, believed in the angel's descendant. Two women lay still, their purpose a mystery. A bridge between the Kyrgyzs and their god, a role of immense significance. Faith, a guiding principle in a world of uncertainty. To their god. But how were they supposed to serve? The question hung heavy in the air. Nate called out, his eyes glowing with newfound purpose. R.A. Inc. The question hangs in the air. Are they saying Inc. R.A.? Before a silent crowd, a man with elaborate gold markings gestures, his expression unreadable. The disembodied voice explains that it means R.A., the immortal, stating that R.A. existed since the beginning of time and created them. Another voice chimes in, declaring that with Ra's absolute power, R.A. is still watching over them. The man looks up, his eyes wide with a dawning realization. The creator? From a high vantage point, a woman observes the scene below. A figure lies prone on the ground. The man's face is etched with an ancient wisdom, his gaze intense. The man's brow furrows in anger and confusion. What the hell is going on? Meanwhile, two musicians play their instruments, seemingly oblivious to the events unfolding elsewhere. The woman looks up, her expression a mixture of awe and apprehension. Chaos erupts. People are thrown about amidst the destruction. Two figures observe the unfolding events, their faces obscured by shadow. The woman with the sunburst tattoo on her chest looks up, her expression a mix of concern and frustration. What are you doing, father? She demands. Her voice rises in indignation. You're ruining this holy banquet. Her brow furrows, her eyes narrowing as she challenges the very premise of the celebration. What about this is holy? Her hands clench around the top of her staff, the knuckles white with tension. Our people are starving, saying the days are too long. Her gaze sweeps over the lavish spread before the assembled guests, disgust evident in her tone. Yet you're spending money on useless things like this. She looks down, her voice softening slightly, but the underlying frustration remains. Chief, a noble elder, to utter such absurd statements. The woman's expression hardens again, her voice laced with a hint of desperation. The tribespeople are hopeful as the god's messiah has descended. Are you going to trample on their hopes? Please get a grip. Her voice rises once more, her words ringing with conviction. What the people need is happiness. With a resounding thud, she slams her staff against the floor, punctuating her defiance. Not God's Messiah. She begins to place food on a plate, her movements deliberate and controlled, a stark contrast to her earlier outburst. Her expression is unreadable, her eyes shadowed, leaving her true feelings obscured. Elsewhere, a young man with piercing blue eyes stares intently, his expression serious and determined. Beneath a canvas of distant stars, a lone figure gazes upward, lost in thought. The base of a colossal statue looms, its scale dwarfing any mortal observer. High above, the statue stands sentinel over a landscape connected by intricate bridges, a testament to forgotten engineering. Far below, a group makes their way down a long hall, their purpose unknown. A man with long white hair and intricate gold markings stands, his expression thoughtful. The man gestures towards the sky, speaking to two others on the balcony. The night air hangs heavy with unspoken questions. He explains, if you connect the stars and form a figure eight, the brightest star can be found. A disembodied voice urges, please try to look for it. Where the two circles meet, Marcia stands with the others, as one of them says, let's look for it first. She responds with a simple, yeah. Looking up, the blonde-haired man thinks, we need to know what he's trying to do. His blue eyes reflect a deep concern, a determination to understand the unfolding events. A finger points towards a glowing symbol, an infinity loop etched in the night sky. That must be. A star shines brightly, piercing the darkness. The origin of Kyrgo, the woman with the silver hair states. Nate listens intently, his gaze fixed on Marcia. Marcia nods, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Yes, that is where our God created us, she continues, her voice carrying a weight of conviction. We are born and die in this world. Nate looks up, his expression thoughtful. But our souls all go up there. The starry sky stretches out, a vast and unknowable expanse. Country of the skies. Marcia affirms, her gaze fixed on the heavens. That's right, it's heaven. Nate remains silent, his expression unreadable. He finally speaks, his voice measured. I neither believe nor reject it. Mages do not draw conclusions about things they cannot analyze. Marcia looks up, her expression serene. God created us humans. A hand touches a cold, stone surface. The ancient texts speak of a time when giants were the first beings created. From the blood and flesh of these giants, humanity was born. It is said that these first humans lived for an astounding 782 years. As the generations passed, the lifespan of humans gradually decreased. Yet, they continued to reproduce, spreading across the land. Eventually, a figure known as Hannes the Visionary emerged. It was their ancestors who could freely move between heaven and earth. From these ancient origins, the Kurgo, as it is known today, was established. And the underground facilities? Then, neutral unknown Yelef speaks. The blonde-haired man looks on, a question forming in his mind. The elf continues, his gaze intense. The blonde-haired man's eyes widen, a realization dawning. By basement, he must be referring to, did you know? Apparently, the relic is many times bigger than what it seems like today. Most of it is buried under volcanic ash, according to Marcia. A shimmering, turquoise gateway pulsed with an otherworldly energy, its edges blurring against the darkness. Nade's brow furrowed, his blue eyes glowing brighter. Just what was this place that eluded even his heightened senses? A voice, laced with dawning comprehension, echoed the question. Underground? The realization struck him. In the basement of the relic, a place hidden from sight. A knowing smirk played on the lips of the elf. It was a door. A sudden gasp escaped the blue-haired man. Hold on, does heaven refer to? Nade's eyes widened, a silent question mirrored in the gaze of Marcia, who stood beside him. The truth dawned, a chilling revelation spreading through him. The elf's expression hardened. Don't tell me. A swirling vortex of blue energy crackled with unseen power. He was talking about real stars. A distant planet, bathed in the light of a rising sun, hung in the vast expanse of space. Within the grand hall, a figure in white stands before the group. The air hangs thick with anticipation as they discuss the means to open the door. From the cold stone, a voice echoes, confirming the necessity of the immortal function. Nade, his brow furrowed, listens intently as the others speak of the descendants of angels and their ability to open the door. A sense of urgency fills the air. His eyes suddenly blaze with an otherworldly light, a spark of realization igniting within him. Against a backdrop of swirling stars, a figure muses that what they've heard might hold some truth. A memory surfaces, a voice recalling a past return. The flashback continues, revealing that the return was achieved by using the immortal function. But it was not just a return, it was to a whole other planet. Nade looks up, a sense of wonder and trepidation washing over him as the implications of this revelation sink in. A planet hangs in the void, its continents swirling with blues and greens, a beacon of life amidst the darkness. A stark declaration echoes, where God is. Nade's piercing blue eyes narrowed, a question hanging heavy in the air. What will you guys gain? The unseen speaker's words resonate with a sense of ancient history. From sending us there? Since a long time ago. A close-up reveals hands adorned with intricate gold markings, a voice declaring that angels were beings that connected humans to God. The disembodied voice continues, explaining that unlockers are those that have inherited the powers of angels, pleading to meet God in their stead. The figure with the golden markings clasps their hands together, beseeching for help to restore glory to Kurgo. Nade's eyes widen, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. He asks, almost himself, if they want him to meet God. A desperate plea echoes. Please save us from extinction. This can only be done. Marcia's expression is fierce, her voice ringing out with conviction. Here. A voice argues that they would be better off using all that loot money to buy food for their people. The figure with the golden marking states that even if they were to sell loot, the downfall of Kurgo is inevitable. A stark line divides the void. The volcano erupted, shaking Kurgo to its core, igniting internal warfare among the tribes. An Egalian government invaded Kurgo, casting long shadows over its people. Kurgo is weakening as we speak, and it's only a matter of time before it is engulfed by outsiders. A determination hardens within someone's grip. They can't let that happen. A fervent wish echoes for the revival. A figure, marked with intricate patterns, declares that to achieve their goal, they are not afraid to make any sacrifice. A promise rings out, and in order to achieve that, I am not afraid to make any sacrifice. Meanwhile, the red-haired woman stands alongside another, listening intently to the blonde man before them. A question hangs in the air. Let me ask you one thing. Nade's eyes glow with an intense blue light. Of course there were. Long ago, the god's Messiah gathered a party, and was able to safely bring them back. According to the records, the Messiah asked for 100 million gold in return. Did those people return? That's... So you don't know. Yes, but after the journey. It wasn't a very profitable deal, was what... Nade's eyes narrowed, a glint of understanding in their depths. So not even. 100 million gold was enough to make up for how dangerous the journey was. If you go there without my help. There's a near 100% chance you will die. So Canis knew about this. I'm telling you all the... He stands before the white-haired elf, acknowledging the gravity of the task at hand. The elf is told that he will be given anything he asks for. Nade pauses, his expression unreadable. His eyes glow with an unnatural light, a storm brewing within. He requests time to consider the offer. Elsewhere, the white-haired elf stands on a balcony, overlooking a city bathed in the ethereal glow of the night sky. His back is turned, the intricate patterns adorning his skin visible in the dim light. The elf's expression is grim, a sense of foreboding hanging heavy in the air. A voice questions whether he truly intends to send them to heaven. The elf's green eye reflects a cold determination. His feet are clad in simple sandals, the city stretching out before him. An old man, his face etched with wisdom and weariness, declares that they will die. The elf confirms that it is for Kurgo. The elf's gaze narrowed, his voice a low, resonant hum. The only thing you got 200 years ago from God's Messiah. His expression hardened, the words laced with a hint of disdain. Was increasing your lifespan by 300 years. Standing on the balcony, the old man beside him, he continued, his voice echoing in the night air. After that, countless unlockers have embarked on the journey. The elf paused, the silence heavy with unspoken dread. But not a single one was able to return. A sinister smile crept across his face, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling light. If you seek eternal life, you will lose your humanity. That was Miro's warning. His face contorted in rage. He roared, the sound echoing through the night. Silence! How dare you say such a thing after ruining Kurgo? His voice dropped again, but the intensity remained. Only I am able to revive Kurgo. The elf's eyes burned with conviction as he declared, I am Kurgo itself. Elsewhere, a long, dark bridge stretched into the night, its destination unknown. A small, isolated building stood nestled amongst the tropical foliage, its windows dark and silent. Nade lay prone on the ground, unconscious. Yuna and the unknown swordsman stood over him, their expressions grim. A voice, cold and demanding, echoed in the room. Tell me everything you know. He questions what's with the others. The man seated across from him listens intently. A voice declares that since they were able to pass the altar of judgment thanks to his help, it's their turn now. The man's gaze sharpens, a silent intensity building as he prepares to speak. The elf's blue eyes reflect a deep resolve, hinting at the knowledge he possesses. A woman holds a snack, mentioning that someone gave it to her. The man raises his index finger, ready to share what he knows. He declares that he will tell them what he knows about heaven. Bare feet tread softly on the earth, the cool grass brushing against the skin. Mahatu feels a hand gently placed on his shoulder, a silent reassurance in the night. A humble dwelling stands nestled amidst the dense jungle foliage, illuminated by the soft glow of lanterns within. The man's face is etched with a solemn expression, his eyes reflecting a deep understanding of the subject at hand. Heaven, as understood by the Kurgoyans, is not a place of faith, but an actual planet where the creator of humankind resides.